Yuki stared blankly at the scene before him. Had he traversed through worlds? This was the realm of Naruto. A surge of pain coursed through his mind. A rush of memories flooded in. He was an ordinary Chunin from the Hidden Leaf Village, precisely 18 years of age. His name was, coincidentally, the same as in his previous life Yuki. Even his appearance mirrored that of his former self. Yuki felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. A mere cannon fodder Chunin. A mere background character in this perilous world of Naruto. Stepping outside could lead to an untimely demise at the hands of a lurking spy. This simply would not do. He must devise a means to elevate his strength. He could no longer remain a pawn, entrusting his life to others. He had to seize his fate into his own hands. After meticulously sifting through the memories in his mind, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. The original owner of this body, an ordinary cannon fodder Chunin, possessed no substantial connections. The ninjas he typically encountered were merely ordinary ones, making it exceedingly difficult to learn advanced ninjutsu. What to do? Yuki felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Ding. Congratulations, you have bound a system. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the divine hand. Just as Yuki was consumed by anxiety, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. A system. Upon hearing the voice, Yuki was instantly elated. How had he not considered this? Every traveler across realms was accompanied by a system. This was the mark of a true transmigrator. With the system activated, his golden opportunity had arrived. Divine hand. Yuki gazed at his hands in confusion. System, what exactly makes this divine hand so exceptional? Looking at his seemingly unchanged hands, he felt no sign of extraordinary power. Could it perhaps grant him some rapid vibration ability? Divine hand. Upon touching an ability user, one can replicate the user's powers. At the beginner level, it can replicate ninjutsu and taijutsu. At the intermediate level, it can replicate bloodline limits. At the advanced level, it can replicate bloodline elimination. Currently, it is at the beginner level. Replicate ninjutsu and taijutsu. Upon hearing this, Yuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such a divine hand, wouldn't he be invincible? Truly, this was the ultimate benefit for a transmigrator. This extraordinary cheat was splendid. Was enamored. After organizing his thoughts, Yuki could hardly contain his eagerness to venture out. He was determined to find a target to practice on. His first target, Naruto Uzumaki. The streets of the Hidden Leaf Village were bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of people. Following his memories, he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome. Please take a seat. Uncle Ichiraku, noticing a customer, greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. Uncle Ichiraku, I would like a bowl of beef ramen. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Before long, a steaming bowl of beef ramen was placed before Yuki. Thank you. As he beheld the generous portions of beef, he swallowed hard, picked up his chopsticks, and placed a piece into his mouth, savoring the flavor. The beef melted in his mouth, evidently having been simmered for a long time. Delicious. Yuki praised. Uchiha took a mouthful of ramen. He savored its remarkable elasticity and exquisite flavor. It truly lives up to Naruto's recommendation. It's utterly delicious, he remarked. Naruto? Uncle Irika's face lit up with a nostalgic smile. It's been a long time since I've seen that lad. Where has Naruto gone? Uchiha inquired, deliberately mentioning Naruto to probe into his whereabouts. Naruto has been training with Jeriah for over 2 years now. I wonder when he will return. Not back yet. A tinge of regret washed over Uchiha. Having read the original story, he was aware that Naruto would not return until after 3 years of training with Jeriah. It appeared that for the time being, he would not be able to replicate Naruto's abilities. Uncle Irika, I would like a bowl of fishball ramen, he requested. While indulging in his ramen, a small figure settled beside him, speaking softly. That voice? Could it be Hinata Huga? Turning his head, Uchiha was indeed greeted by the sight of the petite and adorable Hinata. With her short hair and fair, cherubic face, she exuded an endearing charm. Hello? Hinata greeted politely upon noticing Uchiha's gaze. Greetings, I am Uchiha, he replied, his eyes sparkling as he extended his right hand with utmost courtesy. Hello, Senior Uchiha, I am Hinata Huga, she reciprocated, shaking his hand briefly before letting go. The moment their hands touched, a thrill coursed through Uchiha. Surely, he had managed to replicate Hinata's jutsu and techniques. Beep. Friendly reminder. Due to the brief duration of contact, the connection has been severed, and replication has failed. What? Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha's exhilaration deflated immediately. Damn it! Was there a need for additional time? 1,000 exclamations of frustration raced through his mind, observing Hinata beside him. Uchiha's mind began to whirl with possibilities. He could not let this golden opportunity slip away. He must replicate Hinata's techniques. Hinata, you are truly adorable. Uchiha complimented. Really? Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. Hinata, with such cuteness, you must have received countless love letters during your time at the Ninja Academy. Not at all. Hinata shook her head candidly. How could that be? Uchiha feigned surprise before chuckling. I bet you were just too shy to admit it. Really, there were none. I preferred to be alone during my time at the academy. Not many people paid attention to me. Alone, you say? Then surely you must have secretly watched someone you liked. At his words, Hinata's face turned crimson indeed. She often found herself stealing glances at Naruto. It seems you have someone special in mind, Hinata. Would you like to know about your future romantic prospects? Can you tell fortunes, Senior Uchiha? Hinata's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed intently at him. Uchiha nodded, saying, I possess the art of divination. Through the observation of features, I can discern the prospects of your future romantic entanglements. We are fated to meet, and I can offer you this insight free of charge. Would you like to glimpse what lies ahead? Yes. Hinata Huga eagerly nodded her head. She was intensely curious to know if she would eventually be with Naruto. Extend your hands, if you please, Uchiha said with an air of seriousness. Obediently, Hinata presented her delicate, fair hands. Uchiha naturally held her hands and began to scrutinize them with utmost gravity. Ding. Detecting replicable subject, establishing connection. Connection established. Detecting ninjutsu, mastering the divine art, replicating 1.2. This pace is rather. Listening to the system's notification, Uchiha felt somewhat speechless. How long must he hold Hinata's hands without letting go? If he were to release her grip, all would be lost, requiring him to start anew. Chapter 2. Deceptive duplication of Hinata. Reward. Golden treasure chest. What do you think, Senior Uchiha? Have you discerned anything? What does my future hold in terms of romance? Hinata Huga shyly inquired, gazing at the solemn expression on Uchiha's face. Uchiha held Hinata's delicate hand, his thumb gently gliding across her palm. Pondering, this young lady's hand is so tender, so supple, truly exquisite. The sensation is utterly delightful. I could cherish such a hand for a lifetime. Ahem. Uchiha pretended to clear his throat. There exists a veil of mystery obscuring Hinata's romantic fate. Patience is required. Soon, I shall pierce through this fog and glimpse your future. His tone was grave and earnest as he continued to caress Hinata's hand, marveling at its softness, a testament to her training in gentle arts. Hinata felt a tingling sensation as Uchiha's touch lingered, sensing that he might be taking liberties with her. Yet, looking at his serious demeanor, she found herself questioning her own thoughts. Ding. Mastery of celestial arts duplication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu. 4 corners ceiling barrier initiated for duplication. 12. Senior Uchiha, are you intentionally holding my hand? With nearly 10 minutes passing without him revealing anything, Hinata increasingly suspected that Uchiha was merely using palmistry as an excuse to fondle her small hand. Silence, for I am on the verge of discerning the threads of your romantic destiny obscured by mist. Observing Hinata's growing skepticism, Uchiha felt that she had begun to suspect his intentions. I see something. Uchiha thought it prudent to concoct a tale to reassure her. What do you see? Hinata asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on him. I perceive a formidable figure. He is. Who is he? Handsome and poised, radiating an extraordinary charm. Clad in golden armor and wielding a golden spear, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, unparalleled in majesty. He strides upon a rainbow-hued cloud, descending from the heavens. Hinata, I have foreseen that your future husband is a heroic figure who will descend upon a rainbow-hued cloud to claim you. Senior Uchiha, are you jesting? Who could possibly dwell in the heavens? You cannot be serious. Are you merely using this as a pretext to hold my hand? Hinata glared at Uchiha, her expression a mixture of indignation and disbelief. Who would live in the sky? A heroic figure descending from the heavens. What nonsense. I am not a child easily swayed. Descending from the heavens does not necessarily imply residing there, Uchiha countered confidently. Moreover, there are indeed beings who inhabit the skies. Is that so? Hinata regarded Uchiha with a mix of skepticism and curiosity as she cast her gaze towards the heavens. Are you unaware? On the moon, there reside individuals bearing a resemblance to your Byakugan. Long ago, They migrated there to safeguard something of great significance. I stumbled upon this knowledge in an ancient tome. On the moon, there dwell members of our Huga clan? Upon hearing this, Hinata Huga was instantly taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Aside from their clan members, who else could possibly possess the Byakugan? She sought to discern any hint of deception on Yueshi's face, yet Yue appeared entirely earnest, not resembling someone who would fabricate a tale. This left her in uncertainty regarding the veracity of Yue's words. Why was I unaware of this? My father has never mentioned to us that there are kin of our bloodline dwelling upon the moon. Hinata murmured, momentarily forgetting that Yue still held her small hand. Observing that she had successfully diverted Hinata's attention, Yue let out a quiet sigh of relief. Your ramen is ready, Hinata. What is this? Seeing the two holding hands, Uncle Ichiraka's face instantly transformed into one of disbelief. From their earlier greetings, he knew they had just met. Had they already grown fond of one another? I shall set the ramen here. You two continue, and I shall not intrude. Uncle Ichiraka chuckled heartily as he placed the ramen before Hinata, then turned to Yue with an admiring expression before discreetly retreating to the kitchen. Uncle Ichiraku, it's not what you think. Misunderstood by Uncle Ichiraku, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast Yue a reproachful glare. Ding. The ceiling barrier has been successfully replicated. Ding. Detected taijutsu, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Commencing replication of 12. I'm ready to eat, Hinata declared. With Uncle Ichiraku's interruption, she hastily freed herself from Yue's grasp, lowered her head, and began to consume her ramen. Ding. Connection lost, replication failed. Ding. Congratulations on your first successful replication of a ninjutsu. You have been awarded a golden treasure box. Shall I open the golden treasure box? Yes, Yue silently affirmed. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill of the 6 styles of the Navy. In an instant, Yue felt the various techniques of the 6 styles imprinted within his mind. It was as if he had practiced them for ages, mastering them with ease. The techniques, Soru, Tekai, Shave, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, and Finger Pistol, were now at his mental command. Hinata hurriedly finished her bowl of ramen, paid, and then eagerly departed. She felt overwhelmingly shy about Uncle Ichiraka's misunderstanding regarding her and Yue. As Yue watched Hinata's retreating figure, he contemplated when he might next engage her in his schemes to replicate more of her taijutsu. Upon returning home, Hinata sought an audience with Huga Hiashi. She needed to verify whether Yue had deceived her. Father, is there something you require? Huga Hiashi inquired with authority. Are there indeed kin of our Huga clan residing on the moon? Upon hearing Hinata's question, Huga Hiashi's demeanor shifted dramatically. Who informed you of this? Have they approached you? Tell me, with whom did you interact today? His expression grew grave. Despite his stern and aloof behavior towards Hinata, he genuinely cared for her well-being. Thus, there truly exist kin of the Huga clan upon the moon. Upon hearing the inquiry from Huga Hiashi, Hinata Huga immediately comprehended that there were indeed relatives sharing their bloodline residing on the lunar surface. Yuna Shikiya had not deceived her. Could it be that what Yuna had said about her future husband, a heroic figure descending from the heavens, adorned in golden armor and riding upon a rainbow cloud, was also true? Contemplating this, Hinata found herself momentarily lost in thought, pondering a future where she was not with Naruto. Answer me, Hinata, whom did you encounter today? Did someone come down to seek you? Seeing Hinata lost in reverie, Hiashi gently shook her shoulder. Regaining her senses, Hinata replied, it was a senior from the village. A fortune teller. He revealed that on the moon, there reside individuals of the same bloodline as our Huga clan. What is his name? Yuna Shikiya. He is a chunin from the village. I happened to meet him at Ichiraka Ramen, Hinata said absent-mindedly. Alas, it seemed she had ultimately failed to touch Naruto's heart and walk alongside him. Surely, Naruto would end up with Sakura, for he held such affection for her. A profound sadness enveloped Hinata, leaving her in a state of despondency. Chapter 3. A fateful encounter awaits you tomorrow. After Hinata departed, Yuna Shikiya, having satisfied his hunger, continued his stroll along the streets of Konoha, seeking his next target. In Konoha, the majority remained ordinary folk. The number of ninjas he encountered was scant. Even when he did spot one, they were typically in a hurry, passing him by in an instant, leaving him no opportunity to engage in conversation or to draw closer. Seated in a garden, Yuna observed the bustling ninjas while pondering how to orchestrate a unique encounter with one of them. After a while, he suddenly sensed someone watching him. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures materialized at his side, surrounding him. You are Yuna? The man standing before Yuna fixed his gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. Yuna looked up to meet his eyes. Hiashi Huga, what brings you here to confront me? Did he discover that Yuna had taken the opportunity to hold Hinata's hand? Was he now seeking to cause him trouble? With a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Yuna smiled and inquired, What is the matter, sir? I am Hiashi Huga, Hinata's father. What scheme do you harbor in approaching my daughter? Who are you truly? You have long been lurking in Konoha. What is your purpose? Confess honestly, and do not compel me to resort to violence. Do not even think of escaping, for you shall find it impossible. Hiashi activated his Byakugan, his gaze piercing into Yuna. He harbored doubts about Yuna's claims of having encountered ancient texts that spoke of their clan's kin residing upon the moon. The secret of their bloodline's existence on the moon was known only to the Huga clan leaders of yore. Outsiders could never be privy to such knowledge, for those aware of it had long since ascended. Thus, Hiashi suspected that Yuna was a spy, descended from the heavens, concealed within Konoha, harboring ulterior motives. As the ages have passed, who can fathom the thoughts of those dwellers upon the moon? The clans of Hinata from the underground and the celestial realm have long diverged. Misunderstanding, esteemed leader of the Huga. I had no intention of engaging with Hinata. Our paths merely crossed at Ichiraku Ramen. Enchanted by her charm, I calculated her fate. As for the celestial Hinata clan, I gleaned insights from Hinata's destined path. In the near future, someone from above shall descend to take Hinata as his bride, explained the earnest Gushia. Huga Hisashi regarded Gushia with a stern gaze, scrutinizing his face for any hint of deceit. Prior to their meeting, Hisashi had thoroughly investigated Gushia's background. Orphaned at birth in Konoha, he had lived a solitary life, only recently passing the Chunin exams to attain the rank of Chunin. Then, enlighten me. And should your prediction hold true, my doubts shall dissipate, Hisashi stated, his expression softening slightly as he sensed the sincerity in Gushia's demeanor. For there was no indication of falsehood. Gushia nodded, determined to dispel Hisashi's suspicions. Failure to do so could jeopardize his standing in Konoha, and for Hinata's safety, Hisashi might silence him permanently. Externally, Gushia acquiesced to Hisashi, while internally, he summoned the system. System, can you predict fortunes? Calculations possible. Excellent, Gushia rejoiced inwardly. Please forecast for Huga Hisashi, preferably regarding imminent events. Calculation complete. Tomorrow, Hisashi shall encounter a calamity of blood. In less than 1/10 of a second, the system replied. Is this answer reliable? As the leader of the Huga clan, Hisashi is formidable. How could he face such a fate tomorrow? In the original narrative, he thrived during this time. How could there be bloodshed? Is the system jesting with me? Rest assured, host. There is a 100% certainty of bloodshed for Hisashi tomorrow. Coughing lightly, Gushia feigned serious contemplation as he examined Hisashi's countenance, then retrieved 3 silver coins, casting them to the ground. After a moment of reflection, he stood and addressed Hisashi with gravity. Leader Hisashi, a calamity of blood awaits you tomorrow. I urge you to be cautious. You claim I shall face bloodshed tomorrow? Hisashi replied, astonished. Very well, I shall observe the accuracy of your prediction. You will remain here to monitor this boy. Ensure he does not escape. Await my word tomorrow. Boy, I hope your assertions prove true. Otherwise, trouble shall find you. I will not allow any who covet Hinata to survive. With a cold smirk, Hisashi patted Gushia on the shoulder before departing with his guards, leaving behind a female ninja from the Huga clan to surveil Gushia. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I am a jonin, and you, a mere fledgling chunin, cannot elude my grasp. Hisashi remarked calmly to Gushia. I have no intention of fleeing. All that I have said is the truth. Why would I escape? Yet, why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Is there something floral upon my visage? There are no flowers, merely a hint of charm that compels my admiration, Uchiha remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hinata Mirai's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Uchiha, observing Hinata Mirai, mused, this young lady appears to be around my age, perhaps 18. Though she may not possess the exquisite beauty of Hinata Huga, she is certainly pleasing to the eye. Her features are quite attractive, not quite on par with Tsunade's exceptional beauty, but far surpassing the average. He contemplated briefly, estimating her allure. Miss Mirai, would you care to have your romantic fate calculated? I offer this service free of charge, Uchiha said with a broad smile, thinking, as a jonin, her ninjutsu must be quite impressive. If I could replicate it, I would surely ascend to Jonin status in no time. Absolutely not. Hinata Mirai firmly shook her head. Do not attempt to distract me. My mission is to keep a close watch on you. Aside from this task, I shall not engage in any other activities. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping my vigilant gaze. Her expression remained stern as she issued her warning. How dull. If you refuse, then in the future, should you seek my services, you shall have to pay, Uchiha retorted with a dismissive glance. You are monitoring me for precaution. Why not bind our hands together? This way, there would be no possibility of you losing me from your grasp. Your mission would be assuredly fulfilled. He conveyed this with a playful tone, while secretly contemplating the benefits of such a bond, believing that a day spent in such proximity would certainly allow him to absorb her ninjutsu. How unfortunate for you that I am not as easily swayed as Hinata, Uchiha thought to himself. Chapter 4. The Blood Calamity of Hinata Hiashi. As night fell. At the residence of Uchiha, he addressed Mirai. Miss Mirai, you have accompanied me the entire day. Are you not hungry? Would you care to share a meal? Before them lay an array of aromatic dishes, meticulously prepared by Uchiha, who had studied culinary arts in his previous life. The food not only smelled delightful, but was also visually appealing, a feast for both the eyes and palate. Do not think to entice me with culinary delights. I am not so easily fooled, Hinata Mirai stated, perched atop Uchiha's eaves. She could see and smell the delectable spread, and her stomach betrayed her with a low growl. Dear Miss Mirai, I truly wish to treat you to a meal, as you have graciously spent the day with me. I am here solely to monitor you, not to accompany you. There is no need for such formalities. I have my own provisions and require none of your fare. Oh, I see. Very well then. Uchiha, genuinely wishing to share a meal with Hinata Mirai, noticed her reluctance and chose not to press the matter. After contemplating for a moment, he smiled mysteriously and moved the table to her side, deciding that it would be more pleasant to dine outside, away from the heat of the indoors. The spicy chicken is truly succulent. Uchiha picked up a fragrant chicken leg and waved it teasingly in front of Hinata Mirai before savoring it with great delight. The fish is equally fresh, plump and juicy. The crab is delightful as well, undeniably rich and golden, sourced from unpolluted river waters. With each delectable dish, Uchiha tantalizingly presented it before Hinata Mirai. Relishing every bite, Hinata Mirai glared at Uchiha, her teeth clenched in frustration. This mischievous rascal was insufferable. After Uchiha's antics, her stomach, which had just consumed a soldier's ration, began to audibly protest. However, having just rejected Uchiha's invitation, she couldn't bring herself to ask him for food. Her expression filled with indignation, wishing she could give him a good thrashing. Enjoy your meal. Just wait until tomorrow when your fortune-telling for the clan leader goes awry. You'll be in for a rude awakening. Anyone who dared to disrespect Lord Hinata would certainly not be spared by the clan leader. With that, Hinata Mirai leaped to another rooftop, distancing herself from Uchiha's tempting feast. Ah, what a tiresome person. Little Hinata is far better. Sated in content, Uchiha left some food for Miss Mirai, knowing that enduring hunger was not beneficial for one's growth. He brought over a steamer to keep the remaining dishes warm. After tending to that, Uchiha paid no further mind to Hinata Mirai, waiting for the calamity to befall Hinata Hisashi the next day, which would validate his words. Ultimately, she was but a minor character, unworthy of his significant attention. After a brief rest, Uchiha disregarded Hinata Mirai's watchful gaze, stripping down before stepping into the bathroom. Hinata Mirai, observing Uchiha's sudden disrobing, felt her face flush crimson with embarrassment and indignation. You shameless rogue, she exclaimed, activating her Byakugan. She confirmed that he was merely bathing and not attempting any tricks or escape, which relieved her. Her gaze fell upon the steamer at the eaves, her stomach growling once more. Although the soldier's ration could replenish energy, it could not fill her empty belly. Finally, unable to resist any longer, she descended before the steamer. Lifting the lid, the delightful aroma wafted up to her nose. How enticing. Justifying her actions, Hinata Mirai succumbed to her hunger and began to eat voraciously. This is delicious. How can this scoundrel be such a talented cook? It's truly outrageous. As she indulged, she kept her Byakugan activated, monitoring Uchiha, who was still in the bath. Uchiha paid little attention to Hinata Mirai and, emerging from the bathroom, made his way to the bedroom, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber. With a free J-Nin watching the door, he could rest easy. Morning arrived. Uchiha did not rise until after 9 o'clock. Upon exiting the hall, he was greeted by Hinata Mirai, whose eyes resembled those of a panda due to fatigue. "Miss Hinata, you haven't been awake all night, have you?" Mirai shot him a resentful glance, irritated that while he enjoyed a comfortable slumber, she had been vigilantly guarding under the eaves throughout the night. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the rooftop, stating, "Lady Mirai, the clan leader has issued a command. You need no longer keep watch." Startled, Hinata Mirai inquired, "Did something truly happen to the clan leader?" "Indeed. Someone attacked the clan leader?" "No." "Then what exactly occurred?" "The village's restroom, long overdue for repairs, led to the clan leader slipping and injuring his head." "Ah, is the clan leader all right?" "It's nothing serious, just a minor abrasion." "Then that is a relief." Mirai felt astonished, realizing that this insufferable fellow had indeed deduced correctly. Could it be that he possessed genuine foresight? At that moment, she felt a tinge of regret for not allowing him to predict her romantic prospects when he offered the previous day. After all, she was not a child anymore and had yet to experience love. Where was her destined partner? Perhaps he had fallen into the restroom? Nearby? Uchiha listened to their conversation with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the system's calculations would manifest so swiftly. However, he mused, Hinata Hisashi was no fool. He was quite formidable. How could he have slipped in such a manner? Could it be the system's doing? "Thank you for your hospitality last night. I have washed the bowl. And here is your meal money." With the clan leader's directive, Mirai no longer felt the need to maintain her guard or distance from Uchiha. "No need for money. I treated you, Miss Mirai. Besides, you effectively kept watch for me the entire night, so you owe me nothing." "Then I shall not insist. Thank you for your kindness. Chia, your cooking was delightful, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Until we meet again." With that, Hinata Mirai departed with the ninja from her clan who had come to deliver the message. "We shall meet again, Miss Mirai." Although Uchiha felt a slight disappointment at not having copied Hinata Mirai's ninjutsu and physical techniques, having eased Hinata Hisashi's wariness of him was a significant victory. He had not given up on Hinata Hanabi. He would not rest until he had completely absorbed her ninjutsu techniques. Primarily, Hinata Hanabi was both charming and easy to persuade, gentle in nature, and unlikely to lose her temper without cause, making her a safer target. In contrast, if he were to deal with someone of Sakura Haruno's fiery temperament, and she discovered his intentions, he would likely face dire consequences. When one is weak, it is crucial to find a safe target to approach. Stealthy development is of utmost importance. Chapter 5, The Arrest of Uchiha? "Father, are you all right? I heard you were injured." Hinata Hanabi looked at Hinata Hisashi with concern. "It is but a mere scratch. Nothing to worry about, Hinata." Huga Hiashi, with a face full of gloom, insisted, "Go train. Do not tarnish the family name." "Farewell, father." Huga Hinata bowed and retreated. "By the way, you should cultivate a friendship with Nana. He possesses the gift of foresight and might aid you in resolving future troubles." "Oh, I understand. Now go." After Hinata departed, Huga Hiashi could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "Curse it! Which scoundrel discarded a banana peel in the restroom? If I discover who it is, I shall make them pay dearly." On the streets of Konoha, Achu. "What ails you, Konohamaru? Are you coming down with a cold?" "I'm fine. Let us hasten to our training. Before Brother Naruto returns, I must master that jutsu." After satisfying his hunger, Nana arrived at the Hokage Tower. He felt that the ninja profession was perilously dangerous and resolved to abandon it, opting instead for a life of an ordinary citizen. "What? You do not intend to be a ninja anymore?" Tsunade, taken aback, struggled to comprehend his words. "Not long ago, during the Nin exams, you fervently declared your ambition to become Hokage. Why this sudden change of heart?" Inwardly, Nana scoffed, recognizing that the desire to become Hokage belonged to the original host, not him. He had no intention of inheriting the will of fire or sacrificing himself for others. He believed in the philosophy of self-preservation. "If one does not harm me, I shall not harm them. But if one does harm me, I shall retaliate. Lady Hokage, I believe my talents are rather ordinary and my abilities insufficient. Should I pursue the path of a ninja, I would undoubtedly hinder my comrades. Thus I have resolved to refrain from becoming one. Without being a ninja, how will you sustain yourself? The village shall no longer disperse your compensation. Fear not. I have already devised a new means of livelihood and no longer require the village's assistance. Have you truly made up your mind?" "My decision is firm." "Very well. I consent." Tsunade regarded Nana, a ninja who had barely scraped through the Nin exams after 7 years of effort, with little regard. Supporting Nana meant providing him a salary each month, even when there were no missions. His voluntary withdrawal was a boon, saving her that expense, which she welcomed. A ninja of Nana's lackluster caliber could easily be outperformed by Orochimaru, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Each year, numerous ninjas of similar mediocrity graduated from the academy, and Nana was but one among many. After 7 years, barely achieving the rank of nin, his potential had long since been exhausted. With Tsunade's approval, Nana swiftly completed the necessary paperwork to terminate his ninja status. Henceforth, he would no longer be a ninja. In truth, Nana did not find the life of a ninja undesirable. He simply wished to avoid undertaking missions. As a ninja, one cannot escape the burden of missions, constantly on the move and surrounded by peril. For someone like him, a novice lacking in strength, death could lurk at every turn, often without forewarning. The danger is palpable. It would be wise to shed the mantle of a ninja and reclaim his freedom. To be unfettered would allow him to pursue whatever his heart desires. Although he would forfeit the salary that accompanies a ninja's life, the allure of safety and liberty is far more enticing. Moreover, he has devised ways to earn a living. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Uchiha couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of Konoha, the village renowned for its opulence. It is indeed magnificent. How he yearned to experience it firsthand, yet he felt inadequate to do so. In the presence of Tsunade, the formidable woman known as the Slayer of Giants, he would dare not express any inappropriate thoughts. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. Even Jeriah, a seasoned ninja, nearly met his end at her hands. One can only imagine the severity of her wrath. He wished to live a few more years. Girls like Hinata are far preferable, adorable, gentle, and beautiful, without the propensity to transform into a fearsome dragon at the drop of a hat. Sakura, investigate what incident has led Chie to suddenly renounce his ninja status. Tsunade commanded after Uchiha's departure. Lady Tsunade, I have a hunch it may involve Lord Hiashi. He sought information about Chie yesterday. Likely because Chie has incurred Lord Hizashi's displeasure and fears retribution, prompting him to flee. Given Lord Hizashi's influence, Chie feels he cannot provoke him and thus chooses to abandon his ninja life. This way, even if he leaves the village, he would not be branded a rogue ninja. Escaping the pursuit of Konoha's Anbu. Summon Hiashi to me. I wish to comprehend the entirety of this situation. We cannot permit ninjas who have offended village elders to abandon their roles out of fear of retaliation. Such a trend cannot persist. 1 or 2 Tsunades may be inconsequential, but if this behavior spreads, it could undermine the very foundation of our village. Did you seek me, Lady Tsunade? Hiashi Huga, his forehead wrapped in bandages, arrived at the Hokage building. What has happened to you, Hiashi? Tsunade inquired, astonished. Do not ask. Some wretched fool left a banana peel in the village restroom, and I slipped on it, taking a tumble. Hiashi exclaimed in anger. Ha ha ha, Hiashi, you seem to be having a streak of bad luck. Tsunade laughed heartily upon hearing this. It seems that rascal was right. I was warned of impending misfortune today, and it has indeed come to pass, Hiashi lamented. Who is this rascal? Could he be the culprit? Tsunade's eyes glinted with curiosity. It cannot be Chie. He was under surveillance all day yesterday. When I fell, he was still languishing in bed. Hiashi replied. Tsunade, why would Chie suggest you were destined for misfortune? Tsunade's face displayed intrigue. The story is as follows. Hiashi began recounting the events involving Uchiha and Hinata, elaborating on everything that transpired. On the moon, is there a branch of the Huga clan? Uchiha can predict fortunes, and his accuracy is remarkable. Tsunade furrowed her brow. It seems that Uchiha did not forsake the path of a ninja out of fear of retribution from the Huga clan, but rather for another reason. Can it be that he foresees some peril, leading him to shun the life of a ninja? Summon someone to monitor Uchiha, should he attempt to leave the village. He is to be apprehended immediately. If he remains, we shall take no further action. Understood, Lady Tsunade. An Anbu ninja vanished in an instant from the Hokage building. Chapter 6. The first customer, the elegant Yuhi Kurenai. Lady Tsunade, what brings this on? Hinata Hiashi inquired, somewhat perplexed by Tsunade's orders. Uchiha had just renounced his ninja status. You say he can predict fortunes with great precision. I suspect he has foreseen some danger, prompting his decision to abandon the ninja path. Initially, I believed his choice stemmed from your influence, but that no longer appears to be the case, especially since you have withdrawn the surveillance on him. Knowing of Uchiha's fortune-telling abilities, I even instructed Hinata this morning to befriend him. How could I continue to threaten him? Hiashi explained, contemplating how he might leverage Uchiha's skills to safeguard Hinata from the prying eyes of the clan from the moon. I hope that Uchiha's reluctance to become a ninja does not stem from foreseeing a significant danger to Konoha. As long as he remains in Konoha, my assumption shall be proven erroneous. I sincerely hope this is merely a figment of my imagination, Tsunade expressed with concern. Unbeknownst to Tsunade and Hiashi, Uchiha stood at the entrance of Konoha, holding a wooden board. Was he about to depart the village? It seemed a confrontation was imminent. From the shadows, a gaze remained fixed on Uchiha. It belonged to the Anbu ninja, Yuzuki Yugao, whom Tsunade had assigned to surveil him. Should Uchiha dare to step forward, she would seize the opportunity to apprehend him. With her short sword firmly in hand, she prepared to act the moment he set foot beyond the village boundary. "Ah, Chiao, what are you up to?" The gatekeepers, Izumi and Kotetsu, regarded him with expressions of curiosity. "What is this fellow planning?" "Esteemed seniors, from today onward, I intend to set up a stall in your territory," Uchiha replied with a smile. Despite their status as mere supporting characters, Uchiha held a certain admiration for Izumi and Kotetsu, who had somehow managed to survive until the grand finale. Setting up a stall? The two looked at him, bewildered. Uchiha retrieved a folding chair from the board, placing it on the ground, and then produced a piece of chalk from his pocket, inscribing on the board, "Fortune teller. Predicting relationships, destiny, and safety. If my predictions are inaccurate, no charge, full refund." "Chiao, are you truly going to predict fortunes? Is this genuine? Can you really tell fortunes?" Izumi questioned, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Senior, would you like to give it a try? As an old acquaintance, I can offer you a 50 discount, so it will only cost you 5,000 ryo." Uchiha smiled. No, I'm not interested in such things." Upon hearing the price, Izumi quickly shook his head. "What about you, Kotetsu? Are you interested in a reading?" "I, too, harbor no interest in the art of divination. Let us leave it be. 5,000 ryo, even at half price, is exorbitantly steep. Who would willingly squander their money on such folly? Moreover, they do not believe in Uchiha's ability to predict the future. It must certainly be a ruse." The two bystanders showed no desire to seek his counsel, and Uchiha did not press the matter. He set up his stall beside the entrance, taking a seat to await patrons in quiet anticipation. He could hardly believe that the departing ninjas, embarking on their missions, would not wish to inquire about their safety. However, it soon dawned on Uchiha that a problem arose. The ninjas merely rushed past, without pausing to stop, directly departing the village. He recognized his misjudgment. Those leaving were indeed on urgent tasks, with no time to linger, while the returning ninjas, often bearing grave injuries, hurried to the hospital or to submit reports, likewise offering him no opportunity to attract business. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha resolved that he ought to relocate his stall. "Are you truly leaving, Chiya?" As he began to pack up, Izumo jested, having observed that not a single customer had approached him in the span of an hour. "Why not wait a bit longer? I believe your fortune-telling has great potential." Ziddy chimed in with a playful tone. "Farewell, esteemed seniors. I shall return," Uchiha replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon arriving on the bustling streets of Konoha, he sought a more populated location to set up his stall anew. "Hey there, young man. Is your fortune-telling accurate?" Two lovely ladies stood before Uchiha's booth, one clad in a fishnet outfit, laughing heartily while holding a skewer of dumplings, her eyes sparkling with interest as she regarded the handsome Uchiha. As he beheld the two beauties, Uchiha's eyes brightened. As a reincarnator who had once watched the Naruto anime, he instantly recognized them. The one in the fishnet attire, clutching the dumplings, was none other than Mitarashi Anko, and beside her stood her close friend, Waihai Kurenai. "Accurate, indeed. If my predictions fail, no fee will be charged, and a full refund is guaranteed," Uchiha replied, discreetly admiring the appealing sight before him, wearing a warm smile. "Is that so? Not bad at all. If it's inaccurate, I'll demand my money back." "Come, let us have a reading for my dear Kurenai," Anko exclaimed, playfully shoving Kurenai toward Uchiha. "Please pay 10,000 ryo in advance." "Thank you," Uchiha smiled. "Perhaps it's best not to." Kurenai hesitated, skeptical of fortune-telling. "Do not worry, Kurenai. If it proves false, you'll receive a full refund. You're no longer a child, and it's high time you sought a partner," Anko teased. "I am not a child, you little brat. I am far older than you," Kurenai retorted, puffing out her chest as she produced 10,000 ryo to hand to Uchiha. In truth, she was already aware of how her romantic prospects might unfold. Recently, Asuma had been making advances, attempting to court her, but she found him rather unappealing, with his disheveled appearance and scruffy beard, which deterred her from accepting his advances. With a gentle smile, Uchiha accepted the sum of 20,000, beckoning, "Please, take a seat, dear sister. I assure you, I will uncover the identity of your destined soulmate." Jeriah complied and took a seat. "May I inquire your name and birth details?" Uchiha asked earnestly. "My name is Jeriah, born on June 11th, she replied, providing her lunar calendar details. Uchiha feigned contemplation, then said with a grin, "Sister Hong, please extend your hands." Excitement surged within Uchiha. He was on the verge of replicating ninja techniques once more. Jeriah, puzzled, extended her delicate hands. Uchiha naturally grasped her fair, porcelain hand, studying it with utmost seriousness. Ding. Detection of replication subject, establishing connection. Connection established. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, sensory technique, replicating. Though Jeriah was nearing 30, her hands were not at all rough. They were as smooth and tender as those of an 18-year-old maiden, providing a delightful tactile experience. Chapter 7. Pretending to be a mature woman. Is Jeriah's boyfriend? Young man, are you trying to take advantage of my dear Hong Hong? Observing Uchiha's prolonged grasp of Jeriah's hand, Yashuxi Hongdo grew suspicious that he might harbor ulterior motives while ostensibly fortune-telling for Jeriah. "Sister, you do me an injustice. I am merely sensing Sister Hong's fateful red thread. If I were to release your hand, the connection would sever, and all would be for naught. I assure you, I have no intention of taking advantage of Sister Hong. I am a professional. I am on the verge of sensing this red thread of fate, which will reveal the identity of her true soulmate." Uchiha earnestly deceived. "I shall see what rationale you can conjure," Yashuxi Hongdo remarked. Her gaze fixed warily upon Uchiha. "Feel free to sense away. We have plenty of time today. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back," thought Uchiha with a smile. Ding. Sensory technique replication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, enchanted tree binding kill, replicating. Enchanted tree binding kill replication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, illusionary three blossoms, replicating. Illusionary three blossoms replication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, illusionary absolute lotus, replicating. Illusionary absolute lotus replication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, illusionary fallen clone, replicating. Illusionary fallen clone replication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu. Evil sealing technique, replicating. Evil sealing technique replication complete. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, falling cherry blossom vision technique, replicating. Falling cherry blossom vision technique replication complete. For a full hour, Uchiha meticulously extracted every single ninjutsu from Jeriah, flawlessly replicating each one without omission. Jeriah, having her hand held for a full hour, blushed deeply in shyness. Even Asuma, who had pursued her for a long time, had never held her hand, let alone for such an extended duration. Yuki took a deep breath, releasing the delicate hand of Jeriah, and then spoke slowly. "Sister Hong, the current threads of your fate are not favorable. According to the present circumstances, you are destined to become Asuma's beloved in the near future." "What? That lecherous Asuma?" Yushoshi Hongdo expressed her disbelief, saying, "There is no way Zai Hong could become the lover of that lascivious man." "Asuma, you say?" Jeriah pondered. Indeed, at this juncture, only Asuma was pursuing her. Given her temperament, it was plausible that over time, she might be swayed by him. "Zai Hong, you cannot possibly have feelings for that scruffy, lascivious man, can you? Aside from his looks, Asuma is not entirely lacking in merit. I cannot say I like him, nor can I say I dislike him. Sister Hong, if you feel indifferent towards Asuma, I would advise you to decisively reject him sooner rather than later. I foresee a glimpse of your future through your current threads of fate, a solitary figure sitting despondently in the yard, eyes brimming with sorrow. After being with Asuma, within 3 months, you will find yourself in eternal widowhood. You will raise a child, enduring the whispers of the village, living in solitude." Yuki spoke with utmost seriousness. As for Asuma, who bore the will of fire, he truly hoped that Jeriah would not wed him, sacrificing herself for the sake of so-called kin, leaving behind a solitary family, enduring discrimination and isolation in the village. The best example is Naruto Uzumaki. Sister Hong, having grown up as an orphan, you must understand the loneliness that an orphan experiences in the village. Would you wish for your future children to endure the same suffering you did? Are you saying that after being with Asuma, he will die within 3 months, leaving me to raise a child in widowhood? Indeed, Yuki affirmed with a nod. Jeriah's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yuki, finding no trace of deceit upon his face. Then what shall our child be named? Sister Hong. You will bear a daughter for Asuma, and her name will be Sarutobi Mirai. My goodness, you can truly foresee such things? Yu Shoshi Hongdo, surprised by Yukiyu's revelations, began to believe him as she gazed at him with sincerity. I have one more question, she said. Ask away. What color are Zia Hong's undergarments? Red, Yukiyu replied without hesitation. How could you know that? It seems this truly is credible. Yu Shoshi Hongdo, who had spent the night at Zirong's home, naturally knew the color of her undergarments. It was impossible for Yukiyu to have seen them. He must have calculated it. What kind of question are you asking, Xiaodo? Zirong blushed profusely, her head nearly bursting with embarrassment. Being aware of the color of her undergarments by a stranger was truly mortifying. She felt so shy that she could hardly bring herself to meet Yukiyu's gaze. I was merely testing this young lad's accuracy. It appears that the situation is indeed quite accurate. Little Hong, you must decisively rid yourself of that lecherous man, Asuma. Should you yield and follow him, you would endure a lifetime of suffering, which is unacceptable. Yushirashi Hongdo rested her chin on her hand, unwilling to witness her dear friend being burdened by Asuma's depravity for the rest of her life. But what should be done? Zirihong furrowed her brow, stating that since they were familiar with one another, it would be inappropriate to speak too harshly. Yushirashi Hongdo glanced at the handsome Uchiha, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with inspiration. She approached him and said, Little brother, would you do me a favor? Whatever you ask, I shall assist, replied Uchiha with a smile. Since you have foreseen the misfortunes awaiting little Hong, could you assist in altering this fate? Yushirashi Hongdo inquired. If I can help Sister Hong, I will certainly do so, Uchiha responded, not wishing for the gentle Zirihong to live a life of solitude due to Asuma's unwelcome advances. Please pretend to be little Hong's boyfriend. Uchiha was utterly astonished at Yushirashi Hongdo's suggestion, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Zirihong was equally taken aback, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the idea. For Uchiha to masquerade as her boyfriend to escape Asuma's clutches? Was this truly a sensible notion? After all, she was 29, significantly older than Uchiha. What's the problem? It's merely a pretense. When Asuma approaches you, simply state that you prefer the youthful charm of little brother and have no interest in his unkempt, greasy appearance. This should resolve the issue perfectly. Surely, little brother wouldn't mind lending a hand in this small matter? Yushirashi Hongdo said with a carefree demeanor, patting Uchiha on the shoulder and winking at him. Of course, I would be delighted to assist Sister Hong, Uchiha replied. Having successfully replicated all of Zirihong's ninjutsu after being quietly engaged for an hour, this small favor was a matter of course, a way to repay her. Moreover, the prospect of experiencing the role of a beautiful older sister's boyfriend was undoubtedly intriguing. If by chance the pretense were to slip away, it would become even more amusing. Then it's settled. After this, you shall not be neglected, I assure you, Yushirashi Hongdo said with a radiant smile, leaning closer to Uchiha, her tongue flicking against his ear like a serpent, causing him to shiver. Was this a reward or a warning? Once the two women departed, Uchiha checked the time and decided not to continue his stall. Not only had he earned 10,000 taels that day, but he had also successfully acquired Zirihong's ninjutsu. It was truly exhilarating. With Zirihong's ninjutsu at his disposal, it signified that his strength had reached the level of a high ninja. With the strength of a jonin, one gains a semblance of self-preservation in the world of Naruto, as long as one refrains from reckless wandering and remains discreetly in Konoha for a time. Invincibility is merely a matter of time. In a moment of impulsivity, he agreed to pretend to be the boyfriend of Kurenai Yuhi, which inevitably meant confronting Asuma. Asuma deeply loves Kurenai, and should he discover that he is her supposed partner, trouble is certain to ensue. Although it is merely a charade, the saying goes, to covet another's beloved is a sin that cannot be forgiven. He does not believe that Asuma, valued at over 30 million ryo in the black market, is as amiable as he appears in everyday life. Once enmity arises, it is a matter of life and death, a relentless cycle of vengeance. Yuki, seeking to enhance his combat experience in anticipation of a potential conflict, found a training ground according to his predecessor's memories. At the back of this training area, there existed numerous massive wild boars, which he intended to utilize for the purpose of honing his skills. Approaching a lakeside, he soon spotted a colossal boar leisurely drinking from the water, blissfully unaware of the predator lurking nearby. Perched in a tree, Yuki seized a withered branch and hurled it at the boar's vulnerable underbelly. Instantly, the wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream, turning with fiery eyes ablaze in fury, incensed that it had been struck in such a dishonorable manner. The boar, bearing its formidable tusks, charged toward the tree where Yuki was situated, intent on tearing him to shreds. Witnessing the enraged beast, a smirk crept across Yuki's lips as he successfully drew its ire. The boar was consumed by rage, and Yuki welcomed the challenge. Instead of fleeing, Yuki leaped down from the tree, grasping the boar's tusks firmly. This creature had dared to assault him. The boar, seething with fury, wished to devour him whole. It pressed against Yuki, gradually pushing him back. Muscles straining, Yuki found himself temporarily subdued by the force of the beast's charge. With a mighty roar, he summoned every ounce of strength, determined not to be overpowered by a mere pig. Gritting his teeth, he exerted his full might, merging his strength with resolve. With a final, thunderous shout, Yuki lifted the boar off the ground, declaring, "Begone." He spun in place, flinging the massive creature through the air. With a resounding crash, the wild boar was sent hurtling over 10 meters, colliding forcefully against a great tree. The wild boar, in excruciating pain, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. It shot a defiant glare at Uchiha before swiftly fleeing the scene. Observing the boar's retreat, Uchiha chose not to pursue it. He took deep breaths, reflecting on his earlier actions and realizing he had acted somewhat recklessly. Fortunately, he had managed to withstand the encounter. Otherwise, he might have been the one sent flying. As he watched the wild boar disappear from view, a twinge of regret washed over him. A potential training partner had been scared away. After taking a brief respite, Uchiha resolved to seek out another training companion. However, just as he stood up, he felt a tremor akin to an earthquake emanating from the nearby woods, accompanied by a massive cloud of dust surging toward his position. What could it be? Uchiha gazed in astonishment at the approaching cloud of dust. To his dismay, as the dust crested the hill, he beheld a herd of wild boars charging toward him at an alarming speed, including the very one he had earlier sent sprawling. It seemed the boars understood the art of retaliation. Faced with dozens of wild boars, each weighing between 700 to 800 pounds, charging angrily at him, Uchiha's expression shifted dramatically. If he were to be struck, he would surely be sent to the heavens. It appeared that gradual experience accumulation would no longer suffice. He needed to take decisive action. Transforming his hands into gun-like shapes, he aimed at the oncoming herd. With a firm declaration, 2 beams of blue light erupted from his fingertips, akin to bullets, piercing through the thighs of 2 wild boars with fierce precision. The struck boars shrieked in agony, losing their balance and crashing heavily to the ground. With unwavering composure, Uchiha continued to unleash a barrage of light beams. Given the boar's massive size and sheer number, each ray of light found its mark on a separate target. The cacophony of their anguished cries filled the air, and soon, only 3 of the fastest boars remained capable of reaching Uchiha. With a grace akin to a leaf dancing in the wind, he deftly evaded the charge of the 3 boars. In the wake of their assault, he executed a swift spinning kick, unleashing a crescent-shaped projectile that hurtled toward the trio. Boom! The 3 boars screamed as they collided forcefully with a large tree, rendering them unconscious. Chapter 9. A young Hinata falls from the sky not long ago. At a bend by the lake, Hinata Huga stood by the water's edge, clad in a snug outfit that accentuated her fair skin, engaged in solitary training. Suddenly, the sounds of the boar's screams and a boy's shouts startled her. Is someone coming? She promptly halted her practice, darted into the underbrush, shed her revealing training attire, and swiftly donned her everyday clothing. In a matter of moments, she was dressed. Once in her training attire, Hinata leaped onto a branch in the direction of the commotion, gently bounding forward. Is that Senior Uchiha? Perched on the branch by the lake, Hinata clearly discerned Uchiha's face. Isn't Senior Uchiha a fortune teller? What is he doing hunting wild boars? Her curiosity piqued. She watched with intrigue. Upon seeing Uchiha, she couldn't help but reminisce about the moment when Uchiha, with utmost seriousness, read her fortune while slyly taking hold of her small hand. At this thought, Hinata Huga's cheeks flushed a delightful shade of crimson, her adorableness almost irresistible, inciting an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheeks. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A stampede of wild boars rushed towards her. This was dire. Senior Uchiha was in peril. Through her investigation of Uchiha conducted by Hinata Hisashi, she learned that Uchiha had spent 6 or 7 years honing his skills, only recently achieving the rank of Chunin, rendering him relatively weak, essentially a cannon fodder ninja. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata spotted dozens of enormous wild boars charging furiously towards Uchiha. This was far beyond the capability of a mere chunin to handle. Just as Hinata contemplated rushing to his aid, she was taken aback to see Uchiha pointing both hands at the boar herd. In an instant, two of them collapsed. Lifeless. Stunned, she halted her advance. What was happening? How had those two boars suddenly cried out in agony and fallen? The speed of the projectiles Uchiha unleashed was so swift that Hinata barely registered them. Following that, Uchiha shouted continuously, launching his flying projectiles as one by one. The wild boars succumbed, emitting sorrowful cries. As the last three boars fell, Hinata stood frozen, her mouth agape in awe. Such remarkable taijutsu. Not a single wild boar had managed to lay a finger on him. Senior Uchiha was truly formidable. Surely, he possessed at least the strength of a jonin. Hinata was astounded. After 6 or 7 years of toil, Uchiha had become so extraordinarily powerful, his martial prowess rivaling that of a jonin. Through her Byakugan, she discerned that Uchiha had not utilized any chakra. He had executed these skills purely with his physical strength. Unbeknownst to Uchiha, who was oblivious to Hinata's hidden presence in the tree above, he gazed at the moaning and unconscious wild boars scattered around him, feeling a twinge of remorse. After all, these boars had been peacefully living in the woods, having done him no harm, and yet they had suffered at his hands. "My apologies, dear swine," he murmured, a hint of regret crossing his features as he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Uchiha had not dealt a lethal strike. The boars merely sustained minor injuries. Provided no one took advantage of the situation, they would recover swiftly. Approaching the lakeside, Hinata's anxiety surged, for she was concealed in a tree just a few meters above Uchiha. Unaware of her presence, Uchiha wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. I ought to wash up, he thought, catching a whiff of his own sour perspiration. Fortunately, a lake lay nearby, perfect for a refreshing bath. Steam rose from the water's surface, indicating the presence of a hot spring, providing an ideal opportunity for a soak. Donning only a pair of shorts, Uchiha plunged into the water like a fish. On the tree, Hinata Huga, upon witnessing the sudden scene, felt her face flush crimson. Senior Uchiha's physique was truly remarkable. Not only was his face handsome, but he also possessed an impressive 8-pack. What am I even thinking? Whether Senior Uchiha is handsome or has an 8-pack is of no concern to me. Hinata's bashful head seemed to emit steam. Before long, Uchiha emerged from the lake, clutching 2 large crabs. To her surprise, such sizable crabs could be found in this lake. Ascending the bank with the crabs, Uchiha remarked that he had expended considerable energy and intended to replenish it with these. He collected some dry twigs, arranged them, and ignited a fire. He skewered the crabs onto a clean stick and placed them over the flames to roast. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. What was that? Something fell from the sky and landed directly before him. What could it be? Uchiha heard a sharp scream and, lowering his gaze, beheld an astonishing sight. Before him was a face flushed with embarrassment. Hinata Huga? Uchiha was utterly bewildered. How could she have fallen from the sky? Surely, she hadn't seen him. No, she must not have seen him. Dressed neatly, Uchiha gently shook the unconscious Hinata awake. Tell me, Hinata, how did you end up here? Hinata awoke to find Uchiha right before her, and her face instantly reddened again, her dreams filled with that moment. I didn't mean to peek. Though her cheeks were aflame, she did not faint again. Instead, she curled up to the side, casting shy glances at Uchiha, avoiding direct eye contact. So, you did see it? No. Hinata shook her head vigorously, yet her mind replayed that scene incessantly. I have yet to be seen by a girl, so Hinata, you must take responsibility. Uchiha feigned seriousness. What? Responsibility? Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Uchiha. Yes, indeed, responsibility. Uchiha nodded solemnly. But I'm not grown up yet. How could I take responsibility? Well then, we shall wait until you mature to take responsibility. Chapter 10. Successfully replicating Hinata Huga. After escorting Hinata back to the Huga residence, Uchiha turned with a smile and walked away. Hinata watched his retreating figure, her emotions a whirlwind of shyness and melancholy. Had she inadvertently become someone else's tonight? It felt as if everything was merely a dream. Surely, Senior Uchiha was jesting. Yet the roasted crabs and fish he prepared were exquisite. Upon waking, Uchiha had not done anything untoward. Instead, he treated her to delicious roasted fish and crabs. This greatly enhanced her fondness for him, but the mere thought of what she had witnessed made her cheeks flush anew. She felt embarrassed, shy, and utterly mortified, wishing she could instantly disappear into the ground. Fortunately, he lost consciousness at the very moment. Otherwise, he could not fathom what might have transpired in that scene. Upon returning home, Uchiha felt an overwhelming sense of joy, not merely for having teased Hinata Hyuga, but because he had finally managed to replicate all her ninjutsu within the hour she lay unconscious. He clasped Hinata's delicate hand, utilizing the Divine Hand's ability to thoroughly absorb her ninjutsu and taijutsu over the course of 1 hour. As for the Byakugan, his Divine Hand was still in its nascent stage, rendering him incapable of replicating the power of this bloodline limit. Despite the inability to acquire the Byakugan, Uchiha felt no regret. After all, time was on his side, and he would eventually be able to replicate its abilities. He had inquired with the system, which confirmed that the replicated abilities would not overwrite one another, alleviating his concerns about potentially losing the Byakugan's capabilities when he later acquired the Sharingan. Each replicated ability existed independently, thus he need not worry about any interferences. Uchiha then opened his attributes page. Host, Uchiha. Gender, male. Race, human. Taijutsu, body flicker, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, gale foot, 6 styles of finger gun, 8 trigrams 32 palms of gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms of gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms of guardian, gentle step twin lion fist, 8 trigrams air palm, 8 trigrams air wall palm, 8 trigrams twin lion buster. Ninjutsu, palm sage technique, 4 corners ceiling barrier, perception technique, magical tree binding kill, illusionary 3 cherry blossoms, illusionary absolute lotus, illusionary mirage, illusionary Naruto doppelganger, falling cherry blossom technique, evil ceiling technique, bloodline limit, dojutsu, summoning beast, bloodline elimination, bloodline network. In the Hokage building, Yuzuki Yuin knelt before Tsunade, reporting on her observations of Uchiha. Mastering formidable taijutsu, he single-handedly defeated dozens of wild boars without a scratch. Tsunade's expression showed a flicker of surprise upon hearing Yuin's account. The records on Uchiha did not indicate that he possessed such extraordinary physical skills. It appeared that this fortune-teller had long concealed his true capabilities. Had they not sent someone to monitor him, he might have continued to remain hidden. It seemed prudent to maintain surveillance on him. Yuin would need to continue her efforts in this regard. Understood. The masked Yuzuki Yuin nodded respectfully. Lady Hokage, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Yuin hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the incident witnessed by Hinata Hyuga. What is it? Tsunade inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Yuin decided to speak. Did he do it intentionally? Tsunade responded, it does not seem deliberate. During Hinata's unconscious state, he did not engage in any inappropriate actions, merely holding her hand for an entire hour. It is quite peculiar that he chose to grasp Hinata's hand for that length of time without pursuing other actions, especially when he had ample opportunity to do so. At noon today, he held the delicate hand of his dear friend, Hinata Hyuga, for an entire hour. Could it be true, as he inscribed upon the wooden board, that he possesses the ability to divine? Does he merely grasp others' hands as a means of fortune-telling? If he indeed has such a gift, his clasp of Hinata's hand must have been for that purpose. I have gleaned some insights from Hiashi regarding this matter. Tsunade felt an increasing aura of mystery surrounding Uchiha, an ordinary chunin. Yuin, return to rest, and continue monitoring Uchiha tomorrow, she instructed. Understood. Yuin nodded and vanished in an instant. As Yuin departed, Tsunade retrieved Uchiha's dossier from her drawer and began to examine it meticulously. In recent years, based on Jeriah's intelligence, a group known as Akatsuki has been making increasingly frequent appearances. Jeriah senses a formidable threat emanating from Akatsuki. Having inadvertently learned of Uchiha's abilities, coupled with his various actions, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was as though a looming crisis enveloped the village of Konoha. At the Yuhi residence, a figure appeared in an instant. Ah, Yuin, your timing is impeccable. Let us 3 sisters enjoy a bath together, exclaimed Yuhi Kurumi, as she playfully draped her arm around Yuin's neck, chuckling heartily. Do you have no missions tonight? Inquired Yuhi Hinata curiously, knowing that an elite Anbu like Yuin is often swamped with duties and seldom has time to spare. I just finished a mission, hence my arrival. Yuin replied, removing her mask to reveal a beautifully refined visage. Enough talk, let us bathe together. Kurumi urged eagerly. It has been ages since we had a proper contest. Tonight is perfect for determining whose buoyancy reigns supreme. A contest? I am not afraid, Yuin declared, puffing out her chest with confidence. Clearly, my buoyancy surpasses yours, you. Little Kurumi and little Hinata cannot possibly compare to my grand stature. Hinata inhaled deeply, puffing out her chest as well. In the hot spring, the truth shall be revealed. No amount of breath-holding will suffice, Kurumi remarked. Then let us see who prevails in the hot spring, they agreed, their gazes sharp and unwavering. Each determined not to concede to the other. There was no need for measurements. The one who floated best in the spring would be deemed the victor. Without further ado, they fixed their steely gazes upon one another and resolutely made their way to the hot spring. Standing at the edge of the spring, Kurumi shot a glare at Hinata and Yuin. Let us shed our clothing slowly, she suggested, savoring the moment as she admired her reflection before stepping into the bath. Yuin and Hinata, undeterred, followed suit and entered the bath as well. Chapter 11. A reunion with Hinata Huga at the Huga household in the training hall. Two figures engaged in a spirited duel. Their movements were swift and dynamic. Soon, they separated. Let us call it a day, Niji Huga said, observing his cousin Hinata, who was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Thank you, Niji, for being my sparring partner, Hinata said, bowing slightly. You are still too weak. As the Chunin exams approached, Hinata Huga felt a sense of urgency. If you continue like this, I suggest you consider giving up, Niji Huga remarked as he walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Hinata's resolve solidified. She silently vowed, I will master this completely. I will earn your recognition, brother Niji. Yet, doubts crept into her mind. I am still so inept. Compared to the genius that is brother Niji, I remain far behind. Perhaps it is indeed best for him to inherit the main family. Reflecting on her current predicament, a wave of melancholy washed over her. If only I possessed the prowess of Senior Yuki, perhaps I could prove myself to brother Niji. The thought of Yuki sent a blush to Hinata's cheeks as memories of fainting beneath him flooded her mind. Why do I keep recalling that moment? She lamented, covering her face in embarrassment. I must forget. As dawn broke, Yuki had risen early. A shadow silently appeared in a secluded corner. Observing Yuki as he busied himself in the courtyard, the observer was none other than Yuzuki Yugao, tasked with monitoring Yuki. Unbeknownst to him, Yuki remained blissfully unaware of Yugao's hidden presence as he prepared breakfast, combining lean meat and chopped green onions to make a savory porridge. After boiling the rice, he added the meat, followed by a dash of oil and salt, finishing it off with a sprinkle of green onions. Once he served himself a bowl, he added a splash of soy sauce and savored the delightful dish. The flavor is quite pleasing. If only I had some century egg to enhance it further, he mused, feeling a slight pang of regret. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Yugao felt somewhat vexed by the delicious aroma wafting from Yuki's porridge. She recalled the tantalizing scent of the grilled fish and crabs from the previous day, nearly making her salivate. Oblivious to Yugao's cravings, Yuki continued to relish his meal. After finishing his porridge, Yuki did not head to his fortune-telling stall, but returned to the lakeside from the previous day. He scanned the area, searching for the wild boars he had encountered earlier. However, after a lengthy search, he found no trace of them. It seems my earlier encounter frightened them away, he sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the loss of his training partners. Just then, as he sought a new training companion, he was startled by a sudden shout. Who could that be? He wondered, following the sound. It was not far off, just around the next bend. Yuki leaped onto a large tree and swiftly vaulted over several more, finally spotting the source of the voice by the lake. There stood Hinata, a petite figure clad in a form-fitting training outfit that accentuated her graceful physique. Indeed, among the 12 young talents, Hinata was the most developed of the girls. No wonder. In the original work, when taking a hot spring with Haruno Sakura, she would float, leaving Sakura feeling self-conscious and distressed. Hinata Huga was so engrossed in her practice that she did not notice the arrival of Yuna. She was honing her unique physical techniques on the water, resembling a beautiful sprite dancing gracefully. Yuna rested her chin in her hand, quietly admiring her, not wishing to interrupt Hinata. After about half an hour, Hinata finally paused. Seeing her stop, Yuna leapt down from the tree, exclaiming, "Oh, good morning." Startled by Yuna's sudden appearance, Hinata resembled a frightened little rabbit, hurriedly hiding herself in a patch of grass, concealing her alluring figure. Why Yuna, what are you doing here? Hinata stuttered, glancing anxiously at the clothes beside Yuna. Having changed into a fitted training outfit for her practice, she had left her ordinary clothes aside. I am here because you are here, Yuna replied with a smile. Why are you hiding? Come on out. I'm not a ferocious beast. I one tea bite. Hinata blushed deeply, feeling embarrassed about her attire. Unable to muster the courage to emerge. Tentatively, she peeked out from her hiding place, shyly shaking her head. If you don't come out, I will come in. Yuna teased. Please no? Hinata said nervously, covering her chest with her hands, her heart racing inexplicably. Yuna was not a shameless rogue. She was merely teasing the shy girl. How about this? I'll bring your clothes over, and you treat me to lunch today? Okay. Relieved that Yuna did not force the issue, Hinata nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yuna picked up the clothes and placed them on the grass, then turned back to her spot. Hurry up. Hinata cautiously picked up the clothes, glancing at Yuna to ensure she was not peeking, and quickly changed. Before long, she emerged from the grass, moving slowly. Are you ready? Yes. At the sound of her voice, Yuna turned to see Hinata, her head bowed, and smiled gently. You were practicing here yesterday too, weren't you? Yes, Hinata nodded. Why do you practice here in secret, little Hinata? Surely your home has ample training grounds? Yuna asked curiously. Hinata wanted to say something, but hesitated. Observing her expression and recalling the original text, Yuna began to understand. Don't worry, little Hinata. You will surely make your father proud. You are a prodigy, and one day, you will earn everyone's recognition. Yuna stepped forward, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. Yuna-senpai, can you teach me the physical techniques? The ones you used against the wild boar yesterday. I want to learn. Please teach me, Yuna-senpai. Hinata Huga bowed deeply before Yushikiya. In Chapter 12, showcasing the 6 styles, Yushikiya stared blankly at Hinata, who was bent in such a profound bow. The depth of her bow revealed a certain curvature, which he observed clearly. Yushikiya swallowed hard, remaining silent for a long while. Is this inappropriate? Have I overstepped? My apologies, Senior Shikiya. Seeing that Yushikiya was at a loss for words, Hinata felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Had she been too greedy? Such formidable martial arts could never be bestowed upon an outsider like her. Even the secret techniques of the Huga clan were passed down solely through generations, never shared with outsiders. Clearing her throat, Hinata straightened up, and Yushikiya finally returned from his reverie of admiration. Of course, I can teach the lovely little Hinata. What? Senior Shikiya, you are willing to teach me? Hinata could hardly believe her ears. Yushikiya confirmed with a firm nod. Yes, I am willing to instruct you, little Hinata. Do you understand? I cannot thank you enough, Senior Shikiya. Hinata bowed deeply once more. In that instant, Yushikiya caught sight of the curvature again, stirring a tumult within him. Hinata's eyes sparkled with joy, her face alight with surprise, completely oblivious to her own inadvertent exposure, inadvertently benefiting Yushikiya. When will you teach me, Senior Shikiya? Hinata looked at him with eager anticipation. Anytime, Yushikiya replied, having discreetly inquired whether the 6 styles could be cultivated by individuals from the Naruto world, receiving a positive response along with detailed training methods. Let us begin right here. Yushikiya smiled. I am immensely grateful, Senior Shikiya. You are truly wonderful. Hinata's face radiated excitement. Not only had Yushikiya encouraged her, calling her a genius, but he was also willing to teach her powerful martial arts, which touched her deeply. It is truly delightful to have you, Senior Shikiya. Do not be too courteous. My future wife. Teaching my future wife is a duty of a husband, Yushikiya said earnestly. How annoying, Senior Shikiya. You love to tease me. Hinata blushed in response. Being with Yushikiya made Hinata feel at ease, allowing her to forget her worries effortlessly. Yet, there were moments that felt awkward and shy, but those were merely accidents. Overall, Yushikiya was wonderful, caring, and encouraging. Just yesterday, seeing her hunger, he had even gone into the water to catch several large crabs and fatty fish to roast for her. Now let us focus on martial arts. First, I will explain the techniques I demonstrated yesterday. There are 6 styles in total: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, storm leg, and finger gun. The techniques I used on the wild boar yesterday were finger gun and paper drawing. Allow me to demonstrate these 6 styles for you, little Hinata. Approaching a tree, Yushikiya prepared to showcase the first technique, with Hinata attentively watching by his side. Yukichiya extended his index finger, stating, "Behold, this is the close-range finger gun." His gaze sharpened as he swiftly jabbed his finger forward and then withdrew it. With a thunderous sound, a large hole was blasted through the tree before him. This exemplified close-range damage. Next came the demonstration of long-range damage, which I believe you witnessed yesterday, Hinata, transforming his finger into a gun-like shape. Yuki aimed at another distant tree. A beam of azure light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing the tree with astonishing speed. Wow, that's incredible. Hinata Huga activated her Byakugan, clearly observing that Yuki had not utilized any chakra, achieving this feat solely through his physical prowess. This indicated that even in the midst of battle, when chakra was depleted, one could still rely on such physical techniques to fight. Mastering this technique allowed for both ranged and close combat. Yuki retracted his finger gun, signaling the next exercise, paper drawing. Hinata, please attack me. Is that all right? I'm afraid of hurting you, Senior Chia. Rest assured, unleash your full potential without worry. Here I come. Hinata assumed her stance and shouted as she lunged at Yuki. With a graceful movement akin to a leaf dancing in the wind, Yuki evaded her palm strike effortlessly. Observing this, Hinata pressed on with a series of attacks, yet Yuki dodged each one with ease. All right, that will suffice. After evading several strikes, Yuki called for a halt. Hinata, your speed is too slow. Even if you continued attacking, you wouldn't lay a finger on me. Senior Chia, you are truly remarkable. I never expected your sturdy physique to execute movements more fluid than those of a girl. Despite not landing a single hit on Yuki, Hinata's spirit remained undaunted, her determination only intensifying. If she could master this technique, she would be able to evade all of Niji's attacks. However, this technique was not invincible. Against an opponent with keen insight and speed, complete evasion was not guaranteed. Thus, mastering the timing of its execution was crucial, as over-reliance could easily lead to counterattacks from the enemy. Of course, as long as you possess sharper insight and speed than your opponent, they will be led by your whims. I will strive to improve, Hinata declared resolutely. Come here, Hinata. Yuki beckoned her over. What is it? Hinata approached Yuki with a hint of suspicion. Yuki smiled gently at her before suddenly lifting her in a princess carry. Ah, what are you doing, Senior Chia? Hinata exclaimed, startled by his unexpected action, struggling slightly. Be still, I'm merely demonstrating the next technique. Yuki gave her a reassuring look. Hold on tight, we're going to soar. He winked at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Moonstep. With that, Yuki leapt into the air, propelling himself skyward like a rocket. Are we flying? Lying in the embrace of Yukiana, Hinata Huga gazed in astonishment at the ground receding into the distance. This was not flying, to be precise. It was a form of running, treading upon the very air itself. Yukiana held Hinata aloft, reaching a considerable altitude, pausing mid-air as if suspended in time. Had she ever soared to such heights? Was the scenery not breathtaking? Chapter 13. Profound Memories. To be whisked away into the sky by an exceptionally handsome man in a princess carry was an exhilarating experience. Hinata never imagined she would find herself in such a scenario, lying in Yukiana's arms, looking down upon the earth, her heart racing with both thrill and trepidation, mingled with an overwhelming sense of shyness. Such audacity. He had taken her to the skies on a whim. Although it was merely a demonstration of his martial prowess, there was no need for him to bring her along. The unexpected thrill left her clinging tightly to Yukiana's waist, pressed against him for fear of plummeting to the ground. Amidst the rush of exhilaration and anxiety, Hinata recalled the words he had spoken when they first met, foretelling that her future husband would be a heroic figure who treads upon clouds of radiant colors. Could this be him? Hinata's gaze inadvertently lingered on Yukiana's striking features, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. Alas, my strength falters. Little Hinata, you have grown too heavy. I cannot bear it any longer. As the words left her mouth, Yukiana's form plummeted like a powerless aircraft, descending straight downwards. Caught in a whirlwind of unexpected emotions, Hinata's face drained of color at this sudden turn of events, prompting her to scream in alarm, clinging even more tightly to Yukiana. Her complexion paled, resembling a sloth, firmly attached to Yukiana's front, her wide eyes shut tightly, unwilling to gaze upon the perilous descent. Yukiana's lips curled into a grin, finally experiencing the joy of a motorcycle boy taking a girl for a ride. Under his deliberate control, the two descended like a rocket stripped of its power, accelerating towards the ground. Forgive me, little Hinata, for I have brought you into this predicament. Had I not carried you into the sky, you would not be falling with me. If there is a next life, I, Yukiana, shall surely take you as my wife. A solemn expression crossed his face as he looked at Hinata, guilt etched upon his features. It was my fault. Had I not requested you, Senior Kiana, to teach me martial arts, none of this would have transpired. I am truly sorry, Senior Kiana. Hinata, with her kind and gentle nature, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion upon hearing his words and sought to console him, attributing all blame to herself, completely unaware of the amusement flickering in someone's eyes. To embrace little Hinata in the face of death, I, Kiana, would consider my life fulfilled. I apologize, Senior Kiana, in my moment of panic. I could not help but cling to you. No matter, it is an honor to have a delightful little Hinata hanging on to me before my demise. Upon hearing Kiana's words, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, and her panic began to dissipate. Senior Kiana, do you have something in your pocket? Kiana chuckled awkwardly, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, there is nothing at all. However, I distinctly encountered something just now, did I not? Hinata Huga, filled with suspicion, extended her hand and touched it, immediately sensing its soft texture. Is it bread? Hinata pondered as she squeezed the remnants from Yushikiya's pocket. The leftover bread from this morning will be yours, little Hinata, if we are fortunate enough to survive, Yushikiya remarked with a smile. By the lakeside, Yuzuki Yuin, who had been stealthily observing Yushikiya, watched the two plummet from the sky, enviously exclaiming, young people truly know how to have fun. This date is incredibly thrilling. She pondered whether such a high fall might prove fatal. As she analyzed the situation, concern crept in. The descent of the pair showed no signs of slowing. The lake awaited below, and should they fall, they would likely survive. She resolved that in the worst-case scenario, she could dive in and rescue them. Having devised a plan, Yuzuki Yuin remained motionless, her task being to discreetly monitor Yushikiya without revealing herself. Perhaps due to a previous experience, this time, the blushing Hinata did not lose consciousness. She merely felt flushed, her head nestled tightly in Yushikiya's embrace, unwilling to show herself. She was unaware of why such exhilarating events seemed to occur since meeting him. Holding Hinata securely, Yushikiya wore a broad smile. After such an exhilarating and unforgettable experience, even if one wished to forget, it would be impossible. This marked a splendid beginning, etching an indelible memory. As the two neared the surface, Yushikiya discreetly adjusted his footing, slowing their descent. Yet, he had no intention of halting altogether. They continued to fall. He aimed to create a deeply memorable moment for Hinata. With a tremendous splash, they plunged into the lake. Descending further into the clear waters, their eyes met. Hinata, gazing wide-eyed at Yushikiya, released bubbles from her mouth, caught unprepared and quickly running out of breath. Yushikiya smiled at her, then, to Hinata's astonishment, abruptly sealed her lips with his. Hinata's mind went blank, stunned by the unexpected act. Completely taken aback, she found herself momentarily frozen. Her thoughts halted as her eyes widened in surprise. Yushikiya maintained the kiss as he propelled them upward with his legs. Not far away, Yuzuki Yuin, who had jumped into the water to rescue them, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment upon witnessing the scene. The couple was happily kissing. Her worries had been for naught, and she had soaked herself in the process. Silently, Yuzuki Yuin retreated, emerging from the water, glancing at her drenched form. Drenched to the bone, how could she possibly continue her surveillance? Mitsuki Sayaka inwardly chastised herself for her foolishness. Why had she not removed her outer garment before descending? Now, with the task still incomplete, she would have to endure the discomfort of being soaked while lurking in the shadows. Yu Nakanishi remained oblivious to Sayaka's presence. He had blocked Hinata Hanabi's path, gently guiding her as they ascended to the surface of the water, before reluctantly releasing her. Hinata gazed at Yu with a peculiar expression. Had her first kiss truly been stolen away? The precious moment she had guarded for over a decade was now lost. Are you all right, little Hinata? I apologize for startling you. You lifted Hinata from the water and carried her to the large tree where she had collapsed earlier, gently setting her down. Chapter 14. The matter of drying clothes. Hinata felt an intense heat radiating from her body. Her drenched clothes were almost steaming. Sitting beneath the tree, her face flushed crimson, her mind a blank, she cast furtive glances at you, unable to meet his gaze directly. You kindled a campfire, removed his shirt, and propped it on a branch beside the flames to dry. Your clothes are soaked too, little Hinata. Why not take them off and let them dry by the fire? We wouldn't want you to catch a cold, he suggested, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked at her. Hinata, her cheeks burning, hesitated to remove her outer garment. What would they think, a man and a woman in this remote wilderness? If someone were to see them, it might lead to misunderstandings. Oh right, Don't you have a dry training outfit, little Hinata? You could change into that while I go down to the lake to gather some food. I'll dive in now. Please change quickly, or I'll feel guilty if you catch a cold. With that, you stripped down to his underwear and leapt into the lake. Watching him disappear beneath the surface, Hinata pondered her options. Despite her embarrassment, she retrieved her training outfit and slipped away into the nearby bushes to change. Once she had shed her damp outer layer and caught sight of her equally soaked undergarments and chest armor, she hesitated. Should she also dry those? After some contemplation, prioritizing her health, Hinata decided to remove them as well, planning to put them back on once they were dry. They were small and would dry quickly. Dressed in her training outfit, without the undergarments and chest armor, Hinata felt a surprising sense of comfort, even more so than before. She adjusted her attire carefully, ensuring it was secure, and then emerged from the foliage. Are you ready, little Hinata? You greeted her with a smile while holding 2 large crabs, bound to a branch and roasting over the fire. Yes, Hinata replied, her gaze darting as she approached the campfire. She set up a makeshift rack with a branch to dry her soaked clothes. You had been diligently turning the crabs over the fire, but upon spotting 2 items, his blood surged with excitement. Underwear? Chest armor? Had little Hinata truly removed all her clothing? Did that mean she was currently wearing nothing underneath? His eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Hinata Huga would remove both her panties and chest armor. Perhaps sensing the gaze of Nanaya, Hinata hastily used her outer garment to shield the items from view, ensuring that you could not see them from across the campfire unless he approached their side. With Hinata blocking the view, you felt a twinge of regret. After all, those were the very garments worn by the petite Hinata, seated across the fire from you. Hinata rested her delicate hands near the flames to warm them, occasionally stealing glances at Yu's serious yet charming face. What kind of person are you, senpai? She pondered, feeling a surge of unfamiliar emotions as she gazed at him. What could this feeling be? Hinata found herself at a loss for words. Here, for you, Hinata, you said, presenting her with 2 freshly roasted crabs. Won't you eat, senpai? Hinata inquired, her brow furrowing in suspicion. I'll dive down for a couple more. For now, you should enjoy these and replenish your energy to warm yourself, you replied gently. Thank you, senpai. Hinata felt deeply touched by Yu's considerate words. It was rare for anyone to show such genuine concern for her. Go ahead and eat, you said, affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair with a smile before turning and diving back into the lake. Before long, you resurfaced with 2 more large crabs, securing them to a branch to roast. Meanwhile, hiding not far away, Yuzuki watched the 2 by the fire, feeling a surge of resentment as they enjoyed the warmth and delicious crab meat. Why was she left to endure the cold and hunger alone? Unbeknownst to you, a discontented presence lurked nearby, monitoring him while shivering from the cold. After finishing the crabs, you resumed demonstrating several techniques for Hinata. There are 3 more, body flicker, iron block, and gale foot. Standing by the lake in his shorts, you calmly explained, the body flicker technique is akin to the instant body technique in ninjutsu, allowing one to swiftly move behind an enemy to launch an attack. As he spoke, a gust of wind swirled, and his figure suddenly appeared behind Hinata. Little Hinata, you said, gently patting her head from behind. That was so fast. I didn't even see how you got there, senpai? Hinata exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. You'll be able to do this too one day, you smiled reassuringly. Now, let me demonstrate another technique. The iron block technique allows your body to become as hard as iron, enabling you to withstand various attacks from enemies. Go ahead, strike me with all your might. You patted his chest, encouraging Hinata to hit him. Is that really appropriate? Senpai, I'm afraid I might hurt you, she replied hesitantly. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Just go ahead and attack, you urged. No, I don't want to hit you, senpai. Hinata continued to shake her head. Well, if you don't wish to strike, then let us leave it at that. Uchiha originally intended to demonstrate his indomitable resilience to Hinata Huga. However, since Hinata was unwilling to engage in combat with him, he decided to forego that display. After all, he was not a masochist who relished being struck by others. Instead, he opted to showcase his ultimate technique, the gale leg. With a swift motion, Uchiha executed a high-speed displacement and, in a mere instant, arrived at the lakeside. The gale leg unleashed a powerful strike as he cleaved the air with his leg, sending a razor-sharp wave emanating from his thigh. The resulting shockwave was unstoppable, cleaving through the entire surface of the lake. My heavens! Hinata gasped in disbelief as she witnessed the miraculous scene before her. The entire lake had been bisected. Senior Chia, your martial prowess is truly astonishing. Her face was a canvas of shock and admiration, her gaze filled with unreserved reverence for Uchiha. Without the application of a single ounce of chakra, he had effortlessly sliced through the lake's surface. Such extraordinary martial techniques could only be rivaled by the esteemed Might Guy's 8 Gates. The fact that Senior Chia, at such a tender age, had developed such formidable skills was nothing short of miraculous. Hinata looked at Uchiha with stars in her eyes, marveling at his incredible strength. He was undeniably a genius. The remarkable technique he had just demonstrated ignited within her an eagerness to learn. She could already envision the astonished expressions on her father's and Niji's faces once she mastered it herself. Chapter 15. A little fawn in a flurry, all right. The demonstration is complete. Now, let us begin our training. Little Hinata, stand up and practice kicking 1,000 times. Uchiha instructed as he donned his shorts and settled by the campfire, gesturing for Hinata to rise and commence her training. Understood. Hinata's eyes sparkled with determination, momentarily forgetting her state of vulnerability. As she stood, Uchiha was immediately struck by her perfect silhouette, accentuated by her snug training attire. He felt his blood surge with fervor. If this young lady were to mature further, he vowed he would cherish her dearly. Hinata was growing rapidly, and even at her young age, she was undeniably captivating. Nevertheless, Uchiha envisioned her as his future wife, and he would never dream of causing her harm. He sought to nurture a profound bond, allowing their relationship to flourish naturally. Yet, despite his intentions, Uchiha knew it was prudent to appreciate the beauty before him. Hinata diligently followed his instructions, practicing her kicks while Uchiha observed her graceful form with keen interest. The allure of her movements was undeniably enchanting. Senior Chia, I have completed 1,000 kicks, Hinata announced breathlessly half an hour later, standing beside him, drenched in sweat, eagerly awaiting his next command. Now, switch to the other leg and perform another 1,000 kicks, Uchiha replied with a serious tone. All right, Hinata acknowledged, moving to the side to continue her training. Raise your legs a bit higher and exert a more vigorous force. Avoid brute strength. Instead, control the power of your kicks, ensuring each strike maintains an equal intensity. Keep your body upright and your chest out, while simultaneously preserving your balance. You must master the strength within every part of your body. And do not tilt your head or lean. Fix your gaze forward and refrain from constantly looking at me, for there are no adornments upon my face. Uchiha said with utmost seriousness. I understand, Hinata Huga shyly replied, feeling the weight of Uchiha's gaze upon her, which heightened her embarrassment. She suddenly recalled that her modesty was being challenged by her attire, as her small undergarments and chest armor were still drying nearby. With such substantial movements, Hinata felt as if she were entirely exposed, as if all her secrets were laid bare. She wished to pause, to don her undergarments and chest armor before continuing her practice, but the earnest expression on Uchiha's face deterred her from halting. Thus, she pressed on, maintaining her posture and executing high kicks. At last, after another half hour, Hinata completed yet another 1,000 kicks. Her legs felt as though they belonged to another. Numb and stiff with fatigue, sweat drenched her from head to toe, yet thankfully her training attire was black and opaque, sparing her from any accidental exposure. Observing Hinata, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Uchiha felt a pang of compassion. System, is there a method for rapid mastery? Something akin to the enlightenment bestowed upon me. Enabling Hinata to swiftly grasp the 6 naval techniques, Uchiha silently pondered, concerned that if Hinata continued at this pace, she might develop prominent pectoral muscles, which would not be ideal. After all, she was destined to be his future partner, and he could not allow her form to be compromised. Special requirements detected, task triggered. Duplicate 6 types of physical techniques or ninjutsu to receive 6 disposable 6 naval techniques enlightenment cards. Reminder, each card corresponds to a specific technique, allowing any recipient to proficiently master the respective skill. From this moment forth, for each physical technique or ninjutsu the host duplicates. A card representing one of the 6 techniques will be randomly awarded until all have been obtained. How splendid. Truly, this is a remarkable advantage. I am quite pleased. It seems I shall seek out some young ladies to discuss life aspirations for the sake of my future wife, he mused. Are you tired? Come, sit down, he said, feeling relieved at having resolved the potential issue of his future wife developing masculine muscles. Senior Chia, what shall we do next? I can still push through, Hinata declared with determination. No need for anything further right now. Come over and rest well. You are drenched in sweat and panting heavily, and you cannot overexert yourself. Fatigue can hinder your growth, and you are still in a period of development. While exercise is essential, rest is equally important. Balance is key. If your training adversely affects my future little wife's development, I would rather refrain from instructing you, Yuchie said earnestly. I am in good health, and it will not hinder my growth. Look at me. I have grown quite large already. Please continue to assist me in my training. Senior Yuki. Upon hearing that Yuki would not guide her to the next step of her training, but instead suggested she rest, Hinata Huga felt a surge of impatience. She puffed out her chest to demonstrate that she had indeed matured significantly. Hinata yearned for sufficient strength to prove herself to her father and her brother Niji, seeking their acknowledgement. Every moment spent on her training was of utmost importance to her. Yuki was momentarily taken aback by Hinata's boldness. Young lady, you are certainly tempting me with such attire. Is this truly appropriate? He thought. If you were of age, I would not hesitate to take decisive action. Taking a deep breath, Yuki slowly replied, I have discovered a new method of training for you, one that will allow you to progress rapidly without enduring excessive hardship. I require a bit of preparation time. Thus, your task now is to be obedient. Should you choose to be disobedient, I shall withhold my teachings. Yuki's expression turned slightly stern. He could not indulge her unruly behavior. Please do not withhold your teachings. I shall be obedient. Seeing Yuki's displeased demeanor, Hinata promptly acquiesced. That is more like it. Come sit here, Yuki said with a hint of a smile. Hinata approached slowly and obediently settled beside him. Look at you, still putting on a brave face while struggling to walk. Your legs must be sore and numb, Yuki remarked, lifting Hinata's long legs and resting them upon his thigh. What are you doing, Senior Yuki? Hinata's expression turned tense. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she gazed at him in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Was he about to consume her? Her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding faster and faster. Should she resist or acquiesce? What should she do? Her mind was a blank slate. Chapter 16, A True Awakening. His long legs were clad in a layer of black stockings. Yuki's gaze was serene as his hands gently began to massage. In his past life, Yuki had learned various massage techniques. As he continued, Hinata gradually felt her numbed legs becoming more comfortable, the rigid pain dissipating slowly. The sensation on her thighs was so soothing that Hinata could not help but emit soft sighs of relief. She leaned slowly against Yuki's shoulder, and under his skilled hands, she drifted into slumber. When Hinata awoke, the sun had begun to set, casting a golden hue over the horizon. She felt as though she had experienced a long dream, one in which she soared through the skies alongside a magnificent hero, adorned in golden armor, treading upon clouds of vibrant colors. You are awake, little Hinata, Yuki remarked, noticing the movement in his arms as the beautiful girl stirred from her slumber. Have you been holding me this entire time? As Hinata Huga found herself enveloped in the embrace of Yuki Nanaya, her cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to hastily rise from his arms. She glanced at the horizon, where the sun had begun its descent, casting a warm glow over the twilight sky. I couldn't bear to wake you, as you seemed so peacefully asleep, Yuki remarked with a gentle smile. Forgive me, Senior Yuki. It is entirely my fault for having you sit with me all afternoon. Not at all. I thoroughly enjoy having a sleeping beauty nestled in my arms. Now that your clothes are dry, let's change and head back. If we linger any longer, we shall lose our way. Yuki stood and stretched, revealing a perfect set of abdominal muscles. Despite his robust physique, holding Hinata for an entire afternoon had left him somewhat stiff. After easing his muscles, he donned his dried attire without hesitation. Blushing deeply, Hinata clutched her undergarments and chest armor as she approached a familiar patch of grass. Senior Yuki, do not peek. Upon hearing her words, Yuki smirked playfully and teased. While you were in slumber, I had already seen everything. Hinata's face turned beet red and she fainted, collapsing to the ground. What happened, little Hinata? Yuki inquired anxiously, noticing the sudden commotion. Silence enveloped the grassy area. Oh no, could something have gone wrong? He rushed into the patch, only to find Hinata in her training attire, unconscious and blushing. Without delay, Yuki lifted her gently and retrieved her scattered garments to shield her from the chill. After ensuring her modesty, he lightly tapped her cheek, calling, "Hey, little Hinata, wake up." Drowsily, Hinata stirred. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Yuki chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Did you truly take it to heart?" Fainting from embarrassment, "As expected of you, little Hinata." Now, however, I have indeed seen everything. Finally regaining her senses, Hinata's gaze fell upon the clothing that barely concealed her, causing her to swoon once more. Hey, 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 Yuki exclaimed, shaking her gently. "If you faint again, I might just have to dress you myself." In a bid to prevent further fainting spells, he urged, "Quickly, get dressed." After what felt like an eternity, Hinata emerged, fully clothed, standing before Yuki. "Thank you for not teasing me, Senior Yuki. Currently, you do not pique my interest. However, once you mature a bit more, I shall certainly tease you," she replied playfully. Yuki affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. "Let us go. I will escort you home." Upon arriving at the village center, Hinata proposed, "How about I treat you to dinner tonight, Senior Yuki?" She remembered her promise to invite him for a meal. "Perhaps we shall save that for another day," he suggested amicably. "One day, when little Hinata has bathed, perhaps she will invite me to dinner." Uchiha pinched his nose. For today he had sweated profusely. He should hurry home to freshen up. Upon hearing this, Hinata Huga sniffed her delicate hand and exclaimed, "Ah, it smells quite sour. See you tomorrow, Senior Uchiha." She waved at him before hastily disappearing from sight. What an utterly adorable creature. I find her delightful. Will we meet again tomorrow? As Uchiha gazed at Hinata's vanishing silhouette, a smile spread across his face. Whistling cheerfully, he made his way home. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a figure appeared before him. "Hey, where have you been? I've been searching for you all day." Mitsurushi Azuki glared at Uchiha, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. "Azuki, what could this bold lady want with him?" Uchiha looked at her in surprise, confusion etched on his face. Why was she glaring at him? He couldn't recall having offended her. "Big Sister Azuki, what is the matter? I don't believe I have wronged you," he queried. Bewildered. "You made me search for you all day. Do enlighten me. Where have you been? You promised to be my little Red's boyfriend yesterday, and now you vanish without a trace. Are you having second thoughts?" Mitsurushi Azuki replied, her annoyance palpable. "Big Sister Azuki, I have not retracted my promise. I merely practiced in the back mountains today. As long as you haven't changed your mind, come with me at once. Asuma is pestering little Red, and it is time for you, the young stud, to step in." Without allowing any room for dissent, Mitsurushi Azuki seized Uchiha's arm and pulled him in a specific direction. Before long, she led him to a small hotel. Upon entering, Mitsurushi Azuki called out loudly, "Little Red, I've brought your boyfriend." Asuma, who was sipping his drink in a corner, turned towards the voice, puzzled, and said to his companion, "Kurenai Yuhi. That voice sounds like Azuki's. She hasn't changed, still loud and carefree, disregarding the feelings of others." Little did Asuma realize that when Mitsurushi Azuki called out Little Red, she was referring to Kurenai right across from him. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "Azuki, even at her age, cannot seem to temper her boisterous nature. It may prove difficult for her to marry in the future. Kurenai, you are so gentle and beautiful. You know my feelings. Please be with me. I will treat you well from now on." Seizing the opportunity while teasing Mitsurushi Azuki, Asuma once again professed his love to Kurenai. "Asuma, you are a wonderful person, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. I do not harbor any feelings for you. You must understand this," Kurenai replied apologetically. "I will not give up," Asuma insisted, firmly believing that Kurenai must have feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she remain single all these years? "Ah, there you are, Little Red." Mitsurushi Azuki suddenly appeared at the entrance of the booth, grinning widely. "Little Red? Asuma?" The situation became quite awkward for everyone present. Chapter 17. The goddess is taken aback. Asuma was utterly taken aback upon hearing the words of Mitsurushi Akane. The Little Red she mentioned was none other than Yuhi Akane. She had brought along Yuhi's boyfriend? When had Yuhi gotten a boyfriend? Asuma stared at Mitsurushi Akane, his expression one of shock. "You certainly made it challenging for me to find her, Little Red." Mitsurushi chuckled heartily and continued, "Look who I've brought along for you." With that, he pulled in Yuki Shia. "Greetings. You must be Asuma. Yuhi often speaks highly of you. Thank you for always looking out for my little Akane." Yuki, ever affable, approached Asuma and warmly shook his hand. "And you are?" Asuma inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Yuki. "I am Yuki Shia, Yuhi's boyfriend." Yuki released his hand, seamlessly slipping into character as Yuhi's partner, taking a seat beside her and wrapping his arm around her waist. At this gesture, Yui's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this guy really trying to take advantage of the moment? How could this be? Upon hearing Yuki's declaration, Asuma's immediate reaction was disbelief. Yui had always been single. For years, they had gathered every few days, and there had been no whispers of her having a boyfriend, let alone one so youthful. Judging by Yuki's appearance, he could not be older than 20, while Yui was nearing 30. How could she possibly be attracted to such a seemingly naive young man? I cannot believe it. Asuma shook his head. This cannot be true. Oh, I see now. You must be acting, right? You are both putting on a show for my benefit. Asuma, sometimes one must confront reality. You may have feelings for Yui, but she does not return them. Yuki is indeed her boyfriend, and I can vouch for that, Mitsushirashi asserted. No, this is a lie. Tell me this is not true. Asuma's face was a mask of disbelief as he turned towards Yui, wishing fervently she would declare that it was all a fabrication. It is true, Asuma. Yuki is my boyfriend. Yui looked at Asuma, feeling a pang of guilt, yet resolved that this was necessary to prevent further entanglements from him in the future. No, you are deceiving me. I know you too well, Yui. Your eyes betray you, Asuma insisted. Having known Yui for over 20 years, he was intimately familiar with her habitual gestures. Whenever she lied, her right eye would involuntarily blink, and she would avert her gaze, thus revealing her deception to him. Does he not believe me? An idea struck Yuki, realizing he needed to act decisively, or he would never convince Asuma. Suddenly, he leaned in, and to everyone's astonishment, he kissed Yui. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. All eyes widened in disbelief, as if all were sculpted from wood, rendered speechless. Yui thought, what just happened? Mitsushirashi exclaimed, wow, that was quite dramatic. Asuma lamented, my goddess has been taken by another. I haven't even had the chance to touch her. Uchiha took a deep breath, then turned to Asuma with a smile, and said, now do you believe me? No, this can't be real, Asuma replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Just watch closely, this is indeed true. Uchiha audaciously leaned forward once more and planted another kiss on the lips of Hinata. Hinata was left dumbfounded, her face ablaze with embarrassment. I was kissed again? Akatsuki said with a chuckle, haha, little brother, you're truly impressive. Asuma, overwhelmed, slumped helplessly in his seat. Now you see clearly, right? I can openly kiss Hinata, and she did not resist or refuse. This should prove my point. I kindly ask you to refrain from pursuing Hinata any further. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. Shall we go home, Hinata? Uchiha did not allow Hinata the chance to refuse, taking her delicate hand and turning to leave. Home. Hinata was bewildered. Everything was happening too swiftly for her to comprehend Uchiha's intentions. She felt a sense of disorientation, questioning where she was, what she was doing, and who she was. Instinctively, she followed Uchiha as he departed. Observing Hinata leave, Akatsuki also stood up, abandoning his seat to follow. Asuma watched the departing figures, his gaze vacant. His goddess had vanished, taken away by another. Asuma's heart plummeted into a chasm of despair. The goddess he had pursued for over a decade was now claimed before his very eyes by a mere youth. Without her, what was the point of his existence? No, I cannot allow Hinata to be taken from me like this. I must reclaim her. I will challenge that fellow. I will defeat him. Uchiha, I shall see what you are truly capable of. I will not relinquish Hinata so easily. How could he accept the theft of the woman he adored? He had sought Hinata for over a decade, believing that her acceptance was merely a matter of time, so he had remained patient. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected rival had emerged. How could he endure such an affront? A resolute expression crossed Asuma's face. I intend to investigate who you truly are, Uchiha. Rising, he exited the small hotel, heading towards the Hokage building. Uchiha, leading Hinata to a corner, noticed that Asuma had not followed and released her hand. Apologizing, I am truly sorry, Hinata. I acted without your consent. Hinata gazed at Uchiha with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, saying, that was my first kiss. And you took it away so easily. Your first kiss? What a splendid gain. Uchiha felt a surge of joy within. I sincerely apologize, Hinata. Though his heart brimmed with delight, his face displayed genuine remorse. Well done, little brother. You are quite bold to publicly kiss Hinata. Even I, her close friend, have never dared to do such a thing. Yashitai Akane dashed over, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Yashii. She had never anticipated that Yashia would audaciously corner Shiri Hong in public, and even do so twice in succession. It was truly a bold act. I didn't resort to such a stratagem solely to dissuade Asuma from pursuing Sister Hong, Hiashi remarked nonchalantly. Hey, little brother, since you cornered our little Hong, how do you intend to take responsibility for this? Akane playfully hooked her arm around Yashia's neck, half smiling and half questioning. Ah well, Yashia stammered, somewhat bewildered by Akane's insinuation. What does taking responsibility mean? Our little Hong has never been kissed before. That was her first kiss, and you just took it away. Shouldn't you offer some explanation? Akane grinned widely, her gaze unwavering. Then, big sister Akane, what do you suggest? Yashia replied, his expression cheerful as he winked at her. Yashia, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Akane inquired. Yashia shook his head. No, isn't our little Hong beautiful? Akane continued. Yashia nodded. Indeed. Then, since you kissed our beautiful little Hong, don't you think you should be accountable? Akane winked at him. That's different. It was merely a performance for Asuma, Yashia clarified, beginning to grasp Akane's meaning. Regardless of whether it was an act, you still kissed our little Hong and took advantage of the situation. What exactly are you implying? Big sister Akane? My implication is that you must take responsibility and become our little Hong's true boyfriend, Akane said, casting a sly glance at Shiri Hong. Her tone a blend of jest and mild threat. That seems rather inappropriate. Yashia chuckled internally. The thought of being Shiri Hong's genuine boyfriend holding a certain allure. Why not? Don't you wish to take responsibility? Akane seized Yashia's collar firmly. I have no objections, but you should seek Sister Hong's opinion on this. Yashia replied, indifferent to the notion. As who wouldn't he relish the company of a beauty, especially one so willingly presented? This was, after all, a world of anime, and Yashia felt no reservations. Having traversed a different life, he intended to live freely in this one. Sister Hong, what do you think? Akane took on the role of a matchmaker, approaching the blushing Shiri Hong and whispering, Little Hong, opportunities like this are rare. A young and handsome man like Yashia is not often found. You must seize this chance. Isn't that inappropriate? He is so much younger than I am. Though I may be beautiful now, in a few years, I shall fade. And how could Yashia, in the prime of his youth, remain with me, an aging woman? Shiri Hong expressed her concerns. Do you have feelings for Yashia? I have a fondness for him. Then that is sufficient. If you like him, just be together and stop overthinking it. Mitsuhashi Anko gently led the bashful Hinata Akane before Yashia, saying, Little Yashia, I entrust our dear Akane to you. Please treat her well, and do not bully her, or I shall make you regret it. She placed Akane's delicate hand into Yashia's and added, May you both enjoy a delightful evening. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a playful wink, Mitsuhashi Anko vanished in an instant. Yashia glanced at Akane, feeling a bit awkward, as he had unintentionally become her true boyfriend. Akane's cheeks flushed with shyness as she looked up at Yashia. If you do not like me, you need not take Anko's words to heart. I am indifferent to it. I understand my own situation. After all, I am considerably older than you, and we may not be well suited. Who said we are not suited? I am quite fond of mature women like you, Sister Akane, Yashia replied earnestly, taking hold of her delicate hand. Is that so? Joy illuminated Akane's face upon hearing Yashia's words. He was undeniably handsome, and she felt an instant attraction the moment she laid eyes on him. Moreover, today, he had unexpectedly stolen her first kiss twice, which had stirred within her a special affection for him. Sister Akane, I must confess something. I may be somewhat fickle in love, but I assure you, I will cherish you for a lifetime, Yashia said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Akane fell into silence. Finding someone who ignited her heart was rare. After much contemplation, she spoke with unwavering resolve. If you truly encounter someone you love, I will step aside. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that is sufficient. Akane understood that given the significant age gap between them, it was unrealistic to expect his complete affection. Yashia was undoubtedly attractive. Even if he did not pursue women, others would certainly seek him out. She did not dare to hope for all of Yashia's love. She merely desired a space for herself in his heart. His honesty reassured her that he would not easily cast her aside. Yashia was deeply touched by Akane's generosity. The reason he had half-heartedly agreed to be her boyfriend was primarily due to Hinata's youthfulness, which he found unappealing, coupled with his own need for solace. Perhaps an older woman like Akane would be a suitable choice. Unexpectedly, due to Mitsuhashi Anko's matchmaking, he had become Akane's genuine boyfriend. Yashia felt as though he were dreaming. Now he could enjoy both the thrill of romance and companionship. Sister Akane, shall we take a stroll? He invited. Akane shyly nodded in agreement. Hiashi smiled as he took Akane's delicate hand, walking through the bustling streets of Konoha. The evening was ablaze with lights and lively chatter, filled with couples strolling hand in hand. Akane, bashfully gazing at Yashia's charming face, felt that this was the first time in her life a man had held her hand while shopping. Yet, it was bittersweet, as she knew this man was destined not to belong to her alone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jeriah possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. However, experiencing the sensation of love with a strikingly handsome man was simply delightful. The adage "an old cow eats tender grass" rang true. What mattered was savoring the moment without concern for what lay ahead. At this moment, she was undeniably eager. "Jeriah, are you tired? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest," suggested Uchiha as they strolled along a serene path in the park, glancing at a nearby stone bench. "Certainly," Jeriah replied, her heart racing as she absorbed the tranquil surroundings of the park. Approaching 30, she was astute enough to decipher Uchiha's intentions. The solitude offered a perfect opportunity to share a moment of intimacy, and with a bashful nod, she acquiesced. Earlier, in the small hotel, Uchiha had been too swift, leaving her without the chance to fully relish the experience. "Your hands are exceptionally well cared for, so smooth and tender, reminiscent of an 18-year-old girl," Uchiha remarked while seated on the stone bench, holding Jeriah's delicate hand and gently caressing it. "Your words are quite sweet, Uchiha. Have you charmed many girls with such flattery?" she teased. "Not at all. Those words are reserved solely for you," he replied. Chapter 19. Come to my home. "It's just me there. I hardly believe you, you little rascal," Jeriah playfully retorted, her cheeks flushed. "I'm not a little rascal. I'm a big bad one." Uchiha grinned, playfully pinching her nose and continuing to draw circles in her palm. "That tickles. Please, stop." "I refuse to cease," he said mischievously. "If you tickle me, I shall bite you." "Wow. Is my Jeriah so fierce? Who told you to tease me? When have I ever teased you? You tickled me. Is tickling you considered teasing?" "Yes, you mischievous boy, teasing your elder sister. Does Jeriah want me to tease her or not?" Uchiha whispered playfully into her ear, a smile gracing his lips. Instantly, Jeriah's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Not waiting for her response, Uchiha leaned in and silenced her with a kiss. The suddenness of this act left Jeriah startled, her eyes darting around to see if anyone else was nearby. She had not anticipated Uchiha's boldness, especially in a public park filled with passers-by. Her heart raced. "Please, not like this. Someone might see us." "Stop," she exclaimed, overcome with shyness. The thought of a familiar face witnessing this moment filled her with embarrassment. "Fear not. I've checked, and there's no one around. The only others are couples engaged in similar activities, who have no time to notice us," he reassured her. With a rosy complexion, Jeriah replied shyly, "Not here, please. I would feel too embarrassed." "Then where shall we go?" Uchiha inquired. "Come to my home. It's just me there," Jeriah suggested. "Then let us not delay. Let us depart at once," Uchiha urged. Soon, the two vanished from the park, only to reappear before a quaint little courtyard. "Why is your home's light still on?" Uchiha asked. "It's possible that Hondo has been by. She lives next door and often drops in on me," Jeriah explained. "That scatterbrain girl always forgets to turn off the lights. Just look, her lights are on as well." As the crimson sun set, Jeriah pointed towards the lights illuminating the neighboring yard. "Never mind, let us hasten inside," urged Uchiha. "You seem quite anxious." Jeriah replied with a charming smile as she entered, with Uchiha closely trailing behind. "Hondo, are you here?" To be cautious, Jeriah called out within the house. If that rascal, Yashuxi Hondo, happened to be there, it would be exceedingly embarrassing and awkward. Having just established a relationship with Uchiha, bringing him home for the night might portray her as overly eager. Although she indeed felt that way, she wished to keep it concealed from outsiders. Has little Hondo returned? In the kitchen, Yashuxi Hondo, caught in the act of indulging in fish balls, immediately tensed at the sound of Jeriah's voice. She had devoured all the fish balls at her own home, prompting her secretive visit to Jeriah's to sneak a few. To her dismay, Jeriah had returned sooner than expected, leaving her with no means of escape. How could little Hondo be so hasty returning from a date with a man? Yashuxi Hondo lamented, feeling somewhat exasperated. She had worked diligently to create opportunities for Jeriah, yet Jeriah failed to seize them, effortlessly capturing Uchiha's interest. What to do? She certainly couldn't let little Hondo discover her pilfering her fish balls. As the footsteps drew nearer, Yashuxi Hondo felt a surge of urgency. To exit, She would have to pass through the hall, and once she emerged, Jeriah would surely spot her. I cannot go out. I must hide. Glancing around, she noticed the wardrobe in Jeriah's bedroom. Upon seeing it, her eyes sparkled with the prospect of concealment. Quickly, before Jeriah approached, she darted into the wardrobe to remain hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to depart. Hondo is not here. Jeriah scanned the interior of the house, failing to detect Hondo's presence. This girl always forgets to turn off the lights, honestly. Red sister. Yuki, unable to contain his enthusiasm, swiftly covered Jeriah's mouth. What is that voice? Upon hearing Red sister, Hondo, concealed within the wardrobe, was taken aback. Was that not the voice of Yuki? How could he be at little Hondo's home? Don't rush, Chia. I shall take a quick bath, Jeriah responded, her eyes brightening with excitement. Let us go together, Yuki exclaimed. Does your home have a hot spring? Indeed, Jeriah shyly nodded. Then let us head to the hot spring. Yuki grinned. Is that appropriate? It feels rather embarrassing. Jeriah gazed at Yuki's revealed abs, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Such a perfect physique. How splendid. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Where's the hot spring? Let us go. In no time, Yuki had stripped down to just his underwear. This way. Jeriah, mesmerized by Yuki's 8-pack abs, felt her mouth water. After 29 years, this was her first time seeing a man so closely and clearly. Yuki scooped Jeriah into his arms and proceeded towards the room she indicated. Pushing open the door, steam billowed from a hot spring pool within. Sister Hong, allow me to assist you. How annoying, you little rascal. Who are you calling little? It seems that a lesson is in order for you to truly understand. No, please. That tickles. Stop scratching, it tickles. Now do you comprehend your folly? Spare me. Dear lady. Soon, enchanting melodies emanated from the pool. Hidden within the wardrobe, Akane Mitsuyoshi listened to the alluring sounds, feeling increasingly unsettled. She slowly opened the wardrobe and emerged, cautiously approaching the hot spring room, standing before the door. Her breath quickened, her heart raced, and a flush crept across her cheeks. What is happening to me? I am the strong-willed Akane Mitsuyoshi. Why do I feel this way? What is it about this that draws me in? Her gaze became hazy as she repeatedly contemplated rushing inside, yet she restrained herself. After some time, she reluctantly departed, returning to her home. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling, unable to find sleep as images from earlier flooded her mind. At 26, she had never witnessed such a scene. She had believed herself indifferent to such matters. Yet today, upon stumbling upon the clandestine encounter between Akane and Yuki, she discovered that her heart yearned for something deeper. That night, Akane Mitsuyoshi lay awake, tormented by her thoughts. Chapter 20. Why not come sit in my home? Gazing at the ceiling, Akane's expression soured, enveloped in frustration. The sporadic sounds of a quarrel from next door invaded her yard. You two have gone too far. How long will this go on? What kind of wretched house is this, providing no soundproofing at all? Just as she had managed to calm her emotions, the ruckus stirred them once more. Was the escapade in the hot spring not sufficient? Now it had infiltrated the bedroom? Akane's room was less than 10 meters from Akane's, and despite a narrow path separating them, the intermittent sounds were crystal clear. Those two shameless rascals. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Do they ever cease their antics? Am I never to find sleep again? How many times must this occur before they settle down? Do these two have no sense of decency? Akane was on the verge of madness, feeling as if she had consumed an excess of dog food, nearly ready to vomit. Why had she played matchmaker for Akane and Yuki? Now, they found joy while she suffered. Oh heavens! Why must I play the role of the wretched matchmaker? Never before had she felt that the night could stretch on so interminably. Yuki, in contrast, felt invigorated, his body free of aches, ready to continue. Yet the lady beside him was utterly exhausted, unable to go on. Watching the sleeping Akane, Yuki rose, donned his attire, and quietly departed, not out of disdain, but with a heavy heart. As the sun began to set, Jeriah specifically instructed him to finish quickly and leave, to avoid an encounter with the troublesome Washi Hondo in the morning. Every day, Hondo would linger to prepare breakfast, often showing up at her home uninvited for food and drink. To prevent the chance of being caught in bed by Hondo, Hiashi would discreetly depart during the night. Just as Hiashi stepped outside, he unexpectedly spotted a figure standing in the yard adjacent to Jeriah's. It was none other than the restless Washi Hondo, suffering from hormonal imbalances and sleeplessness. Hiashi intended to slip away unnoticed, but it was too late. Hondo's gaze had already caught him. Ah, Sister Hondo, what a coincidence. You're still awake at this late hour? Yashiya approached awkwardly to greet her. Heh, quite impressive, little brother, Hondo replied with a sardonic smile. What do you mean by impressive? I don't quite understand, Sister Hondo. Yashiya feigned ignorance, though internally he was flooded with 1,000 thoughts. Had she sensed something? Be careful. Indulging too much can lead to health issues. Hondo shot him a disapproving look. You already know? Yashiya was taken aback. That noise reached my house. What do you think? Hondo retorted angrily. Yashiya chuckled apologetically. My sincere apologies, Sister Hondo. I promise to keep Shiri Hong quiet from now on, ensuring I won't disturb you again. Is that how you're leaving? Not even staying to accompany little Hondo? Is it a case of once done, forgotten? Hondo challenged. Absolutely not. Shiri Hong insisted I leave to avoid an awkward morning encounter with you. Yashiya replied with a forced smile. With your energy, are you not feeling any aches or pains? Hondo observed Yashiya curiously, noting his lively demeanor, which belied the hours spent. Ah, youth has its advantages, Yashiya responded with a grin. Why not come in for a while? Hondo suddenly suggested. Huh, at this hour? What is she planning? Is she testing me on behalf of Shiri Hong, or does she harbor other intentions? Yashiya felt a surge of caution. Perhaps another time. It's quite late for visiting, he said, though he did want to discuss life and aspirations with Hondo. Yet, given her close friendship with Shiri Hong, he was wary of her true motives. Upon hearing Yashiya's refusal, Hondo felt a twinge of relief for Shiri Hong, mingled with a hint of disappointment. Did she not possess the same charm as Shiri Hong? After all, she had a captivating allure that strongly attracted men. By the way, why do you call Shiri Hong Sister Hong, yet refer to me as Sister Hondo? Why the added emphasis? Hondo inquired with curiosity. Yashiya glanced at Hondo's pronounced figure, which was more obvious compared to Shiri Hong's more reserved attire. Hence, he subconsciously added the term Dada before Hondo's name. Ahem. YQY cleared his throat, deciding it was best to speak candidly. It's primarily because Sister HD, you appear quite ample. Ample? Where? YSH Psi HD inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she glanced at herself. Right beneath your chin, where it protrudes, YQY replied honestly. Instinctively, YSH Psi HD lowered her gaze and caught sight of her pectoral muscles. Suddenly enlightened, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, So, you believe mine surpasses that of little HNHN? At a glance, Sister HD's does appear more prominent. YQY nodded affirmatively. Of course. You're clad in tight fishing net attire. How could it not seem substantial? At least you possess a discerning eye. Have you truly not visited my place? I could allow you a closer inspection. YSH Psi HD winked at YQY, playfully patting her chest. Alas, Sister HD, it's getting late. I must return home. Until next time. YQY smiled and waved, hastily departing. Uncertain if YSH Psi HD had genuinely flirted with him, he resolved to maintain a prudent distance. If she were merely testing him on behalf of YHRN, it would complicate matters with her. Before Hinata High GA matured, YHRN had been YQY's ideal partner, and he had no desire to lose that. After investing so much time with YHRN, he certainly did not wish to forego his aspirations. YSH Psi HD gazed reluctantly at YQY's retreating figure. The long night stretched ahead, and she found herself alone in her empty room, devoid of companionship or a man's presence. How lamentable. With a wistful sigh, she murmured, Forgive me, little HNHN, but I seem to have developed a fondness for this little rogue. Her mind was filled with his chiseled abs, an image she could not erase. What a sin it was to fall for her dear friend's man, and moreover, one she had tried to bring together. YSH Psi HD's countenance was marked with sorrow and frustration. Little did she know that witnessing the scene between YHRN and YQY in the hot spring would alter her perspective. She had always believed she had no need for a man, yet now her thoughts were consumed by YQY. Chapter 21. The Goddess is Courted. Asuma loses his composure the following day at the High GA residence. Sister, why have you prepared so many bento boxes? Can you possibly consume all of this alone? Hinata Hanabi inquired with wide, curious eyes as she observed Hinata High GA busily preparing the meals in the kitchen. She had never witnessed her sister prepare such an abundance of bento before heading out. I'm off. Once she packed the final bento, Hinata High GA stepped outside, her heart filled with anticipation. Father, why is my sister so cheerful today, personally preparing bento? Is she perhaps in love? Hanabi pondered. Watching Hinata Higa's figure vanish through the door, her curiosity piqued. Hinata Hisashi, gazing at his daughter's departing silhouette, spoke thoughtfully to the air. In the future, follow Hinata and observe what she is up to and whom she intends to meet. A figure trailed behind Hinata Higalalala. Hinata Higa hummed a tune, her face aglow with expectation as she made her way toward the back mountain. I wonder if Senior QY has already arrived? I must hasten. I cannot keep Senior Chia waiting. Although I fought with Sunset Red until midnight, this morning, upon rising, I, Uchiha, feel invigorated and full of vitality. After completing my morning routine, as I approached the door, I was met by the furious visage of Asuma, having awaited my emergence for quite some time. Asuma's anger flared upon seeing me. He had spent the previous day investigating my background at the Hokage building. How dare a mere expendable chunin, no longer a ninja, compete with him for a woman? He was utterly oblivious to the consequences that awaited him. He had intended to confront me last night, but alas. I returned late after spending time with Sunset Red. Determined to find me today, he arrived early. With rage fueling his every step, Asuma advanced, his gaze fixed upon me. And he coldly declared, "Leave Sunset Red's side at once, and I may spare you. You should understand that you are merely a disposable chunin. While I am an elite jonin, should I choose to act, you would stand no chance of resistance." Having pursued my goddess for over a decade, the sudden intrusion of another into my affections had driven Asuma to the brink of madness. Especially after I had left with Sunset Red. The thought of us alone together throughout the long night tormented him with possibilities he could scarcely fathom. "What will you do if I refuse?" I replied calmly, meeting Asuma's glare without a hint of trepidation. I had mastered the 6 styles of the Navy and had also replicated the ninjutsu and combat techniques of Hinata Huga and Sunset Red. My strength had reached that of a jonin. Even if my combat experience paled in comparison to Asuma's, I could certainly defend myself. And the element of surprise granted by the Navy's techniques made it possible to turn the tides against him. Thus, I remained unfazed by Asuma's threats, exuding an air of composure akin to that of an old dog. I was curious about his next move if I declined his demand. After all, I had once been a ninja, a companion of the village. Could he truly dare to kill a former ally within the confines of Konohagakure? Such an act would betray his fire will. As for the fire will, I held it in disdain, yet it remained deeply rooted in Asuma's heart. To kill me would mean abandoning his beliefs entirely. I will not slay you, for you too are a comrade of the village and have not betrayed it. However, you have stolen what is mine, and I must reclaim her, even if it necessitates employing unsavory methods. Red is enamored with your handsome face. If I were to mar it, she would surely lose her affection for you. With a grim expression, Asuma donned his signature weapon and said, "As a fellow Leaf Village comrade, I offer you one last chance. Leave Sunset Red, and I shall let you be." "Threaten me?" I scoffed. "Allow this expendable chunin to witness the prowess of an elite jonin." I assumed a combat stance and taunted, "Do you know where Sunset Red and I went last night?" She invited me to her home. We soaked in the hot springs together and played games. In fact, we played 7 times. As the crimson sun set, it was Yuki Hinata's first experience with such a game. The sounds were indeed melodious. Uchiha gazed at Asuma with a look of profound enjoyment on his face. "Ah, I shall slay you." The goddess he had pursued for over a decade, was she now taken? Asuma was engulfed in utter despair, losing his sanity. How could this be? He hadn't even laid a finger on her. This unknown youth had brazenly seized his love, even scoring the first blood. Why? Was it merely because he appeared grotesque and unseemly? This young man was handsome and charming? Such injustice. Asuma's murderous intent was palpable as he hurled his kunai towards Uchiha. Oh no, Asuma was unleashing his killing intent. The hidden observer, Yuzuki Yugao, watched in horror as the scene unfolded. Asuma was an elite jonin, while Uchiha was merely a chunin. The disparity was immense. Even if Uchiha had mastered a formidable taijutsu, Asuma excelled in close combat, making it exceedingly difficult for Uchiha to stand as his equal. Yuzuki Yugao felt a surge of urgency. Uchiha was the 5th Hokage, a crucial figure for the village's safety, and he absolutely could not perish at Asuma's hands. Moreover, her dear friend, Hinata, seemed to be involved with Uchiha, which made it all the more imperative that he remained unharmed under her watch. How could she face Hinata if disaster struck before her very eyes? Yuzuki Yugao kept her eyes locked on the two. Should Uchiha falter or face capture, she would immediately intervene to restrain Asuma. Asuma charged forward, and Uchiha calmly drew his kunai, successfully parrying Asuma's assault. This boy's strength? Asuma exerted more force, striving to overpower Uchiha, yet he remained steadfast, unyielding. Well done. It seems you possess some skill. However, you are still far from being able to withstand me. Asuma concentrated, enveloping his kunai with a layer of chakra. The sharp chakra swiftly tore through Uchiha's sleeve, threatening to slash his arm. Reacting swiftly, Uchiha recoiled, withdrawing his hand just in time. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma pressed his advantage, launching into a flurry of attacks. In the original anime, Asuma had not employed many jutsu. Rather, he favored close combat techniques, utilizing chakra blades to strike his opponents. Asuma rapidly closed the distance, his chakra blade aimed at Uchiha's chest. Aware of the formidable nature of Asuma's chakra blade, capable of cutting through steel as if it were mere clay, Uchiha could only retreat once more to evade the onslaught. You cannot escape. Observing Uchiha cornered against the wall, Asuma smirked coldly, confident that his next strike would pierce the boy's chest. This was dire. Uchiha was in peril. Seeing that there was no path of retreat for him, Yuzuki Yugao's expression shifted dramatically as she drew her short sword, determined to reveal herself to save Uchiha. Chapter 22. Shocked as Asuma revealed a cruel smile at the trapped Uchiha, he declared, "Die, you wretched boy." At this moment, Asuma had completely lost his sanity, plunged into madness. As long as he dealt with this insufferable brat, Kurenai would still be his. The sharp chakra blade sliced towards Uchiha's chest. If Uchiha did not evade, a gash would surely mar his chest. Just at that critical moment, a figure swiftly interposed between them, simultaneously pressing a blade against Asuma's throat. "Enough, Asuma," spoke Yuzuki Yugao, her masked visage exuding an icy glare, her tone frigid. Asuma's intent to harm the villagers had crossed a line. Despite their previous amicable relationship, she had no choice but to confront him when he threatened the lives of their kin. "It's you. How did you come to be here?" Upon recognizing the familiar dagger, Asuma instantly identified the figure before him, the captain of the Anbu, Yuzuki Yugao. She possessed strength rivaling his own and was well-versed in the art of assassination. With her blade poised at his throat, any slightest movement on his part would result in a fatal wound. "Asuma, you will accompany me," Yugao stated coldly, her gaze unwavering, offering no explanation for her presence. "Step aside, I intend to kill this brat." Asuma's eyes burned with fury. This boy had stolen his cherished goddess, the one he had pursued for over a decade. How could he possibly endure such a loss? "Asuma, do not let a moment of rage lead you to betray your village. You must understand the gravity of killing a fellow villager. It would be wise to come with me to meet the fifth Hokage," Yugao urged, her heart reluctant to resort to violence against him. "Even if imprisoned, I will slay this boy and avenge my grievances. As long as I am here, you will not be able to harm him. Know this. Should you dare to make any sudden move, my dagger will show no mercy." After a prolonged standoff, Asuma ultimately yielded. Yugao spoke the truth. With her presence, he could not act against Uchiha today. "Brat, just wait. I will return for you," Asuma muttered, begrudgingly escorted by Yugao towards the Hokage's tower. Watching Asuma's retreating figure, Uchiha's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Does he truly believe he can toy with me? While it appeared he had been cornered, he had feigned weakness to lower Asuma's guard, biding his time for a counterattack. Had Yugao not intervened, he would have seized the opportunity to ambush Asuma when he felt secure, employing the body flicker technique to swiftly maneuver behind him, executing a precise thrust to his brain. Regrettably, Yugao's sudden appearance had disrupted his plan. "Consider yourself fortunate today, Asuma." His thrust could penetrate trees, wielding power akin to that of a heavy sniper rifle. Even Asuma's tough exterior would not withstand such an assault. Asuma, being the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, belonged to the second generation of shinobi in Konoha, with deep-rooted connections. Should he eliminate Asuma, even in self-defense, it would undoubtedly incite resentment from his comrades and disciples, who would seek vengeance at any cost. At that time, he would find himself in a precarious situation within Konoha. It appears he must prepare for the possibility of leaving, not out of necessity, but still, Yuki Nanaya believes that remaining in Konoha is preferable. After all, compared to the outside world, Konoha offers a more stable environment, not to mention the formidable power of the bloodline limits. Moreover, there exists a group of individuals, deeply influenced by the will of fire, who selflessly dedicate themselves to others. In the absence of animosity, these individuals could indeed make for commendable friends. He hopes that Tsunade, with her considerable resources, can alleviate the troublesome presence of Asuma. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to eliminate Asuma and depart from Konoha. A deep sigh escaped Yuki Nanaya's lips. Had he known that Asuma would come seeking trouble so soon, he would have accepted the invitation from Mitarashi Anko to visit her home last night and contemplate life as aspirations. Regardless of whether her intentions were to test him on behalf of Hinata or if she genuinely sought a deeper friendship, he would first replicate the jutsu she possessed. Asuma's unexpected confrontation instilled a sense of urgency within Yuki Nanaya. Initially, he planned to pursue romantic interests while biding his time to copy jutsu. But now he had to reconsider his strategy and take the initiative, even resorting to some necessary underhanded tactics. In the Hokage Tower, a multitude of astonished gazes were fixed upon Asuma, who was being escorted in with a chokehold. What was happening? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Fifth Hokage. Asuma intends to kill Yuki Nanaya, reported Yuzuki Yugao, kneeling partially. Asuma's intent to kill Yuki Nanaya. What could be the reason for this? Tsunade's gaze fell upon Asuma, who remained silent. Perhaps it was due to Hinata. It seemed that Hinata and Yuki Nanaya had developed an extraordinary bond. Enraged and humiliated, Asuma had sought out Yuki Nanaya to exact his vengeance. Yugao recounted what she had overheard. What? Hinata and Yuki Nanaya have formed an extraordinary bond? Tsunade exclaimed. Rising to her feet, her expression one of shock and disbelief, her mind swirling with questions. How could it be that Hinata, a senior kunoichi, would forge such a relationship with Yuki Nanaya? It seemed implausible. Beside her, Shizun wore a similarly astonished expression, her mouth agape as if she had heard the most unbelievable news. Yuki Nanaya, a mere nin, and Hinata, an elite jonin. There was no shared mission, nor were they master and apprentice. How could they possibly intersect? And yet, to have developed an extraordinary bond? Was Asuma's claim genuine? Asuma's intent to harm someone within the village was indeed a grave matter. Yet, the revelation of Yuki Nanaya and Hinata's extraordinary bond had piqued the curiosity of many. Like delightful gossip, Tsunade recalled the details of Yuki Nanaya's profile. He was merely 19, while Hinata appeared to be around 28 or 29, an age difference of nearly a decade. Could it truly be love? That rascal, Hinata, had indeed ensnared a younger gentleman. However, why was Asuma, in a fit of rage, intent on eliminating Yuki Nanaya? After indulging in the gossip, Tsunade then turned her inquisitive gaze toward Asuma and inquired. Asuma hesitated, finding it exceedingly difficult to articulate his thoughts. How should one express this situation? Should he claim that jealousy and envy compelled him to act? Was it merely a display of pettiness? Or perhaps a manifestation of indignation? Yet, it was undeniably infuriating that a mere pretty boy had swept away the goddess he had pursued for over a decade. The effort he had expended over those years was monumental. Just as he believed he had finally worn down the enchanting Zaihong, a sudden interloper, Cheng Yaojin, emerged to thwart his plans. Who could possibly endure such a betrayal? A man who could tolerate it was no true man at all. Asuma, do tell. Why did you feel such indignation and rage towards Yui when he developed an extraordinary friendship with Zaihong? Chapter 23. The Temptation of Black Silk. After the gossip subsided, Asuma found himself confined, imprisoned for a month. Once Asuma's matters were resolved, Tsunade gazed out the window with palpable interest. This Yui was becoming increasingly intriguing. Yasuo, prepare yourself. Tonight we shall dine at Zaihong's residence. She wished to ascertain whether Yui had indeed formed a relationship beyond mere friendship with Zaihong. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Following Asuma's recent threat, Yui's perspective had shifted. Was this not merely an anime world? Was caution truly necessary? Such timidity was unbecoming of a traveler from another realm. What was there to fear in this perilous world of ninjas? In the worst-case scenario, he could emerge a hero 18 years hence. He resolved to treat it as a game, relishing the experience. Perhaps death would even grant him a second chance. Yui's demeanor transformed as he walked. He wore an expression of audacious defiance, unafraid of the world. His lips curled into a devilish smile as he approached a flower shop. Excuse me, could I have a bouquet of red roses? Certainly. A young girl emerged from the shop. Yamanaka Ino? Yui was somewhat taken aback to see one of the 12 small strong emerge from the flower shop. He instructed the system to scan her. Yamanaka Ino. Gender, female. Age, 14. Birthday, September 23rd. Zodiac, Libra. Blood type, unknown. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Occupation, ninja, flower shop clerk. Interests, floral arrangement. Favorite foods: cherry tomatoes, pudding. Pork belly, sashimi. Personality: boastful, meticulous, tolerant, infatuated. Strength: elite genin. Are you Ino? Yui smiled. Yes. Do you know me? Ino said, as she wrapped a vibrant bouquet of roses. I've heard from Hinata that your family sells flowers, and that you are quite beautiful. It appears my assumptions were correct. Yui fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing Yui's compliment, Ino beamed with delight. You know Hinata? Indeed. I am quite familiar with her. My name is Yui. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yui extended his right hand with politeness. Ino reciprocated the gesture, shaking Yui's hand. Brother Yui, since you are Hinata's friend, I shall give you a discount. Thank you so much, Ino. No need for thanks. Just ensure you look after me in the future, Brother Yui. Certainly, from now on, I shall come to you for flowers, Ino. Brother Shikiya, are you purchasing flowers for your girlfriend? Ino Yamanaka inquired curiously. Yes. Shikiya replied with a mysterious smile, leaving behind some money before turning to depart. What an intriguing individual, yet undeniably handsome. His smile surpasses even that of Sasuke-kun. When did Hinata come to know such a charming older brother? I must ensure that Hinata properly introduces him to me another day. As for Sasuke, I no longer hold any expectations. Now that I've encountered someone even more attractive, I must seize this opportunity. Watching Shikiya's retreating figure, Ino reluctantly returned to the shop. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Shikiya paused. To the left lay the path to the back mountain, while straight ahead led to the home of Yuhi Kurenai. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to turn left, moving towards the lakeside. From a distance, he spotted a stunning figure. Hinata Huga sat on a blanket, resting her chin on her hand, gazing shyly at the lake with a blissful smile. Can you guess who I am? Shikiya quietly approached Hinata from behind, covering her eyes. Is it you, Senior Shikiya? Hinata blushed, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she inquired shyly. Oh, you've guessed it, little Hinata. You're truly clever, just as I expected from my future little wife, Shikiya chuckled. Senior Shikiya, you're teasing me again. I am not your future little wife. Hinata replied bashfully. Please let go. I can't see anything. Shikiya released his hands. As Hinata regained her sight, a vibrant red rose came into view. Are you happy? This is for you, Shikiya said, placing the rose into Hinata's small hand. I love it, she whispered, her face ablaze with warmth as she nodded. The blushing Hinata looked undeniably adorable. Shikiya smiled as he gently ruffled her hair. Senior Shikiya, I brought a bento. This is for you, Hinata said, producing a bento box and offering it to him. You made this, little Hinata? Shikiya exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the bento. He had initially prepared some seasonings, intending to catch crabs and fish from the lake to grill, but unexpectedly, Hinata had prepared a meal for him. I woke up early this morning specifically to prepare it for you, Senior Shikiya, Hinata admitted shyly. Thank you, little Hinata. I shall not be polite, Shikiya replied, opening the bento. Have you eaten yet? Shall we share? He added, noticing the smaller portion Hinata had. Is this enough for you? Shikiya observed the disparity between his ample bento and Hinata's modest portion, feeling touched. It's sufficient. Eating too much will make one gain weight, Hinata smiled, nodding in agreement. How can that be? Little Hinata, you are at such a crucial growth stage. You cannot only consume this little. What if it affects your development and growth? You must eat well to grow tall and beautiful, Shikiya said earnestly. He resolutely picked up a piece of meat from his bento and placed it generously onto Hinata Huga's meal, stopping only when it was overflowing. Unquestionably, he stated, you must eat more meat. It is essential not only for your growth, but also for gaining the strength necessary to train. If you wish to learn my martial arts, proper nutrition is imperative. Without it, you will struggle to grasp my techniques. There is no room for refusal. Eat it. Hinata Huga nodded shyly, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. Observing her compliance, Yuki Nanaya displayed a satisfied expression. How could she not eat meat? Yuki Nanaya was eager to cultivate Hinata into a formidable figure akin to Tsunade. Despite being merely 14, Hinata possessed immense potential. In truth, her usual appetite was quite substantial. She had merely reduced her portions in an effort to manage her weight. After finishing the entire bento, she was likely only about 80% full. Once satiated, Hinata, under Yuki Nanaya's astonished gaze, grabbed a backpack and dashed into the familiar thicket. Yuki Nanaya pondered, what is this girl up to? Is she perhaps? Moments later, Hinata emerged once again. Yuki Nanaya glanced over, and an unexpected surge of warmth flooded his nostrils. A girl in black stockings? A uniform's allure? He swallowed hard. It seemed this evening would lead him to seek out Kurenai Yuhi. This girl was truly playing with fire. Did she not understand the powerful allure of long legs and black stockings to an adult man? Chapter 24. If only I had a bottle of essential oil. Hinata approached Yuki Nanaya somewhat bashfully. Senpai Yuki, I'm about to warm up. She bent down, stretching her arms and loosening her muscles as part of her warm-up routine. Yuki Nanaya covered his nose, feeling a rush of heat within. He genuinely questioned whether she was doing this on purpose. Her lower half was adorned with thin, half-sleeved black stockings that brushed just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair, smooth thighs, culminating in an exceptionally short skirt. The upper half showcased a snug short-sleeve top that accentuated all her curves. Yuki Nanaya stared intently at Hinata as she warmed up, his throat dry. Her figure was undeniably captivating, leaving him entranced, especially with the tantalizing display of her body. If only she were a bit older, he might just devour her, this little enchantress. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the heat within him, reciting the mantra of emptiness repeatedly until his mind finally regained its tranquility. Senpai Yuki, I'm ready, please instruct me. Hinata bounced over to Yuki Nanaya's side, her face radiating eagerness as she awaited his guidance. Today, we 1T practice kicking. We'll focus on the horse stance. Horse stance? Hinata queried, perplexed and unsure of what it entailed. Not understanding? Noticing the confusion etched on her face, Yuki Nanaya realized that she was unfamiliar with this foundational martial arts technique. After all, this was a practice from a past life, and how could those in the world of Naruto be expected to know? With that in mind, Yuki Nanaya stood up from the blanket. Stepping aside, he began to demonstrate. Hinata Huga, possessing a foundation in physical techniques, did not require any initial instruction from Yuki. Yuki assumed a horse stance and instructed, just like this, little Hinata, simply follow my lead. All right, Hinata nodded and mirrored the stance. Yuki approached her side, gently tapping her calf. Your legs are too close together, spread them wider. Raise your hips slightly, and keep your gaze forward with your head held high. Now that looks correct. After this adjustment, Yuki beamed at her progress. Senior Yuki, how long must I maintain this position? Hinata asked shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed in her snug attire while performing the exercise. The longer you endure, the more beneficial it will be. I understand. I will persevere for a long time. But do not overexert yourself. Stop when you can no longer hold it. Those unaccustomed to the horse stance typically cannot endure for long. 5 minutes passed, and Hinata's expression remained calm. 10 minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. After 20 minutes, her face was glistening with perspiration, and her legs trembled slightly. 30 minutes in, she was drenched in sweat, her legs shaking as if they might give way. Despite this, Hinata gritted her teeth and continued. At the 40-minute mark, she collapsed in exhaustion. Observing this, Yuki rushed over and carried her to the blanket. Senior Yuki, am I really that useless? I couldn't even last an hour, Hinata lamented, a hint of frustration in her voice. Not at all. Little Hinata, you have done remarkably well. This is your first time practicing, and to endure for 40 minutes is quite impressive. When I first attempted this, I couldn't manage even 5 minutes before my feet went numb. Yuki spoke truthfully. In his previous life, he had attempted the horse stance, but could not endure for more than 5 minutes before his feet became unresponsive. Lie back. Let me help you stretch your muscles, or you may find it difficult to walk tomorrow. I can't move my legs, Senior Yuki. Please assist me. Hinata shyly implored. Feeling as though her limbs were no longer her own, numb and heavy, she struggled to muster any strength, even to turn over. Yuki sat beside her, straightening Hinata's legs, transforming into a massage master. Such beautiful legs. The sensation is remarkably smooth. If only I had a bottle of essential oil, the effect would be even better. Alas, I do not. Yuki pressed on with his hands, rhythmically kneading Hinata's calves. Standing for too long had impeded her circulation, leaving her muscles numb and heavy. Thus, by applying pressure to specific acupoints, he could promote blood flow, clear blockages, and alleviate the stiffness of her muscles. He began with her calf muscles, gradually working his way up to her thighs, inch by inch. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she occasionally let out soft sounds of discomfort. After finishing her legs, Yuki took her hands and began to massage them as well. Perhaps it was due to Yuki's exceptional skills that Hinata quickly succumbed to slumber. Yuki, however, did not take advantage of the situation to engage in any impropriety. After securing her hands and feet, he ceased his actions, gently wiping the perspiration from her brow. He retrieved her discarded clothing and tenderly draped it over her to shield her from the chill. Sitting beside her, Yuki began to ponder the next target for his ninjutsu replication. After some contemplation, he concluded that the best course of action would be to approach Sayanko. With her boisterous personality, he reasoned that holding her hand for an hour would pose no significant challenge. At worst, he would have to sacrifice a bit of his charm. After all, just last night, Anko had invited him into her room in the dead of night. Inviting a man into one's abode at such an hour could hardly be attributed to anything other than loneliness or a yearning for companionship. In a previous life, someone had conducted a study revealing that women are often more lustful than men, albeit better at concealing their desires, whereas men tend to wear their intentions on their sleeves, making them more readily apparent. This perception leads many to believe that men are the more lascivious gender. Yuki made up his mind. Regardless of whether Anko was testing him on behalf of Kurenai or genuinely wished to discuss life and aspirations, he was determined to seize the opportunity. He aimed to replicate Anko's ninjutsu by that very night. With her abilities in hand, he could secure a coveted training card for the 6 powers of the Navy for his beloved Hinata, alleviating her arduous training regimen. To safeguard little Hinata, Yuki was prepared to go to great lengths. How should he proceed? What strategy would afford him the chance to hold Anko's hand for an hour? A surprise attack would likely be futile. Anko, a genin skilled in summoning techniques, could easily call forth a swarm of snakes, making stealthy approaches exceedingly difficult. Thus, he had to devise a different tactic. Knowing that Anko had a fondness for red bean dumplings, he resolved to entice her with drinks and delicacies. Once she was inebriated and asleep, he could replicate her ninjutsu at his leisure. Chapter 25. The test of Hiashi. Hinata had likely slept for 2 hours before awakening from her beautiful dreams. "You're awake," Yuki exclaimed as he leaped down from a tree. "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved. Thank you for your care, Yuki-senpai," Hinata replied, flexing her limbs, relieved that the numbness had dissipated, leaving only a slight soreness. "You are to be my future little wife. Who else would I care for?" Yuki stepped closer, playfully flicking Hinata's nose. "Yuki-senpai, you're teasing me again." Hinata blushed, her heart swelling with joy. "Close your eyes, little Hinata. I shall take you somewhere special," Yuki declared, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Where are we going?" Hinata's heart raced as she was swept off her feet, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of Yuki's intentions. Could it be that he was about to "Close your eyes, and you shall soon find out"? "Oh." Hinata Huga obediently closed her eyes, quietly resting in the embrace of Yuyue. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, curious about the surprise Yuyue had in store for her. With a leap, Yuyue propelled himself into the sky, swiftly transporting Hinata to a magnificent waterfall. He gently placed her upon a sturdy branch of a grand tree, smiling as he said, "All right, you may open your eyes now." As Hinata slowly opened her eyes, a breathtaking spectrum of colors greeted her gaze. "A rainbow. Wow, how beautiful," she exclaimed, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. The end of the rainbow lay before her, so close that she felt she could reach out and touch it. This was her first time witnessing a rainbow from such proximity. "Are you happy?" "Yes, yes." Hinata nodded enthusiastically, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Yuyue-senpai, for bringing me to see this beautiful rainbow." Seeing Hinata so joyful brought a warm smile to Yuyue's face, making it worthwhile for him to redirect the entire waterfall's flow to create this enchanting sight. "As long as you're happy." Yuyue affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. "We can consider coming here to practice. This rainbow will grace the sky every sunny day." Hinata nodded obediently. As dusk approached, Yuyue carried the exhausted Hinata back to the Huga household. Observing her weariness, Hiashi Huga did not greet Yuyue warmly. Had it not been for the report from the future Hinata, stating that Hinata was studying a certain martial art with Yuyue, he might have suspected that this boorish fellow had taken advantage of his precious daughter. Though Hizashi's demeanor was cold towards Yuyue, there was one individual who regarded him with keen interest, little Hanabi Huga. She gazed at Yuyue with sparkling eyes, utterly captivated by his charm. "Big brother, may I ask you a question?" she inquired, her eyes shining brightly. "Of course," Yuyue replied, finding the little girl quite endearing. In a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beautiful young lady. "What kind of girl do you like?" Hanabi asked, earnest curiosity reflected in her expression. Yuyue stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding, "Gentle, beautiful, cute, kind, and with short hair. Hanabi diligently noted each trait. So, do you have someone you like? She pressed, her eyes wide with anticipation. Right in front of me, Yua winked at her. Hanabi glanced around, realizing she was the only one there, her heart racing. Could it be that he was referring to her? The thought made her cheeks flush with a deep crimson. Seeing her embarrassment, Yuet chuckled heartily. Take good care of your sister. She has been training all day and is utterly exhausted. If you can help with a massage, it would be beneficial, for she may struggle to walk tomorrow. Hinata was quite dedicated to her training, never stopping until she collapsed. Although Yue had assisted her earlier, it merely provided slight relief. Not a complete remedy. Tell your sister to rest well tomorrow. There is no need for training. Yuki gently patted the little girl's head before turning to leave. Goodbye, big brother. Hinata Hanabi waved energetically at him as he reached the gate. Once Yuki's figure vanished around the corner of the street, the little girl reluctantly turned to head home. His hands were so warm, she mused, brushing her fingers through her hair where he had just touched. A look of bliss on her face. Future, why not test Yuki's abilities? See if he truly qualifies to teach Hinata. I certainly do not wish for Hinata to squander her time learning trivial skills. Hinata Hisashi slowly remarked to the woman behind him, gazing at Yuki's disappearing silhouette. We cannot allow our prized cabbage to be courted by someone without merit. Had it not been for Yuki's fortune-telling abilities, Hisashi would never have permitted this mere pawn of a chunin to enter their home, let alone allow Hinata to learn any form of body techniques from him. If Yuki's martial arts amounted to nothing more than rudimentary skills, Hisashi would not permit Hinata to continue her training under him. Understood, Hinata Mirai responded, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she pursued the direction Yuki had taken. A gust of wind blew past, and a figure suddenly blocked Yuki's path. He halted, gazing at the newcomer with curiosity. Who are you? Why are you obstructing my way? The masked figure was unrecognizable to Yuki. Was it from the Anbu? Or perhaps the root? The stranger remained silent, launching an assault directed at Yuki using body techniques. Seriously? A sudden attack without provocation? Who did he offend? Aside from intercepting Asuma, he should bear no other sins, Yuki thought, narrowly evading the strike. The assailant pressed on, delivering another palm strike. Yuki continued to evade, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Wait a moment. Isn't this the Bagua palm? The Huga clan's Bagua palm? Yuki was bewildered. Why would someone from the Huga clan attack him? He had just left their domain and had committed no wrongdoing. The strikes lacked lethal intent and targeted non-vital areas. It felt more like a test of his skills. As the assailant continued, Yuki gradually discerned that this masked individual seemed to be assessing his martial prowess. Was this an envoy from Hinata Hisashi, sent to evaluate his capacity to instruct Hinata? Gazing intently, Yuki caught a glimpse of the unique white pupils behind the mask. Indeed, they belonged to the Huga clan. Ah, you wish to test me, do you? Very well, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Navy's 6 styles. Chapter 26, The Lecherous One Ha. The Bagua palm surged towards him again. Yuki ceased his evasions, charging directly at the attack. Hinata Mirai watched in surprise as Yuki approached without retreating, wondering if he truly intended to confront it head-on. Iron block. Yuki braced himself, absorbing the force of Mirai's palm strike. Clang. Mirai felt as if she had struck a solid iron block. So sturdy. Hinata Mirai gazed in astonishment at Yuki Natsu, pondering the extraordinary resilience of his physique. How could he be so unyielding? A smirk played at the corners of Yuki Natsu's mouth, and seizing the moment of Mirai's surprise, he delivered a punch to her chest. So soft. Is this fellow a woman? Yuki Natsu stared in bewilderment at the gentle waves undulating before him. Mirai was equally taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yuki Natsu would strike her there. Enraged, she exclaimed, Lecher, you shall pay for this. With a flurry of movements, she unleashed her Bagwazang, delivering a series of 32 palm strikes, each landing upon Yuki Natsu with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. What the heck? I didn't mean it. Yuki Natsu protested, utterly dumbfounded. How was he to know she was a woman? With no time to evade, he braced himself for the blows. In a heartbeat, Yuki Natsu endured all 32 strikes. Remarkably, he felt no pain, only a slight itch. Is that enough? Now it's my turn, he said with a mischievous grin, channeling his technique, Raging Wave. Having mastered the Navy's 6 styles through his system, he could manipulate his attacks with precision. As his words fell, a powerful shockwave surged forth, striking Mirai with blinding speed. The impact resonated with a resounding bang. She was sent hurtling backwards, her clothing torn asunder, revealing her pristine skin beneath. The mask adorning her face was blown away, exposing her slightly disheveled features. In disbelief, Yuki Natsu marveled at the potency of his raging wave. It was astonishing that he had not even exerted his full strength. "Ah!" Mirai exclaimed, emerging from the dust, feeling a chill envelop her. Upon glancing down, she let out a piercing scream. Her outer garments lay in tatters, leaving only her tattered undergarments and precariously hanging armor. "You shameless cat." Mirai pointed an accusing finger at Yuki Natsu, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. "Miss Mirai, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must never speak carelessly. You initiated the ambush. The disgrace lies with you, not me. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your own reckless actions." With her mask discarded, Yuki Natsu instantly recognized the identity of the assailant. It was none other than Hinata Mirai, who had been dispatched by Hinata Hiashi to observe him all day. Yuki Natsu fixed his gaze upon Mirai, teasingly remarking, "Miss Mirai, you certainly possess quite the assets." "Why you? How dare you continue to stare?" Mirai shouted, desperately covering herself, her anger boiling over. "Why shouldn't I admire such a splendid view? I am not a fool." As US circled around Hinata Mirai with unabashed scrutiny, he remarked, "With such a sizable posterior, you are destined to bear a son in the future." Hinata Mirai, her teeth clenched, longed to retaliate against Yu. Yet she was apprehensive of revealing herself. The scant remaining coverage she possessed was insufficient to permit any vigorous movements. Should she engage in any exertion, her meager garments would surely be lost. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she found herself ensnared in this mortifying predicament due to what had seemed a mere test of boundaries. She was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. To make matters worse, this insufferable rogue was unabashedly fixated on her form. Fortunately, the night had fallen, and the narrow path was devoid of passers-by. Otherwise, she would be utterly humiliated. An unmarried young lady, exposed in public, if word of this spread. Who would dare to marry her? "I warn you, tonight's events must remain a secret, or I shall have my revenge," Hinata Mirai threatened, revealing her small fangs in a fierce warning to Yuyue. "What do you mean by revenge?" "I seem to be at a loss," he replied playfully, his gaze fixed upon her. "It is not about your revenge on me, but rather mine on you. You have attacked me. Surely you owe me an explanation? Even if you wish to depart, I shall not permit it." Yuyue advanced toward Hinata Mirai with a fervent gaze, step by step. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered, instinctively retreating at the sight of his intense look. What do you think I intend to do? A stunning beauty stands before me. What do you suppose my intentions are? Will you obediently submit, or shall I be compelled to take matters into my own hands?" Yuyue feigned a lecherous demeanor, intending to intimidate her. "Why, you must not come any closer. If you do, I will not hold back," she warned, desperately covering herself. "I am a high-ranking shinobi. Come any nearer, and I shall take serious action." "Threatening me, are you?" "Miss Mirai, I am not easily frightened. Even the esteemed leader of your clan cannot intimidate me. Should I fear you?" Yuyue disregarded her warning and continued to close the distance. Hinata Mirai, growing increasingly alarmed, continued to back away, her expression betraying her rising panic. "What should I do? What can I do?" She was brimming with power, yet impotent to act. Striking at Yuyue would mean exposing herself fully before his gaze. An unthinkable scenario. Although she found his handsome features somewhat appealing, it did not imply she would allow him an unimpeded view of her vulnerability. Furthermore, given Yuyue's prior display of skill, she lacked confidence in her ability to subdue him instantly. Failing to do so would force her into an embarrassing struggle, completely exposed. What should I do? What should I do? She had retreated to the end of the alley, with no further room to escape. A sinister hand reached out toward her. She had no choice but to scream loudly. With her eyes closed, Hinata Mirai suddenly felt something fall upon her. She opened her eyes. Chapter 27. Good fortune interrupted by Tsunade. With widened eyes, she realized that the figure of Yu Nakanishi had vanished, leaving only a voice lingering in the air. "Remember to return my coat later." Looking at the coat draped over her, Hinata Mirai breathed a deep sigh of relief. If she had to walk back in tattered undergarments and armor, she could only imagine the length she would go to in order to sneak home. It seems this boy isn't as ill-natured as one might think, though he does have a bit of a lewd side. Overall, Yu Nakanishi's actions had indeed increased Hinata Mirai's fondness for him. In such circumstances, if Yu Nakanishi truly intended to do something to her, she would find it quite difficult to resist, as his displayed prowess was not inferior to her own. Hurriedly returning home, Hinata Mirai changed her clothes before meeting Hinata Hiashi. "So, how formidable is Yu Nakanishi?" Hinata Hiashi inquired calmly. Esteemed clan leader, Yu Nakanishi possesses a unique martial technique that allows him to harden his body. He withstood my 32 palms of the bagua without sustaining a scratch. His explosive speed is remarkable. With just a casual kick, he unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent me flying. In a direct confrontation, I had no chance of winning. Hinata Mirai recounted everything except the incident where Yu Nakanishi's shockwave had shattered her outer garment, even embellishing his strength to express her gratitude for the coat he had provided her. Given this, Yu Nakanishi is indeed capable of instructing Hinata. Let her learn from him for a while. Yu Nakanishi arrived at the home of Yuhi Kurenai as agreed. He stealthily entered her yard, observing the elegant lady reading under the soft glow of light. Sneaking in, he covered her eyes with his hand. "Guess who I am, beautiful? Yuko, you're here. I've missed you so much." Kurenai did not need to guess. She recognized it was Yu Nakanishi. The previous night, they had arranged a date. Yu Nakanishi, unable to contain himself, reached in eagerly. Today, he was quite pent up, having been tempted by Hinata and then exposed by Mirai's sudden revelation. His desires had long been ignited. "Wait, not today." Kurenai gently halted his advances. "What's wrong, my dear sister?" Yu Nakanishi asked, puzzled. "I'm not ready yet." Kurenai replied shyly. "Not ready for what?" "It's all because of you," she exclaimed. "Because of me?" Yu Nakanishi questioned in confusion. "Do you not remember the events of last night?" "Last night? What happened?" "It's swollen." Kurenai's cheeks flushed crimson. "What is swollen?" "Here." She pointed. Yu Nakanishi instantly understood. Indeed, he had been rather excessive the previous night, and it was Kurenai's first time. "I'm so sorry." He deeply regretted, blaming his excitement. Upon contemplating the enchanting maidens of the second dimension, he is invigorated with enthusiasm. "It matters not. With Lord Shikia, I am willing. Let me take a glance." "No, not now. Just a quick peek." "Please, it's not the right time." In response to Lord Yuki's request, the Crimson Sunset blushes deeply. "I possess healing abilities. Allow me to assist you." But it's quite embarrassing." "What is there to be embarrassed about? We have seen it all. We are like an old married couple. There's no need to be shy." Lord Yuki reached out, intending to unveil the healing. "No." The Crimson Sunset half-heartedly resisted, yet was partially unveiled. At that moment, a hearty voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Ha ha ha. Home. I have come to invite you for a drink. It is Lady Tsunade." The Crimson Sunset was taken aback and hurriedly pulled herself together, fixing her appearance. "Lord Shikia, you must hide quickly," the Crimson Sunset urged. "It's too late. She has already entered." Lord Yuki shrugged, gesturing for the Crimson Sunset to look outside, where two figures stood at the entrance, beaming with smiles as they observed the two. "Lady Tsunade, please, come in." The Crimson Sunset quickly rose to greet her. "Ha ha ha. Home. Are you hiding a beauty in a golden house?" Tsunade laughed heartily as she entered, casting a meaningful glance at Lord Yuki. "Good evening, Fifth Hokage." Lord Yuki smiled and nodded. "It seems the rumors are true. You two have indeed developed a super friendship." Tsunade gazed at the pair with significance, saying, "When do you plan to have children?" "Truly, you are the fifth Hokage. Nothing escapes your notice." Lord Yuki responded candidly. "Of course, one must not underestimate who I am." "Please, have a seat, Lady Tsunade. Allow me to brew some tea." The Crimson Sunset busied herself. "No need to fuss. I have prepared something." "Bring it in, Shizune." Upon hearing this, Shizune entered, carrying a box. "Tonight, we shall not have tea. We will indulge in wine. I have prepared drinks and snacks. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Quickly, bring forth the cups, Hong. Tonight, I intend to enjoy a hearty drink with your young lord. You won't tea object, will you?" "I wouldn't tea dream of it." Lord Shikia accompanying you for a drink is indeed his honor. As a woman, the Crimson Sunset harbored deep admiration for Tsunade. Tsunade had always been her idol, and she had longed to become an exceptional ninja like her. "You wouldn't refuse either, would you, Shikia?" Tsunade winked at Lord Yuki. "Not at all. I too wish to share a drink with the fifth Hokage." Though he felt slightly annoyed that Tsunade was interrupting his moment, the chance to drink with the Princess of Konoha, the most beautiful flower of her youth, was alluring. Despite being over 40, she maintained her appearance as if she were an 18-year-old maiden. Her skin was even more youthful than that of the Crimson Sunset. Truly, as a medical professional, she knows how to care for herself. It is worth noting that even Naruto, at the age of 12, referred to Tsunade as big sister upon seeing her. One can only imagine how well she has preserved her beauty. If she were to don a student uniform, she would undoubtedly resemble a delicate student. In truth, what renders Tsunade most captivating is not merely her impeccable skin care, but rather the allure of her formidable presence, unparalleled within the entire Hidden Leaf village. Perhaps in the future, Hinata may possess the potential to rival Tsunade. Come, let us indulge in some wine. Upon hearing Nana's affirmation, Tsunade's smile radiated even brighter. This young man harbors secrets. Once intoxicated, she is certain he will reveal them all. Divination, foresight, the might of taijutsu. While she does not covet Nana's prowess in taijutsu, the ability to foresee the future is something Tsunade greatly desires. Recently, the ninja world has been rife with undercurrents. As dark forces stir restlessly, if she could foresee some future events, she would be able to prepare for potential dangers in advance. Chapter 28, A Toast Come. Let us fill our cups. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Tsunade, with her delicate hand draped over Nana's shoulder, raised her filled cup. Addressing him, "Come, my dear, let us drink this toast together." "To your health," Nana responded, unhesitatingly clinking his cup against hers and downing the contents in one go. "How bold! A true man. Shizune, refill our cups. Let us continue." Observing Nana's spiritedness, Tsunade bore a sly smile of triumph. "Onward, Shizune and Kurenai, you too. Raise a glass to Nana." "Tsunade-sama, I'm not very adept at drinking." Shizune hesitated, her cup trembling slightly. Her tolerance was quite low, and she could manage only a drink or two before succumbing to drunkenness. "I've said it already. Tonight, we will not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. Even if you do get drunk, you can simply spend the night here with Kurenai." Tsunade winked at Shizune. "Well then, Nana, I shall toast you." "Are you intentionally toasting me? I am curious to see what grand scheme you have in mind." "Tsunade." "Very well." Nana raised his cup to clink with Shizune's and drank it down. "Kurenai, you too, share a drink with your young lord." Tsunade urged further. "All right, I don't mind drinking," Kurenai said, though she was slightly concerned for Nana. "Come, let us toast, sister." Nana maintained his calm demeanor as he clinked cups with Kurenai and drank deeply once more. Such impressive capacity for alcohol. It is no wonder he has caught Kurenai's eye. "Let us continue. Tonight we shall drink to our heart's content." Tsunade enthusiastically poured more wine for Nana. "Tonight is joyous. Let us all raise our glasses together. Cheers. More. Drink up." After downing 4 cups, Shizune's face turned crimson, and she was the first to collapse. "Let us not concern ourselves with Shizune. We shall continue. Drink up. Drink up." After 10 cups, Kurenai's face was flushed, and she too succumbed. At this moment, Tsunade's cheeks were also tinged with red. Though she had not fallen, her head swayed as if she might topple at any moment. Meanwhile, Nana, having consumed over 10 cups, remained unfazed. "Please hold on. I need to use the restroom. I will return shortly." Tsunade rose and made her way towards the lavatory. "Perfect timing. I also need to relieve myself." "I shall accompany you," Nana said, standing and playfully draping his arm over Tsunade's shoulder, a grin upon his face. "I will go first. You wait here," Tsunade said, swaying slightly as she approached the restroom door. "Very well." Yuki Shikiya released his grip and stood quietly at the door. Tsunade closed the door, and shortly thereafter, Yuki was greeted by the sound of a vigorous stream of water, a sound that seemed to have been long withheld, resonating sweetly in his ears as he waited at the entrance. Bang! The door swung open. "All right, come in." Yuki hurriedly stepped inside, hastily unfastening his trousers to relieve himself. He too had been holding it in for quite some time. The release brought him instant relief. After flushing, he adjusted his pants, ready to continue the revelry. As he turned to exit, he was taken aback. At the doorway, Tsunade stood with a beaming smile. "Little one, you have quite the potential. It seems that Red is in for a treat." "Did you see everything, 5th Hokage?" Yuki asked. "The mirror is quite large, and you left the door ajar." "So of course I saw," Tsunade replied matter-of-factly. "A mirror?" Yuki turned around and indeed found a massive mirror on the wall behind the toilet. "5th Hokage, that's rather unkind of you, to spy on a young boy. As a medical ninja, I have seen much, but it is indeed the first time witnessing someone of your age in such a manner. Ah, it seems Red is fortunate. Come on, our battle isn't over yet. We won't stop until we are thoroughly intoxicated." With the 5th's command, Yuki had no choice but to comply. Returning to their seats, the two engaged in another round of drinking. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. 10 cups later, Yuki's face had turned a rosy hue, and his head began to spin. Tsunade, having consumed an unknown drink midway, was also swaying but remained upright. Yuki surmised it must be some kind of sobering potion, otherwise Tsunade would surely be incapacitated after 10 cups. Though Yuki could hold his liquor, he felt the effects of the alcohol creeping in. Sister Tsunade, are you still drinking? Of course. Why wouldn't we? Neither of us is intoxicated yet. There is still plenty of drink and food. Come, let us continue. Tsunade proclaimed, raising her glass. Yuki, undeterred, lifted his glass to clink with hers. In this round, they downed another 5 cups. Ultimately, Tsunade could no longer hold out and collapsed onto the table. Yuki let out a deep belch, his face flushed, struggling to maintain a thread of consciousness. Drunkenly besting this fierce woman is no easy feat. He shook his head, feeling the weight of his head, his body swaying precariously. I will take your jutsu. With great effort, Yuki edged closer to Tsunade, grasping her delicate hand. Let the copying commence. My divine hand. Beep. Detection of copy target initiated. Connecting. Connection complete. Beep. Detection of jutsu. Mastery of chakra. Advanced. Beginning copy. 1. Hearing the system's prompt, Yuki's heart soared, but soon drowsiness enveloped him. Thus, he held Tsunade's hand and leaned beside her, succumbing to slumber. And so, 3 women and 1 man lay intoxicated in the hall. 2 rested on the sofa, Kurenai, Yuhi, and Shizune, while Yuki and Tsunade leaned against the table. The following day, Tsunade stirred groggily awake. She opened her eyes, and aside from the throbbing pain in her head, she felt something pressing down on her thigh. Glancing down, she discovered that Uchiha had his entire face nestled against her leg, fast asleep, drooling profusely, leaving a considerable wet patch on her trousers. Had it not been for the visible drool, one might have mistaken it for an accident on her part. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. Did this fellow regard her thigh as a mere pillow? How could he sleep so soundly and drool so abundantly? A strong urge to deliver a sharp slap surged within her. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she suppressed the impulse. After all, it was an unintentional act, a result of her own initiation of the drinking contest. The fault lay not with Uchiha. How infuriating! She had not anticipated his capacity for alcohol. Even after consuming some hangover remedy, she was still outmatched. It was the first time she had lost to a man in a drinking bout, and the feeling was most discontenting. After all the effort she had put forth, she was the one to capitulate first, resulting in her failure to gather any information. While this young man comfortably slumbered on her thigh, it was utterly exasperating. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha's profile, an overwhelming desire to pinch him arising within her. In their first skirmish, she had been thoroughly defeated. Chapter 29. Success and Duplication. Rewards acquired upon awakening. Uchiha was greeted by a delicate, fair visage. Sister Hong, he exclaimed, clutching his head and shaking it slightly. The previous night's indulgence had taken a toll, leaving him with a severe headache. Chieko-kun, you're awake. Come, drink some hangover tea. Upon seeing him stir, Hinata immediately approached with a cup of tea she had prepared earlier. Where are the 5th Hokage and the others? Uchiha surveyed the room, noticing only Hinata's presence, with Tsunade and Shizune conspicuously absent. They awakened earlier and have since departed. Come, Chieko-kun, drink this hangover tea. It will alleviate your headache, Hinata encouraged, sitting beside him and bringing the cup to his lips. Sister Hong, I want you to feed me, Uchiha said, pointing eagerly at her crimson lips. All right, Hinata replied, her cheeks tinting with shyness as she took a sip before offering it to him. Delicious. The tea was sweet, and her lips were even sweeter. Uchiha embraced Hinata's slender waist, gazing deeply into her enchanting face, sincerely declaring, Sister Hong, you are truly beautiful. One cannot help but wish to take a bite. His hands began to roam restlessly. No, Chieko-kun, not today. Why not? Because it's that time of the month, it's inconvenient. After an hour of tender exchanges with Hinata, Uchiha reluctantly took his leave. He then opened his attribute page. Host, Uchiha. Gender, male. Race, human. Martial arts, shave, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, gale foot, 6 styles of finger gun. The soft fist technique encompasses the 32 palms of Bagua, the 64 palms of Bagua, the guardian 64 palms of Bagua, the soft step double lion fist, the Bagua empty palms, the Bagua empty wall palms, the Bagua double lion collapse strike, monstrous strength, and the painful heavenly foot. Ninjutsu includes palm immortal technique, 4 corners barrier formation, perception technique, ensnaring magical tree, the three illusions of cherry blossoms, the illusionary lotus, mirage technique, the shadow clone technique, the falling cherry blossom technique, evil sealing technique, chakra surgical knife, sealing technique release, ninjutsu creation and rebirth of the 100 treasures, summoning slug great division, slug healing allies, slug tongue acid, slug sharing, and space transformation technique, among others. Upon witnessing the plethora of newly acquired ninjutsu and taijutsu, Uchiha smiled with triumph. He had successfully replicated all that Tsunade had mastered. Initially, he harbored concerns that slumber might sever his connection with Tsunade, thus interrupting the replication process, but to his astonishment, success was achieved, bringing him immense joy. Ding! Congratulations on successfully duplicating 6 types of ninjutsu or taijutsu. Task completed. Reward: 6 one-time Navy 6 styles training cards. Seeing the 6 training cards appear in his storage page, Uchiha beamed with delight, relieved that his dear Hinata would not end up with overly muscular pecs. At the Hokage building, a puff of white smoke materialized. As the smoke dissipated, a small slug appeared before Tsunade. "Slug, what brings you here?" Tsunade questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Lady Tsunade, I discovered something peculiar today," the slug replied. "What is it?" Tsunade inquired, her expression serious. "While examining the contract scroll, I unexpectedly found an additional name," the slug explained. "An extra name on the contract scroll?" Tsunade was taken aback. "The main contract scroll has been sealed in my home. How could there be another name?" "What is the name?" "A person by the name of Uchiha," the slug stated. "What? Uchiha? How could this be?" Tsunade was utterly bewildered. How could this happen? That lad had been thoroughly intoxicated after their drinking contest last night, making it utterly impossible for him to sneak into her home and inscribe his name on her contract scroll. Tsunade hurried home, retrieving the contract scroll. The seal remained intact, showing no signs of tampering. Upon unsealing and opening the scroll, she indeed found Uchiha's name inscribed at the end of the contract. How is this possible? Why does this man's name appear here? Tsunade's face was a canvas of shock and confusion. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. Unbeknownst to Uchiha, his replication of Tsunade's summoning technique resulted in his name manifesting on her contract scroll. After leaving the Hill Red family, he made his way back to the flower shop owned by Ino Yamanaka. "Brother Chiha, are you here to buy flowers again?" Ino exclaimed, bouncing out of the store, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So handsome. This irresistible charm. I absolutely adore it." Gazing upon the striking visage of Uchiha, Yamanaka Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration, her demeanor a blend of shyness and infatuation. "Ino, please fetch me 2 of the finest roses," Uchiha requested with a charming smile. "Of course," Yamanaka Ino replied, her excitement palpable as she nodded eagerly. "Now, wrap them separately," he instructed. "Here you go, Brother Chiha," Ino said sweetly, presenting the flowers with a delicate grace. Uchiha accepted the blooms, paid for them, and then plucked 1 rose from his hand, offering it to Yamanaka Ino with a warm smile. "This one is for you." "Dear Ino." "What? For me?" Ino exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld the rose being extended toward her, struggling to believe that such a gesture was meant for her. Could it be that Uchiha was confessing his feelings? The unexpectedness of it all left her unprepared. "What's wrong? Don't you want it?" Uchiha teased, pretending to reclaim the flower. No, I do," Ino responded, snatching the rose with a radiant smile. Now, the moment for a confession must surely follow. She cast a bashful glance at Uchiha, her heart brimming with anticipation yet tinged with anxiety. They had only met twice. Was it prudent to accept such a declaration? Wasn't this all happening too swiftly? A wave of nervousness washed over Yamanaka Ino. "Goodbye," Uchiha said, departing with a smile, failing to deliver the confession she had envisioned. "What? He.S. just leaving like that? No confession? I was ready to accept." Ino stood rooted, bewildered by the retreating figure of Uchiha, realizing that she had misinterpreted his intentions. The offering of a rose didn't necessarily imply a confession of love. Yet, did not roses symbolize romance? Why present them without a declaration? Watching Uchiha fade into the distance, Ino wore a forlorn expression. Wait a moment. If Brother Chiha gave me a rose without confessing, could it not also mean that he might give roses to others without a declaration? Perhaps I still have a chance. With this thought, the cloud of melancholy lifted from Yamanaka Ino's face. This rose, gifted by Brother Chiha, would be cherished and nurtured with utmost care. Chapter 30. The treehouse at noon. At the waterfall in the canyon, Hinata Huga gazed absent-mindedly at the rainbow before her. The scenery was beautiful, yet her heart was restless. The hour was nearing noon, and the one she anticipated had yet to arrive. They had clearly arranged to continue their training here yesterday. Hinata looked down the tranquil path, feeling as though she might turn into a statue of longing. Suddenly, a blurred figure emerged in her line of sight. A silhouette appeared at the distant intersection, slowly making its way down the serene trail. "It's Senior Chia," Hinata exclaimed. Leaping from the tree, her previously dejected mood transforming into delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I'm sorry, little Hinata, for my tardiness," Chia approached, a hint of remorse in his voice. "It's all right, Senior Chia, your presence is all that matters," Hinata replied shyly. "This is for you," he said, revealing a rose he had hidden behind his back and presenting it to her. "Thank you, Senior Chia." Hinata Huga held a rose in her hand, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to sipping honey, her face adorned with a bashful blush. All her worries vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile that exuded both cuteness and allure. "Have you been practicing?" Chia Knight inquired. Observing Hinata's fitted training attire and the sheen of sweat upon her skin, surmising that she must have recently engaged in practice. Hinata nodded, explaining, "I was just reviewing my kicking technique. I noticed you were coming, so I paused." "What happened to your head, Chia-senpai?" Hinata asked with genuine concern, noticing Chia's hand rubbing his head. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "I simply had a bit too much to drink last night, and it still aches slightly. However, after drinking the hangover tea prepared by Sunset Red, I feel much better now. Let me help you with that," Hinata offered, stepping before Chia and gently placing her delicate hand on his temple, beginning to massage him softly. A delightful fragrance enveloped him. Even the scent of sweat could not diminish the enchanting aroma of youth. As Chia lowered his gaze, he caught sight of her rounded cheeks and the deep dimple that formed, causing his heart to race. "How are you feeling now, Chia-senpai? Is it more comfortable?" she asked. "Yes, much better. Your technique is truly remarkable, Hinata. My headache has vanished," he replied gratefully. "Thank you, Hinata. You've helped me so much, Chia-senpai." "This is but a small gesture in return," she said, recalling the massages he had given her, feeling that her efforts paled in comparison. "Have you eaten yet, Chia-senpai?" "I prepared a bento today," she said, rushing to the base of a tree, laying out a blanket, and retrieving a large bento from her bag. "Just in time. I'm starving." Chia smiled as he settled onto the blanket and opened Hinata's bento. "Hinata, are you hungry? Let's eat together. I have another portion." Hinata promptly produced a small bento for herself. "Did you not eat breakfast this morning?" Chia realized, noting the modest size of her portion. Understanding that she had skipped her morning meal. "This won't do. At your age, you must eat breakfast to support your growth," he stated seriously, hoping to nurture Hinata to rival Tsunade one day. I wanted to wait for you to eat together," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. "You mustn't do this again. You need to eat when it's time. You're still growing, and skipping meals will hinder your development," Chia admonished sternly. "Oh, I understand." Hinata nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. "Here, eat more meat," Chia said, picking up a piece of meat, and, instead of placing it in her bento, brought it directly to her lips. Hinata obediently took a bite, her heart fluttering with delight. She could have prepared a more substantial bento for herself, yet she chose not to, wishing instead for Chia to continue serving her. Little did she expect that Chia would directly place food at her lips, compelling her to eat. Having shared chopsticks, did this not amount to an indirect kiss between the two? Contemplating this, a swift flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. Her expression was adorably shy and enticing, reminiscent of a ripe, sweet red apple, exuding an irresistible aroma that made one yearn to take a bite. Chia consumed only a small portion of the large bento, with the remainder hastily fed to Hinata Huga. Despite being generously nourished by Chia, Hinata's abdomen remained flat, revealing no sign of fullness. Her perfect figure remained captivating. Chia could only attribute it to the fact that this little girl had skipped breakfast, leaving her stomach quite empty. "Senior Chia, what shall we practice this afternoon?" Hinata inquired sweetly, kneeling obediently across from Chia after tidying up. "Let's keep it a secret for now. I'll tell you this afternoon," Chia replied with a mysterious smile. "Have you brought everything?" "Yes. I placed it all in the treehouse," she responded. "Really? That's wonderful. I can finally enjoy a proper nap," he exclaimed. Yesterday, Chia had carved out a spacious chamber within the 6-meter-wide tree, fashioning a cozy bed. To maximize space, he had constructed bunk beds. He had specifically asked Hinata to bring 2 mattresses today, so they could rest well during lunch and recharge for their afternoon practice. Upon entering the treehouse, Uchiha immediately spotted the mattresses laid out on the bed. Hinata followed him inside. "Senior Chiya, do you like the mattress?" "Indeed, it's soft and quite comfortable," he replied, lying down on the lower bunk mattress, which proved to be resilient and cozy. "I'm glad you like it," Hinata said, her joy evident at Uchiha's satisfaction. "Aren't you going to lie down?" he asked, observing her standing there with a silly smile and not taking the opportunity to rest. "My body is dirty. I need to wash up," Hinata replied, rummaging through her backpack before producing shower gel, shampoo, and a towel. "Are you going to wash outside?" Uchiha inquired, his eyes lighting up at the thought of seeing more of the lovely girl. Hinata shook her head, pointing upward. "While you were away, I took the liberty of using your technique to create a bathroom up there." Following her gaze, Uchiha indeed discovered a newly made opening. Chapter 31. Water flowing. "Let me see our adorable little Hinata's creation," he exclaimed, climbing up through the hole at the top of the bed. What greeted his eyes was a large wooden tub connected to the tree, ample enough for 2. The tub was still empty, presumably because Hinata had yet to fetch water. Next to it stood a rack, clearly intended for storing various bathing supplies. Uchiha sighed, reflecting on the delicate sensibilities of young girls. Who even knew to create a bathing chamber for cleansing? With such a secluded bath, there was no longer a fear of accidental exposure while bathing, nor the need to hide amongst the grass while changing clothes. Instead, one could simply change in the tree hollow, both discreet and secure. "Senior Chiya, how did I do?" Hinata Huga emerged, her face alight with anticipation, eager for his praise. "Indeed, quite well, little Hinata. You possess the potential to become a master in your own right," Uchiha remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. "However, there's no water in here. Allow me to enhance it for you." With that, he leaped through the skylight and, employing his moon step technique, swiftly made his way to a grove of bamboo. He executed the chakra surgical knife technique with precision, cleanly severing several bamboo stalks, which he then carried back. "Senior Chiya, what are you up to?" Hinata inquired, puzzled by his return with the bamboo. "I shall use this to channel the hot spring water from the cliff above, so that you need not fetch water anymore. The bamboo tubes will allow a continuous flow of pristine spring water into the wooden tub," he explained while crafting the bamboo, using his finger gun technique to pierce the joints, creating a seamless tube. "Wow, Senior Chiya, you are truly remarkable. How did I not think of this?" Hinata gazed at him in awe. Upon returning to the bath, Uchiha created a small hole in the upper wall for the bamboo pipe to draw water. He also fashioned another small aperture below the tub, slanting upwards, through which a larger bamboo tube, slightly shorter than the tub's height, would channel the water. This way, the tub would be continuously replenished with fresh water, alleviating the need for frequent cleaning. With everything in place, he connected the bamboo tubes, leading step by step toward the waterfall at the cliff's edge, locating a spring with suitable water temperature to direct into the pipes. In an instant, the hot spring water cascaded into the bamboo tubes. "It's flowing! It's flowing!" exclaimed Hinata, who had been eagerly watching by the tub as the water poured in endlessly. She leaned out of the skylight, waving and calling to Uchiha. Uchiha, having swiftly returned through the skylight, beamed at the sight of the continuous flow of spring water. "Little Hinata, go wash up. Time is fleeting, and you must sleep soon. There's a surprise awaiting you this afternoon." With that, he respectfully exited the bathing chamber, granting Hinata her private space. Had it been Kurenai Yuhi, Uchiha would have undoubtedly invited her to join him for a delightful time in the water. However, with Hinata, he patiently awaited the moment when the lotus would bloom before harvesting its beauty. Feeling somewhat soiled himself, Uchiha shed his clothes, clad only in his shorts, and leaped from the waterfall, plunging heavily into the lake below. Hinata, gazing at Uchiha's descending figure through the skylight, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. How shy. I cannot believe I was caught peeking at Senior Kiana. How utterly embarrassing. Hinata Huga's face flushed crimson, her mind wandering back to the moment when Kiana had taken her soaring through the skies, only for them to both tumble into the water, where Kiana had sealed her lips to provide her with oxygen. Could you truly be my destined partner, Senior Kiana? As Hinata lingered in the wooden tub, her wide eyes gazed out at the clouds drifting across the sky, pondering who her legendary hero, riding on a rainbow, might be. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Hinata's thoughts drifted away, a tapping sound resounded from below the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, Kiana's voice broke the silence. Hey, little Hinata. Could you lend me some body wash? No sooner had the words left her lips than Kiana's head emerged from the opening connecting the bedroom and the bathroom. Startled, Hinata quickly submerged herself in the water, allowing only her rosy face to peek above the surface. Here you go. A delicate hand trembled as it offered a bottle of body wash. Thank you, little Hinata. I'll return it promptly. Kiana took the body wash and swiftly ducked back down. Moments later, she leaped into the nearby lake with grace. True to her word, within a mere 2 minutes, Kiana returned, freshly cleansed. Here you go, little Hinata. Kiana popped back through the opening, handing the body wash back. A slender hand eagerly accepted it. After returning the body wash, Kiana executed a series of rapid free falls by the cliff's edge, finally managing to dry her shorts. Upon re-entering the bedroom, Kiana noticed that Hinata had yet to come down, likely still occupied with her bath. After all, being a girl, she valued cleanliness and, therefore, took her time. Having been busy for quite a while, and still feeling the lingering effects of the previous night's revelry, Kiana lay down and soon slipped into a deep slumber. By the time Hinata descended, fragrant and freshly bathed, Kiana was already lost in dreams. Draped in a towel, her hair wrapped up, Hinata shyly approached Kiana. Senior Kiana, you look so handsome. She walked over to her backpack, retrieving a light blanket to gently cover Kiana's nearly bare form. Once she had tucked the blanket around her, Hinata, barefoot, climbed onto the bed. The bed, carved from the heart of a tree and connected to the entire trunk, remained undisturbed despite Hinata's ascent, allowing Kiana to continue sleeping soundly. Leaning over the edge of the bed, Hinata peered at Kiana, offering a sweet smile as she whispered, "Good afternoon, Senior Kiana." Had Kiana opened her eyes at that moment, she would have glimpsed a delightful sight. Alas, she remained asleep, missing this beautiful moment. About an hour later, Kiana stirred awake. What is this? She wondered, gazing at the blanket draped over her. She had only gone to bed wearing her shorts when had a blanket appeared. Was it little Hinata's doing? A wave of gratitude washed over Kiana. Yet, this blanket smelled divine. It carried the same fragrance as little Hinata. Could this blanket be one that she often used? With that thought, a surge of impulse surged within Kiana, a desire to embrace her. How scandalous. What was I thinking? Here we are, having traversed time. Should we not elevate our aspirations? With so many beautiful women around, is it necessary to sully a mere bedsheet? Chapter 32. The disheartened Hinata Huga after dressing. Uchiha gently patted Hinata Huga, who was still nestled in bed. Awaken, dear Hinata. Senior Chia, Hinata murmured, blinking her eyes open, rubbing them, and stretching with a yawn. What enchanting dream was I having? Did I drool? Uchiha tenderly wiped the drool from the corner of Hinata's mouth. Hinata's delicate face flushed slightly, for she had dreamt of lying with Uchiha amidst the clouds, engaged in rather intimate activities. Was it a beautiful dream? I merely tend to drool in my sleep. Rise. We must prepare to train. All right, I'll change into my training attire immediately. Hinata darted into the bathroom, her training outfit hanging by the skylight. Swiftly donning her snug training gear, she emerged from the skylight, gracefully leaping down before Uchiha. Upon beholding Hinata's flawless figure, Uchiha could not help but swallow hard, feeling a rush of blood. Reciting to himself, "Form is emptiness," he finally managed to quell the fervor within his heart, restoring his composure. What shall we practice today, Senior Chia? Hinata asked shyly, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, appearing utterly adorable. Warm reminder. A single-use training card will consume a substantial amount of energy from the recipient. It is not advisable for the host to use it all at once. Hinata Huga's energy may sustain approximately 20% of a training card. It is recommended that the host utilize only 20% for her. The sudden notification from the system momentarily startled Uchiha, prompting him to ponder. Why can I master the Navy's 6 styles all at once? The system provides a significant amount of training energy to the host, enabling the immediate mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. As Hinata Huga is not the host, the system cannot supply her with energy. She must rely on her own energy to sustain the training card's consumption. Each time 20% of energy is imparted to Hinata, it is already her utmost limit. Exceeding this may endanger Hinata's life. Then it shall be 20%. Initially, Uchiha intended to impart the entirety of the Navy's 6 styles to Hinata at once, but it was now evident that such a notion was unfeasible. With 6 training cards, each requiring roughly 5 days to complete, it would take a month for Hinata to fully grasp the Navy's 6 styles. What are you contemplating, Senior Chia? Hinata inquired, noticing Uchiha lost in thought, staring blankly at the cliff edge. She waved her delicate hand before his eyes in curiosity. Oh, nothing at all. Uchiha snapped back to reality, smiling at Hinata. He said, I was calculating when you might fully master the 6 styles. How long do you think it will take me, Senior Uchiha? Hinata gazed at him expectantly, hoping for an encouraging response. If this pace continues, Hinata, it may take you approximately 3 years to master the 6 forms. Uchiha decided to tease the young girl. What? 3 years? Upon hearing Uchiha's words, a look of dejection instantly appeared on Hinata Hyuga's petite face. Indeed, I am too foolish. I am merely a laggard, utterly unable to compare with the genius, Niji. Uchiha's words struck deeply at Hinata's heart. She had once believed that with Uchiha's meticulous guidance, she would swiftly master the 6 forms and prove herself. The Chunin exams are just a month away. If she does not acquire new techniques, relying solely on her rudimentary grasp of the family secrets, she would likely fail to qualify as a Chunin once again. Niji has already become a Chunin and is rumored to be on the verge of advancing to Jonin. If this continues, the gap between them will only grow wider. Hinata sat despondently on the ground, hugging her knees, lost in gloom. She truly felt like a great fool, devoid of any talent. Among the Huga clan, she was the most foolish one. Even her younger sister had already become a genin. During their sparring, faced with her sister's techniques, she found herself struggling. I am indeed a useless individual. Uchiha's remark about 3 years shattered Hinata's fragile mindset. Her eyes reddened, and tears threatened to spill. Uchiha? What is this situation? Why is she crying? Uchiha gently lifted Hinata's chin, looking at her in bewilderment. Hinata, what is the matter? Hinata trembled as she responded, Am I really that foolish? Not at all. In my eyes, you are the brightest, Hinata, Uchiha sincerely replied. But if it takes me 3 years to master the 6 forms, doesn't that mean I am foolish? Niji only needed to see it once to swiftly grasp the family techniques. Yet I, taught by father since childhood, still only have a rudimentary understanding of those secrets. Therefore, I am the most foolish. A tremendous fool. Hinata lamented, hugging her knees. Silly girl, what are you saying? Uchiha playfully pinched Hinata's nose, surprised that a mere mention of 3 years could impact Hinata's delicate spirit so severely. I merely meant that with your solitary practice, it would indeed take 3 years to master the 6 forms. In truth, that is already a remarkable talent. Many individuals take 3 years and can only grasp 1.5 techniques. Uchiha reassured her, determined not to let the young girl's spirit break. Hinata's talent is not lacking. It is merely that she has been subjected to the stringent expectations of her father from a young age, causing her spirit to become overly tense, ultimately leading to counterproductive outcomes. Do not worry, Hinata. I have carefully prepared a training method specifically for you. In just 1 month, you will master the 6 forms and become as powerful as I am. Really? Senior Uchiha, are you being truthful? Can you truly help me master the 6 forms in a month? Hinata Hyuga's face, once clouded with frustration, began to regain a glimmer of spirit. Her white pupils sparkled as she looked up at Uchiha with hopeful anticipation. Truly, deceiving you would be akin to a mere pup, preventing me from ever marrying the gentle Hinata. What do you mean I can't marry you? A faint blush crept across Hinata's cheeks. Uchiha gently wiped the tears from her face. Stand up. Prove to everyone that little Hinata is indeed a genius. What nonsense about Niji being a genius? He pales in comparison to even a fingertip of our Hinata. Teach me, Senior Uchiha. I wish to show everyone what I am capable of. I shall not let your expectations down. Hinata's expression grew resolute. My expectation is to marry you. Are you certain you won't disappoint my hopes? Uchiha winked at Hinata. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, her face flushed, fingers twirling in circles, her heart racing fiercely. She whispered in a voice only she could hear. If it's Senior Uchiha, then I can. Chapter 33, Enlightenment. Wiping sweat, Uchiha did not catch Hinata's words, merely interpreting her silence as shyness. Let us begin. His demeanor shifted, no longer playful. He became serious. He extracted a golden card from the system space. The card shone with a brilliant metallic luster, displaying a surface reminiscent of a smartphone screen, showing the number 100. Scanning object. A voice akin to artificial intelligence echoed from the card. Detected nearby subjects. Hinata Hyuga. Uchiha. The screen displayed the avatars of Hinata and Uchiha. Please select subject for enlightenment. Without hesitation, Uchiha tapped Hinata's avatar. Please enter the percentage for enlightenment. He clicked and entered 20%. Senior Uchiha, what is this? Curious about the golden card Uchiha was fiddling with, Hinata approached. This is a magical training card that will assist you in rapid cultivation. You may feel your physical strength and chakra being drained, but do not resist. Endure it as if it were special training. Oh, although she was somewhat unclear about how this card would aid her cultivation, she obediently nodded. She trusted that Uchiha would not harm her. Otherwise, during the nights of her slumber, he could have already done so. Uchiha clicked confirm. In an instant, the training card radiated golden light, soaring from Uchiha's hand to hover above Hinata's head. The golden glow, akin to the twinkling of fireflies, enveloped Hinata entirely. As the golden light surrounded her, Hinata felt a torrent of information flooding her mind, all pertaining to leg techniques. As more and more information surged in, Hinata sensed her body growing weary, as though she had engaged in extensive physical exertion, rapidly depleting her energy. Additionally, her chakra began to diminish gradually. With her body growing increasingly fatigued, her chakra waned further. Gradually, Hinata Huga began to feel an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her. Her feet felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight, rendering her immobile. This sensation was akin to having kicked relentlessly thousands upon thousands of times, rendering her feet as alien to her as if they belonged to another. Yuki and Nanaya floated gracefully in midair, observing the numbers displayed on the card shield. Initially at 100%, the figure began to diminish steadily. In less than a minute, it plummeted from 100 to 81%, and with the blink of an eye, it further descended to 80%. Upon reaching 80%, the card ceased to emit light, and the flickering starlight that had enveloped Hinata Huga vanished in an instant. As the golden glow dissipated, Hinata's body succumbed to weakness, and she collapsed to the ground. She was utterly drained, her physical strength completely expended, and her chakra nearly depleted. Her entire body felt foreign, drenched in sweat, leaving her soaked through. Yuki and Nanaya caught the falling card and hurried to Hinata's side to assist her. Are you alright, little Hinata? Despite the system's indication that with 20% remaining, Hinata was not in mortal danger, he could not shake his anxiety. I'm fine, Senior Yuki, please don't worry. I merely feel exhausted. My feet feel as though they are not my own, and I can't move. My chakra is depleted, and I feel weak, Hinata replied in a feeble tone. I'm so tired, I wish to sleep. Sleep then. I will take care of everything. Hinata cast a gentle glance at Yuki before slowly closing her eyes. Yuki, cradling her, utilized the moon step to transport Hinata to the treehouse. Observing the sweat-drenched Hinata, Yuki felt a surge of uncertainty. Should he wipe her down or not? Not wiping would leave her damp, risking a chill. Yet, to wipe her down? As a gentleman, would that not be taking advantage of a young lady? Yuki found himself in a quandary. Were it a mature woman like Kurenai Yuhi, he would not hesitate for a moment. Yet with Hinata, he feared misinterpretation, jeopardizing the rapport he had painstakingly built with her. The hesitation born from the dread of misunderstanding by one's beloved. Wearing armor and shorts, it should be fine, right? After a moment's contemplation, prioritizing Hinata's health, Yuki resolved to proceed. Hinata, I assure you, this is solely for your well-being. There is no intention of impropriety. Having explained his rationale, Yuki's hands trembled slightly as he began his task. With a serious expression, he swiftly undid the necessary garments and used a towel to clean away the sweat, then covered Hinata with a blanket to shield her from the chill and prevent illness. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Amitba, so be it. After completing his duties, Yuki stepped outside, quietly reciting Buddhist scriptures to temper the fervor coursing through his veins. Today, Kurenai's monthly visitor had arrived, and it seemed Yuki Nanaya was destined to embrace the void. The sun dipped below the horizon, marking the twilight hour. As the last golden rays of the setting sun filtered into the treehouse, Hinata Huga stirred from her slumber in a haze. Although her body felt less heavy, a profound weakness still enveloped her, suggesting a full recovery would only be possible by the following day. Where am I? Hinata weakly propped herself up, recognizing the familiar blanket. This is the treehouse. I must be in the bed where Senior Shikiya once slept. Did Senior Shikiya carry me here? A faint blush crept across Hinata's face. As she pulled back the covers, a sudden chill enveloped her. Lowering her gaze, she was met with a shocking realization that rendered her face as crimson as a rose. Where are my clothes? Perhaps due to the lingering effects of dizziness, Hinata managed to hold herself together, avoiding immediate unconsciousness. Bewildered, she discovered that all of her outer garments were gone. Her long pants had vanished, leaving only her petite undergarments and chest armor. Her skin, as pure as jade, contrasted with her long, slender legs, now bare. Had Senior Shikiya taken advantage of my slumber to devour me? Hinata moved her thighs, discovering a lack of pain between her legs. She was unharmed and intact. A deep sigh of relief escaped her lips. Little Hinata, you're awake. With a sudden swoosh, the figure of Shikiya appeared at the entrance. Startled, Hinata quickly pulled the blanket over her, concealing her beauty. Feigning nonchalance, Shikiya stepped inside, a smile gracing his lips. I noticed you were drenched in sweat, little Hinata. I feared you might catch a cold, so I assisted in drying you off. Rest assured, I kept my eyes closed the entire time and saw nothing. Shikiya spoke with utmost sincerity. Chapter 34. Senior Shikiya, do you prefer the larger size? Shikiya's expression turned serious. Closing my eyes. Does that imply I relied on touch to dry you? The thought sent Hinata's cheeks aflame. If he couldn't see, then surely he could not discern the boundaries of propriety, and through tactile contact, he might have inadvertently brushed against those forbidden areas. Hinata felt as though she might suffocate from embarrassment, struggling to breathe. It was overwhelmingly shameful. Hiding beneath the blanket, she dared not meet Shikiya's gaze. What troubles you, little Hinata? Why are you hiding? I truly did not look, Shikiya implored, perplexed. Hinata remained silent, still ensconced in her cocoon of fabric. Very well, I confess. I deceived you, little Hinata. I did watch while I dried you. But I swear, despite witnessing it, I did not touch what should not be touched. If I did, may I never win your heart. With no alternative, Shikiya admitted his transgression. Senior Shikiya, you great deceiver, came Hinata's soft voice from within the blanket. Wasn't I merely concerned that you might misunderstand my intentions? That you might think me a lecherous individual with ulterior motives? Shikiya explained. Little Hinata, as you are aware, sleeping in drenched clothing can easily lead to a cold. Thus, out of concern for your well-being, I have resorted to this rather unconventional method. I assure you, there are no ulterior motives. Even if there were, I would never act while you are in a deep slumber. I would approach it openly, just as I am now. I wish to behold the adorable Hinata. Suddenly, Yuchi laughed heartily and pulled back a corner of the blanket covering Hinata, revealing her head. If I want to see, I shall do so openly, without any stealth. Furthermore, given your petite frame, there is little to behold. Perhaps with some growth, I might find it more enticing. Yuchi endeavored to maintain a clear gaze and casually remarked, the sun is setting, and soon the mountains will be shrouded in darkness. We must return before it gets too late. Yuchi placed Hinata's clothing beside her. Quickly, put this on, we must hurry back. After speaking, Yuchi turned away. Through their days together, Hinata had begun to understand Yuchi's character, who was always forthright, even in mischievous situations. For instance, during their last escapade, she had inadvertently stolen Hinata's first kiss while they were submerged in a lake, relying on the necessity of oxygen. In truth, after spending these days with Yuchi, Hinata had developed fond feelings for him. However, wearing such minimal attire made her feel exceedingly bashful, for she was inherently a shy girl. The mere proximity of a boy would cause her cheeks to flush, and appearing before him in scanty clothing only heightened her embarrassment. Hinata attempted to shift her position, only to discover that she could barely move her hands, let alone her legs, which felt utterly devoid of strength. The after-effects of her training had yet to subside. She felt weak all over, unable to even reach for the clothing that lay so close at hand. Hinata was bewildered. She felt utterly drained, incapable of lifting her feet. Was she truly to ask Senior Yuchi for assistance in dressing? How mortifying. After much internal struggle, Hinata timidly spoke up. Senior Yuchi, could you please help me put on my clothes? I lack the strength to lift my legs. Upon hearing her voice, Yuchi turned, concern etched on his face. Little Hinata, have you not yet recovered? Hinata shyly nodded. You're awake, do you mind? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I trust you, Senior Yuchi. With her sweet words, how could Yuchi refuse? Without hesitation, he took action. Your hands can still move, right? Extend them, and I shall assist you in donning your garments. All right, Hinata replied, blushing as she extended her arms. Yuchi lifted the shirt, helping Hinata as one would assist a child in dressing. Little Hinata, you smell delightful. Yuchi inhaled deeply, savoring the youthful fragrance. Can't you move your feet at all? I can't muster the strength, she replied. Yuchi could only lift her beautiful legs. Assisting in pulling her pants up, the young girl's exquisite legs captivated him, causing him to be somewhat reckless with his hands. Occasionally, His fingers brushed against her in close proximity, making Hinata Huga blush profusely. Her face flushed, eyes tightly shut, eyelashes fluttering, and her demeanor tense, akin to a startled deer, overwhelmed by shyness. Ultimately, Uchiha lifted Hinata's hips, pulled up her pants, and secured them, letting out a sigh of relief. It was indeed a tormenting experience. This task of dressing the beautiful girl stirred his heart with excitement, while simultaneously torturing him. All right, I'll carry little Hinata. You should head back now. If you linger any longer, your father will surely come looking for trouble, he declared. Uchiha lifted Hinata onto his back and descended from the treehouse, slowly making his way toward Konoha village. The sunset was beautiful at dusk, with the girl resting quietly and shyly on the boy's back, a sweet and serene moment. Thank you, Senior Chiya, she whispered softly, expressing her gratitude. No need for thanks, my future wife, he replied with a smile. Hinata had grown accustomed to his playful address of wife. Senior Chiya, do you prefer the larger ones? She asked bashfully. Uchiha, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by larger? Little Hinata? The one you just mentioned. She murmured shyly. What did I say? He teased with a smirk. You know, the chest. Senior Chiya, do you prefer those who are well endowed? Hinata's face turned crimson as she questioned him, unsure of why she had blurted it out, but certainly concerned about his earlier remark. With your petite frame, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. Perhaps if you grew a bit more. You might pique my interest, Uchiha replied in astonishment, surprised that Hinata would dare to ask such a question. Was it prompted by his casual comment? Why do you want to know? He queried. I just want to find out. She insisted. Caught off guard, Uchiha pondered how to respond. If he admitted a preference for larger, would that make him seem lewd? If he claimed to prefer smaller, would he appear insincere? How should he answer? Senior Chiya, just tell me, do you like the larger ones? Seeing his silence, Hinata urged him impatiently. Well, yes, I do prefer the larger ones. Comparatively, I find them more intriguing. He confessed candidly. However, it ultimately depends on the person. A kind heart, innocence, and gentleness are what matter most. In my eyes, little Hinata, you are the epitome of perfection, Uchiha said gently. Indeed, Hinata felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps Uchiha found her lacking. If he knew her thoughts at that moment, he would surely exclaim, you're grown, yet you feel inadequate? What about Sakura? After traversing a tranquil path, Uchiha swiftly returned to the Huga residence with Hinata on his back. As he gazed upon Hinata Huga, who was nestled on the back of Uchiha, Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened considerably. He increasingly felt a sense of unease, pondering whether his precious daughter had been led astray by this boorish young man. Each time she returned home, she appeared utterly exhausted. What kind of training left her in such a state? Hinata Hizashi's glower was fixed upon Uchiha, his countenance grim. His beloved daughter, resembling a tender lover, clung to Uchiha's back, her cheeks flushed and demeanor bashful, akin to a young girl in the throes of first love. Do set her down at once. How long do you intend to carry her? Though Hinata Hizashi was usually composed, this sight was unbearable. His darling daughter was slipping away from him. His face stern, he glared at Uchiha with barely concealed ire. It is more suitable for me to carry her as she has some difficulty walking, Uchiha explained. What? This revelation struck Hinata Hizashi like a bolt from the blue. Difficulty walking? Was it possible that his precious daughter had been bullied by this insufferable brat? Hinata was still so young. How dare he? Hinata Hizashi, resembling an enraged lion, fixated his gaze on Uchiha. You dare to bully my Hinata? You shall not leave this courtyard tonight. Uchiha was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Why the sudden hostility? I carried Hinata back just the same last night. Why was there no issue then? Yet tonight you are ready to explode. Confusion clouded Uchiha's mind, leaving him at a loss. Uncle, why are you so angry? Who is your uncle? Set Hinata down this instant. Hinata Hizashi's expression was thunderous as he glared at Uchiha. Several jonin from the Huga clan gathered around them. Uncle, is there some misunderstanding? The sleeping Hinata, roused from her slumber on Uchiha's back, looked at her father, bewildered. Why is father angry? Father, could it be that you've misunderstood something? Hinata, you're awake. Hurry and get down. I will not allow this scoundrel to bully you again. Father? Hinata replied, perplexed. Senior Chiya has not bullied me. He may have been somewhat strict, but he did not harm me. He saw that I was too exhausted to walk and kindly carried me back, exhausted to the point of being unable to walk. Hinata Hizashi's anger escalated. Uncle, I shall take my leave then. Having placed Hinata in her bedroom, Uchiha turned to depart. As he reached the courtyard's exit, Hinata Hisashi suddenly spoke, his demeanor serious. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the esteemed Huga clan. We will never allow her to marry a commoner. If you are merely a nameless youth, I advise you to abandon this notion at once. She is kind and innocent, and I wish to protect her from harm. Uchiha turned to face Hinata Hisashi and replied calmly, I assure you, I will not allow even the slightest harm to come to little Hinata. Furthermore, I am far from a nameless youth. To win Hinata's heart, one must at least aspire to become Hokage. After Huga Hiashi finished speaking, he turned away with a stern expression. Hokage, you say? Uchiha gazed at Hayashi's receding figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. With his ability to replicate, becoming Hokage was merely child's play for him. However, to attain such a position, he must first be a ninja. Having recently withdrawn from the life of a ninja, was he to return to that path? Becoming a ninja entailed sacrificing a degree of freedom, unless one were to emulate Jeriah, who could traverse freely. Fame was essential to achieve such a lifestyle. Otherwise, even a remarkable jonin like Kakashi would still find himself ensnared by missions. Uchiha had no desire to undertake mundane tasks. He merely wished to engage in meaningful conversations with the ladies and explore the essence of life. That evening, Uchiha did not visit Kurenai, as she was indisposed. He opted to purchase takeout, deciding against cooking at home. Upon returning, he pushed open the door without turning on the lights. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth, pinning him firmly to the floor, immobilizing him. Who are you? In the dim room, Uchiha could not discern the identity of his assailant, only catching a whiff of a woman's alluring fragrance. The one restraining him was indeed a woman. With a flicker, a candle ignited nearby, and Uchiha finally recognized her. Tsunade. Tsunade, what on earth are you doing? Uchiha stared blankly at her. Cut the nonsense. I have matters to discuss with you. Should you dare to lie, I shall crush your skull, Tsunade declared, her gaze fierce as she held him down. Tsunade, ask away. And I promise to speak the truth, Uchiha replied innocently, perplexed by what the formidable Tsunade could possibly want. He was certain he had not wronged her in any way. Chapter 36. Denial. With one hand pressing down on Uchiha's chest, Tsunade reached into her pocket and retrieved a scroll. She unfurled the scroll, presenting it before Uchiha's eyes. Explain to me why your name appears on my summoning contract scroll. Uchiha eyed the scroll suspiciously, noticing 3 crimson characters spelling out his name emblazoned upon it. Staring at those letters, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. How could his name possibly be inscribed on Tsunade's contract? Could it be? Uchiha recalled the summoning technique he had replicated from Tsunade. A sudden realization dawned upon him. It must have been the system that forcibly imprinted his name. Only in this manner could he wield Tsunade's summoning technique. Yet, how could he explain this to her? Tsunade, I truly do not understand how this happened. I have never seen this contract scroll before, nor have I inscribed my name upon it. Uchiha could only feign ignorance. For this matter was one he could not clarify, he would steadfastly deny it. Regarding the ability to replicate ninjutsu, this is a secret that must not be revealed. Even if one were to understand Tsunade's character through the original narrative, confiding in her would not alter his situation. However, what if word inadvertently got out? Who would dare approach him then? How could he replicate other ninjutsu? The handwriting above is not mine. Although it bears my name, the script is not my own. Indeed, Tsunade does not believe that these 3 characters were inscribed by Yuki, as he lacks the strength to lift the seal and the time to do so. Moreover, Uzuki Yuin has been monitoring Yuki closely during this period, leaving him with no opportunity to commit any act. The reason she sought him out was due to the peculiar nature of the incident. She had no leads and wished to test her luck with him. After all, whose name would be written if not Yuki's? Whether it be a frame-up or something else entirely. The individual in question surely knows Yuki and shares a complex connection with him. It is not impossible that Yuki orchestrated it. In any case, although Yuki had no time to commit the act, his suspicion looms large. Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on Yuki, attempting to discern something from his expression. Yet he appeared utterly sincere, revealing nothing to her scrutiny. Tsunade, dear elder sister, could you please rise? You are quite heavy upon me, Yuki remarked, unperturbed by her presence. The strength Tsunade possessed was matched by him. Should a confrontation arise, he could certainly overpower her. Uncomfortable? Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk. To be subdued by the Hokage is indeed a privilege. Countless individuals would envy your position. You are the prime suspect. The Hokage will not easily overlook you. Tsunade, we have shared drinks and sworn brotherhood. You cannot treat me this way. I regard you as a brother. Yet you wish for me to bear your children? That contradicts our bond. In response to Tsunade's relentless pursuit, Yuki resorted to nonsensical banter. Consider the Hokage your brother? How amusing, Tsunade scoffed. If you truly regard me as such, why do you react this way? Is it not absurd to exhibit such behavior towards a brother? It was you who initiated this. Yuki retorted, I could not help myself. At his words, Tsunade let out a derisive laugh, stowing away the scroll, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. The Hokage will come looking for you again. You best not reveal any slip-ups, or I shall ensure you regret it. With that warning, she released him and departed. Once Tsunade had left, Yuki slowly rose, gazing at her retreating figure. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, Should you dare to come and pin me down again, I might just devour you. He picked up the dinner that had fallen to the ground, relieved that it had not spilled. Otherwise, he would have had to venture out for another meal. After finishing dinner, Yuki indulged in a bath and then collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. At Tsunade's residence, a voice inquired, Tsunade, where have you been so late at night? Have you sneaked out to gamble again? Inquired Shizune, blocking the entrance as Tsunade entered. As Tsunade's attendant, it was her duty to oversee Tsunade, ensuring she fulfilled her responsibilities as Hokage and did not succumb to the temptations of gambling, which could lead to negligence in her duties. I didn't gamble. I went out to attend to a personal matter. Someone stole my belongings, Tsunade explained. Who took your things, Lady Tsunade? Should we send the Anbu to apprehend them? Shizune asked. It's nothing serious, merely something rather peculiar. It left me quite perplexed. I ventured out tonight to verify, but I found no clues, Tsunade replied, choosing not to elaborate further. She stifled a yawn and poured herself a glass of sake. Sipping leisurely. Lady Tsunade, what happened to your pants? Shizune questioned, eyeing Tsunade's trousers with suspicion. Tsunade glanced down in confusion and sniffed the air. What does that smell? A fleeting look of astonishment crossed her face as she recalled a moment at Yushin's residence, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What is wrong, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked, puzzled by the sudden blush that adorned Tsunade's face. It was an unusual sight. The legendary Sannin had never been one to show such embarrassment. Could it be that she was intoxicated? Yet, she had only consumed a modest amount of alcohol. How could she be so tipsy so quickly? Tsunade took another sip of her drink, her face reddening once more, attempting to mask her earlier embarrassment. It's nothing. I'm just tired. I'll go freshen up, she said, hastily retreating into the bathroom. Cursed thief. Next time, I shall make you pay, Tsunade fumed, feeling a mix of shame and anger. While interrogating Yushin, she had been so preoccupied that she failed to notice the incident. Thankfully, Shizune remained oblivious to the truth. Otherwise, where would her dignity reside? With a deep breath, Tsunade sought to calm her flustered emotions. Her pants were soiled and required thorough cleaning. She must ensure Shizune did not discover anything amiss. She shed her outer garment, revealing a stunning figure, flawless and unblemished. For over 30 years, her perfect physique had never been appreciated by a man. A mature flower, waiting for the right hand to pluck it. The bathroom was filled with steam, and the enchanting beauty played in the water, the scent intoxicating. Chapter 37. Tsunade's deception of Shizune. Shizune watched Tsunade hurriedly depart, her expression filled with confusion. The normally wine-loving Tsunade was acting quite strangely today. She had barely drunk a couple of glasses before rushing off to bathe. There was an odd air about it. Despite her suspicions, Shizune dismissed the thought and proceeded as usual, preparing a towel for Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I'm coming in, Shizune announced as she entered the steamy bathroom with the towel in hand. Ah, Shizune, you're here. Help me with my shoulders. Tsunade reclined in the bath, speaking languidly. Of course, Lady Tsunade, Shizune replied, placing the towel aside and moving behind Tsunade to gently massage her shoulders. As she gazed upon Tsunade's skin, as pristine as that of an 18-year-old maiden, Shizune could not help but feel a profound envy. The undulating curves of Tsunade's figure only deepened her admiration. In comparison to Lady Tsunade, her own form was decidedly lacking, flat as an airstrip. A fleeting shadow of insecurity crossed Shizune's face, but summoning the courage that had lain dormant for so long, she spoke softly. Lady Tsunade, may I inquire about something? What is it? Speak freely, Tsunade replied, relishing the massage that enveloped her in bliss, her earlier embarrassment vanishing like mist. Lady Tsunade, what did you eat in the past? How did you come to develop so magnificently? Upon hearing this, Tsunade burst into laughter, her joy palpable. Shizune, you have already ceased your growth, no matter what you consume. It is impossible for you to grow any taller. Shizune's countenance fell slightly at Tsunade's words. Is that so? It appears I am destined to remain as I am. Noticing Shizune's disheartened expression, Tsunade shifted the conversation. Actually, there is a method that could potentially improve your situation. Shizune's face lit up with surprise, her curiosity piqued. What method? Please tell me, Lady Tsunade. With a teasing smile, Tsunade replied, simply find a handsome man to give you a proper massage. What? A handsome man to massage me? Shizune's eyes widened in disbelief, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she processed Tsunade's suggestion. Have you tried this yourself, Lady Tsunade? With a proud lift of her chest, Tsunade declared, of course, I am naturally endowed and require no such assistance. Shizune hesitated, her shyness surfacing. Must it be a handsome man? Could a woman not suffice? Tsunade looked at Shizune, who seemed somewhat dazed, and continued to persuade her. Do you not understand? Like repels like, while opposites attract. Only a man can help you achieve the growth you desire. If you wish to enhance your figure, seek out a handsome man. It is your only recourse. You are no longer a child. It is time to consider starting a family. Shizune shook her head, her expression resolute. No, I still wish to serve Lady Tsunade. The thought of finding a man and settling down had never crossed her mind. Tsunade was her idol, and all she desired was to remain by her side, serving her faithfully for a lifetime. Shizune vowed, I will always follow you, Lady Tsunade, serving you eternally. Tsunade's smile faded, and her tone grew serious. This cannot be. You must not sacrifice your entire life for my sake. You must find a man and live a fulfilling life, or I will no longer keep you by my side. Tsunade held deep affection for Shizune. During her time of turmoil, Shizune had stood steadfastly by her, caring for her with unwavering loyalty. Shizune's most precious youth was slipping away, and if she did not seek companionship soon, she would find herself in a similar predicament. Before her, Shizune was in her 20s, the prime of her youth, and it would be a disservice to her life to delay her happiness in order to care for Tsunade. The profound sense of loneliness experienced in solitude is something she understands well. She absolutely cannot allow herself to follow the same path again. I command you, Tsunade stated with an unwavering tone, to find a suitable partner within a month, or I shall have no choice but to dismiss you permanently. Tsunade's serious gaze bore into Shizune, leaving no room for dissent. Shizune was taken aback. She had merely intended to seek Tsunade's advice on how to grow taller, yet found herself entangled in a discussion about finding a boyfriend. Tears welled in her eyes. She had always taken pride in Tsunade's single status, only to be coerced into seeking a partner herself. The threat of dismissal loomed large if she failed to comply. What a predicament! As she left Tsunade's residence, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Having followed Tsunade since childhood, she had hardly made any male friends. Where was she supposed to find a boyfriend? The thought of leaving the revered Tsunade's side was unbearable, yet she felt compelled to seek companionship. But in the vastness of Konoha, whom should she pursue? This dilemma tormented her greatly. Watching Shizune's departing figure, Tsunade let out a deep sigh. She had imparted all she could to Shizune, and after all these years of training, it was time for her to embark on her own journey. Tsunade wished for Shizune to discover her own happiness, rather than squandering her youth in her shadow. Once afflicted by hemophobia, she had relied on Shizune's support. Now, as Hokage, she had overcome her fears, recognizing it was time to let Shizune seek her own life as joy. Shizune, this is for your own good, Tsunade mused with a faint smile, contemplating which casino to visit for a bit of fun the next day. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed forth. Shizune returned. Lady Tsunade, I understand now, she gasped, breathless. Tsunade regarded her with curiosity, asking, what is it that you comprehend? I realize, Lady Tsunade, that you want me to find a boyfriend to divert my attention so that you can gamble in peace without supervision. Am I correct? As she exited the courtyard, Shizune couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all these years, Tsunade had never urged her to find a partner. Why now? If she were to pursue a relationship, she would have less time to be by Tsunade's side, leaving her without oversight, without anyone to monitor her. Tsunade could go wherever she pleased, be it hotels or casinos. Ha ha ha, what a notion! Tsunade chuckled awkwardly, slightly embarrassed that her true intentions had been uncovered. However, she would not concede to that realization. I am solely considering your future happiness, Shizune. Your uncle would undoubtedly wish to see you lead a fulfilling life. I will find a boyfriend, but do not think you can sneak off to the casino to indulge in drinking while neglecting your duties, Shizune retorted. Ha ha. How could I possibly sneak off to gamble and abandon my responsibilities? Tsunade laughed heartily, her face flushed with embarrassment at being so easily seen through. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you, Lady Tsunade. Even if I seek a romantic partner, I will ensure that your duties are not neglected. Shizun declared with unwavering resolve. Tsunade, this young lady is no longer as easily deceived as she was in her childhood. Chapter 38, The Bronze Treasure Chest. Papaya and Essential Oil Morning. As Uchiha awoke from his slumber, he was greeted by the mechanical voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bronze treasure chest. Such fortune. A smile graced Uchiha's face. He then inquired with curiosity, System, how did this bronze treasure chest come to be? I have not completed any tasks. Suddenly, he was bestowed with a reward in the form of a treasure chest. This is a random reward triggered by your first use of a training card to assist Hinata Huga in her training. If the host does not wish to accept it, it can be declined. Decline? How could one refuse a reward? That would be foolish. System, open the bronze treasure chest for me. Last time, the golden treasure chest yielded the 6 styles of the Navy. I wonder what this bronze treasure chest will reveal? Uchiha felt a hint of anticipation. Ding. The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 nutritional papayas and 100 bottles of muscle-relaxing essential oil. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Uchiha was taken aback. What on earth? Papayas? Essential oil? These items seem of little use to me. System. What are the benefits of the nutritional papayas and muscle-relaxing essential oil? The nutritional papayas, as the name suggests, can replenish nutrients for those who are deficient, especially beneficial for women, as they not only enhance skin brightness, but also promote breast enhancement, with immediate and remarkable effects. The muscle-relaxing essential oil, when applied and massaged over the body, can alleviate all fatigue and restore vigor. Furthermore, it can swiftly eliminate any lingering ailments caused by minor injuries. After listening, Uchiha's eyes sparkled. These 2 items appear to be quite valuable. After leisurely completing his morning routine, he tidied himself up and whistled as he stepped outside. Before long, Uchiha arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Chiha, what would you like to eat? Upon seeing Uchiha take a seat, Uncle Ichiraku greeted him warmly. Uchiha perused the menu and replied slowly, I would like a large bowl of beef ramen. Coming right up. Uncle Ichiraku turned and began to prepare the dish. Uncle Ichiraku, please pack 2 servings of beef ramen for me to go. A woman's voice chimed in from the side. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The voice belonged to Shizun. Uchiha turned to look and, indeed, it was Shizun. Shizun-senpai, are you packing breakfast for the 5th Hokage? Uchiha greeted her enthusiastically. You are Chiha? Shizun gazed at the handsome Uchiha under the sunlight, momentarily taken aback. Yes, we met that day. Uchiha acknowledged, recalling that Shizun had assisted him in deregistering his ninja profile. Good morning, Chiha. Are you also here for ramen? Shizun smiled politely and nodded. I ordered beef ramen. Just like you. Chiha, do you also enjoy beef ramen? Indeed. Senior Chiha, would you like to have your fortune told? I can read your fortune for free. Chiha gazed at Jingyin, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, a faint blush crept across Jingyin's cheeks. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he not realize such a stare could make someone feel shy? I still have to bring breakfast to Lady Tsunade, so I'll have to decline, Jingyin said. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. Oh, I see. What a pity, Chiha replied, disappointment tinging his tone. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to replicate some of Jingyin's ninjutsu. Although she was not the most formidable ninja, who would refuse the chance to master an additional skill? The more abilities one possesses, the better. It is not the fear of being outmatched by skills that concerns one, but rather the dread of being devoid of them. Beef ramen is here. Uncle Ichiraku presented a generous bowl of steaming beef ramen before Chiha. Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. The enticing aroma caused Chiha's stomach to grumble in response. This is for Jingyin, 2 bowls of beef ramen. Uncle Ichiraku then placed 2 neatly packaged bowls of ramen in front of Jingyin. Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. Jingyin set down her money, picked up the ramen, and said to Chiha, Goodbye, Chiha. Wait a moment, Jingyin. Chiha suddenly recalled something and called out to her as she turned to leave. What is it, Chiha? Do you need something? Jingyin paused and turned back, her expression one of curiosity. Senior Jingyin, I have a gift for you. Chiha approached her with an air of mystery. A gift for me? Jingyin regarded him with suspicion, her brow furrowing. They were not intimately acquainted, having only met once or twice. Why would he be so kind as to offer her a gift? After rummaging through his pocket, Chiha produced a golden-hued fruit and presented it to Jingyin. Is this a papaya? Jingyin asked, uncertainty clouding her features as she scrutinized the fruit, which appeared slightly different from the ordinary papayas she knew. Indeed, it is a papaya? Chia affirmed with a smile. Why are you giving me a papaya? Jingyin questioned, her expression revealing her puzzlement. It was her first encounter with someone gifting a papaya to a girl. You will understand once you eat it. I assure you it will be a delightful surprise. Chia said with an enigmatic tone. Goodbye, Senior Jingyin. I am quite hungry, so I shall indulge in my ramen now. With that, he waved farewell to Jingyin and returned to his seat, ready to enjoy his meal. What kind of surprise could eating a papaya bring? Jingyin pondered, staring blankly at the golden fruit in her hand. She had consumed papayas numerous times before and had never experienced any remarkable surprises. In her quest to gain weight, she had eaten plenty of papaya, yet had seen little change. At the Hokage building. Welcome back, Jingyin. Quickly bring me my beef ramen. I am famished. Jingyin approached Tsunade, setting the papaya aside as she retrieved the 2 bowls of beef ramen. What is this? Tsunade curiously picked up the papaya, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Is this a papaya? Yes, Lady Tsunade, Jingyin nodded. Why did you buy a papaya? Tsunade held the papaya to her nose and inhaled its fragrance, noting its delightful aroma. Ino replied, it was a gift from someone. Who bestowed it upon you? Tsunade inquired. It was from Waichinya. I happened to encounter him while buying ramen. He was also enjoying a bowl. Just as I was leaving, he called out to me and presented this papaya. Ino recounted the event in detail. Waichinya gifted you such a fruit. What could his motive possibly be? Tsunade asked with a hint of suspicion. I am unsure. Ino shook her head, continuing. He merely mentioned that I would experience a surprise if I consumed it. Tsunade set the papaya down and picked up a bowl of beef ramen, saying, Is that lad trying to win your favor? Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. He has developed an exceptionally close relationship with Senior Red. How could he be trying to charm me? Tsunade chuckled. That boy is quite the flirt. Senior Red is far too earnest to keep him in check. Their relationship is likely just a temporary remedy for their loneliness and will not endure. Ino, unconvinced, replied, I doubt that. Humph. That scoundrel spends all day with Hinata, the daughter of the sun, embracing her. He even dares to confront me. A blush crossed Ino's cheeks, and she fell silent. What did you just say, Tsunade-sama? Ah, nothing. Let us enjoy our ramen before it cools. Chapter 39. The 3 maidens in shock. Good morning, Senior Sakura. So early, huh, Ino? Sakura smiled in response. To complete Master S assigned tasks promptly, I must exert myself and strive harder. After exchanging greetings and wiping the sweat from her brow, Sakura returned to her diligent work. Would you care for a papaya, Sakura? Ino asked, holding the fruit and smiling at Sakura. I had a hearty breakfast this morning, so I shall pass. You enjoy it. Senior. Ino, perhaps you could check with Ino next door to see if she would like some? Ino, do you wish for a papaya? Ino walked next door, smiling at Shikamaru, who was studying fish treatment. Thank you, Senior, but I have yet to finish treating the fish, so I shall decline. Oh, everyone is so full of energy, it's rather dull. Observing the two with such vigor, Ino gazed down at the papaya in her hand and sighed softly. She wasn't particularly fond of papaya, but discarding it felt wrong. That would betray Waichinya's thoughtful gift. Since no one wants it, I suppose I shall consume it myself. I cannot waste Waichinya's kindness. The papaya emitted a delightful scent, likely far more palatable than others she had encountered. Ino retrieved a small knife and began peeling the fruit. How fragrant! As the skin was removed, a rich, creamy aroma enveloped her senses, tantalizing her taste buds. Is this truly a papaya? How can it possess such a luscious, milky fragrance? Ino marveled at the unexpected scent wafting from the fruit in her hands. Had she not been the one holding it, she would never have believed that such a creamy aroma could emanate from a papaya. Ino swallowed hard and took a bite. Mmm, mmm, mmm. Her eyes widened as the flesh melted in her mouth, followed by an overwhelming richness surpassing even that of milk, flooding her palate. Delicious. Ino's face radiated pure bliss. The papaya is simply exquisite. What bliss! This sensation is utterly euphoric. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Like a great white rabbit nibbling on cabbage. The entire papaya was devoured by Jingyin in mere moments. Sister, what is this? Chunai Sakura inquired, emerging from the laboratory after adjusting the potion, gazing curiously at Jingyin, who was blissfully sucking on her fingers while seated on the sofa in the hall. What is this delightful aroma? She sniffed the fragrant air. Sister, have you been drinking milk? What brand is it? It smells divine. It's not milk, it's papaya, Jingyin replied, scraping her tongue against her lips to savor the lingering taste. Papaya? When did papaya acquire a milky fragrance? Chunai Sakura was baffled. Is it the papaya you were holding earlier? Yes, indeed. Jingyi nodded, her face radiating happiness. It's so delicious. This is the best papaya I've ever tasted, with an unforgettable flavor that lingers on the palate. I hope I can have more in the future. I apologize, Sakura. I forgot to save a piece for you. It was just too delicious, and I couldn't help but finish it all. It doesn't matter to me. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. The papaya belongs to you, sister. Enjoy it without hesitation. You needn't feel obliged to save any for me. Sister, do you have a smudge on your face? It looks dark, Sakura remarked. A smudge? Jingyin touched her face with suspicion. Upon inspection, she indeed discovered a black stain. Confused, she wondered how she could have gotten dirt on her face when she hadn't touched anything unclean that morning. It itches. Suddenly, Jingyin felt an itch in her chest. What's wrong, sister? Sakura looked at Jingyin with concern. My chest suddenly feels itchy. Jingyin scratched at it. Is your chest itchy? Sakura pondered aloud. Could it be an allergic reaction to the papaya? Jingyin shook her head. I'm not allergic to papaya. Ah. Suddenly, Sakura's eyes widened as she gasped. What is it? Jingyin, still scratching the itch, looked at Sakura with curiosity as she appeared astonished. It's swelling. Sakura pointed incredulously at Jingyin's chest. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Jingyin's flat front begin to swell. Sakura instinctively reached out to touch it. It was not a balloon, but indeed real. Sister, how did you do that? Please, teach me. Sakura implored, filled with envy. She too was flat as a board, even more so than Jingyin. She desperately wished to grow. Sister, please teach me. I want to grow too. Feeling small had always made Sakura feel inferior when facing Hinata Huga, and she yearned to change that. Jingyin instinctively touched her chest, her face a mask of astonishment. Did I really grow? She felt as if she were dreaming. She pinched her thigh muscle. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. It was real. She had truly grown. How did this sudden transformation occur? Lady Tsunade had clearly stated that unless I found a man to assist, I would remain unchanged. Could it be that Shizun suddenly recalled the words of Yuya, who had mentioned that eating papaya could yield delightful surprises? It must be the papaya, the very one I consumed moments ago. Are you suggesting that your transformation is due to the papaya you just ate? Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. If my assumptions are correct, it indeed stems from that papaya. However, this papaya is unlike any ordinary one. Its flesh is imbued with a rich, creamy sweetness, melting in the mouth like ice cream. I have never encountered such delectable papaya before. Surely, it is the effects of the papaya, whitening and enhancing curves, with immediate results. Shizun gazed at her reflection in the mirror, noticing a distinct lightening of her skin where she had touched it. The fishnet garment beneath her outerwear had also filled out, no longer a mere flat expanse. Sister, where did you acquire this papaya? You must tell me. In that moment, Ino appeared at the entrance of the hall, having overheard their conversation, and rushed over to Shizun with eager anticipation. She and Sakura had previously shared a more modest appearance, devoid of any enhancement, and had long envied Tsunade's voluptuous figure. The papaya was not purchased. I encountered Yuya this morning while buying ramen for Lady Tsunade, and he gifted it to me, mentioning it would bring surprises. I had not anticipated such a grand surprise. As Shizun spoke, she affectionately touched her newfound curves. Although she was still far from Tsunade, she was no longer flat as a board. From now on, she could walk with her head held high. Is he the handsome guy who resigned from his ninja position that day? Sakura recalled seeing Yuya at the Hokage building. Indeed. I must properly thank Yuya in person another day. Sister, please take me along. I want to go too. You must bring me with you. Of course. I will introduce all of you to Yuya, Shizun assured them. Let us devise a plan to charm Yuya and procure more of this miraculous papaya from him. What does Yuya enjoy? We shall cater to his tastes. Chapter 40. The Astonishing Trio Achu. As Yuya strolled along the road, he suddenly sneezed. Who is it? Who is thinking of this handsome fellow? A sudden sneeze without cause surely indicated someone was thinking of him. Was it Hinata or Kurenai? Today, Yuya was not in a hurry to teach Hinata, as he considered that she had exhausted herself the previous day and decided to postpone their training until the afternoon to ensure she could rest well. Thus, this morning, Yuya felt quite leisurely. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he planned to venture out and earn some money because one must live, after all. A man cannot be without funds. As he walked through the bustling streets, filled with a lively crowd, he contemplated potential opportunities to make some extra cash. Niji. Aren't you supposed to help Hinata with her training? I have heard that she is preparing to participate in this Chunin exam. Not far away, 3 individuals approached. Among them a girl who spoke to a boy with white eyes. Indeed. Niji, I see you've had quite a bit of free time these past few days, remarked another boy with thick eyebrows, curiosity evident in his tone. The boy with white eyes replied coldly. She found another mentor, apparently named Yukiya, for her training. I have no need to involve myself, and I relish the opportunity to enjoy some leisure. What kind of mentor is he? Is he impressive? The girl inquired. I've heard he just recently advanced to Chunin. He is likely just a bottom-tier ninja, perfectly suited to mentor another bottom-tier. The boy with white eyes scoffed. Are you referring to me? Yukiya, who had approached the trio, furrowed his brow at their conversation. Initially, Niji Huga's attitude towards Hinata was unfriendly due to his father's influence, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards the main branch of the Huga clan. While Yukiya could not intervene in Niji's disdain for the clan, he felt compelled to address the belittlement of Hinata. Had Yukiya just recently traversed to this world without acquiring any jutsu, merely a disposable chunin, he would have thought nothing of it, acknowledging the strength of Team 12 and choosing to retreat. However, that was no longer the case. Apologies, but in my eyes, Team 12 is nothing but insignificant. Yukiya swaggered towards the trio, purposefully colliding his shoulder with Niji's. Hey, are you blind while walking? Why bump into Niji? The girl exclaimed, unable to contain herself before Niji could respond. What's the matter? Are you looking to fight me? Yukiya retorted arrogantly. This is a public road, not exclusively for you. If you claim I bumped into him, I could just as easily say he bumped into me. You're quite handsome. The girl, flustered, pointed at Yukiya. Initially intending to scold him for his shamelessness, she instead found herself complimenting him upon seeing his charming face. What's this? Do you have a problem with me, beautiful? She hesitated, torn between assisting Niji and the allure of the striking young man before her. Supporting Niji would mean opposing the captivating figure, which seemed a regrettable choice. Conversely, not aiding Niji would strain their friendship. The girl found herself caught in a dilemma, torn between the handsome stranger and her teammate. You did that on purpose, Niji stated coldly. I could say the same about you. Yukiya shot back defiantly. Humph. It seems you're looking for trouble. Do you wish to fight? Niji approached Yukiya, his gaze icy and indifferent. Yukiya chuckled. What's this? Do you think you can bully me just because you have numbers on your side? You need not involve anyone else, with just one hand. I could easily take you down. Believing Yukiya to be merely an ordinary individual due to his plain attire, Niji assumed he could easily handle a typical Leaf Village miscreant with one hand. One hand? Who do you think you're looking down on? Come at me if you dare. Yukiya continued to provoke him audaciously. Humph. Niji grunted, following behind Yukiya at a leisurely pace. Let it go, Niji, the girl urged, attempting to mediate the brewing conflict. The fellow deliberately seeks trouble. Even if I let it go, he will persist in his provocations. He is clearly targeting me. Before long, a few individuals arrived at a secluded alleyway, devoid of any other presence. I had anticipated an ambush of ruffians lurking here. Huga Niji activated his Byakugan, surveying the surroundings, but found no one hiding in wait. Yukiya came to a halt, turning to regard Niji with a cold demeanor. With no one else around, he challenged, come on. I can take you down with one hand. Niji, with one hand raised and the other tucked behind his back, gazed at Yukiya with an air of arrogance. For bullying my Hinata, I'll collect some interest first, Yukiya muttered. My Hinata? Niji paused, taken aback, but before he could respond, Yukiya's figure vanished. Niji, watch your back, Lee urged urgently. What? Niji's face displayed shock, having failed to notice how Yukiya had appeared behind him, as he attempted to pivot for defense. It was too late. You're too slow, came a chilling voice. Rasengan, flying thunderwave. Niji felt a powerful force strike him squarely on his posterior, propelling him into the air. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from everyone's sight. Niji, Niji. Tian stared dumbfounded in the direction Niji had vanished, her heart racing. Niji was defeated in an instant. Fear not, lovely one, he won perish. There's a lake not far ahead, Yukiya remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he watched Niji disappear. Who are you? This individual was undoubtedly not the ordinary Leaf Village ruffian Niji had described. Tian, observing Yukiya's seemingly harmless smile, grew anxious. If even the mightiest Niji had been subdued, how could she and Lee, mere minnows, possibly withstand him? Just a bottom tier. Yukiya, He replied with a nonchalant smile. What? You're Uchiha? Tian recalled Niji's earlier jibe directed at him, astonished that it had immediately been overheard, leading to this confrontation. Now aware of Uchiha's name, Tian felt somewhat reassured. His intention to assist Hinata in her training suggested he was not a villain. The trouble he caused Niji likely stemmed from disapproval of Niji's earlier mocking demeanor. Do you wish to help that fellow reclaim his honor? Uchiha inquired with a smile. Tian hastily shook her head. No, we're not close to him. You're quite strong. Your speed is impressive. Lee interjected eagerly, stepping forward to observe Uchiha. I wish to engage in a contest of taijutsu. Having witnessed Uchiha's swift movements, Lee recognized him as a master of taijutsu. Encountering such a formidable opponent, Lee could not suppress his desire to spar. You wish to fight me? Uchiha smiled at Lee. Indeed, I implore you to engage with me. Lee bowed in respectful request. Certainly, but it will cost you. Aren't we both practitioners of taijutsu? Isn't it natural to feel exhilarated at the prospect of a friendly match? Why must there be a fee? Chapter 41. The disheartened Lee, the overlooked Niji, Huga 9997, 9998, 9999. Just one more. Might I implore you, Senior Chia, to extend a small concession? Lee emptied his pockets, revealing 9,999 ryo. Just shy of the 10,000 ryo demanded by Chia. Sighing, Chia feigned reluctance. Seeing your earnestness, I shall begrudgingly grant you a discount of 1 ryo. With that, he pocketed the money. Lee's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Senior Chia. Chia stood calmly before him, a smile gracing his features. Let us begin. Lee assumed an offensive stance, his expression turning serious. I shall not hold back. Leaf, great whirlwind. Lee charged forward, executing a sweeping flying kick aimed at Chia. Too slow. You should activate the 8 gates, or you will be the next to be sent flying, Chia said, easily evading the attack with a graceful leap. Lee nodded. Here I come, Senior Chia. Be careful. Open the first gate. Open the second gate. Open the third gate. As he opened the 3 gates, Lee transformed into a blazing emerald streak, hurtling toward Chia. Chia's expression sharpened slightly as he remarked, now that is more like it. Possessing mastery over the Navy's 6 forms, he effortlessly tracked Lee's movements. Chafe. Chia, too, engaged in rapid motion. Bang, bang, bang. To the side. Tian could not discern the figures of the 2 combatants. All she witnessed were a series of afterimages colliding with one another. Astonished, she exclaimed, this is incredible. This marked the first time she had seen anyone, aside from Teacher Guy, keep pace with Lee's speed. Even the notorious killer, Gaara, had been utterly defenseless against Lee's technique. How enviable. When would she be able to master such formidable taijutsu? As Tian gazed at the swirling afterimages clashing in the air, a mix of astonishment and envy washed over her. The training required for the 8 gates was beyond her capacity, rendering it unattainable. While Chia was instructing Hinata, perhaps she could find a way to approach him for guidance? Just as she pondered how to seek an excuse to consult Chia, an afterimage crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the pit, limping slightly. Chia landed gracefully before Lee, a faint smile on his lips. How was that? Did you enjoy yourself? Would you care to continue? Lee hurriedly stammered. And no, I'm done. I concede. Tian rushed over, her concern palpable as she examined Lee, who was battered and bruised, his face swollen. Lee, are you all right? Through gritted teeth, Lee trembled. I'm fine. I just need a few days to recuperate. At that moment, every part of his body ached. Each collision with Chia felt as though he had struck iron, and the pain was excruciating. Meanwhile, every punch and kick from Chia felt like iron rods pummeling him mercilessly. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Uchiha, it was evident that he had not even exerted his full strength. The disparity was overwhelming, and Shaoli could no longer muster any inclination to challenge Uchiha further. Uchiha adjusted his attire and remarked, since you no longer wish to continue, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Upon seeing Uchiha preparing to depart, Tian hurriedly inquired, Senior Chia, may I visit you in the future to seek your guidance? Uchiha regarded Tian with a hint of suspicion. Did she wish to engage in something more enjoyable with him? Certainly, my residence is at 108 East Street. You are welcome to visit for advice. I shall ensure to instruct you well. He added, oh, by the way, I am usually not home during the day, so do try to come by in the evening, lest you find yourself making a fruitless trip. With a playful wink, he concluded, I look forward to seeing you tonight. Understood. I will remember and come this evening. Tian replied excitedly, elated by the prospect of Yuchia's guidance. Farewell, lovely one. See you tonight. With that, Yuchia vanished in a flash. Tian called after his retreating figure, Senior Chia, my name is Tian. Once Yuchia had departed, Xiao Li, in a state of distress, uttered, Tian. Could you assist me in getting to the hospital? Initially, Tian assumed Xiao Li's defeat was merely a minor setback. But she was taken aback to discover his injuries were severe enough to hinder his ability to walk. Perhaps sensing her concern, Xiao Li hastily clarified, I am not gravely injured. It's merely superficial wounds, albeit quite painful. Tian sighed, oh dear. Xiao Li, you truly have a knack for seeking trouble with your expenditures. Xiao Li, his face clouded with frustration, lamented, who could have known his strikes were so formidable? They felt like hitting solid iron. It's no wonder it hurts. Enough of this. I shall assist you to the hospital. He continued. By the way, Tian, could you lend me some money for the hospital? I find myself completely out of funds. Very well, I shall lend it to you. But remember to repay me with interest, she replied. Xiao Li, now feeling somewhat despondent, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Tian. I promise to repay you promptly. As they conversed, they made their way toward the hospital. Supporting Xiao Li along the path, Tian felt an inexplicable sensation that she had forgotten something, yet could not recall what it was. Meanwhile, far from Konoha village, at a lake, the drenched Huga struggled to claw his way onto the shore, gasping for breath. The lake was tainted with a crimson hue, and beneath the surface, he could vaguely discern several crocodile carcasses. Taking a deep breath, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having narrowly escaped. Yuchia, our encounter is far from over. In a moment of carelessness, he had been unceremoniously kicked out of the village by Yuchia, a humiliation he was determined to avenge. With unwavering confidence, Huga believed that had he not underestimated his opponent, he would never have allowed Yuchia to achieve such an easy victory. Lying on the shore, he lamented, my backside feels as though it may be rendered useless. Even the slightest touch sends waves of pain coursing through me. The intense wave of energy. Although Yuchia had intentionally dispersed it and refrained from converging it into a sharp blade, still inflicted considerable damage to Hinata posterior due to the sheer force he exerted. Niji estimated that for at least a month, he would likely be unable to sit down. From that point onward, his only options would be standing or lying on his stomach. Cursed be his fate. Niji stumbled to his feet and began to stagger back towards Konoha. At the Konoha hospital, Tintin, who had been escorting Lee into the treatment room, suddenly recalled something. Had she forgotten about Niji, who had been sent flying by Yuchia? Oh my, I hope Niji is alright. Chapter 42, Essential Oil Massage. A full revival at noon, Yuchia arrived beneath the treehouse, laden with an assortment of daily necessities. Hinata, clad in her snug training attire, had been waiting eagerly. You're here, Senior Chi, she exclaimed, joyfully leaping down from the treehouse. Here you go, Yuchia said with a smile, presenting her with a bouquet of roses. Thank you, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she brought the flowers to her nose, inhaling their fragrance. Yuchia set down his belongings and affectionately patted Hinata's head, inquiring with a smile, Are you feeling better? I'm all better. My chakra and stamina have both returned, Hinata replied, bouncing a few times to demonstrate her vitality. Yuchia watched her with an appreciative gaze, swallowing hard. Truly enticing. Excellent. We can continue our training then. Are you ready? He produced the training card. Hinata placed the roses aside and approached Yuchia, nodding earnestly. I'm ready. Then let us begin. Yuchia locked the training card onto Hinata, set the parameters, and upon confirmation, the card soared above her head. A cascade of golden light enveloped Hinata, initiating the training once more. As the percentage on the training card gradually diminished, Hinata's comprehension deepened, her breaths becoming more rapid, and beads of sweat began to pour from her, soaking her entire body. The training continued until the percentage reached 60, at which point the card halted, leaving Hinata collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Senior Chi, am I useless? I couldn't last even this long, Hinata spoke weakly. Little Hinata, you've done exceptionally well. Now, take a good rest. Hinata did not fall asleep. Instead, she lay on the bed, gazing at Yuchia, pondering whether he intended to wipe her sweat after she drifted off, thus avoiding any embarrassment. However, Yuchia's thoughts were not on Hinata. He was quietly consulting the system within his mind. System, if I use the muscle-relaxing and blood-activating essential oil, will it allow Hinata to fully recover? Yes. Combining it with nutrient-rich papaya will yield even better results. Upon hearing the system's response, Uchiha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. System, if I consume papaya, will it lead to boundless breast enhancement? Uchiha felt a pang of concern, fearing that he might inadvertently cause Hinata Huga to grow excessively, which would be regrettable. In a past life, he had encountered news reports about a foreign woman whose excessive growth severely impacted her daily life and aesthetics. Uchiha certainly did not wish for Hinata to experience such an outcome after using papaya for nutritional enhancement in her training. Rest assured, host, the system's products are of the highest quality and will not result in unlimited breast enhancement. The effects will cease upon achieving the perfect golden ratio for the user, so there is no need for concern, the system assured. Uchiha's eyes gleamed, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Now I feel reassured. Hinata Huga, observing Uchiha's sudden laughter, curiously inquired, Senior Chiha, what are you thinking? Why are you so amused? I've thought of a method to accelerate your recovery, little Hinata. This way, we can significantly shorten your training time even further within a month. Would you like to give it a try? Uchiha expressed with palpable anticipation. Can it really expedite my training speed? Hinata's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, it can, but the method requires certain conditions. Uchiha hesitated momentarily. Hinata pressed. What kind of conditions? Utilization of the muscle relaxation and blood circulation essential oil and its effects, Uchiha explained. Upon hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. If you find it too embarrassing, we can forego it. We have plenty of time to proceed at a comfortable pace. Uchiha offered, placing the decision in Hinata's hands. After a moment of contemplation, determination filled Hinata's expression. I want to recover and continue training. She was eager to prove her strength to her father and earn his recognition. Then here I come. Uchiha chuckled, adding, just don't say I took advantage of you. This is entirely your choice. Hinata felt a flutter of nervousness, inhaling deeply. Let us do it, Senior Chiha. I'm prepared. A subtle smile crept across Uchiha's lips as he prepared to showcase his skills as a massage master. First, let us wipe away the sweat. He retrieved a towel, feeling a rush of warmth and shyness envelop him, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The sight of Hinata's delicate, long legs was captivating. With a clear focus, Uchiha began to gently pat her down. The girl's expression was tense, her face aflame with embarrassment. Previously, when Uchiha wiped her sweat, she had been asleep and unaware. This time, however, she was fully conscious and exceedingly bashful. She remained still, allowing Uchiha to attend to her. Once the sweat was cleared, Uchiha produced the muscle relaxation and blood circulation essential oil awarded by the system. He applied it to the areas where fatigue lingered. As he was using the Gale Foot training card, he only needed to apply it to Hinata's feet. With a touch of the oil, a refreshing coolness enveloped his hands, and the weariness instantly dissipated. The effect is remarkable. I shall commence now. Uchiha poured the soothing essential oil onto the fair and slender legs of Hinata Huga. Instantly, she felt a refreshing coolness enveloping her thighs. As the burdensome heaviness began to dissipate rapidly, with deft hands, Uchiha commenced a gentle massage. The oil swiftly penetrated her skin, and Hinata could distinctly sense her legs rejuvenating with each passing moment. The fatigue melted away at an astonishing pace under Uchiha's skilled touch. Gradually, her skin began to flush, and warmth coursed through her veins. After half an hour, Uchiha concluded the massage with a final, delicate stroke. All done, a perfect finish, he announced. Hinata, her face alight with astonishment, exclaimed, I feel completely revitalized. She marveled at her body, feeling her stamina and chakra restored. Uchiha's intentions were genuine. He had no ulterior motive, merely wishing to aid her recovery. Chapter 43. Hinata eats papaya. The young girl was filled with excitement, entirely oblivious to her attire, which consisted of only a two-piece ensemble. Once she realized, she was akin to a startled fawn, panicking as she released Uchiha and dove under the covers. How embarrassing, she thought, mortified that she had embraced a man while clad in such minimal clothing. Overwhelmed with shyness, she wished to vanish into the earth. Uchiha, reveling in the moment, found himself wishing to prolong her embrace. The sensation of her presence against him was delightfully intoxicating. Observing the bashful Hinata hidden beneath the blanket, he felt a surge of joy, From his spatial inventory, he retrieved a papaya, modest in size, roughly the dimensions of his palm. With ease, he peeled it, releasing a rich, creamy aroma into the air. "Come out, little Hinata, I have a delightful treat for you," he said with a smile, gently encouraging her. Cautiously, she peeked out, her cheeks still flushed. "What is that wonderful smell, senpai?" she inquired. "This is a special nutritional papaya I sought out just for you. Consuming it will not only replenish your energy, but also enhance your complexion and even promote breast growth. An ideal treasure for girls like you. Come on out. There's no need to be shy," he urged, presenting the fruit before her. "You just love to tease and take advantage of me, you big bad wolf," Hinata retorted, wrapped in her blanket. Uchiha grinned, playfully threatening. "If I were truly a bad guy, I would have devoured you by now. I'm so scared. Come on. Eat me up." Hinata, feeling playful, stuck out her tongue at him. Uchiha was taken aback. Was this truly the gentle and shy Hinata he knew? She seemed to embody a mischievous little sprite instead. Perhaps this was the true essence of Hinata Huga, instinctively revealing her hidden nature. "Go ahead and eat," he encouraged. After finishing their meal, they continued their training. Uchiha intended for Hinata Huga to thoroughly master the Gale Foot technique today. "Senior Chiha, aren't you going to eat? This was specially prepared for you." "I'm not hungry. Thank you, Senior Chiha." Hinata Huga opened her mouth and took a bite. This is so delicious." She quickly devoured the entire papaya, transforming into a little glutton. "Slow down, don't choke," Uchiha said with concern. "It's just too good. I've never tasted such delicious papaya before." Hinata's face radiated pure happiness. "Thank you, Senior Chiha. You are so kind to me." She felt deeply touched. "Silly girl. You are to be my future wife. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?" Uchiha smiled at Hinata, gently patting her head, and sincerely added, "As long as you obediently listen, I will take care of you for a lifetime." Suddenly, Hinata felt an unexpected itch in her chest. "What's wrong?" Uchiha asked with concern. "I don't know why, but it suddenly feels itchy," Hinata replied shyly. "Let me take a look." Uchiha, suspicious, wondered if Hinata was allergic to the papaya. That wouldn't be good. Hinata felt very embarrassed. "What? Don't you trust me? You've seen everything during the massage earlier. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Without waiting for Hinata to refuse, Uchiha pulled back the blanket. At that moment, with a loud pop, her chest armor burst open, and two things sprang forth. "Ah!" Hinata was taken aback, letting out a loud scream. Her face flushed crimson before she completely fainted. Did it really burst? Uchiha's eyes widened. Although he was amused, the situation was undeniably awkward. He had forgotten that the nourishing effect of the papaya was immediate. Hinata, already wearing a tight-fitting chest armor for training, had her figure suddenly enhanced by the fruit, causing the armor to simply give way. The unexpected scene unfolded just as Uchiha pulled back the blanket, leading to such an embarrassing moment. Hinata, who had previously felt less shy around Uchiha, now found herself overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, fainting in embarrassment. Uchiha was at a loss for words. Although he had just massaged her entire body, certain private areas had remained covered. The abruptness of the situation left him equally bewildered. Should he wake Hinata or leave her be? Faced with such an awkward dilemma, he pondered that even if he woke her, she would likely faint again from shyness. Never mind. Let it be, he decided. After all, using the training card didn't require her to be active. He would let this little girl remain unconscious while utilizing the training card to aid her development, which would also alleviate her fatigue and soreness. Uchiha covered the leaping figure with a bed sheet, then retrieved the cultivation card. After configuring the data, he pressed confirm, allowing the cultivation card to ascend above Hinata Huga's head, initiating a process of enlightenment. Once the card ceased its infusion, he produced a muscle-relaxing essential oil to aid Hinata in her recovery. This back and forth continued thrice, ultimately ensuring that the entire Stormfoot cultivation card was thoroughly imparted into Hinata's being. The night had fully enveloped the surroundings, and the moon had concealed itself, rendering the path invisible. Uchiha kindled a fire, struggling to illuminate even a faint glimmer. Assisting Hinata in her training had exhausted him throughout the day. Observing the still unconscious Hinata, Uchiha sighed softly, contemplating whether to return home that night. Fortunately, his recent earnings from Lee had transformed him into a shopping enthusiast, allowing him to acquire numerous daily necessities, including 2 mosquito nets, which would serve him well that evening. Looking at Hinata, drenched in sweat from the infusion, Uchiha pondered whether to assist her with a wash. Sleeping in such a damp state was unwise. It could lead to a cold. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to warm her with hot water instead. A cold would be quite troublesome. Given that the entrance to the bathroom was not very spacious, Yuki carried Hinata through the skylight into the bathing area. The fire was situated beneath the trees, and the bathroom was elevated, shrouded in dim light, barely revealing anything. Whether she was lost in sweet dreams or deeply asleep, Hinata did not awaken even as Yuki placed her into the bath. After settling her, he swiftly removed his soiled garments and lay down beside her, each occupying their side comfortably. Chapter 44. Why don't you touch me in the Huga household? Hinata Hanabi sat absent-mindedly on the stone steps, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the entrance. She turned to her stern-faced father, Hiashi Huga, and asked, "Father, why hasn't brother Jeriah returned with sister yet? It's dark, and if she doesn't come back soon, the food will go cold." Hiashi's gaze was distant, fixed on the street beyond, his expression stern and silent. Typically, Hinata would have been returned home promptly by Yuki. Yet tonight, darkness had fallen, and there was still no sign of her return. Were they perhaps facing danger? "Father, should we send someone to look for sister?" The little girl wished to see a handsome face, yet was also concerned for her sister. "Let us go back and eat. No more waiting." Hiashi turned away, unwilling to linger any longer. Deep down, he too felt a sense of worry, but he recognized that his daughter needed independence. He could not always be by her side. He had a rough understanding of Yuki's prowess through Hinata's future, believing that training near Konoha would likely pose no significant risk. His only concern was that Yuki might take advantage of the situation and steal away his precious daughter, claiming the love that rightfully belonged to him. The little girl glanced at the silent corridor, sighed softly, and followed her father back. Ultimately, she was unable to encounter the handsome gentleman she longed to see. Aware of his preference for girls with short hair, she had even taken the effort to cut her own locks. In the desolate courtyard of the Uchiha residence, she gazed forlornly at the empty space. The hour approaching midnight, yet he had not returned, leaving her feeling as though she had been stood up. How could she not feel disheartened on her first rendezvous with such a charming figure? Had she perhaps misremembered the location? In the treehouse, the dim light cast shadows. Uchiha gently tended to Hinata Huga, helping her dress before tenderly placing her in bed. The sheets were damp with sweat, rendering them unsuitable for sleep. With some reluctance, Uchiha climbed into bed beside Hinata, crowding together. As he lay there, inhaling the faint fragrance of the young girl, he succumbed to slumber. In the obscurity, her delicate eyelashes fluttered, and her porcelain complexion blushed a shade unbeknownst to anyone in the shadows. At dawn, Hinata Hisashi stood at the door, his face etched with concern. She had not returned, and his precious daughter remained silent. This had never occurred before. That wretched boy, if even a single hair were to be missing from Hinata, he would not let this matter rest. Despite Hisashi's usually composed demeanor, he felt an urge to curse. A sudden sneeze jolted Uchiha from his dreams, startling him awake. Was it yet another stunning maiden yearning for him? He wiped the drool from his mouth and noticed the lovely girl still resting against his chest, her eyes closed, seemingly still lost in sleep. However, the slight flutter of her eyelashes betrayed her. Uchiha noticed this telltale sign of her feigned slumber. With a mischievous grin, he refrained from exposing Hinata's ruse, gently moving her head away from his chest before turning over, inching his face closer to hers. Perhaps sensing his movement, her breath quickened, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. What an adorable creature she was, evoking an irresistible desire to plant a kiss upon her. As he lowered his head slowly, Hinata instinctively tightened her grip on the sheets. Was she bracing herself for a kiss? Curious, she wondered why he hesitated. When she finally opened her eyes, she found him grinning down at her. Embarrassed, she quickly pulled the sheets over herself. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. The sun is already high in the sky. Uchiha playfully patted her concealed backside before leaping from the bed. He retrieved his toiletries and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Hinata, aware of Uchiha brushing his teeth and washing his face, slowly emerged from the sheets. Recalling the previous night when he had bathed her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Engulfed in shyness, they had shared a bath together, soaking in warm water. In truth, she had been awake at the time, but her embarrassment had prevented her from stirring, allowing Uchiha to assist her without protest. In this moment, everything has been thoroughly exposed and scrutinized. No, last night there was no light, just a shroud of darkness. Surely, Shikiya-senpai could not have seen anything. Hinata Huga gazed at the long garment draped over her form, which was not her own but belonged to Shikiya. She was clad solely in this garment, leaving her beneath entirely bare, and the inside of the garment was devoid of substance as well, an utter void. Hinata's cheeks flushed with warmth, her entire being engulfed in shyness, while a hint of doubt crept in. Given the circumstances, why had Shikiya not taken any action? Was her allure insufficient? Did he find her unappealing? Surely, Shiro had also matured considerably. Just yesterday, he had emerged without any noticeable reaction. In the bath, he had maintained a demeanor of utmost propriety, exhibiting no untoward behavior. Could it be that Shikiya did not genuinely harbor feelings for her? Perhaps he merely regarded her as a comrade? Had all the previous declarations of future companionship merely been jest? A wave of uncertainty washed over Hinata. Although it appeared that Shikiya had taken advantage of her, in reality, he had not gained much ground. Their interactions had been superficial, lacking any profound understanding. After finishing his morning routine, Shikiya noticed that Hinata was already awake and said, "Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. I brought some bread yesterday. After you eat, we will continue our training, aiming to master the 6 styles in the coming days." Taking a deep breath, Hinata descended from the bed and approached Shikiya, asking, "Senpai, do you dislike me?" Tears glistened in her eyes. "What's wrong? Why do you ask that?" Shikiya regarded her with confusion. "Given the circumstances, why do you not act? You could if you wanted to. Do you find me displeasing?" As she spoke, a sense of grievance swelled within her. She silently acquiesced, offering no resistance. "Hinata, what on earth is the matter? I do not find you displeasing." Shikiya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, his expression one of bewilderment. "You do find me displeasing? You haven't even touched me." At these words, Shikiya's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. So that was the crux of it. His lack of physical affection had led her to believe he was repulsed by her. Shikiya found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 45. The Return of Mastery. With a smile tinged with incredulity, Shikiya consoled her, secretly pleased to have resolved the misunderstanding. After a patient explanation, Hinata finally transitioned from tears to joy, her shyness lingering. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 5 days had elapsed. During these 5 days, Shikiya and Hinata had spent their nights in the treehouse together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, by the riverbank, the young girl stood against the wind. "Vacuum slash," she shouted, executing a powerful downward strike with her beautifully slender legs. In an instant, a fierce blue crescent vacuum slash hurtled toward the riverbank. The water parted, creating a massive chasm stretching over 100 meters long, only to slowly close again. The sound echoed, bang, bang, bang. Beside them, a young boy clapped fervently, exclaiming how impressive it was that Hinata had enhanced her strength after mastering the other 5 techniques. In just 5 days, with the assistance of training cards and the soothing massages from Yuki, Hinata Huga had completely grasped the Navy's 6 powers. She had also grown significantly taller, rising from 1.6 meters to 1.75 meters, nearly matching Yuki's height of over 1.8 meters. Her growth had rendered her figure more slender and elegant, with long, straight legs that evoked envy. Furthermore, her complexion had become fair and delicate, akin to the finest jade, radiant and refreshing. In traditional Han attire, she would undoubtedly resemble a celestial maiden descending to earth. The most noticeable change was, without a doubt, her burgeoning curves. Yuki found himself visiting the women's clothing store almost every other day to procure suitable garments for her. It was all thanks to Yuki's excellent teaching. After 5 days of cohabitation, Hinata had shifted her address for Yuki from Senior Yuki to Yuki-kun, signifying a deepening intimacy between them. At the very least, Yuki could now engage in affectionate gestures towards Hinata without her blushing into oblivion. It could be confidently asserted that if Yuki wished to take Hinata down, it would be but a matter of moments. Having spent 5 days outside, it was likely that her father was growing anxious. Let us return to Konoha village. Although Yuki had informed Hinata's father, Hiashi, of their training expedition, the lack of communication over these days had probably left him quite worried. The thought of Hayashi's expression upon their return was amusing, as he would likely be furious. Hinata nodded obediently, and, with a playful pout, said, "Yuki-kun, I wish for you to carry me back." Yuki crouched down, smiling. "Come aboard, my dear." "All right," Hinata exclaimed joyfully as she climbed onto his back. In the medical training room of the Hokage building, Sakura Haruno eagerly approached Tsunade. "Sister, have there been any sightings of Yuki-senpai?" she inquired, her impatience palpable. "Today, I spoke with Lady Tsunade, and according to Hiashi, Yuki-senpai took Hinata outside the village to train in secret techniques. They have yet to return, and there are no updates. Sigh. It seems we must continue waiting, Sakura lamented, feeling disheartened. She wondered when her own chest would finally develop. Over the past few days, she had tried purchasing papayas from the market in Konoha, but none had yielded the miraculous effects that Ino's had, which had given her immediate results. After consuming numerous papayas, she still found herself flat-chested. Where could Yuki-senpai be? The young girl pondered, her motivation for training waning. Achoo! At the entrance of Konoha, Yuki, carrying Hinata on his back, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong, Yuki-kun? Are you catching a cold? Hinata asked with concern. No, it's probably just that some beautiful lady is thinking of me. Yuki teased. If anyone dares to think of Yuki-kun, I shall deliver a beating. Hinata replied, her voice filled with indignation. If your teacher, Hong, is thinking of me, would you dare to strike her? Uchiha jested. Teacher Hong. Hinata Huga paused, perplexed. How could she be thinking of you when she doesn't even know Chieko-kun? What if she does come to know me and happens to be captivated by my handsome appearance? Uchiha continued. Teacher Hong is likely already involved with Asuma-sensei. She wouldn't be thinking of you, Hinata retorted. Stop being so vain. I'm merely speculating, Uchiha replied. Hinata countered. There's no speculation needed. With teacher Hong's character, once she's with Asuma-sensei, she would never betray him. Uchiha pressed on. What if your teacher hasn't gotten together with Asuma yet? Even if teacher Hong isn't with Asuma-sensei, she would never look your way. She's far too virtuous to steal her disciple's man. Hinata said, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face at the mention of men. What if your esteemed teacher becomes smitten with me and wishes to compete for your affection? Would you still dare to strike her then? Uchiha laughed. I would absolutely prevent such an occurrence, Hinata declared resolutely. Let us hope so. Uchiha chuckled as he carried Hinata into the village of Konoha. Is that Chiya? When did he find such a beautiful girl? Sitting by the gate, Ikayan Zatetsu watched in astonishment as Uchiha walked in with a stunning beauty, his eyes wide with disbelief. He appeared as if carved from clay, mouth agape, utterly incredulous. This girl's silhouette feels so familiar. Doesn't she resemble Hinata? But she's taller than Hinata. The two stared blankly as Uchiha strolled past with the beauty, exchanging bewildered glances. It's only been a few days, and he's already wooed such a gorgeous girl? I never would have expected this. Isn't he the one at the bottom of the ranks? Why is he so adept at charming women? Though they hadn't seen her face, the girl's fair profile suggested she was undeniably stunning, a true beauty. Ikayan. I no longer wish to be a gatekeeper. I want to pursue girls, Zatetsu lamented, envious of Uchiha's retreating figure. Damn it, if even someone like Uchiha, a mere cannon fodder chunin, can attract a beauty, then for someone of my caliber, it should be a piece of cake. Dream on. Though Uchiha may be a lowly chunin, he is quite handsome. Look at yourself, an unseemly fellow. What chance do you have with a beauty? You might as well stay put and guard the gate. Besides, you owe me quite a bit of money. If you're not working as a ninja to earn, how will you repay me? Do you intend to evade your debts? Chapter 46. The shock of the crowd Huga household. You're my sister? Little Rory Hanabi gazed at the tall figure of Hinata, her face a portrait of disbelief. She suspected she was hallucinating. In just a few days, have you grown this much? Yes, it's me, your sister. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the little girl confirmed that the tall, beautiful woman before her was indeed her sister. Sister, how have you suddenly become so tall and beautiful? Observing Hinata Huga's elegant figure, the little girl gazed on with envy. Well, I grew up while training, Hinata smiled. And what about the big brother? After marveling at Hinata's stature, the little girl looked around, searching for the presence of Yuki. Has he gone home? Hinata replied. Oh no, the big brother has left. Alas, he didn't get to see my lovely short hair. The little girl sighed. Come inside, sister. Father has been waiting for quite a while. Oh, Hinata followed her into the hall. Huga Hisashi stood at the center, his expression slightly taken aback as he beheld Hinata's entrance. Is that you, Hinata? Father. Hinata approached, bowing respectfully. How can this be? Huga Hisashi gazed at Hinata in astonishment. In merely a few days, his petite and adorable daughter had transformed into a tall and striking beauty. She was now nearly of equal height to him, perhaps even slightly taller, which was utterly unfathomable. What on earth transpired with his beloved daughter during these days? It seemed impossible for her to have grown so rapidly, even with extraordinary means. Such a phenomenon defied logic. Have you achieved something in your training? Nevertheless, The reality before him was undeniable. The person standing there was indeed his precious daughter, Hinata, a fact he could not mistake. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he gradually quelled his astonishment. Indeed, Hinata nodded confidently. Hanabi, do not hold back when sparring with your sister. Yes, father. The little girl Hanabi nodded. I refuse, Hinata protested. Huga Hisashi frowned. Realizing that after just a few days of training with Yuki, Hinata had learned to resist his commands. Father, I wish to spar with you, Hinata stated resolutely. What? Huga Hisashi questioned, doubting his own ears. You wish to challenge me? Yes, father. Hinata's gaze was unwavering. Today was her moment to prove herself. Huga Hisashi slowly positioned himself opposite Hinata, contemplating the daughter who had grown nearly to his height, his expression a mix of emotions. The once timid daughter he had abandoned had the audacity to challenge him, the leader of the Huga clan. It appears Yuki has instilled considerable courage in you to dare confront me. I hope you do not disappoint me this time. Based on prior assessments, Hinata had displayed limited strength and potential, far inferior to her younger sister Hanabi, leading him to decide against Hinata becoming the clan head. Father, please be careful. I am coming. Hinata unleashed the 8 trigrams palm, launching her attack at Huga Hisashi. You attack without even activating your Byakugan? Huga Hisashi remained calm, countering with his own 8 trigrams palm. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes. Their pace quickened, and their strength intensified. As Huga Hisashi fought, he became increasingly astonished. The daughter who had once ranked as the weakest among genin now matched him, a jounin, in combat prowess, and her progress was astonishingly rapid. As the duel progressed, despite merely engaging in a simple exchange of bagua palm techniques, Hinata Huga exhibited an astonishing speed and strength that neared, if not slightly surpassed, that of her father. Hiashi Huga. This left him utterly astounded. Father, be cautious. Through the rigorous training she had undergone, Hinata's physique had been remarkably transformed. In terms of raw power, she had indeed surpassed Hiashi. After all, she could now perform the moonwalk, running through the air solely using her physical strength, without relying on chakra. In the world of Naruto, only Might Guy, when opening the 8 gates, had achieved such a feat. Of course, Guy, in his unlocked state, had the capability to overpower even the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, making it clear that Hinata was nowhere near his level. With a determined glare, Hinata activated her Byakugan and assumed the Bagua stance, enveloping Hiashi in a colossal Bagua formation. Are you about to employ the gentle fist technique? I wonder how many strikes you can deliver? Hiashi observed his daughter with calmness, also activating his Byakugan. The gentle fist technique, comprising the 32 close-range strikes of Bagua. What? Did she just say finger strikes? Not palm strikes. Hiashi pondered, slightly taken aback at Hinata's exclamation. Huh? Hinata shouted, thrusting her hands towards Hiashi. Gentle fist, 32 palms of Bagua. Hiashi had no time to contemplate further and swiftly executed the authentic 32 palms of Bagua in response. With a series of resounding clashes, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, their palms colliding 32 times in an instant. With a swift motion, they separated after delivering the final blow. Father, your hands? The observing little girl, Hanabi, immediately noticed Hiashi's hands trembling, blood dripping from his fingers. I'm sorry, father, I applied too much force. Hinata's expression was filled with guilt as she witnessed the blood trickling from Hiashi's arms. Hiashi, hearing Hinata's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. She had yet to unleash her full potential and had already injured him? What a disheartening spectacle. He had never imagined that his daughter, whom he had once considered weak, could injure him so effortlessly. Do not fret. You performed admirably, and I am quite pleased. Now, go home and rest, he reassured her. Though he felt a sense of shame. Hanabi, come with me. Despite his embarrassment, a sense of joy blossomed within Hiashi's heart. Father, would you like me to treat your wounds? I know healing techniques, Hinata offered respectfully. There's no need. It's merely a superficial injury that I can tend to myself. You should focus on resting, he replied, hastily departing the training grounds with little Hanabi in tow. Goodbye, father, Hinata said respectfully as he left. Wasn't sister using the 36 palms just now? Hanabi murmured to herself, trailing behind Hiashi. She has modified the traditional palm strikes, transforming them into more penetrating finger strikes. And not just any finger strikes, those delivered a powerful piercing force. Had it not been for my chakra shielding my hands, I might have sustained severe injuries. Even permanent damage, Hiashi explained. So, Does that mean sister has surpassed you, father? Hanabi inquired. Hinata Hisashi remained silent. After wrapping his hands, he stepped out with a box in hand. Hanabi, accompany me to a certain place. Little Hanabi asked, Father, where are we going? Hinata Hisashi replied, We are going to seek your brother-in-law, pleading for him to take you under his wing. Chapter 47. Hisashi sends Hanabi to Shiya. Hinata feels jealous brother-in-law? Little Hanabi exclaimed, taken aback. When did she acquire a brother-in-law? Had her sister already become engaged? Why was she not informed? Curiosity piqued, she followed her father closely, inquiring, Father, who is my brother-in-law? When did my sister get engaged? Hinata Hisashi responded, You will know when we arrive. Before long, father and daughter arrived at the doorstep of Shiya's residence. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Inside, Shiya was drying himself after a bath when he heard the doorbell. Puzzled, he wondered who could be visiting at such a late hour. Could it be Yugao? With a hint of anticipation, he opened the door, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Lord Shiya, I apologize for the late intrusion. Hinata Hisashi spoke humbly, a striking contrast to his usual demeanor. Shiya was taken aback, staring at Hinata Hisashi's humble expression, feeling as if the sun had risen from the west. Was this truly the same Hinata Hisashi who often wore a frown towards him? Uncle, what is this all about? Shiya asked cautiously, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in Hinata Hisashi's attitude, especially the use of honorifics. When did he become Lord in Hinata Hisashi's eyes? Hinata Hisashi humbly stated, I have a request to make of you, Lord Shiya. What is it? Shiya inquired. Hinata Hisashi continued, I wish to entrust my daughter to you. Shiya assumed that Hinata Hisashi was asking him to take care of Hinata and immediately responded earnestly, Rest assured, Uncle, I will take good care of Hinata. You need not worry. Hinata Hisashi clarified, Not Hinata, but my daughter Hanabi. I implore you to look after her. Hanabi? To care for my future sister-in-law? Shiya was momentarily confused. What was this future father-in-law intending? Why not take care of Hinata, but instead look after little Hanabi? Uncle, are you planning to travel far? Shiya surmised that Hinata Hisashi was taking Hinata on a long journey and wanted him to look after Hanabi for a few days. Hinata Hisashi shook his head, saying, I wish for you to take Hanabi under your wing, allowing her to accompany you in your training. Please, I urge you to accept her. Shiya's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, I implore you to let Hanabi follow you. She can serve as your attendant. Attendant? Are you suggesting that my future sister-in-law become my servant? Much like the relationship between Tsunade and Shizun, this was unacceptable. After pondering for a moment, Shiya shook his head. To take in a young child as an attendant serves no purpose. Besides, if I were to take her on dates, she would surely be an unwelcome third wheel. I would rather not. Big brother, I promise to be very obedient. Please just accept me. Little lowly Huahua pleaded, tugging at Uchiha's sleeve. No. I prefer solitude and dislike the company of others. Uchiha resolutely shook his head, pondering to himself. With you as a third wheel, how can I possibly go on a date with Shirihong? If you were to discover my relationship with her and inform Xiaochu Tian, what would become of me? Thus, this little lowly must not be accepted. Lord Shiya, please do not decline so hastily. Let us converse calmly. We can still discuss this. Hinata Hiashi raised the suitcase in his hand. Lord Shiya, do take a look at this before making a decision. With suspicion, Uchiha took the suitcase, wondering what treasures it contained. You shall find out upon opening it. Hinata Hiashi replied confidently, believing that once Uchiha glimpsed the contents, he would surely acquiesce. As Uchiha cautiously opened the suitcase, he was momentarily blinded by a dazzling golden light. Hinata Hiashi smiled. This is 10 million ryo. May I implore you, Lord Shiya? Cough, cough, cough. Since you are so earnest, I suppose I shall keep the person. Uchiha was not one to be swayed by mere wealth. Yet the sincerity of the visit was undeniable. To refuse now would be unreasonable. Hinata Hiashi turned to little lowly Huahua with a serious expression. From now on, you are to serve Lord Shiya diligently. Stay by his side, learn your skills, and do not wander home without reason. Do you understand? Yes, father, the little lowly replied, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of remaining by her beloved big brother's side. Farewell, Lord Shiya, I entrust myself to you. Hinata Hiashi deeply bowed, leaving behind the money and his precious daughter, turning away with a heart full of delight. In his eyes, Uchiha was undoubtedly a master of the shadows, a superlative mentor. Having elevated Hinata to Jonin status in a mere few days, Huahua's presence by his side would surely enable her to surpass him, becoming a formidable shadow-level expert. At that point, the Hinata clan could aspire to the position of Hokage. For far too long, the Hinata clan had not produced a Hokage, despite being Konoha's foremost lineage. The absence of a shadow-level expert had rendered them hesitant to vie for the Hokage title, a lingering regret in his heart. With both daughters now under the tutelage of Uchiha, a shadow-level master, an exceptional mentor, breaking through to that level was only a matter of time. The thought of the Hinata clan soon possessing a shadow-level expert filled Hinata Hiashi with uncontainable excitement. "Big brother, I will be depending on you," the little lowly exclaimed, embracing Uchiha's leg with a beaming face. Finally, she could be with the big brother she adored. Such bliss. Huahua, please release me. You're nearly tearing my pants off." Uchiha tugged at his trousers, feeling a headache coming on as he looked at the joyfully beaming little lowly. Why did he let his emotions lead him to agree in the first place? The cursed bills gleamed, disrupting my peace of mind. In a daze, I unwittingly agreed to this arrangement. Having a little girl by my side in the days to come is undoubtedly a nuisance. Uchiha sighed, filled with regret. "Let's head home. Since I've already accepted the money, there's no turning back. I can only take it one step at a time." "Your house is quite large, big brother," the little girl exclaimed, her curious gaze surveying Uchiha's abode. "It's merely a small villa, not as grand as yours," Uchiha replied. "I have a large family. While you have fewer members, it's different. Here, we enjoy a sense of freedom." Hanabi bounced on the sofa, her face alight with excitement. The Hinata family is a prestigious clan, bound by numerous rules and traditions. Living there is stifling, as one must adhere to rigid customs and etiquette. Here, however, one may do as they please. "Feel free to explore for now. I'll take a shower," Uchiha instructed. "I can help you wash your back, big brother," the little girl offered enthusiastically. Looking at the little girl, devoid of any means, Uchiha shook his head dismissively. "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." At his refusal, the little girl's expression dimmed. She had been eagerly anticipating assisting Uchiha. Observing her disappointment, Uchiha pondered for a moment and said, "How about you brew me a cup of tea? I would love to sip it right after my shower." "All right, big brother." The little girl beamed at his request. Delighted to be needed by Uchiha, she cheerfully gathered her tools to prepare the tea. Uchiha sighed and turned to enter the bathroom, beginning his cleansing ritual. Meanwhile, at the Hinata residence, Hinata Hisashi returned and summoned Hinata Mirai, instructing her, "Mirai, please tidy up Hanabi's belongings and prepare some daily necessities to send to Lord Chia's home." "Yes, esteemed clan leader." Although curious about why their clan leader referred to Chia as Lord Chia, Hinata Mirai obeyed the command and swiftly departed to gather the items. After her departure, Hinata emerged from the house. "Father, you're back. Where has Hanabi gone?" Hinata Hisashi replied casually. "I've arranged for Hanabi to stay with Lord Chia as his attendant. From now on, you shall accompany me to the village's senior meetings." "Father, I do not wish to attend the senior meetings. I want to remain by Lord Chia's side to continue my training." Upon hearing that Hanabi was to serve Uchiha, Hinata's heart inexplicably surged with jealousy, feeling as though something precious was being taken from her. "You should learn alongside me for a while. It's time for you to understand some matters concerning the clan." Hinata Hisashi waved her off. "Goodbye, father." Hinata respectfully took her leave. Although she had gained her father's approval, she felt little joy. The person she cherished was now living with her sister. What a predicament! Though she understood that Hinata Hisashi's intention in placing Hanabi with Uchiha was simply for guidance, who could predict how feelings might evolve over time? Even if two individuals initially harbor no romantic intentions, as time passes, it is inevitable that differing sentiments will arise. Much like her own experience. Was it not through the seemingly intentional, yet casual intimacy with Uchiha that she found herself drawn to him? Hinata Huga felt a profound sense of frustration. Had she known, she would not have sought to prove herself to her father, thereby avoiding the subsequent series of events. Hanabi, your skills are quite commendable. This tea is brewed excellently." Uchiha took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. The tea was rich, sweet, and perfectly balanced in flavor and strength to his liking. The little girl, Hanabi, beamed. "These are all lessons from father." Uchiha praised, "You have learned well." Ding dong, ding dong. "I'll get the door," the little girl exclaimed eagerly. Observing her enthusiastic demeanor, Uchiha mused that having a servant nearby might not be so bad after all. At least there were some minor tasks he no longer needed to undertake. Soon, Hanabi returned, her arms laden with various items. "Who is it?" Uchiha inquired. "It's my future sister, Father sent her to deliver my belongings, Hanabi replied. Big brother, where should I put these? Uchiha shrugged nonchalantly. Just find a spot. As long as it's not a complete mess. Okay. The little girl began her bustling activities with great excitement. After a while, she approached Uchiha, her eyes pleading. Big brother, could you assist me? Of course. Uchiha pondered briefly, then smiled and nodded. Helping his future sister-in-law seemed like an exhilarating endeavor. Big brother, hold this. Hanabi, thrilled, tossed an item at Uchiha. What is it? The object obscured his face. A towel. He. I'm counting on you, big brother. Finally, after a lengthy session of writing, the author reflected on the impending debut that would determine their fate. The next few days would reveal whether they could continue writing well. The author's journey relies heavily on the support of readers. If you enjoy the work, a simple click to view the updates or any small gift to boost the author's modest income would be immensely appreciated. Chapter 48. The Battle of the Golden Treasure Chest. When did you cut your hair? While assisting the little girl in drying her hair, Uchiha noticed that she had opted for a short style. Do you think it looks good, big brother? Hanabi asked, her large eyes sparkling with joy. You look lovely. Uchiha affirmed. All done. Now you should get some rest. The room next door is all tidied up. He yawned, preparing to return to his bedroom. The little girl timidly murmured, Big brother, I want to sleep next to you. I'm too scared to sleep alone. Uchiha replied, How old are you now? Aren't you too grown up to be afraid of sleeping alone? Hanabi pleaded, I'm scared. Please let me sleep beside you. I assure you that I will not disturb you. I will be very quiet at night and will not snore. Is that all right? Please let me sleep beside you. The little girl gazed up at Uchiha with a pitiful expression as she clung to his thigh. If he did not agree soon, tears would surely begin to fall. Very well. Uchiha nodded. You are the best, big brother. Thank you. Elated by his consent, the little girl joyfully sprang up and dashed to the adjacent room, bringing the mattress and sheets back with her. In Uchiha's bedroom, there was not merely a bed, but rather a mattress placed directly on the floor, akin to sleeping on a mat. The little girl swiftly arranged her mattress beside Uchiha's, declaring her intention to sleep there for the night. Big brother, I have tidied your mattress. She diligently straightened his slightly disheveled bedding. Uchiha replied, thank you. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a servant. Reward, 1 golden treasure chest. Wow, what a delightful surprise. The previously slightly gloomy Uchiha felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's reward announcement. Last time, the golden treasure chest yielded the Navy's 6th style. He wondered what this one might bring. System, unlock the golden treasure chest for me. Ding. Golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained the improved version of the demon sword, with usage conditions changed from demonic energy to chakra. The demon sword? It was the blade of Sesomaru from the anime Inuyasha. Uchiha was ecstatic. This sword could even overpower Inuyasha's destructive dragon technique. Its power was beyond imagination. With this sword, his strength would ascend to new heights. He retrieved the demon sword from the system's space, and in an instant, a beautifully carved sword with a blue dragon sheath appeared in his hand. What kind of sword is that, big brother? The little girl stared in astonishment at the sword that had suddenly manifested in Uchiha's hand. This is the demon sword, a ghostly blade. As he grasped the sword, a wealth of information flooded into Uchiha's mind regarding how to wield the demon sword's techniques. In a moment of thought, he comprehended how to utilize this improved version of the demon sword. Big brother, may I take a look? The little girl asked, her curiosity piqued by the blue dragon on the sheath. Here, take a look. Uchiha generously handed the demon sword to her. The little girl held the sword, her eyes filled with admiration. What a beautiful blue dragon. She gently caressed the dragon, feeling as if it possessed a life of its own. As she reached out to draw the sword, Uchiha hurriedly exclaimed, Do not draw the sword. What is it, big brother? The little girl was startled by the urgency in his voice. Uchiha replied solemnly, This sword must not be drawn lightly. Why not, big brother? Why can't I draw it? It's so beautiful. I want to see it. Uchiha, this sword emanates a formidable aura, its blade infused with a malevolent spirit, rendering it an evil weapon that can easily sway one's mind. Apart from myself, its master, no one else should dare to unsheath it, lest they fall prey to the sword's sinister essence, becoming mere puppets to its will. Upon hearing Uchiha's explanation, the little girl was instantly struck with terror. Discarding the Do Ghost God she held, Uchiha picked up the Do Ghost God, saying, Allow me to demonstrate. With a gentle pull, The sword emitted a resonant dragon sound, and a blue celestial dragon coiled around the ghost god before vanishing back into the blade. Is it really as frightening as you claim? The little girl gazed at the docile ghost god in Uchiha's grasp, feeling it was not as terrifying as he had described. I am its master. It would not dare to act out of line in my presence. To substantiate his words, Uchiha thrust the ghost god into the floor and gradually released his grip. Suddenly, the blue dragon roared, and a tempest surged through the cramped bedroom, a wave of dreadful malice permeating the air. The little girl was taken aback, the violent atmosphere engulfing the room, as an evil spirit rushed toward her, seeking to devour her consciousness. Silence. Uchiha cast a cold glare at the ghost god. Instantly, all traces of the ferocious aura dissipated, restoring tranquility to the bedroom. The little girl collapsed to the floor, nearly overwhelmed with fear. Her tender heart had never encountered such nefarious malevolence. In an instant, it had nearly shattered her psychological defenses. How do you feel now? Afraid, are we? Uchiha observed her with a smile that was both teasing and knowing. So terrifying. With a chilling essence and endless grotesque apparitions, how frightful. The little girl trembled uncontrollably. Uchiha offered no comfort, continuing. This sword is forged from the teeth of a fierce specter, imbued with its terrifying essence, beyond the control of ordinary individuals. The sword will consume the will of the weak-minded, reducing them to puppets that wreak havoc. Uchiha sheathed the sword and tossed it to the little girl. You shall carry this sword for me from now on. You will be my sword-wielding maid. I'm scared. The little girl gazed at it with trepidation, hesitant to approach. Do not worry. I have already communicated with this sword. It will not harm you. Uchiha smiled as he placed the sword in her arms. Take your time to understand it. When you are able to wield it, I shall gift it to you. The ghost god was known as the least impressive sword in Sesshomaru's arsenal, and Uchiha had never regarded it highly. If it were Tetsusaiga or Tensiga, the situation would be different. Uchiha contemplated what to teach this young girl now that she had become his servant and received the ghost god as a reward from the system. It was perfect for instructing her in swordsmanship. Naturally, the ghost god came with one of Sesshomaru's signature techniques, the Azure Dragon Break. Requiring no additional sword techniques for the little girl to learn. She simply needed to master the art of wielding the ghost god's abilities. Embracing the sword, the alarming aura did not resurface, providing her with a sense of relief. A gift for me? The little girl was taken aback, thinking she had misheard, and asked again. Big brother, are you really giving me this sword? It all depends on whether you have the ability to wield it. If you can use it, then it shall naturally belong to you. Thank you, big brother. I am so delighted. The little girl exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations. YQY gently patted her head and said, All right, it's getting late. Let us turn off the lights and go to bed. With that, YQY yawned, walked over to his mattress, covered himself with a blanket, and fell asleep. After a while, YQY felt a chill. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you crawling into my blanket? Big brother, your blanket is warm. Hey, don't put your cold little feet all over the place. I just like putting them here. Do you dare me to tickle you? Ah, that tickles. I won't do it again. Big brother, please spare me. I will go back to my own mattress. The little girl, giggling from the tickling, escaped. The author's writing cannot thrive without everyone's support. If you enjoy the reading, a simple click to watch the update video or a free gift video would be greatly appreciated. If you have a little extra money, supporting with a small gift would help the author earn a modest income. Thank you immensely. Chapter 49, In the Mountains. The well of begging for papaya. The morning light was warm and inviting. Everything was awakened, brimming with vitality. Awakened from his dreams, YQY sensed something pressing against his face. As he opened his bleary eyes, he saw a smooth little foot firmly planted on his face. You were supposed to be good, he thought, as the foot was now perched there. Hey, wake up. YQY pinched the little girl's cheek. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, startled awake. Hurts? I could have spanked you instead, yet you dare to complain of pain. Look at your foot. It's practically soaring into the sky. YQY feigned a fierce glare at her. The little girl retracted her foot and chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, big brother. YQY warned. If you dare to kick my face again, you shall not sleep here. Oh, I promise I won't do it again, big brother, she vowed earnestly. You are my servant. Hurry and prepare breakfast. Your master is hungry. With a wave of his hand, YQY signaled her to make the meal. Big brother. I don't know how to cook, the little girl said apologetically. Don't know how to cook? Then what can you do? I can brew tea, order takeout. Give back rubs, provide massages, and sweep the floor. The little girl counted on her fingers. So you simply cannot cook. YQY replied, somewhat speechless. However, upon reflection, it made sense. As a young lady of privilege, she would hardly need to cook. Even if she could, whether she could stomach her own cooking remained a question, considering the many men who had perished from their girlfriends' culinary disasters. Go wash your face. YQY had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. All right, big brother. I will help you squeeze the toothpaste. The little girl eagerly ran to the front to assist YQY in his preparations. Brush, brush. Brush your teeth. Rinse. Wash your face. After completing these tasks, YQY felt invigorated. After completing his morning routine, Uchiha chose to ignore the little girl beside him who was still lingering and began to prepare breakfast alone. Chop, chop, chop. He skillfully maneuvered through the kitchen. After more than half an hour, a bountiful array of delectable dishes was laid out on the table. Wow, it smells divine. The little girl, enchanted by the aroma, couldn't help but drool. Eat up. Uchiha placed a piece of meat into her bowl. Thank you, big brother. I'm starting now. The little girl transformed into a voracious eater, immediately diving into her meal. Observing her eager demeanor, Uchiha couldn't help but smile slightly. It filled him with pride and satisfaction to see that his culinary creations were appreciated. That was so filling. After a hearty meal, the little girl, with a round belly, let out a deep burp. Let us rest for a bit, and then I'll wash the dishes. All right, big brother, she readily agreed. Good, that's the spirit. Uchiha felt gratified by her attitude. It was the mark of a commendable servant. This is wonderful. The little girl asked, Big brother, what are we going to do next? You stay home while I go out to work, Uchiha replied, planning to spend some quality time with Shiri Hong and engage in deeper discussions. But big brother, I want to come along. He firmly declined, thinking to himself, how could he have a profound exchange with Shiri Hong with her tagging along? But big brother, I don't want to be alone at home. I'm scared. Please let me come with you. I promise I'll be very well behaved and one tea run around. The little girl pleaded earnestly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Looking utterly pitiful. Don't cry. I'll take you with me, Uchiha said, feeling a bit frustrated. But realizing it was unfair to leave her alone at home while he sneaked off for a treat. Really? Thank you, big brother. You're so kind. You're my favorite. The little girl cheered, her previous look of distress forgotten. But don't get too excited. If you have tea wash the dishes by the time I change clothes, you'll have to stay home obediently. With that, Uchiha turned and walked towards the bedroom. Don't worry, big brother, I wash dishes quickly, she replied, already bustling to tidy up the table. By the time Uchiha emerged from the bedroom, dressed, the little girl had already finished cleaning up, standing at the door with a cheerful demeanor, eagerly awaiting him. You're quite fast. You have a bright future ahead, Uchiha complimented, surprised that she had outpaced him. Thank you for the praise, big brother. Her heart soared with joy upon hearing his words. Let us go. Remember to close the door. The little girl swiftly shut the door and bounced alongside Uchiha, her heart brimming with happiness at the prospect of spending time with her big brother. Big brother, where are we going? She inquired curiously. We're going to buy flowers. Uchiha smiled. Buy flowers? The little girl widened her eyes, pondering. Could it be that the big brother intends to buy her flowers? A flush of shyness suddenly appeared on her face. The big brother is going to buy flowers for me. How delightful. The little girl joyfully leaped up. Uchiha looked at her with curiosity, wondering why she was so ecstatic. After all, it was merely a trip to buy flowers. Was it really worth such elation? At the flower shop in the mountains, 5 days had passed, and once again, Uchiha found himself here. Is little sister Inoue around? He called out from outside the shop. Inside, Yamashita Inoue, feeling quite bored, was taken aback upon hearing Uchiha's voice. Suddenly, she stood up in surprise. It's Senior Chiha, she exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. After waiting 5 days, she had finally been rewarded for her patience. Having seen Shizune blossom beautifully after consuming the papaya that Uchiha had given her, Yamashita Inoue had kept a watchful eye, refraining from informing Shizune and Sakura about her acquaintance with Uchiha, who frequented her family's flower shop. For the past few days, she had been so preoccupied that she hardly practiced. Aside from inquiring with Shizune about any news of Uchiha, she had been eagerly awaiting his arrival at the flower shop. Finally, after 5 long days, he had come. You're here. Yamashita Inoue swiftly approached Uchiha. Senior Chiha, I've been waiting for you for so long. Her face was alight with excitement. You've been waiting for me? Uchiha asked in astonishment. Little sister Inoue, you were waiting for me? Yes. I've been at the shop waiting for your arrival these past few days, Yamashita in no way replied, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Why were you waiting for me? Yuchiya inquired, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Senior Chiya, was the papaya given to Shizune by you? Yamashita in no way gazed at him eagerly. Upon hearing her question, Yuchiya recalled the day he had coincidentally met Shizune at Ichiraku Ramen and, wishing to foster their connection, had casually gifted her a nutritious papaya. Yes, indeed, Yuchiya nodded. Upon hearing his affirmation, Yamashita in no way immediately bowed deeply before him. Senior Chiya, do you have any more papayas? Please, I would love to have one. No, I wish for several. The author's writing relies heavily on the support of the readers. If you enjoy the story, a simple click to watch the update video or a small gift would greatly aid in providing the author with a modest income. Thank you immensely. Gratitude to Luo Chinyu, E-Fan, user 18203907. Why not drink? Chunshi who loves eating bamboo shoots, the old monk with silky hair. 3000 weak waters, Yuju who enjoys eating mulberry fish balls. User 264728786, Chi Yun Xian, Sweet Star, the old snake of ancient southern capital, Cool Ice Demonis. User 40378648. Tang Xiaoqing, Yu Sheng. I possess an ultra-super cosmic world, the friend bunny of Jiulong Grand Hotel, the omnipotent Duga City, and all other supporters. Thank you all for your gifts. Chapter 50. Journey to the Sunset Red Family. A faint smile graced the lips of Yuchiya as he realized that the bait he had cast had finally attracted a fish. Papaya? The little girl, Yamashiro Ino, gazed curiously at him, her mind filled with questions. Isn't papaya something readily available everywhere? Why then did she specifically ask her elder brother for it? I can pay for it. Please, Senior Chiya, do buy a few for me. Noticing Yuchiya's silence, she became increasingly anxious, pondering whether he was unwilling to procure papaya for her. With a soft sigh, Yuchiya replied, It is not a matter of money. The truth is, I do not possess that particular kind of papaya at the moment. If I did, I would certainly give you some, Ino. He had a multitude of papayas stored within his system space, accessible at any time. However, the system was his secret, and with little Yamashiro Ino now his servant and living by his side, he found it challenging to explain should she inquire about the whereabouts of his papayas. Lacking a sealing scroll for ninjutsu space, he decided against retrieving them in public. So there are none? Upon hearing Yuchiya's response, Yamashiro Ino's spirits visibly sank. She truly felt as if she were becoming like Hinata, full of potential. Observing her dejected demeanor, Yuchiya smiled and said, I believe I have a couple left in my refrigerator at home. Why not come over tonight? I shall give you one to enjoy, and when I acquire more later, I will continue to provide for you. Yamashiro Ino's eyes widened in excitement at Yuchiya's words. Thank you, Senior Chiya. I will definitely come tonight. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and she radiated joy. Please help me fetch 3 bouquets of roses. Certainly. With fervor, Yamashiro Ino hurried to the flower stall, selecting a vibrant array of roses to present to him. These are for you, Senior Chiya. Yuchiya expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Yamashiro Ino replied. No need for formality. As long as you continue to provide me with more papayas, Senior Chiya, that will suffice. Consider it done, Yuchiya smiled. Until this evening. After sharing his address, he waved goodbye and departed. Filled with excitement upon acquiring Yuchiya's address, Yamashiro Ino exclaimed, I shall remember, Senior Chiya. See you tonight. The little girl, gazing after Yuchiya, hurriedly clutched her demon spirit and scampered after him. Who is that girl? She seems somewhat familiar. Yamashiro Ino pondered as she observed the little girl's retreating figure, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone she had encountered before. Wait for me, big brother. The little girl quickened her pace to catch up with Yuchiya, her eyes fixed on him. Why are you looking at me like that? Yuchiya asked, surprised by the little girl's gaze. Flowers, the girl exclaimed, staring intently at the fresh blossoms in Yuchiya's hands. Do you wish to help me carry them? Very well. Here you go. You are indeed a splendid servant, Yuchiya said as he placed the roses into her arms. The little girl wondered, aren't they meant for me? Feeling a tinge of disappointment, she realized that she had misinterpreted the gesture, believing the flowers were a gift for her. This revelation dimmed her previously joyous mood. Little girl, big brother, who are you giving that flower to? You'll find out soon, Yuchiya replied, feigning mystery. The little girl felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed that big brother had someone he favored. After approximately 20 minutes, Yuchiya brought the little girl to the home of Siya Hong. Sister Hong, I'm here. Upon reaching the entrance, Uchiha spotted the elegant lady inside. Hearing his voice, she immediately rose and turned her gaze towards him. Overjoyed to see her longed-for suitor standing before her, she hurriedly stepped outside. Initially wishing to embrace him, she hesitated upon noticing the little girl standing beside him, feeling suddenly shy. "Come in and sit." Xia Hong beckoned. "All right," Uchiha smiled and followed her inside, while the little girl, still feeling gloomy, trailed behind. "This is for Sister Hong," he said, handing over the flower to Xia Hong under the little girl's reluctant gaze. "Thank you, Chia-kun." Xia Hong accepted the flower with delight. "You both sit down, I will prepare some tea." Humming a tune, she placed the flower into her cherished vase and happily set about brewing tea for her young admirer. Well, the handsome lad has arrived." A figure suddenly appeared in the hall, casually wrapping her arm around Uchiha's neck and exclaiming, "What have you been busy with these past few days? Haven't seen you visiting the sisters. Are you perhaps occupied with having children?" "You're here too, big sister Hongdo," Uchiha replied, his heart racing as he gazed at the alluring Hongdo, adorned in a fishnet outfit. "I came over as soon as I saw you were here," she said. "You little rascal, passing by my doorstep without stopping in. Do you not hold me in your heart?" "Of course I do. I have always kept you, big sister Hongdo, in my thoughts," Uchiha replied with a playful smile. "Who is this little girl?" Hongdo inquired, noticing the little girl beside Uchiha appeared quite despondent. Amused yet exasperated by Hongdo's teasing, Uchiha explained, "She is the second daughter of the Hinata family, Hinata Hanabi, currently by my side." Upon hearing this, Hongdo's expression shifted to one of realization. "No wonder she has a pair of white eyes. I can't believe Hinata Hisashi would entrust his second daughter to you. What kind of charm have you cast upon him?" Hongdo was astonished. She had heard that due to the inadequacies of the eldest daughter, Hinata Hanabi was to be groomed as the heir of the Hinata clan. It was unexpected that he would allow the future heir to be raised by someone else, surpassing her expectations. Thus, her interest in Uchiha intensified. What could he possess that would make the clan leader, Hinata Hisashi, willing to part with his heir? Uchiha smirked. "He thinks I'm handsome, so he entrusted her to me." Seeing that Uchiha was unwilling to divulge more, Hongdo shifted her attention to the little girl. "Hey, why does your father allow you to accompany my little brother?" Yashitai Akane inquired with a grin, seeking an answer from Hinata Hanabi. "I don't want to tell you," Hanabi retorted. Akane playfully wrapped her arms around Yashia's neck, provoking a hint of jealousy in the little girl, who puffed her cheeks in silent indignation. Chapter 51. The Battle Against Demons. Akane nearly becomes an airport ha. The little one has quite the temper. Akane chuckled, releasing Yashiya and approaching the little girl with a mischievous grin, pinching her cheek. With a fierce demeanor, Akane gazed at the little girl. "Have you ever taken a life? Do you know what it feels like? Do you understand the moment when a person dies?" Her long tongue flicked across the girl's face, resembling a predator poised to devour its prey. Akane's playful nature left Yashiya somewhat speechless. It seemed she had frightened him during Naruto's Chunin exams as well. "Big sister Akane, please don't scare my maid," Yashiya interjected. The little girl gazed wide-eyed at Akane. "Don't worry, big brother. She can't scare me. I wasn't raised to be frightened." "Oh, the little one has some courage." Akane laughed. "Little brother, I hope you don't mind if I teach this little maid a lesson?" Yashiya shrugged nonchalantly. "Do as you please. I'll assist big sister Akane." He welcomed their bickering as it provided him time to play with Yuga. Yashiya stood up and strolled into the kitchen without a glance back. "What do you intend to do?" The little girl glared at Akane, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. "What do I intend to do? Naturally, I plan to properly educate your little maid," Akane replied, licking her lips with a grin. Taking advantage of the verbal skirmish between the two, Yashiya quickly slipped into the kitchen. "Big sister, I'm here to help," he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Akane's slender waist with a cheerful smile. "No need for assistance. I'll finish up shortly," Yuga replied, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Big sister, you seem to have gained quite a bit of waist lately," Yashiya teased playfully. "No way. I haven't eaten fatty foods in days. How could I possibly have gained weight?" Yuga protested, measuring her waist with her hands, convinced there was no significant change. "Could I have misremembered? No. I must measure it properly." With that, Yashiya began to measure with utmost seriousness. "Don't do that. Akane and the others are still outside," Yuga whispered. "Don't worry, big sister. They're too busy bickering to notice us," Yashiya assured as he continued his measurements. The beautiful scenery unfolded before them, with the wind occasionally sweeping over the peaks and meandering through the valleys, exploring the delightful landscape. After about half an hour, the two emerged from the kitchen, carrying tea. The woman appeared radiant, while the man wore a satisfied expression. Upon leaving the kitchen, Yashia was surprised to find Akane and the little girl had retreated to the yard. Locked in a standoff, unable to contain himself, Yashia called out, "Have you two had enough fun? Come in and have some tea. Don't come any closer." The petite young girl brandished her demon slayer, glaring furiously at Akane Mitsuhashi. The latter, with an obnoxious long tongue, was incessantly licking her face. Upon the emergence of the demon slayer, a chilling malevolence descended upon the scene. Akane, who had initially been teasing the girl with a carefree demeanor, suddenly found herself confronted with the gravity of the situation as the girl drew her weapon. A stark transformation overtook the girl's countenance as she sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the sword. It was a sinister blade, exuding an evil energy autonomously. Akane's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she regarded the sword in the girl's hands. The girl's eyes, once white, morphed into a vivid crimson. With a swift motion, she swung the demon slayer towards Akane. The latter narrowly evaded the strike by leaning aside, as a flash of red light sliced through the air, creating a blue sword energy that tore through her fishing net attire, exposing her fair skin beneath. "Stop!" Chiyeyu swiftly approached, grasping the girl's small hand. "Big brother." The girl's scarlet eyes rapidly reverted to their original white upon seeing Chiyeyu. "Are you all right?" Chiyeyu inquired. His concern heightened as he suspected the girl had succumbed to some form of control. "I'm fine, big brother," she replied. "What just happened?" He pressed. "I was angry, and the demon slayer sensed my emotions, lending me its power to teach a lesson to this woman who enjoys licking others' faces. I think I've learned how to wield this sword, big brother." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that so?" Chiyeyu thought to himself, filled with skepticism about the possibility that the girl possessed a system of her own. Could it be that mere anger allowed her to resonate with the sword? Had she truly mastered one of Sesomaru's formidable techniques so effortlessly? The demon slayer contained the essence of Sesomaru's ultimate technique, the Tsunade break, which held immense power, capable of easily overpowering Inuyasha's Bakuria. Had he not intervened, the consequences of the Tsunade break could have been disastrous. "From now on, do not unsheath your sword recklessly in front of our village companions. Do you understand?" Chiyeyu admonished sternly. "I understand, big brother," the girl replied meekly, bowing her head in contrition. "Chiya, what about that sword?" Akane asked, covering the torn fabric of her outfit, astonished at the weapon that had nearly transformed her into a spectacle. It was a malevolent sword forged from the teeth of a demon, an entity from the world of Inuyasha. Massive and not the ghostly apparition one might envision. Imbued with a terrifying aura, and sealed within it was the perilous technique, Tsunade break. Had the girl unleashed the true power of the sword instead of merely its malevolent energy, Akane could have found herself bidding farewell to life. Chiyeyu, still shaken, confessed, "I was prompted to stop her out of fear that she might inadvertently unleash the Tsunade break." Akane shot him an exasperated glare. "Is this your sword?" Chiyeyu nodded affirmatively. "You would entrust such a dangerous sword to a mere child?" Akane thought to herself, initially intending to tease Hinata Hanabi with her superior rank, only to narrowly escape a grave miscalculation. She had nearly lost her life. "Yashitai Hondo, that malevolent aura may harm others without consequence. But are you not concerned that it might injure her? I am the master of the sword. Without my command, it would not dare to harm her." Yushir Chia took the Dugwishin from the hands of the little girl, and in an instant, the sinister sword energy dissipated without a trace, rendering the entire blade seemingly ordinary and devoid of malice. "Big sister Hondo, are you all right? If you wish, I can assist you. My skills are quite proficient," Yushir Chia said earnestly, observing the pristine area that Hondo was covering. Hondo looked at Yushir Chia with suspicion. "You, a grown man, can actually perform such tasks?" Yushir Chia smiled. "I possess many talents. I can manage anything." Chapter 52. Sunset Red is jealous very well. "Since little brother is so capable, come to my house tonight. I will change out of my clothes and allow you to assist me," Hondo said playfully, winking at Yushir Chia. Cough, cough, cough. Nearby, Zairi Hong came back to her senses from her astonishment. Upon hearing Hondo's words, her jealousy could no longer be contained. This good friend was flirting with her man, which was entirely unacceptable. Though she understood Hondo's carefree nature, this was her man, and she could not permit the little being to flirt so casually. "Let us drink some tea. If we don't hurry, it will soon grow cold," Jeriah said. I shall abstain. I have a task that requires me to leave the village, Hongo replied, shaking her head. She then approached Orochimaru, whispered softly in his ear, little brother. I shall be waiting at home tonight for you to wash me clean. After casting a playful glance at him, she departed with a flourish. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, she paused, turned, and called out to Orochimaru with a half-smile. Oh, by the way, while I am away, do not bully our little Hong Hong. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. After delivering this cryptic warning, she finally left. Orochimaru, bemused by Hongo's admonition, thought to himself, who is actually bullying whom, I wonder? Jeriah was indeed in the prime of her youth. Were it not for his own prowess and endurance, he might not be able to subdue her. I too have a task tomorrow and may need to leave the village for a few days, Jeriah said, a hint of distress in her voice after Hongo departed. Having finally reunited, they would soon part again. Orochimaru turned to the little girl, contemplating how to discreetly send this large light bulb away. What are you doing, big brother? Your gaze makes me uneasy, the little girl said nervously, sensing impending misfortune. Haha, what are you thinking? What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely noticed your hair was a bit disheveled and wished to help you tidy it up. Orochimaru chuckled, marveling at the little girl's keen intuition. Feigning to comb her hair, he placed the dogwushin in her hands. Let us go inside for tea, Orochimaru said, patting the little girl's head as he led her toward the house. Seated on the sofa, sipping tea, Orochimaru inquired of Hinata's sister, Sister Hong. Do you have any tasks for tomorrow? Hinata's sister replied, I have a mission to eliminate some mountain bandits. I plan to take Hinata and a couple of others along for training to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. Orochimaru suggested, shall I accompany you? My strength is formidable. With my assistance, your task will surely become much easier. Hinata's sister shook her head, saying, no need, Chieko-kun. This is meant to be a training experience for Hinata and the others. I intend to remain on the sidelines, watching for any unforeseen incidents. It seems those bandits are in for a rough time, the little girl murmured, having seen her sister's strength, which could rival that of their father. Dispatching a group of ordinary bandits would be an effortless task. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Hinata, having undergone rigorous training and enhancement, not only strengthened her physique, but also mastered the Navy's 6 styles, even integrating them with her bagua palm technique, achieving the prowess of an elite jonin. It was likely that even Hinata's sister would struggle against her. Orochimaru felt a tinge of sympathy for the bandits. Hinata's sister remarked, not necessarily. I've heard that among those bandits are some rogue ninjas. With just the 3 of them, they will undoubtedly face significant challenges, perhaps in the end. I will need to intervene. Orochimaru cautioned, Sister Hong, please take care of yourself. Don't get hurt, it would pain me greatly. Hinata's sister reassured him. Don't worry, this is merely a simple training task. In truth, Orochimaru harbored no concerns. In the original narrative, Hinata and her companions had smoothly ascended to Chunin status, so this mission would surely unfold without incident. After a lengthy chat, Orochimaru reluctantly took the little girl home. Come, I'll take you back to the Huga household. He resolved to return the little girl, realizing he could not keep her along as a distraction, otherwise his own fortunes would be jeopardized. I don't want to go back. I want to stay by Big Brother's side and learn skills to become even stronger than my sister. The little girl pouted, clinging tightly to Orochimaru's leg, refusing to let him head towards her home. Orochimaru replied, You've already learned to wield this sword. I have nothing more to teach you. So you are ready to depart? The little girl retorted, But I still haven't team mastered it, so I can't leave yet. Besides, Big Brother, you are not just my teacher. You are my master, and I am your adorable little servant, so I can't go back to the Huga household anymore. I can only follow you from now on. Orochimaru lamented, Why did I have to be so impulsive? I fell into that old rascal's trap for the sake of money. He sighed, lamenting how money had ensnared his freedom. Big Brother, I am already yours. You can't send me away, the little girl pleaded, hugging his leg pitifully. He knew she was the most impressive, powerful brother she had ever encountered, and he could not let her slip away. In her eyes, the 10 million given by her father to Orochimaru served as her dowry. Having accepted this dowry, Orochimaru could not dismiss her. All right, I shall not allow you to return to the Hinata household. Orochimaru sighed, realizing he needed to alter his approach. Henceforth, he would arrange for her to practice the Navy's 6 styles, exhausting her daily so that she would lack the energy to linger by his side. Orochimaru held no particular thoughts about the current little girl, save for the jealousy emanating from little Hinata. After all, the rivalry between sisters can be even more intense. The little girl would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. As a capable man, Uchiha would surely have aspirations. However, the little girl was still younger than Hinata, and any thoughts of affection would have to wait several years. If only he had access to the hyperbolic time chamber from the Dragon Ball universe. He could place the little girl inside for a few days, and upon her emergence, she would be a breathtaking beauty. At that point, he could indulge in all manner of delights. Alas, lacking such a chamber, he found solace in the mature allure of Tsunade. Was it not said in a past life? A youth unaware of the charm of an older woman mistakenly treasures a young girl. Older women are wonderful. They possess cars, homes, and wealth. If a young man desires sustenance, he must seek the company of an older woman. Chapter 53. The terrifying Uchiha, the astonished little girl. Come. I shall not escort you home, but rather take you to a different place. Where are we going, big brother? Upon hearing that Uchiha would not take her home, the little girl's spirits soared, and she bounced joyfully behind him. We are going to assess the extent of your capabilities. My capabilities? The little girl inquired, puzzled. Before long, Uchiha led her to a secluded mountain. He pointed to a nearby hill and said, "Draw your sword. Do you see that hill? Cut it down." "Why must we chop down that hill, big brother? Is there treasure hidden within for me to excavate?" With enthusiasm, the little girl unsheathed her sword, Dogoei-shun, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the distant hill. "What are you thinking? There cannot possibly be so much treasure for you to unearth. Especially not from such a hill, so close to the village. I merely wish to see if you can execute the sword technique, Sanglongpu, with Dogoei-shun." After witnessing the playful skirmish between the little girl and Akane Mitsurashi earlier, Uchiha was impressed by her innate swordsmanship, without any instruction. She had resonated with the sword spirit of Dogoei-shun. Only by resonating with the sword spirit can one unleash the most formidable techniques. "Big brother, a voice tells me that my chakra reserves may only allow me to barely unleash a lightning attack." Uchiha encouraged, "Let us try it." The little girl nodded and raised her Dogoei-shun. In an instant, the blade shimmered with blue light, and a sword aura surged forth, conjuring a blue dragon behind her. "Sanglongpu," the little girl shouted, bringing her sword down upon the hill. Crackling thunder roared through the air. Roar, accompanied by the sound of the dragon. A blue bolt of lightning surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming sense of destruction, hurtling towards the hill. With a resounding boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending countless fragments of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the hill's true form was revealed. To the left of the small hill, a substantial section was obliterated, revealing a crescent-shaped cavity. After a single strike, the little girl was nearly drained of her chakra, causing her to gasp for breath. Despite her labored breathing, she excitedly inquired, "How was that, big brother?" "Quite impressive," nodded Uchiha in satisfaction. Even he felt a twinge of envy at her innate talent. The rewards born from her efforts seemed tailor-made for her. In truth, that Sanglongpu possessed an alternate form of attack. Uchiha seized the Dogoei-shun from the breathless girl. With a shift in his gaze, his aura sharpened, and a colossal blue dragon materialized behind him, its sword energy soaring as dozens of blue lightning bolts crackled around him. The terrifying pressure and the relentless thunder instilled a deep dread. Although the overwhelming force was not directed at the little girl, it still left her pale and trembling, retreating several steps in fear. "Big brother, your power is truly frightening," she exclaimed, visibly shaken by the menacing aura Uchiha exhibited. "Sanglongpu," Uchiha declared sternly, raising his sword. In an instant, a massive energy sphere pulsating with thunder and lightning coalesced at the sword's tip. Crackling sounds erupted as countless bolts of lightning danced around the energy sphere, bombarding everything in the vicinity. The ground was pierced, and nearby trees were reduced to charred fragments under the onslaught of thunder. With a sweeping motion of his sword, the immense energy sphere shot forth. Everything around was obliterated, leaving a vast, charred chasm in the earth. With a resounding crash, the energy sphere struck the small hill, unleashing a tremendous explosion that sent ripples through the air, a mushroom cloud rising at a visible speed. The howling winds swept through the area, toppling trees within a 100-meter radius, leaving a chaotic scene in their wake. As the dust settled, the once discernible hill was replaced by a vast, dark pit. "My goodness, big brother, you are incredible." The little girl stood in awe, her mouth agape as she gazed at the vanished hill, her heart racing with excitement and disbelief. When would she be able to unleash such a formidable move? Uchiha, surveying the transformation of the hill into a blackened pit, was also struck by astonishment. Such devastating destruction could be wrought with a mere casual strike. Truly, it was one of the killer's signature techniques. After executing the move, Uchiha felt hardly any depletion of chakra, remaining in a state of utter ease. The little girl, still recovering from her shock, scampered to his front and remarked, "Big brother, your energy sphere Tsanglongpa seems different from my earlier Tsanglongpa." Uchiha nodded and replied, "Indeed, there are distinctions, yet they are fundamentally the same technique, merely differing in form. With time and reflection, you will come to understand." The spherical energy attack is relatively slow, making it suitable for targeting opponents with sluggish movements. Conversely, the Thunder Strike boasts a swifter and more clandestine assault, ideal for engaging faster adversaries. "I long to become as formidable as you, big brother," exclaimed the young girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Uchiha. With a nonchalant gesture, Uchiha sheathed his Doguei Shun and replied, "You little one, don't even dream of it. You shall never attain my level of prowess." He possessed the divine hand, complemented by an external enhancement system that periodically bestowed rewards, ensuring his continuous ascent in strength. Unyielding, the young girl retorted, "Humph. I will surely catch up to you soon, big brother." Uchiha chuckled. "Then you must exert yourself diligently. Big brother, that last technique of yours, how many times do you think you could execute it in succession?" "I need a benchmark to aspire to," she inquired. Uchiha responded, "I'm not certain. I didn't feel any significant depletion of chakra." Pondering the question, he found it curious that, despite having a chakra storage capacity not much greater than the young girl's, he experienced no considerable chakra expenditure after unleashing such a powerful move. "System, what is the meaning of this?" Uchiha silently questioned. "In truth, it's simply because your chakra has been steadily increasing, host." "My chakra is increasing?" Uchiha mused, somewhat skeptical. Why was I unaware of this? Each reward from the system subtly transforms the host's physique, enabling the effective utilization of chakra-dependent techniques. Gradually, the host accumulates a greater chakra reservoir. For instance, the Marine 6 styles not only imparts techniques to the host, but also enhances the host's body, allowing for superior execution of these skills. Without such modifications, even if the host mastered the techniques, they would struggle to perform them without the requisite physical capabilities. This is a benefit bestowed by the system. The enhanced Doguei Shin simultaneously grants the host a vast reservoir of chakra, akin to that wielded by Sesomaru. Moreover, the chakra corresponding to the techniques replicated by the divine hand is also provided to the host. With the system's elucidation, Uchiha finally grasped why he felt no depletion. This also clarified the origin of his 8-pack abs. After all, how could a mere cannon fodder Chunin, without any training in physical arts, possess such a physique? It was evidently a result of the system's enhancements when he received the Marine 6 styles. Chapter 54. The meeting in the mountains. Let us depart swiftly. A massive explosion has just occurred, and we are not far from the village. It won't be long before someone comes looking for us. Uchiha tossed the Doguei Shun to the young girl and strolled away leisurely. The young girl, having expended nearly all her chakra, followed behind, feeling utterly exhausted. Shortly after their departure, two figures appeared before the charred abyss. Has Kakashi been struck by lightning? Might Guy mused, resting his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the scorched pit. After surveying the surroundings with his Sharingan, Hatake Kakashi deduced, the explosion we just heard does not resemble an ordinary lightning strike. The trees in the vicinity are charred and shattered. It must be some sort of extensive lightning-based attack. He gestured towards the blackened crater, adding, if my memory serves me right, there used to be a sizable mountain here, which has now vanished, leaving behind this deep chasm. Might Guy inquired, who in our Leaf Village possesses such formidable lightning techniques? Kakashi pondered for a moment, but could not recall anyone. It is highly likely that it was an outsider, especially with the upcoming Chunin exams. Perhaps spies or rogue ninjas infiltrated our village and engaged in battle here. We should report this to the 5th Hokage immediately. It is imperative that we bolster the village's patrols to ensure the smooth conduct of the Chunin exams. Those young ones have been eagerly awaiting this for 2 long years. He lamented that Naruto was not in the village, as his presence would have made things far more lively. Naruto was out training with Jeriah, and everyone was eager to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, after enjoying a bowl of ramen with the little girl, Waya returned home. Not long after his arrival, Ino Yamanaka appeared at his door, bearing flowers for their meeting. Waya-senpai, your house is so tidy, Ino exclaimed, marveling at the immaculate state of Waya's abode. She had visited Naruto's home before, and it was a chaotic sight, resembling a landfill. Accustomed to tidying up, Waya smiled and asked, Ino, have you eaten yet? Would you like to grill some barbecue together? Not yet, Ino replied, her face lighting up. She had purposely not eaten much at home, intending to savor a meal with Waya. It wasn't merely about sharing a meal. She hoped to deepen their emotional connection. Then let's eat together. I'll prepare things, Waya offered. I'll help you, Waya-senpai. Ino cheerfully followed him. Just then, the little girl emerged from the bathroom, yawning. Big brother, I'm going to sleep. She was utterly exhausted, having nearly depleted her chakra for the day. Go ahead and rest. Waya thought to himself, relieved that the little girl would sleep early. Perhaps due to her fatigue, she paid little attention to Ino and, after opening the bedroom door, lay down on the mattress and quickly fell asleep. Ino was somewhat surprised to see the little girl staying at Waya's place. Is that little girl your daughter, Waya-senpai? She asked. Not exactly. She is more like a disciple, Waya replied. Hinata's sister, Hanabi, has been entrusted to me for guidance. Ino's heart, which had been racing, calmed down upon realizing that the girl was not Waya's daughter after all. Yuki retrieved some chicken wings, drumsticks, ham, and eggplant from the refrigerator. And most importantly, 2 nutritious papayas from the system's space. Sister Jeriah, please take this bag of charcoal to the barbecue pit in the yard and get a fire going. Yuki instructed Jeriah, pointing towards the grill in the center of the yard. I'll handle the ingredients first. All right, Senior Chia. Jeriah replied cheerfully as she took the charcoal to start the fire. Yuki meticulously marinated the chicken wings and drumsticks, skewering them before peeling and slicing one of the papayas. He had already consulted the system, confirming that consuming this nutritious papaya would only enhance nourishment and promote a fair complexion, without any concerns about breast growth. Let me take care of the grilling, Senior Chia. I have quite a bit of experience with this, Jeriah asserted, taking the initiative to grill the meat. Having often accompanied a kimchi choji for barbecues, she had become quite adept at it. With her eagerness to grill, Yuki naturally did not refuse. As Jeriah diligently grilled the meat, Yuki went inside to fetch a few bottles of beverages, pouring 2 glasses. He took a sip from one to soothe his throat. Here you go, Jeriah, he said, playfully offering a piece of papaya to Jeriah. She took a small bite and asked, what is this? It resembled papaya flesh, but had an unfamiliar flavor, leaving her uncertain. Yuki chuckled. This is the papaya you've been dreaming of. What? Is this the kind that Sister Shizen eats? Jeriah's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Yuki affirmed. Oh my goodness. This is incredibly delicious. The creamy flavor surpasses even that of pure milk. Jeriah exclaimed, quickly devouring the piece of papaya in Yuki's hand. Yuki offered her another piece, saying, don't rush. There's plenty more. You grill the meat, and I'll feed you. Thank you, Chia-senpai. I won't hold back, Jeriah replied, munching on the papaya like a little rabbit, swiftly finishing another piece. Take your time. If you like it, you can have all of this, Yuki encouraged, seeing her delight. Deciding not to compete with her for the treat. He could always peel another, as he still had around 80 or 90 papayas. A small plate of papaya flesh was quickly consumed under Yuki's attentive feeding. The meat is ready, Jeriah exclaimed, burping as she handed all the grilled meat to Yuki. He accepted the offerings and remarked, are you feeling tight, Jeriah? If so, it might be best to loosen up a bit. Jeriah looked puzzled. What do you mean? Senior Chia? What do you mean by tight? Clearing his throat, Yuki explained, I mean your chest plate. If it's tight, you should loosen it to prevent any mishaps. He pointed towards Jeriah's front. With his reminder, Jeriah suddenly recalled Shizun's experience of feeling full shortly after eating. In the heart of the mountains, Ino Yamanaka felt a rush of crimson embarrassment envelop her face as she hesitantly remarked, I suppose it should be all right. It shouldn't burst open, should it? In truth, her chest armor fit her perfectly. However, being in the presence of Yushikia made her reluctant to unfasten it. You took a bite of the chicken leg in his hand and said with utmost seriousness, you may feel a slight itch shortly. Do not be alarmed. It is entirely normal. After the itch, it will expand immediately. Chapter 55. Oh no. Barbie is here, and Hinata has arrived as well. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. Ino felt a mixture of surprise and embarrassment, overwhelmed by shyness. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide. Just moments ago, she had assured herself it wouldn't burst, yet now, as the itch began, It had indeed given way. This unexpected rupture left her at a loss on how to face you. Don't worry, I didn't hear a thing, you chuckled, continuing to munch on his chicken leg. Ino sat frozen in place, reluctant to move. Her armor had already burst open, and any movement might lead to further exposure, which would only heighten her embarrassment. Perhaps you could take it off, and I can help you mend it before you put it back on. It seems too loose. You won't be able to walk comfortably like this, you said with a playful grin. How could I possibly do that? Ino stammered, blushing furiously. You senpai. You are a boy, and I am a girl. It feels too private to ask you to help with something so personal. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yu's eyes. Shall I fetch a needle and thread for you to fix it yourself? You suggested. I can't do that, she replied, flustered. Then I suppose there's nothing more I can do, Yu shrugged, resuming his meal. After finishing the chicken leg, he picked up some ham, muttering to himself. This ham should be delightful, let us roast some. The ham soon sizzled to perfection. Here, Ino, have a piece of ham. Yu offered her a piece. Thank you, Yu senpai. Ino accepted it, her head still bowed. Don't mention it, Yu replied, continuing to roast other ingredients. One by one, they began to cook thoroughly. Have a bite, Ino. After you finish, hurry home and wash up. You've got papaya all over your face. Ino instinctively touched her face, realizing it was indeed grimy and faintly odorous. This was too much for her to bear. What girl could endure feeling dirty and smelly? You senpai, may I wash up here? Ino took a deep breath, mustering her courage and casting aside her shyness. Of course, as long as you don't mind. You are welcome to any time, Yu nodded without hesitation. Thank you, Yu senpai. Ino expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. I am always eager to assist. Whatever you need, feel free to ask, and I shall oblige. You said with a warm smile. In that case, could I borrow a set of your clothes? Ino inquired shyly. Yu enthusiastically nodded. No problem at all. I will fetch them for you right away. He stood up and entered the bedroom. From the wardrobe, a set of casual attire was retrieved. Yuki Shikiya handed the clothes to Ino Yamanaka, gesturing toward a nearby small room. The bathroom is over there. Fresh towels are available for your use. Thank you, Senior Shikiya. I understand, and I will certainly buy new ones for you, she replied. No need for that. If you like them, keep them. I am not lacking. Yuki waved his hand dismissively, indicating for Ino to enter, while he moved beside the grill to continue his meal. After approximately 20 minutes of solitary dining, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Yuki, suspicious, munched on a sausage as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by the visitor. Good evening, Shikiya-kun, the girl greeted, her gaze filled with youthful affection. Hinata, what brings you here? Yuki's expression shifted from surprise to delight. I came to see my sister, Hinata. Huga replied shyly, though her true intention was to catch a glimpse of Yuki. She had received word that Kurenai would take the three of them out for training the following day, which would likely keep them away from the village for some time. The thought of being separated from Yuki made her eager to spend time with him before their departure. Your sister is already asleep, Yuki hesitated, contemplating whether to invite Hinata in. After all, Ino was currently bathing. What a dramatic turn of events. If only Ino were merely snacking on grilled meat, but alas, she was in the midst of her bath. If Hinata were to see her. Shikiya-kun, are you not going to invite me in? Hinata prompted gently, noticing Yuki's delay in welcoming her. Come in. Come in. Yuki forced a smile that felt more painful than a frown and ushered Hinata inside. He couldn't refuse her. Now, he could only hope that Ino would take her time and not emerge too soon to be seen by Hinata. Are you and your sister enjoying some grilled meat? Hinata inquired cheerfully, noticing the two beverage cups. Feigning ignorance, Yuki responded, your sister is asleep. Would you like to have a bite? Though he posed the question, internally he was pleading. Please, no? That sounds great. I was just feeling a bit hungry. So I'll join you for a bit, Shikiya-kun. Hinata settled down beside the grill. Yuki's heart sank. Oh no, this was a disaster. He wore a forced smile. His thoughts scattered, occasionally glancing toward the door of the small room where the bathroom was located. Please don't open, please don't open. If it did, he would truly be in trouble. What are you looking at, Shikiya-kun? Hinata asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity, sensing his distracted demeanor. Yuki's expression shifted again. He turned to Hinata and casually smiled. Nothing much. I was just wondering if Hanabi has fallen asleep yet. Hinata wished to see how Hanabi was sleeping and inquired. Which room is Hanabi in? I would like to check on her. She's in my master bedroom, Nanaya replied casually. Upon hearing this, Hinata was momentarily taken aback. Thinking to herself, in Nanaya-kun's bedroom? Does that mean my sister is sleeping in the same room as him? With a change in her expression, Hinata asked, is Hanabi really sharing a room with Nanaya-kun? Nanaya, preoccupied with thoughts on how to handle the situation should Ino Yamanaka emerge and be encountered by Hinata, inadvertently nodded. Yes, Hanabi is sleeping in the same room as me. Realizing the implications of his words, he hastily added, your sister insisted she couldn't sleep alone and would cry if she didn't share my room, so I had no choice but to let her in. Chapter 56, Nanaya-senpai. I'm done with my bath. Nanaya thought he might meet his end right there. Observing the slumbering Hanabi, Hinata felt a twinge of jealousy, yearning to reside there herself. Nanaya-kun, I hope you'll take good care of my younger sister. She is still quite young and naive, so I ask for your understanding. Of course, I will look after my future little sister-in-law, Nanaya replied, his gaze drifting towards the bathroom, anxious about Ino's potential emergence. Ino, please take your time. The longer, the better. Hinata, I will be leaving the village for a mission tomorrow, she said bashfully, gazing at Nanaya with a shy expression, as if anticipating something. Nanaya, distracted by his own thoughts, failed to notice Hinata's demeanor, reminding himself that safety during the mission was paramount. It's time to showcase your training results to your teammates. He mused absent-mindedly. Is there anything else you wish to share with me, Nanaya-kun? Hinata asked eagerly. I will certainly miss you, little Hinata, Nanaya said casually, his mind racing with strategies to prompt her departure. If she lingered any longer, he might truly be in a predicament. Since you're departing tomorrow, perhaps it would be wise for you to rest early, gather your strength, and be in the best condition for your mission. Hinata, reluctant to leave so soon, expressed her desire to spend more time with Nanaya. But it's still early. Nanaya felt a surge of urgency. How about we have something to eat? As Hinata remained hesitant to depart, Nanaya inwardly hoped that Ino would take her time. Typically, girls take a while in the shower, especially with washing their hair and other matters, often spending an hour or so. After consuming a nutritious papaya, Ino was likely in the midst of washing away impurities and would likely take at least an hour to finish. When Hinata arrived, Ino had been in there for approximately 20 minutes, so she should still have half an hour left, providing Nanaya with time to persuade Hinata to leave. Seated by the grill, Hinata munched on a chicken wing. Nanaya-kun, your grilled meat is still as delicious as ever. Nanaya forced a smile, replying, if it's delicious, then eat as much as you like. In the quiet of the night, Hinata Huga found herself increasingly disenchanted with the idea of being a ninja. She yearned to remain by the side of the esteemed Lord Shikiya, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she witnessed her father sending her younger sister to serve as a maid in his household. It was she who had first encountered Lord Shikiya, yet now her sister would be able to linger by his side, following him faithfully. Unless Lord Shikiya were to dismiss her sister, this companionship would likely endure a lifetime. The example of Shizune and the 5th Hokage was a testament to this. Having been by the 5th Hokage's side since childhood, Shizune remained devoted even into her 20s. Upon hearing Hinata's sentiments, Lord Shikiya pondered, this could not be allowed. Having one little lowly, Hanabi, around already restricted his ability to freely engage with Kurenai, and the presence of another, little Hinata, would further complicate matters. After all, Kurenai was still Hinata's teacher. He could not permit little Hinata to remain at his side for fear she might uncover the nature of his camaraderie with Kurenai. With a serious expression, he advised her, being a ninja is your dream. How could you forsake it? If you abandon your aspirations, all your hard work would be in vain. You must not only continue as a ninja, but strive to become the most exceptional one. Have you seen Tsunade? If she can become Hokage, so can you. I believe in your potential. You will surpass her. Tsunade? Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected Lord Shikiya would refer to the 5th Hokage in such an informal manner. If Tsunade were to hear such a remark, it could spell trouble. Unaware of Hinata's reaction, Lord Shikiya continued, rest assured, little Hinata, focus on your ninja training, and I will always support you. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know, and I will come to your aid. Brought back to the moment, Hinata replied, but I wish to stay by Lord Shikiya's side to continue learning. He responded, you have learned enough by my side. It is time for you to venture forth and face the world. The more experiences you have, the faster you will grow. Keep pushing forward, little Hinata. I have faith in you. You will become a ninja even more remarkable than Tsunade. With a shift in tone, Lord Shikiya urged, the night is growing late. Shall I escort you home? The longer they lingered, the greater the chances of encountering Ino from the mountains. Thus, the sooner Hinata departed, the better. I would like you to carry me, Lord Shikiya, Hinata shyly requested. No problem. Hop on. Lord Shikiya promptly crouched down. As Hinata bashfully approached him from behind, preparing to climb onto his back, a sudden sound interrupted the moment. With a loud creak, the bathroom door swung open. Lord Shikiya? I'm done. A cheerful voice called out. Time seemed to freeze as the voice of a young girl echoed in the air. In Lord Shikiya's mind, a torrent of exasperation surged forth. Couldn't you have taken just 10 more seconds? In less than 10 seconds, he managed to coax little Hinata out. What was that sound? Who was it? Huga. Hinata paused, glancing in the direction of the noise. Is there someone in the room, Shikiya-kun? I think I heard something. Thank you, Shikiya-senpai, Yamanaka Ino said as she walked. But before she could finish, upon reaching the courtyard, she suddenly caught sight of the tall Huga Hinata. Instantly, her voice diminished to a whisper, almost inaudible. Yamanaka Ino stared in astonishment at the two individuals before her. You are. Both young women spoke simultaneously. Ino? Hinata? They gazed at each other in surprise. Shikiya had succumbed to social awkwardness. Darn, this is truly a Barbie moment. Observing the attire of the Huga family and the familiar faces and voices, Yamanaka Ino's eyes widened. Hinata, how have you grown so tall? Ino stared in disbelief at the now towering Huga Hinata, her expression one of incredulity. How could Hinata have grown so much in just a few days? Moreover, she appeared so mature. Not only had Hinata gained height, but she had also developed significantly. Yamanaka Ino marveled at how she was nearly rivaling their master in stature. Huga Hinata, equally stunned, gazed at Yamanaka Ino, who was clad in Shikiya's clothing, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon her. Ino was wearing male attire from Shikiya-kun, her hair damp as if she had just bathed at his residence. Had Ino moved into Shikiya's home? Were they romantically involved? In that moment, Huga Hinata felt as though the world had crumbled around her, uncertain of what to do next. Had she been cast aside? Was everything Shikiya-kun had said merely a jest, devoid of sincerity? Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, only to rise unsteadily and flee, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 57. The official confession of their relationship. Ino, you take your time. I'll go check on Hinata. Shikiya hurriedly pursued her, determined not to let the girl leave without clarification, lest the misunderstanding linger indefinitely. Oh, Yamanaka Ino nodded, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it's Hinata. She has grown taller and matured. Could her transformation be a result of consuming Shikiya-senpai's miraculous papaya? That means I could also become like Hinata in the future. On the street, Huga Hinata wandered aimlessly, her expression vacant, staggering as she walked. Hey, little Hinata, wait for me. Shikiya called out, catching up to her and grasping her arm. Listen to me, little Hinata. Things are not as you perceive. Shikiya-kun, were you just joking with me all along? Were you merely teasing me? Huga Hinata's eyes were red, tears flowing freely. Shikiya gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Even if I jest with everyone else, I would never toy with you, little Hinata. Everything I have said to you has been sincere. Even if I were to disappoint every woman in the world, I would never betray you. You will always be my dearest. YQY pressed his lips fervently against Hinata Huga's delicate mouth, lingering in this embrace. Enough, enough. I can't breathe, Hinata exclaimed. Her face flushed as she playfully struck YQY's shoulder. He finally released her, taking a deep breath, and boldly declared, not enough. I wish to kiss you for a lifetime. Without hesitation, he leaned in once more. As for Ino, she had come seeking YQY for the sake of nourishing papaya, and it was due to consuming the fruit that she found herself needing to cleanse her system, thus taking a bath at his place. Upon hearing YQY's explanation, Hinata felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had misunderstood their relationship. Henceforth, she resolved to not trust her eyes too readily, for things are often not as they appear. Misconceptions and illusions can easily cloud one's judgment. YQY playfully flicked Hinata's rosy cheek, noting its softness and springiness. Oh, I promise I won't do that again. Hinata nodded obediently. That's my good girl, he said with a smile, gently teasing her nose. YQY, I like you. Please go out with me. Suddenly, a bashful Hinata gazed earnestly at him, her sincerity palpable. Following the misunderstandings of the night, she felt it was imperative to confess her feelings to him. Without this declaration, her heart would remain restless. As he could always say, I care about you and enjoy teasing you, but you are not my girlfriend. No, no, no. YQY shook his head. Hinata's spirits plummeted, her face clouded with sorrow. Had he rejected her confession? "YQY, you don't like me?" Tears of grievance threatened to spill from her eyes. No, that's not it. You must listen to me." YQY interjected. "What I mean is, it should be I confess to you, rather than you, a girl, confessing to me." He chuckled lightly. "How annoying. YQY loves to tease me." Hinata pouted, but upon hearing his explanation, her sorrow turned to joy, and she shot him a playful glare. "Hinata, I like you. Will you go out with me?" YQY stated earnestly. All right." The young girl nodded shyly, her cheeks blossoming with warmth. Unable to resist, YQY leaned in again to seal her lips with his. As night deepened, YQY carried the young girl back to the Huga residence. She reluctantly parted with her beloved. "Thank you for your trouble, Lord YQY." After escorting Hinata inside, he had not yet exited the gate when Hiashi Huga appeared out of nowhere, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he gazed at YQY. Seeing the obsequious Hiashi, YQY felt a shiver run down his spine. Who would have thought that the stern clan leader would possess such a fawning demeanor? "You are too kind, uncle," YQY replied. "Taking care of Hinata and Hanabi is my pleasure. This is merely my duty to you." Hiashi handed him a suitcase. "What is this?" YQY inquired, eyeing the suitcase with suspicion. "Lord YQY, you may open it and see," Hiashi said with a grin. Curiously, YQY opened it, and in an instant, a dazzling array of gold met his eyes, blinding him momentarily. "Uncle, why do you gaze at Hinata with such suspicion again? Has this father-in-law sent you money once more?" 1 million, a small token of my esteem. I hope Lord Shikiya will graciously accept it." Hinata spoke with utmost sincerity. "Uncle, given the relationship between me and Hinata, there is no need for such formality. If you have something to convey, please speak candidly." Lord Shikiya understood that this father-in-law likely sought another favor. "I humbly request that Lord Shikiya permit the Huga clan to learn your secret techniques. I would like Hinata to instruct our clansmen in your esteemed methods whenever she has the time," Hinata earnestly implored. Upon hearing this, Lord Shikiya finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Hinata had sent him money again. It was to request the learning of the Navy's 6 styles. Once the Huga clan members mastered these techniques, their strength would undoubtedly increase manifold. "Uncle, I am amenable to this request, but it ultimately depends on Hinata's willingness to teach. If she is reluctant, I hope you will not impose any moral obligations upon her," Lord Shikiya stated. "Of course, it is entirely up to Hinata whether she wishes to teach or to whom she chooses to impart her knowledge. I shall not interfere," Hinata assured. "That is for the best." Lord Shikiya accepted the money and waved farewell to Hinata. "Goodbye, uncle." Hinata respectfully responded. "May you travel safely, Lord Shikiya." Watching Lord Shikiya's retreating figure, Hinata's spirits soared. With Lord Shikiya's consent, the Huga clan now had a secret technique to pass down. Without his approval, he would not have dared to allow Hinata to teach the other clan members, as secret techniques are typically transmitted privately between master and disciple or among family members. Should one learn such techniques through deceit and the original owner become aware, it could provoke their wrath and lead to dire consequences. Now that he had obtained Lord Shikiya's permission, he could approach his daughter Hinata to convey his intentions. The core knowledge must remain with the main family, while simpler skills could be shared with the other clansmen. Having formally entered a relationship with Lord Shikiya, Hinata Huga was elated, lying on her bed with a radiant smile. Her long, fair legs and delicate hands moved playfully across the bed, her spirit buoyant, her mind brimming with memories of Lord Shikiya's affectionate confession and that fervent, passionate kiss, such intoxicating moments. Chapter 58. A display of pride from Ino Yamanaka. Morning dawned with bright sunshine, heralding yet another splendid day. After a lengthy hiatus from training, Ino Yamanaka arrived at the medical training room of the Hokage building, brimming with enthusiasm. With her head held high, humming a cheerful tune, she skipped joyfully, radiating happiness. Inside, Sakura Haruno was busy concocting medicines. She glanced at the exuberant Ino and curiously inquired, "Ino, what is you in such high spirits today? Has something wonderful occurred? Aren't you supposed to be at the shop?" Ino casually replied, "My dad has returned, so I no longer need to tend the store." In truth, these past few days, she has been tending to the shop merely in anticipation of Uchiha's return to purchase flowers, seeking to seize the opportunity to acquire papaya. It is not due to her father's absence that she is required to oversee the store. "Sakura, how do I look today?" Yamanaka Ino bounced around Haruno Sakura, circling her with enthusiasm. What's the matter? Haruno Sakura paid little heed to Yamanaka Ino, but her curiosity was piqued by the question, prompting her to take a closer look. Upon inspection, Haruno Sakura noticed that Yamanaka Ino's complexion appeared significantly fairer. Did you wear makeup today? Your skin looks so much lighter. Haruno Sakura rubbed her eyes, realizing that Yamanaka Ino's face seemed noticeably whiter than before. I'm not wearing any makeup. This is just my natural state, Yamanaka Ino said, lightly scratching her cheek to confirm there was no foundation applied. What have you been eating these days? How did you become so fair all of a sudden? Although Yamanaka Ino's face had indeed brightened considerably, Haruno Sakura felt no envy. After all, it was merely a slight improvement. Nothing significant. She was not one to covet superficial traits. Her only envy lay with women who possessed ample bosoms. She had no need to envy others, as she herself was already a striking beauty. Casting a glance at Yamanaka Ino's petite face, Haruno Sakura chose to disregard the matter and turn back to her own tasks. Sakura, take a closer look. Is there anything else that seems different about me? Yamanaka Ino proudly puffed out her chest and approached Haruno Sakura, bouncing slightly and shaking her form. What else is different? Haruno Sakura, preoccupied with her medicinal preparations, did not give Yamanaka Ino her full attention, instead replying with a laugh. What are you shaking for? You're still just the same. Nothing has changed. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed. Look closely. Do you really not know me? You're younger than I am. What is there to admire? Haruno Sakura smiled, continuing her busy work without turning around. What are you looking at? Let me see. Ino's voice chimed as Shizune entered with a smile. Sister, you're here. Yamanaka Ino jogged to Shizune's side, grasping her shoulder. What do you want Sakura to see? Why not let me have a look first? Shizune, intrigued, was unaware of what Yamanaka Ino intended to showcase. Sister, look. Yamanaka Ino shook her body. What do you mean? What should I be looking at? Look, the bear is moving. Yamanaka Ino kept shaking. Indeed, it seems to be moving. Ino, you've grown. Shizune exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she reached out to pinch Yamanaka Ino's form. The once flat surface now had a noticeable curvature. Ino, have you been eating papaya? Papaya? Haruno Sakura halted her activities, eyes widening as she turned to gaze at Yamanaka Ino. Indeed, the once flat area had transformed into a curvaceous form. That's right. I, Yamanaka Ino, have been consuming the beauty-enhancing, bust-enhancing papaya that my sister once had. I am no longer flat. Even if I still belong to the flat category, it is now a category that can trip over itself. Yamanaka Ino proudly showcased her form before Haruno Sakura, shaking with delight. Sakura, from now on you shall manage the airport all by yourself. I shall not accompany you any longer. I am about to blossom. Observing Haruno Sakura's wide-eyed astonishment, akin to a wooden carving, Ino Yamanaka felt a surge of delight. Haruno Sakura was utterly dejected. She was likely the smallest in the entire class now. Ino, could you possibly spare one for me? I too long for a papaya. Haruno Sakura gazed at Ino with a pitiful expression, pleading for a favor. For the sake of the papaya, she was willing to humble herself before Ino. Throughout their journey, Ino had been her rival, and although they had grown closer while training under Tsunade, the silent competition between them remained, with neither willing to yield to the other. There's none left, just one, and I finished it. Ino waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor steeped in faux lamentation. Have you seen Shikiya? Where is he? Kinomoto's eyes burned with intensity as she looked at Ino. Though she had consumed a papaya and had grown a little, it was not sufficient. She believed she could grow even more. Ideally, she aspired to reach a size akin to that of Lady Tsunade, which would be utterly perfect. Ino was about to divulge Shikiya's location, but suddenly recalled something and halted abruptly. She must not disclose the whereabouts of Shikiya, lest they all vie for the remaining papayas. There were hardly any left at Shikiya's place. When she left last night, only one papaya remained. Since Shikiya had ventured out to pursue Hinata, she dared not take that solitary papaya without permission. As Shikiya had not returned late into the night, she had to return home. This morning, after breakfast, she couldn't resist the urge to flaunt her newly developed curves before Haruno Sakura. If she revealed Shikiya's location, the portion of papaya she could claim would undoubtedly diminish. A reduced portion would inherently mean a lesser growth of her own, and that simply would not do. She absolutely must not disclose the whereabouts of Shikiya. I do not know where Shikiya is. I merely encountered him by chance yesterday. After my earnest pleas, he finally agreed to share a papaya with me. I have homework to attend to, so I shall practice now. Until we meet again. With that, Ino hurriedly slipped away. That wretched Ino. She surely knows where Shikiya resides and is keeping it from us. Kinomoto seethed as she watched Ino's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating. After all the earnest guidance she had received, Ino wouldn't even share this with her. Truly, the bonds of sisterhood are but plastic. Sister, once she completes her homework, let us stealthily follow her. If she knows Shikiya's whereabouts, she will undoubtedly seek him out again, Haruno Sakura suggested. Indeed, that is a splendid proposal. After she finishes, we shall quietly tail her. Kinomoto nodded in agreement. Having experienced growth once, she would surely desire to grow again, continuing until no further growth was possible. At least, that was how she perceived it. As long as consuming papayas proved effective, her pursuit of them would never cease. How infuriating. Had it not been for the absence of information regarding Uchiha's residence in the records, Shizune would not have had to rely on the likes of Yamanaka Ino. She had thoroughly scoured the available data on Uchiha, yet the location of his home remained elusive. In the village, to ensure the safety of the ninjas' families, such details were typically omitted from their files. Wait. Shizune suddenly recalled that Tsunade had dispatched someone to monitor Chie a few days prior. If Lady Tsunade had sent someone to keep an eye on him, she must surely know his address. A realization struck Shizune, prompting her to dart towards Tsunade's office like a streak of smoke. Haruno Sakura? Could it be that her senior sister was aware of the whereabouts of the esteemed Chie? Startled, Sakura immediately pursued, determined not to let her senior sister embark on a solitary feast. Chapter 59. Shizune, have you found a man? Lady Tsunade, where have you hidden away this time? Shizune searched high and low within the Hokage building, yet Tsunade's presence eluded her. Whenever Tsunade was absent, she was either indulging in a few rounds at that small casino or sequestered in a corner, secretly sipping sake. Bang! Shizune forcefully pushed open a concealed door. Indeed, inside sat Tsunade, a bottle of sake and several snacks laid out before her. Ah, you found me again. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly at the sight of an irate Shizune. Burp. Tsunade stumbled to her feet. Shizune supported her, urging, Lady Tsunade, you can't continue like this. You are the 5th Hokage, and there are numerous affairs in the village that require your attention. How can you allow yourself to be intoxicated every day? Tsunade shook her head, assuring, this will be the last time. Shizune retorted angrily, you've said that more than 100 times already. Sakura, what is going on with the master? Haruno Sakura inquired as she approached. Shizune, upon seeing Sakura, first assisted Tsunade to her office, preparing some sobering tea for her. Oh, Sakura nodded in understanding. The two women collaborated to help Tsunade onto a sofa, while Shizune began to prepare the sobering tea. Sakura stayed close, asking, Senior sister, did you just recall something about Chie? Indeed. Shizune nodded, choosing not to conceal her thoughts like Yamanaka Ino. Really? Sakura exclaimed with delight, Senior sister. Do you know the address of Chie now? Shizune shook her head, replying, not yet. However, Lady Tsunade may know. Once she regains her senses, we shall inquire. Sakura suddenly grasped the situation, realizing, of course, our master is the Hokage. It would be a simple matter for her to discover Chie's address. Instantly, Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Senior sister, let me assist you. Let us wake our master quickly. After being treated to a generous serving of sobering tea by her two ardent disciples, Tsunade's flushed complexion finally faded, and her gait steadied. Master, how are you feeling now? Much better. Your sobering tea is truly delightful. Tsunade cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Shizune and Sakura. Her mind clear, yet her stomach swollen with an excess of tea, as if she were on the verge of bursting. It seemed they had treated her like a pig, relentlessly pouring drink after drink into her. However, she had been stealthily indulging in alcohol during work hours, and having become inebriated, she had chosen to remain silent, thus burying her discontent deep within. Sakura, with a look of eager anticipation, turned to Tsunade and asked, Master, do you know the whereabouts of Senior Shikiya? Indeed. Tsunade nodded. Not only was she aware of Shikiya's residence, but she had also stealthily invaded his home in pursuit of a summoning contract, which led to some rather awkward and indescribable incidents that had stirred quite a tumult within her heart. Why do you inquire? Tsunade questioned. It seems you have no connection with Shikiya. She absent-mindedly rubbed her belly as a wave of urgency washed over her, though fortunately, it was not yet time for a bathroom break. Please, Master, tell me where Senior Shikiya lives. I need to discuss something with him, Sakura implored. clinging to Tsunade's arm in a display of endearment. Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. What could this young girl possibly want with that notorious lecher? He was a notorious flirt, enamored by every woman he encountered. First, tell me what you need him for, Tsunade insisted. Otherwise, I shall withhold this information, and you will have to find him on your own. Sakura replied, Actually, I want to ask him for something. Tsunade inquired, What is it you seek? Her interest in Shikiya had been growing, as her investigations suggested that he was becoming increasingly enigmatic. He had accurately predicted the blood calamity befalling Hinata Hiashi, and the peculiar emergence of his name in her summoning contract indicated that he was far more complex than his Fade suggested. Though he appeared to be merely a charming rogue, he was, in reality, as profound as the ocean, concealing depths difficult to fathom. Faced with her formidable presence, he remained unperturbed, exuding a calmness that would render ordinary ninjas trembling in fear. Yet, Shikiya, in the face of her chakra's explosive aura, engaged her in light-hearted banter, even daring to tease her. Tsunade pressed further, and Sakura reluctantly confessed, It's for a papaya. She thought to herself, Surely, my teacher, being the wealthiest in Konoha, wouldn't he be competing with us for a mere papaya? A papaya? Tsunade questioned, incredulous. You seek out a lecher for an utterly commonplace fruit? Furrowing her brow, Tsunade replied, Papayas are everywhere. Why would you specifically seek Shikiya for one? She pondered whether her disciple had fallen under Shikiya's spell. That handsome rogue, with his sweet words, could easily enchant a girl like Sakura, who had a penchant for attractive men. Sakura clarified, the papaya Senior Shikiya possesses is not the ordinary kind found in shops. His papaya possesses some extraordinary effects, particularly beneficial for young women. Is it not an ordinary papaya? Does it truly have unique properties? Tsunade pondered. Having traversed the martial world for decades, she had never encountered a papaya with such remarkable benefits for girls. Could it be that all papayas were not endowed with the same virtues? Was she simply uninformed? Sakura pointed at Shizune and continued, Master, do you notice any changes in Senior Sister? Changes in Shizune? Tsunade furrowed her brow, turning her gaze towards Shizune, scanning her from head to toe. Suddenly, her eyes fixed upon Shizune's face. When did your complexion become so fair? Shizune had been under her tutelage for over a decade without any noticeable change. Yet now her skin appeared remarkably lighter. Before Shizune could respond, Sakura pressed on, Master, take another look. Is there anything else different about Senior Sister? Anything else? Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that Shizune had undergone more than just a change in complexion? Her inquisitive gaze swept over Shizune once more. Abruptly, Tsunade's attention was drawn to Shizune's chest. Blinking in surprise, she recalled that Shizune's figure had not been this pronounced before. Has your bust increased, Shizune? Although it was only a slight change, Tsunade noticed it immediately. Have you found a man to assist you? Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, involuntarily letting out a chuckle. Such a transformation could only be attributed to the involvement of a man. It's the papaya, Master. Senior Sister is beginning to develop again thanks to Elder Shikiya's papaya, Sakura exclaimed excitedly, giving Shizune a playful squeeze. Look, it's incredibly elastic. Elder Shikiya's papaya is truly exceptional. Is it that papaya you brought the other morning? Tsunade suddenly recalled. A few days prior, Shizune had returned from buying ramen with a papaya, urging her to eat it, which she had neglected. It must have been consumed solely by Shizune afterward. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. Shizune replied, her cheeks flushed from Sakura's unexpected squeeze. A papaya capable of rejuvenating a woman's development? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a miraculous fruit truly exists. So, you seek Elder Shikiya's address to inquire about his papaya, do you? Tsunade propped her chin on her hand, contemplating whether such a papaya could also aid her own development. She felt that there was still untapped potential within her. Yes. Sakura eagerly nodded, clinging to Tsunade's arm and playfully pleading, Master, please tell us where Elder Shikiya lives. It is time for study. There shall be no excursions. First, we shall focus on our lessons, and we can discuss this tonight. Shizune, you two, fetch the new reports for me to review. We will address this matter later. Tsunade suddenly shifted her demeanor, her expression turning stern as she spoke with an authoritative tone. Faced with Tsunade's abrupt change in demeanor, Sakura looked bewildered and disheartened. Master, you cannot be like this. Your indifference is understandable given your stature, yet consider us, so diminutive. To venture out would surely bring disgrace upon you, would it not? Haruno Sakura yearned to plead and feign vulnerability, hoping to elicit sympathy. However, Tsunade, with an unyielding expression, remained unmoved. Hurry and study. Your time is running short. The upcoming Chunin exams will take place in the village, and you must pass. Otherwise, you shall no longer call me your master. Under Tsunade's stern gaze, Sakura dared not retort and returned to her studies with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Shizun observed Tsunade quietly, showing no intention of leaving. Tsunade glanced up. Shizun, why do you linger? Did I not ask you to retrieve today, as new reports? Shizun replied calmly, Lady Tsunade, I have already brought the documents. They are on your desk. Tsunade inquired. Oh, then you wouldn't be off to attend to other matters? Shizun responded steadfastly, You cannot dismiss me so easily, Lady Tsunade. Your tricks will not deceive me. You wish to go alone, don't you? I can see it written on your face. You desire to grow even larger. A faint smile graced Shizun's lips. It was evident that Tsunade's intentions were not concealed from someone who had been by her side for over a decade. Let us go, then. We must not disturb Sakura and Ino. Tsunade suddenly shifted her demeanor, winking at Shizun before leaping out of the window. Shizun hurriedly followed. Master, I am not well versed in the fusion properties of this herb. Could you enlighten me? Not long after Tsunade and Shizun departed, Haruno Sakura entered, cradling an herb, eager to seek guidance from Tsunade. However, upon entering, she was taken aback. Master? Senior sister? The room is empty. Tsunade was nowhere to be found. Nor was Shizun. Have I been deceived? Ah, Master, senior sister, you two conspired against me. Meanwhile, as they walked, both Tsunade and Shizun simultaneously sneezed. Shizun wiped her nose and remarked, Lady Tsunade, do you think Sakura has discovered our stealthy escape? Tsunade shrugged. It matters not. When one possesses something valuable, it is only right to honor one's master and senior sister first. Should there be any surplus, a few can be set aside for Sakura. Shizun expressed her concern. But Master, Seven Knight may not have any extra papayas left. He seemed to have given one to Ino yesterday, so he likely has very few remaining. After all, such a rare papaya must be quite scarce. Tsunade replied, That's why we must hasten. She quickened her pace. At the residence of Seven Knight, a sense of comfort enveloped him. After a refreshing morning bath, all remnants of fatigue dissipated. Big brother, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. The little girl gazed at Seven Knight with sparkling eyes. At that moment, he merely wore a towel around his waist, his well-defined abs fully exposed, embodying the perfect golden ratio. To the little girl, he radiated a dazzling brilliance, leaving her utterly entranced. The elder brother is so handsome. I adore him. His physique is enough to make me swoon. Ah! As the charming Uchiha approached step by step, the little girl excitedly tapped her feet. Am I handsome? Uchiha inquired, bending down to wink at the exhilarated little one. Ah! You're too handsome. I can't take it anymore, she exclaimed, clenching her tiny fists in fervor. Giggles erupted from Uchiha as he playfully pinched her cheek. Don't get too infatuated. Let's eat together. All right, she replied eagerly. Where did you buy this breakfast? It tastes delightful. Uchiha popped a piece of fresh vegetable into his mouth, relishing its crisp sweetness. Perfectly balanced in texture, not too firm nor too soft, but rather comfortable and flavorsome. Actually, I brought this from home, the little girl chuckled, taking a bite of the vegetable and smirking at Uchiha. From home. Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise. Does this mean that the money I gave you has gone into your little pocket? Hee. Big brother, you once asked me to return it, will you? The little girl cautiously covered her small pouch, eyeing Uchiha with suspicion. You certainly know how to make money, even thinking to save from your own home. Uchiha found himself admiring the little girl. Instead of buying outside, she cleverly fetched from home, saving money while enjoying her preferred flavors. Truly a double win. My father doesn't give me pocket money, and you don't either, so I have to earn it myself. Excellent, keep it up. It seems I can save quite a bit on pocket money now. Originally, Uchiha intended to give her some pocket money, but it appeared unnecessary now. What do you mean? The little girl was bewildered by Uchiha's words. He had initially planned to give her some pocket money, but now that he saw she could earn it herself, he no longer intended to do so. Is that what he meant? With wide eyes, she stared at Uchiha, her mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. Had she unintentionally undermined her own finances? Her pocket money was gone. Chapter 61. Are you implying that my shadow has drooped? Is this Uchiha's residence? Tsunade and Shizun arrived at a door, their eyes curiously roaming the courtyard. Knock on the door. Tsunade gestured for Shizun to do so. Ding dong. Someone's here, big brother. The little girl, munching on a small vegetable, turned her wide eyes towards the front door. Go and open it. Let us see who it is, Uchiha said nonchalantly while enjoying his rice ball. Okay, big brother. The little girl skipped to the door and opened it swiftly. Who are you looking for? She inquired, regarding Shizune with a hint of wariness. As she did not recognize her, Shizune gazed at the little girl, slightly taken aback. How could there be a little girl here? Could it be that Uchiha has a daughter? Is this the residence of Uchiha? Yes, who are you? Why are you looking for my big brother? The little girl maintained her vigilant gaze. It's for him. Tsunade stepped forward from behind Shizune. Ah, the fifth Hokage. The young girl was acquainted with Tsunade, who happened to be her father's superior. It was imperative that she knew her. Tsunade regarded the little girl and said, You must be the daughter of Hiashi, Hanabi, isn't it? I heard that Hiashi entrusted you to Shikamaru. I didn't expect you to have settled in so swiftly. Is Shikamaru around? Big brother is having breakfast, fifth Hokage. The girl replied, her tone transforming into one of profound respect, utterly contrasting with her earlier demeanor when she had been at the Waihai household. Lead me to him. Tsunade commanded. Of course, please follow me. The little girl responded with the poise of a refined lady, graciously guiding Tsunade. In the meantime, Shizune trailed behind Tsunade, observing the little girl's graceful figure, and could not help but inquire, Lady Tsunade, why would Lord Hiashi entrust his daughter to Shikamaru? I am unsure, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Big brother, the fifth Hokage has arrived, the little girl announced, standing by Shikamaru's side like a devoted attendant, patiently awaiting his response. Is Tsunade here? Shikamaru wondered, curious about her early visit. Perhaps she had come to settle the score from their previous encounter. It seemed that after leaving the patrol team, the young man was quite content. Tsunade entered with a jovial demeanor. Tsunade, my dear sister, what brings you here today? And Shizune is here too. Please, take a seat. Shikamaru stood and warmly invited the two women to sit. Have you both eaten? If not, feel free to have something here to fill your stomachs, he offered, his enthusiasm seemingly overshadowing any previous discord with Tsunade. Shikamaru retrieved a teapot, only to find it empty. Hanabi, could you prepare tea for the two sisters? He asked, knowing the girl's tea-making skills were commendable. Certainly, big brother, Hanabi replied obediently as she took the teapot to prepare the tea. You don't have any fruits here, do you? It's more nutritious to have some in the morning, Tsunade remarked casually while munching on a rice ball. Shikamaru immediately sprang up. Tsunade, my dear sister, would you like some fruit? I'll cut some right away. Do you have papaya? I would like a bit of papaya, Tsunade responded nonchalantly. Shikamaru smiled slightly. We do have papaya. I'll prepare it right away. He approached the refrigerator, retrieved a papaya, and skillfully sliced it within moments. Here is the papaya you requested. My dear sister Tsunade. Tsunade, appearing casual, eagerly took a piece of papaya and began to chew rapidly. The more she chewed, the more perplexed she became. It tasted just like ordinary papaya. There was nothing special about it. She glanced at Shizune, who understood Tsunade's unspoken question. Shizune picked up a piece of papaya, sniffed it, and shook her head, indicating that it was not the unique papaya she had tasted before. My dear brother, do you have more of that special papaya for Shizune? She mentioned it tasted exquisite, and I find myself quite tempted. Could you bring some out for me to try? Yuki let out a soft sigh and apologized. Tsunade, my esteemed elder sister, I am truly sorry. Last night, the last one was given to Ino-chan, so I have none left for now. Yuki would not so easily part with the papaya again. The ones he had previously offered to Shizune and Ino were merely bait, a strategy to draw them in. Now, let us discuss your terms. Tsunade immediately perceived Yuki's deception and laid her cards on the table, inquiring about the conditions for acquiring a beauty-enhancing papaya. Since you, my esteemed elder sister Tsunade, have put it that way, I shall not beat around the bush, Yuki smirked. This nutritious papaya is exceedingly rare, acquired at great cost. Offering 2 for free is already the limit of my generosity. Thus, to obtain more, a price must be paid. Yuki's eyes sparkled with mischief as he gazed at Tsunade. What price? Tsunade frowned. Quite simple, just satisfy me, regardless of the matter. As long as you meet my satisfaction, I shall bestow one upon you, Yuki replied with a smile. Is it truly that straightforward? I thought you would demand something more extravagant, Tsunade remarked. Indeed, it is that simple. Just satisfy me, Yuki affirmed. But satisfaction is subjective, isn't it? If you continually deem me unsatisfied, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Tsunade reasoned, realizing the complexity hidden within his seemingly simple request. Thus, it depends on your ability to sway my favor, Yuki smiled at Tsunade. By the way, Tsunade, You must be nearing 50 now, correct? What? Are you implying that I am old? Tsunade's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes narrowing with indignation as she glared at Yuki. Of course not. I would never suggest such a thing about you, esteemed elder sister Tsunade. I merely intended to highlight that the beauty benefits of the papaya extend far beyond mere whitening. Consuming it can genuinely restore your skin to its youthful, vibrant state of 18, preventing the rapid aging caused by excessive chakra consumption, thus achieving a true form of eternal youth. Moreover, its effects on enhancing one's figure are not merely about enlargement. With ample consumption, it can also lift and firm. With an earnest smile, Yuki elaborated on the alluring effects of the papaya to the two women. Are you insinuating that my figure has sagged? Tsunade became increasingly perturbed. It felt as though Yuki was indirectly mocking her. Chapter 62. Confronting Tsunade, leaving Konoha? Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury, her anger ignited by Yuki's audacity to mock her. How dare you? With a powerful stomp, Tsunade's foot struck the floor, causing the entire house to tremble. Hey Tsunade, esteemed elder sister, let us discuss this calmly, shall we? No need for violence. Yuki winced at the damage inflicted upon the floor. I command you to immediately hand over the beauty papaya, or else. Given your remarks about my figure, this matter will not end here, Tsunade declared, her voice laced with authority. Tsunade exuded a formidable aura, her immense chakra surging forth as her golden locks danced in the air. With a fierce glare directed at Uchiha, her fists resounded with a rhythmic cadence. Uchiha responded with a slight smile, teasingly remarking, "Oh, Tsunade, are you attempting to take what isn't yours? Who claimed you were sagging? I merely suggested that papaya could remedy sagging. I never said you were. Your assumptions are quite clear. It appears you are intent on forcefully claiming something from me." Unfazed, Uchiha maintained his composure, engaging in light banter amidst Tsunade's overwhelming presence. Tsunade gritted her teeth, infuriated by his veiled mockery regarding her age and appearance. "You will pay for this insolence, Uchiha. Today, you will yield." Suddenly, Tsunade executed a powerful split, unleashing a tremendous force that carved a deep trench into the ground. Relentlessly aimed at Uchiha. "By the heavens, she is serious. Big brother, be careful," called out a little girl who had just prepared tea, rushing to warn him upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. With a swift motion, Uchiha evaded the onslaught. "Let us see what you are truly capable of today." Tsunade propelled herself forward, launching a barrage of fists and kicks in pursuit of Uchiha. "Big brother, catch the sword." The little girl hastily tossed him the dojutsu, cheering him on. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly revised her encouragement, whispering to Tsunade, "Yes, and may the fifth Hokage also prevail." In silence, Shizune observed the little girl, pondering the folly of her actions. Was she not merely adding fuel to the flames? Handing Uchiha a weapon could lead to dire consequences should Tsunade be injured. It was evident to her that Tsunade was merely using this as an opportunity to intimidate Uchiha into surrendering the papaya. She was holding back her true strength. Otherwise, with Tsunade's sheer might, a single kick could obliterate the very structure surrounding them. As they battled, Uchiha and Tsunade found themselves outside the confines of the house. "Tsunade, this is rather inconsiderate. You've left my home in ruins. You owe me reparations. To demand payment, one must possess the means to claim it. Dare to mock me, and you shall face dire consequences." Tsunade rebounded, launching a flying kick towards Uchiha. Grasping the dojutsu, Uchiha closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them, a flicker of blue light flashing through his pupils. An overwhelming aura erupted from his being. A tempestuous wind arose, akin to a storm. In an instant, Tsunade felt an equally matched presence, a force that countered her own. Her leg, poised to strike, abruptly halted as a sense of danger washed over her. An instinctive warning surged within her. Should she proceed, her right leg would suffer grave injury. Uchiha slowly drew forth the dojutsu, a chilling malevolence enveloping the space between them. Such a sinister aura, Tsunade thought, her brow furrowing as she sensed the oppressive, suffocating energy emanating from the blade. With a thunderous shout, Tsunade unleashed a formidable aura that momentarily suppressed the presence of Uchiha. Ineffectual Tsunade, you possess unparalleled strength, yet you lack in speed and defense. Alone, you cannot hope to defeat me. Tsunade, heed my warning. Should you perish, do not blame me. With a fierce glare, Uchiha summoned a colossal azure dragon that materialized behind him. The air crackled with energy as countless bolts of blue lightning appeared. Azure Dragon Strike. he declared coldly. The god-slaying slash descended, and in an instant, dozens of azure lightning bolts, akin to serpents, surged towards Tsunade's position with ferocity. Lady Tsunade, be cautious. As the lightning approached, Tsunade roared, striking the ground with a powerful fist. Instantly, a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding her from the onslaught. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, debris flying in every direction as dust billowed around them. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the once familiar courtyard and the entire alley outside lay in utter ruin, resembling a desolate wasteland. Such terrifying power. Shizune gazed in astonishment, her heart shaken by the devastation wrought by a mere wave of his hand. Where is Lady Tsunade? Recovering from her shock, Shizune hurriedly searched for Tsunade's whereabouts. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? In a deep pit, Shizune found Tsunade, who was disheveled and covered in tears, her skin marred with numerous rips and tears. Tsunade knelt in the pit, her expression one of disbelief. Had she not taken refuge in the pit just in time, she would have surely been scorched by the lightning. Even so, she had been caught in the residual shockwave, leaving her garments in tatters. Let us depart. Hanabi, Uchiha sighed deeply, realizing that the house bore the brunt of the devastation, rendering it uninhabitable. After having engaged Tsunade in battle, it was clear he could no longer remain in Konoha. Leaving the god-slaying weapon with the little girl, Uchiha entered the bedroom, gathering 2 suitcases. He gazed at the ravaged remnants of the house, shook his head, and turned to leave. Big brother, where are we going? Is the 5th Hokage all right? The little girl expressed concern for Tsunade's condition, fearing that if Uchiha had inadvertently harmed her, it would spell great trouble. Fear not. That old woman will dig her way out. She will not perish. She merely lost some clothing in the explosion, and she will be fine. Uchiha sensed that his Azure Dragon strike had not directly struck Tsunade. Let us go. It is time to leave Konoha. A moment of impulse has led to consequences that compel an early departure. Oh, although the little girl felt a tinge of reluctance, she obediently followed in Uchiha's wake. Do you think you can leave so easily? Tsunade, clad in tattered garments, leaped from the deep pit, her furious gaze fixed upon Uchiha. Chapter 63, Tsunade consumes papaya. Dear Tsunade, although you are the Hokage, one must adhere to reason. You struck first, compelling me to retaliate, and you even damaged my residence. I have refrained from seeking compensation from you. Uchiha shrugged, adopting an expression that seemed to challenge her further. In her ragged attire, Tsunade exuded an unusual allure, a striking contrast of black and white. The subtle hint of her ample bosom drew attention in a remarkable way. She approached step by step, warning, should you dare to leave Konoha, you would be launching a surprise attack on me, and the village would relentlessly pursue you without end. You are shameless in your attempts to frame me, Uchiha exclaimed incredulously, eyes wide. As the shadow of Konoha, I have no need to scheme against you. It is simply the truth. Do you believe the villagers would trust your words over mine, should I venture out in this manner? Tsunade stood before Uchiha, glancing at the partially destroyed house behind her, and continued, I can compensate you for the damage to your home, but you are not permitted to leave Konoha. Furthermore, as recompense for enduring that blow, you must provide me with 10 papayas. Though Tsunade was genuinely irked, the thought of Uchiha's uncanny ability to foresee danger and navigate perilous situations made her relent. Konoha needed such talent. She had underestimated his prowess, and the elusive papayas remained unclaimed. For the sake of her youth and beauty, she chose to endure. It was unacceptable to have sustained injury without acquiring the papayas. She needed more of them. You intend to compensate me for my house. Upon hearing Tsunade's concession, Uchiha halted his impending departure. A dilapidated house. I can certainly afford that, Tsunade affirmed. Then we can discuss this further. Uchiha's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Tsunade, when will you compensate me for my house? We can revisit the matter of the papayas then. If not absolutely necessary, Uchiha preferred to remain in Konoha, at least for the duration of the year, as it offered a semblance of safety. The laborer carrying rice upstairs would not be coming. Thus Konoha was temporarily secure. Hanabi, may I see the sword you hold? Tsunade turned to the little girl, steadying Uchiha's desire to depart. Big brother, the little girl glanced at Uchiha. Let her observe it well, Uchiha replied nonchalantly, so she can appreciate the might of the sword that bested her. The master of the Dogushin, without his permission, none could unlock the sword's profound mysteries. Whether it could even be touched remained another matter entirely. Here you go, 5th Hokage. The little girl respectfully handed the sword to Tsunade. Grasping dojutsu, Tsunade examined it with curiosity. She could sense that Achiha's formidable strength, which had unleashed a terrifying thunderous power moments ago, was largely attributed to this sword. As it rested in her hand, a palpable aura of malevolence radiated from its blade. It was the malevolent aura that erupted from Uchiha, suffused with an air of wickedness. Tsunade reached for her sword, but Uchiha silently pulled the little girl behind him. With a swift motion, Tsunade drew her blade, and in an instant, a flash of sword light cut through the air. A sharp whoosh echoed as a fierce wave of sword energy surged past Tsunade's chest. The sound of tearing reverberated as a gash suddenly appeared directly in front of her. With a sharp slice, it was torn apart. The two bears, Big Bear and Little Bear, sprang forth immediately. Uchiha's eyes widened, as did those of the little girl and Shizune. Everyone stood in shock, their mouths agape, as if turned to stone. The surprise was overwhelming. Uchiha had anticipated the sword energy would cause Tsunade some trouble, but he never imagined it would erupt in such a manner, directly revealing the two bears. The positioning of the cut was impeccable, neither too deep nor too shallow, merely slicing through the fabric without harming the skin, allowing them to emerge unscathed. It was astonishing. This was the second time he had witnessed such a spectacle. The first being when Hinata had leapt out after growing up. This time, it was Tsunade herself who had jumped out. Tsunade was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, feeling a chill as the air around her turned empty. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her to shudder. A delayed gasp escaped her lips. Tsunade's face flushed red, her thoughts far removed from any swordplay. She tossed the sword aside and immediately covered herself with her hands. "No peeking, especially you," Tsunade exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and anger, glaring at Uchiha, suspecting he was behind this mischief. Uchiha, meeting her questioning gaze, wore an expression of innocence. "Tsunade, this has nothing to do with me. You were the one who drew the sword. I didn't ask you to." Tsunade looked at Uchiha's innocent face, wishing she could sit on him in frustration. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune finally regained her composure and quickly removed her black coat, draping it in front of Tsunade to shield her beauty. As Shizune shed her coat, her fishnet bodysuit was revealed, presenting yet another delightful view. Uchiha feasted his eyes on the unexpected scene. What happened today must not be spoken of by anyone, understood? Tsunade warned, her gaze sweeping over the group. "If anyone breathes a word of this, I will not let it go." Her eyes lingered on Uchiha. "What are you looking at? I'm not a gossip. Such a splendid event will not be shared with others." Uchiha reassured her, "Rest assured, I swear that everything I witnessed today will remain a secret." He raised his hand in a vow. "I swear too." The little girl followed suit. "I also swear," Shizune chimed in, raising her hand in solidarity. As everyone made their solemn vows, Tsunade finally relaxed her stern expression. "This sword is exceedingly dangerous. Are you not concerned for Hanabi's safety?" Tsunade remarked. Observing the fierce dojutsu that Hanabi had picked up, the sword emanated a menacing aura that could harm even its wielder. And Tsunade could not help but worry for the safety of the young girl, especially considering she was the daughter of Hiashi. If anything were to happen, it would spell considerable trouble. "Fifth Hokage, do not worry. Dojutsu will not harm me. It is very well behaved," the little girl declared, drawing the sword and waving it about under Tsunade's astonished gaze. "So the real fool here is you," Tsunade thought. "How could it possibly not injure you?" Although her words were directed at Hanabi, her gaze shifted to Yuya. "Are you behind this?" Tsunade confronted him. While Hanabi wielded the entire sword without incident, Tsunade had merely drawn a small portion of it and was nearly overwhelmed by its power. She realized that the remuneration for fan fiction was exceedingly low. For 8,000 views and readers, it amounted to barely 50 yuan. If it were a paid subscription with over 8,000 readers, it could easily yield several thousand yuan per day. Some reluctance to continue writing fan fiction crept in, but seeing the generous gifts from numerous supporters made her feel guilty for not writing and disappointing their expectations. Especially after receiving a significant donation today, she hastily penned a new chapter. She expressed her gratitude for the generous contributions over the years and to all her brothers and sisters who supported her. Given the overwhelming number of supporters, she could not thank each individually, but she appreciated them all. Chapter 64. Exhausted Yamato. Tsunade's selfishness. Yuya feigned innocence, swearing earnestly. "This truly has nothing to do with me. I can assure you, I am not the one causing trouble." Tsunade gritted her teeth, wishing she could swiftly deal with Yuya. "Tsunade, dear sister, shouldn't you expedite the compensation for my house?" Otherwise, I will have nowhere to stay tonight, Yuya pressed. Rest assured. Since I have made you a promise, I will ensure it is arranged, Tsunade replied, waving her hand to summon Shizune. What is it, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked, eyeing her with suspicion. Go fetch Yamato, Tsunade instructed. Understood, Shizune responded, vanishing in an instant. Yamato? Upon hearing his name, Yuya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yamato had the ability to utilize the first Hokage's wood-release technique. Although his skills paled in comparison to the original, he could still construct decent buildings. Yuya mused that it was a shame for Yamato to be a ninja. He ought to venture into real estate and undoubtedly become the wealthiest man in the ninja world. Do you know Yamato? Tsunade inquired, noticing Yuya's gleeful expression. I do not. Yuya shook his head. Then why are you so joyful? Tsunade pressed further. Dear Sister Tsunade, you are calling him over from my house. Of course, I am happy. My new home is finally within reach. Yuya replied with uncontainable delight. Before long, a figure arrived alongside Shizune. I have met the 5th Hokage. Please command me, Yamato said respectfully. The reason I sought you out is that I require your extraordinary abilities for a certain matter. I inadvertently damaged this house. So please utilize your talents to construct a new one, Tsunade said casually. Very well, Dei replied somewhat dismally, feeling somewhat put upon as a seasoned jonin, being summoned to assist in building a house. Despite his displeasure, he dared not oppose Tsunade's command and complied dutifully. What kind of house do you desire? Dei inquired as he approached Uchiha. Are you capable of constructing anything I envision? Uchiha responded. If you describe the style of the house, I should be able to bring it to life, Dei replied. Wow, that's impressive. I wish to build something like this, Uchiha began gesturing, illustrating the grand architecture reminiscent of ancient palaces from his previous life. The house you wish to build seems rather extravagant, Dei remarked, his eyes widening at Uchiha's ambitious design. Are you constructing a house or a palace? Rest assured, build to your heart's content. The surrounding land is all mine. I have no concern about space, Uchiha smiled at Dei. Surely you can manage this? Dei felt a surge of indignation at the implication. How could I possibly fail? Just wait, and I shall show you. He stepped onto the uneven terrain, furrowing his brow at the numerous depressions in the ground. Filling these holes will require considerable chakra. Do you wish to completely demolish this old house or merely repair it? Dei turned to Uchiha, glancing back at the cracked structure. Tsunade, will I be compensated for the daily necessities? Uchiha asked, turning his gaze towards Tsunade. With gritted teeth, she replied, I will compensate. For the sake of the papaya, she endured. Even with her youthful visage and dignified demeanor, she too wished to possess beauty eternally. Then let us level this area. Enclose the surrounding land and construct an 18-story circular tower here, layer by layer, for moonlit gatherings and wine. Over here, build a row of grand houses in the style I just described. Remember, the bed in the master bedroom must be larger. I fear I might tumble out if it is too small during the night. Also, please include a spacious bathroom with a bathing pool large enough for swimming if possible. On this side, create a kitchen that is also generous in size, suitable for dining within. As for the remaining area, please construct several small ponds for raising fish and shrimp. Ideally, connect them to the nearby stream so that they may enter freely without my need to purchase more. For the connecting points of these ponds, please add a few small arched bridges for ease of passage. That should suffice for now. The others gazed at Uchiha with astonishment. Brother, you are truly pushing the limits. Upon hearing Uchiha's lengthy list, Dei felt as if he might roll his eyes. This was a rhythm that could wear him out. I entrust my new home to you, esteemed Dei, Uchiha concluded, smiling expectantly at Dei. In response to the shameless exploitation by Uchiha, Yamato's lips twitched in exasperation. Truly, he was rather unrestrained in his approach. Seizing the opportunity, he relentlessly took advantage of the situation. Were it not for the presence of a free laborer like Yamato, Uchiha's audacious demands would have long since been met with a resounding slap. Wood release, technique of the pillar family. Wood release, 4-pillar high-rise technique. Earth release, earth pit technique. Wood release, wooden bridge technique. Earth release, earth wall technique. After an elaborate display of Yamato's diverse ninjutsu, Uchiha's regal new residence was finally completed. Exhausted from the endeavor, Yamato lay sprawled on the floor, utterly spent, resembling an old dog. I am a jonin, after all, he mused, reflecting on how he had somehow transitioned into the role of a builder. Uchiha beamed with delight as he surveyed his new home. Grasping the demon god of battle, he approached the entrance and, With a flourish, inscribed the characters for you mansion on the eaves. Is this satisfactory? He queried, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Quite so, replied Tsunade, her eyes twinkling as she approached Uchiha. Then hand it over. Tsunade extended her hand. Hand over what? Uchiha asked, puzzled. Whatever will please you. You promised me a beauty-enhancing papaya, remember? Tsunade replied, her gaze fixed eagerly on Uchiha. Now that you are satisfied, it is time to fulfill your promise. Ah, you truly are remarkable, big sister Tsunade, he thought, realizing that Tsunade had gone to such lengths, exhausting Yamato, merely to meet his unreasonable demands, all in anticipation of this moment. Uchiha couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the weary Yamato. Here you go, Uchiha said, retrieving the leftover papaya from his pocket, which he had taken earlier when he left to grab his suitcase. He had conveniently stashed the untouched, nutritious papaya from the refrigerator, intending to take it with him, and now it was perfectly timed for Tsunade. Remember, you still owe me 10 papayas. Who owes you 10 papayas? Tsunade retorted playfully. I only recall that you owe me for daily necessities. When will you repay me for the money spent on those? Take Shizun along to buy them, Tsunade suggested, sniffing the papaya. Indeed, this particular fruit exuded a delightful milky fragrance, distinctly different from ordinary papayas, confirming its authenticity. Shizun, accompany Chie to purchase the daily necessities. The bill will be on me, and I will settle it later, she declared before vanishing in an instant. Shizun gazed at Tsunade's disappearing figure, her expression one of deep melancholy and frustration. It was evident that Tsunade was eager to indulge in the papaya without her, clearly intending to enjoy it alone. Chapter 65, A Shopping Spree. Shizun in a daze, deeply disheartened. Shizun lamented her lack of rewards from this excursion, having run about without gaining anything. Let us go shopping. Big sister Tsunade will pay. Uchiha greeted the little girl, who joyfully ran over, clutching her ghostly companion. Senior Yamato, would you care to join us? She inquired with a smile as she passed by him. Yamato, feeling utterly fatigued, shook his head and replied, I think I shall refrain. At this moment, I have no desire to go anywhere. I merely wish to sit in silence. I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse. His face was a portrait of exhaustion and frustration, drained from his efforts, while it seemed that the esteemed fifth Hokage had reaped the benefits and departed alone, neglecting to share any rewards with his loyal servant, Shizun. Senior Yamato, please accept this, Uchiha said, contemplating briefly before producing a small vial of muscle-relaxing essential oil and offering it to him. What is this? Yamato asked with curiosity as he accepted the vial. Uchiha explained, this is a remarkable remedy. When applied to your body, it will instantly invigorate you and restore your chakra. Is it truly that effective? Yamato questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. You will see for yourself. I have no reason to deceive you, Senior Yamato. I am immensely grateful to you for constructing my house. Please apply it first, then take a bath. When I return from shopping, I shall treat you to a drink. Uchiha said, patting Yamato's shoulder with warmth and enthusiasm. If he could master Yamato's ninjutsu, he would surely become a potential titan of wealth in the ninja world. Treat me to a drink? Yamato's eyes lit up with interest. That sounds splendid. Go ahead, I shall await your return. His spirits lifted at the prospect of good food and drink, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain and that he might recover some losses. I shall see you later, Senior Yamato. Let us go, Shizun. Uchiha beckoned to Shizun, who was standing to the side, determined to keep the outing from being a disappointment. Very well, Shizun replied with a grimace as she followed suit. Big brother, what are we going to buy? There is much to purchase, clothing, bedding, food, and more. Everything you might need in daily life. We must buy all that is necessary. Better to have too much than too little. Upon arriving at the marketplace, the mantra was clear, buy, and continue buying. Shizun, listening to their conversation from behind, felt a sense of foreboding. Soon, the trio arrived at a shopping center, where Uchiha called over a young lady who appeared to be the manager. Excuse me, do you offer delivery services? He inquired. I apologize, but our store does not provide delivery, she said with a bow of apology. We intend to purchase quite a bit. A few of us cannot carry it all, Uchiha explained. The young lady hesitated before asking, may I inquire how much you wish to buy? If the quantity is substantial, we can assist with delivery. That would be excellent. Let us proceed to shop, he declared. First, we shall buy clothes. Allow me to assist you, Uchiha said, affectionately tousling the little girl's hair and winking at her. Are you really going to help me pick out clothes? She asked, excited at the prospect. With someone else footing the bill, she felt no qualms, especially since she had inadvertently damaged his clothing. It was only right that he be compensated. Then, "Big brother, please help me choose," she exclaimed. "Of course," Uchiha replied as he led her to the clothing section. "This outfit is lovely. I will take it. This one is also quite nice. I shall have that as well. This ultra-short skirt is delightful. I will take it too. And these stockings seem splendid. I shall take 100 pairs. The small chest armor is quite nice. I'll take 10 pieces. This little undergarment is also appealing. I'll have 10 of those as well. And this dress is lovely. I'll take it." 2 hours later, the three of them slowly exited the mall, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. In just a brief span, 2/3 of the merchandise had vanished from the store. As they stepped out, Jingyin felt utterly dazed. If Lady Tsunade were to learn of Uchiha's expenditures today, she would likely faint, and he would be thoroughly chastised. The total expenditure amounted to 10 million ryo, and that was with a generous discount from the mall. Otherwise, it would have been even more. "Hurry up. I still want to share a drink with Senior Yamato. It would be unfortunate if he left before I arrived," Uchiha urged as he walked. It was a rare opportunity to engage with Yamato, and Uchiha did not wish to squander it. He intended to intoxicate him and glean all his secrets. Before long, Uchiha returned. "Please assist in placing the items in the house. This side is the bedroom, that side is the kitchen, this area is the living room, and over there is the bathroom." Upon entering the home, Uchiha began directing the mall attendants who had followed with the deliveries. 10 attendants were carrying scrolls and bringing in the goods. The attendants, without uttering a word, promptly commenced their tasks, releasing the items sealed within the scrolls one by one and arranging them in the designated spots. "Uchiha, have you emptied the entire mall?" Yamato, having leapt down from a high floor, stared in astonishment at the workers as they retrieved item after item. Is it truly expected that the 5th Hokage will pay for all of this? This must surely cause him to suffer a massive financial shock. "The rest not that much. We've only cleared 2/3, Uchiha replied casually. 2/3? Yamato exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never anticipating that they had indeed taken that much, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Yamato then considered a possibility and approached Uchiha, leaning in close to whisper, his expression somewhat lewd. "Chia, are you being supported by the 5th Hokage? This arrangement of providing both a home and funds for daily expenses resembles that of a wealthy patron sustaining a youthful companion." In truth, he felt a twinge of envy. "What are you talking about?" Uchiha was bewildered by Yamato's insinuation. "Listen, Senior Yamato, please don't think or say such things. These are all compensations from the 5th Hokage for my losses. You must not speak carelessly, or he might very well flay you alive. That's an excessive amount of compensation." Yamato thought to himself, realizing it far surpassed the value of the modest villa he had originally mentioned. "Senior Yamato, let us not dwell on other matters. Let us drink instead. I've procured a plethora of snacks to accompany our drinks. Let us head to the upper floor for some merriment," Uchiha said, his gaze ardently fixed on Yamato. Yamato felt a bit unnerved under Uchiha's intense stare, as though he were being targeted. "Hana, please bring the snacks and sake. I wish to share a hearty toast with Senior Yamato." Right away, the little girl scampered off to fetch the items. "Jingyin, you should join us too. You've been working hard alongside us all day. It must be tiring. Let us unwind and enjoy a drink together." YQY gazed earnestly at Jingyin, extending a warm invitation. "My dear little brother, could we perhaps discuss a matter?" Jingyin, her mind elsewhere, grimaced and replied, "What is it, Sister Jingyin? If there's something on your mind, please speak candidly." YQY smiled. "Could we possibly reduce the bill? I fear that upon my return, Lady Tsunade will unleash her wrath upon me. 10 million ryo is indeed a substantial sum. Should Tsunade discover that YQY spent such an amount, she would undoubtedly be furious." Chapter 66. The demands of copying Yamato and upgrading the divine hand having savored the feast, YQY was unwilling to relinquish his spoils. "I am quite satisfied with this expenditure. As per our agreement, please assist in delivering this papaya to the esteemed Lady Tsunade." YQY cheerfully produced a papaya from his pocket and handed it to the now somber Jingyin. "And this is a token of labor for you, Sister Jingyin." From another pocket, he retrieved yet another papaya and placed it into her hands. Upon receiving the papaya from YQY, Jingyin's previously bitter expression transformed into a radiant smile. Her bear would grow once more. Yamato, observing from the side, was somewhat astonished by how YQY managed to resolve such a significant expenditure with merely 2 papayas. Perhaps he should try this approach on another day. Whenever faced with trouble, simply give papayas to others? With the papaya in hand, Jin's mood visibly brightened. At the very least, she now had an explanation for Tsunade, and she had also acquired one without cost. Though the price of this papaya was somewhat steep, she was confident that Lady Tsunade would accept it. For the sake of beauty and enhancement, some sacrifices are indeed worthwhile. Sister Jing. Now you have a satisfactory explanation, yes? Jing expressed her gratitude. Thank you, little brother YQY. YQY waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for thanks. Our relationship does not require such formalities. When I acquire more papayas in the future, I will certainly share them with you again, ensuring that you flourish and stand tall against the heavens. Hearing this, a blush crept onto Jin's cheeks as she pondered. What does he mean by our relationship? The generous gift of such a precious papaya. Could it be that little brother YQY harbors feelings for her? Recalling Tsunade's insistence that she find a boyfriend within a month, perhaps YQY would be a splendid choice. Apart from him, no other gentleman had shown her such kindness. With this thought, her face grew even warmer as her gaze towards YQY brimmed with shyness. She did not expect to receive all of YQY's affection. After all, she was considerably older than him. As long as he held her in his heart and could offer her even a modicum of warm affection, that would suffice. Unbeknownst to YQY, Jing had already positioned him as a potential candidate to fulfill Tsunade's directive. He jovially led his companions to the top floor, enthusiastically arranging the food and drinks. Raising his glass, YQY proclaimed, To you, Senior Yamato, I honor your efforts today with this toast. It was no trouble at all. Thanks to the essential oil you provided, I recovered completely after just one application. I feel invigorated, free of any fatigue. Moreover, I still have plenty left. In future missions, I shall no longer fear depleting my chakra. Daiwa, filled with excitement, clinked glasses with Hiashi. The item Hiashi had bestowed upon him was invaluable in critical moments, a matter of life and death, rendering the task of constructing houses trivial in comparison. Ultimately, life is the most precious of all. No matter how many houses one may build, they pale in significance to the preservation of one's very existence. Thus, it was not Hiashi who took advantage of him, but rather he who benefited from Yashia's generosity. In the dire straits of depleting chakra, a small vial of essential oil could very well equate to an additional lease on life. Daiwa, in his exuberance, displayed remarkable generosity. Given Yashia's close association with the revered 5th Hokage and his ability to procure miraculous oils, Daiwa was eager to forge a deeper connection. Therefore, without Hiashi needing to take the initiative, Daiwa did so himself. After finishing one drink, he poured another and continued to indulge. As he drank, he expressed, It is indeed an honor to have met you, Hiashi. Should you require assistance in constructing houses in the future, I, Daiwa, shall undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Hiashi smiled and replied, Senior Daiwa, your loyalty is commendable. Should I ever need assistance, I will certainly call upon you. He was not one to turn down free help when it was offered. Sister Tsunade, you should have a drink as well. Hiashi urged as he noticed Tsunade and the little girl engrossed in their meals, neglecting their drinks. Tsunade resolutely shook her head, unwilling to succumb to the effects of alcohol again. The last time at the home of Yuga, she had become inebriated and lost consciousness. She had no desire to repeat that experience, sleeping through until the next day. I'll abstain. You and Daiwa enjoy yourselves. I'll just have some beverages with Hanabi. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Tsunade expressed her gratitude and took her leave, needing to report back to Tsunade. She hoped that, considering her return with a papaya, Tsunade would refrain from reprimanding her. With Tsunade gone, the little girl eagerly ran off to direct the 10 attendants in arranging the furniture. On the upper floor, only Hiashi and Daiwa remained, continuing their revelry. Daiwa, having consumed numerous drinks, began to sway, nearing his limit after downing about 10 cups. Senior Daiwa, let us have another drink. Hiashi maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he refilled Daiwa's glass. Cheers. Daiwa, with unsteady hands, clinked glasses with Hiashi and downed the drink. Senior Daiwa, you are impressive. Let us have another. Hiashi enthusiastically poured him another glass. Cheers. Daiwa downed it once more. Burp. After that last drink, Daiwa let out a deep belch, his eyelids heavy. With a thud, He collapsed and fell into a deep slumber. Observing Daiwa's unconscious form, Hiashi let out a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to intoxicate the fellow. Senior Daiwa, may I borrow a bit of your ninjutsu? Hiashi approached Daiwa and placed his right hand on his forehead. Why not hold hands? Hiashi thought it might lead to misunderstandings when holding hands with another man. Ding. Detection of replication object, initiating connection. Ding. Connection established, beginning replication. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, earth style, earth flow cutting, commencing replication. Ding. The earth release. Earth flow divide has been successfully replicated. Ding. Detection of ninjutsu, earth release. Earth flow wall, replication commencing. Ding. Water release. Water burst, replication completed. Is that it? Have all the replications been finalized? Yuki expressed some skepticism. What about Yamato's wood release? He had not managed to replicate even a single wood release technique from Yamato. System, why was Yamato's wood release not replicated? Have you made an error? Wood release is classified as a bloodline limit. The hostess divine hand is still at a novice level and is incapable of replicating bloodline limits. The host is encouraged to strive for advancement. Ah, I see. Yuki felt disheartened. Such a splendid opportunity had been squandered. By the way, system, how can I elevate my divine hand? To upgrade, replicate ninjutsu or taijutsu and accumulate experience. One must replicate 100 ninjutsu or taijutsu techniques to ascend to an intermediate level of the divine hand. Replicate 100 ninjutsu or taijutsu. It seems the task is now mine. These past days spent assisting Hinata with her training have hindered my own replication progress. My sincere gratitude to Fan Gong for the generous donation and to all the brothers and sisters for their contributions. Thank you for your unwavering support. It is because of your presence that the author remains motivated to continue writing. This book yields little profit, yet the author is willing to persist for your sake. Though updates may be slower, I hope for your understanding. Chapter 67. Tsunade withholds wages, Shizun penalizes with papaya. At Tsunade's residence, having finished her papaya and bathed, Tsunade stood before the mirror, admiring her physique post-papaya consumption. Her bosom had not increased significantly, given that it was already quite ample. For her, the size was inconsequential. What mattered was whether it appeared firmer. Approaching 50 years of age, despite her meticulous chakra maintenance, some sagging was inevitable. And she was no longer as flawless as in her youth. She playfully pinched and shook, and indeed, it had become more resilient. Her bosom had lifted and firmed. That insufferable brat was right after all. Gazing at her perky bosom, Tsunade felt an immense satisfaction. When she inspected her facial skin, it appeared remarkably fair, smooth, and elastic. Even without the use of chakra to preserve her youth, she showed no signs of aging. The nutritious papaya had genuinely revitalized her skin cells, rejuvenating her appearance. Had she known of such a miraculous papaya, she would not have squandered so much chakra on beauty treatments. No, I must continue to inquire about that insufferable boy's source. The more of such papayas, the better. Tsunade felt that she was not yet perfect. There was still room for improvement. Is Lady Tsunade in? A voice called from outside. It was Shizun. Come in. Upon recognizing Shizun's voice, Tsunade decided against dressing. Creak. Shizun entered. How did it go? Have you resolved everything? Before Shizun could speak, Tsunade initiated the conversation. Shizun closed the door, her gaze landing on Tsunade. Momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's bare form. Gazing at her impressive figure, Shizun felt a pang of envy. She took a moment to compose herself and slowly said, Everything has been taken care of. I have already purchased new daily necessities for Shikiya. That is good, Tsunade replied, satisfied with the news. As long as Shikiya remains in Konoha, it is worth spending a little money. Observing Tsunade's pleased expression, Shizun took a deep breath and cautiously added, The purchases are complete. But the expenses were somewhat excessive. At Shizun's tone, Tsunade's heart sank. How much was spent? Shizun hesitated before revealing. Not much, just 10 million ryo. What? Tsunade froze, unable to believe her ears. 10 million ryo? She felt as if her savings were vanishing. How could so much have been spent? Wasn't it merely buying daily necessities? It was inconceivable that anyone could spend 10 million ryo on such items. What on earth did he buy? Oh, nothing much, just 2/3 of the entire store. Shizun said cautiously. Why didn't you stop him? Tsunade felt a wave of panic. Her small gambling fund was depleted. I couldn't stop him. Shikiya didn't even give me a chance to speak, Shizun replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. That brat actually dares to siphon so much money from me. Tsunade exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger, almost on the verge of choking with fury. Are you all right, Lady Tsunade? Shizune inquired with concern. My money has been squandered by you. Do you think I'm all right? Tsunade glared at Shizune with irritation. Shizune defended herself. But Lady Tsunade, I didn't waste the money. It was Shikiya who did. I didn't use a single Ryo. You still dare to shirk responsibility. You are driving me to madness. Tsunade felt as though this foolish servant was infuriating her to death. But Lady Tsunade, you were the one who said to spend money on daily necessities for Shikiya, and he did indeed purchase daily items. Nothing extravagant. He has nearly emptied the entire store, and you claim there was no extravagance? How could this clever girl become so foolish when encountering that brat? Tsunade thought in exasperation. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Shizune urged as Tsunade trembled with rage. My money is gone. How can you expect me to calm down? Shizune sighed in resignation. But it has already happened, and there's no use in being angry now. Tsunade retorted, I will dock your pay for this foolishness. Your salary for the year is gone. Lady Tsunade, you cannot do this. Shizune was bewildered, wondering how the blame had fallen on her. She touched the papaya that Shikiya had given to Tsunade in her pocket, hesitating. Losing a year's salary was substantial. Keeping just a papaya seemed reasonable. Do you have anything else to say? You have drained my savings. Is it unjust to dock your salary for a year? Your annual salary is only a little over $1 million. It hardly compensates for my losses, Tsunade declared with conviction. With her gambling funds depleted, she could only deduct from this young girl, who had saved quite a bit over the years. Deductions from her salary would not leave her starving. There is not much to say. You are indeed correct, Lady Tsunade. It is I who have caused you trouble. Shizune has decided to keep both papayas for herself, to enhance her beauty. Tsunade waved her hand, acknowledging the situation, and advised her to reflect upon her actions upon returning. Farewell, Lady Tsunade. Shizune bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Watching Shizune's departing figure, Tsunade felt as though she had overlooked something important. How peculiar. Could it be that I have forgotten something? As Shizune exited Tsunade's residence, she bore no significant displeasure in her heart, for she had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. During her past wanderings with Tsunade, her little savings had often been surreptitiously gambled away by her. Tsunade's luck at gambling was notoriously poor, and she consistently lost all of Shizune's money. This was a familiar pattern for her. This time, only a year's wages had been deducted, which was not too burdensome. In fact, she felt somewhat fortunate that Tsunade had not demanded more from her. After all, she bore some responsibility for allowing Shikiya to indulge in excessive purchases. Though she had lost a year's salary, Shizune hummed a cheerful tune as she returned home. In comparison to her annual earnings of over $1 million, she was far more concerned with the papayas. For one papaya, she would willingly part with $1 million, feeling it was worth the expense. Especially considering that it had cost Tsunade $10 million to procure. In acquiring the papaya, she may have lost $1 million, but in the grand scheme, she had gained $9 million. Thus, she felt a sense of elation. Upon arriving home, she eagerly began her preparations. First, she drew a bath, as she intended to detoxify and brighten her skin after consuming the papaya. Additionally, she needed a new chest plate, for with 2 papayas in her possession, her previous one would no longer suffice. Shizune joyfully hummed as she gathered everything she would need. Chapter 68. Sakura Haruno arrives at Yushikiya's residence. Just as Shizune departed, Sakura Haruno arrived. Is my master home? Today, Sakura felt quite despondent, as Tsunade and Shizune had left her behind to secretly seek out Shikiya for papayas. This made her feel rather neglected. They were all disciples after all, and it seemed her master had shown favoritism. Having completed her tasks for the day, Sakura hurried to Tsunade's home. Come in, Sakura, came Tsunade's calm voice from within. Upon hearing this, Sakura pushed the door open. Master, why are you not dressed? Upon entering, Sakura was taken aback by Tsunade's bare form, exclaiming in surprise. In her mind, she wondered, could it be that her master harbored a penchant for exhibitionism? Just finished bathing. It's the perfect time to admire my flawless figure. Sakura, you've arrived just in time. Do you think my physique is perfect? Tsunade beamed as she twirled to showcase herself. Master, have you consumed a papaya? Observing Tsunade's display, Sakura immediately deduced the truth, gazing at her with a look of betrayal. Consuming papayas without her, she was well aware of Sakura's eagerness to grow. How unfair. There was only one papaya. She could hardly share it, not even with Shizune. Furthermore, that papaya was worth over $10 million. Such an exorbitant price. Even if it were offered to you, you would hesitate to indulge. Sakura, you are still young and have much room to grow. Do not concern yourself too deeply, Tsunade remarked, drawing nearer to Sakura and gently pinching her cheek. At 14, your growth is commendable. You still have 4 more years to develop. Rest assured, you will surely flourish in the future, Sakura. Master, had I not seen Hinata's progress, I might have believed you, Sakura replied, her cheeks flushed from the pinch. A hint of melancholy in her voice. It puzzled her why Hinata, who was of the same age, had grown so much more, while her own development seemed modest. Hinata's was remarkable. Even if she were to grow in the future, it would hardly compare to Hinata's stature, let alone reach Tsunade's level. I have finished the papaya. There is none left. I will write down the address of Shikiya for you. You can seek him out yourself, Tsunade added, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Knowing her disciple's desire while having indulged herself, the allure of that papaya was simply too tempting for any woman to resist. Thank you, master. Upon receiving Shikiya's address, Sakura felt a surge of excitement. Do not rejoice too soon. Even if you have the address, it does not guarantee you will obtain the papaya from that rascal. That brat is quite stingy. Even the papaya I consumed was a considerable effort to procure from him. Approaching him empty-handed will yield nothing, Tsunade cautioned. What should I do then? Sakura inquired. I do not know. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. If I had the answer, I would not have been limited to just one papaya. However, I do know one thing. That scoundrel is quite mischievous, audacious, and strong. You, Sakura, being so young and beautiful, must be cautious when seeking the papaya from him. He might take advantage of you. Tsunade recalled the night she confronted Shikiya, when he had shamelessly taken liberties despite being subdued by her. It was utterly humiliating. I will be careful, master. Sakura brushed off Tsunade's warning. After all, what was a little advantage taken? As long as she could become more beautiful and grown, what was there to fear? Besides, at her young age, there was little to be gained. Farewell, master. With the address in hand, Sakura left, brimming with enthusiasm. That child, Tsunade sighed, watching Sakura's figure fade into the distance. Should she find herself in trouble, she cannot blame her master, for I have already warned her. After all, Sakura is pursuing growth. I cannot deter her from her ambitions. All I can do is offer a reminder. Whether she heeds it or not is beyond my control. Meanwhile, on Shikiya's side, 10 attendants, after over an hour of diligent effort, successfully arranged all the items he had purchased. Shikiya generously rewarded each with a tip of 1,000 ryo. Big brother, our new home is so beautiful, Hanabi exclaimed, admiring their new abode. Hanabi, please take a blanket to Yamato and cover him, lest he catch a chill tonight, he instructed. All right, big brother. Hanabi left to fetch a blanket, while Yushikiya made his way to the newly constructed bathroom. This expansive bathing area featured an impressive pool, spacious enough for swimming. The bath was connected to a natural hot spring, with a continuous flow of warm water surging in. Deciding to indulge in a soak, Yushikiya swiftly removed his clothing and leaped into the pool, relishing the sensation of swimming and soaking simultaneously. What sheer bliss! After a few laps, he luxuriated in the warmth of the hot spring water. Yushikiya mused to himself, wishing that Kurenai were present. They could have had a delightful time together. However, she had gone off on a training expedition, and he was uncertain when she would return. Big brother, I'm here too. Just as Yushikiya contemplated playful moments with Kurenai, a figure clad in a swimsuit leapt beside him and plunged into the pool. Can you swim? Don't drown. Don't worry, big brother. I'm an excellent swimmer. I won't drown. Hanabi giggled like a little fish, darting around the pool with glee. Observing her adeptness, Yushikiya relaxed, focusing on the soothing warmth of the spring. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his foot. Hey, Hanabi, why did you grab my foot? He glanced at the water's surface, realizing Hanabi had submerged, undoubtedly reaching for him. Ha. He felt a tickle on the sole of his foot, prompting an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Stop tickling me. Ha, don't tickle me. Disobedient. Just wait. Yushikiya took a deep breath and dove beneath the surface. Almost immediately, he spotted Hanabi not far away. Upon seeing him, she submerged as well, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face before attempting to swim away. Don't think you can escape. He pointed at her and gave chase, determined to return the favor. Soon, the pool echoed with pleas for mercy. I want to do it again, big brother. I truly can't bear being tickled. Please let me go. Ha. Tickle. Chapter 69. A sister in black stockings arrives outside after giving Hinata Hanabi a good scare and a lesson, threatening to bind her and tickle her. She finally settled down, deterred from her mischief. Following their playful encounter, Hanabi sat nearby, pouting and blowing bubbles in the water. Without Hanabi's antics, Yushikiya reclined in the warm waters, enjoying the tranquility. Observing the contentment on his face, the mischievous Hanabi contemplated a prank. However, recalling Yushikiya's warning that any further mischief would result in him catching her and tickling her, she quickly abandoned the thought. Hanabi, what do you wish to do when you grow up? Sensing his question had startled the young girl, Yushikiya initiated conversation. I want to stay by Big Brother's side, preferably for a lifetime. Hinata Hanabi gazed at Yushikiya with a brilliant sparkle in her eyes, expressing her wish to become the elder brother's wife. Ha. Upon hearing her response, Yushikiya burst into laughter, realizing that this little girl was indeed captivated by his handsome visage, a product of system enhancement. Truly, she possesses discerning taste. If you desire to be my wife, you must first seek your sister's approval. He winked at Hinata Hanabi. Why do I need my sister's consent? Isn't it enough if you agree, big brother? If you also like my sister, you could marry both of us. Wouldn't that be splendid? Hinata Hanabi said innocently. That is quite a clever idea. How did I not think of that? Yushikiya pondered, coming to a realization. After all, this is the world of Naruto. What harm is there in taking multiple wives? As long as there is mutual affection and agreement to live together, it seems feasible. Is that how you think as well, big brother? Hinata Hanabi's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as you can persuade your sister, I have no objections. After all, the beautiful Hinata Hanabi should not be left for others to claim. It is best for me to create this little girl's happy life myself. Convincing my sister? That could be troublesome, Hinata Hanabi mumbled. Although Hinata Huga often allowed her to win during their sparring sessions, such matters would surely not be given any leniency. She understood her sister well, despite her delicate appearance. She possessed immense tenacity and would not easily relent on her convictions. Big brother, let us make a pact. The little girl extended her pinky. A pact? What kind? Yushikiya looked at Hinata Hanabi with curiosity. A promise. If I persuade my sister, you must marry me, regardless of whether I can convince her. Let us establish this agreement first. All right, no problem. Yushikiya smiled and linked his pinky with hers, not truly believing that Hinata Hanabi could persuade Hinata Huga. Cross my heart, 100 years unchanging. Hinata Hanabi giggled joyfully, envisioning her future husband within her grasp. Are you satisfied now? Yushikiya chuckled inwardly, contemplating the allure of such sisterly companionship. While mastering ninja techniques, he envisioned gathering the renowned beauties of the Naruto world, ultimately ruling the shinobi realm with a harem. A most delightful prospect indeed. Ding dong. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, ready to retire for the night, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Hinata Hanabi dashed to the entrance and opened the door, revealing a short-haired girl with pink hair and clad in black stockings, who greeted her with a warm smile. Big sister, is there something you need at this late hour? Hinata Hanabi inquired, slightly furrowing her brows at the girl in black stockings. I am here to see Senior Shikiya, Haruno Sakura replied, maintaining her smile as she addressed Hinata Hanabi. Looking for Big Brother? Why have so many women come to see him today? Hinata Hanabi wondered, puzzled. Is it truly for that so-called papaya? It is abundantly available everywhere. Why seek him out specifically? Hinata Hanabi was unaware of the nutritional benefits of the papaya brought by Hiashi, believing it to be merely an ordinary fruit. Had she known, she would have eagerly insisted on consuming it. Come in. Although Hinata Hanabi felt a tinge of discomfort at the thought of another woman seeking Yashia's company, she still allowed Haruno Sakura to enter, not wishing to provoke Yashia's disdain. She briskly dashed into the living room, leaving Sakura behind. Who is it? Yashiya inquired upon seeing Hinata Hanabi's arrival. A big sister in black stockings is outside. Big brother, Hinata Hanabi replied candidly. A big sister in black? Yashiya pondered, wondering if it could be Mitarashi Anko, who often donned fishnet stockings. Is she the one you met at Yuhi Kurenai's house? Hinata Hanabi shook her head. No, she's not as imposing as that detestable sister. This big sister should be around my sister's age. Could it be Tenten? Yashiya recalled having shared his address with Tenten, and they had even made plans to meet. However, due to his commitment to deal with Hinata, he had spent a night away, inadvertently standing Tenten up. As Yashiya stepped out of the living room, he was taken aback to find an unexpected visitor. Sakura? Sakura-chan. What brings her here? Yushia felt a certain indifference towards Haruno Sakura's alternate persona. In the narrative of her life, he had witnessed the quintessential tale of unrequited affection, exemplified by Naruto. From childhood, Naruto had been infatuated with Sakura, and to this day, he remained devoted, even until the series' conclusion. Yet, Sakura had consistently issued him platitudes. "You're wonderful, Naruto, but I simply do not harbor feelings for you." She had relentlessly pursued Sasuke, even after his defection from Konoha, pleading with Naruto, the ever-loyal admirer, to bring Sasuke back. The prince's infatuation with Sakura, juxtaposed with Sakura's affection for Sasuke, created a convoluted love triangle that was utterly perplexing. As for Naruto ultimately ending up with Hinata, it felt contrived, a haphazard arrangement for the sequel, Boruto, which seemed to distort the original narrative. Yushia, having witnessed Boruto, was left infuriated, questioning the very essence of the series. Throughout, Naruto's heart had always belonged to Sakura, yet she remained preoccupied with Sasuke, showing little regard for Naruto's devotion. At this moment, Haruno Sakura was not particularly striking. Her appearance was rather ordinary, only to blossom later in life, due to her lackluster looks and volatile temperament. She often took out her frustrations on Naruto, which diminished her standing as the primary female protagonist, leading to a significant reduction of her scenes as a result of fans' disapproval. Chapter 70. Haruno Sakura's intentions. "Hello, Yushia-senpai?" Haruno Sakura greeted, her demeanor tinged with nervousness as she gazed at him. "You must be Haruno Sakura," Yushia remarked, scrutinizing her with a contemplative expression. "Senior Chi, do you know me?" Haruno Sakura expressed her surprise at Chiya's familiarity with her name. "I know you quite well. In fact, I am acquainted with every aspect of your being," Chiyi replied enigmatically. Sakura was taken aback by this revelation, her mind racing with the thought. Could it be that Senior Chiyi has been secretly harboring feelings for her all along? If that were the case, wouldn't he acquiring the coveted papaya be merely a matter of reaching out? "From where do you possess such comprehensive knowledge about me?" she inquired, striving to maintain her composure despite the excitement brewing within her. "I calculated it." Chiyi decided to tease Haruno Sakura. "Calculated?" Sakura echoed, puzzled. "Indeed. I deduced it. Your birthday is March 28th. You are an Aries, standing at 160 centimeters tall and weighing 43 kilograms. You excel in chakra control and are currently training under Tsunade to master medical ninjutsu, having received her invaluable teachings, including her strength. You seek me out for the nutritious papaya in my possession, hoping to attain the same grandeur as Tsunade." Chiyi elaborated slowly. "Wow, Senior Chiyi, your calculations are astonishingly accurate," Haruno Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration for his precision. "I possess the nutritious papaya you desire," Chiyi said with a smile, his gaze playfully darting around her. "What price are you willing to pay for an exchange? During your training with Tsunade, you ought to know the exorbitant cost she paid to acquire a single nutritious papaya. She constructed a new house for me and expended 1,000,000 ryo, barely managing to procure 2 papayas. Do you think you possess such wealth? I do not believe a mere genin like you would have 1,000,000 ryo at your disposal." Haruno Sakura, who had a penchant for handsome individuals and a strong aversion to the unattractive, reflected on her preferences. She ardently pursued the charming Sasuke while harboring disdain for the unappealing Naruto. Compared to Naruto, Chiyi was undeniably more handsome, and Sakura did not exhibit any signs of disdain toward him. She had mentally prepared herself for this encounter following Tsunade's warning. Another thought surfaced in her mind. She reasoned that Chiya's gaze was entirely justified. After all, she was a striking beauty. What man could resist her allure? Chiyi's attention only served to affirm her charm. "I do not possess 1,000,000 ryo, Senior Chiyi. Could you not extend a kindness and gift me a papaya? I beseech you," Sakura implored. "Regrettably, I am not well acquainted with you." Chiyi shook his head, asserting that receiving his papaya for free was out of the question. "Then, Senior Chiyi, what would it take for you to bestow a papaya upon me?" Sakura had come prepared to negotiate, having donned her enticing black stockings for this very purpose. "A single papaya is worth 1,000,000 ryo. Your looks are rather ordinary. You lack wealth, and you possess no notable assets. I honestly cannot fathom what about you could possibly be valued at 1,000,000 ryo." Uchiha gazed at Haruno Sakura with evident disdain. Haruno Sakura felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could he so devalue her worth? She possessed beautiful pink hair, long and graceful legs, a slender waist, and a delicate figure. How could she be deemed worthless? Frustrated and nearly fuming, She had never been belittled in such a manner before. I possess medical ninjutsu and can teach you, Haruno Sakura insisted urgently. I wish to learn medical ninjutsu. I can seek Tsunade-sensei for guidance. Surely, she is far more adept than you, Uchiha retorted dismissively. I have immense strength and can teach you that, Haruno Sakura continued. Undeterred, I desire to learn immense strength. I can approach Tsunade-sama for instruction, and I am certain she would be more than willing, he countered again. Your strength is merely what Tsunade taught you. It cannot compare to her expertise, Uchiha replied, shaking his head in further disapproval. I can offer massages. I would be glad to assist you, Senior Chie, Haruno Sakura persisted, unwilling to concede. My little maid surely possesses superior technique, and her services are complimentary. He continued to undermine her efforts. With someone as eager to please as Haruno Sakura, such rebukes only fueled her determination. The more he dismissed her, the more she became fixated on him. Unlike Sasuke, who hardly acknowledged her, Uchiha's dismissals only intensified her interest. Haruno Sakura, perhaps you should return home, he suggested. Glancing at the sky, it is getting late, and my maid and I need to retire. But I can warm your bed, Haruno Sakura suddenly exclaimed, urgency flooding her voice as she realized he was trying to send her away. She could not bear to be without her papaya. In the mountains, Ino had grown beautiful after eating papaya. Tsunade had also flourished, becoming tall and lovely. Yet here she remained, unchanged, feeling like an ugly duckling. She desired to blossom, to grow beyond Ino, and to become a beautiful swan. Warm the bed? Are you certain? Uchiha asked, his surprise evident as he regarded her with intrigue. I am certain, Haruno Sakura declared boldly, realizing that Uchiha was quite handsome, and she had little to lose. Are you resolute in this decision? He pressed again. I, Haruno Sakura, am resolute. Senior Chie, please allow me to warm your bed. She responded with a deep bow, fully committing to her choice. It was merely warming the sheets. After all, nothing more. A voice within her whispered, Sasuke-kun, forgive me. Everything I do today is for the future, to present a more perfect version of myself to you. Please understand, Sasuke-kun, everything is for you. One time is not enough. Uchiha felt it was insufficient. Considering Tsunade-sama and Shizun's presence, he believed he should at least warm the bed for 10 days before he could grant her a papaya. 10 days? Haruno Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening. She had mustered a tremendous amount of courage. Sakura felt as though Uchiha was playing with her, that he didn't genuinely wish to give her the papaya. What should she do? Should she agree or not? One night could be endured with vigilance, but could she withstand 10 consecutive nights? What if she fell asleep and something unexpected occurred? Chapter 71. Huga Niji's Discharge and the Reckoning with Uchiha. Have you made up your mind? Uchiha asked, a hint of impatience evident as he regarded Sakura. He had little patience for her indecision. You might say she was devoted. Indeed, in the original story, she had always harbored affections solely for Sasuke. Yet, it was poor Prince who suffered. He was left yearning without ever reaching her heart. Whenever there was a problem, he would call Naruto. Before meeting Tsunade, he was merely a burden. I'm sorry, I cannot accept this. Farewell, Senior Chie. After much internal struggle, reason ultimately prevailed over her emotions. Remember to take the gate with you. I want to see you off. Uchiha was somewhat surprised by Sakura's choice. But it mattered not to him. He was indifferent. With nothing to offer, just a little bun, he held no interest. Warming the bed was something that would suffice even for Hanabi. What exactly is this papaya you speak of? Why do they all come to ask you for it? Noticing that Sakura had not acquiesced, Hinata Hanabi let out a sigh of relief, filled with curiosity about why so many women inquired about her elder brother's papaya. You're still young. There is no need for you to know. Since Hanabi had yet to begin her development, Uchiha dared not let her consume the papaya. If it resulted in premature development, it would be a significant problem. There was no guarantee she would grow into a stunning beauty in the future. Growing up too quickly could impact her height. For the sake of her future beauty, Uchiha would not allow this little girl to consume nutritious papayas that could hasten her growth. Stingy big brother. You tell the other women, but not me. That's just too selfish. Humph, the baby is unhappy. Hinata Hanabi pouted, her hands clasped over her chest, displaying a displeased demeanor. If you're unhappy, so be it. Do you think I'll soothe you? You'd best return home to avoid disturbing my sleep. Uchiha yawned and turned towards his bedroom. Hanabi stomped her feet, but her anger was not entirely genuine. She chased after Uchiha. Big brother, wait for me. I was just joking. How could my big brother be stingy? You not telling me must be for a good reason, I understand. Big brother, let me sleep next to you tonight. The next morning, at Konoha Hospital. After a week of recuperation, Huga Niji finally faced the day of his discharge. Niji, congratulations on your discharge, Lee exclaimed, having come with Tintin to pick up Niji from the hospital. In truth, Xiaoli had only just been discharged from the hospital yesterday, having sustained considerable injuries during his duel with Uchiha, resulting in a brief hospitalization. Do not congratulate me. I do not know you, Hinata Niji remarked with irritation as he observed Xiao Li and Tian Tian. Those two had abandoned him that day, leaving him to struggle back to Konoha alone, where he lay in the hospital for an entire week. He could have avoided hospitalization, but with few people at home to care for him. The hospital provided meals and assistance, which was far more convenient. Niji, I am truly sorry. It was our fault for forgetting you. We never anticipated that Senior Chie would inflict such injuries upon you. Moreover, I was also injured by him, and in the chaos, I completely overlooked your predicament. Xiaoli expressed his sincere regrets. Tian Tian shared a similarly apologetic demeanor. What a bunch of incompetent teammates, Hinata Niji sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. How could you have been injured by him? Can you truly not best him even with your skills, Xiaoli? With your vigilance and physical prowess? Defeating a Chunin should be a trivial matter. Xiaoli shook his head, replying, I activated the 8 gates and unleashed my utmost speed. Yet I still could not contend with Senior Chie. His speed surpassed mine. To defeat him, I would need to unlock additional gates. I am determined to reclaim my honor. Will you join me? Hinata Niji said, unwilling to concede. Is that wise, Niji? You have just been discharged. If you were to be injured again, would you not find yourself back in the hospital? Tian Tian expressed her concerns. She was reluctant to see Hinata Niji clash with Uchiha again, considering one was a longtime teammate, while the other was a charming figure she had fallen for at first sight. Although the charming figure had stood her up, she learned he had not returned home, so it could not be considered a true abandonment. Perhaps unforeseen circumstances had prevented his return. After several fruitless visits, she ceased her attempts, believing that if fate permitted, she would surely encounter the dashing Uchiha once more. Tian Tian, do you not trust me? Hinata Niji exclaimed. I do trust you. I merely fear the possibility of an ambush. What if you were to be attacked again? She replied. I will never make such a foolish mistake again. This time, I shall ensure that scoundrel lies in the hospital for a week, Hinata Niji declared with fervor. Xiaoli, will you join me? Together, we shall catch him off guard and deliver a thorough beating. Xiaoli hesitated, responding, Is that truly advisable, Niji? Senior Chie is not an enemy of the village. It would be wrong to ambush him. Do you not desire revenge? Hinata Niji shouted. Xiaoli replied. I bear no animosity towards Senior Chie. I was the one who challenged him. It was my lack of skill that led to my defeat. How could I blame him? Come on. You are not seeking revenge for me. You are merely pursuing your own challenge, aren't you? Hinata Niji was under the impression that Lee's injuries were a consequence of his quest for vengeance, engaging in a confrontation with Uchiha on his behalf. He never anticipated that Lee had willingly challenged you and sustained injuries in the process. Niji felt as though he had become detached from the team. Were these individuals so self-absorbed that they disregarded their own grievances, focusing solely on their own gratification? Lee, I was drawn to challenge Chie because of his impressive taijutsu skills. You know me. I cannot resist testing my mettle against formidable opponents, especially in physical combat. Moreover, we had every confidence in your abilities to easily counter any attack. Who could have foreseen that you would suffer such grave injuries? Lee fervently apologized. I assure you, Niji, next time I will seek you out immediately. Niji retorted. Seething with frustration, are you cursing me to be flung away once more? No, I am not cursing you, Niji. You must believe me. Lee hastily clarified. Forget it. I shall confront that scoundrel alone. This time, I intend to bring him down and personally ensure he spends a month in the hospital, Niji declared, striding away, dismissing both Tian Tian and Lee. Wait for me, Niji. Tian Tian called out, chasing after him. Please, Niji, I truly did not mean to curse you. Lee followed suit. Achoo. Just as Uchiha rose from his bed, he suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Could it be my beloved Hong? Chapter 72. Astonishment, another instant kill. Sister Hong, please return soon. I miss you dearly. After a day apart, Uchiha found himself yearning for the warmth of Yuhi Kurenai's embrace. He longed for the essence of his elder sister, yet she was away on a mission, leaving him uncertain of her return. To exacerbate matters, she had taken his dear Hinata with her. Otherwise, he would have enjoyed spending time with her. His elder brother, the esteemed Yamato, had disappeared, leaving his blanket at the doorstep. The little girl had risen early, eagerly engaging in tasks, fully embracing the role of a future wife, a devoted homemaker. Yamato-senpai must have had business to attend to, he mused. No need to worry about him. Simply toss the blanket in the washing machine to rid it of the scent of alcohol. It shall be reserved for guests henceforth. After yawning, Uchiha began his morning routine and then took to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. The little girl observed his every move, diligently absorbing the lessons. Once breakfast was concluded, Uchiha took the little girl outside. As fate would have it, they encountered trouble just as they stepped outside. You made me stay in the hospital for 7 days. Even if the king of heaven himself were to appear, I would not let you off easily, Neji declared, seething with fury as he materialized before Uchiha, blocking his path and delivering a fierce ultimatum. Following closely behind him, Uchiha was illuminated by the sparkle in his eyes, having encountered a dashing figure that instantly captivated his heart. Overcome with joy, he couldn't help but jump and wave in greeting. Meanwhile, Shaoli cast a somewhat awkward glance at Uchiha, gesturing with his hands to indicate that this matter was unrelated to him. It was entirely Niji's doing. Is that voice Niji's? The curious little girl, Hinata Hanabi, peeked out from behind Uchiha. Lord Hanabi, what brings you here? A furious Niji Huga, upon noticing Hanabi's head emerging from behind Uchiha, was momentarily taken aback. Niji, do you have a grudge against this big brother? How come I didn't know? Hanabi inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. This guy ambushed me the other day when I was caught off guard. I came to settle the score, Niji explained, though he felt a tinge of disdain towards Hanabi from the main family. Hanabi, this matter does not concern you. Please step aside. Uchiha smiled and waved, urging the little girl to withdraw. And how do you intend to settle the score? Uchiha regarded Niji with a calm demeanor, utterly surprised that he had the audacity to seek retribution after their last encounter. Had he not realized the disparity between them after that kick? The last time you succeeded in your ambush, there will not be a second opportunity for you. I assure you, I will not fall for the same trick again. You left me hospitalized for 7 days. This time, I shall ensure you spend a month in recovery. Niji seethed, his teeth clenched as he glared at Uchiha, yearning to pummel him into submission. Out of consideration for Hinata, I spared you last time, Uchiha mused, holding a certain fondness for Niji due to the original narrative where Niji perished to save Hinata. However, Niji had recently become rather arrogant, prompting Uchiha to teach him a minor lesson, only to find him now seeking revenge. Was that merely a chance ambush? Do I, Niji Huga, require the mercy of a chunin? Niji scoffed disdainfully. Oh dear. Uchiha shook his head in resignation, lamenting the youth's obstinacy. It seems a lesson is in order. Come now. I am here, awaiting your challenge. He smiled at Niji, an invitation laced with mockery. Don't do it, Niji. Tion pleaded, tugging at Niji. Fighting is not permitted in the village, and any damage to property must be compensated. Indeed, Niji, perhaps it is best to refrain from this confrontation, Shaoli added. Do not stop me. Today, I must confront him. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Niji broke free from Tion's grasp, stepping closer to Uchiha, his gaze icy. Come now, Niji. Out of respect for Hinata, I shall refrain from using my full speed. Uchiha dismissed Niji, barely acknowledging him. At present, Niji was merely an elite chunin. Even if he were to apply for jonin in the future, inflicting harm upon Uchiha would not prove to be an easy task. Hanabi murmured, why does it always have to be in my sister's honor? Do I not have any standing of my own? In light of Hinata Hanabi's presence, the disregard for speed was utterly insulting. Huga Niji's veins bulged as he executed the 8 trigrams palm technique, charging towards Uchiha. Under Niji's astonished gaze, Uchiha assumed the 8 trigrams formation. Was that truly the 8 trigrams formation? Tion and Shaoli were taken aback. Having teamed up with Niji for an extended period, they were well versed in the 8 trigrams formation, and Hanabi, who practiced it diligently at home, was even more familiar with it. Could it be that the elder brother also mastered the 8 trigrams palm? Hanabi's eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed the 8 trigrams formation. Niji, charging at Uchiha, felt a shift in his expression upon witnessing the technique. No, it couldn't possibly be the 8 trigrams formation. How could an outsider grasp the Huga clan's unique secret art? Without the Byakugan, it was inconceivable to execute the 8 trigrams palm. Niji was convinced that Uchiha was merely attempting to intimidate him, just like the last time. to divert his attention and launch a surprise attack. This time, however, he vowed to keep a close watch, ensuring that Uchiha would not succeed in ambushing him again. Niji's speed did not wane. It intensified as he unleashed a fierce palm strike towards Uchiha's chest. Did he dare to charge indirectly? How foolish. Did he not comprehend the range of the 8 trigrams formation? A wicked smile crossed Uchiha's face. Did he truly believe that the 8 trigrams palm was an exclusive technique of the Huga clan, one that could not be mastered by others lacking the Byakugan? While it was true that without the Byakugan, one could not precisely target chakra points for sealing techniques, 108 strikes would surely inflict excruciating pain, delivering a heavy blow nonetheless. Soft fist, 8 trigrams 108 strikes, Uchiha declared slowly, locking onto Niji with his gaze. What followed was a tempestuous barrage of strikes. The sound of slaps echoed, reverberating through the air. After the 108 strikes, Niji was sent flying, crashing through multiple walls and landing amidst a heap of refuse. The 3 onlookers stood frozen, as if turned to stone. He truly executed it. The 8 trigrams palm. This individual had mastered the unique technique of the Huga clan and had effortlessly obliterated Niji in one fell swoop. They were left in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of the situation. Chapter 73. Copying Tion Huga. Niji pondered. Where am I? What am I doing? It seems I've been defeated again. I just left the hospital, and now I must return? The hospital is becoming my second home. His last fleeting thought before losing consciousness was a desperate plea. Quick, we must not forget this time. Let us hurry and take Niji to the hospital. We cannot let him accuse us of lacking loyalty again. We are bound by camaraderie. Shaoli, observing Niji being sent flying by Uchiha, had no inclination to seek vengeance. Instead, he called out to Tion and dashed towards the direction where Niji had been propelled. Shaoli, please see to it that Niji is taken to the hospital. I wish to have a word with Senior Uchiha. After a long-awaited reunion with the charming Uchiha, Tion felt a pang of sorrow at his impending departure. Such was fate, the bond shared between her and the handsome figure. Shaoli, upon hearing this, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yet he did not press the matter. Carrying Hinata Niji to the hospital alone was sufficient for him. Where are you all heading, Senior Uchiha? May I accompany you? Tion gazed at Uchiha with sparkling eyes, her face alight with anticipation. Hinata Hanabi, feeling a tinge of jealousy, looked at Tion and remarked, "Why are you following us without a care? It's rather ungrateful of you when your companions are injured. I truly feel for Brother Niji. What sort of teammates are you?" Tion refrained from directly answering Hanabi's question and retorted, "What about you? Niji is your brother. Why aren't you taking him to the hospital?" Hanabi was momentarily speechless. I'm not familiar with him. Besides, I can't carry him. If he insists on attacking his older brother, he has only himself to blame. Enough of your bickering. Let us be on our way, Uchiha said, winking at Tion as he took her small hand in his grasp. Her smooth, delicate hand felt exquisite. Instantly, Tion's face turned crimson. Senior Uchiha was so forward. Yet, she found it delightful. Gazing at Uchiha's handsome visage filled her heart with shyness. Did Senior Uchiha also harbor feelings for her? She was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Hanabi, feeling utterly envious, approached with a pout. "Big brother, I want to hold hands too. Focus on your sword. Communicate with your sword spirit and master your techniques," Uchiha replied, engrossed in his own matters, seemingly oblivious to the little girl's outburst. A mechanical voice resonated in the air. Ding. Copying target detected, establishing connection. Ding. Connection established. Ding. Detecting ninjutsu. Hidden weapon barrage. Initiating copy process, 123. Hanabi's face fell in utter frustration. "I'm unhappy. Where are we going to engage in mischief?" Senior Uchiha? Tion inquired with curiosity. To deliver a surprise, Uchiha answered with a smile. A surprise? Tion thought. As Uchiha aimed to swiftly acquire 100 ninjutsu or taijutsu techniques to upgrade his divine hand, replicating the powers of bloodline limits. Holding Tion's hand, Uchiha purchased some items before leading her to a riverside within the village, taking in the scenery while searching for that unfortunate soul. With her hand held tightly, Tion's cheeks flushed a bright red, resembling a sweet little apple, imbued with an essence of shyness and sweetness. After walking for more than an hour, the system's voice chimed in, indicating the completion of the copying process. Uchiha finally released Tion's hand, marking the longest duration he had ever held onto a hand. Indeed, she was a little heiress, possessing a myriad of ornate ninjutsu techniques, primarily related to the extravagant expenditure on space scrolls for releasing ninja tools. Uchiha, along with Tion and Hanabi, arrived beneath a large tree, spreading out a carpet. Hanabi, go fetch some dry branches. We shall roast the items we purchased. As they exited the commercial street, Uchiha casually purchased some ingredients such as ham sausages, chicken wings, chicken legs, along with an assortment of fruits and beverages, preparing for a delightful outdoor barbecue. Oh, Hinata Hanabi, with her cheeks puffed out and a hint of reluctance, went off to gather some dry twigs. Tion, why don't you lend me a hand? All right, Tion replied, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she began assisting Uchiha in organizing the materials. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze beneath the grand tree. Here, little Hanabi, this first portion is for you, Uchiha said, handing her the first perfectly grilled chicken leg. The little girl had been sulking for quite some time and needed some coaxing. Thank you, big brother. Upon receiving her first serving, her face lit up with joy, realizing that her big brother indeed cared for her. Don't worry about holding my hand. That was merely an accident. Go ahead and eat. Have plenty. So you can gain some meat. It feels nice to have a bit of plumpness, Uchiha joked. But gaining weight would make me look unattractive, the little girl retorted, her appetite for the chicken leg suddenly waning as she pondered her appearance. Ha ha ha, I was just teasing. Eating one chicken leg won't make you instantly gain weight. Uchiha laughed heartily, ruffling her hair. She closed her eyes in bliss, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Senior Chiha, why does Hanabi follow you? Tion inquired curiously. Hinata Hanabi was the second princess of the Hinata family, a precious gem. How could they allow her to wander alongside an outsider? In the case of large families like the Hinata clan, they typically have their own inherited secret techniques, with descendants being guided by their elders within the family to learn these arts, seldom following an outsider. Hanabi, why do you follow me? Uchiha prompted her to respond. Hanabi glanced at Tion, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes, as the latter had held her big brother's hand for over an hour. Although it was Uchiha who had initiated it, she still felt envious. I am destined to be big brother's future wife. Of course I must stay by his side. Hanabi declared defiantly to Tion, then obediently rested her little head on Uchiha's thigh, proclaiming, Big brother, I will always be by your side. Upon hearing this, Tion's eyes widened in disbelief, and then she burst into laughter. This was the most amusing joke she had ever heard. What is so funny? You'll find out soon enough. Big brother is someone you will never possess. So stop dreaming. He will always be mine. Despite her playful and lively demeanor, Hinata Hanabi, much like her sister Hinata, was fiercely devoted when it came to matters of the heart. Once she fell in love, her affections would not waver easily. Her words served as a warning to Tion not to entertain any thoughts regarding Uchiha. Every day, with a cheerful smile, Hinata Hanabi did not take the words of the little child to heart. After all, it was merely a fleeting moment of jealousy, prompted by the fact that Yuki had held someone else's hand instead of hers. This reaction is typical of children. Even a young daughter might feel envious when she observes her father holding her mother's hand. Children possess a certain selfishness, believing that such affections are exclusively theirs and should not be shared. The awkward topic did not linger for long, as everyone soon delighted in grilled meat and refreshing beverages, savoring the beautiful moments of midday. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Was that the scent of grilled sausages and chicken legs? A group of 4 approached from a distance. The one in front was the first to catch a whiff of the fragrant breeze. What's wrong, Konohamaru? Udon rushed forward, followed closely by Moegi. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and trailed behind at a more leisurely pace. Before long, the 4 stood before Yuki, with the 3 little ones gazing hungrily at the barbecue, saliva pooling in their mouths. Yuki was somewhat surprised to encounter Naruto's little brother, Konohamaru, and the seemingly upright Ebisu, who, beneath his polished exterior, was quite the lecher. Hinata Hanabi cast a disdainful glance at Konohamaru, realizing that the trio was clearly intent on indulging in their grilled meat. Just then, a loud gurgle echoed from an unknown source, breaking the moment. What a delightful coincidence. Since we are all here, let us feast together. Yuki enthusiastically waved, beckoning Konohamaru and his friends over. Thank you, big brother. Konohamaru cheered as he dashed over and plopped down, eyes fixated on the grilled delicacies. Udon and Moegi soon joined him, sitting down with eager anticipation. Moegi flashed her little white teeth and sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. You are truly kind." "No need for thanks. Here you go," Yuki replied, handing a chicken leg to Moegi first. "Thank you," she exclaimed gratefully. "No need to be polite. Enjoy," Yuki said, his demeanor as warm as a spring breeze. "This is for you." Yuki offered Udon a chicken wing. "Thank you, big brother." Udon responded with appreciation. "No need for thanks. Enjoy," Yuki said again, picking up another chicken wing and presenting it to Konohamaru. "Thank you, big brother." Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly as he eagerly began to eat. "This is delicious. It's the best chicken leg I've ever had." Moegi beamed with happiness. "This is the best chicken wing I've ever tasted." Udon chimed in, equally joyful. "It's amazing. Your cooking skills are unparalleled, big brother. It's far superior to Naruto's dishes," Konohamaru declared, his face glowing with delight. Compared to the fish Naruto grilled while teaching him the art of charm, Yuki's chicken wings were in an entirely different league. "May I have a taste of that?" Seeing the three disciples enjoying their meal so heartily, Ebisu felt a pang of envy and shyly inquired, "Are you a jonin, esteemed senior?" Yuichi smiled at Ebisu, withholding immediate nourishment from him. "Indeed," Ebisu replied proudly with a nod. "Wow, you are truly impressive, senior," praised Yuichi. "That is only to be expected," Ebisu exclaimed. "Could you impart some wisdom upon me? I have a technique I wish to refine under your guidance." Yuichi observed Ebisu's humble demeanor and replied, "What is your rank?" Ebisu grew cautious. "Guidance, yes, but what if it backfires?" He continued, "I recently advanced to Chunin just days ago during my time as a ninja." Yuichi answered honestly, "Recently promoted to Chunin?" Hearing this, Ebisu felt reassured. As a jonin, instructing someone who had just achieved Chunin status at such an age would be a trivial task. "Very well. Step aside to a clear area. Meeting me today is your fortune. I am a distinguished instructor from Konoha, having nurtured several candidates for Hokage." Ebisu began to boast. "Feel free to take whatever you desire," Yuichi said to the three newcomers, gradually rising and moving to face Ebisu. "I would appreciate your guidance, Lord Ebisu." A playful expression briefly crossed Yuichi's face. "Do not hesitate. I will follow your lead in teaching you," Ebisu declared confidently, standing casually with an air of nonchalance. "Here I come," Yuichi announced, and suddenly vanished from before Ebisu. "Where did he go?" Ebisu exclaimed, bewildered as he looked at the spot where Yuichi had stood. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Ebisu to feel a sharp pain in his neck before he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Ah, Lord Ebisu, why didn't you dodge?" Yuichi feigned shock as he looked at the fallen Ebisu. "Wow, this big brother is truly remarkable." Konohamaru's eyes sparkled as he observed Yuichi incapacitate Ebisu with a single blow. This was a true master, far superior to the lecherous Ebisu. A sudden desire to become Yuichi's apprentice blossomed within Konohamaru. "This big brother is incredible." He took down Lord Ebisu in one hit. Meng Huang echoed in astonishment. "Lord Ebisu is so incompetent. A jonin brought down by a chunin in an instant. How pathetic." Udon shook his head disapprovingly as he gazed at the unconscious Ebisu. "I can't believe I've been knocked out, and you all are merely watching? Not even checking on me. A pack of ingrates. My efforts to teach you were in vain." Ebisu lamented. "Ha ha ha, my apologies. I accidentally knocked out your teacher." Yuichi approached Konohamaru and the others, scratching his head in embarrassment. "It's all right, big brother, you are simply too amazing. It's Lord Ebisu's own fault for being so pretentious," Udon remarked insensitively. "Big brother, could you teach me?" Konohamaru looked at Yuichi with eager anticipation. "I will converse with you all later. First, I must attend to the esteemed Ebisu-sensei. I believe I shall soon awaken him." Shikiya returned to the place where Ebisu lay in a stupor, gently placing his hands upon his forehead, invoking the power of my divine hand. Chapter 75. The replication of Ebisu. As Shikiya's hands pressed against Ebisu's brow, a green light emanated. He feigned the release of a medical ninjutsu to treat Ebisu. Meanwhile, the carefree trio of Konohamaru, oblivious to Ebisu's plight, indulged themselves in the delectable grilled meat prepared by Shikiya. It was simply exquisite. They had never savored such delightful barbecue before, unaware that grilled meat could be this delectable. As Shikiya's hands rested on Ebisu's forehead, the system's voice echoed once more. "Ding. Detected replication target. Establishing connection. Ding. Connection established. Ding. Detected ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Replicating 15. Shikiya sensed a notable acceleration in the replication percentage. Has the system's replication speed increased? As the host's replication quantity increases, the speed of the Divine Hand's replication will also accelerate. Ah, I see. Shikiya realized, comprehending that the rapidity of the replication percentage was indeed heightened due to the increase in proficiency. Ding. Multiple shadow clone technique replication complete. Ding. Detected ninjutsu. Clone technique, commencing replication. In less than 10 minutes, Shikiya had extracted all the ninjutsu from Ebisu. He feigned treatment once more, delivering a sharp slap to Ebisu's face, rousing him from his slumber. Awakening in a state of confusion, Ebisu appeared dazed, as if he had been knocked unconscious by Shikiya's blow. Are you alright, Ebisu-sensei? It is entirely my fault. I inadvertently rendered you unconscious. I did not anticipate that you would endure my strike in your dedication to instructing me. I hold you in the highest regard, Ebisu-sensei. I have grasped the essence of this technique, and I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. Shikiya patted the still-dazed Ebisu and departed without looking back. Ebisu, left bewildered, pondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What have I taught? My neck aches severely, and my face is throbbing. When did I offer any instruction? Why can I recall nothing? I am clearly the victim here. This individual possesses such terrifying strength that I could not even perceive his speed. After a considerable time, Ebisu regained his composure, drenched in cold sweat. If Shikiya had intended to harm him, he would have been utterly defenseless. How foolish of me to boast in his presence. Ebisu, now drenched in perspiration, approached the campfire once more, wary of any further bravado. I sincerely apologize for my earlier insolence. I hope you will not hold it against me. Hibiki bowed deeply and respectfully before Yashiya, exhibiting an attitude of utmost humility and sincerity. Master Hibiki, what are you doing? Yashiya gazed at Hibiki in astonishment. Everyone else looked at Hibiki with bewilderment. What was he up to? No. In the presence of a master, how could I dare to call myself anything of the sort? The true master is you. I am but a humble teacher, unworthy of comparison. Hibiki felt a surge of anxiety. The moment Yashiya had struck him down without hesitation, he realized the man's decisiveness. If he were to be any more ruthless, Hibiki feared for his life. Yashiya appeared utterly perplexed. Do as you wish. Call me whatever you like. He shook his head dismissively. Turning to Hanabi and Tintin, Yashiya inquired, have you both eaten your fill? We have. The two girls nodded in affirmation. Then let us depart. With that, Yashiya waved goodbye to the group and turned to leave. Wait. May I join you in your training? Konohamaru dashed in front of Yashiya, bowing deeply. Join me in training? Yashiya regarded Konohamaru with surprise. Why would you want to train with me? He asked, curiosity evident in his eyes. Because you defeated Master Hibiki. You are stronger than him. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hibiki, overhearing this exchange, felt a pang of bitterness. This young man was openly considering switching allegiances right in front of him, leaving him with no face to show. Ever since his defeat to Naruto's harem technique, he had lost all standing in Konohamaru's eyes. Each glance from Konohamaru was laced with disdain. There was no remedy for his embarrassment, after all. He had failed in his pretentious display, witnessed by Konohamaru himself. Yashiya shook his head at Konohamaru. I do not teach boys. Why not? Konohamaru asked, bewildered. Boys cannot compare to the cuteness of girls. Yashiya lightly flicked Konohamaru's forehead before turning away. We have a girl here. She can train with you. Konohamaru, seeing Yashiya's refusal, shoved Mo Huang forward. Mo Huang is the cutest. Master, you can teach her, can't you? Konohamaru thought to himself that even if Yashiya refused to teach him, if he taught Mo Huang, through their bond, she could learn and subsequently teach him Yashiya's skills. This was his clever way of achieving his goal. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Mo Huang blushed, glancing shyly at Yashiya, completely unprepared for Konohamaru's push. Hibiki watched Konohamaru with irritation. This young man had completely disregarded him, seeking to recruit others to his cause. His authority as a teacher had been utterly diminished. Alas, it was a sorrowful history that had brought about this plight. He would never be able to hold his head high in front of Konohamaru and the others again. Udon and Meng Huang were well aware that he had succumbed to Naruto's harem techniques. Behind his back, they referred to him as an old lecher. Although he bore that title, it was still quite embarrassing for him to be recognized as such by his youthful disciple. As Uchiha gazed at Meng Huang, he fell into contemplation. It appeared that Meng Huang would grow into a beautiful young woman, and she seemed to possess some unique bloodline limit abilities. Uchiha had not watched Boruto in his previous life, so he was not entirely certain. Do you wish to train with me? He inquired. Soon, he would be able to elevate his divine hand to an intermediate level, at which point he could replicate bloodline limit abilities. If Menghuang possessed any such powers, having her by his side would simplify the process of acquiring them. After all, nurturing Hinata Hanabi was already a task he had undertaken. Adding another would not be a burden, and it would provide companionship for Hanabi. A child like Hinata Hanabi, always by his side and lacking interaction with peers, was not conducive to healthy mental and physical development. Chapter 76. Intermediate Divine Hand. Abundant rewards. Menghuang felt conflicted, wavering on whether to agree or decline. Think it over carefully, Uchiha said with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he prepared to leave with Tian and Hanabi. Wait. Konohamaru grasped Uchiha's arm, nudging Menghuang. You should agree quickly. This opportunity is rare. This older brother is truly remarkable, far more capable than that lecherous Hiashi teacher. If you follow him, you will surely become a great ninja, just as you have always dreamed. The opportunity is right before you. Seize it, Konohamaru urged Menghuang, completely disregarding Hiabashi's sulky expression nearby. For Menghuang's sake and his own, Konohamaru was determined to ensure she trained under the older brother, as that would also equip him with the skills to defeat the lecherous Hiashi. Can I really do it, older brother? Menghuang asked uncertainly. Would you be willing to come to Uchiha tomorrow and share your address? Take your time to think it over today, and it would be wise to discuss it with your family, he replied. With that, Uchiha, accompanied by Hanabi and Tian, slowly departed. Oh, by the way, please take care of any trash and such, his voice echoed from a distance. Konohamaru, can we discuss something? After Uchiha left, Hiashi approached Konohamaru, his tone somewhat pleading. What is it? Konohamaru asked, his patience wearing thin. Could you refrain from calling me a lecher in front of others? Hiashi said awkwardly. But you are a lecher. What is wrong with stating the truth? I'm just being honest. Konohamaru retorted. I'm a good kid and won't tell lies. He had no intention of heeding Hiabashi's plea. He had long found the man insufferable, claiming to be an exceptional teacher while having trained numerous candidates for Hokage. Yet his incompetence was glaringly evident. He has been under the tutelage of Ebisu for quite some time now, yet not a single remarkable ninja has emerged from his instruction. Despite the extensive training, he has yet to impart any formidable ninjutsu. Just look at Naruto, who, after a brief period with the illustrious Jeriah, mastered an incredibly powerful technique and swiftly rose to prominence. Meanwhile, under Ebisu's guidance, he often feels as though he is merely going through the motions. Listening to Ebisu boast incessantly, which has become tiresome. Ebisu-sensei, weren't you just craving grilled meat? There are some leftovers here for you. Oh, and please make sure to dispose of the trash after you finish. We'll be leaving now. Farewell, lecherous Ebisu-sensei. With that, Konohamaru waved mischievously at Ebisu and called out to Udon and Moegi before departing. Goodbye, Ebisu-sensei, Udon said, giving a slight bow before hastily following Konohamaru, as he was always obedient to his leader's whims. Goodbye, Ebisu-sensei, Moegi echoed, also bowing slightly before trailing behind the others. Ebisu was utterly disheartened. What manner of disciples had he taken on? They showed him no respect as their esteemed teacher. Alas, what a misfortune. It's all that damned fox's fault. If only that wretched creature would swiftly meet its end. He attributed all his grievances to Naruto, believing that if it weren't for the fox's unexpected harem technique, he would not be held in such disdain by Konohamaru and the others. Influenced by Konohamaru, his other two adorable disciples also began to show him a lack of respect. Joining in the mockery, Uchiha strolled along the riverbanks of Konoha with the two girls, instructing them to feign tears and play the part of the helpless. When a curious ninja approached to investigate, Uchiha seized the opportunity to strike unexpectedly and began to replicate their abilities. Big brother, why are you pressing his forehead? The little girl Hanabi asked curiously, observing Uchiha. I am employing a secret technique to seek out the prophesied child of the future, who shall save the world. I must locate this chosen one and guide him on his quest. Uchiha resumed his role as a charlatan, weaving his tale. Prophesied child? That phrase seems oddly familiar. Yet I can't quite place it. In less than 5 minutes, Uchiha released his grip. P.S. Not the one. Let us move on. After half a day, utilizing the same method, Uchiha had successfully replicated the abilities of around 10 ninjas. Finally, upon achieving his last replication, he had amassed a total of 100 techniques, combining ninjutsu and taijutsu. Beep. Congratulations, host, for replicating ninjutsu and taijutsu 100 times. The divine hand has successfully upgraded to intermediate level. Beep. Congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade of the divine hand. You have been rewarded with a diamond treasure chest. A diamond treasure chest? Yushikiya's eyes gleamed with delight. Previously, he had only encountered gold and bronze chests, and now he was bestowed with a diamond one. The rewards were indeed escalating. Typically, the treasures obtained from a bronze chest are inferior to those from a golden chest. Therefore, the diamond chest this time is expected to yield items surpassing those of the golden one. Excitement surged within Uchiha as he pondered what wonders the diamond chest might unveil. He silently commanded, "System, unlock the diamond chest." Ding! The diamond chest opens. Congratulations. You have acquired a spirit time house, the 3 swords of dominance, sword of heaven, heavenly Fong, sword of earth, cloud Fong, sword of humanity, iron-shattering Fong, and Sesomaru's signature sword, blasting Fong. Wow! Uchiha's heart soared with joy. Truly, the diamond chest was exceptional, yielding such remarkable treasures. The Spirit Time House, originating from the Dragon Ball universe, is a coveted item capable of accelerating time and enhancing one's cultivation. The 3 swords of dominance, hailing from the Inuyasha universe. Each possess unique powers. The heavenly Fong signifies the celestial realm, capable of saving countless lives with a single swing. The cloud Fong represents the earthly realm, able to awaken 100 demons, and the iron-shattering Fong embodies the human realm, capable of vanquishing 100 foes with a single strike. Sesomaru's blasting Fong, also from the Inuyasha universe, inflicts continuous damage with each slash until the enemy is shattered. Chapter 77. Little Menghuang arrives. Senior Chia. Do you think we might encounter trouble if the 5th Hokage learns of our actions? Tian expressed her concerns while observing the unconscious female ninja before them. They had already stealthily incapacitated 15 ninjas, and should this be reported, it would undoubtedly provoke an investigation by the Anbu. Fear not, I have connections above. I'm not worried in the least. At most, I would pay a small compensation for emotional distress, Uchiha replied cheerfully, unfazed by the prospect of these individuals reporting him. Even if it came to light, Tsunade could do nothing against him. Moreover, since none of them had seen his true identity before being knocked out, they would struggle to pinpoint the culprit. Let us depart. This concludes our endeavors for today. To celebrate, I shall treat you all to ramen at Ichiraku. Yay, ramen awaits us. Little Huahua exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Tian, observing the delighted little Huahua, thought to herself, if only she weren't here, I could enjoy a romantic outing with Uchiha. Nevertheless, even with little Huahua present, Tian was elated at the prospect of enjoying ramen with Uchiha. Before long, the trio arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome, esteemed guests. Upon seeing Uchiha and his companions seated, Uncle Ichiraku greeted them with warmth. What would you like to order? Uchiha, in a grandiose manner, responded. Order whatever you desire. Don't hold back on my account. I want something like what Big Brother is having, little Huahua said. I want the same, Tian echoed. Uncle Ichiraku, bring me 3 servings of the finest and most expensive dishes, Uchiha declared with flair. Of course, Uncle Ichiraku was particularly fond of patrons like Uchiha. After a brief wait of no more than 10 minutes, the preparations began. 3 grand bowls of sumptuous ramen were served. I began to indulge. Zayawoho licked her lips and eagerly joined in. I also started to feast. Tian, following suit, eagerly dug in as well. Uchiha, observing the 2 overly eager individuals, smiled and shook his head, joining in the meal. After finishing the ramen, Uchiha thoughtfully escorted Tian home, leaving under her reluctant gaze as he returned to his own abode. Upon arriving home, he lay on his bed, gazing out the window at the stars in the night sky, pondering whether any of those celestial bodies could bridge the world of his past life. According to the principle of interconnecting pathways, he reasoned that if he could traverse from his past life to the world of Naruto, he could certainly return from the Naruto realm back to his previous existence. What are you looking at, big brother? Zayawohuo inquired, propped up on the adjacent bed, her face brimming with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. I was just wondering when your sister will return, Uchiha casually replied. Sleep now. Tomorrow, we'll see if Menghuang is coming over. If she does, I'll arrange for you 2 to train together. If not, we'll wait for your sister to come back. This little loli was a delightful tease, yet a source of torment. But fortunately, with the existence of the time chamber, this torment would soon be alleviated. He hoped that when this little girl grew up, she would still retain her innocent charm. That would certainly be entertaining. After a deep slumber until dawn, Uchiha awoke to find, as expected, Zaiwo's foot planted firmly on his face. With a sigh of exasperation, he playfully swatted her foot. Feeling the sting, Zaiwo groggily opened her eyes. "Why are you back again?" Uchiha questioned. "I went to the bathroom last night, and must have taken the wrong path on my way back," she sheepishly replied. Uchiha instantly recognized the fib. "Get up. You're in charge of breakfast today." He chose not to expose her lie. Her eagerness to be near him was endearing, albeit her youth left him somewhat speechless. "Okay." Zaiwo nodded enthusiastically. "Don't mess it up. I don't want to end up with an upset stomach," Uchiha cautioned. "Don't worry, big brother. I memorized the steps you took for breakfast yesterday. I won't make any mistakes," Zaiwo declared confidently. "You don't need to replicate what I made yesterday. Just prepare some plain porridge and saute a few vegetables and meat," he instructed. "Got it. I'll get to work." "I'm looking forward to tasting the dishes Zaiwo makes for the first time," he thought to himself, filled with anticipation. An hour later, Uchiha surveyed the table, which held wilted greens, charred meat, and a bowl of overly mushy porridge. He realized he had been overly optimistic. "Let us head out instead," Zaiwo apologized, her face full of guilt. "It's all right. It's not easy to master things on the first try. At least you managed to make the porridge." Albeit a bit overcooked, Uchiha reassured her, gently patting her head. Ding dong. The doorbell rang from outside the courtyard. As Uchiha and Huahua arrived at the entrance, they opened the door to find a little girl, about the size of a spark, smiling brightly at them. The girl had a backpack slung over her back and held a bamboo basket in her hand. "Good morning, big brother," she greeted respectfully. "Have you made your decision?" Uchiha inquired, observing Huang Ming's equipment, which hinted at her choice. "My parents have agreed to let me accompany you in your training, big brother. I hope to receive your guidance," Meng Huang said, bowing deeply and addressing Uchiha with utmost respect. "Do your parents know me?" "Why did they agree?" Uchiha asked. Intrigued. "I told them that Huahua would be by your side, and they immediately consented," Meng Huang replied with a smile. "Big brother, you and Huahua haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought bento for you both to enjoy. Some of it was made by me, and some by my mother. It's delicious, you must try it," Meng Huang said, displaying her thoughtful nature. "How wonderful. We were just about to go out for breakfast, and here you are delivering it right to us," Uchiha remarked, taking the bamboo basket with curiosity. As he opened it, a rich aroma of dishes wafted through the air. "It seems to be quite delectable," he said, greedily inhaling the fragrant scent. "All of this was taught to me by my mother. It's truly delicious. Please, big brother, do try some," Meng Huang urged. "Come in," Uchiha said, one hand holding the basket while he took Meng Huang by the hand, leading her inside. Meanwhile, Huahua watched the two holding hands with a sulky expression. Her cheeks puffed in jealousy. Another contender for her big brother's affection had arrived, and she would soon be living with them. Chapter 78. The two girls enter the spiritual time room. Uchiha is free again seated at the table. They indulged in the bento brought by little Meng Huang, which proved to be quite delightful. "How is it, big brother? Tasty, right?" Meng Huang asked eagerly. Uchiha nodded slightly. "Indeed. It seems I am in for a treat from now on." "Huahua, aren't you hungry? You should have some too." Meng Huang brought plenty. "Yes, Huahua. You should eat a little as well," Meng Huang chimed in, affectionately addressing Huahua as sister to foster a sense of closeness, as she was born a few months later. "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat," Huahua thought to herself, feeling a pang of concern. Meng Huang was not only adept at cooking, but also made dishes that delighted Uchiha's palate, potentially winning his heart. Watching the beaming face of little Meng Huang, Huahua felt a profound sense of threat. At first, Uchiha had shown some disdain towards her, while he exhibited none towards Meng Huang, which unsettled her greatly, making her jealousy simmer. "Big brother, I want to eat ramen. Will you accompany me? We just had ramen last night. Let us try something different today," Uchiha replied, shaking his head. "This bento is truly delicious. You should have a bite." Seizing the moment when Huahua was distracted, Uchiha deftly fed her a piece of the bento. "How is it? Tasty, right?" "Delicious." Amidst a cloud of gloom, Xiao Huahua consumed her meal. Once satiated, Uchiha gazed at the two young girls and spoke slowly. "I intend to impart to you the 6 styles of body technique, 6 formidable martial arts maneuvers. Mastering them to perfection will enable you to transform your entire being into a weapon to strike down your foes. Come forth. I shall lead you to a special location." With a casual wave of his hand, A door materialized in the living room. What is this? The two little girls inquired with curiosity, staring at the door that had seemingly appeared from thin air. This is a portal to an alternate dimension, Yukiya explained as he opened the door. I have adjusted the time ratio to 1:1, so please, step inside. Wow, this is incredible, they exclaimed, astonished as they entered. The vast expanse before them was adorned with flowers, grasses, trees, land, water, and mountains. Yukiya was equally taken aback in his memories. The spirit time room lacked such natural beauty, merely serving as a grand training ground and living quarters. System. How does this spirit time room differ from the one in Dragon Ball? In order to better optimize the cultivator's state of mind, the system has specifically upgraded the original spirit time room. Provisions for living and sustenance are automatically provided. The cultivators need only to bring their clothing and need not worry about hunger or the influence of other practitioners, as each room is absolutely soundproofed. Aside from clothing, all other necessities are provided. The system truly exhibits remarkable consideration. Everything it offers is of the highest quality, Yukiya thought with satisfaction. From now on, this will be your training ground. You are not permitted to leave this alternate space until you have fully mastered the 6 styles of body technique. Will you stay here with us, big brother? Xiao Huohuo inquired. I will teach you the methods of cultivation, but I cannot remain at your side continuously. I will alter the time here to a ratio of 365:1. Thus, while you spend a year within, only a single day will pass outside. Consequently, when you emerge, you may find yourselves grown and matured. However, the duration of your stay is contingent upon how swiftly you master the 6 styles. The faster you cultivate, the sooner you may exit. I shall check on your progress annually, and only upon successful completion of your training will I permit you to leave. Are you prepared? I can offer you a choice. Remain here and invest the equivalent of a few days outside to master the 6 styles, or succumb to the solitude and depart. After Yukiya's declaration, he allowed the 2 girls some time for contemplation. Spending several years within the spirit time room would undoubtedly be a solitary endeavor, requiring steadfast resolve to endure. Big brother, could you perhaps visit once a week? A year feels too long, Xiao Huohuo implored, yearning to surpass her sister not just in strength, but in every aspect of her being. The thought of enduring a year without seeing Yukiya was daunting. If I come once a week, do you realize how long it would take me to return to you? There are approximately 52 weeks in a year, and I must enter the premises 52 times a day, averaging about every 20 minutes. Am I to forego all other activities? No eating, no sleeping? What about those 2 weeks? Little Fire haggled. No, that is still too brief. Yukiya shook his head. A month then, Little Fire suggested. Yet, Yukiya continued to shake his head. Perhaps half a year. I shall enter once every half day, with the time set for 8 in the evening and 8 in the morning. Yukiya regarded Little Fire, understanding this was his final boundary. Little Fire perceived the solemnity in Yukiya's expression and reluctantly acquiesced. Meng Huang, how do you feel about staying with Little Fire to cultivate together? Yukiya did not press Meng Huang, allowing her to decide based solely on her own will. Meng Huang contemplated. Here, time flows at a rate 365 times faster than outside. In a few years, when she matures, she will find that both Konohamaru and Udon remain mere children, at which point they will have to call her big sister. What a delightful scene that would be. I am willing to stay here and train in the 6 styles of body technique alongside Sister Fire, Meng Huang declared with unwavering determination. Excellent. I knew I did not misjudge you, Meng Huang. You truly possess a strong will. Yukiya warmly praised the fortitude of the 2 girls. In the ensuing time, Yukiya began to explain the cultivation methods of the Navy's 6 styles to the 2 girls. After some time, they finally memorized the techniques. Following his previous encounter with Tsunade, Yukiya had purchased an extensive array of clothing for Little Fire, spanning various sizes from childhood to adulthood, which now came in handy. He tirelessly brought the garments inside. The food here will automatically appear. Simply tap the icon above to summon the corresponding dish without the need for you to cook. The bathroom is over there, and all other daily necessities are provided within. After giving thorough instructions, Yukiya, under the reluctant gazes of the 2 girls, opened the door. Remember to train diligently. If there are any special circumstances, you may come find me. However, do not emerge without reason. If anyone dares to leave arbitrarily, I will no longer take them in or provide guidance. Do you understand? Understood. The 2 girls nodded earnestly. Very well, focus on your training. We shall meet again in 6 months. With a resounding bang, the door closed tightly, and Uchiha's figure vanished from the sight of the two girls. Chapter 79. An unexpected encounter. Stepping out of the spirit time room, Uchiha could not contain his joy and let out a jubilant shout. After adjusting his attire, he stepped outside. Whistling and striding with an air of indifference, he made his way to the bustling center of Konoha. Even at night, the main street of Konoha bustled with countless individuals, alive with activity. Uchiha delightedly surveyed the array of long-legged beauties as summer graced the land. Many young ladies donned ultra-short skirts, offering Uchiha a feast for the eyes. Only children are captivated by faces. Adults are drawn to legs. The longer and fairer a lady's legs, the more attention they garner. Senior Uchiha? Suddenly, a delightful voice emanated from behind Uchiha. He turned around to see two figures approaching him, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. I never anticipated encountering you here, Senior Uchiha. I am truly delighted, exclaimed Yamanaka Ino, who rushed to Uchiha's side, her face beaming with joy and shyness. What a coincidence, Ino. Uchiha greeted with a warm smile. Ino glanced around, noticing the absence of Hanabi, and curiously inquired, Are you wandering alone, Senior Uchiha? Where is Hanabi? I am indeed strolling by myself. As for Hanabi, I have assigned her a task, so she will not be accompanying me for the next few days, Uchiha replied gently. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that Hanabi was not present, a glimmer of excitement appeared on Ino's face. Would you like me to accompany you while you shop? I am quite familiar with this area, Ino said eagerly, her gaze fixed on Uchiha. Were you not together? Is it appropriate for you to accompany me alone? Uchiha pointed towards the complex expression on Haruno Sakura's face. Don't worry, Senior Uchiha. Sakura mentioned she was tired and was about to leave. Ino winked at Sakura, signaling her to exit so as not to spoil her own opportunity. Who said I was leaving? I haven't had enough of shopping yet. I feel quite energetic. Haruno Sakura retorted, ignoring Ino's hint. She was determined to seize the chance to ask Uchiha for a papaya. Senior Uchiha, it has been a long time. I am so pleased to see you. Haruno Sakura beamed at Uchiha, her admiration for him growing with each glance. In truth, after leaving Uchiha's house that night, Haruno Sakura had felt a pang of regret, especially during her daily banter with Yamanaka Ino, who persistently teased her with the line, Your bear is not as big as mine. This left her feeling disheartened and incensed, fueling her resolve to surpass Ino. My maid is left on an assignment, and I find myself in need of someone to warm my bed. Would you care to assist me in that regard? Compensation can be discussed, Uchiha jested, casting a playful glance at Haruno Sakura. What do you mean by warming the bed? Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, astonished at their exchange. Was there an undisclosed secret between them? I cannot allow this transaction to be disrupted. Ino insisted. Senior Uchiha, I excel at warming beds. Besides, my body is fragrant. I would be the perfect choice. She leaned closer to Uchiha, batting her eyelashes, leaving him to wonder if she had something in her eyes. As Haruno Sakura observed Ino's bold advances, a voice in her mind echoed fiercely. That shameless Ino, trying to steal my papaya? Unforgivable. My body is far more fragrant. What scent do you possess? I perceive nothing but a foul odor. Haruno Sakura pushed Yamanaka Ino away from Uchiha, declaring, Do not taint the air around Senior Uchiha with your stench. You, how dare you? Ino pointed at Sakura, infuriated by the accusation. You reek too. You, who clearly adores Sasuke, have the audacity to compete for Senior Uchiha, and you do not harbor feelings for Sasuke? What right do you have to judge me? You are no different. A shameless flirt, Haruno Sakura retorted. The tension escalated, crackling in the air like an electric charge. The two young women locked gazes, their eyes sparking with an electric tension. You may continue your debate at leisure. I shall take my leave, declared Uchiha, disinterested in witnessing these petty squabbles over jealousy. Wait, Senior Uchiha. I made a promise to you. You cannot go back on your word. Haruno Sakura rushed forward, grasping Uchiha's arm, fearful of his departure. Hearing her commitment, a smirk appeared on Uchiha's lips. Indeed, the more one dismisses a girl like Haruno Sakura, the more tenaciously she clings on. Senior Uchiha, I can warm your sheets too. Hire me. I assure you they will be warm and fragrant. Yamashiro Ino hurriedly pursued, unwilling to concede to Haruno Sakura. Although she was oblivious to the rewards of warming sheets, she simply could not allow herself to be outdone. This is a bit troublesome, Uchiha expressed with a look of feigned embarrassment. Do take a whiff, Senior Uchiha, don't I smell delightful? Yamashiro Ino extended her delicate hand toward him, inviting his senses. Uchiha inhaled deeply and nodded, acknowledging her fragrant allure. The natural scent of the young girl invigorated him. Senior Chie, smell mine too. I am even more fragrant. Haruno Sakura, unwilling to yield, also presented her hand to him. Indeed, you have a pleasant scent, Uchiha admitted, finding her aroma quite agreeable as well. Once again, he donned a look of awkwardness. Both of you possess lovely fragrances, and this puts me in a dilemma. Whom should I choose? Yamashiro Ino swiftly pushed Haruno Sakura aside, wrapping her arms around Uchiha's, playfully asserting, of course, you should choose me. Senior Chie, I am your beloved Ino. Select me. Besides warming sheets, I excel in many other skills, including massage and relaxation. Choose me, dear brother. How brazen. Haruno Sakura seethed, grinding her teeth in frustration. This Yamashiro Ino was insufferable, always vying for competition. No, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by that girl. Senior Chie, dear brother. I can do all that too. Just choose me. Haruno Sakura clung to Uchiha's other arm, mimicking Yamashiro Ino's playful demeanor. Uchiha glanced back and forth, contemplating the outcome if he suggested they both join him. After all, it was merely sheet warming, nothing more. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, expressing, I desire someone obedient. Whoever proves to be the most compliant shall be hired. I am the most obedient. Haruno Sakura shouted immediately. I am also the most obedient. Yamashiro Ino responded, albeit a moment too late. Then it shall be you. Uchiha pointed to Haruno Sakura, turning to Yamashiro Ino with a hint of regret. Apologies, Ino. You will have your chance in due time. Yamashiro Ino gazed at Uchiha with pleading eyes, hoping for a change of heart, while silently chastising herself for being outmaneuvered by Haruno Sakura, allowing the opportunity to slip from her grasp. Have you washed yet? After washing up, you may now proceed to fulfill your task. Upon my return home, I hope to find a warm bed awaiting me, Yushikiya said to Haruno Sakura. Are you not returning, brother Shikiya? Haruno Sakura rejoiced inwardly, for she had finally triumphed over Yamanaka Ino, that insidious woman. I still wish to stroll a bit longer. You go ahead and warm the sheets for me. Oh, with that, Haruno Sakura took her leave. Brother Shikiya, why won't you assist me? Help that harlot Sakura instead. After Sakura departed, Yamanaka Ino gazed at Yushikiya with a forlorn expression. It was she who had known Yushikiya first. His preference for Sakura left her feeling quite vexed. Ino, dear sister, you are merely a step behind. There is nothing I can do. Yushikiya waved his hand in exasperation. Yet, Yamanaka Ino wished to voice her grievances, but found the words stuck in her throat. All right, let us take a walk. If you wish to help me warm the sheets another day, there is no rush. Really? May I assist you in warming your sheets, Senior Shikiya? Of course. How could I refuse my delightful Ino, who is so fragrant? When will that be? Perhaps in 10 days. Only after Sakura warms my sheets for 10 days will I reward her with a papaya. Very well. I shall prepare to come over in 10 days. After spending over an hour shopping with Yamanaka Ino, Yushikiya escorted her home. Just as he departed from her residence and was nearing his own, he unexpectedly encountered two individuals. No, it would be more accurate to say that these two had deliberately awaited his arrival. You are Yushikiya, the one responsible for Asuma-sensei's imprisonment. What is your true intention in approaching Ino? Nara Shikamaru questioned, his gaze fixed intently upon Yushikiya. What relevance does my interest in her hold for you? Yushikiya replied with a smirk. Do you harbor feelings for Ino? Who would like that troublesome girl? Ino is far too much to handle. Nara Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, doubting, are you certain you are not plotting against her? Why would I harm someone as lovely as Ino? Yushikiya chuckled. Yet you did conspire against Asuma-sensei, leading to his imprisonment, interjected the stout figure, Akimichi Choji, with displeasure. Please clarify, my chubby friend. It was your Asuma-sensei who sought to harm me, not the other way around. Do you understand? One may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Comprehend, Choji? Yushikiya retorted without reservation. You clearly stole Asuma-sensei's beloved Kurenai. Why then do you pursue Ino? Nara Shikamaru pressed. Are you a fool to ask such a question? I have not pursued Ino. Do not spread falsehoods. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of defamation. It was Ino who approached me, not I who conspired against her. Before you go looking for trouble, kindly ensure you understand the situation to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Besides, Ino's romantic affairs are of no concern to you two. Why are you blocking my path? Do you intend to teach me a lesson? To avenge your Asuma-sensei? Yushikiya regarded the pair with amusement. Shikamaru, this fellow's eyes are rather intimidating. Perhaps we should take our leave. Such matters are beyond our involvement. Ino has her own choices. This is her private affair. Although we are teammates, We lack the qualifications to interfere. Akimichi Choji observed Yagami with a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Moreover, he was right. Whether it pertains to Asuma-sensei or Ino, neither of them has any reason to meddle. Besides, this individual has already bested Asuma-sensei. These two novices are certainly no match for him. Engaging would only lead to misfortune. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to caution you against harming Ino, for should you do so, I will not let you go unpunished. Regarding the incident with Asuma-sensei, we are aware of the general circumstances. Indeed, Asuma-sensei was in the wrong, having lost his composure and acted against you. I simply hope that when you encounter Asuma-sensei in the future, you refrain from provoking him further. He has already suffered enough, having lost the beloved Kurenai-sensei to you. Nara Shikamaru spoke earnestly, his expression sincere. Why should I heed the words of a mere child? Yagami retorted. If your Asuma-sensei dares to come again, I will personally send him to the depths of hell. I've heard his head fetches 30 million ryo on the black market. Removing his head to exchange for 30 million ryo seems like a lucrative venture, does it not? Yagami gazed at Nara Shikamaru with a sly smile. So, do you wish to strike first and resolve this nuisance for your Asuma-sensei? I would never lay a hand on a comrade who has not betrayed the village. Though I find you quite disagreeable, I have no reason to act against you. Unless, of course, you were to kill Asuma-sensei. In that case, I would personally avenge him by ending your life. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Yagami was reminded of Haiden, the character from the original work who had slain Asuma. Subsequently, Shikamaru had devised a plan to bury Haiden alive. For the sake of little Ino, let me share something with you. In just 1 year's time, your esteemed Asuma-sensei will meet his end. As Yagami spoke, he inquired with the system if it could display the scene of Asuma's demise at Nara Shikamaru's hands. Hoping to shock him. Affirmative, the system will cooperate with the host's desire for dramatic effect. Excellent, Yagami replied, satisfied with the system's response. Asuma-sensei will not die. Akimichi Choji glared furiously at Yagami, unable to forgive the insinuation of Asuma's death. I possess a unique ability to foresee the future. I have witnessed the moment of your Asuma-sensei's fate. He will perish in your arms, Nara Shikamaru. You will helplessly watch as he draws his last breath, bleeding out in your embrace. With a flick of his hand, Yagami conjured a blue light. Instantly, a vivid image flooded Shikamaru's mind, a blood-soaked figure, weakly lying in his arms, while he could only watch in sorrow and despair as the life ebbed away, powerless to save him. Chapter 81. Sasuke will kill you. Nara Shikamaru was utterly astonished, gazing at Uchiha with a look of sheer disbelief. The vision that had just surged forth from his mind was astonishingly vivid. Asuma lay in his arms, gravely wounded and bloodied, barely clinging to life. And before he could finish his words, he departed this world forever. Cherish your teacher Asuma while you can. His time is short, Uchiha chuckled, leaving Shikamaru in shock and Akimichi Choji in a state of bewilderment as he turned to leave. Shikamaru, what's the matter? What did that guy do to you? What did he show you? Choji dared not stop Uchiha, but looked at Shikamaru with concern as his expression shifted dramatically. Such a realistic vision. Could it be true? Would Asuma-sensei truly die in my arms? Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind engulfed in a trance, as the image that flashed before him felt as though Asuma had indeed passed away in his embrace. No, this must be an illusion. How could Asuma-sensei die in my arms? Shikamaru could not accept such a future, and even if it were destined, he resolved to change it. With a sense of anticipation, Uchiha made his way home. After all, there was a girl waiting to warm his sheets. Would Haruno Sakura truly come? He leaped through the gate and landed in the courtyard. The bedroom was illuminated. Has she arrived? A smile crept across Uchiha's face, indicating that Sakura had chosen to embrace maturity over shyness. Upon entering, a small head quickly retreated shyly into the covers. What are you hiding for? Uchiha teased as he observed Sakura concealed beneath the blankets. He pulled back the covers, revealing Sakura in her pajamas. Her face turned crimson, unable to meet his gaze. Seeing the bashful Sakura, Uchiha smiled gently. He had not expected to witness a shy side of Sakura. In the original anime, Sakura was known for her fiery temperament, often striking Naruto, which led many fans of Sasuke to harbor disdain for her, labeling her as a heartless person. But was she truly deserving of such a title? Uchiha found this perspective rather unfounded. As a close companion in their trio, Sakura was the weakest in terms of power. Faced with the betrayal of her affections, she could do nothing but seek help from her best friend, Naruto. This was sometimes misconstrued as cunning manipulation of Naruto for her own ends. It was absurd to criticize Sakura, considering her young age, just 12 years old. What kind of goddess could one expect her to be at that tender age? 12 is the time when children grapple with jealousy and strive to impress those who excel academically. Given Naruto's lack of prowess in both academics and combat at that time, how could a high-achieving student like Sakura possibly develop feelings for him? Ironically, Naruto was far more infatuated with Sasuke than Sakura was with him. Even without Sakura's pleas, he was determined to chase after Sasuke, as their bond was genuine love. He could not bear to see his friend stray from the right path. As for Sakura Haruno's inclination to strike Naruto, it is entirely a consequence of Naruto's own foolish and immature behavior. He repeatedly employs techniques of seduction in front of her, provoking any girl's ire. After training with Jeriah for 3 years, he returns and displays his latest seductive techniques before Sakura and Konohamaru. If he does not receive a beating, who would? Regarding Sakura's apparent teasing of Naruto, she has clearly expressed that she could never harbor feelings for him. It is Naruto who clings desperately to her. As Yuki states, Sakura is a remarkably devoted individual who has consistently loved only the insufferable Sasuke. My back is a bit sore. Could you give me a massage first? Sakura remained motionless for a long while. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Yuki lifted his gaze to Sakura and inquired. Just hold on a moment. I need to prepare. Sakura took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and resolved to persevere for the sake of her ambitions. Her small hands reached out to Yuki, beginning to knead his back. This feels much better, Yuki remarked. Sakura, have you learned massage techniques? Your method is quite impressive. Sakura had a set of skills that provided Yuki with considerable comfort. I studied some acupressure techniques while training in medicine with the 5th Hokage, she explained. Brother Chia, you seem fatigued. I can stimulate the blood flow in your back to help you relax. It appears I made the right choice in selecting you. Yuki commended softly. My thighs feel a bit weary as well. Could you massage them too? Oh, for the sake of my ambitions, Sakura obediently knelt and began to work on his thighs. After a while, Yuki felt significantly rejuvenated, the weariness dissipating completely. Do I appear fierce? He asked with a smile, observing Sakura, who had her head bowed. Brother Chia is quite handsome, not fierce at all. Sakura replied. If I am not fierce, then why do you not dare to look me in the eye? Yuki inquired. Do you perhaps like me, hence your shyness? Sakura was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a bold statement from Yuki. Indeed, he was extraordinarily handsome, fitting her ideal type. Yet, her heart still lingered on Sasuke. Although Yuki matched her preferences, she restrained her infatuation. She would not be like Ino, so easily swayed to another's affections. No, she shook her head. Yuki continued. You are aware that I possess the ability to read fortunes, correct? Sakura nodded, having overheard her master and senior sister discuss it. I just read your fortune, Yuki said seriously, taking her delicate hand in his. From your palm. I perceive your future. A person you admire bears a deep-seated vendetta against Konoha and seeks revenge. Should you impede him, he would show no mercy. However, there is a benefactor by your side who would risk everything to shield you from calamity. Pursuing your former affection could ultimately endanger this benefactor. At that moment, you would become a murderer, extinguishing the innocent life of one who cherished you deeply. Yuki gazed at the blushing Haruno Sakura and earnestly misled her. Would Sasuke truly kill me? Haruno Sakura was momentarily taken aback, recalling the cold indifference Sasuke had displayed when he departed from the village, passing her by as if she were a complete stranger. Could it be that Sasuke would indeed resort to violence against her, driven by hatred? In that frigid gaze, devoid of any emotion, Sasuke had once declared himself a vengeful spirit. Was the object of his vengeance the very village of Konoha? Did the massacre of his clan intertwine with Konoha's fate? Haruno Sakura's heart plummeted. She had heard from her master that Uchiha possessed an extraordinary gift for divination, foreseeing danger in leaving him behind in Konoha. As for the one who would risk everything to save her, it could only be Naruto. She was acutely aware of his affections for her. Yet, her heart was drawn to the aloof and handsome Sasuke, leaving no room for Naruto in her affections. Brother Chia, I do not wish for such a future. Can you help me alter it? Haruno Sakura expressed her desire to prevent Naruto from sacrificing himself for her, as well as to avert a scenario where Sasuke might perish at Naruto's hands. Setting aside romantic feelings, both were her dearest friends with whom she had shared life and death experiences. She could not bear to witness either of them suffer or meet their demise. The future is indeed malleable, yet it is not easily altered. Perhaps change must begin within yourself, and naturally, the future will transform in response to your own metamorphosis. Uchiha gently coaxed. Begin to change from within yourself? Haruno Sakura looked at Uchiha with confusion, struggling to grasp his meaning. Simply forget the one you cherish, and learn to love anew. Wouldn't that alter the outcome? He continued earnestly. If you no longer cling to your pursuit, your benefactor will not feel compelled to risk their life for you. Thus, neither will fall in battle. Forget Sasuke? Haruno Sakura pondered deeply. In retrospect, Sasuke had never professed any affection for her. She had always been the one chasing after him, while he had never regarded her with any significance, much less acknowledged her presence. Uchiha observed Haruno Sakura lost in thought, and chose to remain silent, stifling a yawn as he quietly watched her. Haruno Sakura, beyond the current lack of appeal, your face is rather lovely. Though still youthful and unrefined, your fair skin possesses a certain charm, and those long, straight legs are quite captivating as well. While not as stunning as the transformed Hinata, you hold your own beauty, especially considering the potential for your future growth. In time, the mature Haruno Sakura will undoubtedly be breathtakingly beautiful, her pink hair shining with a unique allure. Reflect on this well. I shall take my leave and rest. It is only the first night. There is no need to rush. Let us take our time to acclimate. In just 10 days, he effortlessly stole her heart. Uchiha lay down directly and fell into a deep slumber. Haruno Sakura was lost in thought. Faced with the prophecy uttered by Uchiha, what was she to do? Should she truly relinquish her feelings for Sasuke? It seemed that she had merely been indulging in unrequited love all along. Sasuke had never harbored any affection for her. It was all a figment of her own imagination. Moreover, with Sasuke having defected from Konoha, any possibility of a relationship between them had become even more remote. Pursuing Sasuke could endanger Naruto. Was it truly justifiable to put Naruto, her dearest friend, in peril for her own selfish desires? Haruno Sakura sank into deep contemplation, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. What decision should she make? In the meantime, Yamanaka Ino had already given up on Sasuke and turned her affections towards Uchiha. What choice lay before her now? Lost in her thoughts, morning arrived. Haruno Sakura awoke with a start. I swear it wasn't intentional, do you believe me? Uchiha yawned, awkwardly attempting to explain. In his groggy state, he had inadvertently brushed against her, causing her to awaken. Haruno Sakura's eyes widened. If the person before her were Naruto, she would have already thrown a punch. However, this was the dashing Uchiha, her employer. She dared not strike him. What if she accidentally harmed him? Wouldn't that render her night of warmth utterly futile? Uchiha, you truly are as my master described, Haruno Sakura said, a hint of melancholy in her gaze. While I enjoy studying, I genuinely did not mean to touch you. I rolled over without realizing you were here. I thought you had left last night. You said you would stay until dawn, she added, feeling wronged. I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously. Uchiha replied innocently. Haruno Sakura stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at him. Nevertheless, it was quite pleasant last night. Let us strive for even better tonight, Uchiha remarked, playfully tousling her pink hair, marveling at its beauty. You may leave now, he stated, dismissing her and beginning his morning routine. At 8 o'clock, he needed to enter the spirit time room to check on Hanabi and the others. I wonder how they are faring inside. Haruno Sakura, upon hearing Uchiha's words, was taken aback. After her earnest efforts to engage him in conversation and provide a massage, shouldn't he at least offer her breakfast before she departed? A modicum of sincerity would be appreciated. She cast a forlorn look at Uchiha's retreating figure, pondering if he had any regard for the feelings of girls. Aside from his handsome appearance, he was utterly insufferable. The voice in her heart echoed again. No, I cannot leave just like this. I cannot let my efforts go to waste without even securing a meal. Sakura Haruno had no intention of departing just yet, especially since she had recently completed her assignments and no longer needed to rush to the Hokage Tower for practice. This fellow's home was indeed vast. Having not paid much attention the previous night, she was now astonished to find that Yoshiki's residence was extraordinarily grand, akin to a feudal lord's estate. Following the sound of running water from the bathroom, Sakura approached. Does your brother Shikiya have a new toothbrush? I would like to freshen up here as well. Aren't you going home? Why are you still here? Yoshikiya gazed at Sakura in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to head home immediately? I arranged with my family to be away on missions for these 10 days, so I have to stay here for now. This way, I can complete the tasks quickly and receive my rewards. What? Chapter 83. Initial results. Yushikiya's eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just heard? Sakura planned to reside in his home for 10 days? He had never anticipated that she would desire to stay with him. Was she concerned that he might abscond without providing her with the papaya? With a smile, Yushikiya looked at Sakura and asked, "Aren't you afraid of staying at my place?" "Afraid? Why would I be afraid?" The naive Sakura regarded him with suspicion. "Since you're not afraid, I suppose it's fine," he replied, noticing her puzzled expression, before turning back to continue his morning routine. "There are new toothbrushes and towels inside. Feel free to use them." After Yushikiya finished washing up, he observed that Sakura had no intention of leaving. He pointed towards the storage cabinet behind him. Blushing, she walked over to it. While Sakura took her time to freshen up, Yushikiya glanced at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. He quickly retrieved the door to the time-space room from his system space, made his way to the bedroom, and pushed the door open. Upon entering the time-space room, he immediately spotted 2 young girls energetically practicing martial arts. After 6 months, Hanabi had grown significantly, her short hair now longer, while Hinata had also gained some height. Perhaps for convenience during training, she had tied her hair into a ponytail, looking quite adorable. "Big brother, you finally made it. I missed you so much," Hanabi exclaimed as she spotted Yushikiya, sprinting towards him and clinging to his leg. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her cheeks. After 6 months of separation, her longing for him had reached its peak. All right. I'm here to see you, aren't I?" Yushikiya replied with a smile. The little girl, having been drenched in sweat from her training, now transferred that moisture onto his pants as she clung to him. Seeing her tear-streaked face, he couldn't bear to push her away, enduring the unpleasant odor of sweat. "Big brother Shikiya." Meng Huang looked at Yuchiya with a joyful expression. She yearned to seek comfort in his embrace, yet felt a sense of hesitation due to their still nascent acquaintance. After a considerable time, Xiao Huohua reluctantly released her grip on Yuchiya's thigh. "How has your practice been over the past 6 months?" Yuchiya inquired with curiosity, observing the 2 young girls. "Big brother, let me show you," Xiao Huohua exclaimed, raising her hand. Flying finger gun. In an instant, a crescent-shaped blue vacuum blade shot forth from her fingertip, crashing against a distant hill and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Have you mastered the flying finger gun so swiftly?" Yuchiya gazed at Xiao Huohua with surprise. In just 6 months, she had acquired a more advanced technique than he anticipated, indicating that her talent was far superior to his expectations. "How is it, big brother?" The little girl looked up at Yuchiya, eagerly anticipating his praise. "Very good, indeed. You are truly my maid," Yuchiya smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What about you, Meng Huang? Have you mastered any techniques?" He turned his expectant gaze towards Meng Huang. "I have mastered the iron block," Meng Huang replied slowly. "Iron block?" Yuchiya exclaimed, taken aback by her prowess. He hadn't anticipated that her talent would be equally impressive, mastering such a technique in merely half a year. It seemed both girls were prodigious talents of monstrous caliber. "Excellent work, little Meng Huang," Yuchiya said, gently patting her head as well. "Big brother, there's something I wish to discuss with you," Meng Huang murmured, her gaze lowered, hesitating. "What is it?" "Follow me." Meng Huang gestured for Yuchiya to accompany her. He left Xiao Huohua behind, intrigued and following her lead. Xiao Huohua watched them depart with a frown, pondering, what is Meng Huang up to? Why speak to big brother in secret? What could she possibly be hiding from me? Upon entering Meng Huang's room, Yuchiya asked, "What is it, little Meng Huang? What do you wish to tell big brother?" He observed her anxious demeanor with curiosity. "Big brother, I'm bleeding," Meng Huang stammered, unable to meet his gaze. "Bleeding? Are you hurt?" Hearing her distress, Yuchiya's demeanor shifted to one of concern. "Where are you bleeding? Let me see. I will help you." He anxiously inspected her clothing, searching for any signs of blood. "But where are you bleeding?" I am bleeding here," Meng Huang pointed, her eyes welling with tears of worry, fearing something was amiss with her training. Yuchiya paused, then realized. "Oh, it seems little Meng Huang has just begun her menstrual cycle. Thank goodness. What a false alarm." He sighed deeply, relieved. "Do not worry, little Meng Huang. This is not a misfortune, but rather a blessing," Yue reassured, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "A blessing?" Little Meng Huang gazed at Yue in confusion. "This signifies that you are on the cusp of maturity," he explained. "Am I not always growing?" she questioned. "This is different," Yue replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. As a man, he found this topic somewhat perplexing. "The onset of menstruation indicates that you are transitioning into womanhood. It is a natural process that all girls must experience, so there is no need for fear. This is a normal physiological phenomenon for girls. You need not be concerned. Allow me to fetch some supplies for you. Oh no. I will take you out instead, Yue decided, realizing it was more appropriate for a woman to handle such matters. He took little Menghuang by the hand and led her outside. Upon witnessing Yue holding little Menghuang's hand, Xiaohua felt a twinge of jealousy. Where are you going, big brother? I want to come too. All right, let us all venture out together. It will be a good opportunity for you to learn and familiarize yourself, Yue replied, deciding to include Xiaohua as well. In the future, when Xiaohua joins them, she will not have to experience the same anxiety as little Menghuang. Chapter 84. She wants to steal the big brother. She is our adversary. As Yue emerged from the spirit time house with the two little girls, he promptly stored it away. Although he had spent roughly 20 minutes inside, only a minute had elapsed outside. Sakurano was still in the restroom. Sakura, are you ready? Yue called from outside. Almost done. After a brief wait, Sakurano slowly exited the restroom. Upon spotting Yue and the two little girls in the living room, she paused. Wasn't it said that Xiaohua was away for a few days of training? Why is she here now? Her cheeks flushed rapidly, as she had come discreetly to warm Yue's bed and wished to keep it a secret. Xiaohua, noticing Sakurano in her pajamas, felt a surge of jealousy. Is she truly here to warm the bed for big brother? How dare she come to our home while I am away? Xiaohua glared at Sakurano, her expression rife with displeasure. Sakura, little Menghuang has started her period. Could you assist her, explain the situation, and provide guidance on how to handle it? Yue requested, producing a stack of cash. Please buy some sanitary supplies from the store. Sakurano's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money. That is a considerable amount. Is this all for me? Sakura Haruno stood in a daze, clutching a stack of cash. After graduating from the ninja academy, she had spent the past 2 years learning under Tsunade, rarely taking on missions to earn money, living instead on her parents' allowances. This pile of money felt like an astronomical sum to her, enough to purchase 10 years' worth of toilet paper for them both, with various quantities for different age groups. The remainder was hers to spend as she pleased, with no obligation to repay. You are exceedingly generous, Sakura exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap in delight. In her entire life, she had never held so much money. Go ahead. Yuya smiled warmly. Having received 20 million ryo from Hinata, Yuya was not concerned about finances. He intended to indulge Sakura, hoping to elevate her spirits and, consequently, his rapport with her. Joyfully clutching the cash, Sakura quickly changed into a new outfit and set off for shopping. Why did you allow that little bear of a woman to warm your sheets? Hanabi remarked with a hint of jealousy. She had only been gone for a brief moment, only to find someone else had taken her place. Well. Yuya chuckled awkwardly at the visibly envious Hanabi. I honestly did not anticipate her arrival. I thought her temperament would make her refuse the offer, but she surprised me. Rest assured, Hanabi, I would never do anything to betray your sister, Yuya swore. Hanabi shot him an annoyed glance, contemplating, why isn't it about betraying me? It seemed her sister held a higher status in Yuya's eyes. Was it simply because her sister was older? She touched her own chest, feeling a wave of dejection wash over her. She had nothing, not even a semblance of maturity compared to her sister, and to make matters worse, Mogu was even younger than she was. The little girl felt utterly disheartened. Half an hour later, Sakura returned with a large bag of toilet paper and began to instruct Mogu on its usage. Hanabi, following Yuya's request, listened attentively alongside them. Yuya retrieved the spirit time house, opened its grand doors, and stored the toilet paper Sakura had purchased inside. After assisting Mogu, Sakura shared her knowledge about the items and thoughtfully prepared some nutritious snacks for the two girls. Why is there an extra door here? Sakura inquired curiously, noticing the new addition in Yuya's room. Yuya, unfazed, ushered the two little girls inside without hesitation. Intrigued, Sakura followed suit. This is my secret realm, designed specifically for training, Yuya explained gently to Sakura. As she stepped inside, Sakura was met with a breathtaking vista within the spirit time house, utterly astonished by its beauty. You two continue training diligently, striving to master the 6 forms as soon as possible. In approximately 20 days, the Chunin exams of this year will commence. During that time, I shall allow you to partake in the festivities and casually earn the title of Chunin. In due course, I may even summon Lady Tsunade to elevate your ranks to Jonin, and perhaps, on a whim, seize the position of Hokage. I shall not disappoint your expectations, dear brother. Mei Huang shyly remarked. I too shall not fail your expectations, chimed in Xiaohuahua. Ah, splendid. You have indeed proven yourselves worthy of my faith. Yuchia nodded in satisfaction, greatly pleased with the positive attitudes of these two little girls. Their diligence and eagerness to learn are the hallmarks of exemplary students. And such children are always favored by their teachers. After spending the better part of the day in the spirit time room with the two young girls, Yuchia rose to depart. Sakura Haruno's stomach was quite full, having indulged in the exquisite delicacies within, which had been utterly irresistible. Sakura, would you care to stay a little longer? I could return this evening to take you out, Yuchia said with a knowing smile. Can I really stay? Sakura's eyes sparkled at his words, reluctant to part with the delectable offerings. Yuchia generously replied, of course. You may remain for as long as you desire. Then, Brother Chiya, please return this evening to take me out. I can help warm your sheets in the meantime, Sakura exclaimed excitedly, eager to explore the wonders of the spirit time room. Very well, Yuchia smiled at her, then waved goodbye to the two little girls. Work hard, and during the Chunin exams, I shall take you out to impress everyone. With a resounding thud, the door to the spirit time room was closed. Sakura gazed around in exhilaration, completely unaware that Yuchia's notion of a little while referred to the outside world, while within, time flowed like 6 months. You are in for it, Yuchia remarked as he departed, while Xiaohuahua chuckled at Sakura's bewilderment. What do you mean? Sakura replied, puzzled by Xiaohuahua's statement. Hee. You will soon find out. Come, let us train, Meng Huang. We need not concern ourselves with that bothersome woman. Isn't that a bit harsh, Huahua? After all, Sister Sakura taught us how to handle things. Meng Huang hesitated to dismiss Sakura, but she is vying for Brother Chiya's affection. She is our rival, Xiaohuahua said with a serious expression. Ah, little Meng Huang's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Xiaohuahua. Sister Sakura wishes to compete for Brother Chiya? That simply cannot be. He belongs to us. Chapter 85. The Great Toad Sage's New Prophecy. Silence unveiled. Sakura Haruno had explored the entirety of the spirit time room. Spending what felt like half a day, curiously gazing at the sky, she began to wonder, how is it that so much time has passed, yet the daylight remains unchanged? Why is there no sign of evening? When will it truly be night, as Brother Chiya promised to return for me? Hee, are you feeling perplexed? Isn't it strange how so much time has elapsed without darkness falling? Little Huahua approached Sakura, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Sakura Haruno regarded the little girl, Hanabi, with suspicion, perplexed by the meaning behind her words. An ominous feeling settled in her heart. To speak frankly, this realm shall never know darkness. Moreover, the passage of time here flows at a rate 365 times that of the outside world. A single day beyond these confines equates to an entire year within. The elder brother mentioned he would come to retrieve you when night falls, but that refers to the time outside. Therefore, my dear, you shall obediently accompany us and remain here for a span of 6 months. Upon finishing her statement, little Hanabi playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face before turning away. After hearing Hanabi's words, Sakura felt utterly petrified. The flow of time in this secret realm is indeed 365 times faster than in the outside world. A single day outside corresponds to a year within. If Natsum intends to fetch her when darkness descends, that means she must endure half a year in this place. Once Sakura grasped the truth of the situation, she was left in a state of utter bewilderment. In a certain city, Jeriah accompanied Naruto at a quaint hot spring establishment, indulging in the soothing waters. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a plume of white smoke erupted as a small toad materialized before Jeriah. Jeriah, the great toad sage has summoned you. Come with me to mount my boku. The mention of the great toad sage brought a serious expression to Jeriah's face. Such a summons was certainly no trivial matter. Naruto, remain here while I step out for a moment. Jeriah rose, donned his garments, and shortly thereafter, utilized the reverse summoning technique to transport himself to Mount My Boku. Little Jeriah has arrived. The great toad sage greeted him with a benevolent smile. Pray tell, what business do you have with me? Jeriah inquired with utmost reverence. The great toad sage spoke slowly. I had another dream. Jeriah responded respectfully. Might I ask what you dreamt of, esteemed sage? I dreamt of the child of destruction. The child of destruction? Jeriah furrowed his brow. Previously, the great toad sage had foretold of a prophesied child destined to save the world, entrusting Jeriah with the quest to find this individual. Now, another child of destruction had appeared. Great toad sage, could you enlighten me on the origins of this child of destruction? Jeriah asked. The sage replied, The child of destruction marks both the onset of annihilation and the dawn of rebirth. He possesses the power to save this world, yet can equally bring about its ruin. You must seek him out and guide him towards salvation. Jeriah bowed deeply. How might I locate this child of destruction? Are they the same as the prophesied child? The great toad sage answered, the child of destruction shares a trait with you, while the prophesied child is your antithesis. Jeriah was left in confusion. What did this mean? How was he to begin searching? He believed the prophesied child would be Naruto. Yet, what could Naruto possess that was contrary to him? Jeriah gazed at the great toad sage. Does the sage have any additional characteristics to share? The great toad sage remained silent for an extended period. After a lengthy wait, Jeriah was greeted by the sound of snoring. Clearly, the great toad sage had drifted off to sleep. Jeriah, having departed from Mayaboka Mountain, returned to the hot spring inn, still enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. What did the lecherous sage and the toad sage summon you for? Inquired Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Rather than addressing Naruto's question directly, Jeriah posed an inquiry of his own. What do you possess that contrasts with what I have? What? Naruto scratched his head, pondering deeply. And after a considerable moment, his eyes brightened. Have you figured it out? Jeriah asked eagerly. Does money count? Naruto replied slowly. His little toad wallet was empty, while Jeriah's bank account was overflowing with innumerable zeros behind a substantial whole number. Money? Jeriah mused, indeed noting that their financial situations were inversely related. However, this did not align with the toad sage's earlier statement, suggesting a slight discrepancy in meaning. It should not be about money, he concluded, dismissing this notion. What else, Naruto? He urged. Naruto continued to scratch his head in contemplation. I truly cannot fathom what we might have that is opposite. Could it be strength? Yet, I don't feel that I am far behind you, lecherous sage. It likely doesn't he qualify as an inverse. What else could it be? Something in opposition to the lecherous sage? Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Tsunade felt a sense of unease, as though she had forgotten something important. Good morning, Lady Tsunade. Ino cheerfully entered, her demeanor radiant and eager as she greeted Tsunade. Ino, you? Tsunade observed Ino's glowing complexion, which had become even more fair and rosy, especially with the prominent attributes she now possessed. Just yesterday, she was akin to a budding flower, and now, she appeared almost to rival half of Tsunade herself. Have you been consuming papaya? Tsunade suddenly recalled what she had neglected, papaya. The construction of the new building had pleased her immensely, as she had received a papaya as promised. But what about her extravagant expenditure of 10 million ryo? How could she not be satisfied? Yet, where was the papaya? Tsunade gazed at Ino's prominent features, realization dawning upon her. The truth became evident. Ino had embezzled her papaya. Ino, you have some audacity, Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, her expression brimming with fury as she glared at Ino. Ino felt a pang of anxiety. What is it, Lady Tsunade? She asked cautiously. What is it? Do you take me for a fool? Tsunade's furious visage loomed closer to Ino. With a furrowed brow, she reached out to pinch Ino's prominent features. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Ino's spirits plummeted. She had not anticipated that her transgressions would be uncovered so swiftly. Truly, Tsunade's keen insight was remarkable. Just by observing her burgeoning attributes, she had inferred the embezzlement of her papaya. Ino, bring forth the papaya that belongs to me, Tsunade declared, her ire unabated. Silently inhaling deeply, she spoke earnestly. Lady Tsunade, the papaya was given to me by Hiashi as a token of gratitude for my assistance in purchasing goods. It was not meant for you. Both papayas have been consumed, and there is no way I could present another to you now. I must resolutely deny this. For as long as Hiashi remains silent, no one will ever discover my misappropriation of your papaya. I shall seek out Hiashi and implore him to keep the truth from you, my lady. Surely, you would not believe my words. You went to great lengths to acquire a single papaya, while I merely rendered a small favor, and he generously bestowed one upon me. It is evident that you would doubt this, that miserly fellow Hiashi would never be so magnanimous unless he harbored ulterior motives. Is he truly plotting against me? No, that cannot be. Was it not Hiashi who originally gifted the papaya to me? Could it be that the lecherous scoundrel has developed a fascination for me? A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within Tsunade as she gazed at Shizune. How could it be that the esteemed Hokage was overshadowed by Shizune? And yet Hiashi's attention was fixated on her? In what way was she inferior? She possessed a curvaceous figure, a charming visage, ample height, and long, elegant legs. Her waist was slender. She had it all. What could she possibly lack compared to Shizune? Frustration and ire consumed Tsunade. Tonight, I demand to see a papaya on this table, or there shall be consequences. Observing the carefully concealed apprehension in Shizune's demeanor, Tsunade immediately discerned her deceit. After spending over a decade together, having been by her side since childhood, Tsunade was acutely aware of Shizune's every gesture and utterance. This girl was lying. How vexing. The obedient Shizune had resorted to deceit for the sake of a papaya, pilfering her own. This well-behaved child had been corrupted by that scoundrel Waishikia, learning to deceive her. Tsunade was indignant and furious. I truly do not possess a papaya. Shizune protested, her voice tinged with grievance. I care not. You have consumed my papaya, and you must procure another for me. By any means necessary, I demand to see my rightful papaya tonight. Do not attempt to fool me with those ordinary ones from the market. I desire Waishikia's exquisite, voluptuous papaya. If you are indeed innocent, you can assist me by visiting Waishikia and reminding him of his promise to deliver my papaya. Tsunade declared angrily, her hands squeezing the two ample fruits before her. Ah, how delightful! Having feasted upon my nourishment, these little ones are thriving. If they consume a few more, they may soon rival me in size. Tsunade felt no jealousy. She was merely irked that her ever-compliant Shizune had deceived her, secretly appropriating her papaya. Will you not hasten to retrieve my papaya? Why do you linger here? Tsunade issued her decree of dismissal. Shizune departed, her spirits dampened. In truth, she was unfazed by Tsunade's anger, for she had long grown accustomed to it. Moreover, Tsunade's anger is not genuine, so she does not truly fear it. However, when Tsunade requests that she bring forth some papaya, there is no avoiding the task. She must attend to it. Thus, she resolves to seek her luck with Yushia once more. Once again, she must approach Shia to request the papaya. This time, she wonders whether Shia will acquiesce to her request. Shizune feels somewhat vexed, uncertain of Yushia's true disposition. At times, he freely offers papaya, yet on other occasions, he adamantly refuses. For instance, Lady Tsunade has expended considerable effort to obtain it. Though the cost may seem significant to others, it is merely a trifling matter for her. As the legendary Sannin and the fifth Hokage, Tsunade can effortlessly acquire wealth if she so desires. The house built for Yushia would cost others a great deal. Yet for Tsunade, it is simply a matter of a few words. As Shizune walks along the path, she contemplates and then returns home. Emerging once more, she is now clad in a pair of black stockings and a fitted fishnet top, draped with a black trench coat, a stark contrast to her previous conservative attire. Her figure is perfectly accentuated. Yushia has an affinity for beautiful women. She considers herself to be an alluring beauty, does she not? Shizune gazes at her reflection with a sense of apprehension, for this is the first time she has donned something so provocative. The delicate black stockings highlight her elegant long legs, while the snug fishnet top accentuates her curves. The flowing trench coat adds an air of mystery and allure. Before long, Shizune arrives at Yushia's residence, just as he emerges from the Spirit Time house. She rings the doorbell, and upon opening the door, Yushia is taken aback by her form-fitting attire. I hope I'm not interrupting, Shizune says, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Not at all, Shizune. Please come in and have a seat. Yushia warmly invites her inside, his gaze lingering on her black stockings. Shizune, would you like some tea? Yushia enthusiastically prepares tea for her. Thank you, Yushia, she replies, feeling bolstered by his cordiality. Is the tea to your liking? He inquires, not rushing to ask her purpose for visiting, instead engaging her in casual conversation. It's delightful. Your skills are truly impressive, Yushia, Shizune smiles in response. If it's good, drink as much as you like, Shizune, don't hesitate. I've plenty of tea here, he encourages, admiring the sight of her long legs adorned in black stockings. Indeed, black stockings are undeniably captivating. By the way, where do you source those papayas? Why do they lack seeds? Shizune casually inquires, recalling that she had consumed 3 papayas without discovering any seeds within. Typically, ripe papayas are filled with numerous black seeds, which can be used for propagation. However, the breast-enhancing papayas Yushia provided lacked such seeds, rendering them incapable of producing new fruit. I stumbled upon them by chance in a secluded location, where I discovered a papaya tree. Enticed by their fragrance, I picked quite a few, but after leaving, I could never find my way back to that spot. Yushia explains, even if one were determined to locate that papaya tree now, it would be an impossible task, lamented Yushia with a sense of regret. Is that so? Jing-in sighed softly upon hearing Uchiha's words. She had hoped to cultivate some such papaya trees herself. It seems that endeavor is now futile. Without papaya seeds, one cannot propagate new trees. Do you still have any papayas left, Brother Chia? I secretly indulged in the papaya you provided for Lady Tsunade, and she has caught on. Now she insists that I must bring one back. Otherwise, I shall face her wrath. Jing-in confessed honestly. Her eyes filled with a pitiful look as she gazed at Uchiha. What do you desire? Speak freely. I shall certainly fulfill what I can. Papayas are precious. And Jing-in felt somewhat reluctant to take advantage of Uchiha, even if he did not ask anything in return. She felt compelled to repay his kindness in offering the fruit. Chapter 87. Refusal. Jing-in was determined to take a leap of faith. Without a papaya, she would surely encounter trouble upon returning to Lady Tsunade. Though Lady Tsunade would not truly bring harm upon her, she would undoubtedly have her share of teasing. Sister Jing-in, what sort of relationship do we share? It is merely a papaya. There is no need for any cost. Why not accompany me for a drink to lift our spirits? Uchiha looked at Jing-in sincerely. After indulging in a few papayas, her skin had grown increasingly supple, the marks of time seemingly erased. Her delicate face appeared youthful and fresh, reminiscent of a blossoming maiden. With slightly flushed cheeks, she resembled a ripe apple, exuding a delightful sweetness that tempted one to take a gentle bite. Drinking? Jing-in was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Just drinking? Did she need to do nothing else? She gazed incredulously at Uchiha. Such a precious papaya, merely in exchange for sharing a drink with him? No need. Uchiha replied with a smile. Papayas are indeed precious to you girls, but to me, they are merely a tastier kind of fruit. What value do they hold? He readily produced a bottle of liquor and some appetizers, setting up a small table before Jing-in. This liquor was of a lower alcohol content, so there was no need to fear becoming inebriated too quickly. Last time, Jing-in had drunk a few cups and collapsed. Uchiha did not wish to intoxicate her entirely, only to a pleasant degree. Pouring a cup for Jing-in and one for himself, Uchiha settled beside her, smiling. Come, Sister Jing-in, let us toast. With a hearty gulp, Uchiha finished his drink. Observing this, Jing-in furrowed her brow slightly and followed suit, downing her drink as well. Indeed, as Uchiha had claimed, the liquor was mild, lacking the fiery sensation she had experienced previously. The alcohol content was just right for her. She could likely consume more. Sister Jing-in, having been by Lady Tsunade's side since childhood, you must share a close bond with her. Why has she not taught you how to mature? Uchiha inquired curiously as he poured more liquor. Well, I have never actually asked Lady Tsunade about that, Jing-in replied with an awkward smile. She had never inquired of Tsunade about the secret techniques that allowed the two individuals before her to grow so robust. Had she never asked? Aren't young women usually curious about such matters? Why had she refrained from asking? Uchiha, munching on a bag of potato chips, spoke casually. During her time away from Konoha, wandering alongside Lady Tsunade, she had paid little attention to these issues. Fortunately, upon returning to Konoha and encountering the papaya you gifted me, I was afforded a second chance at development. Sister Kurenai, nibbling on a small cookie, shyly confessed. Consuming the papaya provided by Uchiha was the happiest moment of her life. The fruit had granted her an opportunity to regain her beauty. What can I say? We share a special bond, Sister Kurenai. Let's raise our glasses in celebration of this connection, Uchiha said with a smile. Kurenai mirrored his gesture, clinking her glass with his. Cheers. Cheers. They raised their glasses once more. After downing their drinks, a slight flush of intoxication graced Kurenai's cheeks. Uchiha refilled their glasses and inquired, Sister Kurenai, do you have a boyfriend? Not at all. Kurenai shook her head. Uchiha, intrigued, pressed on. Then why not seek one out? I just haven't encountered anyone I liked before, so I've remained single, Kurenai replied, her gaze fixed on Uchiha, feeling increasingly captivated by his charm. If Uchiha were aware of Kurenai's feelings, he would undoubtedly realize that this was the benefit of being a transmigrator, radiating charm and surrounded by romantic prospects. Most transmigrators come equipped with unparalleled handsomeness, charisma, and luck. And what about now? Uchiha asked, his smile unwavering. Now, Kurenai blushed, shyly responding, there is someone I find appealing. Who is it? Share their name. So that I may know, Uchiha inquired eagerly, curious to uncover who could have captured Kurenai's interest, for in the original story, she seemed not to have been involved with anyone. Kurenai, unable to meet his gaze, took a hefty swig from her drink. Far away yet close at hand, Uchiha pondered briefly before the realization struck him. There was certainly no one far away, and the only person nearby was himself. Did Kurenai harbor feelings for him? A subtle smile crossed his lips, indicating that his gesture of gifting papayas had indeed borne fruit. By selflessly providing Kurenai with the papaya, he had evidently cultivated her affection. Sister Kurenai, are you perhaps referring to me? Uchiha asked in astonishment. Indeed. I find you quite agreeable, Kurenai bashfully admitted. I find you quite agreeable as well. Uchiha winked at her. Upon hearing this, Kurenai's heart raced. His acknowledgement of her appeal suggested that he too harbored feelings for her. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Her face flushed with a blend of intoxication and shyness. Together, they rendered her delicate face as crimson as a ripe Fuji apple. Yet, did not Uchiha hold a fondness for Shirihong? For this reason, Asuma had once succumbed to madness, desiring to mar Uchiha's visage. Now, he languished in prison, reflecting upon his actions. Sister Jingyin, you are truly beautiful. Me? Do you truly think I am beautiful, Chia? It was the first time Jingyin had heard a man compliment her beauty. Of course you are. If my sister Jingyin is not beautiful, then who is? Uchiha declared with utmost sincerity. Jingyin was profoundly moved, feeling as if she were ensnared in a dream. Time stood still, leaving her utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Sister Jingyin, you are so sweet, Uchiha beamed at her. Jingyin, blushing and flustered, gazed at him with wide eyes, stammering. Why do you say such things? Chapter 88. Jingyin's dilemma that was certainly tacit acceptance. What need was there for Uchiha to be courteous? Jingyin was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, what should I do? What am I to do? Her face flushed with embarrassment, her mind a blank canvas. She sat rigidly on the sofa. Sister Jingyin, you are simply exquisite, Uchiha said tenderly. She held a significant fondness for him, yet he was already entangled with Shirihong. Sister Hong, it's all right. I have spoken to her, and she has consented. What? Shirihong agreed to your association with other women? Jingyin felt as though she had misheard. How could Shirihong permit such a thing? To accept her man being with others. What magnanimity. No wonder he had brazenly spent his days with Hinata, evidently. Shirihong did not deter Uchiha from mingling with other women, thus emboldening his audacity. Jingyin murmured, it's all too sudden. I am not prepared. Uchiha slowly inquired, Sister Jingyin, do you not harbor feelings for me? Though she was indeed fond of him, she struggled to accept that while he cherished her, he also had affections for others. Forgive me, Sister Jingyin, I have been thoughtless. Uchiha released her, retreating to apologize sincerely. He rose and entered the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator to procure 3 papayas. Approaching Jingyin, he said, Sister Jingyin, these are the last 3 nutritious papayas I have at home. One is for you to offer to Lady Tsunade, and the other 2 are my tokens of apology for my earlier impudence. May you blossom beautifully, possessing the same enviable attributes as Lady Tsunade. After speaking, he turned away, his expression forlorn. Chia. Jingyin watched his despondent silhouette fade, yearning to speak, yet he had vanished. With the papayas in hand, she returned to the Hokage building, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Chia appeared deeply saddened. How might she console him? As she walked, she pondered anxiously. Had she inadvertently wounded his heart? Jingyin, why are you back so soon? Is it that you do not take my words to heart? As Tsunade, who was diligently attending to her duties, observed Shizune entering with a visibly distracted demeanor, she furrowed her brow, wondering if Shizune had disregarded her advice. Why not seek out that brat, Yunato, for the papaya? What was the purpose of returning here? Tsunade-sama, here is the papaya for you, Shizune said, presenting a papaya before her. The fruit. Tsunade was taken aback, staring at the papaya Shizune had produced so swiftly. Had she managed to procure it so easily? Could it be that Shizune had developed some sort of connection with that insufferable Yunato? Tsunade scrutinized Shizune, her mind racing. This must be the beauty-enhancing, breast-firming papaya. You haven't deceived me with a common one, have you? Tsunade questioned, lifting the papaya with a hint of skepticism. You'll know once you take a whiff, Tsunade-sama. Shizune replied absently. Tsunade gently punctured the skin of the papaya and brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply. A rich, creamy scent enveloped her senses, confirming its authenticity. This is indeed genuine. You've worked hard, Shizune, Tsunade exclaimed, her previous discontent dissipating in an instant. It's nothing. I shall take my leave now, Tsunade-sama, Shizune murmured, still seemingly lost in thought. Tsunade observed Shizune's demeanor once more, her brows knitting together again. Having resolved her own matters, why did Shizen still appear so preoccupied? What troubles you, Shizen? You seem utterly distracted. Has something occurred? Tsunade stepped closer, her concern palpable. Shizen was among her closest confidants, and despite her typically stern exterior, Tsunade cared deeply for her well-being. Tsunade-sama, what happens if you reject someone you like? Shizen asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. So, you have turned down someone who holds affection for you? Tsunade inquired with curiosity, having assumed Shizen's distraction stemmed from other matters, rather than romantic entanglement. Shizen nodded. Do you not harbor feelings for him? Tsunade pressed. I do like him. I certainly feel a strong affinity, Shizen admitted. Then why did you refuse him? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Because he has affections for other women. I do not wish to share a man with others, Shizen replied resolutely. Yet, if you do not wish to share, why do you appear so melancholic? Tsunade probed. I do not understand why I feel this way. I also worry for him, Shizen confessed, shaking her head. Is it that you NATO? Tsunade asked. Shizen gasped. How did you deduce that, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade chuckled. Who else in Konoha possesses such audacity to juggle multiple romantic interests? That scoundrel dares to take advantage of every opportunity. What is he incapable of? I thought as much. How could you have procured the papaya so quickly? It seems you two have taken a liking to each other, Tsunade remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Tsunade-sama, do you think it was unwise for me to reject you, NATO? Shizen asked. Unwise? You are nearly 30, and finally, a man shows interest in you. With mutual feelings to boot, and you still turned him down? What were you thinking? Tsunade retorted. Tsunade, with a sense of exasperation, poked Shizen's forehead. But she has Asuma. Shizen protested. And what of it? Tsunade replied. They are not married, and whether they will be together in the future remains uncertain. Tsunade, clearly frustrated, continued. Having someone who likes you is already quite fortunate. Why are you being so picky? If I were in your position, I would have accepted long ago. Shizen was taken aback by Tsunade's words. If I were you, I would have accepted long ago, she thought, incredulous as she looked at Tsunade. Are you shocked? Tsunade scoffed at her expression. Shizen nodded vigorously, indicating her astonishment. Lady Tsunade, do you also have feelings for Kiyokuen? Shizen asked cautiously. After all, he was quite the charming young man. Tsunade winked at Shizen, who wouldn't like a handsome youth. Shizen was rendered speechless. This revelation was overwhelming and difficult for her to process. The esteemed Tsunade harbored feelings for Kiyokuen? Of course, except for the immature and feeble young ones. Only those who can stand against me will capture my interest. It seemed that only the enigmatic Kia could pique her interest, having successfully intrigued her. The mysterious fortune-telling, the formidable unknown techniques, and the strange name that appeared on her summoning scroll, all of these elements had successfully captivated Tsunade's attention. Chapter 89. A visit after sending Shizen away. Kia leisurely made his way to a high-rise, grilling chicken wings and sipping on some drinks, completely at ease, far from the sorrowful demeanor of being rejected by Shizen. So close, yet so far, Kia lamented. However, he believed it was merely a matter of time. With a shy girl like Shizen, patience was essential. After savoring a few chicken wings, Kia summoned 4 swords, each distinct in shape and radiating a fierce aura. Iron Tooth, Heaven's Tooth, Cloud Fong, and Explosive Tooth. The first 3 swords represented the realms of man, heaven, and earth. Curiously, Kia picked up Cloud Fong and inquired, Can you summon the souls of the deceased from the Naruto world? The sword's hilt glowed red, and an eerie, ancient voice replied, Yes, master. By inserting Cloud Fong into the grave or the remains of the deceased, their soul can be summoned back from the underworld. Kia then asked, Can you grant the deceased a new body? The response was, As long as the master wishes it, a new body can be bestowed upon the deceased. I see. You might prove to be quite useful, Kia remarked with a slight smile. It is my honor to serve the master, Cloud Fong replied. Kia laughed heartily. A legendary cursed sword, and yet it knows how to flatter. He found it amusing that this sword, capable of defeating the Inuyasha brothers, would show such deference to him. It is also my honor to flatter the master, Cloud Fong echoed. Kia drew the sword from its sheath and swung it a few times, finding it quite comfortable to wield. At the moment he came into contact with Kanji Yunya, all the profound mysteries of this weapon were comprehended by him. In an instant, he could wield every formidable technique of Kanji Yunya. What would happen if the gates of hell were to be opened? Uchiha gazed down at Konoha with great interest. Should there come a day when he and Konoha fell into discord, the outcome would be uncertain. When it comes to adversaries, Uchiha would show no mercy. He could only hope that Tsunade would not engage in foolish actions. Setting aside Kanji Yunya, Uchiha grasped Tainshinjia. This sword, reputed to be the sword that cannot take lives, indeed possessed the capability to do so. Among its techniques, the Mingdao Kinyupe could cast a soul into the underworld. In the original narrative, the power of Tainshinjia's Mingdao Kinyupe was absorbed by Taisuya. He wondered if the Tainshinjia he now possessed still contained this formidable technique. As he held Tainshinjia, a surge of information flooded his mind, and he found himself mastering all the mysteries of Tainshinjia, to his surprise discovering that Mingdao Kinyupe still resided within it. Consequently, Taisuya's version of Mingdao Kinyupe must be absent. Setting down Tainshinjia, he took up Taisuya, and indeed, the technique Mingdao Kinyupe was missing from the mysteries that surged into his consciousness. However, this was of no consequence. The technique was equally accessible through Tainshinjia, which would not hinder his ability to employ it. After examining Taisuya, Uchiha next lifted Beosia, a sword that could be considered Sesomaru's lifebound blade, for it had grown from his very essence, becoming a part of him. With this sword, Sesomaru's power surpassed that of his father, Inuyasha, establishing him as a formidable demon in his own right. Uchiha drew the sword, and in an instant, a radiant white-green light burst forth, enveloping the entire blade. Captivated by the sword's luminescence, Uchiha found it exceptionally appealing. It bore a checkered pattern, making it the most aesthetically pleasing among the four swords. And it was also the most powerful. Using this sword against Orochimaru would undoubtedly be thrilling. Speaking of Orochimaru, Uchiha suddenly recalled the cursed seal on Mitarashi Anko. Within that seal lay a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, allowing him to resurrect through this essence. In the original tale, Orochimaru was first slain by Sasuke, then sealed by Itachi Uchiha, only to resurrect by leveraging the soul hidden within the cursed seal on Anko's neck. The fragmented soul, lacking a physical form, could presumably be severed. With great intrigue, Uchiha grasped Tainshinjia, secured the other three swords, and leaped from the high building, making his way towards Mitarashi Anko's residence. Before long, Uchiha arrived at the doorstep of Anko's home, holding Tainshinjia. He rang the doorbell. Moments later, a head poked out from the second-floor window. "Chia?" Mitarashi Anko exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld Uchiha standing at the entrance. Uchiha smiled and waved at her. "Hello, Anko. It has been a long time." Shirai Azuki donned a set of pajamas, leaped gracefully, and landed softly before the gate, opening it with a smile. "Why are you so free today to visit your sister? Aren't you worried that your little Hong Hong might feel jealous?" Shirai Azuki grinned at Uchiha, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder, her fair face pressed closely against him. In that moment, Uchiha experienced an unfamiliar sensation. Was it a vacuum? His eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but swallow hard as a rush of warmth surged through him. "Am I beautiful, sister?" Shirai Azuki inquired cheerfully. Uchiha gulped and nodded. "Yes, very beautiful. He. Come inside." With a tinkling laugh, Shirai Azuki ceased her teasing and turned to invite him in. Uchiha followed her into the house. The layout of Shirai Azuki's home was quite similar to that of Xiahong's, likely due to their close friendship. The decor was almost identical. "Would you like something to drink? How about some alcohol?" Shirai Azuki asked warmly. Uchiha settled onto the sofa and casually replied, "Whatever you prefer, Sister Azuki. Then let us have some wine. I can smell it on you. Have you been drinking already today?" Shirai Azuki remarked. "I had a little with Jingyin this morning at home," Uchiha answered honestly. "A little with Jingyin? Are you two involved?" Shirai Azuki's eyes widened with curiosity. "What do you mean by involved? Sister Azuki, please don't say such things." Although he had almost won over Jingyin today, Uchiha would never admit it. Do you think I don't know you, Uchiha? I've heard rumors that you have an ambiguous relationship with that precious daughter of the Sunfoot family. If you have something unclear with Jingyin, it's merely a matter of time. After all, Jingyin is quite beautiful and still single. It wouldn't take much for you to ensnare her." Shirai Azuki chuckled as she retrieved a bottle of wine from the fridge. "And what about you, Sister Azuki? Would you like me to charm you?" Uchiha asked with a teasing smile. "Aren't you afraid I might tell little Hong Hong?" Shirai Azuki, holding the wine in glasses, sat down beside Uchiha, her body turned toward him, a playful smile on her face. "Sister Azuki, what are you doing? What do you think your sister wants to do?" Shirai Azuki teased, her grin widening. "Sister Azuki, you. He. Shirai Azuki curled her feet back onto the sofa, filled the glass in my hand with wine, and offered one to Jeriah. Now tell me, what brings you here to see your sister? Why? Shirai Azuki's demeanor shifted slightly, becoming more serious. I recently acquired a sword and wanted to ask you, Sister Azuki, to test it. You came all the way to my house just to ask me to test your sword? Was that the only reason? Why? Shirai Azuki looked at Jeriah, momentarily taken aback. After Mitsurushi Akadama spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her features. If it were not for her dear friend, Hinata Akane, she, as a fearless and bold woman, would not feel the slightest bit shy. If you, dear Akadama, require my assistance, I shall certainly oblige, Mitsuki Nato said with a smile. But first, let us attend to your pressing matters. Akadama took a sip of her drink and inquired, how do you wish for me to assist you in testing your sword? Dear Akadama, my sword possesses a unique quality. It does not harm the living, only the soul. I have noticed the curse mark on your neck, and if I am not mistaken, it is a remnant left by Orochimaru. Mitsuki pointed to the mark on Akadama's neck. How do you know this? Akadama asked, eyeing Mitsuki with suspicion. I possess a talent for divination, Mitsuki replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. This curse mark is a manifestation of Orochimaru's power, one that I would disdain to wield. He abandoned the young Akadama, leaving her with a lingering bitterness and a desire for vengeance. Having read the original work, Mitsuki understood that Akadama, unlike the others, did not heavily rely on the power of the curse mark. Perhaps her hatred for Orochimaru was the reason she had never harnessed its potential. Mitsuki gently touched the curse mark on Akadama's neck and asked with a smile, Dear Akadama, do you wish to rid yourself of this curse mark? Even the third and fifth Hokage could not resolve this issue. What could you possibly do? Akadama replied, If it were solvable, I would have dealt with it long ago. I am not entirely certain, but I would like to give it a try. Would you allow me the opportunity? Mitsuki said earnestly. Very well, if you wish to try. Then proceed. How may I assist you? Although she verbally consented, Akadama harbored doubts about Mitsuki's ability to help her with the curse mark. After all, even the esteemed third Hokage, renowned for his ninjutsu mastery, could not alleviate her plight. What could a mere Chunin achieve? Mitsuki drew her sword, the Tenshinya, and a brilliant light flashed. Sister Akadama, please lower your clothing slightly to expose the curse mark. Mitsuki's demeanor grew serious, no longer teasing Akadama as dear sister. Young lad, you are not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Akadama jested, unable to resist teasing Mitsuki while revealing the mark. She gazed at him, thinking, when this little fellow is serious, he truly is quite handsome. How fortunate for me. Now, please turn around, Mitsuki instructed. Akadama complied, exposing her back to him. Mitsuki raised the Tenshinya, his gaze fixed on the curse mark on Akadama's neck. The sword shimmered with light, and in that instant, Mitsuki perceived a fragment of Orochimaru's soul hidden deep within the curse mark. Found you, Mitsuki declared, directing the sword's tip towards the essence of Orochimaru's soul within the mark, and struck down fiercely. A flash of white light erupted. A chilling scream echoed through the air, as a fragment of Orochimaru's hidden soul began to dissipate with the sound of anguish. Concurrently, the cursed mark on Akane Yuzuki's neck transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the atmosphere. Is that it? Akane gazed in disbelief at her reflection in the mirror, tilting her head to inspect the spot where the mark had once resided. Now merely a smooth, unblemished area devoid of any trace of the ominous symbol. She stared incredulously at the sword in Yuki's hand, questioning if Orochimaru had met his demise at his hands. The horrific scream she had just heard was unmistakably that of the dreaded Orochimaru, a sound that would forever be etched in her memory. Not quite. Orochimaru is notoriously resilient. It's not so simple to vanquish him. What I have eliminated is merely a fragment of his essence, far from sufficient to eradicate the true Orochimaru. Nevertheless, despite not having extinguished Orochimaru himself, the obliteration of one of his soul fragments would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon his true form. In a secluded cave, Orochimaru, who was guiding Kabuto through an experiment, suddenly erupted into a horrific scream, collapsing to his knees, his forehead pressed against the ground as he bled profusely. What is wrong, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto, startled by the sudden outburst, hurried to his side, assisting him to a bed and administering pain relief and hemostatic medicine. After enduring waves of excruciating pain, Orochimaru's complexion turned pale and his vitality waned. One of my fragments has perished, he uttered weakly, gazing up at the cave's ceiling. Could it be? As Orochimaru's most trusted confidant, Kabuto was well aware of the secrets concealed within his master's cursed marks. Has that child discovered a method to counter my powers? It seems that in my absence, they have grown significantly. Orochimaru scoffed, astonished by the competence of those from Konoha, who managed to entirely obliterate one of his fragments. It appears I must seek out a new target. He spoke ominously between coughs. I will promptly find a new candidate for you, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto assured. How is Sasuke faring today? Orochimaru inquired. Sasuke is currently engaged in battle with the prisoners, Kabuto replied. Orochimaru coughed up blood and chuckled sinisterly, his face alight with avarice. Hurry and grow stronger, Sasuke. I can hardly contain my eagerness to claim you for myself. Chapter 91. The Reward, Little Brother. You have assisted me in resolving this cursed mark. How should I express my gratitude? Akane Yuzuki smiled warmly at Yuki, leaning in closely, her enchanting fragrance enveloping him. Surely, this isn't a test orchestrated by Kurenai, is it? Yuki felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, invigorated by the alluring scent that tantalized his senses. What manner of gratitude do you desire, sister? Yuki teased, gazing at Akane with a playful glint in his eye. As you wish. Today you may have your way with me, she replied with a mischievous smile. The elegant elder sister gazed at Uchiha with a playful smile. Do you have milk tea? I'm parched and crave a sip. Uchiha glanced around. There's no yogurt, only pure milk. Would you like some? The cheerful Yusho Washi Hondo inquired. Pure milk? It's my favorite. I long for it. Hold on, let me see if I can find some. With a grin, Yusho Washi Hondo rummaged through the refrigerator, soon emerging with a cup of fresh milk. Here you go, she offered. Uchiha accepted the milk with a smile, looking at Yusho Washi Hondo, and remarked, Sister Hondo, your skin is as smooth and fair as milk. You truly are stunning. Upon hearing Uchiha's compliment, a blush crept onto Yusho Washi Hondo's cheeks. Typically boisterous, she now appeared bashful, a rare display of femininity gracing her features. Uchiha, noticing her newfound shyness, teased. Sister, dressed so warmly, you must be quite hot. The beautiful scenery is not merely to be touched. One must take the time to truly appreciate it. Are you eager to admire my figure? Yusho Washi Hondo sat beside Uchiha, her smile radiant. Who wouldn't want to enjoy beautiful sights? I am no exception, Uchiha replied after taking a sip of the milk. Indeed, Yusho Washi Hondo is a sight to behold, purely for admiration, of course. Suddenly, the front door swung open with a loud bang. Ah! Yusho Washi Hondo gasped, leaping up from the sofa. What are you doing here? A voice of astonishment rang out as a purple-haired lady stared wide-eyed at Uchiha and Yusho Washi Hondo. Uchiha, annoyed, cast a glance toward the door, wondering who had interrupted his moment. Just when he thought he could win over Yusho Washi Hondo, an unexpected visitor had appeared. Isn't that Maiwa Shien? What on earth brings her to Hondo's home? Realizing who it was, Uchiha found himself at a loss for words. What brings you here, Xiaoyan? Yusho Washi Hondo quickly adjusted her disheveled attire, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. You too? Maiwa Shien exclaimed, her eyes widening. I lost a button and asked Chie to help me sew it. Do you believe that? Yusho Washi Hondo chuckled awkwardly. I believe you. Sure, Maiwa Shien retorted, skepticism evident on her face. So, while my dear friend is away, you two are up to no good, huh? Clearing her throat, Yusho Washi Hondo sought to divert the conversation away from her and Uchiha. What brings you here, Xiaoyan? I'm off today and thought to take you shopping. But it seems I've come at an inconvenient time, Maiwa Shien said, her smile playful as she glanced between the two. Xiao Yin, please do not misunderstand. Chi Yi is merely assisting me in sewing a button. Upon hearing this, Yeshitai Hondo had no choice but to awkwardly clarify the earlier incident. Sister Hondo, it seems someone is available to help you with your buttons. I shall take my leave now. The pure milk here has run out. I will venture to the store to procure some. Chi Yi, with an unperturbed demeanor, showed no signs of embarrassment. I apologize, Chi Yi. Today we only have pure milk. No sweet milk. I promise to treat you to some sweet milk next time. Yeshitai Hondo expressed her regret. Chi Yi nodded in understanding. Maiwa Shien had monitored Chi Yi for several days and had a slight understanding of him. She had observed him assisting Hinata Huga with her training from a distance. He truly was quite dashing. The memory of Chi Yi's sudden moment of vulnerability caused a faint blush to grace Maiwa Shien's cheeks. She had been caught off guard, witnessing it all while concealed in the shadows. Chi Yi smiled at Maiwa Shien, nodded, waved goodbye to Yeshitai Hondo, and turned to depart with a cheerful smile. Little Dodo, confess honestly, When did you two develop feelings for each other? After Qi Ye's departure, Mao Xian's curiosity surged. What are you talking about, Xiao Yinyan? When did I ever develop feelings for Qi Yi? Yeshitai Hongdo retorted with a look of innocence, refusing to admit anything. You can deny it all you want. I saw it with my own eyes. Mao Xian approached Yeshitai Hongdo, seizing her unexpectedly. Still dare to deny it? Mao Xian chuckled mischievously. You sneak attacked me. Just wait until I strip you bare. Yeshitai Hongdo retaliated, reaching for Mao Xian in turn. Today, she was determined to extract a confession from this little girl. Daring to confront her. Chapter 92. I saw nothing. Qi Yi left Yeshitai Hongdo's home feeling somewhat dejected. However, not far into his departure, he recalled something and turned back. Inside the room, the two girls were engaged in a playful scuffle. You pinch me. I pinch you. They were entangled in a lively tussle. Qi Yi entered calmly, casting a glance at the two girls frolicking on the sofa, then nonchalantly picked up the forgotten item, a natural tooth, and declared, I saw nothing. You may continue. With that, he exited with composure. Yeshitai Hongdo was unfazed. Her boisterous personality made her indifferent to such matters. However, Mao Xian was utterly petrified. At that moment, she was clad only in her small undergarment, having lost everything else. Did Qi Yi just come in? Mao Xian's mind was a blank slate. Seems like it. Yeshitai Hongdo laughed. Mao Xian, stunned, asked, Did he see us? Yeshitai Hongdo nodded. I believe he did. Mao Xian wished desperately to disappear into the earth, exclaiming, This is all your fault. Yeshitai Hongdo replied, You were the one who grabbed my big, white one first. As Qi Yi strolled down the street, he wore a cheerful smile, surrounded by the pink hues of the day. The large white rabbit at Yuki's home is quite impressive, rivaling the one raised by Mitarashi Anko. Having been unable to enjoy milk at Anko's place, Yuki ventured into a shop, specifically purchasing a bottle of sweet milk, which he savored with delight. Indeed, sweet milk is simply delightful. After walking for a while, Yuki noticed a sneaky figure trailing behind him. He arrived at a secluded path and called out with a smile, Come out. How long do you intend to follow me? As expected, he had been discovered. A small figure emerged from the mouth of the alley. Oh, it's you. Yuki initially thought it might be a girl stalking him, but it turned out to be Naruto's loyal little brother, Konohamaru. Hee, big brother, Konohamaru said, scratching his head as he approached. Why are you following me? Yuki inquired. Big brother, do you know if Moegi has reported to you yet? Konohamaru asked. She has. I've already arranged for her to begin her training, Yuki replied with a nod. Hearing that Moegi had started her training under Yuki, Konohamaru felt a surge of joy. That's wonderful. If you don't start training in a few days, you might not be able to defeat Moegi, Yuki teased. I am quite formidable, you know? I don't believe that after just a few days of training, Moegi could beat me, Konohamaru declared confidently. Just wait. I suspect Moegi will soon have you calling her big sister, Yuki remarked. Call Moegi big sister? How is that even possible? She's younger than me. I'd be more inclined to have her call me boss, Konohamaru scoffed. Let us hope you can maintain that confidence in a few days. I'm off now. Please stop following me, Yuki said, uninterested in interacting with a young child. Big brother, can't you teach me something? I promise I'll be good, Konohamaru insisted, reluctant to give up on the idea of training with Yuki. I don't teach boys. Unless you were a girl, I would consider it. Yuki shook his head. Big brother, you prioritize girls over friends. Indeed I do. So farewell, do not seek me out again, Yuki said before vanishing in an instant. Konohamaru was left feeling quite dejected. Having successfully evaded Konohamaru, Yuki felt little desire to continue shopping and headed straight home. Upon returning, he found himself surprisingly unaccustomed to the absence of the little girl, Hanabi, who had been following him. Was it merely an illusion? Had she only been with him for a few days? Choosing not to leave his natural teeth at home, Yuki stored them directly in the system space. After taking a cold shower, he settled down for an afternoon nap. Aside from the one night he had battled with Kurenai, Yuki never stayed up late. He believed in the importance of rest, even for a nap. After about half an hour, he awoke. One should not sleep too long during the day, or one risks a throbbing headache. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Yuki was waking, he heard the doorbell ring. Who could it be? He yawned as he opened the door. A beautiful young girl stood cheerfully at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Brother Chia, it's Yano from the mountains, she exclaimed sweetly. Yano, what brings you here? Gu Chia smiled warmly. I came to see you, Brother Chia. This flower is for you. Yano handed over the lily in her grasp. Thank you, Yano. Please come in. Guchiya took the flower, inhaled its fragrance, and then gently took Yano's small hand, leading her inside. Once inside, Yano gazed around Guchiya's home, as if searching for something. Brother Chiya, where's Sakura? Isn't she supposed to be here? Yano was troubled by the memory of losing to Haruno Sakura that day, and today. She hadn't seen Sakura at the Hokage building for practice. When she inquired at Sakura's home, her parents informed her that Sakura had gone out on a mission and wouldn't return for 10 days. If she was neither at home nor at the Hokage building, and with no actual mission, where could she possibly be? Surely, she must be at Guchiya's house, indulging in the so-called warming the bed task. After spending the night there, she didn't even return home in the morning. To prevent Sakura from taking advantage of this warming the bed opportunity, Yano diligently completed her morning studies, had lunch, and hurriedly brought fresh flowers over. Is Sakura here? She asked. Not at the moment, Guchiya replied with a smile. Where has she gone? Yano inquired curiously. She's likely having a spat with those two little troublemakers. Guchiya chuckled. He had intentionally left Sakura in the hyperbolic time chamber, and by the time he entered at 8 o'clock, it had probably been 6 months inside. The little girl Hanabi was quite jealous, with Sakura warming the bed. Hanabi would undoubtedly be filled with resentment, making it difficult for Sakura to get along with her. Given Hanabi's mischievous nature, she would surely create trouble for Sakura, especially since the space was already claimed by those two little girls. It was questionable whether Sakura would even find a decent place to sleep. Guchiya was curious about how Sakura would have changed after spending over half a year in the chamber. Would she emerge ready to confront him? Yano was bewildered, unsure why Sakura would be quarreling with two little children. Chapter 93. Replicating Yano. Guchiya chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yano, don't you have training today? I completed all my assignments this morning. I can rest this afternoon. Oh, I see. Guchiya nodded in understanding. Approaching the refrigerator, he asked, would you like something to drink? We have milk tea, juice, and alcohol. What would you prefer? A cup of milk tea, please. Guchiya retrieved a cup of milk tea and handed it to Yano. Thank you, Brother Chiya, Yano said sweetly. You're welcome, Guchiya replied with a smile, casually opening a bottle of juice for himself. You look beautiful today, Yano, Guchiya remarked, noticing how Yano had clearly put in effort into her appearance, with her face adorned in exquisite makeup. Brother Chiya, do you truly think I am beautiful? Yamanaka Ino's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she basked in the sweet praise from Uchiha. Of course. My dear Ino is the most beautiful, Uchiha spoke sincerely. Indeed. Yamanaka Ino was striking, especially after consuming the papaya he had gifted her, her skin radiant and supple, akin to the finest mutton fat. Her hair tied in a playful ponytail evoked memories of a charming schoolgirl, innocent yet captivating. Then, Brother Chiya, do you like me? Ino's small face turned shy as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Of course I do. How could I not like someone as adorable as you? Uchiha gently ruffled Ino's hair, speaking softly. Yay, Brother Chiya likes me too. This is simply wonderful. Ino's heart surged with joy. However, she pondered the nature of his affection. What kind of liking did he mean? Was it the fondness of an older brother for his younger sister? Or perhaps something more romantic? Or was it simply the innocent affection between an adult and a child? Amidst her elation, a flicker of anxiety began to creep in. What are you thinking about, Ino? Uchiha, observing the subtle shifts in her expression, asked with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing much. I was just wondering why such a handsome brother like you doesn't have a girlfriend, Ino replied cautiously. So, dear Ino, would you prefer that I have a girlfriend, or that I remain single? Uchiha grinned mischievously, evading her question. Ino found herself at a loss for words. How should she respond? Ha ha ha, it seems Ino hopes I stay single. Uchiha laughed heartily. Do you wish to be my girlfriend, perhaps? He teased, a playful glint in his eye. Ino's face turned a deep crimson at his words. She longed to exclaim, I want to be your girlfriend, but feared that Uchiha might merely be jesting, leading to an awkward situation. Sometimes, expressing such feelings could jeopardize even the friendship they shared, leaving her in silence. Not speaking could be interpreted as acquiescence. Uchiha chuckled, teasing, So, Ino, you do wish to be my girlfriend. No, that's not it. Ino instinctively retorted, her face aflame, unable to meet his gaze. Ah, I see. I thought you wanted to be my girlfriend. Uchiha feigned disappointment. It seems I should inquire with Sakura and see if she would be interested. After all, I'm not getting any younger. It's time to find a companion. Sakura, sweet and fragrant, would surely make a wonderful partner. Brother Chiya, you want to pursue Sakura as your girlfriend? Ino's heart raced at his declaration. How could such a dashing brother allow that flirtatious Sakura to steal him away? Yuki spoke earnestly. I think Sakura is quite nice. She seems worth considering. Perhaps I shall inquire tonight if she would be willing? No way. Yamanaka Ino interjected, her urgency palpable. Yuki, perplexed, responded, why not? I find Sakura rather charming. It's just that, you'd be better off seeking me than her. Ino blurted out impulsively. Seek you? Yuki queried, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Ino, did you not express a desire against being my girlfriend? Am I mistaken? Yuki regarded Ino with a playful grin, her cheeks flushed red, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Aye. Ino stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her face growing increasingly crimson. Forget it, I shan't tease you further. Allow me to assess your romantic prospects. Yuki shifted the conversation, seizing Ino's delicate hand and beginning to examine it openly. The system's prompt soon followed. Is this how you gauge romantic compatibility, Brother Chia? Ino's face blushed deeper, her curiosity piqued as she watched him. Does it feel as if you are taking advantage? I am merely reading the bones and fortune, Yuki replied, reveling in the softness of her hand, his heart soaring with delight. This exquisite hand could captivate him for a lifetime. Ino's hand felt ticklish under Yuki's touch, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her. Dear Ino, your marriage line is quite promising. Your destined partner has already appeared before you. He is an extraordinarily capable individual, handsome, powerful, and immensely reliable. However, there is a caveat. Your true love is prone to romantic entanglements, surrounded by numerous women. You must remain vigilant, lest you inadvertently lose him. He is both far and near. Cherish this opportunity. Yuki earnestly began to enchant Ino with his words. As Ino listened, she increasingly felt that Brother Chia was indeed her destined partner. The distant and intangible represented absence, while the present and visible was none other than Brother Chia himself. Ino's heart raced with excitement. How she longed to declare her love aloud. I adore you, Brother Chia. You are my true love. Perhaps due to the enhancement of the divine hand, the duplication process accelerated, and within 5 minutes, the system confirmed completion. Yuki then ceased his playful banter with Ino, releasing her delicate hand. He snapped back to reality, noticing the dreamy expression on her face, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What had he just said? Chapter 94. The tragic fate of Haruno Sakura. Yuki had been lost in the system's replication sound, his words flowing freely without thought. After all, he was merely playing the role of a fortune teller, repeating the same few phrases with ease. Brother Chia, would you like some milk tea? In the serene woods. Yano Yamazaki extended her half-finished cup of milk tea towards Uchiha. Her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation as she observed whether he would drink from the cup she had already sipped. Aren't you going to drink it? Uchiha replied, his gaze laden with suspicion. If you can't finish such a small amount, isn't that a bit petty? Yano Yamazaki nodded. I can't drink any more. Then let me have it. I'm a bit thirsty, he said, showing no concern for the saliva that might linger. Without hesitation, he took the milk tea and began to drink. The sight of Uchiha, undeterred by her previous sip, brought immense joy to Yano Yamazaki's heart. This moment felt like an indirect kiss between them, filling her with happiness. As Uchiha savored the milk tea, he noticed an unusual sweetness. Was it the taste of a young girl's essence, or was the milk tea particularly sweet today? Their conversation flowed effortlessly until dusk, when Yano Yamazaki, having eaten and drunk her fill, reluctantly took her leave. Given her youth, Uchiha found himself less intrigued by her, preferring the allure of mature women. Their time spent together at home was merely a simple exchange of words. After Yano Yamazaki departed, Uchiha took to the kitchen, preparing some food before retrieving the door to the spirit time house and stepping inside. Upon entering, 2 little girls instantly noticed him, bouncing towards him with glee. Big brother, I've missed you. Little Hikari exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Uchiha's leg, while the shy Mo also clung to his other leg. Could you please let go? I have something in my hands. Uchiha remarked, somewhat exasperated at the clinginess of the 2 little girls, especially Hikari, who seemed intent on attaching herself to him. After some gentle persuasion, the 2 girls released their hold. It was then that Uchiha observed them closely. In just 6 months, they had grown taller and appeared much stronger, radiating a sense of vitality. Where's Sakura? Why isn't she here? Uchiha inquired, scanning the vicinity for Haruno Sakura. Sister Sakura is probably over there. Mo pointed towards a distant hill. Why isn't she coming over? Uchiha asked, his curiosity piqued. Sister Sakura must be feeling shy. Mo replied. Why would she be shy? Uchiha wondered aloud. She has no clothes to wear, little Mo explained. She has no clothes? Uchiha was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that within the Spirit Time house, while there were many amenities, clothes were conspicuously absent. What happened to her clothes? She was wearing them when she came in, wasn't she? Uchiha questioned, puzzled. Even if there were no other clothes, surely she could wash one and wear it. Why are there none at all? After you left, Hikari and Sister Sakura had a disagreement and ended up fighting, resulting in their clothes being torn, little Mo clarified. Hikari, why did you fight with Sakura? Uchiha asked, seeking answers. She spoke ill of her elder brother, and unable to tolerate it, I confronted her. The little girl, Hanabi, said with a glimmer in her eyes. Is that so? Uchiha expressed skepticism, yet he dared not be certain, for it was he who intentionally left Haruno Sakura here, and it was not inconceivable that she might be scolded by her. I have prepared a meal for you. Please eat first while I check on Sakura. Uchiha gestured for the two little girls to stay behind and ventured forth alone. Do you think elder brother will be angry if he sees Sakura's plight? Looking towards the direction Uchiha had gone, Meng Huang voiced her concerns. What is there to worry about? Elder brother cherishes me the most. I refuse to believe he would scold us for that despicable person, Hanabi retorted. The bed is ours, the room is ours, and the clothes are ours. Why should we give anything to her? In Hanabi's eyes, Haruno Sakura was merely a rival, and how could she possibly show her any kindness? Moreover, she had not restricted Sakura from eating. All the food was freely available to her, save for what she had already claimed as her own. There was no reason for elder brother to blame her. Upon reaching the hilltop, Uchiha beheld a humble dwelling constructed from branches and leaves in the rear mountains. At that moment, Haruno Sakura stood before this makeshift abode, her face a portrait of anger and resentment directed at Uchiha. He could not help but chuckle at her appearance. She wore no proper clothing, only garments fashioned from leaves. To Uchiha, she resembled Eve herself, clad in a skirt woven from long leaves about her waist and a similar leaf armor covering her chest. The rest of her body was bare and unblemished, appearing quite clean and free from dirt. Brother Chia, you owe me an explanation, Haruno Sakura demanded, her face a mix of fury and grievance. I apologize, little Sakura. It is my fault for jesting with you. I merely intended for you to keep Hanabi and the others company, never anticipating such a predicament would ensue. Uchiha replied earnestly, his face a mask of regret. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Sakura burst into tears, releasing the pent-up grievances of the past 6 months. I am so sorry, little Sakura. It is my fault, and I have subjected you to suffering. Uchiha reiterated his sincere apologies, realizing in a moment of whimsy. He had unwittingly placed Sakura in a situation of survival in the wilderness for half a year, an outcome he could never have foreseen. Logically, considering Sakura's abilities, it should not have been a challenge for her to handle the two little girls. Why had she been driven to such an extent? This piqued Uchiha's curiosity. Little Sakura, why were you compelled to build a house here? Surely dealing with those two little rascals should have been manageable? Could you not have simply taken a room for yourself? He voiced his intrigue. Upon hearing this, Sakura's sobs intensified. As a disciple who had diligently trained under Tsunade for over 2 years, how could she possibly be outmatched by two little girls? At the outset, Haruno Sakura brimmed with confidence. However, upon the emergence of the peculiar sword wielded by the diminutive Hinata, she found herself at the mercy of her opponent. In Chapter 95, Sakura lamented, she possesses a sword that unleashes azure lightning. I am no match for her. My clothes were incinerated by her blue lightning. Defeated by a mere 12-year-old child was an utter embarrassment. After spending half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, she was on the verge of turning 16, yet she had succumbed to a child 4 years her junior. How infuriating and disheartening. Despite the advantage of her opponent's weaponry, defeat is defeat. She felt utterly inadequate. Hearing this, Uchiha could only chuckle in disbelief. So, Sakura had been so grievously bullied, and it was all thanks to him. The azure lightning sword wielded by the little girl was none other than the demon slayer he had gifted her. In that moment, Uchiha felt a twinge of embarrassment. Do not fret, Sakura. I shall have a word with that little girl and confine her here for a few years before releasing her. He reassured her while guiding her towards the exit. As they passed by the two little girls, Uchiha pretended to glare at Hinata. You, just wait until I return. I will deal with you. Realizing her transgression, Hinata dared not retort. Uchiha led Sakura out of the hyperbolic time chamber and gently said, Sakura, Why don't you freshen up? I have prepared some clothes for you. Oh, Sakura exclaimed as she stepped into the lavish bathroom of Uchiha's home, her eyes widening in astonishment. What an enormous bathtub. It could double as a swimming pool. She marveled at the opulent sight before her. Was such a grand bathtub truly necessary for a mere bath? Steam wafted from the water. She shed the leaves that served as her modesty and dove in, feeling an immense sense of comfort wash over her. The warm spring water enveloped her, soothing her weary body. Beside the bathtub lay soap and shampoo. Sakura eagerly grasped the shampoo and poured it onto her hair, beginning to lather it. Having gone half a year without washing her hair, the sensation was nothing short of exquisite. She coated her entire body with soap, scrubbing vigorously to create a mountain of bubbles. The long-lost feeling of cleanliness brought her pure joy, eliciting soft moans of delight. After approximately an hour, Sakura cautiously peeked her head out from the door. "Brother Chiya, I am done." Upon hearing her voice, Uchiha presented her with a set of pajamas she had left behind the previous night. Sakura accepted the pajamas with her delicate hands, closed the door, and donned them. Once dressed, she felt an odd discomfort. The pajamas were too small and ill-fitting for her. She recognized the garments. They were the ones she had borrowed for warmth the night before. However, after a prolonged stay in the hyperbolic time chamber, her body had grown significantly, rendering the once comfortable pajamas rather constricting. They clung tightly to her frame, leaving her feeling uneasy and exposed, with her midriff barely concealed. Sakura Haruno awkwardly stepped out and approached behind Yuya, whispering, "Brother Yuya, do you have any other clothes? This one doesn't fit me anymore." Yuya turned around, puzzled. "What do you mean it doesn't fit? Wasn't this the one you brought last night?" "Brother Yuya, have you forgotten? I've been staying in your secret realm for over half a year now. I've grown taller," Sakura explained. "Ah, look at my forgetfulness," Yuya exclaimed, tapping his head. "What should we do? Why not wear mine? I'm taller than you. It should fit perfectly." "All right," Sakura nodded, feeling that her current nightgown was indeed too small and uncomfortable. Yuya went into the bedroom and retrieved a shirt. Sakura took the shirt and went into the bathroom to change. Moments later, she emerged again. "This is much better. I finally don't feel that tightness anymore. However, it's a bit loose now. Most importantly, it's quite empty underneath, and since this is a cropped shirt, any sudden movement might reveal too much." Over these past months, Sakura's little pet bunny had also grown considerably, though it still couldn't compare to Hinata from before. "What will you do now, Sakura? Will you head home or continue?" Yuya smiled at her, noticing how Sakura had matured during her time in the time chamber. She had become noticeably more beautiful. Sakura belonged to that category of girls who blossom beautifully with age, transforming from an ugly duckling into a graceful swan. Now nearing 16, she stood elegantly. "I still need to complete my mission. I haven't obtained my papaya yet." Sakura glanced at Yuya, a hint of shyness crossing her face. Despite her growth over the past months, she remained unsatisfied, especially when comparing herself to Hinata and often seeing Tsunade's impressive figure, which made her yearn for a more pronounced appearance. Yuya was somewhat surprised by Sakura's determination. It seemed she was indeed a persistent individual, unwilling to easily abandon her goals. "In that case, why don't you prepare something to eat first before continuing your mission? I'll head back into the time chamber to teach that girl Hanabi a lesson for you, to vent your frustrations." Yuya looked at Sakura's bashful face, gently ruffled her hair, and turned to leave. As Sakura watched Yuya's retreating figure, warmth filled her heart. He was going to defend her. "Brother Yuya is so kind," she thought joyfully as she entered Yuya's kitchen to start her preparations. Meanwhile, Yuya stepped back into the time chamber. "Big brother, you're back," Meng Huang exclaimed, running towards him playfully upon his arrival. While an hour had passed outside, half a month had elapsed within the time chamber. Hanabi, standing nearby, cautiously observed Yuya, hesitant to approach him, feeling as though she had done something wrong and was awaiting punishment from a parent. "Hanabi, why aren't you coming over?" Yuya asked with a smile, looking at the little girl. "I'm afraid you'll hit me," the petite girl replied, her voice trembling. Uchiha chuckled. "How could I ever blame you? You won fair and square, and I have no reason to fault you." He winked at the little girl. "Hua hua, big brother, you're not upset with me?" she asked, her eyes wide and innocent. "I let that guy stay in the wilderness treehouse for over half a year. If she couldn't outmatch a 12-year-old, it's her own lack of ability. So how could I blame you? You're the best, big brother." With that, the little girl dashed over, exclaiming, "Big brother, hug me." Uchiha gently ruffled her hair, saying, "You're not a baby anymore. You shouldn't always be asking for hugs." I will always be your little cotton-padded jacket, forever small and in need of hugs, the little girl replied. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Chapter 96. The Dilemma of Haruno Sakura. Uchiha spent a day in the Spirit Time House, assessing the training progress of the two little girls. After personally demonstrating some techniques, he took his leave. His approach with them was one of gentle guidance, allowing them to learn independently while offering occasional advice. In the Spirit Time House, a day could pass while only a few minutes elapsed outside. Upon returning home, Uchiha heard the sound of running water from the kitchen. Peeking inside, he found Haruno Sakura busily chopping vegetables. "Are you certain you can cook, little Sakura?" he asked, a smile of concern creeping onto his face as he observed her unsteady knife skills. Many girls become known as boyfriend's killers with their cooking, creating dishes that are surprisingly delightful and leave one craving for more. "Big brother Chia, you're back." Haruno Sakura beamed at him. "Don't worry, my cooking is excellent." "Then do your best. I'll be waiting," he replied, stepping back to let her work. He went to the refrigerator, opened it, and retrieved some chicken legs, wings, and ham, heading upstairs to prepare a barbecue. He wanted to be well prepared in case Sakura's culinary creations turned out to be disastrous. About an hour later, Haruno Sakura had prepared a beautifully arranged table of dishes. "Big brother Chia, the food is ready. Where are you? Come eat," she called, her face bright with satisfaction as she admired her handiwork. Hearing her call, Uchiha descended from the upper floor with the grilled chicken legs, wings, and ham. "I've prepared some barbecue," he said with a smile as he entered the room. "Big brother Chia, eat. The dishes I made are packed with rich nutrients and are incredibly good for your health," Sakura said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited his reaction to her carefully crafted meal. Uchiha tentatively picked up a small piece of what appeared to be a vegetable, placing it in his mouth. As he chewed, a wave of flavors assaulted his palate, leaving him feeling as though his taste buds might explode. It was both bitter and sour. His face turned a shade of purple. "Good heavens, this is astonishingly delicious," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the unexpected delight. Uchiha struggled to swallow, then immediately picked up the chicken leg he had roasted and placed it in his mouth. "I suddenly crave barbecued meat tonight. Dear Sakura, you can savor these nutritious delicacies at your leisure." He left a generous portion of grilled meat behind, taking the rest and making a swift exit. He suspected that if he lingered any longer, he might meet a dire fate. Haruno Sakura cast a disgruntled glance at the vanishing figure of Uchiha. Was it truly so unpalatable? After all, she had meticulously followed the nutritional guidelines in her preparations. She picked up a piece of green vegetable and placed it in her mouth, only to have her face turn a shade of purple as she abruptly expelled it. How could this be? I had adhered to a well-balanced recipe. Her complexion deepened in hue, leaving her bewildered, unable to comprehend why this had occurred. She then grabbed the grilled meat left by Uchiha and tentatively took a bite. Instantly, a rich aroma enveloped her taste buds, compelling her to devour it eagerly. This is delectable. Uchiha's culinary skills are unexpectedly remarkable. No wonder he looked so wary while observing my cooking. He must have seen through everything. Later that evening, with her hunger satiated, Haruno Sakura dutifully snuggled into her blanket. Dressed in Uchiha's shirt, she felt an odd sensation wash over her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After Uchiha finished his shower, he admired the moonlight from the balcony before retreating to his bedroom to sleep. Is it truly that important for Sakura to grow up? He pondered. I feel that your current proportions are quite appealing. Of course it matters. How could it not? She replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. For a girl, the size of her assets is exceedingly significant. You, Uchiha, are not a girl. You wouldn't understand. She continued, if they are too small. Seeing Hinata Huga's impressive figure only deepens my insecurities. Especially during communal baths, I wish I could just sink into the water, too ashamed to look anyone in the eye. Fear not. Once you complete your tasks, you will grow as well, Uchiha said, drifting off into a deep slumber. Haruno Sakura turned to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Uchiha, feeling an inexplicable pang of disappointment. To him, was she merely akin to a decorative pillow? It was utterly disheartening. Perhaps it was indeed because she felt inadequate, lacking the allure to captivate his attention. Yet, the sight of the sleeping Uchiha was undeniably handsome. Sakura tilted her head, mesmerized by his striking features, momentarily lost in admiration. What a dashing older brother. To be cradled in his embrace would be pure bliss. In that moment, she found herself daydreaming, staring at Uchiha, her mouth watering without her realizing. Alarmed, she quickly wiped her mouth with her hand. What is happening to me? Am I longing for Yukichiya? How could I be like this? I am a lady. She immediately sought to correct her thoughts, reminding herself that she was a refined lady, not one of those frivolous girls, and that she must maintain her composure. However, Brother Chiya is simply too handsome. I can hardly contain myself. Another voice echoed in Haruno Sakura's mind. How I long to plant a kiss on Brother Chiya's charming face. No, I cannot do that. It would be far too embarrassing. Silly girl, this is a splendid opportunity. Seize the moment. But I cannot. It would be too shameful, far too awkward. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you kiss him, he will be yours. But why are you so conflicted? What is there to consider? Are you still thinking about that heartless Sasuke? Let it go? He has never liked you, nor has he ever truly looked at you. To him, you are merely an obstacle in his quest for revenge, a useless burden, a trailing weight. Embrace this gentle, considerate, and handsome man before you. Once you miss this chance, it will be gone forever. In Haruno Sakura's mind, two voices clashed. Chapter 97. Hinata's return the next day. Uchiha opened his eyes, gazing at the quietly slumbering Haruno Sakura beside him. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her nose. In an instant, Haruno Sakura felt a sudden difficulty in breathing and abruptly opened her eyes. Good morning, little Sakura, Uchiha beamed, winking at her. You are bullying me, Haruno Sakura pouted, casting a mournful glance at him. Is this bullying? Uchiha chuckled. Isn't it bullying? She replied, her cheeks puffed out. Uchiha playfully flicked her cheek, saying now, that is what I call bullying. He winked at her once more before rising to leave, presenting her with a charming silhouette. Haruno Sakura stared blankly at Uchiha's departing figure, feeling quite aggrieved for being teased so soon after waking. Uchiha made his way to the bathroom, quickly freshened up, and then proceeded to the kitchen, deftly preparing breakfast. After more than an hour and a half, he had laid out a lavish spread: lean meat millet porridge, steamed fish, stir-fried cabbage, braised pork ribs, and steamed buns. Uchiha entered the bedroom, observing the shy expression on Haruno Sakura's face, and smiled. I have prepared breakfast. Come wash up and join me. With that, he exited. Haruno Sakura emerged from her cocoon, flustered by Uchiha's sudden affectionate gesture. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with anxiety and hesitation. After washing up, she approached the dining table and hesitantly took a seat. Eat. I have let it cool for you. It's ready to be enjoyed, Uchiha urged, pushing a bowl of lean meat millet porridge toward her and adding some vegetables to her plate. Brother Chiya, could you please refrain from bullying me in the future? Haruno Sakura murmured, her gaze lowered. Isn't this my way of showing you what true bullying is? Uchiha teased. Now that you understand what bullying really is, I shall refrain from further demonstrations. He feigned a pout. This is my first. Haruno Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person is this? Is there truly someone like this? Spring Haruno felt a surge of emotion, on the verge of tears. Observing her distress, Uchiha ceased his teasing. All right, it is my fault. I should not have. He offered a sincere apology. I apologize. It is entirely my mistake. I should not have been so captivated by the cuteness and beauty of my little Sakura. With a reddened gaze, Spring Haruno looked at Uchiha. I promise I will not bully my adorable little Sakura anymore, he vowed. They linked pinky fingers, sealing their promise. Now believe me. Uchiha smiled. You should eat your porridge before it cools down completely. It's best enjoyed while warm. Oh. Spring Haruno picked up a spoon and began to eat. Delicious. She quickly savored her meal. Uchiha chuckled at her enthusiasm and joined in. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, Uchiha turned to Spring Haruno and asked, Are you heading home, little Sakura? Or do you have other plans? I want to buy some clothes, but I feel embarrassed to go out like this. At that moment, Spring Haruno was dressed in Uchiha's oversized white shirt, feeling quite self-conscious. Although there were plenty of clothes in the wardrobe meant for Hanabi, she hesitated to wear them since Hanabi clearly did not favor her. How about I go out and buy some for you? Uchiha offered with a smile. Really? Spring Haruno looked at him with surprise. Uchiha replied, Of course. You are my lovely little Sakura, and I am more than happy to assist. Thank you so much, Brother Chiya, she exclaimed, reaching for her money. No need for that. Consider it a gift from your brother, he said, stopping her from retrieving her coins. Spring Haruno blushed, but that feels too generous. Uchiha laughed. What is there to feel shy about? Just promise to keep my bed warm in return. Let me measure your dimensions first. He stepped into the room and soon returned with a measuring tape. Little Sakura, stand up. I'll measure you. She obediently rose, standing tall. Whether it was due to Uchiha's shirt being overly large or Spring Haruno's petite figure, despite her efforts to stand confidently, she appeared rather small. He first measured her height, memorizing the numbers, then proceeded to measure her waist. Lastly, he noted her bust size, which made her feel bashful and somewhat insecure due to its modesty. All right, I've recorded everything. Just wait at home, little Sakura. I will bring back some clothes for you tonight. As he spoke, he neatly coiled the measuring tape. Brother Chie, where are you going? Why will you be back only at night? Spring Haruno inquired curiously. It's a secret. Uchiha replied with a mysterious smile. I'm off now. Make sure to keep an eye on the house, and don't let any intruders in. YQY gently patted Haruno Sakura's small head before stepping out with a smile. As he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly recalled that he had neglected to visit the Spirit Time house to check on the two little girls that morning. Promptly, he retrieved the Spirit Time house and opened the door to enter. A few minutes later, YQY emerged, stowing away the Spirit Time house, and exited with an air of nonchalance. Time flew by, and before long, 5 days had passed. Hey, Hinata, you don't need to be in such a rush. We're almost back to the village, Inuzuka Kiba remarked with a hint of exasperation, noting their hurried journey with little time for rest. Kiba, even Kurenai-sensei, is anxious, so try to keep quiet. Narashino gently patted Inuzuka Kiba's shoulder. Chapter 98. Emerging from seclusion, a tense encounter between two women. Oh yay. Finally out of seclusion, exclaimed a tall and strikingly beautiful girl, her excitement palpable as she stood before a door. Shall we go home and take a look? YQY suggested with a smile, observing the girl's enthusiasm. Yes, I want to surprise father and my sister. Hinata Hanabi nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Big brother, can you accompany me home? Hinata Hanabi asked, wrapping her arms around YQY's shoulder with a playful demeanor. You are Hanabi? Haruno Sakura, drawn by the voice, approached with a look of astonishment, staring at Hinata Hanabi. Had it truly only been 5 days since she had last seen her? The girl had grown so much, towering over her former self. She must be nearly 170 centimeters tall, Sakura thought, astonished. Especially upon noticing the girl beside her was even taller, stirring a desire within her to return to the Spirit Time house for a few more days. What are you still doing here? Hinata Hanabi asked, her expression tinged with annoyance. I'm on a mission, Sakura retorted. Her heart stirred with jealousy as she watched Hanabi affectionately cling to YQY. Over the past few days, YQY had inadvertently brushed against her, and she had begun to grow accustomed to his presence. Yet seeing another girl, taller and more beautiful, embrace him openly made her jealousy surge. How shameless. Only taking on shameless tasks, Hinata Hanabi's intuition told her that Sakura had become a rival in love. You're the one who's shameless. At your age, still clinging to a man like that, Sakura shot back defiantly. He is my big brother, and I can hug him whenever I want. What business is it of yours? Hinata Hanabi glared at Sakura, her anger evident. What do you mean your big brother? YQY is clearly my brother, not yours. Sakura retorted, glaring back fiercely. YQY, feeling somewhat helpless, observed the tension between the two fiery women. All right, enough of this bickering. You are both my dear sisters, so please get along, otherwise I shall be displeased. YQY spoke with a serious tone. You two stay here. I will go check on that girl, Emo Huang. With that, he stepped into the Spirit Time house, seeking refuge from the brewing storm of rivalry. The two women stood apart, glaring at each other, the air thick with tension. The elder brother belongs to my sister and me. You cannot take him away. I advise you to possess some self-awareness and distance yourself from him. Hinata Hanabi disdainfully remarked to Haruno Sakura. Little brat, don't presume that after spending a few years in the hyperbolic time chamber, you can look down on others. I am not someone to be trifled with. Haruno Sakura, whose temperament was inherently fiery, refused to back down. It was only in the presence of Yagami that she restrained her anger. What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? Hinata Hanabi looked down at Haruno Sakura, proclaiming, with just one hand, I could effortlessly bring you down in an instant. How dare you? Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth. Fully aware that the 7 years of meticulous training under Yagami had rendered Hinata Hanabi far beyond her current capacity to contend with. Furthermore, that insufferable girl had once devastated her clothes with the demon goddess power, leaving her to wear makeshift outfits made of leaves for over half a year. Humph. Afraid to strike? Coward. Hinata Hanabi made a face at Haruno Sakura. I won't fall for your tricks. You're provoking me to make the first move, and then Yagami will surely despise me. That is precisely what you desire, I assent it. I shall not fulfill your wishes. I will remain calm and strive to coexist harmoniously with you. Haruno Sakura was not foolish. She recognized that Hinata Hanabi's provocations were designed to incite her anger, leading to a confrontation that would inevitably earn her the disdain of Yagami, who wished for their amicable relations. With a forced smile, she said, I may not be able to defeat you, but I will heed Yagami's guidance and be a well-behaved girl. Do you share such a bond with him? I think not. Haruno Sakura retorted with a smile. You infuriate me, Hinata Hanabi thought, as her greatest fears came to fruition. In merely 7 days, she had been usurped. Yagami is always with Haruno Sakura at night, she continued, her pride swelling. Shameless, vile wretch, seducing another man. Hinata Hanabi seethed, wishing to confront Haruno Sakura. Yet Yagami's words echoed in her mind, holding her back. She could not afford to incur his dislike. Seducing another man? Which of your eyes saw me doing that? Your man? Yagami is not your man, little sister. Haruno Sakura retorted sharply. I am the fiancé of the elder brother. He has long promised to marry me when I grow up. You shameless one, I assent your seduction of my man simply an attempt to lure him away from me? If it weren't for Yagami's warning, I would surely make you pay dearly. Hinata Hanabi clenched her tiny fists. Yagami doesn't fancy little brats. How could he ever agree to marry someone like you? Haruno Sakura intended to retort, but suddenly remembered that the figure before her was no longer that little brat. Now, she had grown taller, more refined, and more beautiful than herself. Humph, little brat? Hinata Hanabi scoffed, puffing out her chest. Do you see this? Is this something a mere child could possess? Hinata Hanabi shook herself, full of elasticity. She cast a mocking glance at Haruno Sakura's chest and chuckled. Your little friend up front surely cannot bounce, right? Look at me. This elasticity is something every man adores. Haruno Sakura was infuriated, feeling as though she might spit blood. This girl was ridiculing her petite stature. How outrageous. Finally finished, you may head out now, came the voice of Tsunade from the entrance, followed closely by a beautiful girl emerging behind him. You two haven't clashed at all. Excellent. It seems you can get along well from now on. Which puts me at ease. Observing the two girls standing amicably, devoid of the anticipated conflict, Tsunade felt quite satisfied. Brother Nato, I promise to get along splendidly with Hanabi. Sakura smiled at you, her face devoid of any anger. Hanabi also smiled sweetly at you, obediently stating, Big brother. Hanabi and sister Sakura are having a lovely conversation, so you can rest easy. Chapter 99. Astonishment seeing the two girls behaving so well, Tsunade felt considerably relieved. He had thought he might need to mediate their previous disagreements, but it appeared unnecessary now. Big brother, I shall return home now. Farewell, Mogawa said, giving a slight bow to you as she bid farewell. Yes, little Mogawa, you should head home. I imagine you miss your family dearly, so go back quickly. Tsunade smiled. Goodbye, Hanabi. Goodbye, sister Sakura. Mogawa nodded at both girls before eagerly departing. After 7 years away from home, she too yearned for her family. Come on, Hanabi, I will take you home and see if your sister has returned. Tsunade affectionately patted Hinata Hanabi's small head. Yes, Hanabi's heart blossomed with joy, secretly flashing a victorious smile at Sakura. Here, Sakura, Tsunade produced a coveted papaya for Haruno Sakura, placing it in her hands with a smile. You needn't assist me for the remaining 3 days. Take this papaya home. Brother Nato, are you sending me away? Sakura looked at him with a pitiful expression. Was he truly dismissing her now that Hanabi had returned? I'm not sending you away. I merely believe your efforts over these past few days have fully warranted this papaya. So I thought to give it to you early. You have already spent 7 days helping me instead of training, and you still need to prepare for the CHNIN exams, right? You cannot squander more time with me. Return and prepare diligently for the CHNIN exams, and strive to advance this time. Tsunade patted Sakura's shoulder with a smile. I believe you will surely advance in this CHNIN exam. Then I shall take my leave, Sakura said with a hint of melancholy, knowing she needed to prepare for the exams. Though she had received the papaya, she felt somewhat disheartened. After Sakura departed, Tsunade took Hinata Hanabi towards the Huga residence. Soon, they arrived at the doorstep, coincidentally encountering Hinata Niji, who was about to step out. What brings you here? Niji coldly regarded Tsunade, their enmity palpable in the air. The last incident left this fellow hospitalized for several days, which deeply soured Hinata Niji's feelings towards Uchiha, evoking a profound sense of disdain within him. Hello there. Shall we engage in another contest? Uchiha remarked with a teasing smile directed at Hinata Niji. Contest? Upon hearing this, Hinata Niji's heart sank. After 2 humiliating defeats, it was evident to even the most Navi that he was no match for Uchiha. With a cold huff, Hinata Niji chose not to respond. Are you feeling better, Niji and I? Hinata Hanabi stepped forward from behind, her smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Hinata Niji. Who are you? Hinata Niji queried, his mind swirling with confusion at the familiar voice. Why did it feel so recognizable? Yet, he could not recall where he had encountered her before. It's Hanabi. Niji and I. Don't you recognize me? Hinata Hanabi answered with a smile. Lady Hanabi? Hinata Niji was taken aback. This girl, taller than him, was the little lowly Hanabi? How could that be? Wasn't she just 10 years old? Have you mastered the transformation technique? Congratulations. Hinata Niji had never experienced the absurdity of aging a day. So he immediately thought of transformation techniques, failing to realize that Hinata Hanabi had indeed matured significantly, surpassing him in height. With a playful grin, Hinata Hanabi replied, Niji and I. This isn't a transformation technique. Let us go inside. I'm tired of talking to this little brat. Uchiha urged, showing no interest in Hinata Niji whatsoever. You're the little brat. Hinata Niji glared at Uchiha, indignation boiling within him. At over 15 years old, to be labeled a child was utterly ridiculous. Huh, do you wish to fight? I'm more than willing to oblige, Uchiha said, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Hinata Niji, doubtful that, after 2 swift defeats, Niji would dare to confront him again. All right, big brother, please don't tease Niji and I, Hinata Hanabi interjected, not wanting to witness Niji being humiliated again. Seeking to divert the conversation and offer Hinata Niji an escape. Has my sister returned yet? Lady Hinata likely hasn't come back yet. I haven't seen her around the clan these past few days, Hinata Niji answered honestly. She hasn't returned yet. Hinata Hanabi expressed a hint of disappointment. Are you truly Lady Hanabi? Hinata Niji looked at her, his mind filled with questions. If it wasn't a transformation technique, how could she have grown so tall in just a few days? She exuded an aura of strength and power, instilling an invisible pressure. Her slender hands appeared resilient and brimming with potential energy. Of course, I am Hanabi. Farewell, Niji and I'm off to see father, she said, taking Uchiha's hand as they walked into the Hinata residence. Hinata Niji pondered for a moment before following them inside, eager to determine if this was genuinely not a transformation technique. If it wasn't it would be truly astonishing. Upon entering the Hinata household, they soon encountered Hinata Hiashi. Lord Chiya, what brings you here? Hinata Hiashi inquired respectfully upon recognizing Uchiha. One should not assume that Hinata Hayashi's demeanor had faltered. In just a few days, he managed to cultivate Hinata to possess strength comparable to his own, and she even grew significantly taller. Huga Hisashi, as the clan leader, is certainly no fool. A person capable of such accomplishments must possess abilities that far exceed those of an ordinary clan leader. In this world, power, status, and reputation reign supreme. Should one possess any of these attributes that surpass another, respect must be accorded, addressing them as Lord. Lord Shikiya? Standing not far away, Huga Niji was taken aback upon hearing Huga Hisashi refer to this individual as Lord. How could this be? Hisashi was addressing someone over a decade younger than himself as Lord? This was utterly unfathomable. The young man was merely an ordinary individual without any noble status. Lord Shikiya smiled at Huga Hisashi and gently stated, I have returned your person. Returned someone? Hisashi gazed at Shikiya in confusion, suspecting that Hanabi had upset him and was being sent back. Did little Hanabi cause you displeasure? Not at all. It's just that Hanabi has missed home after being away for so long. So I brought her back for a visit, Shikiya explained, noticing Hisashi's misunderstanding. Missed home for so long. Hisashi was bewildered. Hadn't Hanabi only been gone for a few days? Come out, little Hanabi, no need to hide any longer. Shikiya gestured for Hanabi, who had been concealed behind him, to step forward. Father, I'm back. Hanabi suddenly leaped out from behind Shikiya. Huga Hisashi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the tall, stunning young woman. You are Hanabi? Hisashi rubbed his eyes vigorously, incredulous as he gazed at the tall girl before him. She had transformed from a 10-year-old child into a striking beauty, a change so drastic it was almost unbelievable. Though he was aware of Shikiya's unique cultivation method, which could dramatically enhance one's height, Hanabi's transformation was astonishing, far surpassing Hinata's, leaving him in shock. Indeed, it's me, father. Hanabi winked at Hiashi. I've been training for 7 years. In the secret realm that Big Brother mentioned, 1 year inside equals just 1 day outside. A day equals a year? Upon hearing this, Hiashi and the nearby Niji widened their eyes in disbelief. Was there truly such a miraculous place in the world? Lord Shikiya. A hurried figure approached Niji, filled with excitement as they gazed at Shikiya in the hall. Was that voice Hinata? Shikiya turned and beheld the girl he had longed for. Lord Shikiya? The young woman rushed forward, tears in her eyes, and threw herself into Shikiya's embrace. I missed you so much, Lord Shikiya. Tears streamed down Hinata's cheeks. Overwhelmed with joy. I missed you too, little Hinata, Shikiya replied, smiling as he held her tightly, gently wiping away her tears. Beside them, Hinata Hiashi was engulfed in frustration, for in his daughter's eyes, he had become invisible. The cabbage he had nurtured was now uprooted by pigs, no longer belonging to him. He tugged at Hinata Hanabi's sleeve, signaling her to depart and leave space for Hinata and Yushia. Observing the two entwined in each other's embrace, Hanabi felt a pang of jealousy. Yet she understood that her sister was the one who had first encountered the elder brother. She was merely the interloper. Whether she could be with the elder brother hinged entirely upon her sister's consent. If her sister agreed, only then would Yushia consider being with her. How exasperating. Why couldn't she have met the elder brother first? With jealousy simmering within her, Hanabi found herself in a state of deep discontent. Both father and daughter were in a similar mood, truly a reflection of their kinship. As everyone vacated the hall, only Hinata, and Yushia remained. Yushia? You have become even more handsome. Hinata shyly nestled against Yushia's chest, her voice sweet and tender. My little Hinata has become even more adorable, Yushia replied, gently stroking Hinata's hair. You've just returned, you must be weary. Allow me to carry you to the treehouse for some rest, he winked at her. With a shy nod, Hinata acquiesced, all right. Yushia crouched down, and the girl bashfully climbed onto his back. Rising with her secured, he strolled slowly toward the door. Outside, 3 figures were eavesdropping at the window, and upon seeing the couple emerge, they awkwardly scratched their heads. Are you going out to play? Hanabi inquired. Her expression complex as she gazed at Hinata. She longed to be the one being carried. Hanabi, are you also training in the 6 styles with Yushia? Hinata, recalling her previous experiences, regarded Hanabi with seriousness. The process of mastering the 6 styles was undeniably embarrassing, especially with Yushia's assistance in massages, which only heightened her embarrassment. If Yushia had shared such intimate moments with Hanabi, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Yushia, fully aware of Hinata's implications, hastily interjected. Hanabi has trained rigorously for 7 years in the hyperbolic time chamber to master the 6 styles. The hyperbolic time chamber? Hinata queried, puzzled. A day outside equates to a year within, Yushia clarified. Ah, I see. No wonder Hanabi has grown so much. Wait, Yushia. If Hanabi has trained for 7 years and was 10 years old then, she must be 17 now. Should I address her as sister or younger sister? Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment. Having not undergone such training, she was still only a little over 14. How should she refer to the now 17-year-old Hanabi? Cough, cough. Hinata Hiashi cleared his throat and remarked, I suggest we maintain the previous titles. Regardless of the passage of time, Hinata was born before Hanabi, making it most fitting for Hanabi to call her sister. After some more light-hearted conversation, Yushia declared, Hinata and I shall take a stroll. There's no need to wait up for us for dinner, as he waved goodbye to the father and daughter duo, carrying Hinata away gently. As for the utterly astonished Huga Niji, he was disregarded. Lady Hanabi, is it truly the case that a day outside the spirit time room equates to a year within? Huga Niji found it hard to fathom what he had just heard. Indeed, brother Niji, responded Hanabi, her mind wandering as she gazed at the retreating figure of Yagami Shinya carrying Hinata on his back, feelings of unease stirring within her. Huga Hiashi observed his younger daughter's distracted demeanor. As someone who had traversed similar paths, he could not fail to discern her sentiments. With a sigh of resignation, he lamented, what a tangled fate. Both my daughters have fallen for the same individual. Perhaps I should not have sent her away in pursuit of strength. Now, the situation had become quite complicated. There is no such thing as a perfect outcome. With gain comes loss. No, I must resolve this matter. I shall have a heart-to-heart with Hinata soon. Huga Hiashi was confident that Hinata would heed his words as her father. Hanabi, come and share with me the experiences you have had over the years. I am eager to learn. Yes, father, Hanabi replied absently. Will you abandon me in the future? Shinya-kun? On the street, Hinata, resting on Yagami Shinya's back, voiced her concerns. Dear Hinata, why would you think such a thing? How could I possibly forsake my precious Hinata? My love for you is boundless. Yagami Shinya assured her, tightly grasping her small hand and kissing the back of it. At that moment, the system's notification echoed. Bloodline limit detected, initiating replication. Yagami Shinya deliberately chose not to replicate from Hanabi, opting instead to obtain his first bloodline limit directly from Hinata, akin to the replication of ninjutsu, beginning solely with her. This held special significance for him. But what if I grow old and no longer possess beauty? Will you still love me, Shinya-kun? Hinata lamented, her heart heavy. Silly girl, what are you worrying about? You are but a child. Hearing her melancholic words, Yagami Shinya couldn't help but smile. As long as I am here, you shall never age. How could you not age? In a decade or so, I will be old, and my youthful beauty will fade. One day, I shall take you to meet Tsunade, and you will understand what it means to retain eternal youth. Do not forget, your Shinya-kun is quite the man with potential. Chapter 101. Where is Yuhi Kurenai? In the evening, Yagami Shinya returned to the Huga residence, his demeanor radiating warmth as he accompanied the blushing Hinata. Aren't you coming inside, Shinya-kun? Hinata looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Not today, let us leave it at this. Until tomorrow. After escorting Hinata to her doorstep, Yagami Shinya waved goodbye and turned to depart. Upon leaving the Huga household, he hastened towards Yuhi Kurenai's home. Little Hinata is back, so undoubtedly. As the supervising teacher, Kurenai must have returned as well. After such an extended absence, Yagami Shinya could hardly contain his excitement. However, upon his arrival at Yuhi Kurenai's abode, he was surprised to find the lights turned off. Why are the lights off? Has Kurenai not returned? As Uchiha stepped inside, he called out several times, yet received no response. Where could the goddess Uchiha have gone? Glancing over at the illuminated home of Washiazuki, he pondered whether Shiri Hong was visiting her. Approaching the door, he rang the bell. Washiazuki peeked out from the window. Uchiha waved excitedly and called out, Sister Izuki, is Sister Hong here with you? You heartless little rascal. You haven't come to play with your sister in so long. If it weren't for looking for little Hong, would you even think of visiting me? Washiazuki retorted, leaping down to stand before Uchiha, her tone slightly irritated. Of course not. I have been thinking of you, Sister Izuki. I've just been a bit busy these past few days, that's all, Uchiha explained earnestly. Is that so? Washiazuki gazed at him intently. Indeed, he affirmed with a serious nod. How about we go inside for a drink? She suggested. Uchiha shook his head in refusal. I need to find Sister Hong for something. Perhaps another day. Are you looking for little Hong to discuss that particular activity? I could assist you with your research. Washiazuki winked at him. Nanny? Uchiha exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at Washiazuki. What did she mean by that? Was she hinting at wanting to play? Was this a test? He glanced back at the brightly lit room in Washiazuki's home. Could it be that Shiri Hong was eavesdropping above? What are you talking about, Sister Izuki? I don't quite understand. What is the primal motion of life? Uchiha asked, feigning confusion, as if her words were truly beyond his grasp. Do you really not understand? You little rascal, how could you not? Are you afraid of little Hong being inside? Is that why you're pretending to be clueless? Washiazuki shot him an exasperated look. How frustrating it was. She had mustered the courage to ask him out, only for him to question her intentions. Little Hong isn't in my house. If you don't believe me, feel free to come in and check. I wholeheartedly welcome you to search. With her sincere expression, Uchiha began to wonder if he had misjudged the situation. Was Washiazuki genuinely inviting him? It proved once more that one could never anticipate how proactive a seemingly aloof goddess could be in the presence of an attractive man. Shall we then? Since Washiazuki has gone this far, it would be remiss not to honor her enthusiasm. Uchiha boldly stepped inside. Washiazuki eagerly led him through various concealed rooms and wardrobes, exclaiming, See, I told you. Little Hong is not here at all. Are you reassured now? Despite having searched all the rooms and cupboards without finding Shiri Hong, Uchiha felt it prudent to conduct a thorough check once more. He formed hand seals and employed his sensing technique. After a moment of scanning, he indeed found no additional chakra, only that of the charming Azuki beside him. Shall we change locations? Uchiha chuckled and inquired, Isn't it pleasant at my home? Where else would you prefer to go? To the wilds, perhaps. For a more thrilling experience? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yushitai Hondo's eyes. It's not the wilderness, it's another abode of mine. Uchiha feigned a ritual gesture, tapping the ground. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, A plume of white smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a door materialized before Yushirtai Hongdo. Why have you conjured a door, Chiya? Yushirtai Hongdo asked, perplexed. You'll see in due course, Yuchiya replied, extending his hand to unveil the spirit time house. Step inside, dear sister Hongdo. He entered the mystical realm first, with Yushirtai Hongdo following curiously. Inside, a revelation unfolded. The space was breathtakingly beautiful. What a magnificent place. Chiya, Yushirtai Hongdo exclaimed, her astonishment evident. This is a secret realm where no one can disturb us. Yuchiya smiled. Sister Hongdo, there are some activities I find somewhat perplexing. Perhaps you could elucidate them for me. With a warm smile, Yushirtai Hongdo grasped Yuchiya's hand, guiding it forward. What do you suggest, dear brother? She inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. There are some obstructions I need to address first to ensure accurate measurements. Yuchiya explained with a playful grin as he began his task. These impediments are somewhat bothersome. Allow me to assist you in removing them. Without hesitation, Yuchiya playfully tossed her onto the bed. What are you doing? Yushirtai Hongdo gasped. What do you think? Yuchiya smirked. Chapter 102. The goddess resides at my home, transforming into a tiger. Yuchiya elicited a startled cry from Yushirtai Hongdo, who exclaimed for help. No one can save you here. You might as well surrender. No, it's a robbery. Someone's after my riches. Hours passed, and Yushirtai Hongdo, struggling to rise, lamented. This is all your fault. Each slight movement sent pain coursing through her legs. Sister, I apologize. I got carried away in my excitement, Yuchiya insisted. Let me take a look. No, she protested vehemently. Just a glance. He coaxed. Absolutely not. She blushed, refusing to relent. I possess celestial healing abilities. Allow me to assist you, he offered. No, I refuse treatment, she reiterated, stubbornly denying any help. Forgive me, Sister Hongdo, she thought. Realizing it was her first time spending several hours with Yuchiya, who seemed insatiable in his energy. If you're in such discomfort, there is another way. Yuchiya whispered close to her ear. Yushirtai Hongdo blushed deeply, realizing there were alternative methods to explore. Enthralled, she discovered new possibilities. Yuchiya produced a pair of black stockings. Sister Hongdo, please wear these to avoid catching a chill. She shot him a disapproving glance, yet complied, donning the stockings obediently. Outside, only a few minutes had elapsed. Dressed in her diminutive attire, she trembled slightly as she emerged through the grand entrance. Her fishing net was gone, leaving only her intact garment. Fortunately, this was her home, where replenishment was always at hand. Yuchiya followed closely behind, ensuring the door was secured. Sister Hongdo, do you require assistance? No, thank you. The mature lady hastily declined, wary of Yuchiya's potential mischief. Yuchiya was formidable, a force she could not contend with. Surrender was her only option. Then I shall take my leave, Yuchiya declared, invigorated and entirely devoid of any weakness. Be quick and find your little Honghong. The elder sister, having been well fed, had little inclination for anything but a peaceful slumber. I'm off then, farewell, Sister Hongdo. Yuchiya hummed a cheerful tune as she strolled away, her spirits soaring. Arriving at Sunset Hong's residence, Yuchiya noted that the lights remained extinguished. Where could Sunset Hong have wandered? Why was she not at home? Puzzlement clouded her thoughts. Where could the goddess be? After waiting for what felt like an eternity at Sunset Hong's doorstep without a sign of her return, Yuchiya reluctantly decided to head back home, promising to return another day. Whither has our esteemed Sunset Hong disappeared? Whistling softly, Yuchiya approached her own abode. Chiekuin, you have finally returned. As the words fell, a figure suddenly leaped into her embrace. Sister Hong? Yuchiya was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Sunset Hong in astonishment. It turned out that while Sunset Hong had been absent from her own home, she had come to seek out Yuchiya. I missed you so much. Tears welled up in the elder sister's eyes, a testament to her longing after days of separation. I missed you too, Sister Hong. Yuchiya promptly enveloped Sunset Hong in a tight embrace. Sunset Hong was the first woman Yuchiya encountered upon arriving in the world of Naruto, holding a uniquely significant place in his heart. Where did you go tonight? I waited for you for so long. In truth, I went looking for you, waiting outside your home for quite a while. I never anticipated that my beloved Sister Hong would be waiting for me here. Sunset Hong's eyes widened in surprise, astonished that they had both ventured to one another's homes in search of the other. Let us go inside and talk. Yuchiya gently took Sunset Hong's hand, opening the door and stepping inside. Is Hanabi here? A hint of shyness colored Sunset Hong's cheeks. That girl, Hanabi. I noticed she hadn't returned home for a while, so I made a special trip to escort her back today. Fear not, Sister Hong. Tonight it shall be just you and me at my home, no one else. Uchiha winked at Sunset Hong, prompting a blush to bloom across her face. Sister Hong, it has been ages since we enjoyed a hot spring together. Let us indulge tonight. The elder sister nodded demurely, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. They arrived at the expansive bath, and Sunset Hong gazed in astonishment at the pool-like size of the bathing area. This bath is magnificent. It serves not only for soaking but also for swimming, a dual delight. Allow me to assist you, Sister Hong. Be cautious, Chia-kun, do not damage anything. Rest assured, Sister Hong, I shall be exceedingly careful. The attire of the elegant woman was quite extraordinary, resembling a delicate gauze that enveloped her form. After some time of exploration, Uchiha finally located the opening and began to peel it away, layer by layer. Beneath this outer garment, she wore a layer akin to a fishnet, much like the one worn by Hongdo. Red sister, perhaps you should don my clothes for the return journey. Upon catching sight of the black fishnet, Uchiha was overcome by an urge to tear it apart. What do you intend to do, Chia-kun? Hongdo instinctively covered her fishnet-clad body as she observed him. The elegant silhouette of the woman was revealed, prompting her to shyly cover herself and hurriedly leap into the bath. Do not attempt to escape, my treasure. Uchiha swiftly removed his own garments and, with a splash, followed her into the water, quickly swimming towards her. The big bad wolf approaches. Run. Hongdo swam, attempting to evade the pursuit of the wolf. With a burst of speed, Uchiha lunged at Hongdo, dragging her beneath the surface. Gurgle, gurgle. Caught off guard. She sputtered bubbles. Seeing this, Uchiha bit down with vigor. After a while, when he finally exhausted himself, he surfaced with Hongdo, both gasping for air. Red sister, allow me to assist you in a thorough examination. Having replenished his breath, Uchiha launched another surprise attack. Chapter 103. Chia and Hongdo floated atop the water, while Uchiha descended once more. The bath was filled with swirling steam, rendering visibility quite poor. Although the water was clear, the steam made it difficult for those above to see those below. As Uchiha submerged, Hongdo lost sight of him. The uncertainty stirred a sense of unease within her. Even knowing that Uchiha would surely approach, her heart raced with anticipation, uncertain from where he might suddenly emerge. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through her as a hand grasped her delicate foot, causing her to let out an involuntary scream. Instinctively, she struggled, but the hand in the water held her firmly, leaving her unable to escape. Another hand followed the path of her foot, and with a swift tug, she was pulled back underwater. Once submerged, she saw Uchiha grinning at her. Surfacing for air, he smiled and said, Red sister, you're right here in the water, aren't you? Well, I shall defer to you. She nodded in agreement. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that the lights in Uchiha's home finally dimmed. They slept soundly until midday. Uchiha awoke with a throbbing head, realizing that staying up late was indeed unwise. He resolved to avoid such late nights in the future. With a deep yawn, he stretched and turned to gaze at the goddess beside him. Perhaps sensing his movement, Hongdo slightly opened her eyes, looking at him with a shy expression. Upon witnessing her bashful, rosy cheeks, a warmth filled Uchiha's heart. Sensing his gaze, she quickly remarked, Chia-kun, please bear with me. Last night was quite the ordeal, and it has worn out this delicate lady. I understand, Red sister. Greetings, Sister Hong. Please rest comfortably. I shall prepare a meal. After freshening up in the bathroom, Uchiha proceeded to the kitchen, where he skillfully began his culinary endeavors. Approximately half an hour later, he had artfully crafted a sumptuous spread of nutritious dishes, nourishing papaya chicken soup, steamed ribs, boiled cabbage, lean meat millet porridge, and steamed dumplings. Sister Hong, it is time to eat. Chia, could you find me a set of clothes? My attire was torn last night. Of course. Uchiha walked to the wardrobe and retrieved a set of pajamas. Why you go outside first? Sister Hong blushed as she looked at Uchiha. We are like an old married couple. There is no need to be shy, he replied, refusing to leave, determined to watch her dress. Uchiha's persistence left Sister Hong no choice but to dress before him. As Sister Hong rose, a sudden pain shot through her, nearly causing her to fall. Uchiha was quick to catch her. Does it still hurt? He inquired with concern. Yes, Sister Hong nodded. Let us use some essential oil. Uchiha produced a bottle of soothing muscle and blood circulation oil. Let me do it. No, give it to me. I shall do it myself. Sister Hong insisted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Such an important matter. How can I let you handle it alone? I cannot rest easy unless I assist you, Uchiha replied earnestly. This is merely a minor issue. Please allow me to manage it. Sister Hong attempted to argue again, yet Uchiha was unwilling to squander such a splendid opportunity. Enough of this. It is better for me to take care of it. Now, be good and lie down, he said, gently placing her on the bed. It would be troublesome for you to do it alone. Let me help you. Without waiting for her refusal, Uchiha began to assist her. Sister Hong's face turned as red as a Fuji apple. What are you doing, Sister Hong? Open up. I am here to help you, he stated with a serious expression. Please, no? Sister Hong shook her head vigorously, her alluring crimson cheeks tempting enough to provoke a desire to savor them. It seems I must employ some tactics, Uchiha thought, as he reached towards her waist and began to tickle her. Ah, stop. It tickles. Sister Hong laughed and squirmed, helpless against the onslaught of laughter. Cannot escape? Uchiha teased. Let go. I yield. Please stop tickling. She laughed, finally conceding as he ceased his playful torment. Obediently, Sister Hong complied. Uchiha leaned in, poured the essential oil, and began the treatment. The cooling sensation of the oil worked wonders, and after a thorough massage, Sister Hong's swelling subsided, restoring her to comfort. Sister Hong, shall we perhaps indulge in something more? Uchiha suggested, gazing at her. Feeling intrigued, Sister Hong responded, perhaps we should eat first, otherwise, the food will grow cold. Her cheeks were flushed as she approached the dining table, inhaling the delightful aroma of the dishes, saliva practically pooling in her mouth. Chia, did you learn to cook before? The food smells exquisite. As the setting sun illuminated the scene, Shiyu Hong waved her hand, drawing the enticing aroma towards her nose. Instantly, her stomach grumbled audibly. Having learned a few culinary tricks from a chef friend, she was confident in her ability to create delightful home-cooked meals, believing that she could infuse any dish with exquisite flavors. With a hint of self-praise, Uchiha remarked, "Eat up. Your stomach is calling out." He served a bowl of nutritious papaya chicken soup to Shiyu Hong, saying, "This is a special chicken soup brewed with papaya. After consuming it, you will become more beautiful and fair, rejuvenating your skin to a youthful radiance, as if you were 18 again." Really? Is there such a miraculous papaya? Shiyu Hong exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. She harbored no doubts about Uchiha's honesty. She believed wholeheartedly that whatever he claimed must hold true. Absolutely. You will be in for a delightful surprise, Uchiha replied with a smile and a nod. Then I shall dig in. Shiyu Hong licked her lips and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal. Chapter 104. I want it all. Having not finished her lunch and having savored several bowls of papaya chicken soup, the elegant lady hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. They had enjoyed a combined breakfast and lunch. After their meal, Uchiha accompanied Shiyu Hong for a stroll, intending to buy her a few items. As they walked down the bustling street, Uchiha noticed an influx of strangely dressed strangers in the village. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a particularly conspicuous group. The leading figure wore a cloak emblazoned with the character for wind. Beside him stood a man and a woman. The woman carried a large fan on her back, while the man had a long object wrapped in cloth slung over his shoulder. Trailing behind them was a throng of young boys and girls, along with a middle-aged man clad in a specialized sand ninja uniform. Could that cloaked individual be Gaara? In the original narrative, Gaara was at this juncture becoming the Kazekage. As the group approached, Uchiha cast a glance at the youthful boy in the forefront, who bore the character for love on his forehead. Indeed, it was Gaara. What are you staring at? The girl with the large fan halted and warned Uchiha with a hint of irritation. Uchiha chuckled, "If you don't look at me, how would you know I was looking at you? It is quite clear that you are the one observing me. You are so handsome." The girl, initially intending to reprimand Uchiha for his audacity, found herself speechless upon catching a glimpse of his face. What a striking man he was. The words of reproach lodged in her throat. "Tamari, do not be rude. We are guests here, and it is only natural for others to be curious." The man in the wind cloak spoke coldly yet firmly. "I apologize, Gaara, my emotions got the better of me," Tamari quickly conceded, fearing Gaara's authority and the potential consequences of her impulsiveness. "I am sorry, brother. It is my failure to properly discipline my subordinate, allowing her to be disrespectful to you," Gaara said sincerely, bowing respectfully. "By your appearance, you must be the Kazekage," Uchiha observed as he gazed at Gaara. "I am Gaara of the Sand, fortunate to have recently ascended to the position of Kazekage. At the invitation of Konoha, I have brought the new generation to participate in the Chunin exams." Gaara replied with a calm, yet firm demeanor. I am Uchiha. We need not exchange harsh words to become acquainted. How about we share a drink and forge a friendship? Uchiha proposed with a warm smile directed at Gaara. Friendship? Gaara trembled slightly, taken aback. This was the second time he had encountered someone willing to befriend him. Indeed, returning to Konoha as a leader had proven to be a fortuitous decision, allowing him the opportunity to make a friend. Apart from Naruto, this was the second individual who had proactively extended a hand of friendship toward him. Are you not afraid of me? Gaara inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. The specter of his past, steeped in violence, had cloaked him in an aura of menace that often deterred others from approaching him, instilling fear rather than camaraderie. Why should I fear you? Are you a villain who would strike me down? I think not. You are the Kazekage, a figure of undeniable strength and respect. Uchiha responded with a reassuring smile. The middle-aged ninja behind them scoffed, dismissing Uchiha's words with contempt. To him, Gaara's position was not a matter of admiration, but rather a means to pacify him. 2 years prior, Orochimaru had assassinated the fourth Kazekage, leaving their village bereft of a powerful leader. Moreover, their misguided trust in Orochimaru had led to a devastating invasion of Konoha, resulting in significant losses. The Sand Village's ninja had suffered greatly, and to quell the unrest and instill fear in other villages, Gaara, as the Jinchuriki, was reluctantly appointed the fifth Kazekage. An admirable strongman? Gaara pondered Uchiha's words, finding them to resonate deeply within him. He felt a compelling need to demonstrate to his village that he was a Kazekage worthy of their trust. Would you truly decline the opportunity to befriend me? What a pity, Uchiha lamented with a tone of genuine regret. And no, Uchiha, I would be more than willing to befriend you, Gaara exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. For someone like him, the prospect of having a friend was a rare and coveted opportunity. Behind Gaara, Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances of disbelief, silently questioning the audacity of this newcomer to seek friendship with Gaara, a being they deemed fearsome. As his elder sister and brother, they were acutely aware of Gaara's formidable nature and dared not express any dissent or skepticism towards him. Their feelings were rooted not in trust, but in a profound fear of Gaara. They believed that a mere whim could compel him to eliminate them without hesitation. Yet, they found it peculiar that since returning from the debacle in Konoha 2 years ago, Gaara had not displayed his customary ferocity. Instead, he seemed eager to cultivate friendships, which struck them as odd. In the Sand Village, no one dared to approach him, leaving Gaara devoid of companionship for an extended period. Let us proceed. To celebrate our newfound friendship, let us indulge in a delightful drink together. Uchiha, with an air of familiarity, draped his arm around Gaara's shoulder, startling the other Sand Shinobi who instinctively grew wary, fearing Uchiha might suddenly strike and harm Gaara. Rest assured, I can sense the sincerity of Brother Chia. You need not worry. However, Brother Chia, I must apologize, as I have an appointment with the 5th Hokage and cannot spare the time at present, Gaara expressed apologetically. No worries. Once you've concluded your visit with Lady Tsunade and settled in, we shall reconvene for a drink and truly enjoy each other's company. Here is my address. Feel free to visit my home later. Uchiha smiled as he wrote down an address and handed it to Gaara, who accepted it with excitement. He cherished this hard-won friendship with Uchiha and was determined to nurture it. Until we meet again. Having said that, Uchiha took the hand of his companion and gracefully departed. Sister Hong, why were you silent just now? Uchiha inquired with a smile. It is the duty of women to remain discreet while men converse, replied Kurenai Yuhi with a smile. A modest interjection is not something I mind. I am not one to subscribe to outdated notions of masculinity, and I welcome the opinions of women, Uchiha responded. Sister Hong, we have arrived at the clothing store. Let us step inside. Today, Uchiha accompanied his friend to shop for clothes, as he had accidentally ruined her attire the previous night during a moment of excitement. And he felt compelled to make amends. Let us purchase several chest plates. After consuming the papaya chicken soup, I have surely outgrown my previous garments. The midday meal of papaya chicken soup left Sister Hong utterly astonished. It truly seemed to invoke immediate growth, causing buttons to pop open, leading to a delightful spectacle that left her blushing and flustered. Kurenai nodded shyly, equally pleased, for Uchiha was there to help her select new clothes. Arriving at the section dedicated to chest plates, Uchiha pointed to the array of colorful options and boldly declared, I will take all of these larger sizes. Please pack them up for me. Chapter 105. Remember to address me as Big Sister from now on. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Meng Huang left her parents in a state of astonishment. Their 10-year-old daughter, having been away for a week, returned as a graceful beauty, much to their delight, as it meant savings on tuition. Moreover, they anticipated the prospect of grandchildren soon. With cheerful curiosity, her parents inquired why she hadn't brought her boyfriend home. This left Meng Huang blushing and exclaiming, "You expect your 10-year-old daughter to bring home a boyfriend? Have you both lost your minds?" After a day of rest at home, Meng Huang ventured to the secret training ground where she often practiced with Konohamaru. It was a small training venue, and at that moment, two youthful figures busied themselves within. "Waha, Udon, look at this one. That big rear and luxurious car. She is the one," Konohamaru exclaimed, lying on the grass, flipping through a small notebook with a mischievous grin. "Konohamaru, I recall Naruto once mentioned that long legs and a slender waist are essential. Your height is rather diminutive and your waist too thick. Certainly not the ideal candidate." Udon, with tears streaming down his face, pointed to another figure in his notebook, a tall, willowy beauty boasting the allure of luxury cars, exclaiming, "This one, Konohamaru. If you transform into her, your seductive arts will undoubtedly gain formidable prowess, surpassing even Naruto." "Is that so?" "Indeed, she is striking." Konohamaru chuckled lecherously. Having chosen the enchanting lady, Udon suggested, preparing to commence his practice. "Hey, you two little rascals hiding here, spying on such things. Do you have a death wish?" A cold voice pierced through the air from behind them. Startled, they turned to find a statuesque beauty gazing icily at them. "Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle in our affairs?" Konohamaru stood up, shielding his notebook, fearing it might be snatched away. This was his meticulously selected treasure, stealthily acquired from a convenience store, meant solely for honing his seductive techniques. It was indispensable. "Konohamaru, doesn't she resemble Moegi?" Udon, concealed behind Konohamaru, sniffled, envisioning Moegi's likeness in the tall beauty. "Now that you mention it, she does bear a striking resemblance to Moegi." Konohamaru furtively assessed the beauty's features and found the sudden, towering figure indeed reminiscent of Moegi. Bang! Bang! As the two whispered covertly, the beauty vanished before their eyes. Just as they pondered her whereabouts, a sudden sharp pain struck their heads, followed by the emergence of a sizable bump. Moreover, the notebook in their hands had vanished. "What do you want? Why bully us children?" Konohamaru clutched his throbbing head, scanning for the woman's silhouette. Enraged, he shouted, "If you have the guts, show yourself. Hiding is no act of a hero. Come out and face me, Konohamaru." This individual not only assaulted them, but also absconded with his hard-earned notebook, an unforgivable offense. "Humph." Moegi descended from above, a cold smirk adorning her face as she tossed the stolen notebook into the air. With a mere gesture, a wave of blue energy surged forth, obliterating the notebook into shreds. "Please, big sister, don't bully me. I was wrong. I promise I won't spy on notebooks again." Udon, witnessing the ferocious Moegi descending from the sky, burst into tears, wiping his nose in a pitiful plea for mercy. Who are you?" Upon witnessing Moegi's formidable display, Konohamaru trembled, retreating in fear, completely forgetting his earlier bravado. "Who do you think I am?" Moegi, now playful and at 17, had shed her childish notions. She had come to bid farewell to the two, intending to convey that she would no longer be teaming up with them. It was utterly unexpected that these two rascals had covertly procured a notebook during her absence to study the art of seduction, which filled her with immense wrath. Thus, she resolved to teach them a proper lesson. "Are you the elder sister of Meng Huang?" Udon inquired cautiously, wiping his nose. "You bear a striking resemblance to her. And only Meng Huang is privy to our secret training base." "Hold your tongue," Meng Huang retorted with a mocking laugh as she advanced toward Konohamaru, who was visibly frightened and began to retreat. "I was merely joking. I swear I won't do it again. Please spare me," he pleaded. "I will never sneak a glance at the notebook again, nor will I bother the little shopkeeper." "Oh, how dull," Meng Huang mused, observing Konohamaru's desperate attempts to beg for mercy. Bullying a child held no amusement for her. It was far more entertaining to stay beside her elder brother. "I shan't tease you any longer. I am indeed Meng Huang," she declared, a smile gracing her face. "What? You are Meng Huang? Surely, I must be mistaken." Konohamaru exclaimed in disbelief. "How could you possibly be Meng Huang? Isn't she our age? You must be her elder sister, here to mock us." Udon, utterly unconvinced, could not fathom that the elegant beauty before them could be their companion Meng Huang. They had only been apart for a few days. How could Meng Huang have transformed into such a striking figure? Was it a transformation technique? A sudden spark of realization illuminated Konohamaru's mind. Perhaps Meng Huang had employed a technique to prank and frighten them. Yet, what of that powerful strike earlier? The blue projectile that shot forth from her fingers certainly was not a jutsu she had mastered. Could it be a new technique learned from her elder brother? Meng Huang, what are you doing? Is it really necessary to scare us with transformation techniques? Although we did sneak a look at the notebook, you needn't be so furious. We were merely studying the great seduction techniques of Naruto-senpai. Upon hearing Meng Huang reveal her identity, Konohamaru felt an immense relief, realizing she was merely trying to frighten them. Childish. I am no longer the Meng Huang you once knew. I have changed, she declared. I have matured. Today, I come to bid you farewell. I will no longer team up with you. You must find another companion. Remember, do not sneak peeks at the notebook again. If I catch you doing so once more, I shall not be as lenient as I am today. Meng Huang approached them with hands on her hips, towering over Konohamaru and Udon like a commanding older sister, playfully patting their faces. Remember, when you see me in the future, you must address me as big sister. After Meng Huang departed, both Konohamaru and Udon were left in a state of shock. Udon, she is Meng Huang. Surely, we must be dreaming. How could she have transformed into such a beauty in just 7 days? Konohamaru felt as though he were dreaming. However, the throbbing bump on his head incessantly reminded him that this was indeed reality. I, too, feel as if I am in a dream. How could Mogane have grown up so suddenly? Udon appeared equally bewildered, as if the events of the day were nothing short of surreal. I must go to Mogane's house and ascertain whether that fellow is truly real. Konohamaru, for his part, was incredulous. How could it be that in merely 7 days, she had transformed into an 18-year-old beauty? He clutched his head and took off running. Wait for me, Konohamaru. I want to go too. Udon called out, wiping his nose as he rushed after him. At the Huga household, in the training grounds, a resounding thud echoed as Huga Niji tumbled to the ground in disarray. Admit it, Niji and I, Huga Hinata stated calmly. This is impossible. How could you have suddenly become so formidable? Niji could scarcely believe the astonishing changes that had transpired in just a few days. It was utterly unscientific. The brilliance of the Huga clan no longer belonged to him. Niji's expression was one of profound despondency. Once regarding Hinata as the weakest, he now found himself unable to withstand even a few exchanges against her. How absurd. Ha. Niji laughed bitterly, unsteadily departing the training ground. Niji and I. Hinata called after his retreating figure, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Had she perhaps overexerted herself and inadvertently upset Niji? Sister, you are truly remarkable. Huga Hanabi gazed at Hinata with admiration. Your mastery of the 6 styles surpasses even mine. Reaching a level of perfection, you are simply amazing, sister. While Hanabi had become proficient in the 6 styles, she had yet to integrate those skills into the gentle fist technique. Witnessing Hinata's seamless fusion of the 6 styles with the 8 trigrams left her in awe. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hinata's face turned crimson at Hanabi's praise. Her achievements were largely due to the benefits of the training card. Hanabi's prowess stemmed from her relentless dedication, while Hinata's abilities were bestowed upon her by the training card. Though she had reached an extraordinary level, it was not through her own arduous efforts, rendering the significance of her accomplishment distinctly different. In comparison, Hinata felt that her sister was far superior. The overwhelming compliments from Hanabi left Hinata feeling quite bashful. Continue to work hard, Hanabi. I know you can achieve it too, Hinata gently encouraged. Yes, I will certainly do my best. After watching your demonstration, it seems I have grasped a glimmer of understanding, Hanabi replied, her cheeks rosy and her demeanor utterly adorable. Sister, you must be tired. Let me help you relax with a massage. You're sweating. Allow me to wipe it off. Hanabi was exceedingly attentive, showering Hinata with warmth and affection. Hanabi, what has come over you today? Why are you being so considerate? Hinata Huga cast a dubious glance at her younger sister Hanabi. She knew her sister's mischievous nature well, always playful and prone to making silly faces. It was difficult for her to fathom how Hanabi had suddenly transformed into a considerate little companion. Hanabi, feeling a twinge of guilt, remarked, Sister, I have always been caring. You simply didn't notice because you were so busy before. Is that so? Hinata felt a strange sense of curiosity. Yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about it. I'm back. Huga Hiashi entered the training ground with a broad smile, his face brimming with excitement. I have registered both you and Moegi for the upcoming Chunin exams. The 5th Hokage has graciously agreed to let you team up with her disciple, Sakura Haruno, to participate in the exams. Really? That is wonderful, Hanabi exclaimed. But why do we have to team up with Sakura? Moegi and I could manage just fine on our own. Hanabi harbored a dislike for Sakura, viewing her as a rival vying for her elder brother's affection. The Chunin exams typically require teams of 3. Sakura's previous teammates, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, have both left the village, leaving her alone. Since you two are just the right number, the 5th Hokage decided it would be best for you to form a team with her, Hiashi explained. As for you, Hinata, I assume your instructor, Kurenai Yuhi, will make arrangements for you. Just await her notification. This time, in the Chunin exams. You must strive to establish our Huga clan's reputation and let your talents resonate throughout the Land of Fire. Once the 5th Hokage steps down, I will work to elevate one of you to the esteemed position of Hokage. Initially, Hiashi had not entertained such aspirations, but the emergence of Nana had kindled hope within him. Under his guidance, both of his precious daughters had developed strengths rivaling his own. Given time, it was certain they would surpass him. It was indeed time for the Huga clan to produce a Hokage. Become Hokage? Hanabi looked at Hiashi in surprise. Father, I do not wish to be Hokage. You should fully support sister instead. Being Hokage involves managing countless affairs, which would leave no time for sister. If she becomes Hokage, she would have little chance to spend with our brother. Ha ha ha. I must do my utmost to ensure sister ascends to the Hokage position, she thought gleefully. Me? A Hokage? Hinata was taken aback, believing herself to be rather dull and lacking the qualifications for such a role. I cannot become Hokage. You should let Hanabi take that position instead. Hinata held no ambition for power. Her only desire was to remain by Nana's side and live a life filled with happiness together. Sister, you must be the one to assume the Hokage position. As the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Huga clan, you are the most qualified for such a role. Therefore, you must not decline. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to see you rise to the position of Hokage, Hanabi declared with unwavering determination. Hinata Huga found herself at a loss for words, perplexed by her sister's unusual demeanor today. It was a stark departure from her typical character. However, there was no need for haste regarding this matter. The primary focus now was for them to shine brilliantly in the upcoming Chunin exams, thereby elevating the reputation of the Huga clan. They were to ensure that their names echoed throughout the Land of Fire, known by both the prominent and the humble. Chapter 107. Sakura Haruno's Astonishment Within the Hokage Tower. Sakura Haruno stood in astonishment beside the illustrious Tsunade, gazing at Gaara, who was cloaked in the mantle of Kazekage. Just moments prior, Gaara had participated alongside them in the Chunin exams, yet he had now ascended to the esteemed position of the 5th Kazekage, representing Tsunade in its initial encounter with Konohagakure. This transformation left her utterly astounded. The once murderous figure, brimming with malice, had remarkably become the 5th Kazekage. Sakura couldn't help but recall Naruto, that immature lad who incessantly proclaimed his aspiration to become Hokage. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Gaara, the one he had defeated, who had claimed the title of 5th Kazekage first. Observing Gaara engage in amiable conversation with Tsunade, Sakura was left in shock. Where had that cold-blooded killer vanished to? Were it not for the official documents from Tsunade, she might have suspected these individuals were imposters. Gaara had indeed changed immensely. 5th Hokage, I am delighted to return to Konohagakure, where I have made a new friend. Gaara remarked with a smile. A new friend? Tsunade inquired, intrigued. She was well acquainted with Gaara's past as a remorseless butcher, quick to take a life at the slightest provocation. 2 years prior, during the invasion of Konoha, he had clashed with Naruto outside the village and had been bested by Naruto, who had since mastered the summoning technique. Had Naruto managed to convince him through mere words? The transformation from a heartless killer to a sunlit youth eager to make friends was a feat that commanded Tsunade's respect for Naruto, who had succeeded in pulling Gaara from the depths of darkness. Even she, as the 5th Hokage, had been influenced by his impact. Whom have you befriended? Tsunade asked. Her curiosity piqued. A remarkably handsome fellow named Yoru Nanami, Gaara replied, smiling. Yoru Nanami? Tsunade's expression shifted, taken aback. The flirtatious young man had shown interest in Gaara? How did you come to meet him? She probed. Yoru Nanami possessed extraordinary fortune-telling abilities, akin to the prophetic skills of the great sage of Mount Myaboku, allowing him glimpses into certain future events. Tsunade harbored doubts about whether Yoru had foreseen something significant and deliberately approached Gaara, given Yoru's notorious flirtations and apparent disinterest in men. Tsunade questioned whether his intentions were linked to Gaara's status as a Jinchuriki of Shikaku, especially now that he was the 5th Kazekage, making any connection with him exceedingly valuable. Suddenly, Tsunade cast a glance at Shizune, who stood beside Gaara, her long legs elegantly displayed beneath the large fan she carried. A moment of contemplation washed over Tsunade. They coincidentally crossed paths on the bustling streets of Konohagakure. Gaara smiled and said, "Lady 5th Hokage, the matters have been settled. There is nothing further for me to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I have a visit to make to my newly acquainted elder brother soon." With a slight bow, Gaara rose to bid farewell, gradually departing the Hokage building alongside Shizune and Kankuro, his eagerness to forge a new friendship evident. Sakura Haruno observed Gaara's retreating figure, her expression peculiar. Could it be that he had immediately recognized her elder brother, Shinya, as big brother? How remarkably swift, Sakura mused, reflecting on how her brother had indeed captivated hearts, both male and female alike. Tsunade, however, scrutinized Shizune's departing silhouette, a frown creasing her brow. Given her recent interactions with Shinya, she surmised that his approach to Gaara was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives, perhaps related to the strikingly long legs of Shizune. "Master, Gaara has changed so much," Sakura exclaimed. 2 years ago, he was as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of menace at every turn. Now, he has transformed into the approachable 5th Kazekage. Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Sakura contemplated how Naruto would react upon learning of Gaara's ascension to the position of 5th Kazekage. Surely, he would be deeply affected. "I doubt it," Tsunade replied with a slight smile. "Naruto is not the type to feel envious of a friend's success. I believe he would be genuinely pleased for Gaara, for that is just the kind of person he is. If Naruto learns of Gaara's new title, it will surely motivate him even further." Tsunade held unwavering faith in Naruto. Recognizing the similarities he shared with his brother and grandfather, they would not feel sorrow over a friend's achievements, but would celebrate and take joy in their success. "Sakura, I heard that you stayed at Shinya's house for a few days. Is that true?" Tsunade abruptly shifted the conversation to Sakura. "Why do you ask, master?" Sakura inquired cautiously, puzzled by the sudden change in topic. "That mischievous boy is quite the flirt. How could you dare to spend the night at his place? Aren't you afraid he might take advantage of you?" Tsunade observed Sakura with a knowing expression, suspecting that something untoward had transpired between her and Shinya. Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Sakura's cheeks. "Master, what are you implying? Shinya is not that kind of person," she protested shyly. "Not that kind of person?" Tsunade retorted, unconvinced. That boy had already shown boldness in his interactions with her. How could he possibly resist making advances towards someone as innocent as Sakura? Shinya was notoriously frugal. Without offering something of substantial value, it would be impossible for him to part with even a morsel of fruit. Tsunade's gaze was fixed intently on Sakura Haruno, exclaiming, "You must admit, your growth has nothing to do with that insufferable brat, Yuya? The only thing capable of causing such a rapid increase in your bosom within mere days is that cursed papaya from him. I can conceive of nothing else that could yield such results in just a week. Confess, have you engaged in any indiscretions with that scoundrel?" Sakura's face flushed crimson. She was taken aback that such a clandestine affair had somehow come to her master's attention. How could Tsunade possibly know? She had been so discreet. For days, she had been staying at Yuya's house, without stepping outside, and apart from Hanabi and Moegi, no one was aware of her nocturnal visits. Suddenly, a thought struck Sakura. There was indeed another person privy to her late-night escapades, Ino Yamanaka, who had lost the chance to warm Yuya's bed. Sakura had seized the opportunity first, leaving Ino disappointed. Given that Ino frequently trained at the Hokage building, it was entirely plausible she might have mentioned it to Tsunade. Chapter 108. Two Friends Shocked. Hinata's transformation. Sakura's complexion deepened with embarrassment, akin to being caught in a scandalous act. How could she possibly clarify this? Clearly, Tsunade had misconstrued the situation. The sleep her master referred to was far from the reality. "Master, please don't misunderstand. I didn't sleep with him. I merely warmed the bed. Nothing more, just the bed." Sakura protested, her cheeks aflame with shyness. "Then how many papayas did you acquire?" Tsunade was indifferent to whether Sakura had indeed shared a bed with Yuya. Her sole interest lay in discovering how many papayas Sakura had obtained. Perhaps she could procure one for herself. Realizing Tsunade's ulterior motive, Sakura cast a resentful glance at her master. Master, I only got one papaya, and I've already consumed it. There are no more. Truly just one? Is that so? Tsunade inquired, skepticism evident in her tone. Master, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Sakura replied, casting Tsunade a reproachful look as she departed. Wait, do you have any papayas or not? Tsunade, feeling exasperated as she watched Sakura leave, was frustrated that her pupil was being so selfish. She longed for Yuya's papayas, yearning for their delightful taste and remarkable effects, enhancing beauty, fairness, youthfulness, and fullness. Such treasures were essential for any woman's well-being, and Tsunade found it utterly impossible to resist the allure of those damned papayas. In a bid to procure papayas from that insufferable lad, Tsunade contemplated various excuses to solicit the fruit from Yuchiya, determined not to let the likes of Sakura and her companions beat her to it. Her delicate fingers drummed against the table as she pondered her approach, aware that obtaining papayas from Yuchiya would be no simple feat, given his notoriously stingy nature. Meanwhile, after accompanying the stylish elder sister on a shopping spree, Yuchiya arrived at the residence of Sunset Red. Shortly after their arrival, Akane Yushirai entered, accompanied by a striking woman with violet tresses. At long last, Little Red, you've returned. We waited for you last night, fearing you had been devoured by some rogue, leaving naught but crumbs. Akane exclaimed exuberantly as she embraced Sunset Red, teasing her with playful banter. Her eyes, however, mischievously flickered toward Yuchiya, who offered an awkward smile in return. The embarrassment of being called out for his secret indulgence was palpable. Yet, he understood that Akane's jests were merely lighthearted. She held no genuine resentment toward his indiscretion. Given her carefree disposition, she was unlikely to feel jealousy, being more focused on her own enjoyment. Chronologically speaking, she was, in fact, the interloper in this scenario. Sunset Red's cheeks flushed at Akane's teasing remarks. The previous night, she had succumbed to exhaustion and only awoke around midday. After sharing a leisurely lunch and enjoying a stroll with Yuchiya, they had only just returned home in the evening. You rascal, how bothersome, Sunset Red retorted, rolling her eyes at Akane, who relished in teasing her. However, she recognized that Akane's boisterous nature meant she would always speak her mind without regard for others' opinions, and thus, Sunset Red harbored no real anger toward her. You seem a bit off, Little Red, suddenly interjected the usually quiet Mizuki Yuyan, her gaze fixed intently on Sunset Red. As someone who frequently engaged in playful contests with her, Mizuki immediately noticed the subtle changes in Sunset Red's appearance. What do you mean, I'm off? Sunset Red replied, perplexed by Mizuki's observation, unsure of what could possibly be amiss. She felt quite the same as always, save for the new attire gifted by Yuchiya. Mizuki pointed at Sunset Red, her eyes wide with astonishment. You've grown. Akane, intrigued, glanced at Sunset Red and, upon closer inspection, indeed noticed that there was a discernible change in her figure. Just moments ago, her thoughts were entirely consumed by her secret flirtation with Yuchiya, leaving her oblivious to the remarkable changes occurring before her eyes. It was only after Yuzuki Yuin pointed it out that she truly comprehended the situation. Sun Hikari had indeed grown. Goodness, this defies all logic. Approaching 30 years of age, and yet she has experienced a resurgence in growth. The two women gazed at Sun Hikari with faces full of disbelief, curiously reaching out to touch. It was no illusion. There were no enhancements. This was genuine, a true transformation. They pondered whether Sun Hikari had utilized some sort of padding, but upon touching, they realized it was far more complex than that. How could this phenomenon be explained? Why had Hikari experienced this sudden development? Hikari's face flushed with embarrassment as the two women scrutinized her. Please stop. You're making me uncomfortable. Yuchiya is right here. The heat of her cheeks deepened. Feeling utterly shy and awkward being handled by other women in front of Yuchiya. Confess, Hikari, what have you done to cause this sudden growth? Urged by the urgency in her voice, Akane Mitsuyoshi pressed for answers. Typically, the three of them were nearly of equal stature, but now Hikari had surpassed them in size. A development they could hardly accept. They were determined to uncover the secret behind her transformation, willing to employ whatever means necessary to prevent Hikari from escaping. The two women firmly grasped her shoulders, effectively restraining her for questioning. Hikari turned to Yuchiya, seeking his assistance. Her newfound size was a result of consuming the special papaya chicken soup he had prepared. In an instant, she had grown. However, Since the papaya belonged to Uchiha, she hesitated to divulge this information without his consent. If she spoke out of turn and the special soup were to disappear, it would surely cause trouble for him. Something she wished to avoid at all costs. She was acutely aware of how tenacious her two close friends could become when it came to matters of growth. Chapter 109. A Gift of Papaya for Akane Ahem. Uchiha cleared his throat a few times. Immediately, the attention of Akane Mitsuyoshi and Yuzuki Yuin was captured. With a gentle smile, Uchiha addressed the two, saying, "Allow me to clarify. The growth is likely due to swelling. I may have applied quite a bit of pressure last night. Perhaps that is why." His audacity was astounding. He seemed utterly devoid of shame. Observing the affection these women had for the papaya, he altered his perception of it, deciding that henceforth it would only be for his women. Thus, he resolved not to reveal the secret of the papaya in front of Yuzuki Yuin, intending to offer it to Akane Mitsuyoshi privately later. Swelling? Akane Mitsuyoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuzuki Yuin mirrored her astonishment. To cause such swelling, how long must one have pressed? They were both incredulous and somewhat skeptical. Son Hikari, the subject of this revelation, was equally taken aback by Uchiha's astonishing words, her large eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded him. When was she swollen? And why is she unaware of it? Uchiha blinked at Shiri Hong, signaling her to cooperate with his performance and not to reveal any secrets. Swollen? How outrageous! Mao Yuxian exclaimed, utterly unable to fathom the pitiful scene of Shiri Hong crying out in pain. After her shock, Yusho Washi Hondo regarded Uchiha with skepticism. Having shared experiences with him, she questioned why she was not privy to such information. Clearly, Uchiha's words were untrustworthy. He was concealing something from both of them. Realizing this, Yusho Washi Hondo cast a discontented glance at Uchiha, her face a portrait of resentment. It seemed that in Uchiha's heart, Shiri Hong held greater importance. He only thought of her when it came to good things, never considering to share with her. After pondering for a moment, Yusho Washi Hondo resolved to confront Uchiha one evening, determined to make him share the good things with her. I don't believe it. Mao Yuxian, still in disbelief, continued to feel something was amiss. Little Hong Hong, let me see if it's really swollen. As she spoke, she reached out toward Shiri Hong. Ah! Shiri Hong screamed, startled, and hurriedly dodged Mao Yuxian's grasp. Don't run, little Hong Hong. You look too lively. It can't possibly be swollen. If it were, you would be in agony and unable to act so spiritedly. Mao Yuxian pursued Shiri Hong, in an effort to prevent Uchiha's lies from being exposed. Shiri Hong decisively fled, determined to keep Mao Yuxian from seeing the truth. After the two had chased off into the distance, Yusho Washi Hondo glared at Uchiha with wide eyes, her face etched with grievance. You really are biased. You give good things to little Hong Hong, but not to me. I have entrusted everything to you, and yet you remain so partial. With that, tears welled up in her eyes. Big sister Hondo, I swear I am not biased. Uchiha protested vehemently. Then explain why little Hong Hong suddenly became larger. Don't tell me it was you who made her swollen. I've been subjected to your touch too, and for quite a while, yet I did not see such results. Yusho Washi Hondo trembled in indignation, her emotions surging like a tempest. Please, don't be hasty. It's just that with Mao Yuxian here. It's not appropriate to discuss, Uchiha whispered, making a shushing gesture. I possess something that can enhance a woman's beauty, fairness, youthfulness, and size. But there is little left, so I can only share it with my woman. I cannot attend to others. He winked at Yusho Washi Hondo, and then, as if performing a magic trick, pulled a nutritious papaya from his pocket. Given our relationship, I could never neglect you. He placed the papaya into Yusho Washi Hondo's hands. Papaya? Yusho Washi Hondo looked at Uchiha suspiciously and said, feeling slighted. Is this your way of trying to placate me with just a papaya? In the past, when Yoshitai Hondo was a young girl, she believed that consuming papaya would significantly enhance her breast size. However, while papaya is indeed nutritious, it bears no effect on breast enlargement whatsoever. Yoshiya, with a knowing smile, addressed Hondo, saying, Dear Hondo, this is not an ordinary papaya. The ones you consumed before lacked any impact on breast enhancement. Pausing momentarily, she inhaled deeply and continued. But this particular papaya is specially formulated for breast enhancement and beauty. It is vastly different from the commonplace variety. Different? Hondo regarded the papaya in her hand with skepticism, noticing its similarity in appearance to regular papayas. Observing her doubt, Yoshiya gently sliced the skin of the papaya, instructing her, take a whiff of this aroma. As Hondo inhaled, A rich, creamy scent flooded her senses. What? How can this papaya possess a milky fragrance? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Thus, it is a unique nutritional papaya. You can consume it before your bath, and immediately, you will notice a transformation. You will become fairer, more youthful, and fuller. Hiashi sweetly tousled Hondo's hair, advising her to conceal the papaya to avoid drawing the attention of Yuki Yuin, who was approaching. I shall return home to indulge in it right away, Hondo declared enthusiastically, fully convinced by Yashia's words. The distinct milky scent confirmed that this papaya was indeed extraordinary, unlike any ordinary variety. With eagerness, she swiftly vanished, making her way home. Yashia watched Hondo's hasty departure, shaking her head slightly. It appeared that she had no intention of sharing with Yuin. Such is the plight of superficial friendships among women. Indeed, compared to the bonds between men, the connections among women often tend to be more fragile, often characterized as plastic sisterhoods. Yashia had witnessed numerous instances of close friends covertly vying for the affections of others. Sometimes, women find it particularly challenging to witness another thriving, especially if it is their close friend who is faring better, which breeds discomfort within. While men experience similar feelings, they are far less common. Yashia surmised this might be linked to a stronger sense of vanity among women. Chapter 110. Hondo consumes papaya. Where has Shadow gone? Yuzuki Yuin inquired curiously upon returning and noticing Hondo had vanished. Yashia smiled at Yuin, replying, Hondo mentioned she was sweating and decided to return home for a bath before rejoining us. By the way, you are Yuzuki Yuin, right? Having spent over half a month in the Naruto world, this was only the second time he had encountered Yuin, after a brief previous meeting. She was the leader of a small Anbu team, making her presence quite rare. Uchiha had never encountered Mitsuki Yuin, but Mitsuki Yuin had certainly seen Uchiha. Initially, when there was uncertainty regarding Uchiha's intention to leave the village, Tsunade had dispatched her to monitor him for several consecutive days. In the small grove, Mitsuki had secretly observed Uchiha's splendid physique. Indeed, I am Mitsuki Yuin. I have often heard Xiao Honghong and Xiao Dodo speak of you, and upon meeting you today, it is clear you are quite the handsome fellow. Please do not bully our Xiao Honghong, or I assure you, I will not let it slide. Mitsuki Yuin warned Uchiha, shaking her small fist. In response, Uchiha chuckled lightly and decided to tease Mitsuki Yuin. Miss Mitsuki Yuin, you are the girlfriend of the Moonlight Gale, are you not? Do you happen to know where he has wandered off to recently? He still owes me 1,000,000 taels. I have been searching for him for ages, but to no avail. Has he absconded with my money, intending to evade his debts? Miss Mitsuki Yuin, since you are his girlfriend and he has run away, shouldn't you assist him in repaying the debt he owes me? Upon hearing this, Mitsuki Yuin gritted her teeth and replied, I am not the girlfriend of Moonlight Gale, so do not make such baseless accusations. Moreover, Moonlight Gale has already sacrificed himself. If you wish to claim your money, you should seek him in the afterlife. Uchiha was taken aback. Moonlight Gale is dead? Mitsuki Yuin, filled with anger, retorted. He has been gone for 2 years. In a state of urgency, Uchiha pressed. How did he die? What happened to his compensation? Who received it? Is it sufficient to settle my 1,000,000 taels? How would I know? All I am aware of is that he is deceased, Mitsuki Yuin snapped, realizing that this individual was intentionally teasing her about her close connection to Moonlight Gale. But I have heard from others that you were his girlfriend. And since he had no other relatives, did you not receive his compensation? If you did, perhaps you could help him repay the 1,000,000 taels he owes me? Uchiha continued to jest seriously, enjoying the banter with the purple-haired beauty. Mitsuki Yuin was infuriated. Despite her repeated assertions that she was not Moonlight Gale's girlfriend, this person persisted in his relentless teasing, which was exceedingly vexing. Once again, I am not his girlfriend, merely a good friend. Do not make such claims. If he owes you money, seek him out, do not involve me. Mitsuki Yuin warned Uchiha, shaking her small fists defiantly. Uchiha chuckled, Miss Mitsuki Yuin, you are rather adorable when you are angry. At that moment, Shiri Hong approached, looking puzzled. Are you alright, Hongjia? I'm fine, no need for concern. Xiaoyan cannot capture me, Shiri Hong replied with a smile. Perhaps Xiao Dodo has gone home to bathe, Uchiha remarked casually. Bathe? Shiri Hong paused, momentarily taken aback. Bathing in broad daylight without having completed any tasks or breaking a sweat. Why would one bathe during the day? A thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Mitsuki Yuin, her words trailing off. There was no alternative. Sister Hondo had an abundance of snakes. If I refused to give her one, she would unleash them upon me. Thus, I had no choice but to part with one, sighed Uchiha helplessly. What are you two discussing? Asked Mayue, glancing around in confusion, utterly unaware of the enigmatic conversation regarding what Uchiha had supposedly given to Hondo. Was there something illicit about it? Mayue felt increasingly vexed, sensing that nothing was going her way today. She had hoped to catch a glimpse of the sunset in the crimson sky, but was met with disappointment. Then, she had been playfully teased by Uchiha, and now she found herself lost in a haze of bewilderment. Suddenly, she felt like an unwelcome presence in this place. I'll go check on Xiaodo. I can't deal with you two any longer, Mayue declared, unable to tolerate the situation, and promptly vanished to land in Hondo's courtyard. Chia, why did you say that just now? What do you mean by squished? It was so embarrassing that I wished I could vanish into the ground, Sunset Red exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the memory of Uchiha's words. Did I say anything wrong? Clearly, it was squished, Uchiha winked at Sunset Red. In an instant, she comprehended his implication, and her face flushed deeply, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in Hondo's courtyard. She was just finishing a large piece of papaya when Mayue entered. What brings you here? Hondo asked, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she savored the lingering sweetness on her fingers. I was so infuriated that I couldn't bear it any longer. So I came to sit with you. What were you eating just now? Mayue replied, her teeth clenched in anger. Hondo felt an unbearable itch and scratched herself curiously, asking, I was just having a papaya. Who upset you? Mayue fumed. It was that rascal Uchiha. He deliberately mentioned Moonlight Gale to irritate me and nonsensically declared that I was his girlfriend, expecting me to settle his debt of 100,000 taels. Can you believe it? I merely had a good relationship with Moonlight Gale as a child. When did I become his girlfriend? And now he wants me to pay him back? It's infuriating. If it weren't for little Hong Hong being present, I would have seriously considered giving him a good thrashing. I can't stand it any longer. It's so itchy. Hondo exclaimed, scratching herself vigorously. What's wrong? Mayue hurriedly approached, concerned. Are you allergic to the papaya? Let me take you to the hospital. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound echoed through the air, startling both of them. After the initial shock, Hondo's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the two unexpected entities that had emerged, while Mayue stared in horror. Her eyes wide and fixed on the bizarre sight. Chapter 111. Yuzuki Yuin was stunned. Yuzuki Yuin, her face awash with disbelief, pointed at my Tashire Sanko in astonishment. The sudden appearance of this individual left her utterly dumbfounded, as though she had turned to stone, rendered speechless. Indeed, it had an immediate effect. In stark contrast to Yuzuki Yuin's shock, my Tashire Sanko, with a beaming expression, delightedly touched the two newly enlarged features before her, confirming that they had indeed transformed. Her beloved Nanasuke had not deceived her. This papaya was truly extraordinary, unlike any ordinary fruit. What is this dark layer? As my Tashire Sanko explored the enlarged features, she suddenly noticed a layer of darkness covering them. Wiping it away revealed soft, pearly skin underneath. Could this be the effect of beauty, expelling toxins? After clearing away a considerable amount of the dark substance, she uncovered a patch of pristine whiteness, her skin now even more delicate and radiant than before. What on earth did you consume, little bean? Speak the truth. After recovering from her astonishment, Yuzuki Yuin recalled what my Tashire Sanko had just ingested, which she claimed had an immediate effect, leading to her sudden transformation. Gazing at the exposed attributes, a longing filled Yuin's eyes. She too desired to undergo such a transformation. Now, with the sunset red having enlarged, my Tashire Sanko had followed suit. Yet, Yuin remained unchanged. The sunset red had become voluptuous, and my Tashire Sanko had transformed into a more prominent version of herself, while Yuin remained diminutive. This was simply unacceptable. She was determined to become grand as well. Yuzuki Yuin gazed at my Tashire Sanko with fervent desire. My Tashire Sanko, wiping away the residue of toxins, chuckled lightly. I didn't eat anything. Did you see me eating? Oh dear. How dirty. I must go wash up. Kindly step aside, little Yuin. My Tashire Sanko proudly showcased her newfound attributes, casting a smug glance at Yuzuki Yuin, her eyes briefly sweeping over Yuin's modest form. Oh dear. An airport. Yuzuki Yuin, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. This insufferable little bean was truly unbearable, growing up only to mock her. The arrogant gaze of my Tashire Sanko infuriated Yuin to the point where she wished to strike her. Come, little Yuin, Let us see who can float better. My Tashirace Anko continued to tease Yuin, seemingly indifferent to her fury. Just you wait, I will return. Enraged, Yuzuki Yuin stormed off. Though she longed to retaliate against this little being, their strengths were comparable. Engaging in a real fight would only lead to her downfall, possibly even entangling her in the serpents summoned by Anko, who would then torment her. As the leader of the Shadow Squad, Yuzuki Yuin was certainly astute. From my Tashirace Anko's words, she deduced that the key to transformation lay in the consumption of a particular papaya. Once she located that fruit, she too could grow, and then they could compare their abilities. Thus, enduring frustration here was unnecessary. Finding the papaya was the true solution. The clue concerning the papaya pointed towards the young boyfriend of Shihong, Uchiha. Comparing the earlier scene where she chased after Shihong, it became evident that Yashitai Hongdo had obtained the papaya, and Shihong had also matured. Thus, it could be inferred that the kind of papaya that enhances beauty and promotes bust growth resided within Uchiha. Once more, Uzuki Shien returned to Shihong's residence. At that moment, the two lovers were engaged in playful banter. Uzuki Shien stood at the door, caught in a dilemma, whether to knock or not. She remained frozen in place. Observing the couple, Uchiha and Shihong had entered a state of blissful oblivion, entirely unaware of the curious gaze of a bewildered Shien, who was watching their intimate exchange with wide eyes. Uchiha was being rather mischievous, while Shihong blushed deeply. Uzuki Shien's eyes widened in astonishment as she swallowed hard, utterly shocked to witness the usually gentle and demure Shihong exhibiting such fervor. This was entirely unexpected. Was this truly the Shihong she was familiar with? A ripple of strange emotions surged within Uzuki Shien's heart, compelling her to turn away stealthily, yet her gaze remained fixed on Uchiha and Shihong. She bit her lip and exhaled a warm breath. A sudden thud startled both of them. They turned in surprise toward the door, only to see a figure stumbling and falling onto the floor. Uzuki Shien awkwardly stood up, feeling utterly embarrassed. How mortifying it was to have her legs give way as she watched them. Her face flushed crimson. Wishing she could find a crack to hide in, being discovered while eavesdropping on such a private moment was overwhelmingly humiliating. With a flushed face and a forced smile, she stammered, "You two continue. I saw nothing," before hastily retreating. Had that been little Shien? When had she arrived? Shihong's face was aflame as she stared wide-eyed at Uzuki Shien's retreating figure, her heart racing with shyness. Oh my goodness! Did little Shien see her with Jia? Meanwhile, Uchiha observed Uzuki Shien's retreating silhouette with keen interest, pondering how long she had been watching them. Shien was quite attractive, a sight to behold. Having traversed realms and gained formidable strength, what was the point of living a conventional life? To live freely and without regrets was the essence of existence. With a mischievous grin and no trace of embarrassment, Uchiha slowly remarked, "If she saw, she saw. Let's make her envious of this single life by throwing her a bit of dog food." "Chia, I find you quite charming," Shihong exclaimed playfully. Uchiha smirked. "I have even better things in store." With that, he cheerfully lunged forward. Chapter 112. Uzuki Shien was infuriated at the Yashitai Hongdo residence. Steam enveloped the air in the bath. The beautiful figure reclined in the tub, her skin fair and delicate, as drops of water cascaded down her alluring long legs. Myo Shirai Anko caressed her fair, elongated legs, feeling the rejuvenating effects of papaya. After indulging in the fruit, her skin became even more exquisitely soft and pale, seemingly shedding years from her visage. The traces of time were erased, as if she had regressed several years in age. Standing with an air of dignity and vitality, she marveled at the miraculous effects of the papaya provided by Shikia. In recent years, Anko had sensed a noticeable laxity in her skin, but now, after consuming the fruit, it had regained its firmness and elasticity. Such a wondrous item was, indeed, a bargain for that fellow. A hint of bashfulness crossed Anko's face as she recalled her ultimate defeat in this regard. Shikia was simply too formidable for her to conquer alone. Should she enlist the help of Xiaoyan? Suddenly, an absurd thought surged through her mind. What was she contemplating? Such notions seemed utterly ludicrous. Anko shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel this ridiculous idea from her thoughts. After all, she prided herself on being a lady. How could she entertain such absurdity? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to erase this fanciful notion from her mind, yet the more she tried, the more it persisted. As Anko wrestled with her outrageous thoughts, Mitsuki Yuyen stealthily slipped away from the residence of the Zirong family and arrived at Anko's home. "Hey, Little Anko, have you finished your bath? I have something to discuss with you, Yin said, entering Anko's bathroom with a familiar ease, her cheeks flushed. Xiaoyan, why have you returned? I thought you had left. Anko exclaimed, astonished to see Yin again. Hadn't she driven her away in the first place? I just visited the Zyrong family and was met with quite the awkward scene. Yin replied, taking a deep breath. So, you spied on Zyrong and Shikia, did you? Anko grinned playfully at Yin. Is Shikia handsome? I bet he has a splendid set of abs. How do you know about his abs? Have you seen them? Yin retorted, her eyes wide with surprise. Of course I've seen them. How could I not? Anko replied unabashedly. That lad has quite the physique. You were with him? Yin stared at Anko in disbelief. How can you do this to Xiaohong? Shikia is her boyfriend. Yin's eyes grew even wider, her entire demeanor frozen in shock. This revelation was utterly explosive and beyond her expectations. Her best friend's boyfriend was entangled with another close friend. If this were to come to light, it would certainly cause an uproar. Xiaohong wouldn't mind. She has long accepted that she cannot monopolize Shikia's affections. From the very beginning of their relationship, she was prepared for this. So long as Shikia holds her dear, everything else is inconsequential, Anko declared with a startling boldness. Is that so? Xiaohong is surprisingly magnanimous? Yin's eyes widened further, astonished by the unfolding drama. Is it truly possible to share the affection of one's beloved? Is this the same Xiaohong that she once knew? Xian, you must understand that Shihong is nearly 28 or 29, approaching the age of 30, while Yuchia is merely 18. Do you truly believe that Xiaohong possesses the confidence to monopolize Yuchia's love? Furthermore, if it were not for Yuchia, do you think I could have blossomed into such beauty? Yusho Washi Hongdo rose from the bath, her alabaster figure perfectly displayed before Mitsuki Shien. Allow me to be candid. Shien, unless one is Yuchia's woman, there exists no other source for an immediate enhancement of beauty and figure akin to that of a papaya. Yusho Washi Hongdo herself was puzzled by her sudden declaration. Xiaoyan, it would be wise for you to relinquish your pursuit of such miraculous papayas, for aside from Yuchia, you shall find none other like it. With a playful laugh, Yusho Washi Hongdo added, Dear sister, you shall slowly grow older, while I shall rejuvenate and flourish. With that, she stepped aside, grasping a towel to dry her rejuvenated form. Truly exquisite, truly magnificent. Such a sensation was unparalleled. Xiaoyan, I feel that with just a few more papayas, I could reclaim the vigor of my youth at 18. Standing before the mirror, gazing at her fair and rosy visage, Yusho Washi Hongdo felt immense satisfaction. This was not the youthful appearance preserved through chakra like that of Lord Fifth Hokage, which fades with the depletion of energy, but rather an authentic reversal of aging. Her beauty, even when engaged in battle and chakra consumed, would not wither. Not every woman possesses the innate talent of Lord Fifth Hokage to sustain her youth through chakra. Yet, the humble papaya requires no extraordinary gift. Even an ordinary woman can attain beauty and enhancement through its consumption, rendering it an indispensable treasure for all women. Could you possibly procure a papaya for me? Mitsuki Shien implored, eyes filled with envy as she beheld the increasingly alluring form of Yusho Washi Hongdo. We share such a close bond. You simply cannot refuse to assist me. Papayas are rare and precious. I scarcely have enough for myself, exclaimed Yusho Washi Hongdo. You see, I am still far from my peak. My allure can only grow more captivating. Thus, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your request. Perhaps you could beseech Xiaohong? As Yuchia's official girlfriend, she must surely have access to papayas at any moment. Yusho Washi Hongdo chuckled, her laughter causing a delightful ripple as she playfully flicked her hair. Indeed, Yuchia is fortunate. A fleeting blush crossed her cheeks. Mitsuki Shien gazed longingly at Yusho Washi Hongdo, who flaunted her voluptuous curves. If you refuse to assist me, I shall seek out your Yuchia myself. I shall take him and seize your papayas. Sister, I refuse to believe that I, Mitsuki Shien, naturally gifted with beauty, could ever fall short compared to you, dear Hongdo. Udzuki Yuen, in a fit of irritation, stamped her foot and gazed at the ostentatious Michiyashi Red Bean. Stepping behind her, she took a moment to admire her exquisite form before extending her delicate hand and delivering a sharp slap to her rear. Feeling a sense of relief as she slipped away, Michiyashi Red Bean, clad only in her skin, dared not pursue, gnashing her teeth in frustration as she watched Udzuki Yuen swagger off. How infuriating! I shall surely have my revenge and leave your backside in tatters one day. Chapter 113. Extend your hand, and I shall assist you in counting. Michiyashi Red Bean rubbed her stinging dairy a large red mark left by Udzuki Yun's strike. The pain searing. As she observed Udzuki Yun's retreating figure, she muttered angrily, "Little Yun, mark my words, I shall strip you bare one day, bind you tightly, and mercilessly whip you for daring to strike my behind." As she continued to soothe her reddened flesh, she began to don her attire. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Evening Sun Red family, Guchie sought to escalate their intimacy, only to be halted by Evening Sun Red. "Please, Chiekuen, refrain from such actions. If little Dodo arrives and catches us, it would be most unfortunate." The earlier encounter with Udzuki Yuen had rendered Evening Sun Red quite embarrassed, causing Guchie considerable annoyance, as he silently cursed Udzuki Yuen for ruining his opportunity. He vowed to make her pay in due time. After sharing a meal at the Evening Sun Red household with Michiyashi Red Bean, Guchie wished to spend the night there. But the elder sister was adamant that he could not stay, leaving him no choice but to return home in discontent. Upon reaching his doorstep, Guchie was unexpectedly greeted by three individuals. "Chie, you're back. I've been waiting for you," exclaimed Gaara, clad in casual attire, his enthusiasm palpable. "Ah, Gaara. You all have arrived," Guchie said, surprised to see Gaara along with his companions, Shizune and Kankuro. He had merely mentioned their visit in passing, not expecting them to actually come. Come in, come in." Guchie warmly invited the trio inside. "Wow, this place is grand. It's like a palace," Shizune exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement as they stepped into Guchie's abode, its opulence evident in the majestic lofts and lavish decor. Guchie led them to the upper floors, where everything one could desire was at their disposal. "Let us enjoy some refreshments," he declared, retrieving several bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and placing them before his guests. "Thank you," Gaara replied gratefully. "And may I ask the name of this lovely lady?" Guchie inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance of Shizune's name. "Lovely lady?" Shizune's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed at the compliment. Clearly, Guchie's words brought her both shyness and joy. "I am Shizune. Please take good care of me, Chionaiken," she responded bashfully. "Shizune, what a delightful name." Guchie continued to flatter her. "Are you among Gaara's bodyguards, or have you come to participate in the Chunin exams?" "We serve as Gaara's bodyguards. We passed the village's Chunin exams last year. It's a pity that your Leaf Village did not send anyone to our Sand Village for the exams," they explained. Handmaid's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gazed upon the handsome visage of Yuchie, her face brimming with shyness. Truly, he was extraordinarily charming. "Our village, regrettably, could not participate. After all, you betrayed Konoha merely 2 years ago, and we naturally harbored concerns for our safety. It is prudent to await the Nin exams organized by our village." Concerning Konoha's absence from the Nin exams held by Tsunade last year, Yuchie, drawing from the memories of the original host, was somewhat aware of the circumstances, having recently repelled an invasion by Orochimaru, while the village succeeded in defending itself. It nonetheless suffered losses, particularly with the death of the third Hokage. Although Konoha did not bear a deep-seated grudge against Tsunade upon learning the truth, the lingering resentment would not dissipate overnight. Thus, Konoha chose not to send representatives for the inaugural Nin exams in Tsunade, a decision we fully comprehend. Gaara expressed a hint of regret, stating that in an effort to mend relations with Konoha, he would lead the new generation to participate in the Nin exams hosted by Konoha today as a gesture of trust. "I believe in your sincerity," Yuchie replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Kanjiro looked on with a glum expression, pondering why he had not been asked for his name. He felt somewhat overlooked, as if he were merely a part of the background. "What are your thoughts on this world, Brother Chie?" Gaara inquired. Having embarked on a quest for peace since assuming the role of Kazekage, how to view it? Yuchie took a sip of his drink, smiling as he responded. "Such a profound question." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "This world harbors too much hatred. War will inevitably erupt again. When that time comes, the world shall once more be stained with blood. Perhaps, in the future, we may find ourselves adversaries once again due to our respective positions." "Surely not." Handmaid's expression shifted, for she did not wish to become enemies with Yuchie. "Rest assured, if you of Tsunade do not betray Konoha, at the very least, we of Konoha shall not betray you. Thus, whether we become enemies hinges primarily upon your village. Nonetheless, I believe that under your leadership, Gaara, the day we become enemies shall never come to pass." Upon hearing Yuchie's words, Gaara immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I shall strive to maintain a lasting alliance with Konoha. Such an occurrence will not transpire. He mused, perhaps soon, you shall require our assistance from Konoha. Uchiha took another sip of his drink, moistening his throat, and then spoke mysteriously. He was not speaking frivolously. It would not be long before two artists arrived at Tsunade, bringing with them the most significant treasures of their village. Brother Uchiha, why do I feel that your words resemble those of a fortune-teller? Handmaid remarked, observing Uchiha's enigmatic demeanor, sensing he bore an uncanny resemblance to a seer. Don't dismiss it, sister handmaid. I truly possess the gift of foresight. Uchiha smiled. Is that so? Handball gazed at Uchiha with a hint of skepticism. Extend your hand, and I shall assist you. Uchiha gestured, encouraging Handball to comply. Is this how it's done? Handball shyly presented her hands before Uchiha, her cheeks flushed with excitement at the prospect of holding hands with her elder brother, Uchiha. Uchiha grasped her delicate hand, then earnestly began to examine it. As he caressed her hand, he marveled at its smoothness and tenderness, exclaiming, Indeed, the touch of a young girl is exquisite. Iai Luo felt a pang of discomfort, sensing that Uchiha was taking advantage of Handball. Kinjulong, feeling somewhat overlooked as Uchiha treated him like heir, harbored a minor grievance against him. Surely not. Brother Uchiha is observing with such seriousness. It does not seem like he is exploiting Handball, he retorted. Silence, Kinjulong. Do not tarnish my brother Uchiha's reputation, Iai Luo admonished. His gaze stern and unwavering. Kinjulong felt a deep sense of injustice, pondering who truly deserved the title of brother. Am I not your true elder brother? Chapter 114. Your Prince Charming awaits in Konoha. Kinjulong felt wronged, realizing that his position as her genuine elder brother seemed overshadowed by someone newly recognized. Truly, a saying rings true, familiarity breeds contempt. For those we rarely encounter, even the slightest kindness feels monumental. Conversely, for those we frequently meet, if they fail to offer us a favor once, we perceive them as unkind. Unbeknownst to Uchiha, who was earnestly and openly examining Handball's delicate hand, Kinjulong's grievances loomed large. The sensations of her silky, soft skin filled him with exhilaration. Brother Uchiha, what do you see? Handball inquired shyly. Her face flushed as she felt the warmth radiating from his hand. It was her first experience of holding a boy's hand for such a duration. I see it. Uchiha rejoiced inwardly. Within mere minutes, he had copied all of Handball's ninjutsu techniques. You have encountered your future Prince Charming. In time, you shall face trials. And thereafter, you will share a blissful life with your Prince Charming. Is that so? Handball looked at Uchiha, her heart racing at the thought that her destined prince might very well be her brother Uchiha. Her cheeks glowed with warmth as she gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with hope. Who is my future Prince Charming? She asked, her voice laced with shyness. Your Prince Charming resides within Konoha. Uchiha replied with a smile. Within Konoha? Handball grew increasingly convinced that her Prince Charming was indeed her brother Uchiha. For only in his presence did she feel such a flutter in her heart, her demeanor turning bashful. Within Konoha? How could that be? Kinjulong scoffed. How could she possibly end up marrying in Konoha? You must be a charlatan, trying to take advantage of Handball. He retorted, irritation evident in his tone. He simply could not fathom the idea of Temari marrying into Konoha, as it was an utterly inconceivable notion. Although Konoha had formed an alliance with Tsunade, the prospect of unions between individuals from these two distinct villages seemed implausible. Throughout history, wars had sowed deep-seated enmity among them. How could such animosities give way to marriage? Kanjiro, be silent and do not speak disrespectfully to brother Uchiha, Gaara admonished sharply. Frustrated, Kanjiro retorted, I am your elder brother, you know. Can you refrain from berating me on behalf of an outsider? Although he may be your second friend, I am still your blood relative. Kanjiro longed to voice his grievances, but the fierce look in Gaara's eyes compelled him to swallow his words. Brother Uchiha, I apologize for not managing my subordinate well, Gaara said, turning to Uchiha with regret. It's quite all right, Uchiha replied nonchalantly. Brother Uchiha, I am indeed curious about fortune-telling. Would you be able to predict my future? Gaara inquired earnestly. Uchiha gazed at Gaara and, after a moment's hesitation, extended his hands, ultimately clasping Gaara's. Normally, Uchiha would not hold a man's hand for long, as it might convey a sense of true love. Was it not said that love between men is genuine, while that between men and women is merely lust? Thus, Many claimed that the bond between the two pillars and the young lord was the truest form of love. As Yushikaya held Gaara's hand, he sensed, without any system prompts, that his divine hand was swiftly replicating Gaara's jutsu, as visions of copied techniques flooded his mind. Gaara, your palmistry does not bode well, Yushikaya remarked, his brow furrowing. Not well? How so, brother Shikiya? Gaara inquired, intrigued. You will soon face a great calamity. Yushikaya paused for a moment, then solemnly declared, you will perish. What? Temari and Kanjuro were struck with shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Gaara's impending demise seemed unfathomable. How could that be? Gaara is so powerful. How could he possibly die? Kanjuro exclaimed in disbelief. Stop trying to scare me. Gaara shot Kanjuro a glare before turning to Yushikaya. Brother Shikiya, will I truly die? You may escape death, but only if someone is willing to sacrifice their life to save you, Yushikaya said gravely. Gaara, be wary of the birds in the sky. As the trio departed Yushikaya's home, their expressions were extraordinarily grave. The seriousness with which Yushikaya spoke compelled them to believe that such events could indeed unfold in the future. Gaara, rest assured, I will absolutely protect you with my life from any harm, Kanjuro vowed earnestly. Kanjuro, if my enemies are capable of defeating me, you will be powerless to resist them. If what Brother Shikiya has foretold comes to pass, do not concern yourself with me. Just flee for your life, Gaara said slowly. How can that be? How could I ever abandon you, Gaara? Whether as a subordinate or as a brother, I would never forsake you to flee alone, Kankuro declared emphatically. Foolishness, Gaara retorted sharply. Do not engage in meaningless sacrifice. If what Night Brother foretold truly comes to pass, you must survive to have the chance to avenge me. Do you understand? Temari, if that day ever arrives, you must absolutely prevent Kankuro from acting recklessly. This is my command. There is no need to be so tense. Did Night Brother not say that Gaara would ultimately emerge from peril, revived? Temari reassured him. To exchange the lives of others for my resurrection. I would rather perish and remain dead, Gaara responded slowly. Upon returning to their lodging, a middle-aged man named Maki approached. Where have you three been? We are still in Konoha, so it is wise to remain vigilant. After all, we share a profound enmity, although we have allied for the greater good. It does not preclude the possibility of some being blinded by hatred and attempting to strike us down. We will remain cautious, Maki. I am tired. I shall retire for now. Gaara silently turned and returned to his room. What is wrong with Gaara? He appears burdened by deep thoughts. Maki observed Gaara's expression, furrowing his brow as he inquired of Temari and Kankuro. Gaara forbade us from speaking. I apologize, Teacher Maki. Chapter 115. The Extraordinary System Mall. After the departure of Gaara and his companions, Yuki Shikiya, intrigued, began to form seals, channeling chakra into the grains of sand beneath the earth. In no time, Yuki Shikiya had created a multitude of sand particles infused with his chakra. With a mere thought, a cluster of sand erupted from the ground, hovering in midair, transforming into various shapes at his command. Quite impressive. Yuki Shikiya smiled slightly, restoring the sand to its original position. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system mall is now online. The host can use points to purchase items from the mall. Ding. Congratulations, host. For successfully launching the system mall, reward of 10,000 points. Just as Yuki Shikiya was about to retire for the night, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. A system mall? Yuki Shikiya paused, surprised that his system possessed such a feature. With another thought, a screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. In addition to his homepage, a system mall had materialized. Yuki Shikiya clicked to open the system mall. Instantly, a dazzling array of items filled his vision. This is astonishing. Yuki Shikiya marveled at the plethora of goods within the mall. 471,000 points. 241, 500 points. 981, 500 points. 41,000 points. 161,000 points. 2,000 points. 72-inch ultra-high-definition all-in-one computer and television, 800 points. Electric female toy, 10 points. Nutritional papaya, 10 points. Essential oil, 10 points. Ultra-thin rings, 10 points. Burning fruit, 100,000 points. Quaking fruit, 150,000 points. Thunder fruit, 200,000 points. Sweet fruit, 100,000 points. Observation hockey, 100,000 points. Conqueror's hockey, 300,000 points. Armament hockey, 200,000 points delicate cat ear girl. 10,000 points delicate rabbit ear girl. 10,000 points delicate elf princess. 10,000 points. As Uchiha gazed upon the display, his eyes radiated with fervent excitement. His attention was firmly fixed not on the preceding matters, but rather on the enticing cat ear girl, rabbit ear girl, and elf princess. The alluring silhouette portrayed in the avatar. With its subtly concealed slender form, enticingly red lips, and the tantalizing hint of a rounded figure, stirred a fervor within him. With precisely 10,000 points at his disposal, a question arose: should he indulge in a purchase? His heart racing, Uchiha momentarily quelled his impulses and sought guidance from the system. Method 1. Eliminating a Genin grants 100 points, a Chunin provides 300 points, a Jonin yields 1,000 points, an Akatsuki level opponent awards 10,000 points. A Kaga level foe gives 100,000 points, and a 6 paths level adversary offers 1,000 points. Method 2. The host may utilize an emotion value collector to gather emotional energy, which can be exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio, with one emotion value equating to 1 point. The emotion value collector captures the emotional fluctuations induced by the host and others, as all individuals experience joy and sorrow. Any emotional response elicited by the host can be collected, with greater fluctuations yielding more emotion value. Murder? Uchiha furrowed his brow. He had yet to make any enemies, rendering such actions unnecessary. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, unwilling to take a life merely for the sake of points. Only in the presence of an adversary would he consider such measures. For the time being, killing was not a viable option. He would have to rely on the emotion value collector to gather emotional energy and convert it into points. Joy and sorrow were quite simple to procure. Having comprehended the methods of acquiring points, he turned his attention to the system's marketplace. The plethora of items within dazzled him, rendering the selection overwhelming. After a considerable time of deliberation, a curious thought struck him. System, why are there no ninjutsu available for purchase? He inquired. Having scoured numerous listings without encountering anything pertaining to the ninja realm, which piqued his intrigue. The marketplace featured items from the world of Inuyasha, One Piece, Dragon Ball, and even modern weaponry from his past life, yet nothing related to the ninja world was present. Items from the ninja realm can be acquired through the host's abilities and are therefore not listed. Ah, I see. Uchiha surmised that the system's exclusion of ninja-related items was a precautionary measure to prevent him from purchasing ninjutsu directly from the marketplace, thus circumventing the need to replicate it. System, will this integrated computer and television device function in the ninja world? He pondered, recalling that he had not interacted with a computer in quite some time within the realm of Naruto. Even though the technological advancements in the world of Naruto are somewhat skewed with the existence of computers, the content therein pales in comparison to the vibrancy of my previous life. The system assures the host that it can connect to the previous world, allowing for worry-free purchases. The computer's operation is exclusive to the host. No one from the Naruto world can manipulate it. Thus, the host need not fear the discovery of the previous world's existence. How considerate. I shall purchase it. With a swift transaction, I, Uchiha, expended 800 points to acquire this 72-inch computer television hybrid. Transmitting. The host should prepare to receive. As the system's voice faded, a magical array materialized beneath my feet, radiating light. Whoosh! As the white light dissipated, a 72-inch computer television hybrid appeared before me. Purchasing the unlimited power computer television hybrid includes a complimentary unlimited power wireless Bluetooth mouse, keyboard, and headphones. Truly, the system is remarkable. Gazing at the newly arrived device, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I cradled it and promptly began the installation, setting it up on the wall at the foot of my bed. I eagerly powered it on. Connecting the mouse and keyboard, I first downloaded a messaging app, then attempted to log into my account from my previous life. An alert popped up. Account accessed from a different location. Please confirm login via your mobile device. How absurd. I have traversed into the Naruto realm, and yet I have no mobile phone. After some deliberation, I realized that without my old phone number, even acquiring a new one would not permit me to access my previous account or reconnect with old friends. Frustrated, I swiftly deleted the messaging app. It had been ages since I last viewed any works by Teacher Tsang. I wondered if she had released anything new. I earnestly entered a URL etched in my memory and clicked confirm. Chapter 116. Fired up, the familiar sensation. As the website opened, excitement coursed through me. I searched for teacher Tsang, and instantaneously, all her remarkable works appeared before me. Truly, the system is exceptional. The internet speed is phenomenal. As I beheld several covers I had yet to explore, I realized, indeed, teacher Tsang had released new content. With great interest, I clicked on one. Half an hour later, while teacher Tsang continued her performance, I could no longer contain myself and instantaneously left my home. I was on fire. I must find relief from this heat. Utilizing my teleportation ability, I swiftly arrived at the doorstep of Washu Azuki. Inside Washu Azuki's home, she reclined on a lounge chair, her delicate feet tapping softly against the window. Gazing through the glass at the moonlight, the image of Uchiha surfaced in her mind. What a pity it was. Why did little Iya have to slip away? As she observed the moonlit night, she couldn't help but reminisce about Uchiha. Previously, at the home of Yuhi Kurenai, she had been too shy to hint to him, allowing him to leave. Now, as she admired her newfound beauty, she lamented the absence of anyone to appreciate this splendid view. Sister Hongdo, are you asleep? As Yushoshi Hongdo pondered over Uchiha, the sound of Uchiha's voice reached her ears. Is that the voice of Xiao Yi? Hongdo was momentarily taken aback, having been thinking of Xiao Yi. She wondered if her longing had conjured an illusion. Did you hear me, Sister Hongdo? Are you asleep? The voice of Uchiha echoed again. Startled, Hongdo leaped from her bed and rushed to the window, her little head poking out. It really is you, Xiao Yi. Hongdo gazed in delight at Uchiha below her window, astonished that her yearning had materialized. Uchiha had truly come to find her. With a leap, Uchiha landed gracefully on Hongdo's windowsill. What brings you here, Xiao Yi? Hongdo asked, her cheeks flushed. Uchiha admired Hongdo's exquisite features, swallowing hard. I came to see you. I want to know just how beautiful my sister Hongdo has become after eating papaya. Uchiha smiled as she approached Hongdo, speaking affectionately. Why don't you go find your sister Hong? Hongdo teased, reclining on her chaise, her long legs elegantly crossed, a playful smile on her face. Uchiha joined her, nestling beside Hongdo, and said, I just missed you, Sister Hongdo. That's why I came to find you. Hongdo playfully nudged Uchiha with her delicate foot, grinning. Did Xiao Hong not feed you well last night? So you came to seek me out tonight? How could that be? I'm not like that. Uchiha laughed. I simply missed you, Sister Hongdo. I don't believe you. You great deceiver. Hongdo stood up, still smiling. Now that you've seen me, you can leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. Uchiha stood up, pretending to jump out of the window. Sister Hong should still be awake. I'll go check on her. You rest well, Sister Hongdo. With a playful laugh, Uchiha stepped onto the windowsill, ready to leap into the crimson garden below. Wait. Seeing Uchiha truly about to leave, Hongdo felt a pang of urgency and called out. What is it? Sister Hongdo? Do you want me to stay? Uchiha grinned at her. Hongdo shot Uchiha an exasperated look, a hint of blush on her cheeks. Stay with me tonight. With the goddess of the night making her request, Uchiha could hardly refuse. She approached Hongdo with a smile. Sister Hongdo, are you feeling itchy? Shall I help scratch it for you? Xiao Yin said she would take you away from me. Will you be taken from me? After a moment, Hongdo gazed tenderly at Uchiha's charming face and smiled softly. Is it about Mitsuki Shiyin? Yuki expressed some surprise, saying, she mentioned wanting to take me away from you. How could she possibly know about our relationship? Yushuxi Hongdo, with a shy smile, gently placed her delicate hand before Yuki and caressed it, replying, I told her. Why would you disclose that to her? Yuki inquired curiously, somewhat at a loss for words. She realized that only someone as bold and carefree as Yushuxi Hongdo would dare to speak so openly. Actually, Xiaoyan wanted to ask me for papaya. I told her that only your close friends would request such a thing, and she deduced it from there. It was not I who revealed it to her. I had no papaya to give her, and she angrily argued with me, proclaiming her natural beauty and intent to steal you away from me. With a playful smile, Yushuxi Hongdo teased, so what do you think, little Yi? Can Xiaoyan charm you away? Yuki smiled back, but isn't Mitsuki Yuyin already in a relationship? She must be joking. So you need not worry, dear Hongdo. What boyfriend could she possibly have? The only childhood friend she had was killed during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. Now, it's just me and Yuhi Kurenai as her close friends. Yushuxi Hongdo gazed at Yuki with a grin. Xiaoyan is quite attractive. Don't you find her appealing? With a serious expression, Yuki replied, she is far too young to compare with you, dear Hongdo. I wouldn't be interested at all. Oh, really? Is that truly how you feel? A flicker of surprise crossed Yushuxi Hongdo's face. Ding. Yashuxi Hondo's surprise, emotional value, 100, her long, fair legs, as white as snow, swayed slightly, revealing her delightful mood. Yuki glanced at those long legs, the skin so exquisite, it seemed as though it could be easily broken. Smooth and devoid of any pores, resembling jade. Of course, why would I ever deceive you, dear Hondo? Yuki said tenderly. Meanwhile, in another part of Yuki's home, a graceful figure entered, pondering where her elder brother had been after such a long absence. Why is there a voice coming from my brother's room? Curiosity piqued. Hinata Hanabi approached the source of the sound. Who could be in my brother's room? Why does it sound so painful? She cautiously neared the slightly ajar bedroom door, peeking inside with her beautiful eyes. The room appeared empty, yet she could still hear the voice. What was happening? There was no one present? Where was the sound emanating from? Could someone be hiding in her brother's bedroom? Or perhaps someone was bound in the wardrobe. As Hinata Hanabi stepped further into the bedroom, she realized the noise didn't come from the wardrobe, but rather seemed to originate from the foot of the bed. As she turned to look in that direction, the voice continued from somewhere else. Hinata Hanabi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, as if turned to stone, standing motionless and transfixed by the image on the wall. There, upon the screen, was a mesmerizing beauty. Gulp. Hanabi stared intently at the woman on the screen, unable to suppress a swallow, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. The world of film had already emerged in the realm of the Hokage, thus the existence of such a screen did not astonish her. What left her in a state of shock was the astonishing clarity of the film. Moreover, the behavior of the woman within it was perplexing. Why would she act in such a manner? Hanabi found herself bewildered. Observing the anguished woman, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her, a sense of tedium. This feeling of monotony gnawed at her, evoking a desire to flee, yet her gaze remained fixated on the woman on the screen, reluctant to turn away. Hanabi swallowed again, pursing her lips, feeling an odd inclination to emulate the woman portrayed. It was truly strange. Why did she feel this way? Hanabi was deeply puzzled. Why did the woman on the screen seem to revel in her torment? Hanabi could not fathom the reason behind it. Gazing at the woman's muted screams, she felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity, a desire to know what fate awaited her. She continued to watch, becoming increasingly immersed in the cinematic world. Gradually losing track of time, the lens eventually shifted to a close-up shot. At last, the image faded, transforming into black and white, displaying a colossal pause button in the center. Hanabi covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. This unexpected encounter had opened a door to a new world for her. In the dead of night, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Wainana walked slowly through the door into his home. After a brief cleansing in the bathroom, he donned a pair of shorts and made his way to the bedroom. Why is the light in my bedroom on? Wainana regarded the illuminated room with suspicion, pondering if he had hastily left the light on when he had departed. Tentatively, he stepped inside, only to discover a stunning beauty asleep on his bed. Hanabi? Wainana was taken aback to see Hinata Hanabi there, contemplating how she had returned. Moreover, why was her face so flushed? Could it be that she had dreamt of something embarrassing? Wainana chose not to disturb her, retrieving a mattress from the cupboard and laying it down nearby before settling into sleep. In her childhood, Hanabi had often clung to him at night, but now that she had grown, Wainana was uncertain if she still desired his company. He would never take advantage of someone in a slumbering state. Any such advantage would be taken openly and with integrity. He slept soundly until the dawn broke. In his haze, Wainana felt a tickle in his nostrils. Achoo! He awoke from his dreams. Brother, where did you go last night? Why did you come back and sleep on the floor alone? Why not sleep in bed? The system's voice echoed in Yuchiya's mind, coming from Hinata Hanabi's curious inquiry. Upon opening his eyes, Yuchiya was greeted by the sight of Hinata Hanabi, who was holding a tuft of dogtail grass she had presumably scavenged from somewhere, beaming at him with delight. Realizing that it was this little girl who had been teasing him with the grass, Yuchiya smiled and said, I was merely trying not to wake our adorable Hanabi. Though awakened by her antics, he felt no anger, instead gently pinching her tender cheek. Brother, do you not like me, which is why you slept alone? Hanabi asked innocently. How could that be? You're so charming. I can hardly contain my fondness for you. He replied. Then you must promise not to sleep on the floor alone again. She insisted. All right, as you wish, he acquiesced. Hanabi burst into laughter upon hearing his response. Hearing the system's notification, Yuchiya mused to himself about how sincere this little one was. The emotion value collector seemed capable not only of earning points, but also of discerning the authenticity of the girl's emotions. It almost felt as if he had a glimpse into a woman's heart. With the system's prompts, he could differentiate between truth and falsehood in their words, making it rare for anyone to deceive him. "Brother, there's something I'm unsure if I should say," Hanabi said, hesitating slightly as she sat beside him. "What is it?" Uchiha inquired curiously. After a pause, her cheeks flushed slightly as she pointed and stammered, "It's about my..." Uchiha was left bewildered. "Hanabi, what are you trying to say? I'm not quite following you," he said, looking at her with suspicion. "What is wrong with you? Just look and you'll understand." Hanabi replied, her expression earnest. Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise. In Hanabi's heart, Uchiha was envisioned as her future husband. Showing him her thoughts was of no consequence to her. Yet, she was uncertain of the situation herself, hoping Uchiha could provide clarity. "Hanabi, what has happened to you?" Uchiha exclaimed, eyes wide. Chapter 118. "Brother, you favor one over the other. I came to find you last night. But you weren't home, and I accidentally saw that." After hearing Hanabi's explanation, Uchiha's eyes grew even wider. In his hurried departure the previous evening, he had forgotten to shut down his computer, and Hanabi had stumbled upon something that had yet to finish playing. Uchiha felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The private matters he attended to at home had inadvertently been revealed to her. Had he been present, it would have been utterly mortifying. Taking a deep breath, he slowly reassured her, "That is a perfectly normal phenomenon, Hanabi. You need not worry." Such matters leave Uchiha at a loss for words. Enveloped in an awkwardness that is palpable, it is indeed an uncomfortable situation for a young man to elucidate such topics to a young lady. Hinata Hanabi, rather perplexed, finds herself grappling with this unfamiliar scenario, as it is her first encounter with such a situation. You will come to understand it in due time. So do not dwell on it too much, Uchiha advises, attempting to gently dissuade Hanabi from overthinking the matter. "By the way, how is your preparation for the Chunin exams coming along?" He deftly shifts the conversation, steering her away from the sensitive topic. "I am all set," she replies earnestly. "Once the exams commence, I will team up with Mo Huang and Sakurane to participate." In Uchiha's presence, Hanabi dutifully refers to Haruno Sakura as Sakurane, not wishing him to discover her strained relationship with her. "Then do your utmost. I will be there to cheer for you," Uchiha says, affectionately patting her head. "Big brother, what should I do if I end up facing off against my sister?" Hanabi inquires, her wide eyes filled with curiosity, eager to discern whom Uchiha would favor more in a potential bout between her and her sister. If such a scenario arises, refrain from using the Duki God technique. Beyond that, give it your all. I am certain your sister will also strive to put forth her best effort in your duel, Uchiha responds. "Big brother, I feel that if I cannot use the Duki God technique, I might not stand a chance against my sister," Hanabi confesses. Hinata has seamlessly integrated the 6 styles into the 8 trigrams palm. Merely utilizing the 6 styles, she would still outmatch you, he points out. Then simply concede. After all, she is your sister, and it is perfectly natural to be outperformed. Uchiha reassures her. "If you genuinely wish to employ the Duki God technique to secure a victory, I shall have no choice but to gift your sister a sword as well, ensuring fairness in the match." "You are biased." Hanabi pouts, a hint of grievance crossing her features, realizing that Uchiha seems to favor her sister just a tad more. "Am I biased?" Uchiha queries in confusion. "You possess one sword. How does gifting your sister another make me biased? You have helped her cultivate the 6 styles to a level of mastery, enabling her to amalgamate other skills. While I have solely relied on my own arduous training to achieve proficiency in the 6 styles, without your assistance in advancing further," Hanabi retorts, her voice tinged with sorrow. "And yet, I am not permitted to utilize the Duki God technique. If I wish to employ it, I must have you bestow a sword upon my sister to counter my technique. Is that not bias?" With her cheeks puffed and tears nearly brimming in her eyes, she gazes at Uchiha, feeling a profound sense of injustice. In truth, her concern lies not in whether she can triumph over her sister, but rather in understanding her significance in Uchiha's heart. She has always believed that being the sole recipient of a sword from him made her the most special person in his eyes. Now, upon learning that he intends to gift a sword to Hinata as well, she feels a wave of unfairness wash over her. It dawns on her that she may not be the singularly cherished one after all. "Forgive me," Uchiha exclaims, suddenly realizing that he might indeed be exhibiting a degree of partiality. Hinata Huga found training the 6 styles to be remarkably effortless. utilizing training cards and massage oils. She achieved mastery within just a few days, reaching an extraordinary level of skill. In contrast, Hanabi Huga, alongside Moyu, endured a grueling 7 years in the spirit time room to barely attain proficiency in the 6 styles. Compared to Hinata, Hanabi undeniably exerted more effort, yet could not reach her sister's level of expertise. It was my oversight. For a long time, Yuchiya regarded Hanabi as a mere mischievous child, failing to recognize her maturity at over 17 years of age. In the world of Naruto, a girl at this age possesses a well-developed mindset, no longer a child. Yuchiya gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Hanabi's eyes. In truth, Yuchiya was reluctant to utilize the dojutsu, intending instead to gift it to Hanabi. His interest in her growth motivated him to offer her something unique, a token to remind her of her identity. Furthermore, the dojutsu had been destroyed in the original Inuyasha anime, and Sesshomaru showed indifference towards it, coldly stating that it was merely a demonic fawn. Witnessing Sesshomaru's dismissive attitude towards the dojutsu led Yuchiya to perceive it as imperfect, which is why he thought little of passing it to Hanabi. Now that Yuchiya had acquired a superior sword, he was even less concerned about the dojutsu. As Sesshomaru remarked, it was simply a demonic fawn, and its power was limited. If she wished to wield it, she could do so. He would remain nearby, ready to intervene if necessary. Perhaps even with the dojutsu, she might still struggle to defeat her sister, as her chakra could not support reckless usage of the weapon. Her sister had reached an extraordinary level of the 6 styles. If she took it seriously, Hanabi might not even be able to touch her, despite her own mastery. Big brother, please teach me. I want to reach that extraordinary level too. Hanabi gazed at Yuchiya with eager anticipation. Is there a method in the system that can help this girl swiftly master the 6 styles to an extraordinary level? Yuchiya pondered. His own mastery of the extraordinary level, like Hinata's, came from the system's enlightenment. Although he possessed methods for training in the 6 styles, he couldn't articulate how one attains the extraordinary level through arduous practice. There are no shortcuts. Only through the trials of life and death can one truly awaken their potential. Hanabi possesses such potential, and if she wishes to rapidly attain the extraordinary level, this is the only path. Are there any more training cards available in the system? If so, please assign me some tasks. Yuchiya was unwilling to have Hanabi undergo trials of life and death. Host, tasks are often serendipitous, and there are none available at the moment. In a moment of realization, Yuchiya smacked his forehead, chiding himself for overlooking the magnificent system mall. He opened the system mall interface, eagerly browsing through the plethora of items available. What are you doing, big brother? Asked Hinata Hanabi. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Yuchiya's fingers gliding across the screen. Unable to see what he was looking at, she was filled with wonder. With a gentle smile, Yuchiya replied, I am searching for a method suitable for you, little Hanabi, to enhance your mastery of the 6 styles. Really? Hanabi's eyes widened with delight as her face lit up with excitement. Finally, her big brother was willing to teach her the profound intricacies of the 6 styles. Please hold on, let me calculate, Yuchiya said earnestly. Sure, take your time. I'm eagerly waiting, Hanabi beamed, her white teeth gleaming as she smiled brightly. Resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yuchiya. After a thorough search, Yuchiya suddenly remembered the search function. Chiding himself for his oversight, he clicked on the search bar, entered Navy 6 Styles training card, and pressed confirm. Instantly, the page displayed various levels of the training card: beginner, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and transcendent, each priced at 5,000 points. Confusion washed over Yuchiya. Why was each level priced identically at 5,000 points? Shouldn't higher levels be more expensive and lower levels cheaper? Upon scrutinizing the descriptions, he understood. The beginner, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and transcendent levels were interconnected. For instance, if one had never learned the Navy 6 styles or had only mastered a few, attempting to purchase the transcendent training card would be futile. Only those who had fully mastered the proficient level could utilize the transcendent training card available in the system space. This was distinctly different from the one-time training card Yuchiya had provided to Hinata Hanabi. How exorbitant! Though it was merely 5,000 points, Yuchiya still felt it was too steep, as his points were quite limited. It seemed he would need to devise a way to earn back some points. He clicked to purchase. Success! The Navy 6 Styles training card has been acquired, and the item has been stored in the system's storage space, chimed the notification. All done, Yuchiya thought, retracting the screen with a wave of his mind. How do I practice? Please teach me, Hanabi exclaimed with excitement. Her cheeks flushed, radiating a delightful charm. There's no rush. I have the method now, and you'll learn it soon. Uchiha smiled softly, stepping closer to Hanabi, his gaze fixed intently on her. Feeling a wave of shyness under his unwavering stare, Hanabi whispered, "Why are you looking at me like that, big brother?" "Just because," he replied nonchalantly. Uchiha chuckled softly and remarked, "I merely seek vengeance." "Revenge?" Hinata Hanabi was perplexed by Uchiha's words. "Just now, you tickled me. And now it's my turn for retribution." Seizing the moment when Hinata was distracted, Uchiha grasped her delicate hands. "Ah, big brother, what are you doing?" Hinata gazed up at him with wide eyes, feigning terror. "I'm so frightened." Ding! Excitement from Hinata Hanabi. 100 This expression. If not for the system's indication of her excitement, Uchiha might have been convinced. Hee. Uchiha chuckled, firmly holding her small hands aloft while his other hand began to tickle her underarm. "Ha ha ha, ticklish, ticklish, ticklish. Big brother, please stop. It's too ticklish. Ha ha, ticklish." Ding. Joy from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Ding. Shyness from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Ding. Joy from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Ding. Shyness from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Eventually, feeling he had exacted his playful revenge, Uchiha released Hinata. "Humph. Big brother, you bullied me." Hinata puffed up her cheeks, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Who told you to tickle me with that dogtail grass this morning?" Uchiha smiled and replied, "Let's see if you dare to tickle me again." He received no system notifications, realizing that this little girl was merely feigning her grievance for his amusement. With a gentle smile, Uchiha retrieved 6 training cards from the system. He then produced the Room of Spirit and Time, adjusting the time ratio to 1 to 365. "Come, let me teach you the 6 sublime techniques." Instantly, Hinata's pretended grievance vanished, and she eagerly followed Uchiha inside. 2 minutes later, Hinata emerged with her arms draped over Uchiha's shoulders, beaming. She had grown a little taller, and her figure had also developed significantly. "Are you satisfied now?" Uchiha tenderly stroked her hair. "I am satisfied. You are the best, big brother." With sparkling eyes, Hinata added, "Could you please give me a massage like that every day? It was so comfortable. Aren't you afraid I might get carried away and consume you?" Uchiha smiled. "If you eat me, then so be it. What does it matter?" Hinata blushed and replied, "After all, I belong to you, big brother. Whether it's early or late, what difference does it make?" Ding. Shyness from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Ding. Anticipation from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Ding. Apprehension from Hinata Hanabi. 50. In Hinata's eyes, she was already destined to be Uchiha's future wife, so what did it matter if they indulged a little earlier? Regardless, after she had watched the solo performance of the esteemed teacher, her heart was inexplicably filled with a fluttering affection whenever she gazed upon Uchiha, igniting a desire to take some action. But perhaps it is best to wait until you reach adulthood before proceeding. Although Uchiha is somewhat lecherous, he possesses his own principles and boundaries, which he does not easily abandon. "Oh." Hinata Hanabi sighed with a hint of disappointment. Observing the expression on the young girl's face, Uchiha shook his head in resignation. Truly, when it comes to handsome boys, one often underestimates how proactive girls can be. Chapter 120. Murder as a new round of the CHNIN exams approaches. Konoha village begins to bustle with an influx of outsiders, creating a lively atmosphere. Merchants are thriving, reaping substantial profits, while Uncle Ichiraku smiles joyfully, counting his plentiful earnings as they flow into his little treasury. "Business is booming, Uncle Ichiraku," Uchiha remarked as he brought Hinata Hanabi to Ichiraku Ramen, greeting Uncle Ichiraku with a smile. Come, please take a seat." Uncle Ichiraku exclaimed, delighted to have a customer like Uchiha, open-hearted, generous, and spirited. If his beloved daughter were here, he would surely introduce her to Uchiha. "Hanabi, what would you like to eat?" Uchiha asked, smiling at Hinata Hanabi. "I will eat whatever big brother eats." Hanabi replied with a smile as she settled down. "Uncle Ichiraku, 2 bowls of the most expensive and delicious ramen, please," Uchiha declared with flair. "Certainly," Uncle Ichiraku responded, his heart brimming with joy at the familiar request, humming a tune as he prepared the ramen. Before long, Uncle Ichiraku presented 2 large bowls of sumptuous ramen. "Please enjoy." "Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku." Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Uchiha greedily took a deep breath before diving in. "I'm starting now." Hanabi followed suit, savoring the delightful scent before indulging. Delicious. After satisfying their appetites, Yuki and Hinata Hanabi began to explore the bustling streets of Konoha. The lively crowd elevated their spirits, enhancing the joy of their outing. "Excuse me, fair maiden. I am the lord of the flower country, and I find myself quite enamored with you. Would you consider being my concubine?" Just as Yuki and Hinata Hanabi were enjoying their time, a rather ostentatiously dressed, portly man appeared before them, clutching a rose and blocking Hanabi's path. Yuki frowned at the unwelcome interruption, while Hanabi wrinkled her nose in distaste at this so-called lord of the flower country. "I'm sorry, but I do not find you appealing. Please step aside and do not obstruct my way," Hanabi said with a hint of disdain. How could such a rotund figure, weighing over 300 pounds, have the audacity to approach her? Who instilled him with such misplaced confidence? "My lady, I am the lord of the fire country. I possess wealth, status, and reputation. You would undoubtedly find happiness with me. Please marry me. I shall love you for a lifetime," the corpulent man persisted, unwilling to yield. "Fat pig, this is my woman. Please mind your words." Yuki's voice resonated with composure as he issued a warning. "Am I not the woman of my elder brother?" Upon hearing Yuki's declaration of "this is my woman," Hinata Hanabi's heart raced, and she was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Ding! Joy from Hinata Hanabi. 100. Look at your scrawny frame. What merit do you possess to claim such a beautiful girl? The rotund, lecherous man waved his hand, signaling his guards, who approached carrying a chest. "Allow me to take this lovely lady as my wife, and I shall grant you 1,000,000 taels. Moreover, do refrain from calling me fat pig, for should I feel angered, the consequences are beyond what a mere pretty boy like you could endure." Yuki's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "Fat pig, while I still possess a shred of patience, vanish from my sight immediately. How dare he call me fat pig?" The lecherous man gestured for his guards to teach this pretty boy a lesson, reminding him of the vastness of the world and that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Ha ha! Yuki laughed heartily indeed. Some people are not to be trifled with. 4 or 5 guards surrounded Yuki. Observing this, Hinata Hanabi placed her hand on the hilt of the Dugwishin sword at her back, ready to draw it at any moment. Yuki raised his hand to stop Hinata Hanabi, saying, "Little Hanabi, do not intervene in this matter." "Yes, big brother," Hinata Hanabi expressed, not the slightest bit worried about Yuki's potential defeat. Yuki's gaze turned frigid as he focused on the 5 ninjas from the land of flowers encroaching upon him. Those who dared to threaten his woman and disregarded his warnings would face dire consequences. Death was the only remedy to ensure they would no longer be a nuisance. Summoning a sword from the system space, Yuki executed a striking pose reminiscent of Li Xiaoyao from the opening sequence of The Legend of the Swordsman. However, unlike Li Xiaoyao's charming smile, Yuki's eyes brimmed with lethal intent, a chilling aura enveloping him. Drawing his bow, he performed a sword-drawing motion. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, Yuki transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from sight. The glint of his sword flashed, and a head fell to the ground. Within a breath, Yuki reappeared at his original position, sheathing his sword. "What bravado! I thought you had fled, yet here you stand," the rotund, lecherous man began to speak, only to be interrupted by the sound of 6 simultaneous hisses as bloodlines appeared on the necks of 6 men, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. 6 heads tumbled to the ground in succession. "Ding! You have killed a genin, earning 100 points. Ding! You have killed a genin, earning 100 points. Ding! You have killed a chunin, earning 300 points. Ding! You have killed a chunin, earning 300 points. Ding! You have killed a chunin, earning 300 points. Humph! Such meager rewards. It is less than the joy of tickling my beloved little Hanabi," Wainani scoffed inwardly. "Ah! Murder!" Nearby tourists, witnessing the scene, immediately screamed in terror. The cacophony of their cries attracted even more onlookers, though they dared not approach too closely, maintaining a cautious distance to observe the unfolding drama. How could such a heinous act occur under broad daylight? The audacity is astounding. Where are the Anbu? A murder has taken place. Observing the attire of the deceased, it appeared they hailed from the land of flowers. And that individual seemed to be the daimyo of that nation. Goodness, he has slain a daimyo. This boy is in grave trouble now. I wonder if he is from our village? Such a brazen killer must be dealt with severely. He should be apprehended and sentenced to death. Where are the Anbu? If this continues, the murderer may escape. Here they come, the Anbu ninjas have arrived. The crowd of onlookers murmured among themselves, casting disapproving glances at Wainani, the alleged murderer. Chapter 121. The dead arise. What has transpired? A squad of Anbu navigated through the throng, advancing into the scene. Ninja-sama. That man wielding the sword has killed the daimyo of the Land of Flowers and his guards. A villager pointed at Nanaya. Zuki Yuin followed the villager's gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. Is that my little red sweetheart? She approached Nanaya and whispered, what exactly happened? Why did you resort to murder? Especially of the daimyo from the Land of Flowers? Nanaya, recognizing Zuki Yuin's voice, replied flatly, they deserve to die? He dared to covet my woman. I warned him. But that fat pig refused to listen and instead attempted to harm me. Should I simply stand by and let him attack? But you cannot just kill him. Zuki Yuin retorted sharply, glancing at Hinata Hanabi beside her, beginning to grasp the situation's context. Regardless, he is killed. What do you propose? Will you arrest me? Or assist in the aftermath? Nanaya stated calmly. You have committed murder. Come with me. Matters concerning the daimyo of the Land of Flowers must be decided by the village's higher-ups. Although Zuki Yuin understood why Nanaya had his reasons, she could not allow him to walk away unscathed. Just then, a startling event occurred. The 6 slain individuals suddenly stirred, their bodies rising as they reattached their severed heads. This unexpected spectacle sent shockwaves through the gathering crowd, who exclaimed in unison, "Ah, they have come back to life. The dead have revived." What? As Yuzuki Yuin turned her head, she was astounded to see the decapitated lord of the flower country, who had previously been lifeless, suddenly lunging at her with a grotesque expression. In a state of shock, she swiftly drew her sword to parry this unexpected attack. With a swift stroke, she inflicted a deep gash across the chest of the flower country lord, who let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the remaining 5 ninjas launched an assault on the surrounding onlookers. One unsuspecting passerby fell victim to one of the resurrected ninjas, who viciously bit into their neck, causing a horrific scream before they succumbed to their fate. The Anbu ninjas accompanying Yuzuki Yuin quickly regained their composure and began to intervene. Yuin joined the fray, swiftly dispatching the reanimated corpses. Just as they began to relax, the slain bodies resurrected once more, attacking them anew. What was happening? Why could these beings not be killed? They resembled zombies. Furrowing her brow, Yuin fought off the relentless assaults while casting a glance at Yuki Nanaya. These individuals had all been slain by him, and their transformation into undead beings surely had a connection to him. Yuki Nanaya merely smiled, waved his hand dismissively, and turned to depart. Captain, the culprit is escaping. One Anbu ninja shouted as he repelled a zombie and attempted to pursue Yuki. Do not chase him. Allow me to handle this. You all focus on restraining these zombies. Yuin commanded, pointing to several of her subordinates. Then, she gestured to another, instructing, you go call for reinforcements and summon the sealing team to contain these fiends. Having given her brief orders, Yuin pursued Yuki Nanaya and Hinata Hanabi. You cannot leave, Yuki Nanaya. Yuzuki Yuin called out, hastening to block his path. Her expression stern as she sought to prevent his escape. If he were not the beloved of her dear friend, and if he did not possess the coveted papayas she desired, she would have already acted against him. Are you truly intending to apprehend me? Yuki Nanaya asked with a smile. I shall not detain you, but you cannot depart, Yuin replied firmly. Hey, Yuin, you wouldn't hold a grudge against me, would you? Yuki directly exposed her identity. You recognized me? Yuin was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating his recognition of her. She replied, I am on a mission, and you must not recklessly reveal my identity. Moreover, I harbor no personal vendetta. Come on, sister. You're detaining me, and yet you won't allow me to expose your identity? Yuki retorted, perplexed. You have committed murder. My refraining from directly apprehending you is already a concession for your beloved, Yuin said, casting a sidelong glance at the quietly observing Hinata Hanabi. This girl is quite impressive. Where did you find her? She looks remarkably familiar. Having grown up, Yuin could not recognize Hinata Hanabi, only feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. You are stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements, aren't you? In this peculiar circumstance, Uchiha utilized his perception technique and discerned that 2 individuals with formidable chakra were swiftly approaching, roughly 100 meters away from his position. For a nimble ninja, a distance of 100 meters could be traversed in a mere 3 to 4 seconds. Almost instantaneously, 2 figures descended behind Yuzuki Yuin. One was clad in the distinctive attire of a ninja, possessing white hair and a veil, while holding a book titled Intimate Paradise. The other wore a snug green training outfit, characterized by thick eyebrows. They were none other than the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, and the foremost practitioner of taijutsu, Might Guy. Is this the perpetrator? Might Guy inquired seriously, casting a glance at Uchiha, then slightly addressing Yuzuki Yuin. Do not engage yet. Allow me to handle this. Yuzuki Yuin intervened, restraining the eager Might Guy. Come with me, Uchiha. Resist no longer. Escape is impossible for you now. Yuzuki Yuin advanced. Do not approach. Stay away from Big Brother. Uchiha had not yet spoken when Hinata Hanabi drew her Dogi sword, positioning herself in front of Uchiha, confronting Yuzuki Yuin. Kakashi gazed at Hinata Hanabi, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps sensing Hanabi's emotions, the Dogi sword emanated a luminous glow, its eerie aura enveloping the surroundings, causing the atmosphere to turn frigid, instilling a bone-chilling cold that left Yuzuki Yuin feeling suffocated and breathless, her heart racing with anxiety. Kakashi and Might Guy also sensed the chilling presence, their spirits slightly trembling. This sword is quite sinister. Be cautious, Yuin, Kakashi warned, furrowing his brow as he stowed away the intimate paradise in his waist pocket, treating the situation with utmost seriousness. Such a chilling essence, such malevolent intent. This is an evil sword, Might Guy remarked, observing Hinata Hanabi with vigilance. Who is this girl, Kakashi? Do you recognize her? This sword gives me an ominous feeling. Kakashi pondered, frowning. She resembles someone familiar, but she is neither this young, nor does she have such a large daughter. Chapter 122, The Astonished Kakashi. Hanabi, why are you playing around with that green-skinned, thick-haired one? Uchiha smiled at Might Guy, suddenly curious about the sparks that might ignite when the transcendent realm meets the 8 gates of the Naruto world, surpassing even the marine 6 styles of the pirate realm. Green-skinned, thick-haired? Might Guy scanned his surroundings skeptically, questioning who could possibly fit that description. Upon glancing at his own attire, he turned furiously toward Uchiha, realizing the insult was directed at him. Though I wear green, I am certainly not thick-haired. My skin is impeccably clean, devoid of any roughness. Ding. Anger from Might Guy 50 Hanabi? Kakashi jolted, suddenly recalling that Hinata Hisashi had participated in this Chunin exam to safeguard his little daughter. Could she truly be the one? Kakashi's single eye widened in realization. Yes, Big Brother. Hinata Hanabi, upon receiving the command from Nanaya, dashed towards Might Guy. Observing this, Guy assumed a stance, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Guy, be cautious. Do not harm her. I suspect she is Hinata Hisashi's youngest daughter, Hinata Hanabi, Kakashi cautioned, concerned that Guy might inadvertently strike too hard and injure the young ninja. What? Might Guy, momentarily bewildered by Kakashi's words, struggled to comprehend. Wasn't Hinata Hisashi's daughter only 10 years old? Could this truly be Hinata Hanabi? Doubt crept into Guy's mind, questioning the validity of Kakashi's statement. Just as he pondered the possibility of a mishearing, Hinata Hanabi raised her Doki shin and swung it down towards him. In an instant, a cerulean blade of energy surged forth, hurtling towards Guy. The air crackled as the sword's energy carved a deep chasm into the ground below. Startled by the incoming assault, Guy leapt skyward just in time. The blade grazed beneath him, narrowly missing a disastrous fate. Landing back on solid ground, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, barely escaping what could have been a grievous outcome. With a delicate sound, Hinata Hanabi vanished from her original position. Such incredible speed, Kakashi remarked, instinctively revealing his Sharingan. The 3-tomo eye of the Uchiha clan. Nanaya, intrigued by Kakashi's activation of the Sharingan, felt a stirring within. The Sharingan, a formidable bloodline limit of the Uchiha, piqued his interest as he approached Kakashi, examining the eye with keen fascination. Your eyes are quite remarkable. I wonder if you have completed the next stage of evolution? Let me see your Manjiki, Nanaya mused, captivated by Kakashi's eye, having never witnessed the renowned Sharingan in person. Kakashi felt a jolt of alarm at Nanaya's words. How did this individual uncover his secret? He had only recently awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and had confided in no one. How do you know this? Kakashi inquired, his voice steady yet cautious. Nanaya grinned. Did Lady Tsunade not mention to you that I possess the gift of divination? I can foresee the future. He chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the tension. Kakashi's thoughts raced. The familiarity with which Nanaya referenced the 5th Hokage was unsettling. He silently lamented for the feudal lord of the Land of Flowers. No wonder Yuzuki Yugao had intervened earlier, preventing him from engaging with Might Guy directly. It appeared there was a deeper connection at play. I assure you, that is not at all my intent, Yuzuki Yugao interjected, realizing the gravity of the situation. Given the protective nature of the fifth Hokage, it was evident that Nanaya would likely evade repercussions for this incident. Is this truly a prediction? You have not even seen my palm. Kakashi expressed skepticism. Isn't fortune-telling supposed to involve examining hands or faces? Your face is obscured, and my hands have yet to be scrutinized by you. How could you possibly know? To claim ignorance of fortune-telling is to waste my breath explaining, Nanaya retorted dismissively. Do tell, have you successfully evolved into the kaleidoscope Sharingan? What is Kakashi to you, really? Having observed the original plot, it seems that Kakashi's kaleidoscope Sharingan activated around this time. Upon Naruto's return, during the mission to assist the Sand Ninja, he first employed the kaleidoscope Sharingan's Kimui to confront Deidara, severing one of his arms. But wait, if you have truly deduced this, how could you possibly be unaware of whether I have activated my kaleidoscope Sharingan? You are attempting to deceive me, seeking to extract information from me. Kakashi, with his superior intellect, promptly realized that Yashia's words were not genuine. Never mind, if you choose not to speak, so be it. Such a dull individual. Yashia did not anticipate Kakashi's remarkable astuteness, as he quickly discerned that Yashia was attempting to extract information from him. If Kakashi remained silent, Yashia could always consult the system. As he observed the battle between Hanabi and Might Guy, he silently inquired of the system. System, has Kakashi activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ding, scanning in progress, scan complete. The single eye has indeed activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In less than a second, Yashia received the answer he sought. Upon learning that Kakashi had initiated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Yashia regarded him with a gaze imbued with fervor. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, he desired it. Kakashi-senpai, how about I treat you to a drink once this matter is resolved? Yashia smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi mused, this fellow's character was truly inscrutable. You have taken a life, imprisoned, and whether you can emerge remains in question. Kakashi did not directly affirm Yashia's statement. Rest assured, Kakashi-senpai, I believe Tsunade-sama will not be so heartless as to keep me imprisoned, Yashia replied with a smile. The people you just killed have all turned into living dead, indiscriminately attacking the villagers. This situation demands an explanation far greater than that of slaying a minor lord. In broad daylight, with the death of a lord and the villagers, such an incident will surely alarm the higher-ups. The two esteemed advisors will not easily allow the fifth Hokage to shield you. Should the fifth Hokage resolutely seek to protect you, it is likely that Danzo will seize the opportunity to strike. Thus, it would be quite challenging for the fifth Hokage to ensure your safety unless she openly confronts the two advisors and Danzo. Fear not, Kakashi-senpai. Just advisors and Danzo. I shall handle them. I assure you, they will not dare utter a word, Yashia said with a bright smile, patting Kakashi's shoulder meaningfully. These words sent a jolt through Kakashi's heart. How could this individual possess such immense confidence to deal with the upper echelons? Chapter 123. The Might of the Demon God Bang. In his normal state, Might Guy unwittingly found himself sent flying by a kick from Hinata Hanabi, crashing violently into a building. What? Kakashi and Yuzuki Yusuke stared wide-eyed, astonished that the elite Jonin guy could be so easily dispatched by a young girl with her taijutsu. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the green-clad Might Guy was propelled from the confines of the building. Guy, I implored you not to harm her, yet you need not hold back to such an extent. Kakashi murmured. It was but a fleeting exchange of words with Yagami, and yet Might Guy had been sent flying. Such leniency seemed excessive. Kakashi, I assure you, I did not hold back. This young lady is remarkably formidable. Her taijutsu is not only swift, but also possesses great strength. In my normal state, without opening the 8 gates, I find myself at a disadvantage against her. Might Guy confessed, a hint of embarrassment evident on his verdant visage. What? She managed to suppress you in your normal state using taijutsu? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Hinata Hanabi, who stood against the wall. His attention had been diverted by Yagami, causing him to miss the earlier clash between Might Guy and Hinata Hanabi. Might Guy, his body aglow in green, regarded Hinata Hanabi with a serious demeanor and inquired of Kakashi, is she truly the daughter of Hinata Hisashi? The taijutsu she employs is not the distinctive gentle fist style of the Huga clan. Has she indeed opened the 3rd gate? Yagami, observing the fully green Might Guy, slowly addressed Hinata Hanabi. His speed has increased. Be cautious, Hanabi. Do not worry, big brother. I am not using my full strength either. Hinata Hanabi reassured Yagami with a confident glance. Yagami was well aware that she was indeed holding back, He merely intended to issue a warning. Considering her opponent was acknowledged as the foremost practitioner of taijutsu by Uchiha Madara himself, had Uchiha Madara not possessed the sage body, he would have undoubtedly been vanquished by Guy's kick. Are you Hinata Hanabi? Yuzuki Yugao, knowing the prowess of Might Guy's 8 gates, expressed concern that he might lose control and inadvertently harm Hinata Hanabi, thus seeking confirmation to ensure he would not resort to genuine force. I am Hinata Hanabi. What of it? Do you intend to report me to my esteemed father? She quipped playfully with a giggle directed at Yuzuki Yugao. Indeed, it is her. Kakashi and the others were struck with expressions of shock, confusion, and disbelief. The youngest daughter of Hinata Hisashi, at merely 10 years of age, had grown to such an extent? What could she possibly have consumed to achieve this stature? At 10 years old, she has bested me in my normal state? Might Guy's countenance reflected a blend of shock and dismay. Was this truly the chasm that lay between noble clans and ordinary folk? After decades of rigorous training, he had lost without resorting to his ultimate techniques. Observing his opponent, it was evident she had yet to unleash her full potential. Hanabi, invoke the essence of the fighting demon. Yagami commanded. Stop them all. I require a moment to attend to a matter. He spoke deliberately. Today, we shall eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Flowers. Though merely a ruler of a minor nation, Konoha must provide an explanation, particularly to the visiting daimyos and esteemed clans attending the Chunin exams. These individuals will exert pressure on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who in turn will pressure Konoha, leading the higher-ups to press Tsunade for a response. Whether Tsunade will be willing to assist remains an uncertainty. After all, his relationship with Tsunade cannot be deemed as particularly close. They have merely engaged in a few transactions. Therefore, he remains uncertain about Tsunade's stance and whether she would act in his favor. Consequently, he must devise some means of self-preservation. His loved ones reside in Konoha, and he has no intention of departing from the village at this time. Good big brother. Hinata Hanabi, upon hearing Uchiha's words, leaped down to stand before him, locking her gaze onto Kakashi and the others. What are you planning, Hanabi? Wozuki Yukino sensed an ominous premonition. If Uchiha has committed murder and you shield him, you will face the village's consequences alongside him. Even if you are the second daughter of the Huga clan, you will not be spared. Now, if you distance yourself from Uchiha, there is still time to rectify this, Yukino urged Hanabi, not wishing for the situation to escalate further. The Uchiha clan had perished, and as the second most prominent family, the Huga clan's influence in Konoha was undeniably significant. Should they involve the second daughter of the Huga clan, the circumstances could quickly spiral out of control. Hinata Hiashi, despite appearing stern, was fiercely protective of his beloved daughter. He would never allow anyone to harm her. I am currently with my big brother, and my actions are unrelated to the Huga family, declared Hinata Hanabi, raising her Duki Shinju as a massive azure dragon began to materialize behind her. Hanabi, while your actions may not be connected to the Huga clan, should we harm you, it will inevitably implicate them, Yukino cautioned. Weapons are merciless. Once violence ensues, no one can guarantee restraint. Should we injure Hinata Hayashi's precious second daughter, the entire Huga clan would be compelled to confront us for accountability. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled rapidly as he furrowed his brow, murmuring, I cannot decipher it, nor replicate it. Such a terrifying presence. Kakashi, do you not find this aura strangely familiar? It feels as though we have encountered it before. Might Guy radiated a vibrant green light, observing the dragon looming behind Hinata Hanabi. The crackling azure lightning exuded an aura that felt eerily reminiscent to him. It was the same energy that lingered that day on the mountainside. Upon hearing Guy's words, Kakashi suddenly recalled the day they had followed the resounding noise and discovered the aftermath, a small mountain utterly obliterated. This is bad. Kakashi's pupils constricted as his hands swiftly formed seals. Rumble. Azure Dragon Break. Earth Style, Multiple Earth Wall. Kakashi and Hinata Hanabi spoke almost in unison. As Hinata Hanabi unleashed her Duki Shinju, dozens of azure lightning bolts surged forth with tremendous speed towards Kakashi and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Kakashi's incantation, formidable earthen walls erupted from the ground, erecting a barrier before the trio. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless onslaught of thunderous lightning shattered the walls, reducing them to rubble in mere moments. Amidst the swirling dust where Kakashi and his comrades stood, visibility was severely compromised, leaving Uchiha unaware of their circumstances. Let us hasten, Hanabi. Time is of the essence, he urged, confident that Kakashi and his allies would not be easily vanquished. His intention was merely to momentarily evade them to attend to pressing matters. What precisely does Uchiha intend to do? To learn of future developments, please encourage updates. Chapter 124. Submit to me, and I shall grant you new life. After Uchiha and Hinata Hanabi departed, the tumultuous dust began to settle. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground collapsed, revealing a cavern where 3 disheveled figures emerged. What a terrifying technique! Had it not been for the multiple earth wall that bought us a moment's respite, we would have been gravely injured, if not killed, Kakashi remarked, still shaken. A remarkable genius has emerged from the Huga clan. Might Guy, whose vibrant green aura had faded, leaped to the ground, surveying the devastation wrought upon the buildings and streets. How much will this cost to repair? The compensation should fall to Hinata Hisashi, I suppose. As one of those directly involved, Might Guy felt his savings were at stake. Where did they go? What are they up to? From the hole, Yuzuki Yuin jumped out, glancing around for any sign of Uchiha. I sense that whatever Uchiha is planning will have significant repercussions. Kakashi exclaimed, we must stop him. He is extremely dangerous and possesses a wealth of hidden information. Ignoring his fatigue, Kakashi began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding pop, a comically earnest little dog was summoned amidst a cloud of smoke. Hey Kakashi, long time no see. Do you have any premium dog food? I'm starving. The eager little dog exclaimed, gazing at Kakashi with anticipation. Kakashi, momentarily embarrassed, replied, Pakin. Let us attend to business first, and I shall treat you to some fine dog food later. Pakin, have you detected the presence of another man and woman in the air? I need to ascertain their whereabouts. Lacking any items that had come into contact with Uchiha or Hinata Hanabi, Kakashi could only rely on Pakin's keen sense of smell to track them. I've picked up on it. Aside from the 3 of you, there are 2 other distinct scents. This way. Pakin lowered his head and began sniffing the ground. We must hurry. Big brother, where are we going? Hinata Hanabi inquired curiously, trailing behind Uchiha. To the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha replied with a smile. The Uchiha clan's territory? Hanabi murmured softly, questioning their purpose there. But no one lives there anymore. Pausing for a moment, she speculated, Big brother, are you considering hiding in the Uchiha territory to evade the village's pursuit? Not quite. I intend to awaken some allies. Uchiha responded with a smile. Once they awaken, certain individuals will be too preoccupied to trouble us. Perhaps it is they who will find themselves in a predicament. Could it be that there are still surviving members of the Uchiha clan hidden within their ancestral grounds? Hinata Hanabi mused with curiosity. Soon, the 2 arrived at the remnants of the Uchiha clan's former site. After a thorough search, Uchiha discovered what he had been seeking. Indeed, the members of the Uchiha clan had not been laid to rest in the graveyard of Konoha's heroes. Big brother, what brings you to the graveyard? Hinata Hanabi inquired, instinctively drawing closer to Uchiha as they observed the gravestones. Hanabi, please step back, Uchiha instructed, gesturing for her to retreat. Oh. Hinata Hanabi obediently took a few steps back. Uchiha summoned the Cloud Fong, brandishing the blade before plunging it fiercely into the ground. Awaken, spirits of the Uchiha. Hinata Hanabi widened her eyes in astonishment. Big brother, are you attempting to summon the deceased members of the Uchiha clan? She covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Uchiha. Who calls upon me? Who summons our Uchiha clan? One by one, skeletal figures emerged from the graves, their expressions dazed as they surveyed their surroundings. There were also those without bones, merely transparent souls drawn back to existence. Whether skeletal or not mattered little. Both required a bit more energy to summon. Oh Uchiha clan members, I have meticulously brought you back from the depths of the underworld, prepared to grant you a new life. Simply heed my commands, and you shall be reborn. You are from Konoha? One skeleton approached Uchiha, its eye sockets flickering with blue flames, an eerie sight. Recognizing the voice, Uchiha discerned that this was Uchiha Fugaku. I am not one of Konoha's people. I do not align with its higher-ups. I am aware that the Uchiha clan was ordered to be annihilated by the Konoha leadership, and I can permit you to take your revenge. Uchiha spoke with a smile. You wish to exploit our Uchiha clan against the Konoha elite? Uchiha Fugaku's eye sockets blazed with ghostly fire as he scrutinized Uchiha. One might say so, Uchiha nodded. I am sorry, but our Uchiha clan will not become pawns for others. Uchiha Fugaku rejected. Do not be hasty. I wish to discuss the last remaining heir of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha ceased his pretense of mystery. Tell me, what do you suppose has become of the last heir of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha? Uchiha spoke nonchalantly, knowing that Fugaku was most concerned about his son. Sasuke is under Itachi's care. I believe he will encounter no misfortune. Uchiha Fugaku replied slowly, his ghostly flames flickering. Ha ha ha, what a comforting thought. Uchiha scoffed. Pray tell, what can a rogue ninja truly protect? What do you mean by that? Uchiha Fugaku's voice remained steady. In his quest for vengeance against Itachi, Sasuke has defected from Konoha, becoming a fugitive and aligning himself with Orochimaru. Orochimaru is no benevolent figure. He relishes experimenting on young individuals with unique bloodlines. It remains uncertain whether Uchiha Sasuke has become a mere guinea pig in Orochimaru's laboratory, perhaps subjected to relentless torment until his demise. Or perhaps Uchiha Sasuke has transcended his former self, and may even bear the name Uchiha Orochimaru now. After all, Orochimaru's reincarnation technique has been perfected, and he would undoubtedly find great interest in possessing the last vestige of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Uchiha spoke with a smile, eloquently expressing his thoughts. What exactly do you wish to convey? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered with a fierce, ghostly light. I am offering you the chance to save your son, as well as an opportunity for the Uchiha clan's revival. Consider this. Who established the Hidden Leaf Village? It was the Senju clan alongside your Uchiha clan. As primary contributors to the formation of the village, you have been ultimately betrayed, leading to your clan's tragic demise. Are you willing to accept this fate? Uchiha bellowed. Submit to me, and I shall grant you a new life. Chapter 125. Uchiha Makoto requests resurrection. Ding. Shock from Uchiha Fugaku. 100. Ding. Sadness from Uchiha Fugaku. 100. Ding. Shock from Uchiha Makoto. 100. Ding. Sadness from Uchiha Makoto. 100. Ding. Shock from Uchiha Izumi. 100. Ever since Uchiha summoned the Uchiha clan, the system has continuously emitted notification sounds, leading to an overwhelming influx of rewards for him. The Uchiha territory lay shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds obscuring the sky. A chill pervaded the air, and the entire Uchiha domain was enveloped in gloom. Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku murmured, lamenting that his naivety had led to this moment, never anticipating that Sasuke would view Itachi as an enemy. Indeed, your naivete is disheartening. You wield the authority of the Leaf's security forces, yet fail to capitalize on it. Uchiha remarked with a smile. What do you mean? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glinted ominously. I mean you have not utilized the power of the security forces to benefit the Uchiha. The security of the Leaf is dictated by your command. Whether it be the Anbu or the Root, with a firmer stance, you could impose your will at any moment, under the guise of maintaining order. Alas, your foolishness has squandered a valuable asset. Uchiha said slowly. As long as your clan submits to me, I will help you reclaim everything. Even the position of Hokage for your kin is within reach. Can you truly help us reclaim everything? Why should we trust you? A skeletal figure approached, standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, speaking slowly. Simply because I possess the power to summon you back from the depths of hell, and should you choose to submit to me, I can resurrect you all immediately. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are somewhat reluctant. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Perhaps the Uchiha's glory has lasted long enough, and it is time for its curtain to fall, Uchiha declared as he turned to leave. Esteemed sir, please wait. A female voice emerged as another skeletal figure stepped forward. My lord, please grant me resurrection. I wish to see my Sasuke. I do not want him to continue his vengeance against Itachi. Uchiha Makoto knelt behind Uchiha and spoke softly. She deeply missed Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Sighing heavily, Uchiha Fugaku followed suit and knelt down, addressing him as my lord. Please, my lord, resurrect our Uchiha clan, and we shall serve you faithfully. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's submission, the other members of the Uchiha clan promptly followed, kneeling in reverence. We shall honor you as our master and serve you for life. A wise decision, Uchiha remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. In time, you shall be grateful for the choice you make today. I will not restrict your freedom. You need only obey my commands unconditionally. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. Having summoned you from the depths of hell and granted you flesh, I possess the power to reclaim all that I have given. Raising the Tsunade Fong high, an eerie ripple surged forth. Before Uchiha, the members of the Uchiha clan visibly transformed, regaining their flesh and attire at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, all the Uchiha clan members were restored to their physical forms. Observing their resurrected bodies, the clan was overwhelmed with excitement. An elder approached Uchiha, bowing respectfully. My lord, what should we do now? We were ordered to be exterminated by the higher-ups of Konoha. If we rashly appear in Konoha, it could spell disaster. Fear not. I will first take you to a safe place to settle your elders and young ones. Uchiha summoned the door to the spirit time room from the system space. Adjusting the time ratio to 1:1, he opened the door. Step inside with me. Uchiha intended to place the elderly and young of the Uchiha clan within the spirit time room for their safety. The clan members, intrigued, followed Uchiha and Hinata Hanabi inside. This is my secret realm, accessible only through this door, ensuring your safety. Uchiha led the several hundred Uchiha to the small hillside where Haruno Sakura once resided for over half a year. You may construct wooden houses here for temporary shelter. When the time is right, I will bring you back to Konoha. There is food in the houses over there. You may retrieve it at your convenience. However, those houses are occupied, and you cannot enter. All those with the strength of Nin or above, step forward. Uchiha Fugaku and over 200 others stepped out. My lord, we have 21 Jonin and 198 Nin among us. Come, let us go meet those in Konoha seeking to capture me. Uchiha led the group of over 200 out of the spirit time room. Once outside, he retracted the door into the system space. Follow me to your ancestral shrine and retrieve the masks stored there. Although Uchiha Fugaku was uncertain how Uchiha knew of the many masks in their ancestral shrine, he obediently led the way, complying with Uchiha's instructions. Only by fulfilling the tasks entrusted by Yashiya can he seek out his son and prevent his two offspring from engaging in self-destructive conflict. Arriving at the ancestral shrine, he procured a plethora of masks. Put them on, he commanded, and let us don new garments. Your distinctive Uchiha attire is far too conspicuous. Should they recognize your identities, the thrill would be lost. He continued, Fugaku, remember to cooperate with my performance. Understood, Uchiha Fugaku replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. With a mere thought, Yashiya accessed the system store, acquiring a substantial quantity of elegant black formal attire. Everyone should wear these outfits. At only 10 points per set, over 200 pieces cost him less than 3,000 points, a trivial expenditure compared to the points earned from the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Fugaku and his companions were puzzled by the sudden appearance of so many garments, they complied and changed out of their Uchiha vests. As they observed the 219 individuals adorned in black formal wear, Yashiya felt reminiscent of his past life. Reminiscent of the Axe Gang from the Kung Fu films, exuding an air of authority. Excellent. Now don your masks. Our guests must be arriving. Let us go forth to greet them. With a wave of his hand, he led his subordinates as if he were a king commanding his loyal followers to collect protection fees. Chapter 126. Danzo. The Huga clan dares to threaten us, a rather Navi little dog sniffed about, arriving at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory before halting. Kakashi. Both scents have entered within. Shall we continue the pursuit? Amidst the myriad of scents, he detected a mingling of odors reminiscent of graves. What on earth is happening? Kakashi and his companions paused behind the little dog, gazing incredulously at the Uchiha domain shrouded in ominous clouds. How could the Uchiha's old site be enveloped in such darkness? Maikai furrowed his brow. While the outside world basked in warmth and brightness, this place felt cold and foreboding, a chill that pierced to the bone. Udzuki Saigen briefly felt the breeze, sensing a trace of coldness within it. These clouds do not appear to be natural. They seem artificially created, Kakashi observed thoughtfully. Could Yashiya be responsible for this? He must have taken Hinata Hanabi inside. This darkness is likely a ploy to thwart our pursuit. Maikai speculated. Should we enter? Udzuki Saigen inquired. The fifth Hokage has ordered the capture of Yashiya. Thus, we have no choice. Let us proceed. Kakashi directed. Stay behind me. I shall use my Sharingan to scout ahead. No need, Kakashi. Allow me to take the lead. I do not believe Yashiya would set a trap for me. Udzuki Saigen asserted confidently. She trusted her dear friend, Hinata, would not misjudge a man. Given her bond with Hinata, surely Yashiya would extend her some courtesy. After all, she had spared him earlier by refraining from attacking. Thus, Yuzuki Yuin exuded confidence, certain that Yushikiya would not lay a hand on her. The wind was biting, reminiscent of a chilling gale. Following closely behind Parker, a sudden gust sent a shiver down her spine, piercing to the bone. The sound of footsteps echoed, many, indeed, numbering over 200. Parker halted abruptly, his canine visage serious as he spoke. What? Over 200? Yuzuki Yuin gasped, immediately on high alert. Kakashi and Might Guy also wore solemn expressions as they gazed toward the nearby bend in the path. Before long, a throng of figures emerged. Yushikiya immediately spotted Yuzuki Yuin and her companions. Truly, they were a resilient bunch, surviving against the odds and tracking him down so swiftly. A smile graced Yushikiya's face as he approached them leisurely. What a robust little dog. It must be quite delectable. He eyed Parker, swallowing hard. Throughout his time in this world, he had yet to indulge in dog meat. Parker exclaimed, "What? After all this time and countless encounters with foes. This is the first time I've met someone interested in eating my kind. My goodness, you frighten me. I can't take this anymore. Kakashi, I just remembered my wife is about to give birth to pups. I must return home at once. Prepare the dog food later. Don't forget." With a bang, Parker transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. What a frightful experience. The thought of being hunted for dog meat was too much for him. Kakashi lamented. This is his ninja dog. It's utterly embarrassing. Such cowardice. Merely the act of swallowing hard sent him fleeing. "Shikiya, who are these people?" Yuzuki Yuin inquired. Her brow furrowed, alert. As a woman, her intuition warned her that many among them possessed greater strength than she. "You wish to capture me? I shall go with you voluntarily." "I surrender." Yushikiya smiled, raising his hands. "These individuals are of no concern to me. They were summoned by Hanabi." "Huga clan members?" Kakashi regarded the masked figures clad in black with suspicion. If they were indeed from the Huga clan, why the masks and dark attire? With the Huga's influence, they could have simply issued a command for protection. "Humph. These clan members are here to support my older brother. You shall not bully him. Not even the 5th Hokage would dare," Hanabi declared. "Rest assured, Hanabi, they are merely a minor lord from the land of flowers. Daring to wreak havoc in our Konoha, such a fate is well-deserved." "I too shall aid you, Shikiya," Yuzuki Yuin stated, glancing at the more than 200 individuals behind Hanabi. She began to trust Hanabi's words, for no other clan could muster such a multitude of clan ninja outside the village system. These were private forces of the clan. Typically, families as prominent as the Huga clan do not integrate their ninjas into the village's ninja system. They diligently hone their ancestral techniques with the primary goal of safeguarding the lineage. This was precisely why, when Hinata Huga sought to follow Yuhi Kurenai as her student, Hiashi Huga was so enraged that he completely abandoned Hinata in favor of nurturing Hanabi Huga as his successor. Most family ninjas remain outside the village system, and when significant events arise, the Hokage must implore the clan leaders to lend their shinobi. As Yagami Shikiya trailed behind Yuzuki Yugao toward the Hokage building, Hanabi Huga led a contingent of so-called Huga clan ninjas to provide protection for Shikiya. Kakashi and Might Guy flanked Shikiya, ensuring she did not escape. A knowing glance exchanged between the two friends, Kakashi swiftly executed a shadow clone technique, slipping into a dark alley. Once the 200 black-clad figures following Hanabi had passed, Kakashi's clone sped towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Soon, Shikiya was escorted into the Hokage building. Inside the conference room, 4 individuals were seated: Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage; Mito Kazuma, known in the underworld as the Hidden Dragon of Konoha, and Shimura Danzo. The recent street murder of the daimyo of the Land of Flowers was a matter of grave concern, necessitating severe punishment for the perpetrator to provide satisfaction to the Land of Flowers. Indeed, this criminal must not be spared. They must be apprehended and executed swiftly to reassure the populace, Mito stated with a composed tone. Yet the truth of this matter remains unknown. "We should capture the criminal first and ascertain the facts thereafter," Tsunade remarked quietly. "The facts are evident before us. There is no need for further investigation. Apprehend the culprit and execute them to demonstrate our resolve to the daimyos," Danzo asserted calmly. "Report. The criminal has been captured." An Anbu ninja half-kneeled at the entrance, delivering the news. "Bring them in," Tsunade commanded. "Report to the 5th Hokage. There is a complication. A young lady claiming to be the second daughter of the Huga clan has arrived with approximately 200 individuals, insisting on guarding the criminal," the ninja explained. "Why does this involve the Huga clan again?" Mito questioned, puzzled. "The Huga clan has become increasingly audacious in recent years," Danzo replied with a cold smile. "It seems necessary to issue a stern warning to them. I am eager to see just how formidable the Huga clan believes itself to be, daring to threaten us. Let us go, Tsunade. Together, we shall witness the Huga clan's audacity." Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Kakashi's shadow clone entered the Uchiha compound. As he beheld the hundreds of graves that had been unearthed, though they had actually emerged from within, The expression on his face shifted dramatically. Each grave lay barren. Its skeletal remains vanished without a trace. What could possibly be the cause of this? Had someone pilfered the remains of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi's thoughts immediately turned to Orochimaru. It was he who had orchestrated the theft of the remains of the first, second, and fourth Hokages for the sake of his forbidden experiments. Could it be that Orochimaru had infiltrated Konoha? No, that could not be right. The soil was freshly turned, recently disturbed. During this interval, the only individuals who had entered the Uchiha territory were Nakanishi and Hinata Hanabi. Moreover, when they had departed, they had been accompanied by over 200 others. Where had these people emerged from? Kakashi's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, his heart sinking with a dreadful suspicion. Could it be that those 200 individuals were remnants of the Uchiha clan? Nakanishi was apprehended, escorted alongside the 200 Uchiha to the Hokage building. Kakashi, utilizing his shadow clone, decisively dispelled the jutsu, relaying the information acquired back to his original self. Standing outside the Hokage building, Kakashi, positioned to the right of Nakanishi, was struck by the sudden gravitas of the news transmitted from his shadow clone. At that moment, the brooding figures of Danzo Shimura and two other advisors, along with Tsunade Senju, emerged. Upon spotting Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, who stood behind Hinata Hanabi, was momentarily taken aback. Tsunade had returned? But where was the third Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of confusion. Though he was uncertain if the third truly sought a balance between Konoha and the Uchiha, he had at least spoken on their behalf. Had he been present, Fugaku mused, the situation might have unfolded more favorably. However, with the third absent, and with those two advisors and Danzo, who were staunch proponents of confronting the Uchiha, present, the revelation of their identities could very well ignite a conflict. Fugaku was not afraid of death. He had already faced it once and felt no trepidation. What he desired was to see his two sons once more, hoping to alleviate Sasuke's animosity towards Itachi before any finality ensued. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she regarded Hinata Hanabi, pondering, who is this young girl? A member of the Huga clan? She had never encountered the grown-up Hinata Hanabi and was unaware of her maturation. Hinata Hisashi had merely requested her participation in the Chunin exams, believing it to be a simple exercise for the heir of the main family, never considering the broader implications. Moreover, her disciple, Sakura Haruno, was short 2 team members. Is she of the Huga clan? Tsunade scrutinized the over 200 figures dressed in black behind Hinata Hanabi, finding the scene peculiar, utterly unlike the demeanor of the Huga clan. Hinata Hanabi had met the 5th Hokage, and typically, the scions of prominent families would refer to the Hokage by their ordinal title rather than addressing them directly as Hokage. Are you Hinata Hanabi, the second daughter of Hinata Hisashi? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Hinata Hanabi. Yes, I am indeed Hinata Hanabi. The girl nodded affirmatively. Goodness. To be so tall and well-developed at just 10 years old, even surpassing her own stature, Tsunade mused internally. Both Tsurugi Komatsu and Mito Bonten exchanged glances of disbelief, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Though they had not seen much of Hinata Hanabi, they were well aware that she was only 10 years old. Is it possible to grow so much at this age? She must have been exceptionally well fed. Their surprise deepened as they noted her rapid growth and remarkable development. Though Shimura Danzo was equally taken aback by Hanabi's transformation into a young lady, his countenance remained grim. Hinata Hanabi, you have brought over 200 clan members. Are the Huga clan plotting a rebellion? Danzo's penchant for casting accusations was evident as he hastily labeled the Huga clan with treason. Who is plotting rebellion? You speak recklessly. Danzo, Hanabi shot back, glaring fiercely at him. She harbored no fondness for Danzo, having heard from her father, Hisashi, that he had dubious connections with Orochimaru and was not a man of integrity. With her older brother backing her, she had no intention of treating Danzo with any courtesy. If you are not rebelling, then what is the purpose of bringing so many people to the Hokage building? Danzo demanded sharply. This street does not solely belong to you. Danzo, I can take whomever I wish wherever I please. It is none of your business. Hanabi retorted unapologetically. Humph, you little girl. Even Hinata Hisashi would not dare speak to us in such a tone. Tsurugi Komatsu scoffed, her gaze stern as she scrutinized Hanabi. You must leave immediately. We can pretend nothing has occurred here. This is not your home. Why should I leave? Hanabi replied with a cold smile. The 5th Hokage has yet to speak, so it is not your place to voice your opinions. She exclaimed. Isn't that right, 5th Hokage? These old fools are disrespecting you by interrupting. Tsunade's eyes sparkled at Hanabi's words. The girl had quite a way with her speech. Tsunade shared the disdain for these three elders, who often belittled her due to their seniority, which greatly irritated her. Hearing Hanabi stand up to them brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction to Tsunade. You, Tsurugi Komatsu, are pointing your finger at Hanabi in anger, ready to scold her, but Hanabi did not afford Komatsu that opportunity, boldly declaring, "What about you, old hag? I am simply more beautiful than you. Aren't you envious?" With that, Hanabi cheekily made a lengthy face at Tsurugi Komatsu. "Humph." Mito Bonten snorted, glaring at Hanabi. "What a sharp-tongued little wretch." "Enough," Tsunade interjected firmly. "I will handle this matter. This situation is too serious. It would be best if we dealt with it collectively." "My lords, we must receive a satisfactory explanation," Danzo sneered. He relishes any opportunity to suppress Tsunade. "Let us handle this together. I shall see who dares to make a move in my presence." Deep down, Tsunade shows favoritism towards Yuki Shikiya. Aside from her disdain for those arrogant feudal lords, what truly concerns her is the coveted item that Yuki Shikiya possesses. She cannot afford for anything unfortunate to befall him, as it would mean losing her most desired possession. Chapter 128. The Uchiha clan. While everyone's attention is temporarily fixed on Hinata Hanabi, Kakashi, who has received reports from his shadow clone but has yet to relay them, scans the over 200 Uchiha clansmen standing behind her. However, all the Uchiha members are clad in black attire and masks, resembling lifeless wooden sculptures, making it impossible for Kakashi to discern anything. If only Pakken were here, Kakashi muses. Unfortunately, Pakken was frightened off by Yuki Shikiya's antics, leaving. Otherwise, with his keen canine sense, he would surely detect the scent of death that these individuals emit. Might Guy, noticing Kakashi's unusual demeanor, approaches and whispers, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Did your shadow clone bring back any news?" Kakashi nods and responds in a voice barely audible to the two of them. "A significant event may be unfolding. Be vigilant in protecting the fifth Hokage." Upon hearing this, Might Guy's expression turns grave. If his good friend Kakashi is concerned, then something momentous must indeed be imminent. He follows Kakashi's gaze, focusing on the 200 Uchiha clansmen behind Hinata Hanabi. "Yuki Shikiya, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Suzuki Kamaru demands sternly. "What crimes do I bear?" Yuki Shikiya scoffs. "You brazenly murdered the feudal lord of the Land of Flowers. Numerous villagers can attest to this. Do you still wish to argue?" Suzuki Kamaru continues sharply. "It was merely a fat pig. What crime is there in killing it?" Yuki Shikiya retorts with a sneer. "In this world governed by the law of the jungle, what is there to discuss about crime? Truly ridiculous. To take a life is a crime. Since you have killed, you must pay the price." Suzuki Kamaru replies with a cold smile. "Huh? To pay the price for murder? How many have perished at the hands of you, old hag? Why don't you pay the price yourself?" Yuki Shikiya scoffs disdainfully. Suzuki Kamaru glares, seething with rage, wishing to eliminate Yuki Shikiya at that very moment. "The lives we take are those that deserve it. All for the stability of Konoha." Mito Minion interjects, noticing Suzuki Kamaru struggling against Yuki Shikiya. "Yet your killings disrupt the order of Konoha. All who disturb Konoha must face death. How absurd. You kill for the stability of Konoha, while I kill to disrupt its order. How laughable. Your killings are merely for the sake of power." Yuki Shikiya exclaims. "Spare me your hypocritical rhetoric about the greater good. It sickens me to my core. The Lord of the Land of Flowers brazenly abducted a common woman, disrupting the peace of Konoha. I eliminated him. Was it not for the stability of Konoha? Humph. How could mere commoners be compared to a lord? If the lord desires that commoner, it is her fortune," remarked Tsurugi Komatsu with a cold smile. "What? You old fool, what did you just say? How dare you insult me as a commoner?" Upon hearing Tsurugi Komatsu's words, Hinata Hanabi was instantly filled with rage, drawing her sword, TK Jin, and directing its murderous intent at Tsurugi Komatsu. As TK Jin manifested, a chilling wind swept through, and a dense aura of malevolence enveloped the area, the air thick with the pressure of the drawn sword. "You?" Tsurugi Komatsu was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that the one coveted by the Lord of the Land of Flowers was none other than Hinata Hanabi. "What the hell? Is this a trap for me?" Swish, swish, swish. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Hinata Hanabi, two squads of Anbu ninjas swiftly positioned themselves before Tsurugi Komatsu. Observing the emergence of these Anbu, Tsunade furrowed her brow. A portion of the Anbu was under her command, while another faction was loyal to Tsuki Komatsu and Mito Gatika, which emboldened them to defy her so brazenly. As for Shimura Danzo, it goes without saying that even after the Uchiha clan's annihilation night, and despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's order to dissolve his roots, Danzo continued to act independently, disregarding commands, with a still considerable number of root ninjas at his disposal. Such was the foundation of his arrogance. Haha, what a noble cause for the stability of Konoha. How dare you, in the presence of the 5th Hokage, insult the esteemed Hinata clan's second miss as a commoner. You hold quite the audacity. A glint of icy murderous intent flickered in Nana Shikia's eyes. This old wretch dared to insult his woman and would not escape unscathed. The Uchiha clansman standing behind Hinata Hanabi, witnessing her draw her sword, immediately advanced, forming a hostile encirclement around all perceived adversaries. This is a misunderstanding. Observing the wrathful Hinata Hanabi, a cold sweat trickled down Tsuki Komatsu's face. Today, she had not brought many reinforcements. Should a conflict arise with Hinata Hanabi, she would undoubtedly fare poorly. Tsunade would most certainly watch the spectacle unfold without intervening. After all, they were the esteemed Hinata clan, and she was the one who had provoked Hinata Hanabi first. Tsunade would not offend the Hinata household for her sake, especially since they were closely allied with the Hokage. Strike yourself 100 times, and this matter will pass, Hinata Hanabi stated icily. Tsuki Komatsu was unaware that the Lord of the Land of Flowers aimed to abduct her. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Must you be so unforgiving? Mito Gatika interjected. What does it have to do with you? Old fool, stay out of this, lest I decide to cut you down as well, Hinata Hanabi retorted, gesturing for Mito Gatika to step aside. Hinata Hanabi resolved that the commotion should grow as large as possible. The more ruckus she created, the more attention would divert from her elder brother. This way, she could facilitate her brother's escape from this predicament. I shall see how you intend to cut us down. Tsunade, with a resolute grip on her cane, struck it forcefully against the ground. In an instant, shadows emerged from the darkness, encircling Uchiha and his companions. With 1,000 elite members of the root, do you truly believe your mere 200 Huga clansmen can overturn the situation? He exclaimed. What of your commoners? Do not presume that the Huga clan is the pinnacle of Konoha's power. Should I choose, I could erase your existence from this village in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy swiftly positioned themselves before Tsunade. With so many root ninjas surrounding them, their presence was no longer necessary to monitor Uchiha. Given the potential for conflict, they instinctively placed Tsunade's safety above all else. Lady 5th Hokage, I suspect those 200 black-clad individuals are not even from the Huga clan. Kakashi discreetly conveyed to Tsunade. What? Kakashi, are you suggesting they are not of the Huga clan? Tsunade's expression shifted momentarily, giving way to astonishment. If they are not Huga, then who are they? Kakashi's demeanor became grave as he responded. They are from the Uchiha clan. What? The Uchiha clan? Tsunade's expression abruptly transformed. Might Guy, standing nearby, mirrored her disbelief as he gazed at Kakashi in utter incredulity. Kakashi, are you certain of this information? Aside from Sasuke, weren't all the others exterminated by Itachi Uchiha? Furrowing his brow in suspicion, Might Guy continued. The graves of the Uchiha clan have been disturbed, and the remains within are nowhere to be found. I suspect Orochimaru has infiltrated Konoha to steal the Uchiha corpses for his experiments. However, the displaced soil indicates that this earth is freshly unearthed, recently excavated. During this time, only Uchiha and Hinata Hanabi have entered the Uchiha burial grounds. The sudden appearance of these 200 individuals coincided with their entry, suggesting they may not be Huga after all, but rather Uchiha members resurrected through forbidden techniques, much like the summoning of impure world reincarnation employed by Orochimaru, which calls the deceased back from the afterlife, using living sacrifices to revive the dead. Kakashi spoke softly to Tsunade, laying out the grim scenario. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's countenance darkened as she regarded the 200 black-clad figures. Having returned to Konoha, she had come to understand Orochimaru's use of the impure world reincarnation technique. Those revived could not be killed. They could only be sealed away through sealing techniques. If these truly were 200 reincarnated Uchiha, then Toanzo's 1,000 root ninjas would be utterly insufficient to confront them. A battle could not be allowed to erupt. The consequences would be dire. Despite her disdain for Toanzo, she recognized that a significant conflict within Konoha was untenable, especially amidst the gathering of powerful figures from various nations. Otherwise, It is highly probable that ambitious individuals may launch an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, such an event had transpired 2 years prior. Since you choose not to discipline her, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. Just as Tsunade pondered how to quell this conflict, Hinata Hanabi, having obtained the consent of Yagami, brandished her blade, the Dukigami, and advanced menacingly towards T-Rune Koharu. How audacious! Mito gaped and bellowed, issuing a command to the Anbu before him. Stop her. 2 squads of Anbu, comprising 6 members, surged forth to confront Hinata Hanabi. Capture the leader first, as Yagami had taught her. By subduing the opponent's commander, no matter how many troops they possess, they would be compelled to surrender. What? The 6 Anbu ninjas could scarcely believe their eyes. How could she vanish from their sight? This was inconceivable, while the 6 Anbu stood in stunned silence. Hinata Hanabi had already materialized before T-Rune Koharu. Though she may have possessed some prowess in her youth, time had weakened her. And after years of holding power without training, her chakra reserves and reaction speed had significantly diminished. Confronted by Hinata Hanabi, who had employed the Shunshin technique for rapid movement, T-Rune Koharu was unable to react in time. Without even unleashing her secret technique, the long sword pierced directly through her heart. Gasp! T-Rune Koharu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes fixed in disbelief upon Hinata Hanabi. She could never have anticipated that. Having become an advisor of the Leaf and wielding peak authority, she would meet such a tragic end at the hands of a mere girl who had yet to fully mature. Such speed. It was reminiscent of the moment I was sent flying. Only Yagami and Might Guy could discern the trajectory of Hinata Hanabi's movements. You actually dared to kill Koharu. Mito Gate in, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, witnessed the sword already embedded in T-Rune Koharu's chest, penetrating through her body. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. He could not fathom that Hinata Hanabi had indeed dared to slay T-Rune Koharu in full view of everyone, merely for uttering the words commoner. Hinata Hanabi slowly withdrew her blade, declaring mockingly, "Has your prolonged reign of power fostered the delusion that no one would dare to kill you in the Leaf? Our esteemed advisor, slain by a mere commoner. How ironic." She regarded T-Rune Koharu with disdain, an old woman who dared to challenge her. Gasp! T-Rune Koharu, provoked, spewed blood once more. With a sense of profound injustice, she knelt and collapsed to the ground, her eyes closing in death. Capture her, Shimura Danzo commanded coldly, ordering all root ninjas to apprehend Hinata Hanabi. Over 1,000 root ninjas advanced towards her. Halt! I dare anyone to lay a hand on my daughter. A commanding voice rang out as Huga Hiashi rushed in, accompanied by hundreds of ninjas from the Huga clan. In an instant, Hiashi stood resolutely before Hinata Hanabi, his expression unwavering. In the face of tense confrontation, Hinata Hisashi coldly regarded Shimura Danzo, who asked whether he would shield Hinata Hanabi, the assassin of the Konoha advisor, Koharu. The 2 factions stood in opposition, with Tsunade's side seemingly more like spectators. Today, I, Hisashi, declare that no one shall harm my daughter, he proclaimed, casting a frosty glare towards Danzo. Will you also betray Konoha, Hisashi? Do you wish to drag your entire Huga clan into oblivion? Do not forget, it is I who granted your clan its current standing, Danzo retorted, his voice laced with menace. I shall give you one more chance. Surrender Hinata Hanabi and Yunatsu, or do not blame me for being ruthless. With a swift motion, countless Anbu ninjas emerged, alongside several clan leaders and their respective shinobi, rallying behind Tsunade. Our reinforcements have finally arrived, Kakashi sighed in relief, recognizing the support from clans such as Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inazuka, Aburame, and Kurama, all of whom aligned with the Hokage. With this backing, the tides of battle would surely turn. Enough. I will handle this matter. Tsunade finally spoke, stepping forward to the center of the 2 factions. Having remained silent for a considerable time, the gravity of the situation demanded her utmost attention. Mito Gate N, aware of Tsunade's close ties with the Huga clan, hesitated at her involvement. I am the Hokage of Konoha. Will you defy my orders? Tsunade asserted with authority, sensing that this was an opportune moment to establish her dominance. Chapter 130. The issue of security is not your concern. What will you do, Tsunade? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily. Setting aside Yunatsu, the fact remained that Hinata Hanabi had, before the eyes of many, slain a village advisor. Although Koharu had initially insulted Hanabi, the act of murder over mere words was heinous. Failing to address Hanabi's transgression would likely lead to widespread discontent. Danzo observed Tsunade with a dark expression, a hint of a cold smile flitting across his lips. Should Tsunade insist on protecting Hanabi, it would present him with an opportunity. Discrediting Tsunade would pave the way for his ascension to the Hokage seat, allowing him to enact his grand vision for the shinobi world and fulfill his ambitions. This was also why he chose not to intervene when Hanabi turned her lethal intentions towards Koharu. The two advisors had previously supported Tsunade's rise, fearing retribution for opposing him, which irked Danzo. Over the past 2 years, Tsunade's disregard for their counsel had threatened their power, prompting them to seek collaboration with Danzo, who discreetly expanded the roots of his influence to counterbalance Tsunade's authority. Thus, Danzo held no fondness for the two advisors. The demise of one pleased him. However, he needed to ensure that one survived to maintain a check against Tsunade. Mito Gate-un was just the right candidate to remain. Do not act impulsively, Hiashi. Hanabi has indeed killed advisor Kurai Shuko in public, and we all witnessed it. Therefore, you should step aside. Allow me to handle this matter regarding Hanabi. I shall do my utmost to preserve her life, Tsunade spoke slowly. No, you cannot take Hanabi away from us. How could Hiashi Huga possibly relinquish his beloved daughter? Hiashi retorted vehemently. Kurai Shuko insulted our clan, and it is only natural that Hanabi acted to uphold the honor of the Huga family by eliminating her. Fifth Hokage, I find it difficult to comply with your orders, Hiashi declared resolutely. Tsunade, she does not heed your commands. I suggest that I handle this matter. Shimura Danzo smirked coldly. Capturing the murderer of the daimyo of the Land of Flowers aligns with the wishes of the Fire Daimyo and other leaders. Should he succeed, he could enhance his standing before them. Although he held no fear or respect for the Fire Daimyo, the position of Hokage required their endorsement to be legitimate. For the sake of his ambitions, he would acquiesce to their demands, even if begrudgingly. Now, with the incident of Hanabi killing Kurai Shuko, he had a prime opportunity to suppress the Huga clan, which had openly rejected his previous requests to send individuals into the Anbu. This disregard for him greatly displeased Danzo. He thought to himself, what small clans would dare defy my orders? Anyone I desire will come to me willingly. I have declared it. I am the Hokage. This matter does not permit your interference, Danzo. Do you intend to defy my orders? Tsunade asserted firmly. Danzo had always opposed her. And regardless of whether Hanabi was in the right or wrong, she could not concede to his wishes. I am most curious to see how you will resolve this. Danzo scoffed, stepping back with his root ninjas, observing coldly. Hiashi, I understand your feelings, but you are the head of your clan. You must not act foolishly. Tsunade urged patiently. Though I am the head of the Huga clan, I am also a father. If a father cannot protect his child, what sort of father is he? Fifth Hokage, the dignity of the Huga clan must not be compromised. My daughter acted solely to uphold our family's honor. She has committed no offense, Hiashi stated softly. Hiashi, your stance complicates matters for me, Tsunade admitted, recognizing her own difficulties. Within the Anbu, there remained many loyal to Kurai Shuko. If she remained indifferent to Shuko's demise, she would effectively push these individuals toward Mito Gate's faction, losing their support entirely. This group was a vital force within the village, and she did not wish to find herself contending against them. I have a word that I am unsure whether to voice. Nanaya stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the assembly. Lord Nanaya, please speak. Hiashi immediately retreated behind you, having entrusted 2 daughters to him. He could not refrain from supporting him. Witnessing Hayashi's deference toward you, all present were momentarily taken aback. Even in the presence of Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, Huga Hisashi did not exhibit such a demeanor of reverence. Why then does he show such respect towards Yuki Nanaya? Everyone gazed in astonishment at Yuki Nanaya. It is this individual who has slain the daimyo of the Land of Flowers, ultimately precipitating such a monumental incident. The Huga clan is on the verge of a schism with the village. What do you wish to convey? Do not forget, you too are a criminal. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she regarded Yuki, wishing fervently to see him brought to justice. For it is this very person who has caused such turmoil by murdering the daimyo. This should be the main thoroughfare of the village. A brawl occurring on the main road must surely pertain to public order. Shouldn't this matter be overseen by those responsible for maintaining peace? Be it Anbu, the root, or even the 5th Hokage, issues of public order surely do not fall under your jurisdiction. Thus, whether I take a life or whether Hanabi does, it is not within your purview. You are overstepping your authority, violating the rules. Hanabi and I possess the right to refuse your arrest. Yuki Nanaya remarked with a faint smile. Lord Nanaya speaks wisely. This is indeed the village's main street, and matters of public disorder should be handled by the peacekeeping forces, thus rendering your intervention unauthorized. With Yuki's support, the heaviness in Huga Hizashi's heart lightened considerably. This individual is a formidable ally hidden within Konohagakure, providing a sense of security. Regardless of the validity of Yuki's arguments, it sufficed to chant praises in his wake. Hisashi felt a surge of joy. The Uchiha clan, responsible for maintaining order in the village, had long been decimated by the traitorous Itachi Uchiha. How could they possibly emerge to intervene in this matter? Thus, this incident would likely remain unresolved. With this avenue of escape, it is expected that the fifth Hokage, recognizing the Huga clan's years of support, would not pursue the matter further. Moreover, Hisashi understood that Tsunade harbored discord with her two advisors and was unlikely to lend them assistance. Consequently, this stalemate had found a new breakthrough thanks to Yuki's unconventional reasoning. Following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the village had not issued any announcements reclaiming the authority of public order and conferring it upon anyone else. Hence, the power to oversee village security still resided with the Uchiha clan. It appears that the matter must be addressed by bringing Sasuke Uchiha back to the village, Hisashi thought, seizing the opportunity to affirm. After all, that child is the rightful heir to the Konoha Guard, the police force, and the security of Konoha falls under his jurisdiction. Chapter 131. Who claims that the Uchiha clan has been entirely extinguished? What a sharp-tongued and cunning rebuttal. The Uchiha clan was long ago decimated by the traitor Itachi Uchiha. Even if the authority of the Konoha police force has not been officially reclaimed by the village, their clan has long since forfeited any law enforcement power. Over the years, it has become tacitly accepted that the rights of the Uchiha clan have been returned to the village, Shimura Danzo sneered. The authority of the Uchiha clan was established by the second Hokage. What right do you have to unilaterally rescind it? In a desperate bid to protect his daughter, Hiashi Huga resolved to confront Danzo Shimura. With death having already claimed its due, the established rules no longer warranted adherence. Danzo, maintaining a stern visage, retorted, "Umph. If rules are to be disregarded, then why should we abide by them? Today, the Huga clan shall eliminate the elderly Koharu, and what will you do about it? Since rules no longer matter, what significance does your presence hold here, Danzo?" Hayashi's tone was frigid. Danzo's expression darkened considerably. The usually docile Hiashi dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Do you truly wish to oppose me?" Danzo's voice was heavy with menace. "It is not I who stands against you, but you who opposes the Huga clan. You have overstepped your bounds, Danzo Shimura. The root organization was disbanded by the third Hokage's decree. You have defied this command by maintaining it in secrecy and engaging in clandestine dealings with Orochimaru, conducting inhumane experiments. Did you believe we were unaware?" Hiashi unveiled a shocking revelation. "What? Danzo has engaged in secret dealings with Orochimaru, conducting human experiments?" The uninformed shinobi gasped in astonishment at Danzo. It was well known that Orochimaru had been pursued and fled Konoha due to his inhumane experiments. It was no surprise that Danzo had been absent during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha 2 years prior. He had been conspiring in secret all along. The crowd of shinobi buzzed with speculation. Hearing their murmurs only served to deepen Danzo's scowl. He had not anticipated Hiashi would publicly expose his secret dealings with Orochimaru. Despite the existence of Yamato no longer being a secret, those of higher standing were often aware, yet they dared not speak out, cowed by Danzo's oppressive influence. "I act without remorse. All I do is for the sake of Konoha, to eradicate any threats to our village. I would employ any means necessary. Your daughter's audacity to disregard the village's regulations and murder a senior advisor in plain sight warrants her death." With a commanding gesture, Danzo ordered the root ninjas to take action. The Huga clan, on high alert, brandished their kunai, their Byakugan activated, gazing resolutely. Suddenly, as the root ninjas advanced, a figure crashed heavily to the ground before them, creating a massive fissure that spread and collapsed beneath its weight. "This matter shall be handled by me today. Whoever dares to act will face dire consequences." Tsunade's expression was as stern as Danzo's, both locked in a tense confrontation. "Do you intend to strike at me, Danzo?" Tsunade's voice was icy. Danzo, with a darkened countenance and furrowed brow, fell into a heavy silence. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo would indeed dare to take action. After all, He had once engaged in the assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, now on the streets of Konoha, should he disregard the Hokage's orders and openly attack, even he, Danzo, would face repercussions from the daimyo, becoming a wanted criminal. At that point, all his ambitions would turn to ashes. Not only would he be unable to ascend to the position of Hokage, but he would also become a wandering shinobi, perpetually hunted by both Konoha and the Land of Fire. Seeing Danzo falter, Tsunade's lips curled into a fleeting smirk, quickly vanishing without anyone noticing. She had long harbored disdain for Danzo, and today as confrontation was quite gratifying. Hiashi, it seems this matter should fall under the purview of the Uchiha clan. However, with the heirs of the Uchiha absent from Konoha, who shall take responsibility if not the village itself? Otherwise, if everyone commits offenses and insists the Uchiha handle it, wouldn't he that plunge Konoha into chaos? Therefore, until Sasuke Uchiha returns, it is only reasonable for the authority of law enforcement in Konoha to rest with me. Tsunade gazed sternly at Huga Hiashi. Hinata Hanabi has killed a Konoha advisor in broad daylight. She must account for her actions. Otherwise, can others not also freely slay members of your clan without facing consequences? Hiashi cast a glance at Yushikiya. Without use backing, he would scarcely have the courage to confront an old schemer like Danzo. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his younger brother to take his place in death, leaving Neji Hyuga harboring resentment towards their clan. Although Neji, now aware of the truth, held less animosity towards the main family, his attitude remained cold. As such rifts cannot be mended instantaneously, it requires the passage of time to fully open one's heart. Yushikiya had just been immersed in the system's notifications, having made a remarkable statement that caused a significant shift in emotions among those present, resulting in a constant barrage of alerts. Ding. Expectation from Huga Hiashi. 100. I believe it is essential to let those with the authority to handle matters do so. After all, we must uphold the rules. Mustn't we? Yushikiya remarked slowly. Are you attempting to defy me, Yushikiya? The matter of your killings is far from resolved. And you continue to prance about here? Tsunade glared at you with palpable anger. Ding. Anger from Tsunade. 105th Hokage. Even Elder Danzo insists we adhere to the rules. Therefore, it would be best to allow the Uchiha to manage this. Tsunade, gritting her teeth in frustration at Yu's insolence, had initially contemplated ways to shield him but was now determined to punish this rogue when the time came. With the Uchiha clan extinguished, the remaining Sasuke had already betrayed Konoha. The Uchiha clan has been extinguished in Konoha, their demise complete. The Hokage has decreed the revocation of all rights held by the Uchiha clan, reclaiming their authority entirely. Tsunade proclaimed with a loud voice, a fleeting smile gracing her face, as she not only dealt a blow to Danzo and the advisors, but also seized the former rights of the Uchiha clan, a truly exhilarating moment. Yet, despite the joy bubbling within her, Tsunade maintained a serious demeanor. 5th Hokage, who claimed the Uchiha clan has perished. Beside her, Uchiha Fugaku, having received a signal from Yushikiya, stepped slowly before Tsunade, his voice gravely resonant, his profound gaze fixed upon her. Chapter 132. Shaku asserted that the Uchiha clan is no more. Although Uchiha Fugaku's tone remained calm, it was imbued with an invisible pressure. Tsunade's expression turned to one of astonishment. Just moments ago, Kakashi had mentioned that those masked figures clad in black might indeed be members of the Uchiha clan. She had harbored doubts, for after all, Orochimaru had only managed to resurrect the 1st and 2nd Hokage, while the 4th Hokage had remained unimpeded. It was evident that the Edo Tensei technique carried inherent risks. With too many individuals, control becomes precarious. Thus, Tsunade had regarded Kakashi's assertion that over 200 black-clad figures could likely be Uchiha with skepticism. Now, upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's voice, Mito Gate's expression shifted dramatically. Shimura Danzo's demeanor also transformed. That voice, Uchiha Fugaku. Impossible. I personally witnessed the corpses collected alongside Hiashi, aside from Uchiha Sasuke. Every member of the Uchiha clan was slain. Danzo gazed in disbelief at the figure clad in black, mask obscuring his face. Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi and Might Guy, standing behind Tsunade, wore expressions of shock. Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized Fugaku's voice all too well. Fugaku had not altered his tone, and those who had encountered him would easily discern it. Hinata Hiashi stood petrified, staring at the figure before Tsunade, recognizing the voice of Uchiha Fugaku. You cannot be him. He has long since perished. Mito Gaten's agitation was palpable. He had been one of the architects of those events. If Uchiha Fugaku had truly returned, he would be the first to seek vengeance. In contrast to Danzo, the power he wielded was significantly lacking. Merely a small faction of Anbu, nominally under Tsunade's command, yet usurped by his advisory authority. Tsunade gazed sternly at the Uchiha Fugaku who stood before her. Suddenly, Fugaku's deep-set eyes began to shift, transforming into the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan. Kakashi, who had kept his Sharingan activated, immediately detected Fugaku's transformation. A tremor coursed through Danzo's heart. Mito Gate nearly lost control in his fright. Tsunade felt as though she had been transported into a realm of shadows and despair. Is this the territory of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade stared in disbelief at the Uchiha clansman, draped in traditional Uchiha garb, walking serenely beneath the dim lights. Suddenly, she was jolted by the sound of anguished screams echoing around her. A shadow darted swiftly through the dark night, ruthlessly harvesting lives. Elderly men, innocent children, leaving no one unscathed. Blood splattered across the streets and the eaves of houses. Itachi Uchiha. This was the scene of Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan. The screams faded, the vision dissipated, and Tsunade shuddered, her consciousness returning to reality. I'm sorry, Fifth Hokage, but the power of the Uchiha clan cannot be relinquished just yet. Uchiha Fugaku slowly removed his mask, revealing a face both familiar and alien. Uchiha Fugaku. It truly is you. How have you returned? Could it be that scoundrel Orochimaru? Shimura Danzo's expression darkened. This cursed, malevolent clan had returned once more. Ha ha. Danzo, I have returned. Aren't you delighted? We can fight side by side again. Uchiha Fugaku laughed with a smile that concealed daggers, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Yet Danzo knew that beneath Fugaku's jovial demeanor lay a hidden malice. Gritting his teeth, Danzo recalled how he had covered up the truth by placing all blame for the atrocities upon Itachi, ensuring that only he, Kohyudatane, Mito Gate, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Itachi himself, and that mysterious accomplice knew that the massacre was to quell a rebellion from the Uchiha clan. Itachi had shouldered all the sins to protect the Uchiha name, preserving its reputation within Konoha, leaving others oblivious to the clan's aspirations for a coup. It still stands as a prestigious family, its honor intact. It is you, isn't it? Even Tsunade, though not the sharpest, could sense that Fugaku's resurrection was closely linked to Shikiya. Shikiya approached Tsunade, whispering in a tone audible only to her. Indeed. It is I. I possess the power to resurrect the dead, including your brother. Come, Fugaku. My purpose today is merely to reclaim what once belonged to your clan. The time for final reckoning has not yet arrived. You surely do not wish for him to be slain so easily, leaving your clan branded as traitors. Sometimes, allowing an enemy to live is far more gratifying than extinguishing their life. As Y spoke, he departed with Hinata Hanabi. Fifth Hokage-sama. An Anbu ninja observed Y's departure and could not contain himself, clearly indicating that the suspect was about to escape and whether they should pursue. Tsunade remained silent. Watching Y vanish, her lips sealed. With Tsunade's silence, the Anbu ninja hesitated to act. Danzo's expression grew even darker. His gaze was fixated not on Y, but on Uchiha Fugaku. What in the world has that damned Orochimaru done? Danzo could not fathom how Y could possess the ability to resurrect Fugaku. He preferred to believe that Orochimaru was the one orchestrating this sinister plot. Danzo, take action. They are about to leave. Mito Minyan urged Danzo to take action. Foolish man, how can I act in front of everyone? Why don't you take action? You have quite a few Anbu at your disposal. Danzo Shimura cast a brooding glance at Mito Minyan, reminding him that the reputation of the Uchiha clan still lingered, thus necessitating a clandestine approach. Minyan, you must understand whom to support if you wish to preserve your authority in life. You must rely on me. Tsunade will not assist you. You have already vexed her enough. With one of your own dead, you can no longer suppress Tsunade. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku will undoubtedly seek vengeance against us. You cannot confront him alone. Only by allying with me can you hope to survive. Tsunade is too Navi. You, Danzo, are more suited to be Hokage. Mito Minyan replied softly. Haha, splendid. Let us first eliminate the Huga clan, thereby crippling Tsunade. It is convenient that the Huga are fiercely protective of their daughter. We can use this pretext to pressure the daimyo, persuading him to grant us the authority to eradicate the Huga clan openly. Danzo smirked as he watched the departing figure of Huga Hisashi. Chapter 133. The might of Yushikiya. Though there were over 1,000 individuals present, Danzo Shimura could only watch as Yushikiya and his companions vanished from sight. Restrained from taking action, the current political landscape was far removed from the days of Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, where he had the support of close allies. In those times, even if he engaged in dubious activities, his allies would not very forgive him, offering nothing more than a mild verbal reprimand. In contrast, under Tsunade's leadership, Danzo found himself at odds, lacking any camaraderie or bonds of mentorship. He was compelled to bide his time, lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting his opportunity. Initially, he had intended to curry favor in front of the daimyo by capturing Yushikiya and claiming credit for it, hoping to bolster his standing in the competition for Hokage. However, the Huga clan's interference thwarted his plans. To his astonishment, even the long-deceased Uchiha clan had been resurrected. Such misfortune. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that Mido Minyin, who had previously shown indifference towards him, had now completely aligned himself with Danzo. At least he had not suffered entirely. Danzo understood that with the Uchiha's resurgence, acquiring further allies was no longer feasible. He could only retreat into the shadows to orchestrate his schemes, for this was the terrain he was most familiar with. Yet, it was no longer as convenient as before. After all, his erstwhile allies were more discerning, usually acquiescing only when it was framed as being for the good of the village. Danzo turned away, not sparing a glance at the lifeless body of Kurenai Koharu. Mido Minyin regarded Koharu's corpse with a complex expression, ultimately instructing others to carry it away. Tsunade observed as Danzo and Mido Minyin departed, letting out a soft sigh. She currently lacked the heart to concern herself with those two old men. Her mind echoed with Yushikiya's words, "I can resurrect your brother." The last time she felt such a tumultuous emotion was when Orochimaru sought her help to heal his hands, promising to revive her brother and her first love. Shinju. In Tsunade's mind, the radiant smile of her younger brother surfaced unbidden. "Tsunade-sama, has the Uchiha clan truly returned?" Kakashi's expression was somewhat grave. In his earlier days within the Anbu, he had shared a cordial relationship with Itachi Uchiha. From Itachi's words, he sensed that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was far from simple, involving matters of profound secrecy. "Well, I suppose so. I can only hope that that insufferable brat, Shikiya, manages to keep the Uchiha clan in check." Tsunade continued, "Kakashi, you and Guy should investigate whether the resurrection of the Uchiha clan bears any resemblance to Orochimaru's methods, perhaps involving forbidden techniques such as human sacrifices. This is of great importance to me, and likely to you as well, considering you two have cherished loved ones who have departed." As Tsunade spoke, Kakashi's mind wandered to the figures of his father, Rin Noira, Obito, and Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, Might Guy contemplated the image of his own father. Is that truly Fugaku? On another front, Hinata Hiashi gazed at Fugaku Uchiha with a complex expression. He was somewhat aware of the secrets surrounding that fateful night of slaughter. Itachi Uchiha had been swayed by higher-ups, wielding his blade against his own kin. "It has indeed been many years. You seem to have aged considerably, Hiashi," Fugaku remarked with a slight sigh. "Time waits for no one," Hiashi acknowledged. "Your family has produced an extraordinary genius. The audacity to slay Karui in front of everyone is quite remarkable," Fugaku reflected, likening Itachi's choices to those of his own son, pondering whether a different outcome could have been possible had they managed to unseat the higher-ups and elevate the Uchiha clan once more. "All thanks to Lord Shikiya. His abilities are boundless. It is with his support that I dared to confront Danzo," Hiashi smiled. "Hiashi, I remember your young daughter Hanabi. She was merely 2 or 3 years old when the Uchiha clan was decimated. I understand that only 7 years have passed, so she should be around 10 now. Yet, why does she appear as if she has reached adulthood? It is implausible for someone of her age to have grown so tall." Fugaku expressed curiosity about the prodigious Hanabi Hinata, who had slain Karui. To Lord Shikiya, such matters are trivial. Did not your clan also rise from the ashes? Hiashi spoke of Shikiya with utmost reverence. The strong command respect, and Hiashi held a firm belief in strength. Although he had never witnessed Shikiya's prowess firsthand, it did not detract from his understanding of the man's formidable capabilities. In just a few days, Shikiya had cultivated his 2 daughters into formidable individuals surpassing even his own prowess. Such feats were beyond what Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could achieve. In Hayashi's mind, Shikiya had already ascended to the level of Madara, if not surpassed him. He gazed curiously at the sword his daughter Hanabi bore, prompting him to ask her to retrieve it for his inspection. Hanabi swiftly drew the sword from its sheath and plunged it into the floor. Consequently, Hisashi found himself unable to approach. The blade emanated an extraordinarily fierce sword aura, filling a space of approximately 1 square meter around it, making it impossible for an ordinary person to even attempt to grasp the weapon. Simultaneously, the sword exuded a malevolent energy reminiscent of the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread within the hearts of onlookers. It was a sword of immense power, imbued with an unmistakably sinister essence. Hisashi harbored concerns about whether Hanabi could truly master such a demonic sword. However, upon witnessing her effortlessly lift the blade without any discernible effect on her, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Furthermore, Hanabi revealed to him an important fact: the demon sword possessed its own will, and only those granted permission by Lord Shikiya could wield it. Anyone else attempting to seize it would find themselves subject to its wrath. While Hisashi could not even approach the sword, Lord Shikiya could easily suppress it and command it to obey Hanabi's will. The ability to instill fear even in such a wicked sword was a testament to Lord Shikiya's formidable strength. The two clan leaders exchanged pleasantries, after which Lord Shikiya escorted Hanabi back home. With over 200 members of the Uchiha clan, Lord Shikiya instructed them to return to the Uchiha clan's former site for reconstruction. As for the elderly, young, and those with limited combat ability, he temporarily allowed them to remain in the spirit time room. He could not guarantee that Danzo would not become deranged, gathering forces to assault the Uchiha clan and once again perpetrate a massacre. After all, reviving individuals required a substantial amount of his energy, and he wished to avoid such complications. "Am I looking majestic today, big brother?" Hanabi exclaimed as she leaped onto Lord Shikiya's back, her face alight with excitement. "This is too reckless. You must not act this way in the future," Lord Shikiya admonished gently, giving her a light pat. "I was merely momentarily impulsive." "It won't happen again," she replied, contritely acknowledging her misstep. "That's good to hear. Now go wash up. You're all sweaty and a bit odorous," Lord Shikiya said with a hint of distaste. "Big brother, let us wash together. It's been ages since we swam together," Hanabi exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation as she jumped down from his back. Chapter 134. A thrilling moment. Observing the eager glimmer in Hanabi's eyes, Lord Shikiya smiled faintly, reflecting on how this young girl had always relied on him since childhood. "All right," he replied with a slight nod. "Wonderful," Hanabi chirped, bouncing with joy as she tugged at Lord Shikiya, leading him towards the bathhouse. "Sister, how eager are you to devour our dashing prince?" Lord Shikiya shook his head, following her. A wash and a soak in the hot springs would certainly help alleviate their fatigue. "Big brother, what do you think of my swimsuit?" In the bath, Hanabi donned an exceedingly short swimsuit, revealing a glimpse of her long, fair legs as she playfully swayed before Lord Shikiya, her face lit with a cheerful grin. After indulging in papaya beforehand, she had quite the figure. As she swayed, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. "Looks splendid," he remarked. Yuki donned a pair of swim trunks, revealing his sculpted abdominal muscles as he smiled at Hanabi. Though the young girl had not grown much, her figure and beauty were perfectly harmonious, presenting a striking visual appeal. The way she frolicked, her fair skin glistening, stirred a flutter within Yuki's heart. "Big brother, come chase me," Hanabi exclaimed, leaping into the jade pool, her long legs gracefully rising above the water. Yuki's breath quickened, and with a powerful leap, he dove into the bath, submerging himself and swimming towards her. As Yuki slipped beneath the surface, a hint of panic mingled with anticipation filled Hanabi's heart. Suddenly, she felt her delicate foot captured. Before she could react, she was yanked under the water. Eyes wide, she beheld her big brother grinning at her. "Chieko-in." Outside, the voice of Hinata echoed, tinged with urgency. "Sister?" Hanabi's eyes widened. "Little Hinata?" Yuki's eyes mirrored her surprise. Just as he was engaging with Hanabi, her sister arrived. A situation that seemed almost too dramatic to be real. Listening to the hurried footsteps of Hinata approaching, Yuki felt a wave of dread. "Chieko-in." Hinata rushed into the room, having just returned from a visit with Kurenai. Upon hearing news of Yuki's confrontation with the Lord of the Land of Flowers, she hurried over, anxious for his safety. "Chieko-in isn't here?" she called out, scanning the area but finding no sign of him. Just as she contemplated leaving, her gaze fell upon a set of clothes on the counter. These are Chiyakuin's clothes. How did they end up here? She pondered, noticing another outfit tucked within Hanabi's clothing. Why is Hanabi's attire here? Hinata mused, perplexed. Not seeing anyone but finding the garments, she questioned where they could be. Aware that Hanabi was staying at Yuki's home, Hinata was not opposed to it. After all, it was her father's decision. While she felt a twinge of jealousy, she did not strongly contest Hanabi's presence at Yuki's residence. At that moment, her curiosity was piqued. Why were the clothes here, yet the individuals were nowhere to be found? Setting the garments down, Hinata scanned the surroundings once more, but finding no one, she hurriedly exited to search elsewhere. Her concern for Yuki's safety far outweighed her curiosity about the clothes. Given the incident involving the Lord of the Land of Flowers, he would surely attract the attention of the Anbu. Meanwhile, unaware of Yuki's safety, Hinata rushed through the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, several large bubbles burst to the surface, and two heads emerged from the water, gasping for air. That was close. Just narrowly avoiding an encounter with Hinata Huga, Uchiha felt a lingering unease. Fortunately, the two had submerged beneath the water. Otherwise, if Hinata had spotted them, it would have been catastrophic. The jealousy that would have erupted was unimaginable. Let us hurry and get out, Uchiha urged. He had procured a brand new outfit from the system shop, which he could not don at that moment. Should Hinata see the clothes resting on the counter, it would undoubtedly expose their secret. Oh, Hinata Hanabi emerged, her cheeks flushed as she began to change. Despite her mischievous demeanor, seemingly indifferent to her sister's feelings, she was deeply concerned about Hinata's sentiments. The close call had left her heart racing, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing before their parents, filled with anxiety and unease. Quickly donning her attire, she performed the necessary hand seals to execute her sensory technique. Detecting that Hinata was situated in the bedroom. Are you ready? Uchiha inquired. I'm ready, big brother, Hanabi replied, her face still crimson as she adjusted her outfit. Let us slip out first, and then return from outside. Hand in hand, Uchiha gently led Hanabi, employing his sensory skills to evade Hinata, and stealthily made their exit. Once outside, Uchiha adopted a relaxed demeanor, while Hanabi trailed behind, her face still flushed. He sensed Hinata approaching the entrance, and casually pushed open the door. Chiyakuin. Upon seeing him enter, Hinata rushed forward excitedly and enveloped him in a hug. You didn't get hurt, did you? I heard you killed the daimyo of the Land of Flowers, and it terrified me. The Anbu ninjas haven't come after you, have they? Her eyes were brimming with tears, genuinely worried for Uchiha's safety. I'm fine, everything has been resolved. The Anbu won't be seeking me out. Uchiha gently wiped Hinata's tears, offering comfort. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief that little Hinata had not harbored any suspicions upon seeing the clothes. Suddenly, Hinata remembered something and abruptly withdrew from Uchiha's embrace. Her face flushed as she glanced at Hanabi. Sister, you continue. I didn't see anything. Uchiha tenderly held Hinata, wiping her tears, while Hanabi felt a twinge of jealousy. Hanabi, what happened to your mouth? It seems swollen. Are you all right? Hinata noticed Hanabi's lips were red and slightly puffed, her tone filled with concern. Chapter 135. Hihi, taking the two sisters to the movies. Hanabi's heart jolted, and she instinctively licked her lips, realizing there was indeed a small swollen spot. And no, it's nothing. I just bit it while eating, she replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Beside them, Uchiha was quite anxious, fearing something unusual had occurred with little Hinata. You eat so hastily. You must take your time in the future, understood? Hinata admonished. I understand, sister, Hanabi replied. Hanabi nodded, thinking to herself, I wish to savor my food slowly, but someone refuses to allow it. Her gaze subtly shifted towards Sekiyoru, as if to imply, it's all your fault. Sekiyoru, however, innocently waved his hand in response, stating, it was you who tempted me to bathe, with those long legs swaying about. Who could resist? Yurikuin, let us head to the training ground. I wish to see a rainbow. Hanabi gazed at Sekiyoru with anticipation. All right. Sekiyoru nodded in agreement. Wonderful. Upon hearing Sekiyoru's consent, Hanabi's smile radiated brightly. Sekiyoru took her small hand, and they proceeded outside. Observing them depart, Hanabi became anxious, exclaiming, What about me? What should I do, big brother? Sekiyoru turned back, somewhat apologetically saying, How about you stay home and keep watch, Hanabi? No way. I don't want to miss out. I want to go see the rainbow too. Hinata Hanabi pouted, wishing to accompany Sekiyoru to witness the rainbow. Sekiyoru turned to Hinata Hanabi. Little Hinata, you decide. He presented this dilemma to her, aware that Hanabi was clearly feeling jealous and wished to intrude upon their outing. If Hanabi wishes to see the rainbow, then let her join us. Hinata Hanabi generously declared. Although this would disrupt her date with Sekiyoru, she did not mind, as her beloved sister's small request was something she was willing to fulfill. Thank you, sister. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed joyfully, for deep down, she was still the heart of a 10-year-old child, having had little experience in life. With Hanabi accompanying them, Hinata Hanabi felt a bit shy about allowing Sekiyoru to hold her hand. The trio soon arrived at the edge of a cliff overlooking a magnificent waterfall. A resplendent rainbow arched gracefully above the lake, an extraordinary sight to behold. How could there be a treehouse here? Hinata Hanabi wondered curiously. Observing the bamboo pipes extending from the cliff, she hopped onto the tree and explored, exclaiming, "Wow, there's even a bed and a bathroom. Who built this? How romantic." Sitting on the bed, she gazed out the window at the beautiful waterfall, feeling overwhelmed by the romance of the scene. In her imagination, she envisioned herself shyly nestled in Sekiyoru's embrace, lying on the bed together, admiring the beautiful rainbow, a scene so enchanting. Yes, quite romantic. Your sister has already experienced romance with the handsome protagonist. I want to tell you that I'm just stretching the word count. Hee hee. Little Hinata, would you like to wash up together? Sekiyoru teased, glancing at the blushing Hinata Hanabi. How rude. Hanabi is right here. Hinata Hanabi's face turned crimson at Sekiyoru's words. It was too embarrassing. And besides, my sister is still young. Silly girl, your sister is 17. 3 years older than you, and still a child. Big brother, this treehouse is so lovely. I wonder who built it. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, jumping down from the treehouse. Her excitement directed at Sekiyoru. Ahem. Yuki cleared his throat gently and began to speak. In truth, this treehouse was constructed by your sister and me. It serves as our secret hideaway. It was here that your sister successfully honed her 6 techniques. So, do you find this treehouse to your liking? You may take a nap here if you wish. It does not bother me at all. Wait, you and my sister built this? Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, a hint of melancholy creeping into her heart. It felt as if this treehouse were a testament to the love shared between her sister and the elder brother. She had yet to share such a bond with him. Hinata nodded slightly. Hanabi, if you wish to sleep, then do so. Sister won't mind. And if you desire a bath in the tub above, that is also permissible. Allowing Hanabi to rest or bathe would afford her the opportunity for some quality time with her beloved Chiyi. Sister, why don't we bathe together? Hanabi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, was reluctant to grant Hinata and Chiyi too much time alone together. If there were to be moments of solitude, she too deserved to share a bond with her elder brother, thus ensuring fairness. While she would not sow discord between her sister and him, she was determined to claim a little more affection for him. No, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. She certainly did not want Chiyi to witness Hanabi bathing. Your handsome prince has seen it all. Silly girl. Only when she was alone with Chiyi did she feel free from shyness, a testament to his nurturing guidance. It was Chiyi who had gradually helped her adjust to their private moments, allowing her to be at ease rather than succumb to embarrassment. How about we watch a movie here? Chiyi suddenly proposed, struck by a brilliant idea. The all-in-one computer and television system from his digital marketplace came equipped with infinite power and internet access, perfect for dispelling any awkwardness. Watch a movie? But there's no cinema here. How can we do that? Hinata questioned, perplexed. Fear not, I have a solution. Chiyi smiled as he affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. Upon hearing the word movie, Hanabi recalled the captivating performance she had seen in Chiyi's room, her cheeks flushing crimson as her heart raced with inexplicable emotions. Chiyi accessed the system marketplace and purchased an all-in-one computer and television unit. A teleportation array manifested, and before the astonished gazes of the two girls, an enormous television appeared before them. Chiyi, what is this? Hinata inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the massive screen. It's a television, designed for watching films. This is a high-tech marvel, Chiyi explained as he hoisted the colossal device into the treehouse and began the installation process. Once set up, he connected the keyboard and mouse under the eager eyes of the two girls and commenced his search. Hanabi's cheeks flushed with color, her breath held in anticipation, pondering whether the enchanting woman she had glimpsed in her elder brother's room would make another appearance. Chapter 136. The Enchantment of Seven Nights. As Seven Nights pondered which film to choose for the two sisters, he found himself at a crossroads. Romantic, thriller, horror, action. Or were films? What are you contemplating, Seven Nights? Hinata Huga inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him staring vacantly at the keyboard. In this world of Naruto, computers and keyboards do exist. I am contemplating your preferences in film, Seven Nights replied with a gentle smile. I enjoy romantic films, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. And you, Hanabi? Seven Nights turned his gaze toward Hinata Hanabi, lost in thought about whether they would come across the woman she had seen in the bedroom. Hanabi was momentarily startled by Seven Nights' question. Her face turned crimson as she responded, whatever my sister enjoys, I too shall enjoy. Then let us watch a romantic film. Seven Nights declared, searching for classic love stories from his past life, landing on Titanic. What a sorrowful melody. The film commenced with the image of a grand ocean liner and a hauntingly beautiful score, evoking a gentle wave of melancholy within the sisters. What a magnificent ship. Is this wreckage from the vessel that just sank? As the two sisters became increasingly absorbed in the film, their eyes widened with fascination. Wow, how romantic. Is this what they call the dance of courtship? The embrace at the bow of the ship is simply enchanting. I wish I could have such a hug with my older brother. I long to be embraced by Seven Nights like that. Their hearts fluttered with dreams of sharing such romantic moments with him. As the ship collided with the iceberg and began its tragic descent, the narrative turned somber. The male protagonist sacrificed his life, leaving hope for the female lead. No, I cannot bear to see my older brother perish. Hanabi's emotions surged as she fully immersed herself in the story, throwing herself into Seven Nights' arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Hinata, too, felt a twinge of anguish, yearning to leap into Seven Nights' embrace, but Hanabi had already claimed that position. Seven Nights smiled helplessly at Hinata, gently resting his hand on her small head. It seemed he was caught in a delightful dilemma of holding both. Seven Nights, I wish to live with you and never part ways, Hinata whispered, her heart heavy as she gazed at the male lead lying in the depths of the sea. She feared that one day, Seven Nights might leave her in a similar fashion. Feel free to come over anytime. With Hinata's invitation, Seven Nights found it difficult to decline, although he wondered how to manage Hanabi sneaking into his bed at night. Should Hinata discover that Hanabi slept over, it might lead to an explosive situation of jealousy. It appeared he would need to devise a strategy to gently persuade Hanabi to refrain from such nighttime visits. Otherwise, if Hinata moved in and uncovered the truth, it could spell trouble. Continuing his search, Seven Nights found a series where the female lead sacrifices herself for the male lead. It was a rather heart-wrenching drama titled Sony. I Give Up. The plot revolved around a young man and his sister who were abandoned by their mother's chauffeur and left to wander alone in a foreign land. In a poignant tale, a young woman marries a wealthy magnate for financial gain. During her wedding, the enemies of her affluent husband come calling. The male protagonist, driven by a desire to rescue his former love, sustains a bullet wound and is soon to meet his demise. Upon returning to his homeland in search of family, he unexpectedly encounters the female lead, who has suffered a robbery abroad. Their hearts intertwine amidst a backdrop of anguish and love. Ultimately, the male protagonist succumbs to death, never having reconciled with his kin. His heart is bequeathed to his mother's adopted son, while his wealth is left to his foolish sister. His remains are taken abroad by his former lover for burial. The female lead returns to the foreign land where they once met, traversing the corners they shared, and ultimately succumbs to poison at his grave. The two sisters become ensnared in the narrative, losing track of time as they weep over 10 times from noon until 8 or 9 in the evening. Each tearful moment compels them to embrace Uchiha, providing him a delightful experience of their warm affection, a promising sign of their growing bond. Uchiha retrieves a selection of meals from the spiritual time-space room, presenting them with care. Dinner is served. He announces. Hinata Huga is engrossed in the television, disinterested in food, while Hanabi Huga mirrors her sister's rapt attention. The sisters, in rare synchrony, face the consequences of neglecting their meal. This cannot stand. Uchiha asserts, his expression stern. No food, no television. With a decisive click, he pauses the screen, abruptly halting their entertainment. Hanabi, in a flurry, snatches the mouse from Uchiha, clicking in vain, yet the pause remains unyielding. Observing her frustration, Uchiha chuckles. The television, it seems, is under his sole command. No meal, no viewing, he reiterates, particularly mindful of young Hinata. just 14, and in need of nourishment for her growth. After dinner, can we watch, please, Chieko-kun? Hinata pleads. Of course, watching television is a pastime meant for after meals. He responds cheerfully. Hearing this, Hinata promptly approaches the dining table, picks up her chopsticks, and begins to devour her food. Hanabi, witnessing her sister's eagerness, swiftly joins the fray. Slow down, don't choke, Uchiha advises. Within 5 minutes, the table is cleared of all provisions, leaving Uchiha astonished at the sisters' unyielding appetites. Where did it all go? Hurry up, big brother, urges Hanabi. Please, Chieko-kun, Hinata implores. Faced with their eager expressions, Uchiha reluctantly resumes the playback. Despite his annoyance at their obsession, a sense of joy fills him, for he has profited immensely from their emotional investment. He estimates having earned approximately 10,000 points from their fervent reactions today, more than enough to cover the cost of a grand television. Observing the enthralled expressions of the two ladies, Uchiha found himself somewhat bored as he was left to the sidelines. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should acquire a delicate bunny-eared maiden, or a charming cat-eared girl, or even an enchanting elf princess from the system's marketplace to amuse himself, to see if they truly lived up to the descriptions of their fragility. However, glancing around the confined space, he decided against it for the time being. After all, what good would it do to purchase such delights without a suitable place to keep them hidden away? Thus, he resolved to wait a while longer, for there was nothing pressing at hand. Reluctantly, Uchiha settled for a few bags of chips and an old popsicle, positioning himself between the two ladies as they engrossed themselves in the show. In the dimly lit treehouse, the two girls leaned against the bed, munching on chips while fervently watching their drama. This left Uchiha feeling somewhat regretful for having purchased the television. Previously, at this hour, Hinata Hanabi would have long been snuggled under the covers, but now her interests had shifted. With a sigh, Uchiha closed his eyes and lay back, seeking solace in the realm of dreams. The following morning, just as Uchiha was about to embark on some indescribable escapade with the daughter of the Dream Lord, he was abruptly awakened by the Dream Lord himself, who delivered a sharp slap to rouse him. Upon waking, Uchiha descended from his bed only to find the two ladies sporting panda eyes, still enthusiastically absorbed in their viewing. He glanced at the television screen, where the female protagonist lay before the male protagonist's grave, ultimately discovered and buried alongside him, marking the tragic conclusion of the story. She had perished, choosing to die for the one she loved. Oh, how pitiful she is, Hanabi cried, tears streaming down her face. Ding, from Hinata Hanabi. Sadness 100, ding. From Hinata Hanabi. Sadness 100. Ding, from Hinata Hanabi. Sadness 100. Chieko-kun, if anything were to happen to you, I would choose to remain by your side forever, Hinata Chiyo echoed, her eyes swollen from weeping. Ding, from Hinata Chiyo. Sadness 100, ding. From Hinata Chiyo. Sadness 100. Ding, from Hinata Chiyo. Sadness 100. Fools, such a fate shall never befall us. Uchiha gently wiped their tears away, soothing their sorrowful spirits, reminding them that it was merely a performance and not reality, urging them not to immerse themselves too deeply in the narrative. After freshening up, Uchiha escorted the two slender panda girls back to the village, where they enjoyed breakfast before returning to his own home. Upon arrival, the two pandas collapsed onto the sofa in slumber. Uchiha shook his head with a sigh, carefully carrying each girl to the bed in the bedroom. Once they were settled, he stepped out. Not long after, he found himself at the residence of the graceful Yuhi Akane. What are you up to, Akane? He inquired softly as he entered her abode. Oh, it's you, Chieko-kun, Akane exclaimed, startled by the unexpected voice. However, upon recognizing it was Uchiha, her surprise transformed into delight. What book are you reading, Akane? Curious, Uchiha gazed at the book in the hands of Rishihong. Don't look. The elder sister hurriedly closed the book, wishing to shield Uchiha from its contents. Let me see. The more she resisted, the more Uchiha yearned to uncover its secrets. No, it's not for you to see. Please, just don't. The sister clutched the book tightly, preventing Uchiha from grasping it. Yet, the more she insisted, the more Uchiha's curiosity grew. With a gentle scratch at her waist, the sister burst into laughter, her grip faltering, allowing Uchiha to seize the opportunity to snatch the book away. Don't look, she exclaimed, watching as Uchiha prepared to open it. She reached out with her delicate hand, attempting to reclaim it. However, as a frail woman, she stood no chance against the robust Uchiha. All her struggles were in vain. In no time, Uchiha had opened the book before her. Instantly, he found himself dumbfounded by the contents within. The first page bore the title 108 Techniques, followed by a list of detailed contents, and then an extensive array of intricate illustrations accompanying each technique. Uchiha's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing that he had glimpsed the contents, Ri Shihong's face turned crimson, wishing she could vanish into the earth to escape the embarrassment. In a flurry, she dashed into the bedroom, hiding under the covers, shrouded in shame. "Sister Hong, are you researching for me?" Uchiha teased as he entered. Silently, buried beneath the blankets, Ri Shihong was too bashful to respond. It was utterly mortifying to have been caught by Uchiha. She felt she could no longer face him. Would he misunderstand? Uchiha, grinning as he settled on the edge of the bed, began to read aloud from the book. Each technique was meticulously detailed, accompanied by exquisite illustrations that transported one into a vivid experience. "Please, Uchiha, stop reading," Ri Shihong pleaded, her flushed face peeking out from the covers. This was far too embarrassing. After some time, Uchiha chuckled and remarked, "Sister Hong, mere research is insufficient. To grasp the truth, one must engage in practical experimentation." Several hours later, he left, satisfied, while the elder sister had already succumbed to exhaustion, planning to check on her later that evening. Just as Uchiha stepped outside, he spotted Yoshirashi Akkad waiting at the door, smiling at him. "Little brother, are you exceptionally strong?" she inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Having listened for hours from within the house, she felt a surge of curiosity. "Did you hear everything, Sister Akkad?" Uchiha approached with a smile. "Of course. It was less than 10 meters away. How could I not hear?" Yoshirashi Akkad shot him a playful glare. "I don't care. You must help me out." She eagerly pulled Uchiha along, hurrying into the house. "Look, I bought some black stockings. They are terrible ones." Upon encountering the dark stockings, his spirits were revived. Chapter 138, The Chunin Exam, Re-encountering Asuma. A few days later, the Chunin exam officially commenced. Uchiha accompanied Hinata Hanabi and Hinata to the examination venue. They encountered Kurenai, and both exchanged calm nods. Unexpectedly, Uchiha spotted someone, Asuma. He was accompanied by a Kimichi Choji, Orochimaru, and an unfamiliar youth. Upon seeing Kurenai, Asuma wore a smile and greeted her with a slight wave. However, Kurenai furrowed her brows, feigning ignorance as she turned away. Heading towards Uchiha with Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino in tow, Asuma stood there, bewildered, questioning what he had done wrong. Why did his goddess treat him in such a manner? His heart wept in confusion. Unable to comprehend why Kurenai would favor that pretty boy, a youth devoid of strength or ruggedness, lacking any semblance of masculinity. He simply could not fathom what it was about that young man that captivated Kurenai. Nonetheless, he was resolute in not relinquishing his affection for her. Asuma refused to believe that a mature man of charm like himself could be overshadowed by a mere boy. "Good morning, Teacher Kurenai," Hinata greeted sweetly. "You are all up early." Kurenai responded with a smile. "The early bird catches the worm," Uchiha teased, causing Kurenai's cheeks to flush. He had previously uttered this phrase during their morning exercises, and she understood the underlying implication. "Good morning, Senior Chiya." Yamanaka Ino and Inuzuka Kiba respectfully greeted him. After witnessing Hinata's transformation and the formidable power she displayed, their admiration for Uchiha, her instructor, had grown immensely. "Hello." Uchiha smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Chiya." "Big brother." Haruno Sakura and Kazakage Mo approached, their eyes alight with excitement as they regarded Uchiha. "You're here too." Uchiha greeted them with a warm smile. Hanabi, Sakura, and Mo had formed a team and gathered here. "Brother Chiya, are you leading a team as well?" Gaara arrived with a few young boys and girls, eagerly greeting Uchiha upon noticing him. "Sort of," Uchiha replied with a smile, acknowledging that he was indeed guiding Hanabi and Sakura's team. "Sakura, I deeply apologize for what occurred 2 years ago," Gaara said, casting a glance at Sakura beside Uchiha, his tone sincere. "I was young and foolish. I hope you can forgive my actions from that time." During the Chunin exam 2 years prior, Gaara had nearly taken Sakura's life. Fortunately, the prince had awakened his abilities, summoning a toad that ultimately saved her. Sakura's expression was complex, reflecting on how Naruto had profoundly transformed Gaara from a ruthless individual into the benevolent Kazakage of today. "My prince, truly the strongest in verbal prowess. It's all right. If there is someone to blame, it's that vile Orochimaru who set the trap, deceiving both our villages." One should not strike a smiling face. Haruno Sakura is not one to hold grudges, especially in the presence of the charming Yushikiya. She aims to maintain her composure, hoping to earn his admiration. If you can forgive me, Sakura, that would be truly wonderful. I, Gaara, felt an immense joy in hearing Sakura's forgiveness, as it signified the addition of yet another friend. Gradually, all candidates assembled for the examination. The assessment commenced, and the examinees took their positions. The first phase was a written test, akin to a liberal arts examination. Yushikiya, Orochimaru, and I, Gaara, along with others, observed the testing room via video from a separate chamber. Yushikiya noted the relaxed expressions of Hinata Hanabi and her companions, who were rapidly jotting down their answers. Both Hinata and Hanabi hailed from prominent clans and had long since mastered the foundational knowledge required. As for Sakura, her brilliance was undeniable, a prodigy with an astute intellect. She had excelled in the written portion of the previous Chunin exam and was expected to do so again effortlessly. The seasoned candidates exuded an air of tranquility. Aside from the new participants, the experienced members had no need for underhanded tactics to succeed. The chief examiner for this round was Marino Ibiki, a special jounin from the Hidden Leaf Village, renowned as the head of the torture and interrogation force, skilled in manipulating the mental state of others, earning him the moniker of the Cruel Examiner. He held no expectations of intimidating veterans such as Hinata. After all, they had already attained Chunin status. And this examination was merely a formality. With a slight increase in seriousness, they would likely pass without difficulty. His primary objective was to undermine the psychological defenses of the novice candidates, aiming to eliminate a significant portion of them. The examination questions bore similarities to those posed during Naruto's time. Ibiki presented a set of queries that exceeded the scope of their ninja school curriculum, allowing a few knowledgeable individuals to blend in among the candidates. This compelled the novices to resort to deceptive measures to complete their answers. Thus, the examination began. Some resorted to trickery, which did not escape the watchful eyes of Ibiki and the other examiners. Those employing crude methods were swiftly eliminated, while those exhibiting finesse received approving nods and were disregarded. As the test neared its conclusion, Ibiki employed his old tactics, introducing a final question that tested the candidate's psyche with the daunting choice of either disqualification for life from the Chunin exams or surrendering altogether. Witnessing this scene, I, Gaara, along with Temari and Kankuro, exchanged knowing smiles. Our own passage through this question had been facilitated by Naruto's raucous outburst, which alleviated the pressure exerted by Ibiki's mental tactics. Without Naruto's presence to lighten the atmosphere, the younger candidates, aside from veterans like Sakura, were visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Before long, one by one, the young men and women stood up, announcing their withdrawal from the examination. Ibiki was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. With the unexpected Naruto out of the picture, he flawlessly accomplished his task, eliminating the vast majority of participants. The examination concluded, and there was no need for grading. Those who remained, regardless of their scores, were all deemed to have passed and were eligible for the next round. Congratulations to you all, you have succeeded. With a stern expression, Ibiki revealed a smile that appeared somewhat sinister. Some newcomers were taken aback, unable to comprehend how they could pass without reviewing their papers, while seasoned veterans maintained their composure. For instance, Inuzuka Kiba, after glancing at the test papers, understood that Ibiki had employed the same strategy as before, following Naruto's lead by submitting a blank paper. Regardless of the newcomer's astonishment, the next round's chief examiner made his entrance. Kakashi walked in with a smile. Hello everyone, I am your chief examiner for the next round. Hatake Kakashi. Allow me to explain the rules for the upcoming examination. In chapter 139, Hinata moved, and the future followed. The next challenge involved seizing the earth and heaven scrolls in a jungle setting. Under Kakashi's guidance, they soon arrived at training ground number 3. Each team took their respective scrolls and ventured forth. To make the competition more humane, a slight modification was made. Killing was strictly prohibited, and any team that committed such an act would be immediately disqualified, with Anbu monitoring the proceedings throughout. Hinata Hanabi and her companions strolled leisurely towards the center of the tower. Given the strength of their team, any novices they encountered were merely courting disaster. A group of arrogant grass village ninjas brazenly obstructed Hinata Hanabi's path, only to be swiftly defeated and left battered, their scrolls snatched away. Observing from the shadows, the Anbu agents gasped at the brutality displayed by this trio. The speed of their attacks was such that even they could hardly keep pace. In the monitoring room, as they witnessed the violent prowess of Hinata Hanabi and her team, All the other supervising instructors silently prayed that their own students would not cross paths with these three fierce individuals, lest they be thoroughly trounced. Unsurprisingly, the first team to reach the central tower was indeed Hinata Hanabi and her companions, followed closely by little Hinata and her team, and then by Yamanaka Ino and her comrades. Due to Orochimaru having already attained the rank of Chunin during Naruto's previous exam, he did not participate in this competition. Instead, he was represented by another cousin from the Nara family, Nara Shk. In the end, a total of 6 teams successfully completed this survival challenge, with 18 individuals advancing to the finals to engage in one-on-one combat. This was the most anticipated contest, attracting both villagers from Konoha and numerous outsiders, with ticket sales promising to yield substantial profits for the village. This is precisely why these individuals were so eager to host the Chunin exams. Besides nurturing exceptional ninjas, it also provided an opportunity to generate considerable revenue. The one-on-one battles were scheduled to commence in 3 days, granting all participants a 3-day period for preparation and rest. To celebrate, Nana generously offered to treat everyone. Accompanied by Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Huga, Kazumitsuri Moka, Yamanaka Ino, Yuhi Kurenai, Haruno Sakura, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba, they set out for a delightful picnic. Initially, Yamanaka Ino was not part of the group. However, upon witnessing the charming Yu Nakanishi heading out with others, she eagerly detached from Asuma and joined them. Yu Nakanishi was indifferent, as Ino's enthusiasm was infectious. They were all familiar with one another, and deepening their bonds through shared experiences seemed delightful. Due to the larger company, Yu Nakanishi found it challenging to share private moments with anyone. After a lively gathering, they all returned home, each to their respective families. Naturally, Hinata Hanabi followed Yu Nakanishi home, while Hinata Huga decided to move in, leaving Yuhi Kurenai casting a wistful glance at Yu Nakanishi. Observing Hinata Hanabi's residence at Yu Nakanishi's home, Kazumitsuri Moka felt a twinge of envy, yearning to stay at her older brother's abode, though her shyness prevented her from expressing this desire. The spaciousness of his home would easily accommodate her presence. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura was filled with excitement. Ever since tasting papaya, she had been longing for Yu Nakanishi's company, hoping to once again serve as his warm bedding companion. Unfortunately, she felt overshadowed by the presence of Hinata Hanabi, who had claimed Yu Nakanishi for herself. Yamanaka Ino, equally enthusiastic, gazed at Yu Nakanishi, wishing for a chance to fulfill the role of a warm bedding companion and to savor more papaya. Yu Nakanishi first returned home with Hinata Hanabi, while Hinata Huga went to fetch her belongings. Yu Nakanishi offered to assist, but Hinata Huga politely declined, insisting she could manage alone. Upon her return, Yu Nakanishi was pleasantly surprised to find that, in addition to her belongings, Hinata Huga had brought along another individual, Hinata Mirai, who had previously observed Yu Nakanishi. Yu Nakanishi was taken aback, pondering the unexpected arrival of Hinata Mirai alongside Hinata Huga. "What brings you here?" he inquired, perplexed. "I am Lady Hinata's guardian, tasked with ensuring her safety," Hinata Mirai replied, blushing slightly as she bowed respectfully to Yu Nakanishi. Hinata Huga clarified, "I initially opposed it, but father insisted that Sister Mirai accompany me. Otherwise, I would not be permitted to move in." Yu Nakanishi began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that Hinata Hisashi intended to signal that Hinata Huga, as the future head of the Huga clan, required a guardian for her protection. This distinguished her from Hinata Hanabi. Having another charming girl living under the same roof did not trouble Yu Nakanishi. He had already noted Hinata Mirai's admirable figure, and the prospect of cohabiting under one roof promised a feast for the eyes. The thought of unexpected encounters in the bathroom or while changing clothes filled him with anticipation. Such occurrences would undoubtedly enrich his life, and he reveled in the prospect of a blissful existence ahead. Yashio warmly welcomed Hinata Mirai into his abode, assisting her in moving items, while arranging her bedroom conveniently next door to his own. However, Hinata was adamant about not sharing a room with Yashio, inquiring instead about Hinata Hanabi's whereabouts, wishing to sleep alongside her. Yet, Hanabi did not possess her own chamber. She typically slept beside Yashio on a makeshift bed, often sneaking into his covers by midnight. To conceal the fact that she was indeed sharing a room with Yashio, Hanabi pointed towards an adjacent bedroom, grateful that the clothes Yashio had lavishly purchased for her resided there. Otherwise, the truth of their shared quarters would certainly be revealed. After settling Hinata and Hinata Mirai, Yashio commenced preparations for dinner. However, with the presence of Hinata, and Mirai, there was no need for Yashiya to intervene in the culinary endeavors. Hinata, elated to reside in Yashiya's home, eagerly took on the responsibility of cooking, while Hinata Mirai, who had come specifically to care for and protect Hinata, naturally lent a helping hand. Yashiya felt assured about Hinata's culinary skills, having previously savored the rice balls she prepared, which were quite delectable and suited his palate. Had it been Hanabi, Yashiya would have certainly sought an excuse to escape, for she had openly declared her inability to cook. If she expressed a fervent desire to prepare a meal, one would need to tread carefully. "Big brother, let us watch a movie," Hanabi exclaimed with enthusiasm, tugging at Yashiya as he watched Hinata, and Mirai cook. Yashiya had previously downloaded a film on the home television, a solo performance by a certain actress, which Hanabi had inadvertently stumbled upon. With a smile, Yashiya inquired, "What movies would you like to see?" Chapter 140, Mirai's touching moment in truth. Hanabi harbored a desire to watch films akin to solo performances, though she would never voice such a thought. "As long as it's good," she replied. "Good," Yashiya pondered. He resolved against downloading any series, to spare the two young girls from binge-watching through the night and suffering under the weight of panda eyes. If he must download something, it would be in episodes, ensuring they were not released consecutively to avoid late-night viewing. After a moment of contemplation, Yashiya entered his bedroom and switched on the television. Hanabi, brimming with anticipation, sat eagerly on the bed, wondering what Yashiya would choose to show her. Would it be something along those lines? Hanabi felt a mix of curiosity and shyness. Ding! Hanabi's shyness increased by 100. Ding! Hanabi's curiosity increased by 100. Ding! Hanabi's anticipation increased by 100. Yashiya glanced back, intrigued by Hanabi's myriad of emotions. While anticipation and curiosity were understandable, he pondered why she exhibited shyness. He had done nothing to warrant it. Hanabi returned his gaze with a shy smile. Yashiya contemplated downloading a series for her to watch, but ultimately decided on just 2 episodes. In The Legend of Sword and Fairy 1, I have a fondness for Uchiha as well. In a previous life, I watched it numerous times. Upon clicking play, Uchiha left Hanabi to watch alone while he ventured into the kitchen to see if there was anything he could assist with. "Why are you here, Chiya?" Hinata asked with delight upon seeing him approach as she chopped vegetables. Uchiha stepped beside her, smiling gently. "I wanted to see if there was anything I could help with. I wouldn't want to tire out my little Hinata." Suddenly distracted, Hinata accidentally cut her finger, breaking the skin slightly. Observing this, Uchiha swiftly grasped her injured finger and placed it in his mouth. "Chiya!" Hinata exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment as she witnessed him tenderly sucking on her finger. Meanwhile, Hinata Mirai hurriedly fetched some gauze to bandage Hinata's wound. "No need, Miss Mirai. I will take care of this," Uchiha said. After a brief moment, the bleeding ceased, and he employed his healing technique to mend Hinata's injury, leaving no scar. "Thank you, Chiya," Hinata said, her eyes sparkling with happiness and shyness. "Do we need to thank each other between us?" Uchiha replied softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Let me handle this. Since you are moving today, I will prepare a celebratory meal for you." He took the knife with enthusiasm and began to chop with remarkable skill. The rhythmic sound of the knife was both crisp and pleasing to the ear. "Wow, Chiya, you are incredible," Hinata exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration as she watched his deft movements. Uchiha smiled and continued his preparations. The pot was already washed by Mirai, allowing him to directly toss in the vegetables for stir-frying. Cooking over a fierce flame results in delicious dishes. Uchiha skillfully flipped the ingredients, mesmerizing the two women. For the first time, they realized that cooking could possess such aesthetic beauty. This was not merely cooking, it was a performance of art. With his culinary prowess alone, Uchiha captured the hearts of both women. Approximately an hour later, he had prepared an entire table of delectable dishes: braised pork ribs, red cooked meat, steamed fish, stir-fried beef with green peppers, boiled cabbage, and chicken soup with papaya. The enticing aroma wafted throughout the house, stirring hunger in everyone. "Chiya, you are simply amazing," Hinata said, her eyes shining with admiration. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a man, handsome, powerful, and an excellent cook. Hinata gazed lovingly at Uchiha, who returned her affection. "Please eat first. I'll go call Hanabi," he suggested, indicating that Hinata and Mirai should start their meal while he went to fetch Hanabi. "I will wait for you, Chiya," she replied. In their home, it was customary for the man to eat last. Hinata and Hinata Hanabi understood this principle very well. If Yushikiya did not eat first, they would absolutely not touch their chopsticks. Yushikiya entered the bedroom and exclaimed, "Dinner time. I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry." Hinata Hanabi was engrossed in watching the legend of Sword and Fairy 1, utterly captivated by this enchanting world of immortals. How could she not have realized that a sword could be wielded in such a way to fly? And the fairy Linger was so beautiful, patiently awaiting her carefree brother. Watching Linger and Li Xiaoyao, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but imagine herself as Linger, with her big brother as Li Xiaoyao. "How can we not eat?" Yushikiya insisted, refusing to take no for an answer, as she grasped Hinata Hanabi's delicate foot and pulled her out. "Hanabi, how can you be so rude?" Hinata admonished upon seeing her sister being dragged out. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Hinata Hanabi obediently apologized in response to her sister's reprimand. "Let's eat. It's all trivial." Yushikiya was unconcerned about such small matters, finding a bit of mischief endearing, knowing he could easily manage them. "Wow, it looks so delicious. Sister, your culinary skills have improved." Upon seeing the table laden with sumptuous dishes and inhaling the delightful aromas, Hinata Hanabi suddenly felt her hunger awaken. "Let us sit down to eat." Yushikiya took a seat, followed by Hinata. Only after Hinata sat down did Hinata Hanabi take her place. "Miss Future, why aren't you sitting? Come join us." Yushikiya called out enthusiastically to Hinata Mirai, who remained standing behind Hinata, unresponsive. "I am Lady Hinata's guard. It is inappropriate for me to sit and eat. Please enjoy your meal. I will merely observe." Hinata Mirai responded with a smile. "That won't do. Yushikiya does not entertain such special treatment. Since Miss Future resides in my home, you are my guest. How can I allow a guest to stand while not eating?" Yushikiya insisted. "Sister Future, do sit down with us. This is Lord Shikiya's home. Everything is at his discretion, and there is no need to adhere to the Hinata family's customs." Hinata added with a smile. She had hesitated to invite Hinata Mirai to sit immediately, fearing Yushikiya's disapproval. Now that Yushikiya had no objections, she certainly hoped Hinata Mirai would join them. "Then I must thank Lord Shikiya and Lady Hinata," Hinata Mirai said, deeply touched. With her eyes glistening slightly, it felt wonderful to be valued. Chapter 141. The truth behind the Uchiha's demise. Hinata Mirai was profoundly moved. In the Hinata household, there were strict hierarchies, customs, and etiquette to observe, to which she was accustomed. Here, being treated in such a manner by Yushikiya touched her heart deeply. Ding! Emotional response from Hinata Mirai. 100. Let us eat. We are all family here, and there is no need for excessive formality. Yushikiya smiled. He served dishes into Hinata's bowl, then into Hinata Hanabi's, and even for Hinata Mirai. "Thank you, Lord Shikiya," Hinata said shyly. "Thank you, big brother," Hinata Hanabi giggled. "Thank you, Lord Shikiya," Hinata Mirai expressed her gratitude. Deeply moved. In the Hokage building, Tsunade furrowed her brow and inquired of Kakashi, "What has become of the Uchiha clan? Have you unraveled the secret of their resurrection?" Kakashi sighed softly. "The Uchiha clan has not ventured outside. They are entirely preoccupied with establishing their new home, even when they do procure supplies. It is under the guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, leaving us with no opportunity to intervene." Kakashi felt somewhat downcast, as he had hoped to ambush a member of the Uchiha clan alongside Guy to interrogate them about who had orchestrated their revival. However, it seemed the Uchiha had anticipated such maneuvers and had not afforded them the chance to act, despite not discerning the exact nature of the Uchiha's revival. Both Guy and I noted the absence of the clan's elders and younglings. Present in the Uchiha territory were only those of formidable strength. The non-combatants were conspicuously absent. Kakashi continued, "It appears the Uchiha clan harbors a profound wariness towards us in Konohagakure." Tsunade, frowning, murmured, "What is the true story behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation?" Kakashi replied, "Only Danzo and Mito Gates know the truth." Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure entered uninvited. "What brings you here?" Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes at the newcomer. Mito Gates approached calmly, stating, "I have come to caution you, Tsunade, to remain vigilant regarding the Uchiha clan." "Why should we be cautious of the Uchiha?" Tsunade questioned, her brow quirked in skepticism. "Are you aware of the reason behind the Uchiha clan's extermination years ago?" Mito Gates asked. Tsunade hesitated momentarily before pressing, "Why?" Kakashi, equally taken aback, listened intently. "It was a coup d'etat," Mito Gates said gravely. "What?" Tsunade gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Kakashi also appeared stunned. Do not doubt me, Tsunade. What I speak is the truth. The Uchiha clan was poised to instigate a coup, prompting us to act preemptively. We enlisted Uchiha Itachi, a double agent, to eliminate his own clan. Itachi agreed to this plan for the sake of his brother Uchiha Sasuke's survival, leading to the massacre of the Uchiha clan. As a result, the Uchiha harbor immense resentment towards Konohagakure, and their revival signifies a desire for vengeance against us. Tsunade, regardless of past ideological conflicts, we must urgently address the Uchiha clan. If we allow this calamity to persist within our village, it will inevitably lead to significant turmoil. Mito Gates' expression turned serious. Thus, the Uchiha clan's extermination was decreed by your faction. Tsunade's countenance darkened considerably. While the Uchiha may have plotted a coup, the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, the elderly, and the weak was utterly inhumane. Kushina has reached such a state, and you still wish to engage in a battle of wits with me? Upon hearing Kushina bestow upon him the derogatory title of Old Turtle, Mito's expression darkened. This is not merely a matter of rivalry. Rather, your actions are exceedingly cruel, sparing neither the elderly nor the innocent. How does this differ from the acts of a demon? As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Kushina was profoundly influenced by the ideals of Hashirama Senju from a young age, instilling in her a deep aversion to such atrocities. Her reckless gambling, a vice nurtured by Hashirama's misguided teachings, has led her to believe that certain sacrifices are necessary for the sake of the village, a notion she regards as a means to achieve lasting peace. One must eradicate the roots of evil, lest they sprout anew come spring. Kushina, do not be so naive. Your mentor, Hiruzen, consented to this plan. Mito spoke with seriousness. I know my teacher well. He even spared Orochimaru, a being of great malice. How could he possibly harm the defenseless elders and children of the village? It is clear that you and your old accomplice, Danzo, have contravened his orders, threatening Sasuke Uchiha's life to compel Itachi into executing a massacre. Kushina is no fool. She will not simply accept Mito's claims. She possesses her own discernment. She surmised that Mito was likely frightened, afraid of the Uchiha clan's retribution, and thus sought her out, revealing certain secrets to manipulate her into confronting the Uchiha. Mito, gritting his teeth in frustration, warned her against her innocence. The stability of the village necessitates some dark measures. For the greater good, moral righteousness sometimes must be set aside. If moral justice alone could resolve all conflicts, then your brother and your beloved would not have perished on the battlefield. I implore you to understand that my intentions in speaking to you are not born of fear of Uchiha vengeance, but rather concern for the safety of our village. Should the Uchiha clan instigate a coup, how many lives would be lost? Now is the time to act decisively, while they are still unsteady, to minimize our losses. With that, Mito turned to leave. After his departure, Kushina wore a grave expression. Kakashi, I entrust you and Guy with monitoring the Uchiha clan closely. I will dispatch the Anbu to support you. We must not allow the Uchiha to instigate a coup. Indeed, Kakashi nodded solemnly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Uchiha clan's intentions to stage a coup could lead to a civil war that would devastate Konohagakure. It is insufficient to rely solely on you and Guy. We must call Jeriah back. Although Mito's demeanor displeased Kushina, the severity of the matter demanded comprehensive preparedness. Chapter 142. What business do we have with the Uchiha? The papaya takes precedence. In a certain cave, Shimura Danzo observed Mito with a stoic expression, calmly inquiring, Have you spoken with Kushina? What did she say? Mito Minyin expressed his displeasure, remarking, That woman, Tsunade, even if she were to learn the secret behind the extermination of the Uchiha clan, would hardly agree to eradicate them. Shimura Danzo replied, Tsunade is akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon discovering a threat to Konoha, she would make the necessary choice. In her heart, Konoha is paramount. Other minor obstacles are of little consequence. A cold smirk escaped Shimura as he continued, For now, let us remain concealed in the shadows, revealing the truth to Tsunade, allowing her and the Uchiha clan to engage in mutual destruction. We shall reap the benefits from behind. However, a worry creased Mito's brow. What if the Uchiha clan seeks to assassinate us? After all, they are well aware of our stronghold. Fear not, for the time being. Let us keep a low profile and allow Tsunade and the Uchiha to clash. They will have no time to hunt for us. Even if they dare to come for us, with merely their 200 members, What could they possibly achieve? My only concern lies with whoever lurks behind the Uchiha. Is it Orochimaru? Or someone else entirely? Mito pondered. It should not be Orochimaru. He has been sealed by Hiruzen and cannot use jutsu. This revival of the Uchiha must be orchestrated by someone else, he noted thoughtfully. Then who could it be? Has there been any word from Tsunade? Danzo inquired. According to my scouts, Tsunade has dispatched Kakashi and Might Guy to gather intelligence on the Uchiha's revival. They likely haven't uncovered much. The Uchiha are holed up at their old site, engaged in reconstruction. Unlike Yamato, who possesses wood-release techniques, they require time to build and renovate. It seems they will remain inactive for quite some time, Mito reported. Our intelligence aligns closely. It appears that the one behind the Uchiha is well hidden, Danzo remarked. From the shadows, Yuchi mused. Gentlemen, I stand before you, yet you fail to perceive me. Do you hold me in disdain? Am I unworthy of being the puppet master? Following Mito's discourse, Tsunade sensed the gravity of the Uchiha situation acutely, instinctively linking their emergence to Yuchi, the extraordinary papaya. The transformations of Hinata Hinata, and Kazumitsuri Mocha during this nin exam did not escape Tsunade's notice. Hinata was faring well, having grown from approximately 160 centimeters to 170 centimeters at the age of 14, indicating good nutrition and rapid growth. However, Hanabi and Mocha were different. At just 10 years old, they had not even begun to develop, yet had suddenly grown to match Hinata's statuesque beauty, which was rather abnormal. Even with a diet rich in nourishment, such rapid growth was implausible, particularly within the span of mere days. The taijutsu displayed by Hanabi, Hinata, and Mocha during the second round of the nin exam closely mirrored the techniques previously exhibited by Yuchi. This signifies that these martial arts belong entirely to Yuchi. Their transformations are all instigated by Yuchi. Given their capabilities, resurrecting a few individuals is not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, the emergence of the Uchiha clan seems specifically orchestrated to assist Yuchi in maintaining order. It is precisely due to the Uchiha's presence and Hanabi's meddling that Yuchi has momentarily evaded accountability for the assassination of the daimyo of the Land of Flowers. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Tsunade refuses to accept that it could be so naive. She perceives it as a calculated scheme. Yuchi meticulously plotted all of this, intending for the Uchiha clan to rise and take charge of the security of Konoha. However, why would Yuchi desire such a burdensome responsibility, which is so despised by the villagers? What has this individual foreseen? Tsunade pondered deeply, ultimately deciding to pay a visit to Yuchi's residence. Shizun, bring some fine sake. We shall venture to that rascal's home together. Tsunade emphatically slammed her palm on the table, resolved to confront Yuchi, that impudent boy. It is highly likely that the Uchiha clan's resurgence is orchestrated by him. Otherwise, he would not have discreetly claimed, I can resurrect your brother. Initially, Tsunade had been skeptical of Yoshi's assertion. However, in recent days, observing the resurrected members of the Uchiha clan thriving vibrantly without a care, she began to question her judgment. Could it be that Yoshi's words were not mere jest? Shinju, Tsunade murmured softly, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the endearing and innocent visage of her brother. Lady Tsunade, shall we inquire of Yoshi's brother if he desires some papaya? Shizun approached, cradling 3 bottles of sake, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With papaya, one can become more beautiful, fairer, and even larger. Shizun touched her front, unable to suppress her joy at the thought of soon growing larger once more. Papaya, all you think of is papaya? You've grown so much already. How much larger do you wish to be? Tsunade retorted, exasperated by Shizun's fixation. Since consuming Yoshi's peculiar papaya, the girl has been utterly distracted at work, her thoughts constantly lingering on it. Lady Tsunade, yours is so large. I still fall short in comparison. Shizun responded. Oh, so you aspire to surpass me in size? You little brat. Do you truly wish to outgrow me? Tsunade felt her authority being challenged. She is the sole arbiter of the greatest standards in Konoha. The title of the most luxurious vehicle in Konoha is not one to be contested. No, I shall not concern myself with the Uchiha clan for now. If they seek vengeance, let it be against Danzo and Mito's flame. Why should I meddle in their affairs? Danzo and Mito have always been at odds with me. I have no control over their power, and it may be best for them to clash with the Uchiha. After all, once the Uchiha resurrect, they will likely cherish their lives more and refrain from engaging in such perilous coups. First, let us focus on the papaya. The status of the most luxurious vehicle in Konoha is something I shall never allow to be snatched from my grasp. If Danzo and Mito Menyen were to learn that a mere papaya could alter Tsunade's convictions, they would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Their painstakingly devised plans would be rendered futile. Chapter 143. This time, we must ensure that insufferable brat, Yushikiya, is thoroughly intoxicated. Lady Hokage, the daimyo summons you. Just as Tsunade was preparing to visit Yushikiya's residence, a member of the Anbu appeared before her, kneeling respectfully. The daimyo summons me? Tsunade inquired, taken aback. What business does the daimyo have with me? Lord Danzo has conferred with the daimyo, and subsequently, the summons was issued, replied the Anbu ninja. Damn that Danzo. Has he gone and reported me again? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Due to the ongoing Chunin exams, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was present in Konohagakure, allowing Tsunade to swiftly arrive at the daimyo's residence. In a conference room, she encountered the daimyo and several emissaries. I have heard from Danzo that you have allowed the perpetrator of the assassination of the daimyo of the Land of Flowers to remain at large. The daimyo stated with an air of authority. Esteemed daimyo, capturing individuals is not within my jurisdiction, Tsunade retorted. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, how can you claim to lack the authority to apprehend anyone? The daimyo questioned. Esteemed daimyo, the power to maintain public order within the village lies with the Uchiha clan's Konohagakure police force, as established long ago, Tsunade explained. But the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and the police force no longer exists. How can it still govern? The daimyo asked. Did Danzo not inform you? The Uchiha clan has been revived and has formally reclaimed the authority over village security, Tsunade asserted. What? The Uchiha clan has returned? The daimyo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Those who have perished for so many years can be resurrected? There exists a forbidden technique that allows the souls of the deceased to be summoned back from the afterlife through sacrificial rites, Tsunade clarified. Such an astonishing forbidden technique exists? The daimyo was momentarily taken aback, eventually regaining composure. If the Uchiha clan has indeed returned and reclaimed their authority, why have they not apprehended the assassin of the daimyo of the Land of Flowers? The Uchiha clan is currently occupied with the reconstruction of their clan's homeland. They likely have not yet found the time, Tsunade replied nonchalantly, still contemplating the papaya in Yushikiya's possession, not wishing for him to be captured. Is that truly the case? The daimyo fell into deep contemplation after hearing her words. The emissaries from the Land of Flowers have lodged complaints with me, demanding the apprehension of the assassin who killed their daimyo. They insist that the Uchiha clan swiftly capture the perpetrator and provide an explanation to the Land of Flowers. The daimyo asserted sternly. Esteemed daimyo, this matter is rather intricate. To my knowledge, the daimyo of the Land of Flowers initiated the conflict by attempting to forcibly abduct Hinata's second princess, Hinata Hanabi, and a confrontation ensued with Yushikiya, who was protecting her, resulting in the fatality. If we were to forcibly hand over Yushikiya to the Land of Flowers, it could provoke discontent among the Huga clan. Tsunade explained slowly. Such a reason exists? The daimyo pondered deeply after Tsunade's explanation. The esteemed lord of the flower country audaciously ventured into our Konoha village to brazenly seize the daughter of a prestigious family, intending to return as a mere concubine. This is a flagrant affront to our Fire Nation. If we acquiesce to such an indignity and surrender our valiant protectors, what will prevent these petty lords from incessantly coming to our village, wielding their power with impunity? Tsunade articulated slowly. What then should we do about this matter? An envoy could not restrain himself from inquiring. We must make an example of them, to instill fear in lesser beings, Tsunade declared with authority. Make an example? The lord questioned, perplexed. The lord of the flower country must face consequences for his misdeeds. If the flower country remains compliant, it is well. However, should they persist in their insolence, we shall obliterate their insignificant land. By doing so, we will naturally command their respect, Tsunade asserted fiercely. The flower country is but a small settlement, with a few hundred inhabitants, devoid of a ninja village and lacking in combat prowess. A single Kakashi could easily handle it. Let us proceed as you suggest, the lord pondered briefly, finding merit in her reasoning. Though he too held the title of lord, the disparity in strength was monumental. What right did they have to threaten him? Upon departing the lord's residence, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Tsunade's face. Lady Tsunade, what does the lord require of you? Ino had been waiting outside for quite some time. Nothing of great import. It is merely that Danzo seeks to manipulate the lord into confronting Yushikiya. hoping to incite discord between me and the Uchiha clan, all while he lurks in the shadows, reaping the benefits, Tsunade replied, her smile revealing her awareness of Danzo's schemes. And how did you respond to the Lord? Ino inquired with curiosity. Oh, I merely suggested the Lord annihilate the Flower Country, Tsunade responded with a grin. Ah, Ino's eyes widened in astonishment. This is not characteristic of you, Lady Tsunade. Are you truly considering initiating war? Not at all. I merely intend to issue a slight warning to the emissaries of the Flower Country, urging them to remain silent, lest they invite retribution. Humph. Do they truly believe that their status grants them unfettered freedom in our Konoha? Tsunade cared little for status. She was not concerned with being pressured by the title of a lord. The lords of smaller nations paled in comparison to the significance of the papaya in Yushikiya's possession. Her only concern was that papaya. What were these minor lords worth in her pursuit of beauty, fairness, youth, and abundance? They were merely a collection of insignificant beings. If the Flower Country were to discover that Tsunade would wage war over a papaya, they would surely be incensed to the point of hemorrhaging. Come, let us proceed to Yushikiya's residence, Tsunade cheerfully directed, pointing in the direction of his home. Lady Tsunade, may I have a share of the papaya this time? Ino beseeched. During the last encounter, you stealthily consumed one of my papayas, and I have yet to settle the score with you, remarked Tsunade with a frosty demeanor. However, I did ask Shizun for a replacement papaya for you, replied Shizun. True, but that does not change the fact that you clandestinely appropriated my papaya, Tsunade retorted icily. You're so stingy, Shizun muttered under her breath. If I were stingy, I wouldn't have brought you along. Whether or not you can obtain a papaya depends solely on your performance. Tsunade glanced at the high-proof liquor in Shizun's hands, and the hangover remedy is prepared, right? This time, we must ensure that insufferable brat, Yushikiya, gets thoroughly intoxicated. Chapter 144. A surprise for Hinata Huga at the Yushikiya residence. After a delightful meal, the group tidied up the table. Hinata Hanabi eagerly pulled Hinata into Yushikiya's bedroom, where they excitedly began watching The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Observing the curious Hinata Mirai at the doorway, Yushikiya smiled and said, Miss Mirai, aren't you going to take a look inside? A rosy hue crept across Hinata Mirai's cheeks. How could she possibly enter Yushikiya's bedroom? My duty is to protect Lady Hinata. I must remain outside, ever vigilant. Well done. Your awareness is commendable. Yushikiya smiled. It seems you have a fondness for papayas, Miss Mirai. You need not address me as Miss Mirai. Simply call me Mirai. She gently corrected him before continuing. Indeed, I do enjoy papayas. Is that so? Yushikiya pondered whether he should offer a nutritious papaya to Hinata Mirai. The papaya he used for the papaya chicken soup earlier was merely an ordinary one, which thankfully did not result in an unexpected explosion. Hinata Mirai was quite appealing, possessing a curvaceous figure, standing approximately 5'6" or 7", wearing shorts that revealed a glimpse of her fair legs, with her dainty feet bare, adorned with red nail polish. She exuded a unique charm. I have a papaya here. Would you like one? After some deliberation, Yushikiya presented a nutritious papaya to Hinata Mirai. For me? Hinata Mirai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Yushikiya truly offered her a papaya. This is no ordinary papaya. Yushikiya winked at her. Not an ordinary papaya? Hinata Mirai regarded him skeptically, unable to discern any difference. Ding. A puzzlement from Hinata Mirai. 20. What is so special about it? Just peel a bit of the skin and take a whiff. Yushikiya suggested with a smile. Curious, Hinata Mirai gingerly peeled back a portion of the skin, and an enchanting aroma wafted into her nostrils. How fragrant. How could this papaya possess a milky scent? It's so marvelous. Yushikiya, what variety of papaya is this? It has a milky fragrance. Hinata Mirai's face radiated curiosity. Despite having tasted countless papayas, she had never encountered one with such a delightful aroma. This was an astonishing surprise for her. This is a beauty-enhancing, breast-firming papaya. Yuki smiled and said, by consuming her, your skin can instantly become fair and delicate, and furthermore, it can develop once again and grow larger. Ah, Hinata Mirai. Upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Is that truly possible? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, you shall know once you partake. Yuki nodded affirmatively. Then I shall eat it. Without hesitation, Hinata Mirai produced a small knife from her pocket and skillfully began to slice. Observing her adeptness, it was evident she had often prepared papaya. Without peeling, she cut it into small pieces, devoid of seeds, ready for consumption. Lord Chiya, Would you care for some? She presented the cut papaya on a plate, offering it to Yuki first. No, please enjoy it yourself. Yuki shook his head. He was already handsome enough and had no need to consume copious amounts of papaya to enhance his complexion. If he became any fairer, he would truly resemble a pretty boy. Then I shall indulge. With eager anticipation, Hinata Mirai grasped a piece and took a bite. This is absolutely delicious. She relished the exquisite taste, quickly devouring all the papaya on the plate. 1 piece, 2, 3, 4. Soon enough, she felt an itch. Oh, it itches, Lord Chia. She scratched her front, a hint of worry crossing her mind. Was this a negative reaction? Fear not. It will grow shortly. Yuki observed with excitement, pondering whether it might burst. Hinata Mirai wore a snug, netted bodysuit, and Yuki estimated there was an 80 to 90% chance it would indeed burst. Crack. As anticipated. A loud rip echoed through the air. Hinata Mirai quickly covered herself, her face flushed crimson, too shy to meet Yuki's gaze. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Ding. Shock from Hinata Mirai 100. Ding. Shyness from Hinata Mirai 100. Ding. Shyness from Hinata Mirai 100. Well, did I deceive you, Mirai? It truly grows instantly. Yuki, with a thick skin, grinned at the now torn Hinata Mirai, teasing, no need to hide. Just the other day, you ambushed me and saw me, did you not? Although I wasn't as well endowed then. It's your fault for deliberately tearing my clothes. Hinata Mirai retorted shyly. My fault? How unfair. Yuki feigned grievance, exclaiming, you were the one who ambushed me, yet you blame me? And in the end, I even lent you my jacket. Mirai, you must speak with a clear conscience. At this moment, Hinata Mirai was utterly embarrassed. Her front had suddenly sprung forth, and Yuki had witnessed it all. This left her feeling exceedingly bashful and awkward, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide away from the world. She had never anticipated that Yuki's assertion of instant growth would manifest in such an explosive manner. It was truly mortifying. Lord Chia, I apologize. I must take my leave for a moment. Hinata Mirai rose hastily to change her clothes. Go wash up. Your face has become dirty. All the toxins have been expelled. Farewell, Lord Chia. Hinata Hanabi hurriedly left, entering her bedroom and rummaging for quite some time without finding a suitable breastplate. She could only make do with nothing. Grabbing her pajamas, she headed towards the bathroom. Uchiha watched as Hinata Mirai rushed into the bathroom, and he subsequently made his way into the bedroom. Hinata Hanabi and Hinata were engrossed in watching television. Uchiha paid no mind to the two television enthusiasts, directly retrieving a set of pajamas from the wardrobe before emerging. Once in the hall, he walked toward the bathroom. How could he miss such a splendid opportunity to bathe together? He boldly pushed the door open. Hinata Mirai was mesmerized by the large object before her. Unable to tear her gaze away, startled by the sudden sound of the door opening, she quickly submerged herself, leaving only her little head exposed. Uchiha approached with a smile, slowly lowering himself beside her under Hinata Mirai's astonished gaze. Chapter 145. Uchiha's remarkable composure. Hinata Mirai's face turned crimson. She was utterly unprepared for Uchiha to enter before her eyes and sit beside her. Why did you come in? She stammered, wishing she could flee. But being submerged in water made that impossible. Emerging would expose her entirely to Uchiha's gaze. She could only lower her head and turn her face away, avoiding eye contact. I came in to take a bath. The reason this bathtub is so large is to accommodate everyone for a communal bath. Uchiha replied cheerfully, showing no signs of awkwardness. Why are you blushing so much? What is there to be embarrassed about? We're all just a little different, he added playfully. Lord Chia, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell Lady Hinata. Hinata Mirai pouted, her cheeks flushed. At her age, it was her first time sharing a bath with a boy. She felt nervous, exhilarated, and shy all at once. Ding. Hinata Mirai's shyness 100. Ding. Hinata Mirai's anxiety 100. Ding. Hinata Mirai's anger 10. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha chuckled, realizing that this girl was merely slightly angry, with the majority of her feelings being shyness and anxiety. I'm not bullying you. I'm just taking a bath. Uchiha feigned innocence. Mirai, you must not repay kindness with malice. I gave you a precious papaya that helped you become beautiful, fair, youthful, and voluptuous. This is something countless girls dream of. Even your fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, frequently threatens me to give her papayas. Look at you now. You're starting to float. Could you have done that before? Uchiha teased, observing Hinata Mirai. Perhaps due to her embarrassment, Hinata Mirai turned her face away, failing to notice her buoyancy. Float? What do you mean by float? Hinata Mirai asked, puzzled, still unaware of her peculiar situation. Due to her lack of prior experience with floating, she did not immediately notice, allowing Uchiha, the seasoned veteran, to indulge in a delightful view. No, what floating? I was just rambling. He quickly corrected himself upon seeing Hinata Mirai's obliviousness to the unusual occurrence. Seizing the opportunity before she became aware, he thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Curiosity piqued, Hinata Mirai withdrew her gaze, adjusted her head, and felt the rippling water ahead. Glancing down, she gasped, her face flushed crimson, extending to her neck. How utterly embarrassing. She had never anticipated that she would float now that she had grown. Furthermore, it was embarrassing to be seen by Uchiha. She wished fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Uchiha chuckled softly, choosing not to tease her further. With a swift kick, he splashed water and swam away. After a hearty meal, swimming aids digestion and promotes health, and Uchiha cherished his well-being. He refrained from late nights, exercised diligently, and prioritized his health above all else. Of course, on occasion, he might sacrifice sleep for work. Observing Uchiha swim away, Hinata Mirai's expression turned complex. Although Uchiha had shamelessly joined her in the bath, he had not touched her, merely casting a brief glance at her buoyant form. Taking advantage of his absence, she hastily scrubbed herself clean and dashed to the washing area, rinsed off, and quickly dressed before sneaking away, utterly flustered. Returning to her bedroom, she felt a lingering sense of trepidation. However, recalling the moment Uchiha entered, her cheeks flushed anew. Uchiha truly had an admirable physique. Ding. Shyness from Hinata Mirai, 100 ding. Shyness from Hinata Mirai, 100, while swimming. Uchiha inexplicably received a substantial influx of shyness points from Hinata Mirai, leaving him bewildered. He had distanced himself from her. Why were so many emotions still directed toward him? Perplexed, he pondered the situation. Upon returning, he noticed Hinata Mirai had escaped and smiled faintly, not overly concerned. After cleaning up, he dressed and exited. Back in the hall, he unexpectedly found Tsunade conversing with Hinata Mirai. Uchiha thought to himself, what brings this grand figure here? Is she here to settle a score with me? Analyzing the situation internally, he maintained a composed exterior as he walked in. All cleaned up. I was hoping to soak in the hot springs with my little brother. Tsunade exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Uchiha. Huga Mirai was taken aback upon hearing Tsunade refer to Yuya as little brother. It suddenly made sense why she had refrained from confronting him on that day beneath the Hokage building. Their relationship was far more intricate than it initially appeared. Mirai was enlightened. I don't take baths with old women, Yuya remarked recklessly, seeking to gauge Tsunade's disposition, wondering if she truly concealed daggers behind her smiles. Tsunade's expression darkened at his words. Beside them, Shizun's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected Yuya to dare call Tsunade an old woman. Tsunade despised being addressed in such a manner, and Shizun felt as if a volcano were on the verge of erupting. Mirai, too, was astonished that Yuya had the audacity to call the fifth Hokage an old woman. How bold. Initially believing that Yuya and the fifth Hokage shared a sibling-like bond, she now sensed an underlying tension. What did you say? Tsunade glowered at Yuya, her fists crackling ominously. I was just joking. Do you believe me? Yuya replied awkwardly. Bring me 10 papayas, and I might believe you. Otherwise, prepare to face my iron fists. Chapter 146. The contest between Yuya and Tsunade, Huga Mirai, and Shizun were nearly speechless upon hearing Tsunade's ultimatum. Just 10 papayas could appease her? Shizun mused. Is this truly the Tsunade I know? Could it possibly be an impostor, capable of tolerating being called an old woman? No, Yuya persisted in his reckless banter, grinning as he continued. If you want papayas, you can have just one life. I can take it from you anytime without batting an eye. Tsunade clenched her teeth in frustration. Were it not for her strong desire for papayas, she would have already unleashed her iron fists upon Yuya. Fortunately, you have not done so. This boy has replicated your immense strength. If a fight ensued, it would be quite a spectacle. Ding. A hint of anger has been detected. 10 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yuya understood that Tsunade was not genuinely angry. It seemed the allure of papayas was indeed significant enough to quell her ire. After their previous encounter, Tsunade merely spoke out of jest. She would never truly resort to violence, lest she require assistance from Yamato to rebuild and spend her own funds on furnishings. 5. No less, Tsunade stated. Her demands suddenly halved, her imposing aura diminished. No No papayas. Yuya steadfastly refused to relent. He could not allow Tsunade to believe she could easily manipulate him. Tsunade, it was I who suppressed the matter of your killing. Tsunade retorted in frustration. Are you truly angering your benefactor? Seeing Yuya's obstinacy, she shifted her strategy. Suppressed? Danzo dared not apprehend me. The Uchiha clan believes my actions were justified. I protected the villagers of my own home, and am even to be rewarded. Yuya boldly proclaimed. The feudal lord demanded I take you down, and it was I who shielded you from that fate. Tsunade replied, exasperated. I have rendered you an immense service. Surely you ought to express some form of gratitude. You must comprehend that if the daimyo issues a warrant for your arrest, you would become a fugitive in the land of fire, facing hostility and pursuit from all the villagers. In such a scenario, you would find yourself in considerable trouble. I have argued tirelessly on your behalf before the daimyo to resolve this significant predicament. Should you not show some appreciation? What is it that you desire, Lady Tsunade? Upon hearing this, it became evident that Tsunade had indeed assisted him greatly, and Yuchi, with a beaming smile, responded amiably. He has always been kind to those who treat him well, yet he was uncertain about Tsunade's true disposition, which prompted his cautious inquiry. Indeed, he had not become a fugitive in the land of fire, thus he could trust Tsunade's words. I want papayas, 10 of them, Tsunade boldly declared. That's excessive. I cannot accommodate such a request, Yuchi replied, shaking his head. Then 9. It cannot be any less, Tsunade countered. 9 is still too many. I do not possess that quantity, Yuchi reiterated. How about 8? It truly cannot be fewer, Tsunade persisted in her negotiation. 8 also exceeds my means. Yuchi continued to shake his head. How many can you actually procure? Tsunade inquired, exasperated, finding the young man rather stingy. Just 1. Yuchi contemplated briefly before responding slowly. 1 is far too little, Tsunade shook her head, insisting, at least 5. 2. That is my final offer. Yuchi gritted his teeth. 4. It cannot be any less, Tsunade countered once more. After deliberating, Yuchi decided to abandon his usual tactics, declaring, 10. I shall not haggle any further. I will give you 10, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade gazed at Yuchi in disbelief, asking, What did you say, little brother Chi? You intend to give me 10? Ding, Tsunade surprised 100. Indeed, Yuchi nodded solemnly. I believe you, my esteemed Lady Tsunade, have sacrificed too much for me. I must repay you with 10. Is that true? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding, Tsunade's exhilaration 100 beside them, Shizune, upon hearing the astonishing number, also felt her eyes brighten. With so many, surely even if Lady Tsunade refused to share half, she might at least receive 1 or 2. Ding, Shizune's excitement 100 absolutely. Yuchi affirmed with a nod. Quickly, bring them forth. Tsunade urged eagerly, envisioning how she would appear with 10 papayas. Surely, she would become the epitome of beauty, surpassing even celestial beings. Tsunade had already begun to fantasize about transforming into a legendary beauty. Wait here, Lady Tsunade. I shall fetch the money and promptly go to the market to procure 10 papayas for you. As Yuchi spoke, he headed towards his bedroom. Hold on. Hearing that Yuchi intended to purchase the papayas for her, Tsunade's expression suddenly dimmed. What did you say, little brother Chi? You wish to go to the market to buy papayas for me? Ding, Tsunade's confusion 50 yes. Yuki smiled and said, I am aware of the effort you have put in for me, Tsunade-sensei. I have decided not to purchase 10. Rather, I shall acquire 100. So that you may indulge in them thoroughly. As Yuki spoke, he began to head towards his bedroom. Hold on. Kanji continued to call out. Tsunade-sensei, is there something else you need? Yuki smiled again. Are the papayas you wish to buy the ordinary ones from the market? Tsunade inquired. Ding. Tsunade's little irritation. 20 what ordinary papayas? They're merely papayas, are they not? If you desire them, Tsunade-sensei, I shall procure them for you. Yuki feigned ignorance of Tsunade's words. Brother Chiya, that is rather inconsiderate. Do you think I would need to ask you for those common papayas? What I want are the nutritious, breast-enhancing, beauty-boosting papayas. Tsunade glared at Yuki, finding his behavior utterly exasperating. He was fully aware of her desires, yet pretended to be oblivious. Ding, Tsunade's resentment. 50, you should have mentioned it earlier, Tsunade-sensei. You said you wanted papayas. But I had no idea you meant the ones for enhancing beauty and bust. Yuki replied with an expression of feigned grievance. Seeing Yuki's pitiful demeanor, Tsunade felt a strong urge to send him flying with a slap. However, for the sake of the papayas, she held back. In pursuit of beauty, fairness, youth, and enhancement. She endured. One must bear hardship to achieve greatness. Enduring hardship is the path to ascendancy. I can hardly believe that. The more you endure, the greener your head will become. Love is a light that will only make you feel uneasy. Chapter 147. Tonight. Yuki must drink until he is intoxicated. Yuki's unpredictable behavior left Tsunade exceedingly frustrated. Meanwhile, Shizen stood by, astonished. Yuki remained innocently rooted in place, waving his hands and shrugging. Please, dear sister, just clarify what type of papaya you desire. The breast-enhancing nutritious papayas are all gone. They've all been consumed. My apologies, Tsunade-sensei, Yuki sighed softly. Beside them, Hinata Mirai's expression shifted noticeably, as she seemed to recall having eaten a breast-enhancing nutritious papaya not long ago. She glanced at Yuki, then at Tsunade, who appeared increasingly agitated, feeling conflicted about whether to speak up. On one side stood the fifth Hokage, and on the other was Lord Jeriah. Whom should she support? Logically, as a ninja of the village, she should align with Tsunade. However, having consumed Yuki's papaya and betraying him would be even worse. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand cannot betray them. Moreover, their esteemed lady would likely become Yuki's wife in the future. Thus, betrayal was not an option. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata Mirai decided to remain silent. Tsunade seemed to comprehend Yuki's character, realizing that unless she offered something of value, this mischievous boy would not part with his prized breast-enhancing and whitening papayas. Given this, she proposed, let us set aside the papayas for now and indulge in some drinks. Tsunade revealed a faint smile and said, Come, Shizune, bring over the wine. Tsunade gestured for Shizune to retrieve the box she was holding. Drinking? Upon hearing Tsunade express her desire for a drink, Yuki Shikiya felt a sudden surge of interest. Drinking, after all, often leads to someone becoming inebriated and engaging in audacious acts. In that moment, Shizune approached, cradling a box. She opened it to reveal an array of high-proof liquor. Chicken wings, peanuts, kidneys, chicken legs, and an assortment of appetizers meant to accompany the drinks. Everything was meticulously prepared, suggesting forethought and planning. Come on, little brother Shikiya. Let us venture to the high-rise for a few drinks. Tsunade exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Yuki's shoulder with enthusiasm, entirely dismissing any semblance of disappointment regarding the absence of papaya. Since you, esteemed Tsunade, have prepared everything, I shall graciously comply, Yuki replied. Slightly aware of the alluring fragrance emanating from Tsunade, a smile gracing his lips. Will you join us, Hinata? Tsunade inquired, glancing at the silent Hinata who had been lost in thought for quite some time. I must decline. I have a mission to attend to, Hinata replied, shaking her head, her role not permitting her to partake in Tsunade's revelry. Then we shall take our leave, Tsunade declared, leading Yuki outside toward the high-rise, while Shizune quietly followed behind with the food in her arms. After Tsunade and Yuki departed, Hinata felt compelled to inform Lady Hanabi of the arrival of the fifth Hokage. Upon reaching Yuki's bedroom door, Hinata knelt gracefully, proclaiming, Lady Hanabi, the fifth Hokage has arrived and is currently sharing drinks with Lord Shikiya at the high-rise. Would you like to join them? Lady Hinata, engrossed in the captivating world of the legend of the swordsman, turned at the sound of Hinata's voice. Her expression filled with curiosity. What brings the fifth Hokage here? She inquired. Hinata replied, It appears the fifth Hokage has come for Lord Shikiya's papaya. Papaya? Even at such an age, the fifth Hokage still seeks papaya? Hanabi interjected, unable to contain her surprise. She had long desired to consume more papaya to aid her growth. Yet her elder brother had denied her, claiming her current stature was ample and that further consumption would hinder her development. Ah, Sister Futaba, your bosom has grown, Hanabi exclaimed suddenly, astonished. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that Hanabi had noticed her fuller figure. Due to this change, she found herself without suitable armor. And as she knelt, Hanabi caught a glimpse of her unadorned form. Lord Shikiya gifted me a breast-enhancing papaya, Hinata confessed candidly. My elder brother is truly biased. He allows others to grow, yet denies me the same privilege, Hanabi lamented, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. I shall not join the fifth Hokage in drinking with Lord Shikiya. I do not wish to miss the unfolding drama, Lady Hinata remarked, reluctant to depart, especially since Lord Shikiya had not extended an invitation to her, clearly indicating she need not accompany them. Moreover, she had yet to formally establish herself as the mistress of the household, further diminishing the necessity to host guests. Meanwhile, at the high-rise, as Yuki raised his glass in a toast with Tsunade, he inexplicably received a wave of 30 points of melancholy from Hanabi. What troubles this young lady? He pondered. Why did watching television evoke such a sense of melancholy within him? What troubles you, dear Shikiya? Are you not able to manage? Tsunade said with a playful smile. How could I possibly be incapable? You, Shikiya exclaimed, his eyes wide open, then with a smirk added, Tsunade, my esteemed elder sister. Why not test it for yourself and see? My name, Shikiya, is not one to be taken lightly. Kakashi, since Shikiya has spoken, you ought to pour the drinks. Tsunade commanded. Oh, Kakashi promptly filled Shikiya's glass to the brim, then filled Tsunade's as well. Come, Shikiya, let us raise our glasses once more. Tsunade lifted her cup, clinking it with Shikiya's, resolute in her determination to intoxicate this bothersome younger brother. She was confident that, having taken the antidote beforehand, she and Kakashi together could not be bested by one Shikiya. Cheers, Shikiya said, chewing on a chicken wing, spitting out the bone, then raising his glass to clink with Tsunade's, downing the contents in one go. After several shots of potent liquor, Shikiya felt a fiery sensation in his belly, while a faint flush crept onto his cheeks. Although Tsunade had taken the antidote, the strong liquor also left her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe red apple, tempting and delectable, invoking a desire to take a bite. Kakashi, you two should propose a toast to Shikiya. Tsunade planned to alternate toasting with Kakashi, determined to bring Shikiya to his knees that night. Tsunade filled both Shikiya's and Kakashi's glasses, signaling for Kakashi to toast Shikiya. I raise this glass to you. In gratitude for your prior assistance, Kakashi smiled. Shikiya, in a magnanimous manner, lifted his glass. No need for formality. I, Shikiya, am known for my warm-hearted nature, always ready to assist those in need. Delivering warmth and comfort is what I excel at. Shikiya clinked glasses with Kakashi and drank it all down. Chapter 148. Brothers urinate together. The two ladies took turns toasting Shikiya, and after several rounds, his face was flushed. The two women also bore rosy cheeks. Thanks to the antidote, Kakashi, who had consumed 7 or 8 cups that night, surprisingly remained sober, swaying slightly beside Shikiya with a cheerful smile. Tsunade, on the other hand, appeared steady, pouring drinks without a tremor in her hand. Shikiya let out a deep burp, his head feeling heavy. I'll just step out for a moment. I'll return shortly. I must go as well. Kakashi wobbled, raising her hand, standing up, and tugging at Shikiya's sleeve to follow behind. I need to relieve myself too, Tsunade exclaimed, suddenly feeling the urge, rising to follow suit. The trio staggered to the restroom, which had but a single facility. Who shall go first? Shikiya asked, somewhat dazed. Why not all together, and see who can aim the farthest? Kakashi suggested, wobbling slightly, a surprising proposition. What a splendid idea, Tsunade exclaimed, her interest piqued. Eager to challenge who could urinate the farthest. But how shall we measure? Squatting or standing? Uchiha had taken an interest, slightly intoxicated, and without much contemplation. He simply joined in the fun when others expressed their amusement. Of course, standing is the way to go for distance, Shizen said, her mind clouded. Yes. Let us compete standing up, Tsunade, in a daze, instinctively concurred. What shall we wager? What are the stakes for the loser? Uchiha inquired. How about we use nutritious papayas as our prize? Shizen chimed in cheerfully. Do you even have nutritious papayas? Uchiha asked. We don't have any nutritious papayas. Do we, Lady Tsunade? Shizen pondered. What do we do then? How about this? If one of us wins, you'll give each of us 10 papayas. If you win, we'll unconditionally grant you one request. How does that sound? Tsunade suggested, still somewhat muddled. Sounds good. It's a deal, Uchiha said, slightly dazed, before agreeing. They positioned themselves before the toilet. The one who got closest to it would lose. Toilet. What have I done to deserve this treatment? All was set. Let us begin. Uchiha launched his stream first, seizing the advantage. Tsunade followed closely, and Shizun, not to be outdone, joined in as well. The sounds of 3 streams filled the air. Uchiha's eyes widened as he observed the 2 streams that were nearly equal in distance to his own. His pressurized water gun was almost outdone. Fortunately, the pressure held out just enough for him to win by a slight margin. You've lost, he declared cheerfully as he finished. Oh no, what a pity. If only I had held on a bit longer before competing, Tsunade lamented, regretting the loss of 10 papayas. If only I had tried a little harder, Shizen echoed. Both having lost to Uchiha, they were now obliged to unconditionally agree to one of his requests. Remember, You each owe me one unconditional favor. Uchiha said with a playful shake of his body. I want to forget. Tsunade replied, somewhat disheartened. I got it. Shizune responded with regret. Let us head out and continue drinking, Uchiha called out. Cheers. Tsunade exclaimed loudly. Since we've lost the standing competition, we must not lose while seated drinking. I'm in as well, Shizune insisted, unwilling to back down. Thus, a new round of battle commenced, with each taking turns to drink. After several rounds, Shizune was the first to succumb, leaving only Uchiha and Tsunade. The two embraced like brothers, reveling in camaraderie. Come on, brother, let us drink, Tsunade exclaimed, shaking her head. Cheers, my good brother, Uchiha responded. Their drinking became instinctive, actions taken without much thought, as they grew increasingly intoxicated, losing track of their surroundings. Brother, why is yours so different from mine? Why is yours so much bigger? Tsunade asked, her face a mask of curiosity as she slurred her words. I do have one, Uchiha replied. Uchiha peeked out curiously and asked, Brother, what on earth did you consume to grow so large? Isn't it exhausting? Exhausting? Tsunade shook her head. Not at all. It's quite manageable. Chapter 149. Awakening from intoxication the following day, Uchiha groggily awakened to find himself in his own bedroom. A pounding headache plagued him, a consequence of last night's revelry, having indulged a bit too much. Yuki-kun, you're awake. Here, have some hangover tea. Hinata Huga, who had been watching over him, smiled as she offered a cup of restorative tea. Is that you, little Hinata? Did you bring me back to my room? Uchiha inquired, accepting the tea with curiosity. Yes, Yuki-kun, Hinata replied softly. After watching television with Hanabi last night, I intended to ask you to download the sequel. However, when I reached the upper floor, I found you and Lord Fifth Hokage asleep. To prevent you from catching a chill, I carried you back. What about Tsunade and Shizune? Uchiha asked after sipping the tea. Lord Fifth Hokage and Senior Shizune are still asleep next door, Hinata responded. Are you experiencing a headache? Would you like me to place a warm towel on your forehead? No, thank you. I'll drink some more of this hangover tea. Uchiha recalled that the system shop had a remedy for hangovers that could alleviate all aftereffects of drinking. He opened the system shop, located the hangover remedy, and spent 10 points to purchase a bottle. After retrieving it, he poured out a pill and swallowed it. What are you taking, Yuki-kun? Hinata asked. Her curiosity piqued as she watched him consume the pill without hesitation. This is a special hangover remedy. One pill can resolve all the aftereffects of drinking. Uchiha explained with a smile, swallowing the pill along with the tea. Instantly, he felt a refreshing sensation. The ache in his head gradually diminished, and soon, he felt revitalized. Are you feeling better, Yuki-kun? Hinata asked in astonishment, observing how his demeanor transformed within moments after taking the pill. Yes, I'm feeling quite well, Uchiha replied with a smile. He took Hinata's small hand, pulling her beside him. You smell delightful, little Hinata. Have you bathed? Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Her demeanor shy yet joyful. No, I haven't. I just smell like this, she exclaimed, her happiness evident as she received his compliment. Your natural scent is truly enchanting. Little Hinata, I find you utterly delightful, Uchiha said, gently kissing her small hand. If Yuki-kun likes it, then I'm glad, Hinata replied, her face aglow with crimson. Resembling a perfectly ripe, sweet apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. With her bashful demeanor, Hinata appeared exceedingly adorable, leaving Uchiha momentarily entranced. Come here, Hinata. Let me give you a kiss. With that, Yuki sat up, leaning slowly towards Hinata Huga. Her face flushed crimson. She did not refuse. Closing her beautiful eyes and pouting her delicate lips in quiet anticipation. Notification. Expectation from Hinata Huga 100. Notification. Shyness from Hinata Huga 100. Notification. Unease from Hinata Huga 100. Yuki slightly tilted his head, inching closer to her soft lips. As their lips met, a wave of sweetness enveloped them. Ahem. A sudden series of coughs interrupted their moment of bliss. Hinata gasped, pulling away from Yuki, her shyness compelling her to avert her gaze. Yuki, slightly irritated, wondered who dared to intrude upon their intimate moment. Upon looking up, he found Hanabi Huga, her eyes glistening with tears of jealousy. Notification. Discontent from Hanabi Huga 100. Notification. Resentment from Hanabi Huga 50. Notification. Jealousy from Hanabi Huga 100. Hearing the system's notifications, Yuki's anger dissipated. Oh, it's you, Hanabi. Is there something you need? He inquired, his tone softening. Nothing, you two carry on. I'll come back later, Hanabi replied. Turning to leave, her jealousy over her sister making her feel frustrated and powerless. It's all your fault for letting Hanabi see us, Hinata said, her cheeks and neck flushed, her face a canvas of embarrassment. It's fine. Living together means these moments will inevitably be witnessed. It matters not. Yuki reassured her. Now that Hanabi is gone, shall we continue? He grinned, eager to resume their kiss. Hinata's lips were irresistibly sweet, leaving Yuki yearning for more, as if he could not satiate his desire. Perhaps not. Hanabi likely has matters to discuss with you. You should get up, Yuki-kun. Hinata shyly insisted, her embarrassment preventing her from wanting to kiss again. Reluctantly, Yuki rose, understanding her feelings. After freshening up, he made his way to the hall. Upon entering, he encountered Tsunade, who emerged from a bedroom, cradling her head in her hands. Their eyes locked, and an inexplicable awkwardness washed over Yuki. He could not fathom why, but the mere sight of Tsunade stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Tsunade too felt an odd sense of embarrassment upon seeing Yuki. She could not articulate why. It was simply there, lingering in the air. Yuki vaguely recalled a dream from the previous night involving Tsunade, where they seemed to be engaging in childish antics, competing to see who could urinate further. But that was merely a dream. Why, then, did such emotions linger? Yuki was perplexed. Tsunade shared his confusion, her mind racing with thoughts of an ambiguous encounter with Yuki. However, no matter how hard I try, I simply cannot recall the events. It is quite vexing. They were all so inebriated that everything transpired inadvertently, and upon regaining consciousness, they could remember nothing at all. What about the three of us standing together to relieve ourselves? What about the bear? What about the furious little birds? All of it has completely slipped from my mind. Oh, good morning, Tsunade. Why Shikiya masked her embarrassment with a bright smile as she approached Tsunade. Ha ha ha, good morning. Tsunade laughed heartily, concealing her inexplicable awkwardness while nodding at Wai Shikiya with a beaming expression. Did you sleep well at my new home last night, Tsunade? Chapter 150, Shizen still remembers haha. Yes, I did. Tsunade chuckled, rubbing her temples, which were throbbing painfully. Such is the consequence of excessive drinking. Observing Tsunade's discomfort, Wai Shikiya realized that she was suffering from a headache. Tsunade, I have a hangover remedy here. Let me give you one. Wai Shikiya retrieved a small vial and poured out a pill, placing it in Tsunade's hand. Is this a hangover cure? Tsunade regarded the pill with skepticism, having never seen anything like it before. Notification, Tsunade's confusion 50. Rest assured, Tsunade, this is not poison. I took one just a moment ago, and now I feel invigorated. With no headache whatsoever, Wai Shikiya declared, brimming with energy. Upon seeing Wai Shikiya's vibrant demeanor, which belied any signs of discomfort, Tsunade hesitated for a moment before swallowing the hangover remedy. After a slight gulp, she fully ingested it. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, and soon enough, her headache dissipated. Tsunade was overjoyed. This was nothing short of a miraculous remedy for those who indulge in drinking. In less than a minute, her pain had vanished. This hangover cure is incredibly potent. Where did you acquire such a remarkable remedy, Shikiya? I must have Shizen procure some for me. Tsunade, who had a penchant for gambling and drinking, felt that this remedy was tailor-made for her. I stumbled upon it by chance. Since you desire it, Tsunade, this vial is yours. Wai Shikiya tossed the hangover remedy to Tsunade, who caught it with eagerness. Thank you, little brother. Tsunade unscrewed the cap, revealing an ample supply within, which greatly pleased her. Tsunade, Shizen, still groggy, emerged from one of the bedrooms and instinctively called out upon seeing Tsunade. You're awake, Shizen. Tsunade greeted her with a smile. Yes, Shizen nodded. Hello, good morning, Shizen. Wai Shikiya turned around, enthusiastically greeting Shizen. For some inexplicable reason, Wai Shikiya felt an odd sense of embarrassment upon encountering Shizen. What is happening to me? Wai Shikiya pondered, baffled as to why she felt awkward in the presence of both Tsunade and Shizen when it had not been the case before. Why is this so? Upon seeing Wai Shikiya, Shizen gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Her face flushed bright red. Gee, good morning. In a hushed tone, Shizen murmured that she had matters to attend to and swiftly departed. What could possibly be troubling her? Tsunade gazed in astonishment at Shizen's retreating figure, perplexed by her sudden exit. Yu Shikiya mirrored her surprise, inquiring curiously, Tsunade-sama, what has happened to Shizen-san? I do not know, Tsunade replied. A look of confusion mingled with a hint of disappointment crossing her face. They had yet to secure the papaya. Why had she run off so inexplicably? Outside, on the bustling street, Shizune inhaled deeply, attempting to gather her composure. Overwhelmed by shyness and embarrassment, she recalled the rather awkward moment during their contest of distance, where she, as a support role, had consumed significantly less alcohol than Tsunade and Yu. The memory of the three of them standing together, comparing distances, flooded her with shame. Sitting beneath a cherry blossom tree, she gazed at the delicate petals drifting in the wind, her emotions swirling in complexity. The white blossoms falling gracefully resembled snowflakes in October. What was the matter with her? Why had she fled so abruptly? Shortly thereafter, Tsunade approached, spotting Shizune beneath the cherry blossom tree. With a furrowed brow, she asked, "Do you not remember? Do you not recall, Tsunade-sama?" Shizune rose, her face flushed. "Recall what?" Tsunade questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "The events of last night." Shizune whispered. "What transpired last night?" Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. "It was about urinating." Shizune stammered. "Urinating? What do you mean?" Tsunade's expression was perplexed. "I mean, we urinated together with you." Shizune clarified. "What? You urinated with you?" Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. "Did you and you? You know? Not that." Shizune's face turned crimson as she whispered, "Tsunade-sama, you were involved too. Do you not remember?" "What? I was involved?" Tsunade asked, bewildered. "Are you saying I urinated with you last night?" Shizune nodded earnestly. "So, it wasn't you and you, but rather I and you?" Tsunade was left dumbfounded. Could it be that in her inebriated state, she had crossed into an intimate relationship with you? Yet, she felt no such indications, nor any physical discomfort that would accompany such a revelation. "No, Tsunade-sama," Shizune interjected hastily, fearing Tsunade's thoughts were veering astray. "It was merely urinating together, nothing more. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Tsunade shrugged dismissively. "I have already witnessed Yu's antics at Kurenai's home." However, Tsunade found herself intrigued. One person was standing while the other two were squatting. How on earth were they all managing to use the same toilet simultaneously? Tsunade pondered, utterly perplexed. "How do we actually urinate?" she inquired. "Standing, of course. Lady Tsunade and I are competing to see who can urinate farther," replied Shizune. "If we win, we each get 10 papayas, but if we lose, we must each agree to one unconditional favor for Shia." "Who on earth came up with this ridiculous idea?" Tsunade exclaimed, losing her composure. "Seriously, a woman and a man competing on who can urinate farther? This is madness. Only a foolish woman would engage in such a contest. How could a woman possibly outdistance a man in this regard? One is like a water pipe, while the other is akin to a leaky drain. How could a leaky drain ever compete with a water pipe?" Shizune lowered her head in shame, confessing, "It was my suggestion." "You are infuriating," Tsunade retorted. "While I may have agreed to join you, it was you who initiated this absurd contest. Not only did they fail to secure any papayas, but they had also unwittingly committed themselves to an unconditional favor. What a predicament." Tsunade sighed deeply, lamenting the strength of their adversaries while criticizing the ineptitude of her allies. Chapter 151. Tsunade sends Shizune? Tsunade had initially devised a plan to intoxicate Shia and seize the opportunity to demand papayas. Yet, in the throes of revelry, she had utterly forgotten her intentions. With no papayas in hand, she now found herself bound by an unconditional obligation. Tsunade could only hope that Shia would never bring up the events of the previous night. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "Lady Tsunade, what is the next battle plan?" Shizune inquired. "What next battle plan?" Tsunade replied, bewildered by Shizune's question. Shizune explained, "The plan to request papayas from Shia again. Since our drunken scheme failed, we must prepare for the next attempt." "Let me think," Tsunade mused, struggling to conceive another strategy for acquiring papayas. After a moment of silence, an idea struck her. She turned to Shizune with determination and asked, "By the way, did you complete the task I assigned you?" "What task?" Shizune questioned, her mind racing with confusion. When had Tsunade given her a task? "The task of finding a boyfriend," Tsunade declared. "A boyfriend?" At Tsunade's words, Shizune suddenly recalled that not long ago, Tsunade had indeed commanded her to find a partner, but she had been so busy that it slipped her mind. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Tsunade fixed Shizune with a serious gaze. Shizune, feeling the weight of Tsunade's stare, nervously replied, "And no, I haven't forgotten." "Then have you found a boyfriend?" Tsunade pressed. "Not yet," Shizune admitted, looking downcast. "Have you found your ideal candidate?" Tsunade inquired. Upon hearing this, Shizun could not help but envision the handsome visage of Uchiha. Lord Tsunade, I work by your side daily. How could I have any romantic aspirations? Shizun pondered, recalling the unspoken feelings she harbored for Uchiha. After all, he was already involved with both Yuhi Kurenai and Hinata Huga. Even if she had feelings for him, the opportunities were scarce. This is your life, my dear. How can you be so careless? Tsunade stated sternly. Absolutely not. I shall find someone for you. Is it not sufficient that I am always by your side, Lord Tsunade? Why the urgency for me to marry? Shizun replied, somewhat disheartened. To her surprise, Tsunade seemed particularly eager to matchmake for her. What on earth was happening? Was this still the same Tsunade she had always known? Even if you marry, you can still accompany me. You have been with me for so long. I cannot allow you to follow in my footsteps without securing a reliable partner first, Tsunade declared resolutely. What do you think of Chia? Tsunade asked, her eyes twinkling. Chia? He is wonderful. Shizun mused. Not only is he kind-hearted, but he is also strikingly handsome, exceptionally skilled, and possesses the magical papaya. He is every girl's dream. A true Prince Charming. As she spoke of Uchiha, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Thanks to the papaya he gifted her, she had undergone a transformation, blossoming into her beautiful self. Without his gift, she would still be an unremarkable girl. Then how about I help you connect with Chia? Tsunade suggested with a grin. That scoundrel is rather lecherous. If I send you his way, he would have no reason to refuse to share his papaya with you. Tsunade was calculating but had inadvertently put Shizun in a precarious position. Wait, what? Shizun exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lord Tsunade, what did you just say? She asked, struggling to wrap her mind around Tsunade's proposition. If Chia is so wonderful in your eyes, I will connect you too, Tsunade smiled. But Chia already has a girlfriend. Shizun stammered. Yuhi Kurenai and Uchiha shared an ambiguous relationship, following the Asuma incident. Rumors circulated that they had crossed the bounds of mere friendship. Additionally, Hinata had already moved into Chia's home, clearly establishing her as the legitimate girlfriend. The nature of the relationship between Hinata Hanabi and Uchiha remained as uncertain as that between Shizun and Tsunade. Whether it held any deeper intimacy was unknown. Who says a man can only have one girlfriend? As long as everyone is agreeable, what is the issue with having multiple partners? Tsunade said, unabashedly advocating for the papaya. Let us just change this girl's mindset for now. Is this really feasible? Shizun's eyes widened, completely unprepared for Tsunade's audacious suggestion. Rest assured, Shizun, as long as you cherish Shikia, everything else shall be arranged by me, and I guarantee it will be impeccably organized. Tsunade patted her chest, causing ripples to stir. Perhaps not, Lady Tsunade. I do not wish to intrude upon others' happiness. Shizun spoke with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She understood that Hinata Hyuga's character would never allow her to share the affections of the same man. The way Shikia treated Hinata was telling. She could move into his home, while Yugao could not. In the future, it seemed that only Hinata would truly be with Shikia. Thus, it would be best to let it be, Lady Tsunade. I do not wish for my existence to bring sorrow to others. This state of affairs is quite satisfactory. She understood that no one could replace Hinata's significance in Shikia's heart, not even Yugao, who had seemingly developed a deeper bond with him. Why do you overthink, silly girl? If you like him, pursue him. Do not let regret linger in the future. To encounter someone you genuinely adore in a lifetime is a blessing that takes 8 generations to earn. You must treasure it. Do you understand? Tsunade urged earnestly, striving to shift Shizun's perspective as it pertained to her most cherished papaya. She was determined to persuade Shizun. If Shizun listened to her counsel and expressed her feelings to Shikia, with his flirtatious nature, he would surely not let her go. Chapter 152. Fugaku's flattery. Had Shizun known Tsunade's true intentions, she might have been enraged. For the sake of the papaya, her Lady Tsunade intended to sell her out. What of their years of friendship? If Shikia were to learn of Tsunade's thoughts, he might jest. Come, Lady Tsunade, allow me to gift you 10 large papayas. At Shikia's residence, after enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Hinata, he was unexpectedly visited by Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied by a woman, not his wife Mikoto Uchiha, but Izumi Uchiha, with whom Itachi had some acquaintance. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Shikia, Fugaku spoke respectfully. What brings you here? Shikia inquired with a smile. Lord, the houses in our clan's territory have been renovated, and I have come to escort our kin back home, Fugaku responded with deference. That was remarkably swift, Shikia remarked, surprised that Fugaku had managed to arrange housing for hundreds so quickly. The houses are mostly habitable. A little cleaning and reinforcement will suffice, Fugaku assured him. Very well. With a thought, Shikiya summoned the time-space room before them, opened the door, and led Fugaku inside. Before long, all members of the Uchiha clan were brought forth. Once everyone had emerged, Uchiha carefully stored the Spirit Time House into the system space. I am grateful for your assistance, Lord Yu, came the chorus of thanks. Ding. Acknowledgement from Uchiha Fugaku, 100 gratitude points. Ding. Acknowledgement from Uchiha Fyama, 100 gratitude points. Ding. Acknowledgement from Uchiha Izumi, 100 gratitude points. Uchiha received a substantial influx of emotional value, accumulating over 20,000 points from hundreds of individuals in a single moment. Are you two combatants certain you can escort them back safely? Uchiha inquired softly. Rest assured, my lord, I have arranged for our clan members to stand guard outside. Uchiha Fugaku replied respectfully. Aside from their usual surveillance, Konoha remains unaware of our true capabilities and is hesitant to act. You should exercise caution. I would prefer not to see you perish again so soon after being revived, Uchiha remarked half-jokingly. Thank you for your reminder, my lord. We will remain vigilant. At present, Konoha was hosting the Ch-Nin exams, with a multitude of outsiders residing in the village, including members of prominent clans and various feudal lords. With such presence, even the higher-ups of Konoha would think twice before taking action. This time, I shall not yield, Uchiha Fugaku stated gravely. To prevent his two sons from turning against one another, he was resolved to resist fiercely. When will you come to guide the Uchiha clan, my lord? Our newly formed Konoha guard awaits your instructions, Uchiha Fugaku said earnestly. From this point onward, the Konoha guard would serve as Uchiha's loyal hounds, ready to strike at his command. Wait, after the Ch-Nin exams conclude, I shall visit, Uchiha contemplated before responding. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku called for Uchiha Izumi. Izumi approached with small, quick steps. From now on, you shall be Lord Yu's personal attendant. Ensure you take good care of him, understood? Uchiha Fugaku instructed sternly. I understand. Clan leader, Uchiha Izumi nodded. My lord, Izumi is dexterous and has awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan. She is an elite of our clan. You can entrust your safety to her. Uchiha Fugaku said with a respectful glance that conveyed mutual understanding. Uchiha was greatly pleased with Fugaku's choice. Uchiha Izumi was young, beautiful, and capable, qualities he greatly admired. Fugaku, you have done well. Given your heartfelt intentions, I shall keep her by my side. Uchiha would not miss the opportunity presented by the beautiful Uchiha Fugaku had offered. Then, my lord, we shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Uchiha Fugaku said cheerfully as he departed with his clan, leaving only Uchiha Izumi behind. My lord, Uchiha Izumi said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, for she was now devoted to Uchiha and would heed only his commands. The gentle chime from Uchiha Izumi's shyness. Izumi, is it? Asked Yushikiya. Indeed. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Pray tell, how old are you today? Yushikiya inquired curiously, gazing at the petite figure of Uchiha Izumi. Due to Izumi's limited presence in the original anime, Yushikiya was not well acquainted with her background. I suppose I am 20, Uchiha Izumi replied. Having perished at the tender age of 13, she had now been resurrected, and approximately 7 years had elapsed since her demise. Thus, adding these years, she was indeed 20. A perfectly legitimate lowly. Yushikiya's eyes sparkled. The resurrected Uchiha Izumi retained her pre-mortem physique, an adult soul encased in a youthful body of 13. Yushikiya led Uchiha Izumi into his home, intending to arrange a bedroom for her. Shikiya-kun, who is this? Hinata Huga exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she observed Yushikiya escorting Uchiha Izumi. Hinata, this is Izumi. She is my new bodyguard and will be residing here with us henceforth. Yushikiya explained with ease. A bodyguard? Hello, I am Izumi. I look forward to your guidance, Uchiha Izumi said while offering a slight bow to Hinata. Greetings. I am Hinata, she responded, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Her instincts warned her that this newcomer harbored ill intentions. I am Shikiya-kun's girlfriend, and I hope Izumi can duly protect him. I shall do my utmost to safeguard Lord Yu. Uchiha Izumi bowed once more. You shall occupy this room, Izumi. Yushikiya guided her to a room adjacent to Hinata's. Thank you, Lord Yu, for personally arranging my accommodation. Uchiha Izumi expressed her gratitude. We are all family here. No need for formalities, Yushikiya replied with a smile. The room is well equipped, so there is no need for additional items. This was all thanks to Tsunade. Yuki had procured numerous items to furnish every room properly. Should guests arrive, everything would be readily available for use. Chapter 153, Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. The arrival of Uchiha Izumi did not disrupt the harmony. Everyone simply perceived Yuki as having gained a delightful new female bodyguard. Time swiftly passed, leading to the Chunin exams, where one-on-one battles were to commence. The arena buzzed with excitement as spectators filled the seats, fervently discussing who the dark horse of this tournament might be and who was most likely to seize victory. Yuki took his place among the audience to cheer for the three girls, Hinata, Hanabi Huga, and Kazakage Mogawa, who were all under his tutelage. The draw was conducted, with 18 participants divided into 9 pairs for the first round of combat. The first match, Hanabi Huga vs. Nara Shikamaru. I concede. Nara Shikamaru declared before the battle had even commenced. Mato Gai, the chief examiner for this session, was left bewildered. Conceding before the fight had even begun was hardly a display of youthful vigor. With Shikamaru's concession, Mato Gai reluctantly proclaimed Hanabi Huga the victor of this round. The second match, Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka arrived at the battlefield. Ino declared, "I shall not hold back." Sakura replied, "Neither shall I. Are both of you ready?" Might Guy coughed lightly, assessing their readiness, and smiled. "I am ready," Ino proclaimed loudly. "I am also prepared," Sakura echoed assertively. "Very well. For the second match, Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. Get ready, begin." With Might Guy's command, both Sakura and Ino drew their kunai and charged towards each other. The intensity of their confrontation palpable. "Who do you think will win, Kaniya?" Hinata Huga, who had not yet entered the fray, approached Yuki and whispered, "If it's a battle of taijutsu, Sakura will likely prevail." Yuki answered with a smile. Sakura had trained under Tsunade, mastering her immense strength and significantly enhancing her abilities. In contrast, Ino excelled in her family's secret techniques, particularly the mind-body switch technique, but lacked proficiency in taijutsu. Her training with Tsunade had focused solely on medical ninjutsu, without imparting other skills. Only Sakura had received the true teachings of Tsunade, including summoning techniques, monstrous strength, and the 100 healings technique. Even Tintin had not acquired these skills. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Sakura held a substantial advantage in this match. Having received the true teachings of the 5th Hokage, she is undoubtedly formidable, Hinata remarked quietly. "Why do you lack confidence, little Hinata?" Yuki observed, smiling at her. It seemed she was unaware of her own prowess. Did she truly believe that Sakura, trained by Tsunade, would be invincible? After all, she had the true legacy of the 5th Hokage, and you have also received my teachings. Yuki chuckled. The 6 styles combined with Gentle Fist are more potent than you realize. Some say that Gentle Fist can only be executed with Byakugan, which is quite absurd. Is it impossible to use Gentle Fist without Byakugan? Must it be paired with Byakugan? Why must I strike specifically at chakra points? Can I not inflict damage by targeting any part of the body instead? With the power of a fingertip strike, delivering dozens or even hundreds of blows, is it necessary to target chakra points? Without defense, you would be left with numerous holes in your body. Have a bit more faith in yourself. I believe this championship is destined for you. Yuki gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Aside from Hanabi, no one will stand against you, not even Sakura. Though she possesses monstrous strength, she is slow. As long as you evade her attacks, victory is virtually assured. Hanabi likely won't contest with you, ensuring the championship is yours. Hinata's rival, Hanabi, was apprehensive about undermining her. Thus, she would likely strive to win Hinata's favor rather than oppose her. "What are you discussing with my big brother?" Hanabi Huga approached, her face beaming with joy, feeling victorious before the battle had even begun. "Nothing much. Just a conversation about who might emerge as the champion of this Chunin exam." Yuki responded with a smile. "Who do you think it will be?" Hanabi asked, her large eyes gazing intently at Yagami Nanaya, eager to hear his thoughts. "I suspect the champion will emerge before you and your sister." Yagami replied with a smile directed at Hanabi. "Do you have such high hopes for me and my sister?" she inquired. "Of course. Have you forgotten who your mentors are?" Yagami retorted. "What about Moyello? Why is she not considered in your estimations? She too was taught by you." Hanabi exclaimed. "Moyello lacks proficiency in gentle arts and is not as skilled as you two. She cannot compete with you," Yagami explained. "The current favorite for the championship is Tsunade's disciple, Haruno Sakura. while you two will surprise everyone as dark horses. Prepare to showcase your talents. Your era has arrived. Yagami gently patted the shoulders of the two sisters. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air as Yamanaka Ino was sent crashing to the ground by Haruno Sakura's punch. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura pressed a kunai against Ino's neck. "It's over, Ino. You have lost." A smile flickered across Sakura's face as she triumphantly defeated Yamanaka Ino. "The winner is Haruno Sakura," Might Guy declared as he observed Ino's lack of resistance. Instantly, the arena erupted in cheers. Indeed, she is the disciple of the fifth Hokage. She secured her victory effortlessly. Absolutely. The fifth Hokage's disciple is truly formidable. If that power struck a person, it would likely result in immediate fractures. I heard Yamanaka Ino is also a disciple of the fifth Hokage. How could there be such a disparity? There are always distinctions among disciples. In school, Sakura is the top student while Ino is the underachiever. Even with the same teacher, how could the underachiever's combat prowess compare to that of the top student? The audience buzzed with discussions, sharing their opinions. Sakura enthusiastically called out as she exited the arena, while Ino left in dejection, her expression forlorn. Asuma approached to comfort Ino, saying, "You need not be disheartened. Everyone saw your performance. Although you lost to Sakura, it does not diminish your chances of advancing to Chunin. Besides, Sakura has trained under the fifth Hokage longer than you, so it is only natural that she would be stronger." "I understand. I wish to be alone for a while," Ino replied softly, bowing slightly before leaving the scene with a heavy heart. Chapter 154. Using a knife to kill the Chunin exams were intensifying. Meanwhile, at Danzo's base, a cloaked figure stood before the stoic Shimura Danzo. "Orochimaru is dead." Danzo's lips curled into a cold smile. "Lord Orochimaru is quite well?" The cloaked individual adjusted their glasses and replied with a smirk. "If he is alive, why are you the only one here?" Danzo asked icily. "Lord Orochimaru is preoccupied training Sasuke and cannot come. I am here to represent him in full," the cloaked figure said with a smile. "Since that is the case, let us discuss serious matters." Shimura Danzo spoke calmly. "There is intelligence that I believe Orochimaru would find exceedingly intriguing. Pray tell, Lord Danzo. I shall convey it to Orochimaru." The cloaked figure replied. "The Uchiha clan. 7 years ago, the deceased Uchiha clan has returned to life. This matter will surely pique Orochimaru's interest." Danzo continued with a composed tone. "What? The Uchiha clan has returned?" The cloaked figure's expression shifted, revealing astonishment. Could it be that someone has developed a new form of the Edo Tensei technique? It is not the Edo Tensei, but rather some unknown technique. The resurrected individuals are truly living beings, unlike those summoned by Edo Tensei, who lack physical bodies. They possess real flesh and blood, and when injured, they bleed. Just like us, Danzo elucidated. Such a formidable technique exists? The cloaked figure was profoundly shaken. Orochimaru would undoubtedly be very interested in this. Moreover, the number of viable vessels has increased significantly. The revival of the Uchiha clan is likely connected to an individual named Hiashi. If Orochimaru wishes to acquire this knowledge, he should seek him out, Danzo proclaimed, tossing a photograph into the air. The figure captured in the photograph was indeed Hiashi. After discarding the photo, Danzo flashed a cold, sinister smile before slowly retreating into the cave. The cloaked figure, clutching the photograph, soon arrived at a secluded inn. "Back so soon, Kabuto?" A chilling voice echoed from within the room. "Lord Orochimaru," the cloaked figure bowed slightly upon entering. "What news do you bring?" "What did Danzo say?" Orochimaru asked with a sly grin. "There is startling news. Danzo claims that the Uchiha clan has returned to life," Kabuto replied with a serious expression. "What?" Orochimaru trembled slightly, struggling to believe what he had just heard. Has someone secretly improved the Edo Tensei technique? After recovering from his shock, Orochimaru scoffed. Danzo stated that it is not Edo Tensei. Those who have returned are living beings with flesh and blood, not the undead of Edo Tensei, Kabuto explained slowly. This provides a clue. The individuals who resurrected the Uchiha clan. Kabuto presented a photograph bearing the likeness of Hiashi. Danzo, fixated on the Uchiha clan Sharingan, refrained from taking action himself, choosing instead to leak this information to us. This is a ploy to eliminate the person in the photograph. Orochimaru saw through Danzo's intentions immediately. He aimed to use Orochimaru's hand to eliminate this individual and perhaps even disrupt the authenticity of the Uchiha clan's resurrection. "What shall we do, Lord Orochimaru?" Kabuto inquired. "First, Let us gather intelligence on the Uchiha clan and ascertain whether they have truly returned, Orochimaru replied, donning a mask as he and Kabuto slowly exited the inn, moving through the streets of Konoha like mere travelers. Soon, the two individuals arrived at a towering spire. From this vantage point, they could effortlessly gaze upon the Uchiha clan's territory. Is that Fugaku? Orochimaru's eyes widened as he beheld a familiar figure, Uchiha Fugaku, standing in the bustling thoroughfare of the Uchiha estate, directing those clad in Uchiha garb as they busied themselves with various culinary ingredients. And there stood his wife, Mikoto. Has he truly been resurrected? A look of sheer astonishment washed over Orochimaru's face. Hundreds, even thousands, have returned to life. What an immense toll must have been paid in lives. Is there anyone in this world more unhinged than me, Orochimaru? How could so many be sacrificed so casually? Orochimaru was profoundly shaken. The impure world reincarnation technique is fundamentally flawed, riddled with significant shortcomings. Could it be that someone has devised a technique far superior to the impure world reincarnation? As he observed the bustling Uchiha clansmen, he fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he held up a photograph of Wainana, a sly smile gracing his features. Kabuto, bring this individual before me, he commanded, his interest in Wainana piqued. However, before that, let us pay a visit to Fugaku, to discern the truth and ascertain whether that old coot, Danzo, has deceived us. Orochimaru, donning a mask, boldly approached the Uchiha territory alongside Kabuto. Halt! This is the Uchiha clan's domain. Outsiders are forbidden entry. At the entrance to the Uchiha territory, two guards blocked Orochimaru and Kabuto's path. I am an old friend of your clan leader. I heard he has returned to life, and I came to pay my respects, Orochimaru scoffed. An old friend of the clan leader? The guards eyed Orochimaru with curiosity. Who are you exactly? Speak your name, and I shall notify the clan leader to determine whether you may enter. Orochimaru, unfazed, boldly declared his name, unafraid of being captured by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had faced annihilation within the village. He doubted that a clan that had perished once would be willing to serve the village again. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, the guards' pupils dilated in shock. They were well aware of the legendary status of the Sannin. One guard whispered something to the other before swiftly departing. The remaining guard maintained a vigilant gaze upon Orochimaru and Kabuto. Clan leader, two individuals await outside, one of whom claims to be Orochimaru, the hurried guard reported upon returning. Orochimaru? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted. What is he doing in Konoha? How did he learn of our clan's resurrection? Does he not fear our Uchiha capturing him? This traitorous rogue? Chapter 155. The threat from Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Uchiha Fugaku approached the entrance, frowning as he scrutinized the two figures. Orochimaru had been a prominent name even during Fugaku's previous life, renowned as one of the legendary Sannin and a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. Due to clandestine human experimentation, he fled from Konoha court upon being discovered. Fugaku, you appear quite irate. It is indeed not the reanimation jutsu. Pray tell, who resurrected you, Fugaku? I am most intrigued. Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Fugaku with a sly smile, displaying no concern that Fugaku might attempt to apprehend him. Orochimaru, you have come to seek me under the guise of a clandestine meeting for this? Uchiha Fugaku frowned at Orochimaru, showing no inclination to act. As long as Orochimaru posed no threat to the Uchiha clan, he had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Indeed, I am quite curious about the individual who resurrected your Uchiha clan. I implore you to share that information with me, Orochimaru said with a grin. No comment. Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. If Orochimaru wishes to avoid my wrath, he ought to depart promptly. Otherwise, he should not blame me for my mercilessness. Humph. Fugaku, do not waste your breath with idle threats to intimidate me. Do you think I, Orochimaru, am easily frightened? Orochimaru scoffed. I can surmise that your clan is on the brink of annihilation. Do you still intend to serve those so-called higher-ups? I harbor no ill will toward your Uchiha clan. I merely seek to uncover who has resurrected you. I am not interested, and you have yet to return the second pillar. Delay, and the second pillar will take your head. I find this technique most fascinating. I entreat you to enlighten me, Fugaku, for the sake of the camaraderie we once shared. No comment. You should take your leave, Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku remained unmoved. He would not betray Yushikiya, nor could he, as Yushikiya held the lives of their entire clan in his hands. Is it him? Orochimaru suddenly produced a photograph of Yushikiya, thrusting it before Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Upon seeing the photo, Fugaku's expression shifted slightly. This change did not escape Orochimaru's notice. So it is truly him. Orochimaru chuckled, having obtained the answer he sought. What do you intend to do, Orochimaru? Uchiha Fugaku retorted angrily. The current Uchiha clan is bound to Yuki, and should any harm befall him, the Uchiha will suffer as well. Therefore, he would never allow Orochimaru to trouble Yuki. I do not intend to do anything. I merely wish to engage him in conversation, that is all. I am curious as to how he managed to resurrect you. Orochimaru chuckled, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Fugaku. Orochimaru, I advise you to tread carefully. That esteemed individual is not one you can afford to offend, Uchiha Fugaku warned. Your information likely stems from Danzo, does it not? In Konoha, only that scoundrel would dare collude with you, for he alone possesses the audacity to do so. As Fugaku mentioned Danzo, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. The Uchiha clan had been nearly annihilated because of him, although it was his son's doing. It was Danzo who had coerced and threatened them. The true culprit is none other than Danzo. Indeed, it was Danzo who summoned me here, Orochimaru candidly acknowledged. Living up to the reputation of the Uchiha clan leader, deducing matters with unparalleled insight. Alas, Orochimaru expressed both admiration and a hint of lamentation. What is it that you find regrettable? Uchiha Fugaku inquired with a furrowed brow. Regrettable is the fact that in the past, one's intellect lacked the flexibility, leading to the dire predicament of our kin, resulting in a significant depletion of my materials, Orochimaru replied without reservation. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Why must you bring up such matters? Since Orochimaru had arrived, he was not to depart unchallenged. Uchiha Fugaku, genuinely infuriated, resolved to confront Orochimaru on the spot and eliminate this annoyance. Hehehe. Fugaku, I advise you against taking action, Orochimaru said confidently, observing Uchiha Fugaku with a knowing smile. Humph. You overestimate yourself, Orochimaru. Should I strike you here, even Danzo would not dare to intervene openly. Uchiha Fugaku gestured, and immediately, several members of the Uchiha clan surrounded Orochimaru and Kabuto. Fugaku, I wager you lack the courage to make a move, Orochimaru remarked, his demeanor as calm as ever, unfazed even on Uchiha territory. Attack. Uchiha Fugaku, rarely engaging in idle chatter with Orochimaru, signaled his clan members to act. Sasuke. Orochimaru scoffed, uttering the name with a smirk. Wait. Upon hearing the name Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils dilated, halting his clan members in their tracks. Do you know Sasuke's whereabouts? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze bore into Orochimaru. Of course. I know where he is. He has grown quite a bit. Orochimaru chuckled slyly, observing Uchiha Fugaku's reaction. Where is he? Tell me, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku asked, his voice steady. Why should I disclose such information to you, Fugaku? You don't even know where your own son is. As a father, isn't that a profound failure? Orochimaru teased, turning to leave while adding, should any harm come to me from your clan, you shall never see Sasuke again. The Uchiha clan members, witnessing Orochimaru's audacity, were seething with rage, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku roared, utterly astonished that Sasuke was in Orochimaru's grasp. If we apprehend Orochimaru, we can interrogate him and ascertain Sasuke's whereabouts, suggested one Uchiha member. Indeed, leader, they are but two, and it is impossible for them to escape our clutches. Let us subdue them and utilize the Sharingan to extract the information from their minds. Please, give the command. That fellow is seeking Lord Yu. Lord Yu has rendered significant favors to our entire clan. We cannot allow him to come to harm. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened severely. Do not rush. Lord Yu is not as feeble as you presume. He possesses the power of life and death. How could a mere Orochimaru pose a threat? Chapter 156. Orochimaru and Lord Yu. You few, accompany me to monitor Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku gestured to several clan members and declared, the rest shall remain within the clan grounds. Under strict lockdown, no one is permitted to leave, nor shall any outsiders be allowed entry, particularly the Anbu and Root. Should we detect any spies attempting to infiltrate, they are to be eliminated on the spot. Understood, clan leader, responded a subordinate. Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku is trailing behind us with a contingent. Kabuto noted as he observed Fugaku's presence. Pay them no mind, they dare not act against us. Let them follow. If it comes to a point where we cannot escape, we shall use Sasuke to coerce Fugaku into clearing our path, Orochimaru smirked, confident in Fugaku's protective instincts towards Sasuke. As long as Sasuke remained under his control, Fugaku would not dare to harm him. And where shall we proceed now? Kabuto inquired. To the arena. How nostalgic. The last time I set foot here was 2 years ago. Orochimaru chuckled. 2 years prior. He had slain the 4th Kazekage and impersonated him to orchestrate the collapse of Konoha, collaborating with the Sand and Sound ninjas to invade the village, engaging in a fierce battle against the 3rd Hokage. Utilizing the reanimation jutsu, he summoned the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, successfully forcing the 3rd Hokage, his former mentor, to employ the dead demon-consuming seal, which sealed the souls of both the 1st and 2nd Hokage along with his own hands. Ultimately, the 3rd Hokage's soul met a similar fate. Masked, the two ascended to the viewing platform. Orochimaru-sama, there is Kabuto, seated beside Hinata Huga and Hanabi Huga. Observing the matches, Kabuto remarked, glancing at the not-so-distant figure of Wai Nakanishi. Indeed, that is him, Orochimaru replied with a grin as he approached Wai. Orochimaru-sama, it may not be wise to engage him here. Kabuto cautioned, apprehensive. The multitude of Konoha ninjas present posed a significant threat, and with Orochimaru's hands incapacitated for hand seals, their fighting capability was severely diminished. Even summoning the Great Snake would require assistance for the necessary seals. I never suggested a confrontation. I intend to resurrect the Uchiha clan and manipulate Danzo into eliminating him. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Why should we be adversaries? If Danzo wishes to use me to rid himself of this nuisance, I shall defy his intentions. Of course, should this individual refuse to cooperate, that would be a different matter altogether. Let us prepare for all contingencies. You must take a sample of my blood if conflict arises. Summon the Great Snake immediately and whisk him away. Orochimaru bit through the bandage, allowing his blood to flow. Kabuto hurriedly collected a drop in his hand. This was a precautionary measure, for should a confrontation ensue, this blood would be their means of escape. Having made all necessary preparations, Orochimaru approached Wai Nakanishi with an amused smirk. If only Orochimaru were aware that it was Wai who had slain the spirit he had placed upon the neck of Anko Mitarashi, would he not flee in terror? Clearly, he remained oblivious. Orochimaru approached behind Uchiha, sneering. So, you are Uchiha, the one who resurrected the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, engrossed in the fierce battles occurring in the arena below, was suddenly drawn from his reverie by a chilling voice, instinctively turning his head. The voice sounded remarkably familiar. Could it be Orochimaru's voice? Curiously, Uchiha looked up and exclaimed, "You are Orochimaru." "Oh, you recognize me?" Orochimaru replied with interest, surprised that Uchiha could identify him solely by his voice, despite never having met him before. The illustrious name of the legendary Sannin was known throughout the ninja world. Uchiha regarded Orochimaru with intrigue. In his previous life, due to the emergence of Boruto, many affectionately referred to Orochimaru as Ant Snake. Well, it's good that we are acquainted. You seem intelligent enough to understand why I seek you. Orochimaru chuckled slyly. You wish to obtain the technique to resurrect the Uchiha clan. Uchiha smiled knowingly. Conversing with a clever individual is quite refreshing. Orochimaru grinned at Uchiha. Do share with me. I am most intrigued by this technique. Why should I divulge it to you? Uchiha replied playfully. Even if I told you, your hands would be incapable of wielding this technique. My hands. I shall reclaim them, so you need not worry. In fact, if you are interested, I could offer a nearly completed technique in exchange. He had been diligently researching the method to retrieve souls from the Grim Reaper's grasp, and if Uchiha agreed, he could provide a copy for trade. I am not interested in your technique. My apologies, Ant Snake. Uchiha responded whimsically, referring to Orochimaru in a way that caught him off guard. Ant Snake? Orochimaru paused momentarily before clarifying, I am a man. I know you are a man, but that does not preclude you from being an ant snake. Uchiha laughed heartily. Now, tell me, what conditions must be met for you to agree? Orochimaru asked patiently. He was highly invested in the technique that could fully resurrect individuals. Possessing such power would guarantee his immortality, allowing him to revive himself through loyal subordinates should he meet an untimely end, thus freeing him from reliance on the unstable reincarnation technique. To Uchiha, Orochimaru was not considered an enemy. Thus, he felt no particular animosity towards him. Orochimaru was merely a scientific enthusiast, pursuing the endless frontier of knowledge. Such individuals deserved respect, although one aspect was troubling, his penchant for experimenting on living subjects, a notion Uchiha found disagreeable. However, Uchiha was not a naive idealist. This was the nature of their society, where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. Therefore, he would not seek vengeance for those who had fallen victim to Orochimaru's experiments. His concern lay solely with his friends and family, as well as himself. Beyond that, he had neither the interest nor the energy to intervene. Uchiha gazed at Orochimaru with a mischievous smile. Surely it was Danzo who relayed the information to you. If you deliver Danzo's head to me, I shall reveal the secret of this technique. Chapter 157. Everything is within my calculations. Let us consider alternatives. Danzo's head is not so easily acquired. Orochimaru, well aware of Danzo's capabilities, understood the formidable prowess stemming from the cells of Hashirama Senju and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan that were grafted onto him. Orochimaru had a deep comprehension of these matters. Setting aside Danzo's own strength, the root ninjas he covertly nurtured were exceedingly troublesome adversaries. The task of eliminating Danzo proved to be quite formidable. Between himself and Kabuto, they hardly stood a chance of defeating that man within the confines of Konoha. That complicates matters. I find little of interest in you, Uchiha remarked, a smile gracing his lips. To hand over such a precious technique to you seems rather unwise. You must recognize the potency of this technique. If wielded effectively, it could grant immortality. My sincerity is genuine. I, Orochimaru, seldom extend such earnestness to anyone. Orochimaru scoffed, his long tongue flicking across his cheek. Your sincerity fails to sway me. Uchiha responded coolly, undeterred by Orochimaru's chilling malice. It appears we cannot reach an agreement. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha with a frigid stare, a derisive chuckle escaping him. I shall seek you out again. When I return, I hope you remain alive. Rest assured, Orochimaru. I shall not perish before you do, Uchiha replied with a hint of playful mockery. You ought to exercise caution, lest you be harmed by the very pets you raise. In the original narrative, Orochimaru would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of Sasuke upon Naruto's return. Had it not been for the cursed seal, Orochimaru would have perished. Uchiha had resolved the cursed seal on Akatsuki's neck with his natural form, annihilating the spirit clone concealed within Orochimaru. According to the known events of the original tale, Orochimaru had only a spirit clone remaining within Sasuke's neck. However, it remained uncertain whether, influenced by these events, Orochimaru would cultivate new vessels to harbor his spirit clones. After all, Orochimaru's pursuit was immortality and mastery of all ninjutsu. Should he lose one spirit clone, it would be prudent to prepare others as a safeguard. Orochimaru refrained from making a move, his instincts warning him that Uchiha was no ordinary adversary, subtly emanating an aura of danger. Moreover, he noticed Uchiha Fugaku and Huga Hisashi approaching, prompting his departure. Trouble is at hand. We must leave, Kabuto. Orochimaru gradually vanished down the corridor with Kabuto. Lord Yu, did that scoundrel Orochimaru do anything to you? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, having sought Huga Hisashi's company for assurance. He did nothing of consequence, merely sought to extract the technique for your revival, Uchiha replied nonchalantly. Be wary of Orochimaru. He is one of the legendary Sannin, deeply engrossed in the study of forbidden techniques, and his strength should not be underestimated. I, for one, cannot hope to match him. Hisashi expressed with mild concern. Rest assured, although Orochimaru is formidable and somewhat troublesome, he is not a match for me, Uchiha remarked with a smile. Esteemed you, I must excuse myself for a moment. I need to track down Orochimaru. My son is in his hands, and I must investigate thoroughly. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his intention to pursue Orochimaru's trail to locate his son, Sasuke. Rest assured regarding your son, Sasuke. Orochimaru holds a deep affection for him. He will not act against him until he has fully matured, Uchiha reassured him with a smile. If my conjecture is correct, Orochimaru covets the bodies of your Uchiha clan. After your clan was eradicated, and given that he cannot overpower Itachi, his gaze is turned towards Sasuke, intending to cultivate him until the opportune moment to seize his body. This is even more concerning. Should Orochimaru succeed in taking over Sasuke, how could I ever face Mikoto again? Uchiha Fugaku felt both anxious and guilty, contemplating that perhaps if he had not chosen to relinquish resistance, Sasuke might have been spared such a fate. Fear not. Orochimaru's hands have been sealed by the third Hokage, greatly diminishing his power. Your son, Sasuke, is a budding genius. Any attempt by Orochimaru to nurture him will ultimately lead to his own downfall. With a bit of luck, he may preserve his life. Otherwise, he could perish, Uchiha assured him. Trust me, Fugaku, your son is not the one to be concerned about. Orochimaru himself is the true worry. Having faith in Uchiha's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt reassured, for he believed there was no reason for Uchiha to deceive him. Lord Orochimaru, why are we leaving so suddenly? In a secluded location, Kabuto could not contain his curiosity, questioning Orochimaru about the summoning of the Great Serpent to dispose of Uchiha. That Uchiha is extraordinary. I do not have the confidence to eliminate him, Orochimaru confessed, sensing a formidable and ominous aura emanating from Uchiha. This is likely the reason Danzo sold us the information. He seeks to use us to eliminate this troublesome Uchiha. Moreover, Fugaku has brought that fellow Hiashi along. Both of them are formidable. If a confrontation ensues, we could easily find ourselves overwhelmed, especially since my hands are still not fully healed. We must return and swiftly complete that technique to reclaim my hands before demanding the resurrection jutsu, Orochimaru concluded, expressing his frustration. It seems our journey has not been entirely fruitless, Kabuto replied resignedly. At least we have discerned that Uchiha is at odds with Danzo. He appears to be a cunning figure, one who relishes in disguising his true strength. Indeed, I have gleaned much about Uchiha's profound concealment, Orochimaru acknowledged. Let us hasten our return. If we delay, Sasuke will surely grow impatient. Orochimaru, eager to assess his progress, was impatient to return. Lord Orochimaru, your unwavering dedication to nurturing Sasuke fills me with trepidation. I cannot help but worry that one day, should Kabuto harbor concerns, the Uchiha Sasuke may turn against you. After all, he belongs to the Uchiha clan, a lineage that wields unpredictable power, and the consequences could be dire. Fear not, Kabuto. Everything unfolds according to my design. Orochimaru replied, brimming with confidence, undeterred by such possibilities and urging Kabuto to cast aside his worries. Let us hope so. Since you have contemplated this, I shall refrain from further comment, Kabuto conceded. His thoughts, however, had been increasingly consumed by Sasuke's rising prowess. The chilling intensity of his gaze and the rapid escalation of his strength instilled a sense of dread within Kabuto. He lamented the inequities of fate. As an ordinary individual, he pondered the immense effort required to catch up to those endowed with innate bloodline advantages. Uchiha Sasuke, possessing the power of the Sharingan, had transformed from a mere child. He could easily best into a formidable opponent in just 2 short years. Truly, fate is unjust, Kabuto reflected, feeling a renewed admiration for Orochimaru. Orochimaru, an embodiment of perseverance devoid of any inherent bloodline advantages, had ascended to greatness through sheer determination, surpassing the majority. This brief interlude concerning Orochimaru did little to dampen the spirits of Yuki Nanaya. However, his appearance cast a shadow of tension over the entire Hidden Leaf village, as the memories of his previous assault still lingered vividly. The emergence of such a perilous figure necessitated vigilance, prompting the deployment of numerous Anbu operatives to scour for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Yet, none of this disrupted the competition. Onlookers reveled in the spectacle, while wagers were placed. Yuki Nanaya, intrigued, decided to place a bet, though modestly, at 10 million Ryo, on Hinata Huga to secure first place. Given that she was not the favored contender, the odds were quite favorable, granting a potential double return. Should Hinata triumph, Yuki would reap a total of 30 million Ryo. Many speculated that Sakura Haruno, being Tsunade's apprentice, was a leading candidate for victory, resulting in a flood of bets placed in her favor. With her high probability of success, the odds were significantly lower. Yet her association with the Hokage drew a continuous stream of supporters. Fugaku, have you placed a wager? Yuki Nanaya inquired with keen interest. Your Uchiha clan must be in dire need of funds. This is a splendid opportunity to earn some. Fugaku responded. I have some money stashed away in the cellar of my home, more than sufficient. However, since you suggest it, I shall also place a modest bet. He signaled to a fellow Uchiha behind him, issuing a few instructions before the individual departed. And how much do you intend to wager? Yuki Nanaya asked, curiosity piqued. Uchiha Fugaku responded nonchalantly, stating that there were still several 100 million within the clan, and he would have someone accompany Lord Yu to wager 100 million just for amusement. His casual demeanor suggested that he regarded this sum with utter indifference. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's nonchalant tone, as if 100 million were of no consequence. Uchiha felt a surge of frustration, almost as if he were tempted to rob him. It seemed that the financial foundation of these prominent families was indeed formidable. No wonder Huga Hisashi so casually tossed out 10 million, then another 10 million to him. It appeared that they were not at all concerned about a mere 20 million. Uchiha had been feeling quite pleased with himself, believing himself to be a wealthy individual, yet in comparison to true affluent individuals, he was merely a fraction of their wealth. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he decided to disregard Uchiha Fugaku and walked away from him and Huga Hisashi, making his way to the side of the Huga sisters, Hinata and Hanabi, to continue watching the competition. "Why do you seem a bit unhappy, Chiya-kun?" Hinata observed, noticing the faint expression of gloom on Uchiha's face. "What's wrong, big brother?" Hanabi inquired with concern. "Earlier, even when Orochimaru approached, you didn't show such a troubled expression." It was puzzling to them what Uchiha Fugaku had said that had caused him to display such discontent. "It's nothing." Uchiha took a deep breath, setting aside thoughts of money. He reassured himself that it was only natural for a prominent family with a long history to possess considerable wealth. As for himself, having arrived in the Naruto world just a month ago and already earning over 2,000 million was quite commendable. "When do you two have your match?" Uchiha asked. "Tomorrow, I believe." Hinata replied with a smile. "According to the schedule, our match is set for tomorrow." "Ah, I see." Uchiha glanced at Hinata, then at Hanabi's Duki Shin, and realized that while he had previously dismissed the significance of money, the disparity in wealth with these esteemed families now made him keen to ensure Hinata secured first place. He suspected that Hanabi would allow Hinata to win. Yet he wasn't entirely certain. What if Hanabi wished to showcase her own prowess? If Hanabi were to use Duki Shin, then without a formidable weapon, Hinata, who was on par with Hanabi in taijutsu, would find herself at a disadvantage. Although he had forbidden Hanabi from using Duki Shin to harm their village comrades during a competition, who could guarantee she wouldn't be tempted to unleash it? In order to ensure he could earn those 2,000 million, Uchiha decided to provide Hinata with a sword to bolster her confidence, with the intention of reclaiming it after victory. "Here, take this." Uchiha thought for a moment and retrieved the iron-shattered tooth. "For me?" Hinata looked at Uchiha in surprise. "To ensure fairness, I'm giving you this sword to aid you in the competition," Uchiha explained, glancing at Hanabi. "Since she possesses Duki Shin, I fear it would be unfair if she were to use it. This iron-shattered tooth has comparable power. If Hanabi resorts to Duki Shin, you can counter with it." "Dear elder brother, do you not trust my character?" Little Huahua pouted, gazing at Uchiha with a sulky expression. "Everyone has moments of impulsiveness. I am merely being cautious." Uchiha replied with a smile. His concern stemmed from the possibility that little Huahua's impetuousness might lead to a loss of 1,000,000 taels. "Thank you, Chiya-kun." Uchiha bestowed upon her a sword to bolster her confidence. Hinata Hanabi felt a surge of delight. Had Huahua not been present, she would have undoubtedly embraced Uchiha in gratitude. In the past, she had envied seeing Hinata Huahua carry the sword gifted by Uchiha, as he had never presented her with a gift. Now, receiving a sword herself thrilled her immensely. Unbeknownst to her, Hinata Hanabi mistakenly believed that Uchiha intended to gift her the iron-shattering tooth. "This is for you, dear elder brother," she said, as she deftly removed the dogushin from her back and placed it into Uchiha's hands. Simultaneously, she took the iron-shattering tooth from Hinata Hanabi and transferred it to Uchiha as well. "Huahua, what are you doing?" Hinata Hanabi stared at her sister in bewilderment. "Chiya-kun's sword is gone. In the spirit of fairness, let us both refrain from using elder brother's sword." A glint of mischief flashed in Hinata Huahua's eyes. Chapter 159. The terrifying presence of Uchiha Hinata Hanabi was unwilling to let Hinata Huahua dictate terms. She reclaimed the iron-shattering tooth, cradling it close. "This is a gift from Chiya-kun. It is up to me to decide its use, not you." After all, it was a rare occasion that Uchiha had gifted her something. She could not simply return it. Noticing how much Hinata Hanabi cherished the iron-shattering tooth, Uchiha felt hesitant to reclaim it. Since little Hanabi adored it so, he decided to let her keep it, ensuring that both sisters had one sword each for fairness. While the iron-shattering tooth boasted numerous skills, its damage output paled in comparison to the Tsunade tooth. Only through their combined strength could they hope to defeat it. Uchiha returned the dogushin to Hinata Huahua, saying, "During the battle, you shall determine your own path. I will cheer for both of you. Regardless of who comes in first or second, I shall accept it." as long as you remain unhurt. Chieko-kun, will you practice swordsmanship with me? Hinata Hanabi gazed up at Uchiha with eager anticipation. Very well, Uchiha nodded, seeing the excitement in her eyes. Hua, you may accompany your father to watch now. I will take your sister for some training. Oh, Hinata Hua, always obedient to Uchiha, though a tinge of jealousy stirred within her, complied and walked towards Hinata Hisashi. See you tonight, dear elder brother, she called, waving as she departed. See you tonight, Uchiha replied with a nod. Let us go. Uchiha gently took Hinata Hanabi's small hand, leading her away from the arena. Following closely behind them was Hinata Mirai, serving as Hinata Hanabi's protector, ever vigilant in her duty. Before long, Uchiha brought Hinata Hanabi to a training ground. Standing in the open space, she nervously gripped the iron-shattering tooth. Observing her anxiety, Uchiha smiled and reassured her, do not be tense. First, draw the iron-shattering tooth. Oh, Hinata Huga obediently drew out the rusted sword. Tetsusueya. In an instant, a blade, encrusted with rust, appeared before the onlookers. Hinata gazed at the dilapidated sword in her hand with a mix of astonishment and doubt, pondering whether this sword could indeed be wielded. Had Shikiya mistakenly provided her with the wrong weapon? The sword belonging to Hanabi gleamed with a silvery sheen, radiating a metallic luster, while the one in her grasp appeared to be a pitiful relic of iron decay. Nearby, Hinata's sister, Hinata Hanabi, regarded the rusty weapon with equal perplexity. Could such a battered sword truly inflict harm? Shikiya, is this really Tetsusueya? Hinata murmured, observing her expression. Shikiya seemed to grasp the uncertainty in her heart and smiled reassuringly. Little Hinata, you must infuse chakra into the sword. The enhanced Tetsusueya requires chakra activation, and once the owner imbues it with chakra, it will transform into a formidable sword. Infuse chakra into the sword? Hinata pondered, focusing intently as a surge of chakra flowed from her hand into Tetsusueya. With a resonant hum, as the chakra was channeled, the sword erupted in a brilliant white light, swiftly metamorphosing from a rust-laden blade into a majestic weapon of formidable presence. Wow, how cool! Exclaimed Hinata Hanabi, her eyes wide with awe. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement, marveling at the magnificent sword she now wielded. As she raised Tetsusueya, Shikiya couldn't help but recall a phrase often echoed by online friends in a past life. He has arrived, carrying a 40-meter blade. Here stood little Hinata, brandishing a colossal sword. You'd better surrender your gifts. He jested. Shikiya then stepped towards Hinata, producing the sword Tenshiya as one of Sesshomaru's signature blades. It too housed the devastating technique, Sanglongpa. This was partly the reason why Shikiya had not reclaimed the Dugwishin sword from Hanabi, as its ultimate technique was Sanglongpa, a redundancy in Shikiya's hands. Thus he entrusted it entirely to Hanabi, the sword-wielding attendant. What are you planning to do? Shikiya? Hinata inquired curiously, observing him draw another sword. Was he intending to engage her in a practice duel? Little Hinata, pay close attention to me and feel the essence of my chakra wind. Before you master Tetsusueya, you need to sense the wind of your opponent's chakra. He instructed. Utilizing the gaps formed by the opposing chakra's presence, you can unleash a powerful gust. Only after attaining proficiency can you directly strike with the wind's might. This was something only Sesshomaru could accomplish in the original tale. The chakra wind? Hinata was bewildered, unfamiliar with this concept that was not taught at the Ninja Academy. Noticing her confusion, Shikiya elaborated. Feel the momentum of my chakra. It will create a wind. Observe the gaps that form within this wind, and then raise Tetsusueya to strike. With a swift motion, Shikiya drew Tenshiya, raising it high as he began to emanate his formidable aura. Thunderous energy resonated throughout the air. A colossal blue dragon coalesced behind Uchiha, thunderous roars echoing like the moment one unleashes the Azure Dragon Break. However, Uchiha merely amassed his momentum without releasing the Azure Dragon Break. He emanated a potent chakra aura, intending for Hinata Huga to better perceive the chakra winds, thereby executing the wind injury technique. His gathering of the Azure Dragon Break was a precaution. Should Hinata succeed in executing the wind injury, he would unleash the Azure Dragon Break to counteract its destructive force. Otherwise, a careless mistake could result in Hinata injuring herself, which would be quite embarrassing. Caution is the mother of safety, after all. The overwhelming aura was terrifying. Hinata Mirai gazed in astonishment at the might radiating from Uchiha. a power she had never experienced even from the clan leader. It was no wonder that even the clan leader revered him. This aura alone could instill fear in countless individuals. Subtly, Hinata Mirai stepped back a short distance, feeling anxious under the weight of Uchiha's presence. With a sigh of relief after exiting the oppressive aura, she felt the pressure dissipate. Hinata Hyuga, however, was unaffected by the oppressive energy thanks to her sword, Tetsusai, and its sheath, both of which autonomously manifested a protective barrier. Thus, she felt no semblance of the pressure that troubled Hinata Mirai. Chapter 160. Hinata must drive away Hanabi. Perhaps the barrier blocked most of the aura, for Hinata Hyuga could not discern any chakra winds. With wide eyes, she anxiously looked at Uchiha, exclaiming, "Lord Chie, I can't see the chakra winds. What should I do?" Feeling somewhat foolish for her inability to grasp such a simple task, focus on the sword, attune yourself to its consciousness, and it will guide you, Uchiha reassured her. Oh, Hinata Hyuga concentrated, yet remained at a loss. Observing her distress, an idea struck Uchiha, and he proclaimed, "Little Hinata, use your Byakugan to perceive my state. The Byakugan can unveil the flow of chakra. By employing it, you will see the chakra field I have unleashed." Understood. Hinata Hyuga focused her gaze, activating her Byakugan to look at Uchiha. In an instant, she beheld the formidable chakra radiating from him, a fissure resembling a wind hole forming above his head. Could that be the chakra winds? Only Hinata Hyuga, wielding Tetsusai, could perceive this phenomenon above Uchiha, while Hinata Mirai, standing nearby and also using her Byakugan, could only see the chakra emanating from Uchiha, not the wind hole above him. Hinata Hyuga raised Tetsusai, aiming at the fissure, and shouted, "Wind injury." Immediately, 3 blades of wind, akin to hurricanes, sliced through the earth and surged toward Uchiha. "Ah! Quickly, dodge, Lord Chie!" Hinata Hyuga shouted loudly, surprised by the 3 formidable gusts of wind she had unleashed. Upon witnessing Hinata's wind blade, Uchiha felt a sense of gratification. He exerted a fraction of his strength and called out, "Sanglongpu." Several bolts of lightning surged towards the wind blade, colliding with a tremendous explosion that neutralized the damage. As the dust settled, Hinata rushed to Uchiha's side, her concern evident. "Are you all right, Chie-kun?" she asked anxiously, fearing for his well-being. "Fear not, little Hinata. Your meager attack could hardly harm me," Uchiha reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. The power of Tetsusaiga was immense, and Hinata had yet to fully harness its potential. Even Inuyasha, the designated wielder of Tetsusaiga, had not realized its true might. Only Sesomaru could effortlessly wield Tetsusaiga to unleash its full power. Regrettably, their father had favored one over the other, placing a barrier that repelled Sesomaru from Tetsusaiga, inflicting greater harm the longer he touched it. "Now, let us continue our practice," Uchiha instructed. This time, without unleashing chakra, feel the air vortex and release the wind blade. Hinata nodded earnestly, distancing herself from Uchiha to begin her training anew. By the evening, she had mastered the technique, capable of summoning the wind blade at will, relying solely on her own chakra without the influence of others. Uchiha decided against teaching her other techniques of Tetsusaiga, allowing Hinata to discover them on her own. With the wind blade in her arsenal, she could contend with Sanglongpu. The strength of both techniques depended largely on the wielder. Upon returning to the village, they visited Uncle Ichiraku for a sumptuous ramen feast to satisfy their appetites, before heading back to Yu's residence, where Hinata Hanabi awaited eagerly. "You're back," she exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, we have returned," Uchiha nodded in acknowledgement. "Have you eaten yet?" "I brought dinner from home," Hanabi inquired. "I had ramen at Uncle Ichiraku's, so I'm not hungry," Uchiha replied gently. "You all chat. I'm off to take a bath," he said, waving his hand as he headed towards the bathroom. "Did you succeed in your training, sister?" Hanabi asked curiously after Uchiha left. "I've grasped a bit. Chie-kun says I can easily counter your Sanglongpu," Hinata replied with a playful smile, a rare display of mischief. "Humph. Big brother is clearly biased, teaching you to counter my Sanglongpu." Hanabi pouted, feigning annoyance. "I am Uchiha's official girlfriend, so of course he supports me. You little sister-in-law, go away," Hinata teased, pinching Hanabi's cheek playfully. "Sister, show me your skills," Hanabi urged, her curiosity piqued, eager to discover what techniques Hinata had acquired. "Today, I am weary and shall decline," Hinata Hyuga firmly rejected, aware that Hanabi Hyuga was merely attempting to gauge her abilities in order to devise a counter-strategy. She would not fall for such a ruse. "Humph. So petty, just like my older brother, always cautious. I shall ignore you. Hanabi, in a huff, retreated to her room. Lady Hinata, are you not going to appease Lady Hanabi? She appears to be sulking, murmured the observant Hinata Mirai nearby. Pay her no mind. Today I have discerned that Hanabi is vying for the affection of Shikiya-kun. I must thoroughly reprimand her, Hinata declared. Ever since Hanabi had taken the iron shard tooth, a gift from Shikiya-kun, claiming she wished to compete fairly, Hinata became increasingly convinced that something was amiss. It seemed that Hanabi was deliberately reclaiming the iron shard tooth, perhaps wishing to prevent Shikiya-kun from gifting it to her. Why was that? After much contemplation, Hinata concluded that the young girl was indeed envious. Shikiya had bestowed a gift upon her, and now Hanabi was consumed with jealousy. But why? A moment of reflection revealed that her dear sister had also developed affections for Shikiya-kun. In the past, Hanabi's jealousy had been of little concern to Hinata, for she was merely a 10-year-old child, posing no real threat to her. Yet, the situation had changed. After her training in the spirit time room, Hanabi had blossomed into a striking young woman of 17. Such covert rivalry for Shikiya-kun's love could not be tolerated. A firm reprimand was necessary to bring her back to reality and dispel any illusions. Mirai, assist Hanabi in packing her belongings. She must return home, Hinata stated with gravity, deciding to assert her authority as an older sister. Ah, Mirai exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom Hinata's unexpected decision. Meanwhile, on the other end, Shimura Danzo, after listening to his subordinate's report, furiously shattered the table before him. How dare Orochimaru hesitate to take action? His machinations had not only failed, but had also inadvertently provided Orochimaru with intelligence regarding the revival of the Uchiha clan. Cursed be that coward. Danzo's expression darkened considerably. It appeared he could no longer depend on Orochimaru. Thus, he resolved to summon that individual. Danzo penned a letter, instructing a subordinate to deliver it to the so-called Uchiha Abido. Initially, Danzo had been exceedingly wary of this Uchiha Abido and had been reluctant to engage. However, given the current circumstances, he could exploit this opportunity to have him confront the Uchiha clan and that insufferable brat, Shikiya, who seemed to possess the knowledge of resurrection techniques. Understood, Lord Danzo, a root ninja replied, swiftly departing with the envelope. Once the root ninja had left, Danzo sat alone in a dimly lit room. His face stern as he contemplated. The daimyo was a fool, gullibly believing Tsunade's assertions, thus abandoning the pursuit of justice for the assassination of the Flower Country's daimyo at the hands of Shikiya. In regard to the incident involving Hinata Hanabi and the murder of Haruno Sakura, under Tsunade's blatant protection, Hanabi continues to frolic throughout Konoha, facing no repercussions whatsoever. This is truly infuriating. Sooner or later, Konoha will be sullied by Tsunade and her naive entourage. Shimura Danzo sits alone in his chamber, simmering with frustration. I will endure. I will persevere. There will come a day when I, Shimura Danzo, shall ascend to the position of Hokage. Sister, what are you doing? In the Yushikiya household. Hinata Hanabi glared at Hinata with indignation. I am taking you home. You can no longer reside in Shikiya-kun's house. Hinata answered resolutely. Why, sister? I was perfectly fine living with Big Brother. Hanabi looked perplexed, unable to comprehend why Hinata suddenly demanded her return home. As an unmarried young lady, it is improper for you to stay long-term at Shikiya-kun's residence. This could tarnish the reputation of our Huga clan. How will you find a suitable husband in the future? Hinata spoke with a serious demeanor, her tone brooking no argument. I refuse. I wish to remain here with Big Brother. Hanabi pouted defiantly, unwilling to relent. She had no desire to leave Shikiya's side. You must listen, whether you like it or not. This matter is non-negotiable. Hinata placed her hands on her hips, her expression stern. I won't listen. I refuse to listen. Hanabi covered her ears, resolute in her defiance, unwilling to part from her beloved Big Brother. Mirai, pack up Hanabi's belongings and bring them back home, Hinata instructed her sister, Mirai, who was standing by. Lady Hanabi, perhaps it would be best for you to return home, Mirai gently suggested, wishing to avoid conflict between the two sisters. No, I absolutely refuse to go home. I want to stay here with Big Brother. Hanabi was adamant, unwilling to compromise, for returning home would mean losing the opportunity to see Big Brother frequently. Sister, you have no authority over where I choose to stay. That decision is mine alone, Hanabi asserted, glaring at Hinata with determination. Lady Hinata, perhaps we should let it go. Lady Hanabi has grown accustomed to living here. Let her remain, Mirai urged, seeing Hanabi's unwillingness to leave. Let us settle this with a duel, Hanabi, in the arena to determine the victor. If you lose, you must leave Shikiya-kuin's home. If I lose, you may stay as long as you wish, even if I marry Shikiya-kun. Hinata gazed at Hanabi with fierce determination in her eyes. Since words have failed, let actions speak. Hanabi matched Hinata's intensity, resolute in her belief that she would not be defeated. I will not lose either, Hinata replied, her eyes wide with seriousness. Then let the finals determine the victor. Yu Shikiya emerged from his bath, stepping into the hall, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere. What is going on? He inquired with curiosity. Hee, it's nothing, Chiya-kun. You're all clean now. I'm going to wash up too. Hinata Huga smiled brightly at Yuki Chiya and then skipped towards the bathroom. Yuki Chiya felt a peculiar sensation. Yet he couldn't quite articulate what was amiss. Big brother, I'm going to take a bath as well, Hanabi Huga said, masking the earlier unpleasantness with a playful grin before departing. Yuki Chiya turned his gaze towards Mirai Huga, wondering if something was amiss between the two sisters. Mirai nodded, explaining, Hinata-sama wants Hanabi-chan to go home. She is not allowed to stay here, which led to a minor quarrel. Not allowed to stay here. A knot tightened in Yuki Chiya's heart. Could it be that Hinata had discerned Hanabi's hidden feelings? What are your thoughts on this matter, Chiya-sama? Mirai inquired curiously. Let them resolve it themselves. After pondering, Yuki Chiya decided it was best not to intervene, allowing the sisters to handle it independently. Meddling might complicate matters further. They were both so familiar with each other, helping either one would be futile. Although Hanabi's departure might take some getting used to, it would also bring a measure of tranquility. With her lively and chatty nature, his life would be quieter without her presence. Yet, he was uncertain about the ultimate outcome. Yuki Chiya couldn't help but suspect that Hinata's actions might be based on some intuition. How troublesome. Yuki Chiya felt a tinge of frustration. Ultimately, he resolved to let it be. Whatever would happen would happen. After all, his home was merely a 10-minute walk from the Huga residence, and Hanabi could visit any time. She simply wouldn't be living there anymore. Rest early, Mirai. I'm feeling sleepy, so I'll turn in now. Yuki Chiya stifled a yawn and made his way into the bedroom. Chapter 162. Hinata Hiashi mediates. Upon returning to his room, Yuki Chiya did not immediately succumb to sleep. He powered on the integrated computer television and began browsing the internet. This time, he refrained from visiting that memorable website. Instead, he casually opened a video streaming site to explore the latest films. Finding one that piqued his interest, he clicked play and began to watch. Before he knew it, Yuki Chiya drifted off to sleep. Perhaps it was due to Hinata's presence that Hanabi did not sneak into his room to disturb his slumber, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful rest. In his dreams, Yuki Chiya found himself transported back to his previous life, awakening from a hospital bed. Realizing that all the events in the world of Naruto had merely been a figment of his imagination. The dream was remarkably vivid, and upon waking, Yuki Chiya could still clearly recall everything that transpired within it. In the early morning light, Yuki Chiya jolted awake, his expression one of surprise. He was astonished that he could remember all the details of the dream from the previous night so distinctly. Such clarity was rare. Typically, upon waking from a dream, one would only retain a vague impression. But this was a different experience altogether. Yuki Night possesses an absurd feeling. Could it be that all that transpires within the realm of Naruto is but a figment of his imagination? Is everything here merely a manifestation of his dreams? Yuki Night finds himself on the brink of blurring the lines between reality and illusion. He vigorously shakes his head, attempting to dispel these distracting thoughts. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, a new day dawns. Yuki Night makes his way to the main hall, whereupon he is greeted by a chorus of shouts from outside. Out of curiosity, he steps outside in the direction of the sound, only to discover Hinata Huga wielding her sword, Tetsusai, practicing her swordsmanship. She is not employing any skills, merely executing simple slashes and foundational movements. Such an early start for little Hinata. Yuki Night approaches her with a smile. You're awake, Chi Night-kun, Hinata exclaims, pausing her practice to gaze at him with delight. What brings you here to practice swordsmanship? He inquires with curiosity. I'm warming up. Soon, I'll be heading to the arena for the competition, and I must prepare myself to secure the final victory, Hinata replies with unwavering confidence. I wish you a triumphant beginning. Yuki Night gently pats her head. Have you had breakfast yet? He continues. You must eat well to have the strength for the competition. Not yet. However, Futabane and Izumine are already preparing breakfast, so it should be ready shortly. Hinata smiles in response. Lady Hinata, Lord Chi Knight, breakfast is ready. Please come and eat. As soon as Hinata finishes speaking, Hinata Futaba approaches, bowing slightly to the two. Where is Hanabi? Why is she not here? Yuki Knight inquires curiously, not seeing Hanabi's figure in the dining area. Chi Knight-kun. Hanabi left early this morning carrying her sword and hasn't returned yet, Hinata whispers. Then let us set aside a portion for Hanabi. Yuki Knight gestures for Uchiha Izumi to pack a meal for her. Understood, Lord Yu. Uchiha Izumi responds, promptly preparing a meal for Hanabi. After a simple breakfast, Yuki Knight leads Hinata to the arena, with Futaba naturally following to ensure Hinata's safety. Meanwhile, Yuki Knight's maid, Uchiha Izumi, remains at home, tasked with guarding the residence against any potential intruders. As for Hanabi, she still has not returned by the time they finish their meal, prompting Yuki Knight to take Hinata to the arena first. Upon arriving at the competition arena, it buzzes with excitement. A throng of spectators fills the space, transforming the once tranquil arena into a lively scene. From a viewing platform, Yuki Knight spots Hanabi, who stands beside Hinata Hisashi. Hanabi notices Yuki Knight and waves enthusiastically at him. He strides towards the viewing platform where they stand. Greetings, Lord Chi Knight. Hinata Hisashi respectfully addresses him upon his arrival. There is no need for such formality, uncle. Yuki gently inclined in reverence towards Hinata Hiashi, a gesture that encapsulated my admiration for Lord Yuki. It was only fitting, as failing to bow would be deemed rather discourteous. Hinata Hiashi spoke with utmost respect. Big brother, come this way. I have prepared a seat for you. Hinata Hanabi took Yuki by the hand and led him to a nearby seating area, which, aside from the viewing position of the Hokage, was the finest vantage point available. From here, dear brother, you can clearly observe all the battles taking place in the arena. Thank you, Hanabi, Yuki replied with a warm smile. You need not be so formal. Given our relationship, such politeness is unnecessary, Hanabi whispered sweetly to Yuki. Meanwhile, Hinata Hiashi engaged Hinata in conversation, inquiring about the dynamics between Hinata and Hanabi. Earlier that day, Hanabi had hurried home, imploring Hinata Hiashi to permit her to engage in earnest combat with Hinata. Thus, upon meeting Hinata Hiashi could not help but question what has transpired between the two sisters. Father, I suspect Hanabi has developed feelings for Yuki, which is why I allowed her to stay at home, to prevent deeper emotional wounds in the future, Hinata replied thoughtfully. Hinata, could you not concede a little to Hanabi? If she has affections for Lord Yuki, then so be it. What harm is there in that? Hinata Hiashi remarked. But, father, I too cherish Yuki. I am already his girlfriend. How could I possibly relinquish him to her? Yuki is not an object. He is a living, breathing person, someone I need throughout my life. How could I possibly let him go to Hanabi? Hearing Hinata Hiashi's words, Hinata felt a deep sense of injustice. Can such a thing truly be permitted? I do not wish for you two sisters to clash. Regardless of who is hurt, my heart aches for either of you. Therefore, I suggest, Hinata, as the elder sister, you bear with it a little and allow Hanabi to remain in Yuki's household. Learning from him gradually, Hinata Hiashi continued, genuinely desiring to avoid any fierce conflict between his cherished daughters. Father, this is not something I can endure. If I hold back now, perhaps Yuki will no longer be mine, Hinata replied softly. Father, while I have no objection to Hanabi's affection for Yuki, I cannot tolerate her attempts to usurp his love. For the sake of my love, I must fight. Chapter 163. Hinata Hanabi and Sakura Haruno. After several intense battles, the finalists were finally determined in the afternoon. Hinata, Hanabi, Kazumitsuri Miko, and Sakura Haruno. The matchups were set, Hinata against Kazumitsuri Miko, and Hanabi against Sakura Haruno. In the first match, Hinata faced Kazumitsuri Miko. I concede, Miko declared upon realizing she was matched against Hinata, understanding the bond between Hinata and her beloved elder brother. Without hesitation, Might Guy announced Hinata's victory. As the two participants exited the arena, it was time for Hinata Hanabi and Haruno Sakura to take the stage. You should concede. You stand no chance against me. Hinata Hanabi boldly brandished her Duki Shinju, unleashing an overwhelming aura that caused Might Guy to change his expression, marveling at the sheer intensity of her presence. Haruno Sakura's expression shifted. The Duki Shinju had left an indelible mark on her psyche during her time in the spirit time room with Nanaya. clad in leaves, and having lived solitary on a small hill for over half a year. She gazed at the Duki Shinju in Hinata's hands, gritting her teeth, determined not to repeat her past mistakes. Sakura retrieved a pair of plastic gloves from her pocket, slipping them onto her hands. Aware of the imminent confrontation with Hinata, she had prepared extensively to counter the threat of the Duki Shinju. The weapon's greatest strength lay in its thunderous attacks, and the best defense against such power was insulation. Her shoes and clothing were insulated, and she even donned a protective hat, with insulated gloves now adorning her hands. "Are you ready?" Might Guy stepped between the two, raising his hand as a signal. "Ready to go, teacher Guy," Sakura affirmed with a nod. "I am also prepared," Hinata replied coldly. Her mood soured due to her sister Hinata's insistence on leaving the Nanaya household, making her demeanor even more frosty, particularly towards Sakura, whom she already had a contentious relationship with. "Very well. Let the match begin." With a swift motion, Might Guy signaled the commencement of the battle. Sayu burst. Without hesitation, Hinata launched a straightforward yet powerful attack, raising the Duki Shinju, unleashing chakra, and summoning 3 arcs of lightning that surged toward Sakura. Sakura, seeing the oncoming threat, shouted fiercely and struck the ground with her iron fist, instantly erecting a wall of earth to shield herself. Boom! The 3 arcs of lightning collided with the earthen barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent dust swirling into the air. Before the dust could settle, a shadowy figure propelled itself from the haze, swinging its iron fist toward Hinata's face. Hinata was taken aback as she observed Sakura barreling toward her. Her attack had seemingly inflicted no damage on Sakura. How was this possible? Despite the wall's obstruction, the residual energy from the thunder should have had a paralyzing effect. Why was Sakura unaffected? Though curious, Hinata had no time to ponder the reason as Sakura's assault approached. Swiftly, she executed a maneuver to evade the impending strike. Bang! Hinata narrowly avoided the blow, while Sakura's iron fist struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a colossal crater. What terrifying power! No wonder she embodies the true legacy of the 5th Hokage. She is practically a second 5th Hokage. Might Guy, witnessing the massive pit created by Sakura's strike, felt a rush of fear. Had that blow landed on a person, it would have been catastrophic. What a remarkable transformation. Is this truly the same gentle girl from the past? Gaara, observing the battlefield from the stands, was utterly astonished by Sakura Haruno's fierce assault. In the past, she had been ruthlessly tormented by his former malevolent self, her attacks feeble and ineffective. Yet, in the mere span of 2 years, she had evolved from that delicate maiden into a formidable force of nature. A strike like that would undoubtedly leave an opponent gravely injured, if not dead. Gaara glanced at the ever-smiling Tsunade beside him, who appeared to be quite the powerhouse herself. Could it be that Sakura had learned her formidable skills from the 5th Hokage? "Is Sakura your disciple, Lady Tsunade?" Gaara inquired with curiosity. "Ha. Sakura has only managed to grasp the most superficial aspects of my teachings," Tsunade replied, her spirits lifted. The more remarkable Sakura's performance, the greater her own prestige became. "Indeed, Lady 5th Hokage, your prowess is truly impressive. To have cultivated Sakura into such a powerful ninja in such a short time is nothing short of extraordinary." Gaara expressed his admiration, while secretly contemplating whether his absolute defense could withstand such a terrifying blow. It seems Sakura has acquired remarkable skills under Lady 5th Hokage's guidance. Kakashi, leisurely observing Jeriah's antics while watching the match between Sakura and Hinata Hanabi, could not help but reflect on the rapid growth of his female disciple over the past 2 years. Future battles would undoubtedly be far less effortless than before. However, Hinata Hanabi was no ordinary opponent. Her ability to react instantaneously and evade Sakura's strike was commendable. Kakashi's Sharingan rotated, meticulously analyzing the combat. Hinata Hanabi's explosive speed, capable of breaching several Anbu guards to eliminate Consultant Kurumi, was something Sakura could scarcely match. Such overwhelming destructive power, if it fails to land, renders itself futile. "What will you do, Sakura?" Kakashi pondered, wrestling with the challenge presented by the swift Hinata Hanabi. Landing a solid blow would prove difficult and could deplete Sakura's stamina significantly. The longer the battle continued, the more disadvantageous it became for Sakura. "Go, Sakura!" cheered a few of the already defeated Konoha ninjas from the audience, rallying support for her. "You can do it, Sakura!" Meanwhile, her parents fervently cheered for their daughter. "Do your best, Sakura. Defeat her with one decisive blow." Numerous spectators who had placed bets on Sakura's victory also joined in, hoping for a favorable outcome that would reward them. On the opposing side, the Huga clan fervently encouraged Hinata Hanabi as well. The atmosphere in the arena was electric with cheers and shouts of encouragement. Yet, unlike others, the expression on Yuki Nanami's face, seated beside Hinata Huga, was one of concern. Chapter 164. The Unreserved Azure Dragon Breaks. Uchiha is infuriated. Uchiha's expression darkened. He had previously instructed Hinata Hanabi not to employ the demon god technique against the villagers. Yet now, Hanabi had commenced her assault by unleashing the demon god technique upon Haruno Sakura, even executing a finishing move without a shred of mercy. It was as if they harbored a deep-seated enmity toward one another. Haruno Sakura reciprocated Hanabi's aggression with relentless ferocity, throwing powerful punches with unwavering resolve. To Uchiha, it seemed as though these two were not merely fellow villagers, but rather adversaries meeting in a fierce confrontation, their animosity palpable. On the battlefield, Haruno Sakura relentlessly pursued the evading Hanabi, unleashing a barrage of heavy strikes that resounded like thunder against the ground. Each impact created a profound crater, as her blows carried the force of artillery, inflicting tremendous damage with each strike. After an extended flurry of punches, Sakura began to breathe heavily, her stamina waning from the exertion. Frustration mounted as she failed to land a hit on Hanabi. If only she could connect, this bout would swiftly conclude. Observing Hanabi deftly evade her attacks once more, Sakura could not contain her exasperation, shouting, "What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? If you have the ability, face me head on." In a fit of anger, she provoked Hanabi further. With a smirk, Hanabi dodged yet another of Sakura's attacks using the body flicker technique. And in response to Sakura's furious taunts, she stood her ground and made a face at her. Breathing heavily, Sakura glared at the mocking Hanabi and charged forward once more, swinging her fist. "Come at me." This time, Hanabi chose not to retreat, surging straight toward the oncoming Sakura with astonishing speed, a blur that Sakura could scarcely perceive. As the afterimage approached, Sakura reacted instinctively, launching a heavy punch in hopes of landing a hit. If she could just connect, the fight would be over. However, reality proved unkind. The afterimage effortlessly sidestepped Sakura's heavy blow, circling behind her before she could react. A colossal bolt of lightning struck her back with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Sakura was propelled through the air, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. After a considerable moment, as the dust settled, Sakura staggered to her feet from a small crater. Though her insulated attire shielded her from electrical currents, it could not mitigate the sheer impact of the thunderous assault that had driven her into the ground. Coughing slightly and feeling disheveled, she grasped the kunai and directed it toward Hanabi. Could she still rise and mount an attack? Hinata Hanabi calmly evaded the incoming shuriken. Contemplating, it seems that the briefly charged Azure Dragon Break lacks the power to defeat this opponent in one blow. Then let us play a little longer. Hinata Hanabi intended to continue provoking Sakura Haruno, enticing her to unleash her heavy punches in pursuit, thereby swiftly depleting her stamina and diminishing her reaction speed. This way, when she finally unleashed the fully charged Azure Dragon Break, it would be less likely for Sakura to anticipate and evade it. As Hinata approached Sakura, she continued to bait her into using her heavy punches. Predictably, upon seeing Hinata draw near, Sakura furiously swung her fists towards her. Kakashi, observing from the audience, raised his brows slightly as he witnessed this. A powerful attack demands an immense expenditure of energy. Sakura's continuous assaults had already drained a significant portion of her stamina. While it appeared that Hinata was also exerting herself to dodge, her energy expenditure was minimal in comparison to Sakura's. If this continued, Sakura would inevitably exhaust herself, while Hinata would retain sufficient stamina. When the time came for Hinata to confront Sakura again, the latter would be entirely defenseless. Sakura had fallen into a trap. Those watching had clarity where the participants were lost in confusion. Kakashi quickly discerned Hinata's intentions from outside the ring, and some others began to perceive her strategy as well. Tsunade sighed repeatedly, recognizing that while heavy punches were formidable, Sakura seemed to be losing her wits, led by Hinata like a puppet, rapidly depleting her own stamina. The eventual outcome was all too predictable. After several consecutive heavy punches, Sakura began gasping for breath, her breathing rapid and her brow slick with sweat, having exhausted considerable energy. Sensing the moment had arrived, Hinata raised her weapon, the demon god, and began to gather her momentum. A powerful surge of chakra erupted, and a colossal blue azure dragon manifested behind Hinata. Countless thunderclaps echoed around her, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The sheer force was terrifying. Might Guy, standing closest, could feel this formidable aura acutely. The power behind such an attack was undoubtedly fearsome. If this strike were to directly hit Sakura, it could very well spell her demise. Realizing this, Might Guy grew anxious, his gaze fixed intently on Sakura, prepared to rescue her at a moment's notice. He could not allow Sakura to fall before him. Otherwise, the fifth Hokage would surely be furious with him. In secret, Might Guy readied himself, determined that if any dire situation arose, he would unleash the 8 gates and rush in to save her. Yoshiyuki's expression darkened. The might that Hinata had gathered for this Azure Dragon break would be extraordinarily potent. Exhausted, Sakura might not withstand this onslaught. Hinata had already defied his orders, indiscriminately employing the demon god against a comrade from the village. If she had held back in her use of the demon god, Yoshiyuki would have said nothing. After all, the power of the ghostly duel is one of her strengths. However, using that power to harm her companions in the village is utterly unacceptable. Haruno Sakura bears no ill will towards him. In fact, their relationship is quite amicable. Yet, Hinata Hanabi's unreserved attack on Sakura with the sword entrusted to her by Yagami Shikiya has greatly displeased Yagami. Chapter 165, Surrender Roar. The Azure Dragons roared dark in the skies. Countless thunderbolts erupted, enveloping the atmosphere with a terrifying aura. Haruno Sakura's complexion turned pale. She had been eager to end the battle swiftly with a heavy punch, but the series of strikes had already depleted much of her stamina and chakra. Now, confronted with the formidable presence radiating from Hinata Hanabi, Sakura stood frozen in fear, staring blankly at the enormous azure dragon materializing behind Hanabi. Hinata Hanabi's hair danced wildly in the wind, her blood-red eyes resembling those of a bloodthirsty goddess, gazing at Sakura with chilling indifference. No one can take me away from my big brother. I shall never concede defeat. I will not lose to my sister, and I certainly will not lose to you. Hinata's crimson gaze remained cold as she fixed her eyes on Sakura. Sakura's face was ashen, drenched in cold sweat, the overwhelming malevolence stripping her of the will to resist. Azure Dragon Break. Hinata Hanabi's voice resonated deeply, icy and resolute. Boom, boom, boom. 18 serpentine bolts of terrifying lightning surged towards Haruno Sakura. Sakura, Tsunade, seated in the Hokage's chair, suddenly leapt to her feet. Gaara, seated nearby, also rose abruptly. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. Next to Hinata, Might Guy erupted with potent chakra, unleashing the 8 gates, transforming into a blur as he charged towards the dazed Sakura. The ground shook with a series of explosive sounds, raising a cloud of dust. All eyes were anxiously fixed on the scene. In the face of such a cataclysmic strike, would Sakura survive? Had the proctor succeeded in saving her? As the dust gradually settled, 2 figures began to emerge. Might Guy radiated a green glow, half kneeling to shield Haruno Sakura, who lay paralyzed on the ground. Both remained motionless, leaving everyone to wonder about their fates. With the dust fully cleared, the 2 figures became unmistakably visible. The terrain surrounding them bore the marks of a violent upheaval, as if cleaved by some immense force, resulting in 2 vast, deep trenches. Had they evaded the attack? Witnessing this scene, Kakashi's anxious heart finally found solace. It appeared that Guy had indeed intervened. It seems Guy managed to catch up. Kurenai remarked softly beside Kakashi. While Guy did arrive in time, it was evident that Hinata Hanabi had intentionally diverted her attack. Both Guy and Sakura remained unharmed. Kakashi's expression was complex as he noted. Even Guy might not have been able to withstand such an assault. Fortunately, Hinata did not genuinely aim for Sakura. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kakashi felt a lingering sense of dread. What if Sakura truly encountered a mishap? How would he explain it to Naruto upon his return? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Hinata Hanabi altered the trajectory of the lightning strike, sparing both Guy and Sakura from significant harm. Might Guy dispelled the green aura enveloping him and slowly rose to his feet, surveying the 2 deep trenches on either side, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Although he possessed supersonic speed, sound could never match the swiftness of light. Had Hanabi's lightning actually struck Sakura, he would have been powerless to intervene, merely an observer. Despite arriving before Sakura, the lightning had already zipped past her before he could act. Sakura, are you alright? Guy inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Sakura replied, her pallor evident. Do you wish to continue fighting? Guy asked, quickly adding, I suggest you concede. Okay, I concede, Sakura said without a moment's hesitation. She had never anticipated that Hanabi's lightning would be far more formidable than what she had experienced in the time-space training room. Based on her assumptions, her equipment should have adequately withstood Hanabi's lightning from their previous encounter, and she believed victory would be within her grasp. To her astonishment, Hanabi had unleashed a significantly more powerful force, coupled with a speed that rivaled Guy's 8 gates technique, causing Sakura's heavy punches to miss, ultimately leading to her exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Hanabi delivered a decisive blow but mercifully refrained from employing her ultimate technique. With Sakura conceding, the victor was declared as Hinata Hanabi. Guy raised Hanabi's hand high in the air, announcing her triumph. The arena erupted with enthusiastic applause. Truly remarkable, the Huga clan, even able to defeat a Hokage's disciple. Indeed, the Huga clan is rightfully esteemed in Konoha. Their prowess is unparalleled. Oh no, my money. My wager is going to waste. The audience buzzed with excitement. Some elated while others despaired. Those rejoicing marveled at the splendid display of combat, while the sorrowful mourned their lost bets on Sakura's victory. With this match concluded, the final bout to determine the ultimate champion would commence at noon tomorrow. Yuki Nanaya observed Hinata Hanabi, who stood quietly before him, with a complex expression. As Hanabi concentrated on unleashing her most potent technique, the Azure Dragon Break, Yuki felt a surge of anger. Yet, seeing her skillfully avoid collateral damage brought him a modicum of relief. Big brother, please punish me, Hanabi said cautiously, recalling Yuki's earlier admonition against using her D-Kigami against their comrades. Yet now, she had employed it against Sakura. Rest well, you have a match against your sister tomorrow. Uchiha let out a soft sigh, neither scolding Hinata Hanabi nor reclaiming the Dogushin. He simply turned and departed. As she watched Uchiha walk away, tears began to stream down Hinata Hanabi's cheeks. In contrast to Uchiha's indifferent demeanor, she yearned for him to deliver a harsh reprimand. Such an action would signify that he was not truly angry with her. However, by doing nothing and turning away, it indicated that her elder brother was indeed upset. With reddened eyes, Hinata Hanabi felt as though something of utmost importance had slipped away from her grasp. Chapter 166, The Diamond Treasure Chest, Abundant Rewards. Unmatched in the world, alas. Hinata Hisashi gently patted Hinata Hanabi on the shoulder, encouraging her not to lose heart. Hanabi, Lord Chie is merely a bit upset at the moment. In a few days, when his mood improves, if you sincerely apologize, he will surely forgive you. Although Hinata Hisashi was unaware of the underlying reasons, he understood that as long as one did not transgress the other's boundaries, seeking forgiveness was a relatively straightforward endeavor, especially for a girl pleading with a boy. Father, could you persuade my sister? I truly do not wish to part from my elder brother. Hinata Hanabi's use of the Dogushin's power against Haruno Sakura was not driven by past grievances. Rather, it was to ensure her victory in the forthcoming competition, to reunite with her sister and triumph over her, thereby keeping Uchiha by her side, was her sole intention. Yet, she was acutely aware that Uchiha forbade her from using the Dogushin's power against the villagers. In her quest for an assured victory, she felt compelled to wield the Dogushin's strength, yet feared Uchiha's disapproval. This conflict left her in a state of profound turmoil. If Hinata Hisashi could convince Hinata to reconsider, everything would fall into place. She wouldn't need to win the competition. She could simply concede and allow her sister to claim the championship. However, this could only be realized if Hinata nodded in agreement. Otherwise, to remain close to Uchiha, she would have no choice but to defy his wishes and strive with all her might for ultimate victory. Sighing, Hinata Hisashi lamented. Both sides presented him with cherished daughters. What could he possibly say? He knew Hinata's character well. Once she made a decision, she would resolutely see it through. Act according to your own wishes and pursue what you desire. Regardless of the outcome, I will support you. My only hope is that both you and Hinata return home intact to share a meal with me. Hinata accompanied Yuhi Kurenai as they departed, leaving Uchiha to stroll alone through the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the remarkable reputation of Hinata Hanabi that you have cultivated, you are awarded a diamond treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Uchiha paused momentarily, then felt a rush of delight. What a delightful surprise. He had not anticipated that Hinata Hanabi's victory would grant him yet another diamond treasure chest. The last time he opened a diamond treasure chest, he received 4 extraordinary swords: the iron-shattered Fong, the storm-cloud Fong, the explosive shattered Fong, and the natural Fong. What wonders would this treasure chest reveal? Uchiha was filled with anticipation as the system activated the diamond treasure chest. Eagerly, he urged the system to unveil its contents, longing to discover the rewards it held. With a chime, the diamond treasure chest opened, and the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have received the Nimbus Cloud, the Cloud of the Sky Island, the Thunder Fruit, an enhanced version that is impervious to the sea and allows for the stacking of different ability fruits without adverse effects, and the power of the Mind Network, within the confines of the Sky Island." Upon hearing the system's voice, Uchiha was overwhelmed with joy, his earlier apprehensions dissipating entirely. Returning home, he could hardly wait to collect his rewards. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and a vibrant, multicolored cloud materialized before him. Was this the Nimbus Cloud? Uchiha gazed in astonishment at the resplendent cloud, noting how strikingly different it was from the golden nimbus depicted in Dragon Ball. Could it be the very cloud that Sun Wukong obtained in Journey to the West? Curiosity piqued, Uchiha leaped onto the cloud. It felt incredibly soft and elastic, akin to reclining on a plush bed, if not even more comfortable. Warm and inviting, it enveloped him in bliss. After a delightful attempt at flying in the yard, Uchiha was thoroughly satisfied. Next, he retrieved the Thunder Fruit. This fruit could easily be deemed the most formidable in the world of One Piece. The power of thunder, after all, is not something mere mortals can withstand. Perhaps it was precisely due to its overwhelming potential that Oda had chosen to eliminate it from the narrative. Uchiha peeled the fruit's skin, gritting his teeth before taking a bite. Expecting a bitter taste, he was pleasantly surprised by the sweetness that burst forth. Was this truly a devil fruit? How could it be so delectable? With a hint of skepticism, he scrutinized the thunder fruit in his hand, his expression filled with doubt. According to the lore of One Piece, devil fruits were notoriously unpalatable. Why then was this thunder fruit so scrumptious? After pondering for a moment, realization dawned upon him. This was the system's improved version of the thunder fruit. Given its enhanced nature, it made sense that its flavor had been refined. Chiding himself for his slow wit, Uchiha swiftly consumed the fruit. As the essence of the thunder fruit coursed through him, a spark of lightning flickered in his eyes. With a mere thought, a surge of thunderous energy manifested in his palm, crackling with a sizzling sound. In an instant, he transformed into a flash of lightning, reappearing atop the roof outside. Such power! Sensing the might of the thunder fruit, Uchiha felt immense satisfaction. In this world, no one would possess the audacity to harm him. From this moment forth, he would be invincible. Next, he prepared to extract the power of the Mind Network. In an instant, the profound perception of the Mind Network surpassed mere sensory techniques, seamlessly merging into Uchiha's consciousness, accompanied by the sound of thunder from the fruit of his powers. A cacophony of voices flooded his ears, the weeping of women, the laughter of men, shouts of anger, and various murmurs, all converged within his auditory realm. The entirety of Konoha's movements lay beneath his perception. With a flicker of thought, Uchiha silenced the clamor, honing in on words of concern. Any mention of his name, Uchiha, within the confines of the Mind Network, reached his ears. After a brief experiment, he withdrew the Mind Network, ceasing further perception. The clouds of the Sky Island. He turned his gaze to the ultimate reward, a smile gracing his lips as he marveled at how the Sky Island, a dream cherished in his past life, had come to him in the world of Naruto. The essence of an entire floating island. It was a place truly meant for him. After contemplating the house for a considerable time, he made a decision. Chapter 167. A reunion with Yamato. What could the esteemed Yu be pondering? Uchiha Izumi emerged from her room, spotting Uchiha in the courtyard, lost in deep thought, and her curiosity got the better of her. Uchiha smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing, merely contemplating a change of residence." A change of residence? Uchiha Izumi paused momentarily, then inquired, "Does that mean you wish to leave Konoha?" "Indeed." Uchiha nodded, expressing a yearning for life above rather than below. He gazed at Uchiha Izumi with a smile and asked, "Would you join me in leaving Konoha? Wherever you go, I shall follow, for protecting you is my mission," Uchiha Izumi declared with a smile. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Knowing we may never return to Konoha?" Uchiha sought confirmation. "I am certain," Uchiha Izumi affirmed, her head nodding. "As long as you do not disdain my presence, I will accompany you for a lifetime to repay your kindness to the Uchiha clan." Reviving the Uchiha was merely a trivial effort on my part. There is no need for such an obligation. If you have aspirations of your own, do not hesitate to share them. I would be agreeable to them. And there is no need for you to force yourself. Uchiha smiled, emphasizing his non-coercive stance. Esteemed you, I have no ambitions left. My sole desire is to repay your kindness. Uchiha Izumi replied with a blush, feeling that following Uchiha was the best course of action. Then come along. Uchiha stepped forward, gently tousling Uchiha Izumi's hair. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. She exclaimed softly, Esteemed you. You have a thread of cobweb in your hair. Uchiha brushed it away. Thank you, esteemed you, Uchiha Izumi said, her face aflame, mistakenly believing there might be a deeper sentiment from him, only to feel embarrassed when realizing otherwise. Unaware of Uchiha Izumi's thoughts, Uchiha continued, I have matters to attend to. You may stay at home for now. Understood. Esteemed you. I shall prepare dinner and await your return, esteemed one, Uchiha Izumi remarked. Then I shall trouble you, Izumi. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Shikiya transformed and vanished from the courtyard. Observing Shikiya's swift departure, akin to a bolt of lightning, Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief. This did not resemble the body flicker technique at all. Shikiya reappeared atop the Hokage statue, gazing down at the village of Konoha, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Are you Shikiya? A voice of surprise erupted from behind him, prompting Shikiya to turn and discover a man eagerly waving at him. Yamato-senpai, what brings you here? Shikiya inquired, curiosity lighting up his eyes. He had just been hoping to find Yamato, and serendipitously encountering him felt like a stroke of good fortune. I'm on patrol. Recently, there has been an influx of outsiders in the village, and to ensure our safety, the 5th Hokage has dispatched me to monitor for any potential spies. Yamato explained with a smile. And you, Shikiya? What brings you here? I came to admire the scenery. From here, one can overlook the entirety of Konoha. I wanted to take one last look and etch it into my memory, for perhaps I may never witness this untainted Konoha again, Shikiya replied, smiling as he gazed at the evening glow. Are you planning to leave Konoha? Yamato asked, somewhat taken aback by Shikiya's words. Indeed. I wish to venture out and experience the world, Shikiya replied with a smile. With the powers granted by the Thunder Fruit, he felt virtually invulnerable in the world of Naruto, without haki or any abilities to counteract the Devil Fruit. The inhabitants of this realm could neither hinder his elemental transformation nor inflict harm upon him, placing him in a state of invincibility. As a side note, Luffy defeated Enel without using haki, suggesting that in the early narrative of One Piece, haki was not yet established, and battles were determined primarily by the abilities of the Devil Fruits. One might argue that the later introduction of haki, particularly armament haki, was a misstep, as it became commonplace for anyone to wield it, thus diluting its significance. And in the earlier arcs, characters like Shanks, who were immensely powerful, lacked the ability to use armament haki, which seems implausible. It is noteworthy that he sacrificed an arm to save Luffy, while Whitebeard, despite his immense strength, also seemed to be without this ability, ultimately falling victim to a surprise attack from a subordinate. Ace, one of Whitebeard's captains, also lacked armament haki, yet perished while trying to save Luffy from Akainu's lethal punch. The introduction of armament haki disrupted the established power dynamics. Had it existed earlier, many of these characters could have withstood such attacks. Here, the revised concept of Devil Fruits suggests that only haki can impact those with the ability to transform into elements. Otherwise, to harm Shikiya, one would need to catch him untransformed. Are you truly set on departing? Yamato's expression shifted slightly. After all, Tsunade had previously warned him not to let Nanaya leave Konoha so easily, as his presence held significant implications for the village's safety. Indeed, Nanaya nodded and exclaimed, I had initially intended to seek you out for a farewell drink, Yamato-senpai. How fortunate it is to run into you here. His smile radiated warmth as he fervently invited Yamato, insisting, You must accept. You've assisted me tremendously before, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude properly. This time, I shall certainly thank you. Nanaya's divine hand had advanced to an intermediate state, granting him the ability to replicate bloodline limits. He was particularly eager to acquire Yamato's would-release techniques, envisioning their utility in constructing a new home after relocating to the heavens. I happen to be on my way to report to the 5th Hokage, Yamato replied, but I shall visit your home afterward. Given Nanaya's enthusiasm, Yamato felt compelled to accept, seizing the opportunity to delay the news of Nanaya's impending departure from Konoha. Then I shall await your arrival at home with fine food and drink." Nanaya beamed, and upon hearing Yamato's agreement, his joy was palpable. "Excellent. I will come immediately after my report to the 5th Hokage," Yamato responded with a smile and a nod before vanishing in an instant. The first objective was nearly accomplished, with several more to follow. This book has undergone significant revisions. I wonder if you can discern that. Chapter 168, Bounty Notice at the Hokage Building. Yamato arrived in a flash. "I have come to see the 5th Hokage," he announced, kneeling respectfully before Tsunade. "Is everything in order today?" she inquired with a calm demeanor. "Yes, all is well. No abnormalities have been detected," Yamato replied respectfully. "That is good to hear," Tsunade acknowledged. "You've worked hard today. You should return home and rest." She waved her hand, signaling him to withdraw. "5th Hokage, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose." Yamato hesitated. "What is it?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "It concerns you, Nanaya," he stated. "Has he caused trouble again?" Tsunade frowned, recalling the last incident involving the assassination of the Land of Flowers daimyo, which she had painstakingly resolved. "He hasn't caused any trouble, has he?" Yamato clarified. "While I was preparing to return, I encountered him at Hokage Rock, and he informed me of his intention to leave Konoha." "What?" Tsunade stood abruptly, her surprise evident. "You mean that troublesome boy intends to leave Konoha?" "Indeed, 5th Hokage. He expressed a desire to explore the outside world," Yamato reported, observing Tsunade's astonishment, puzzled as to why she was so concerned about Nanaya, who was not particularly formidable as a ninja. "When does he plan to depart?" Tsunade inquired. In the stillness of the night, Chie did not disclose his departure time. Yet he extended an invitation for me to join him at his residence for a drink. I surmised that he must wish to bid farewell to familiar faces before embarking on his journey. "Daiha, did Chie truly invite you to his abode for libations?" Tsunade inquired. "Indeed," Daiha replied. "You ought to engage him in conversation and ascertain the reasons behind his departure from Konoha. Perhaps there exists a significant peril looming over the village that he has foreseen?" Tsunade spoke with a grave demeanor. "Understood." Daiha nodded earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "It is imperative that we clarify matters and, if possible, persuade him to remain in Konoha." Daiha acknowledged. "Proceed." After Daiha's departure, Tsunade gazed out the window, her heart laden with an inexplicable heaviness, as if foreboding misfortune was on the horizon. The letter she had sent to Jeriah had gone unanswered, leaving her in the dark about his whereabouts with Naruto. "Alas, Lady Tsunade." Ino rushed in, her voice a cacophony of urgency. "What has transpired?" Tsunade turned, her brow furrowed in concern. "It's dreadful, Lady Tsunade. The esteemed daimyo has issued a warrant for Chie's capture, demanding that he be apprehended within 3 days and handed over to the Flower Country." Ino presented the warrant, laying it upon Tsunade's desk. "What on earth is happening?" Tsunade gazed in disbelief at the image on the warrant. Why had the daimyo suddenly enacted such a decree? "I heard that the princess of the Flower Country is marrying the daimyo to seek vengeance against her father's murderer," Ino explained. "Damn it." Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table in fury. "What shall we do, Lady Tsunade?" Ino asked, her concern evident, reluctant to see Chie captured. Tsunade closed her eyes. Acknowledging the futility of the situation, the warrant had been issued, and even she could not intervene. Compliance was necessary to capture Chie, for the daimyo held the authority to appoint another lord to undertake the task. "We must visit Chie's home," Tsunade spoke wearily, burdened by the daimyo's demands. Recognizing that many matters could not be executed according to her will. "Are we truly to apprehend Chie?" Ino hesitated to ask. "Capture? No. Before he departs, he must relinquish the papaya. If he does not comply now, he may never have another opportunity," Tsunade declared defiantly, refusing to be subservient to the order. In fact, she intended to ensure Chie's escape. Arriving at Chie's residence, Tsunade and Ino found that Daiha had yet to arrive, likely having gone home to bathe. "What brings my esteemed sisters here?" Chie exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected visit from the two enchanting ladies, each more captivating than the last. "Alas, it seemed that such encounters might become rare. I heard from Daiha that you intend to leave Konoha. Is that true?" Tsunade inquired. "What? Brother Chie plans to depart from the village? Has he perhaps caught wind of impending danger and seeks refuge? The warrant was issued secretly and had yet to be made public. How did Shinya's younger brother come to know of it?" Shizune speculated that Shinya intended to leave Konoha because he was aware of the bounty placed upon him by the daimyo. Indeed, Shinya nodded slightly. gathered with a few friends, and set out to explore the world beyond. Departure seemed wise. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she urged, "Leave within 3 days. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to do so." Why such urgency? What could transpire in 3 days? Yushinya regarded Tsunade's earnest demeanor with growing curiosity. To be frank, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has just issued a warrant for your arrest, demanding that Konoha capture you within 3 days and hand you over to the Land of Flowers. Tsunade candidly revealed this to Yushinya, having no intention of accommodating those bureaucratic officials. Haha, I thought this matter would simply fade away. I never expected the warrant to be issued so soon. Yushinya laughed heartily, unfazed by the news. You must be jesting. I kindly inform you in advance, and you respond with laughter. Do you truly believe that with your limited abilities, you can evade Konoha's full-scale pursuit? Tsunade retorted with irritation. Best to put as much distance between yourself and here as possible. Also, before you leave, be sure to leave the nutritious papayas for me, lest they be seized along the way. Tsunade spoke with utmost seriousness. Sister Tsunade, given your warning, I will gladly provide you with the papayas, Yushinya replied, readily producing 10 nutritious papayas and placing them into Tsunade's arms without asking for payment. Chapter 169, The Emotional Collector's Term ends. And Yushinya strikes it rich as Tsunade beheld the 10 nutritious papayas. Her eyes sparkled with delight, mirrored by Shizune, who gazed at the papayas with rapt attention. Are these truly for me? Tsunade asked in disbelief, astonished at the generosity of what she had assumed was merely a whimsical suggestion. She had never anticipated receiving such a bounty from Yushinya, known for his frugality. The unexpected gift filled her with joy. With a radiant smile, Tsunade eagerly accepted the papayas, rolling up her sleeves and stowing them away one by one. Meanwhile, Shizune watched anxiously as Tsunade continued to fill her pockets. Feeling a pang of concern that Tsunade intended to keep all the papayas to herself. Sister Tsunade, allow me to assist you. Shizune offered, eager to help. No need. I can manage on my own, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. She was perfectly capable of carrying the small load of 10 papayas without assistance. Her refusal was clear. She did not wish to share the papayas with Shizune. The latter then turned her hopeful gaze toward Yushinya. Yushinya, do you have more? I would like some too. After all, it was I who brought the information about your warrant. Tsunade merely relayed what I provided. Observing the eager gaze of Jinjin, Yuchiya smiled gently, retrieving papayas one after another and placing them into Jinjin's hands. He continued until he had offered 10, filling the pockets of her rolled-up clothing, before finally pausing. Are you satisfied now, my dear elder sisters? Indeed, indeed. Chiekuin, you truly are a splendid younger brother. You have not disappointed us. Tsunade said with a beaming smile. Having consumed 10 papayas, how much younger would she feel? It was akin to turning back the hands of time, transforming her into a youthful visage. Thank you, Chia brother, Jinjin replied, her face alight with joy, radiating happiness. There's no need for gratitude. I am departing from Konoha, perhaps never to return, so consider this a farewell gift from me to you. In the system marketplace, a single papaya cost merely 10 points. Thus, 10 would amount to 100 points. Together, the two of them had received 20, translating to 200 points. A simple surprise or emotional fluctuation could easily earn those points back. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yuchiya sensed something amiss. Having gifted Tsunade 10 papayas and witnessing her elation, why had he not received any notification from the system regarding an increase in emotional value? Despite Tsunade and Jinjin's prolonged joy, no alert had been issued. What could possibly be the reason for this? Confused, Yuchiya pondered whether Tsunade and Jinjin's expressions of happiness were mere facades, that they were not genuinely pleased and were simply placating him. However, their facial expressions betrayed no deceit. They were truly delighted. But why was there no notification from the system? Inwardly, Yuchiya questioned the system. Why did I not receive any emotional value for their happiness? Beep. Host, your emotional value collector has reached its expiration date and can no longer be utilized. So, does this mean I can no longer collect emotional values to convert into points? Indeed. Damn it. Yuchiya suppressed his frustration. Chia brother, what troubles you? Is something wrong? Jinjin observed the changing expressions on Yuchiya's face and inquired curiously. No, it's nothing, Yuchiya replied, grappling with unspoken grievances. Those 200 points felt like a loss he could never recover. What a flawed emotional collector. Who knew it had an expiration date? Had I realized this sooner, I would not have been so generous with the papayas. It was truly a miscalculation. Chia brother, I am quite curious about something, Tsunade said, her smile fading as she adopted a serious demeanor, fixing her gaze upon Uchiha. What is it that piques your curiosity, dear Tsunade? Uchiha responded, lacking his usual vigor. Why do you intend to leave Konoha? Is there some impending danger threatening the village that compels your decision to depart? Tsunade expressed her concerns after some contemplation. Why would you think such a thing, dear Tsunade? Uchiha asked. Because you can predict the future, right? Tsunade exclaimed. It suddenly dawned on Yuki that Tsunade's favor towards him was not solely due to the papaya, but also because of his fortune-telling abilities. Yuki had not anticipated that his whimsical interpretations of the original storyline, combined with the power of the system, would be held in such high regard by Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, you must be cautious of the Rinnegan. Those who come are merely puppets, Yuki said with a serious expression, subtly revealing some information about the original plot to her. However, he was uncertain whether Nagato would indeed arrive, as he had traversed into the world of Naruto. And perhaps the butterfly effect would prevent Nagato from coming to Konoha at all. What? The Rinnegan? The legendary eye? How could it possibly exist? Tsunade gasped. If Jeriah were here, he would undoubtedly associate the Rinnegan with Nagato, but sadly, Tsunade was unaware of Nagato's possession of it. Is this crisis the reason you wish to leave Konoha? She inquired. Yuki shook his head, stating, No, I merely wish to explore. After all, Konoha is just a village. Far too small. There is a far more splendid world beyond. Sister Tsunade, didn't you travel extensively before? Surely the outside world is fascinating. Yuki remarked with longing. The outside world is anything but fascinating. In fact, it is quite brutal. Without the order of a village, it is filled with villains. The outside is a true society where the strong prey on the weak. Those without skills find it exceedingly difficult to survive, Tsunade replied, her tone somewhat grave, yet accurate. Compared to a large village like Konoha, the smaller towns and villages outside were chaotic, and one could easily be robbed of all their possessions. Tsunade had witnessed such events countless times. Chapter 170. Copying Might Guy Yuki was not headed to the towns outside. Rather, he aspired to ascend to the heavens and establish his own celestial kingdom. Even if he ventured into the smaller towns and villages, with his current strength, he had no fear of anyone. He held little interest in the dichotomy of good and evil within the Naruto world. As long as they did not provoke him, he would remain indifferent. All he wished for was to live his life to the fullest. Yuki invited Tsunade and Shizune to stay and share a drink. However, possibly due to the allure of the papaya, Tsunade eagerly took Shizune and left, likely unable to wait to return for a feast, followed by a bath to fully appreciate the experience. Shortly after Tsunade and Shizune departed, Yamato arrived. Ahem. Yuki, I'm here, Yamato announced with a hearty laugh as he walked in. Come, Yamato-senpai. I have been awaiting your arrival. Yuki warmly greeted him as they ascended to the upper level. Uchiha Izumi brought in drinks and snacks, setting them down before discreetly leaving to attend to other matters. Come, Yamato-senpai, let us toast. Yuki eagerly poured the drinks, filling the glasses. Cheers. Yamato raised his glass, clinking it with Yuki's. As the two indulged in their libations, Uchiha casually draped his arm around Yamato's shoulder, imbibing freely while employing his divine hand to replicate. With his intermediate divine hand, he swiftly acquired Yamato's would-release bloodline limit. Having successfully copied it, Uchiha's demeanor toward Yamato grew increasingly exuberant. In the midst of their revelry, before Yamato could dissuade Uchiha from departing Konoha, he found himself intoxicated by Uchiha's fervent enthusiasm, ultimately collapsing. While Yamato lay incapacitated, Uchiha experienced only a mild inebriation, his consciousness remaining intact. He tentatively summoned a wooden pillar, a smile unfurling upon his face as he realized he had secured Yamato's would-release. Next on his agenda were Might Guy's 8 Gates and Kakashi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Both techniques were essential for him to replicate before contemplating his exit from Konoha. Despite the acquisition of the Thunder Fruit rendering the 8 Gates somewhat less significant, the replication of various ninjutsu and taijutsu was crucial for the advancement of his divine hand. The more, the better. Uchiha covered Yamato with a blanket before making his way downstairs alone. Would the esteemed lord like to partake in some dinner? Upon seeing Uchiha descend, Uchiha Izumi approached him, her voice soft. I have prepared some other dishes. Would you care for a bite? Uchiha shook his head, having already satisfied his appetite. I shall indulge in a hot spring. After a hearty meal, A soak in the hot springs is beneficial for the body. Allow me to assist you. Uchiha Izumi replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Very well. Uchiha smiled and nodded in agreement. In the dead of night, Yamato awoke to find Uchiha already asleep. After arranging the bedding, he quietly departed. Yamato felt a twinge of anxiety. Would he face reprimand for failing to fulfill the fifth Hokage's directive? It was his own fault for overindulging, leading him to neglect the important task entrusted to him by Tsunade. He resolved to wait until Uchiha awoke the next day to seek an opportunity for persuasion. Early the following morning, Uchiha stirred. The esteemed lord is awake. Uchiha Izumi, already up, said, wash your face first, my lord. I have everything prepared. You are truly considerate, Uchiha complimented with a slight smile. Taking care of you is my duty, Uchiha Izumi responded, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Elated by Uchiha's praise. Thank you. Uchiha expressed his gratitude. Allow me to assist you with your teeth. Uchiha Izumi prepared the toothbrush with toothpaste and helped Uchiha brush his teeth. Afterward, she aided him in rinsing and wiping his face, allowing him to revel in the luxury of being served like an ancient emperor. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku had trained Uchiha Izumi well. She excelled in the art of service. After enjoying a breakfast prepared by Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha ventured out. Arriving at the arena, he was met with a sea of people. The final showdown had yet to commence. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted his target, Might Guy, clad in a flamboyant outfit. Uchiha approached him with a smile. You must be Might Guy? He greeted, exuding familiarity. You are Uchiha. Mighty Kai gazed in astonishment at Uchiha, recalling only vaguely that on the day Hinata Hanabi had slain Sujikoru, this individual had stood prominently before the entire assembly, seemingly the leader of that group. Furthermore, both Uchiha Fugaku and Huga Hisashi treated him with exceptional deference. Indeed, I am Uchiha. I have long heard of your prowess as the foremost taijutsu master of Konohagakure. Kai, I am eager to witness your esteemed skills. Might I have the honor of observing your expertise? Uchiha said with a smile, casually draping his arm over Mighty Kai's shoulder. The foremost taijutsu master of Konohagakure? Mighty Kai felt his cheeks flush crimson from Uchiha's praise, a sense of elation washing over him. Uchiha's familiarity did not provoke any resistance. Not at all. There are many who surpass me in taijutsu. Mighty Kai laughed heartily, attempting modesty. Who might those be? Oh, Kai-senpai, spare us your humility. You are indeed the finest taijutsu master in Konohagakure. Should anyone contest this claim, let them engage in debate with me and witness the might of Kai-senpai. Uchiha continued to delay, his divine hand already in the process of replication. If he could stall for just a few more minutes, he would be successful. Kai-senpai, whom do you predict will emerge victorious in this Chunin exam? Uchiha sought to prolong the conversation. Mighty Kai pondered deeply. This is quite difficult to ascertain. Hinata Hanabi's strength far exceeds that of a typical Chunin, so it stands to reason that she should secure the ultimate victory. However, Hinata Huga, being Hanabi's elder sister, likely possesses formidable abilities as well. This battle is indeed unpredictable. After some contemplation, Mighty Kai slowly articulated his thoughts. I believe Hinata Huga will undoubtedly claim the final triumph. Uchiha proclaimed loudly. Why do you assert that? Do you possess some special information? Mighty Kai inquired, intrigued. Uchiha shook his head. There is no special information. I merely placed a wager of 1 million ryo on Hinata Huga to be the champion. Mighty Kai could only respond. What else is there to say? I can only conclude that wealth affords one the luxury of whimsy. Chapter 171. Yujito Ni declines to depart from Konoha after a diversionary conversation. Uchiha released his hold on Mighty Kai's shoulder. He had successfully replicated all of Mighty Kai's taijutsu techniques. Big brother. Hinata Hanabi rushed over, her face a mixture of joy and apprehension as she looked at Uchiha. Uchiha smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chieko-in. Hinata Huga trotted over, her excitement palpable as she shyly grasped Uchiha's hand, casting a glance at Hanabi as if to assert her claim. Little Hinata. Uchiha gently ruffled Hinata's hair, smiling as he asked, Are you ready to claim victory? Yes, I am prepared, and I shall achieve victory. Hinata Huga declared with unwavering determination. I believe in you. Uchiha replied with a warm smile. Beside them, Hinata Hanabi appeared somewhat despondent, aware that Yagami Shinya was likely upset with her for employing the demon god against Haruno Sakura. Following Hinata Huga, Yuhi Kurenai observed the intimate interaction between Yagami Shinya and Hinata, her expression a complex blend of emotions. She could not yet bring herself to compete for a man with her own disciple, and it seemed prudent to limit her contact with Shinya in the future. This scenario had long been anticipated, yet she had not expected it to unfold so swiftly. Hinata Hisashi approached with palpable excitement. As today's spotlight belonged to the Huga clan. As the finals commenced, Hinata Huga and Hinata Hanabi were invited to the arena. Might Guy had somehow found his way to the center of the competition ground, and after a brief announcement, declared the final match open, inviting the contestants to take their places. Shinya, I shall take my leave, Hinata Huga said reluctantly, stepping away from Yagami Shinya. Yes, do your best, Shinya encouraged her. Big brother, Hinata Hanabi hesitated, glancing at Yagami Shinya. Hanabi, you too, give it your all. Shinya smiled and nodded encouragingly at Hinata Hanabi. I will do my utmost. Big brother, she replied, her spirits lifted by his encouragement, a radiant smile brightening her face. Her greatest fear had been that Shinya would disregard her entirely. Oh dear, how fleeting is youth. Hinata Hisashi lamented, as both his cherished daughters were preoccupied with greeting their suitor, leaving him, their father, entirely forgotten. Uncle, why the melancholy? Yagami Shinya asked, smiling at Hisashi. Oh, it's nothing. Just reflecting on how my daughters have grown, he replied. Lord Shinya, I entrust Hinata and Hanabi to your care in the future, Hisashi implored. Rest assured, uncle, I shall treat them well, Shinya affirmed with a nod. Yuhi Kurenai, overhearing this exchange, cast a forlorn glance at Yagami Shinya. Sensing her gaze, Shinya cheekily winked at her. Lord Shinya, Uchiha Fugaku approached with two others, respectfully addressing him. Oh, Fugaku, you've arrived. The outcome will soon be revealed, and you may stand to gain significantly, Shinya remarked with a smile. Winning is indeed thanks to your grace. Lord Shinya, Fugaku replied with reverence. Fugaku, I plan to leave Konoha. Would your Uchiha clan wish to accompany me? Shinya suddenly proposed. Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily, then replied with a hint of regret. That may prove difficult, Lord Shinya. Why is that? Shinya inquired, frowning slightly. In search of my son, I dispatched several small teams. If we were to leave with you, their return to Konoha might render them vulnerable and expose them to further harm, Fugaku explained. I see, Shinya acknowledged. Then it shall be as you say. After all, he had merely asked out of curiosity and had no obligation to take the Uchiha clan with him. The Uchiha clan's awakening had its issues, requiring stimulation. Pushing them too far into the limelight could prove detrimental. No, my lord. What I meant was that a portion of the people followed you, leaving behind some capable clansmen to assist those departing. Upon hearing Lord Shikia's dismissal, Uchiha Fugaku grew anxious. He did not wish to incur Lord Shikia's displeasure towards the Uchiha clan. After all, as per Lord Shikia's words, the fate of the Uchiha clan lay in his hands. For the safety of the Uchiha, it was imperative not to defy Lord Shikia's will. Perhaps it would be best to stay. You Uchiha shall remain in Konoha, serving as my eyes. After contemplation, Lord Shikiya decided against it. The paradise he envisioned would be a sanctum, and it would be prudent to keep the troublesome Uchiha away from it. Where are you headed, Lord Shikiya? Hinata Hisashi inquired curiously, expressing his willingness to accompany Lord Shikiya if the opportunity arose. Hisashi gazed at Lord Shikiya with anticipation, having entrusted his two daughters to him, thus placing his faith in Lord Shikiya. Furthermore, he understood that the Uchiha clan had been resurrected by Lord Shikiya. As long as he remained closely aligned with Lord Shikiya, he could implore for the revival of those who had met untimely fates, including his brother, whom he wished to resurrect but found it difficult to voice. The Huga clan? Lord Shikiya pondered briefly. The Huga clan did not possess the same issues as the Uchiha. Should he marry Hinata, their offspring would carry a portion of the Huga bloodline. Observing Hisashi's intentions, it seemed he aimed for Hinata to succeed as the clan leader, facilitating her governance in the heavens above. Very well, uncle, prepare yourself. We shall depart in a couple of days. Lord Shikiya nodded affirmatively. Are you leaving Konoha, Shikiya? Asakura Yuhi approached quietly, her eyes casting a melancholic glance at Lord Shikiya. Hisashi and Fugaku, witnessing the sorrowful expression on Yui's face, shared a knowing glance. After all, they understood the complexities of such matters. The strong have often been accompanied by more than one woman. Thus, they discreetly withdrew, granting space to Yuhi and Lord Shikiya. Yes, Sister Yui. Would you care to accompany me? Lord Shikiya smiled warmly. Yuhi longed to agree, but thoughts of her disciple, Hinata, made her hesitate. With Hinata present, Shikiya hardly required her assistance. Consequently, Yuhi shook her head. No, Lord Shikia, Konoha is my home, and I do not wish to leave. Let us conclude our conversation here. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned to depart. Sister Yuhi. Lord Shikia grasped her hand, questioning if it was due to Hinata. Forgive me, Lord Shikia, but we must part ways. Yuhi broke free from his grasp, weeping as she left. Lord Shikia stood in a daze, unable to comprehend that his connection with Yuhi had ended so abruptly. This unexpected separation took him by surprise. He had claimed indifference, yet now faced this reality. What was the meaning of this? Due to the influence of Sunset Red, Hinata Hanabi and Hinata's match no longer captured Niji's attention. He pursued Sunset Red, seeking clarity. In the center of the arena, the two sisters slowly approached, standing beside Might Guy. Are you both ready? Might Guy inquired gently. We are ready, Teacher Kai. Hinata nodded slightly. I am also prepared, Hinata Hanabi responded, somewhat more formal, omitting the honorific. Very well. Might Guy gestured for them to take their positions before loudly declaring, the match begins. Sister, let us determine the victor with gentle fist. Suddenly exclaimed Hinata Hanabi. Big brother does not appreciate us using gifts against our own, so we shall settle this with gentle fist. All right. Hinata nodded in agreement to her sister's proposal. Huh. The two sisters unleashed their gentle fist techniques, clashing with vigor. Hinata Hisashi watched his daughters with a mixture of tension and excitement, regardless of the outcome. Their Hinata clan would gain renown throughout the land of fire, basking in glory. Congratulations, you are doubly blessed. Uchiha Fugaku, seated beside Hisashi, suddenly remarked. Why do you say that, Fugaku? What double blessing? Hisashi inquired, puzzled by Fugaku's words. In this Chunin exam, regardless of who triumphs, your Hinata clan will be celebrated across nations. This is a great joy, Fugaku explained. And what is the other joy you speak of? Hisashi asked. The other great joy is that your Hinata clan will be able to follow Lord Yu without reservation. It is truly enviable. If I were not preoccupied with certain matters, I would certainly join Lord Yu without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku expressed, his eyes reflecting immense envy. Had it not been for his quest to locate his two sons and prevent their mutual destruction, he would unreservedly lead the Uchiha clan to follow Niji. However, remaining as Lord Yu's eyes in Konoha is also advantageous. It signifies that you will not neglect them. Following the incident with Hinata, Hisashi had long desired to leave Konoha. But without protection or a destination, he remained. He was deeply moved. Since the Hinata incident, he had grown wary and somewhat discontent with the higher-ups of Konoha. Yet the weakness of the Hinata clan rendered them unable to confront them, forcing him to endure and compromise. Now, with Lord Yu's support, Hisashi felt fearless. Leaving Konoha no longer posed a threat of the higher-ups labeling the Hinata clan as traitors. Meanwhile, Niji followed Sunset Red to her residence, where the door was firmly shut against him. Hearing the commotion, Washi Akane curiously approached. Are you two having a quarrel? She smiled broadly, filled with curiosity. Sister Red is breaking up with me. Niji lamented. What? Little Red is breaking up with you? Mitarashi Anko widened her eyes, utterly astonished by the unexpected revelation. It was simply beyond belief that Hinata, who held such affection for Yuya, would choose to sever ties with him. What on earth transpired? Anko inquired. Oh, it's nothing much, Yuya shrugged nonchalantly. I intend to leave Konoha and asked Red's sister if she would accompany me, but she declined. Thus, our relationship has come to an end. You're leaving Konoha? Why? How come I wasn't informed? Anko's heart raced at the news of Yuya's departure. After all, she had finally found a charming companion to play games with, and now he was about to vanish. How could she possibly bear such a loss? I plan to move to a safe location and establish a new home for myself. Red sister, will you join me? He expressed his desire for Anko to accompany him, recalling the enjoyable gaming sessions they had shared together. Me? Anko's face lit up with surprise, yet as she glanced at the firmly shut door of Hinata's home, a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. There had to be a reason for Hinata's decision to part ways with Yuya, and it surely was not simply due to his intention to leave Konoha with her. The sacrifice made by Hinata must have stemmed from her connection to the Huga clan. Anko, not one to be easily fooled, pondered briefly and quickly grasped the situation. Given Hinata's character, it was impossible for her to snatch away a man from her own disciple. It was evident that she chose to withdraw in order to facilitate a union between Yuya and Hinata. Are you planning to take Hinata with you as well? Anko asked, scrutinizing Yuya's charming visage. Yuya nodded affirmatively. Yes, Not only will I take Hinata, but I aim to lead the entire Huga clan out as well. Hinata's father has resolved to follow me along with the entire clan. Without hesitation, Yuya divulged this information to Enko, confident that she would not betray him. Taking the entire Huga clan away posed a significant risk. Should Tsunade become aware, she would undoubtedly intervene. To safeguard the village's secrets, extreme measures could be taken, including labeling the Huga clan as traitors and issuing orders for their eradication. Ninjas possess knowledge of the village's secrets, particularly those from prominent clans, who hold the majority of such information. If they were to leave the village, there was a distinct possibility that these secrets could be exposed. Thus, the village strictly forbids ninjas from departing to reside elsewhere. Any such attempt, if discovered, would typically be treated as treason. What? The Huga clan intends to leave Konoha? Enko was taken aback by this shocking news. The Huga clan, being the foremost family in Konoha, departing would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the village. Both its reputation and strength would suffer immensely. Chapter 173. The notion of love at first sight is merely an attraction to appearance. Akane was utterly astonished, taken aback by the sudden revelation. Does the fifth Hokage know about this? She inquired. Probably not. It was a last-minute decision, Yashia remarked. I wish for Sister Akane to accompany me as I depart, yet she insists on parting ways. Yashia expressed his discontent, evidently affected by the abrupt separation from Hinata. Perhaps Akane does not wish to compete with Hinata, Yashitai suggested softly. Hinata, you say? Yashia sighed at the mention of her name. And what about you, Sister Akane? Will you leave with me? Yashia asked earnestly, gazing intently at Yashitai. I think I shall remain in Konoha to keep Akane company. Yashitai pondered before sighing gently. If Hinata were to join them, she would gladly follow, for companionship mattered greatly to her. Without Akane by her side, she would feel a sense of emptiness. Upon hearing Yashitai's response, Yashia's expression dimmed. If this is your choice, then so be it, he said, refraining from pressing the matter further. Sister Akane, please take good care of Akane. I shall take my leave. With that, Yashia departed from Akane's home, his heart heavy with solitude. Open the door, Akane. Little Yashia has already left, Yashitai called out as she knocked on Akane's door. With a creak, the door swung open. Akane emerged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why must you do this, Akane? Yashitai asked, wiping away the tears from Akane's eyes. Why Hinata? If it were anyone else, I might have fought for him. But with Hinata, I cannot bring myself to compete for her man. Akane wept, feeling unable to contest with her own disciple for the same affections. Yashia is leaving. If you continue like this, you may never see him again, Yashitai cautioned. Perhaps it is for the best. A short-lived pain is better than prolonged suffering, Akane replied, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Alas, Yashitai could only embrace her dear friend, sighing heavily as fate played a cruel hand, leaving her with little joy. Yashia strolled calmly along the streets of Konoha, contemplating his departure. Beyond the imminent threat posed by Nagato, a more profound desire stirred within him, one that belonged to a modern soul yearning to ascend to the heavens as a celestial being. With the prospect of the sky island before him, he felt an irresistible urge to experience life among the clouds. However, he did not anticipate that Akane and Yashitai would decline his invitation. Perhaps he had overlooked their deep-rooted connection to Konoha, having been nurtured within its embrace and indoctrinated with the fiery will of I am the sun. I burn myself to illuminate others. When faced with the choice between their village and personal bonds, they would invariably choose the village. Perhaps in their hearts, I am deemed less significant than the village of Konoha. Yuchi mused with a hint of self-deprecation. Truly, it is a waste of the affection I have invested. He inhaled deeply, acknowledging that each person harbors their own aspirations, and he would not impose his will upon them. Returning to the arena, he observed that both Hinata Huga and Hanabi Huga bore the marks of battle. At this moment, Hinata stood panting heavily, while Hanabi knelt, gasping for breath. Do you two wish to continue fighting? Mike-Guy inquired gently. Today's bout had taken him by surprise. Hanabi had not exhibited the lethal prowess she had displayed against Tsubaki. It appeared that Hanabi was deliberately holding back for Hinata's sake, especially as she had not even drawn her sword. I have not yet lost, Hanabi declared, struggling to rise. The thought of losing meant parting ways with her elder brother, a notion she could not accept. Therefore, even against her sister, she would resolutely not concede. I will absolutely not be defeated. I shall remain by my brother's side. With unwavering determination, Hanabi fixed her gaze upon Hinata, vowing to triumph over her sister to stay close to their brother. Hinata furrowed her brow at Hanabi's words. Chia's love shall never be transferred to another. Not even to you, Hanabi. Hinata's expression mirrored Hanabi's resolve. She would not permit anyone, even her own sister, to usurp Chia's affection. Love is inherently selfish, allowing for no division. The two renewed their spirits, entangling themselves once more in combat. They executed precise strikes, each attempting to seal the opponent's chakra points. After a flurry of attacks, they paused, having incapacitated each other, their chakra sealed, and rendering them unable to continue fighting. Both were panting heavily, yet neither would concede defeat. They resumed their struggle with unrelenting punches and kicks, locked in fierce combat. After a prolonged exchange, a resounding thud echoed as both struck each other's shoulders simultaneously and collapsed. Exhausted, they had drained every ounce of their strength. The victor would be determined solely by who could rise again. Yuchiya, observing the two women from the stands, felt a pang of sympathy. One was his fiancée, the other his sister-in-law, both of whom shared a significant bond with him. He would feel a loss regardless of who was injured. He yearned to intervene, yet the outcome remained undecided, preventing him from stepping in. Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko arrived as well. For Kurenai, today marked her disciple's decisive battle, and she felt compelled to witness it. However, an unexpected matter had necessitated her temporary absence. Yuchiya noticed Kurenai and Anko but refrained from greeting them, letting out a soft sigh. Since they had chosen to conclude things, they should do so entirely. After all, their time together had been somewhat hasty and serendipitous. What was once called love might merely have been a fleeting infatuation. Now that the playful interlude had ended, the emotions that had once flourished began to fade. Yuchiya approached Hinata, who stood beside Hinata Hisashi. "Welcome back, my lord." Hinata Hisashi also anxiously observed Hinata and Hinata Hanabi, indifferent to who would emerge victorious. His sole concern lay with their well-being. He wished to see neither of his precious daughters harmed. Yuchiya nodded, directing his gaze towards Hinata Hanabi and Hinata. Which of the two would rise first? Chapter 174. The Rainbow Cloud, the True Son of Destiny. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the entire arena was enveloped in a tense silence, all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. Who would ultimately claim victory? A figure stirred. Slowly and laboriously, she managed to stand. The other figure struggled, but ultimately could not rise. Observing this, Might Guy stepped forward, took her hand, and announced loudly, "The victor is Hinata." Applause erupted throughout the arena. "Let me take them both back for treatment." Yuchiya remarked softly to Hinata Hisashi. "I entrust them to you, Lord Chia." Hinata Hisashi replied respectfully with a nod. Yuchiya acknowledged him, leaping onto the rooftop, releasing the colorful nimbus cloud, and soaring upwards. "Off you go." Yuchiya smiled, and the nimbus cloud understood, flying directly towards the center of the arena. "Wow, what is that? Colorful clouds. How beautiful. Is that a rainbow? Truly stunning." The nimbus cloud descended gracefully, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd, capturing the attention of Hinata and her companions. Hinata gazed in astonishment at Yuchiya standing upon the radiant cloud. Reminiscing about their first encounter when he had foretold her destiny, her true hero would indeed tread upon a rainbow cloud. Now, her Lord Chia had truly arrived as such. The nimbus cloud gently hovered before Hinata. Yuchiya smiled and leaped down, congratulating her. "Is that you, Lord Chia? Am I dreaming?" Hinata rubbed her eyes, incredulous that this was reality. "Come on up." Yuchiya lifted Hinata and ascended, placing her upon the nimbus cloud. Once Hinata was settled, Yuchiya approached Hinata Hanabi, lifting her as well. "I'm sorry, big brother, I lost," Hinata Hanabi cried, feeling the weight of her defeat and the prospect of leaving Yuchiya's side. "It's all right, little sister. Losing to your elder sibling is nothing to be ashamed of. You performed admirably," Yuchiya reassured her as he soared into the air, placing Hinata Hanabi beside Hinata and guiding the nimbus cloud away like a streak of light. What on earth allows one to fly like that, and so swiftly? Might Guy stared in bewilderment at the departing nimbus cloud. With the champions gone, would the final award ceremony even take place? Is this really how it ends? Kurenai Yuhi gazed forlornly at Yuchiya as he vanished into the horizon. Beside her, Mitarashi Anko wore a similarly despondent expression, contemplating a future devoid of the fun they once shared with Yuchiya. Without him, the games would lose their charm. Alone, one cannot compare to the thrill of companionship and play. In a flash, Even the Sharingan could not perceive a trace of movement. Kakashi, standing behind Tsunade, gazed in astonishment at the vanishing figure of the nimbus cloud on the horizon. What, pray tell, is that cloud-like entity? Tsunade, seated in the Hokage's chair, looked on, mildly astonished at the retreating silhouettes of Yuki Nanaya and his companions. First a papaya, then an enigmatic blade, and now a mysterious cloud. How many secrets does Nanaya harbor? How remarkable is Big Brother Nanaya, capable of commanding the clouds to soar with such swiftness? Beside him, Gaara stared in disbelief at the figure of Yuki Nanaya fading into the distance. And behind him, Temari looked on with envy, wishing she were one of the two girls cradled by Yuki Nanaya upon the cloud. How romantic it must be. The colorful clouds descend from the heavens. How she wished to be among them, wandering the world with her brother Nanaya. Master Nanaya, do not forget the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku sighed heavily, gazing at the distant figure of Yuki Nanaya. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the two girls, Yuki Nanaya pierced through the clouds, ascending directly above them. This will suffice, he declared as he commanded the nimbus cloud to halt. The two girls clung tightly to Yuki Nanaya, the cloud speed having whisked them to an altitude of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Please wait a moment, I must retrieve something. Yuki Nanaya reassured their anxious spirits, opening the spatial interface of his system to release the clouds from the sky island. Suddenly, a thick layer of sponge-like clouds appeared at that altitude, stretching endlessly before them. Wow! The two girls exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the cloud layer. From now on, this shall be our home, Yuki Nanaya said, returning to the nimbus cloud, smiling at the astonished sisters. We will live here? Hinata Huga's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Yuki Nanaya nodded affirmatively. But how can anyone reside here? There are no houses or land, only clouds. There's nowhere for us to stand. Hinata questioned skeptically. Yuki Nanaya remained silent, smiling as he lifted Hinata into his arms. Ah, what are you doing, Nanaya-kun? Hanabi is still here. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of his intentions, her face resembling a ripe apple, invitingly tempting to bite. Without a word, Yuki Nanaya leapt onto the cloud with Hinata in his embrace. Ah, Hinata gasped, closing her eyes in fright, fearing another thrilling plunge from the sky. After a moment of startled cries, she sensed something was amiss. They were no longer falling. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld an astonishing sight. Yuki Nanaya was holding her, standing atop the fluffy cloud. In an instant, the elderly eyes widened. Hinata Hanabi, perched upon the nimbus cloud, gazed in astonishment. It was utterly marvelous that one could stand upon the clouds. Shinya-kun, exclaimed Hinata Huga, her curiosity piqued as she observed the scene unfold. Hanabi, equally intrigued, looked towards Shinya, eager to comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon. Why is it possible for people to stand upon the clouds? These clouds were not ordinary. They were a unique kind that could support a person's weight without vanishing. One could even part them to swim downwards. Though care must be taken not to plunge too deep, lest one fall. Shinya offered a subtle explanation as he placed Hinata upon the fluffy cloud. See, you won't fall, you can stand here. Indeed, it's soft and quite comfortable. Hinata exclaimed in delight, her fingers caressing the cloud layer, reveling in its pleasant texture. Chapter 175. A change in taste. 2 days swiftly passed. At the Hokage building, an Anbu ninja instantly knelt before Tsunade, respectfully stating, "Fifth Hokage, we are faced with a grave situation. Every member of the Huga clan has vanished without a trace. The entire clan disappeared overnight." What? Tsunade stood abruptly, her expression alarmed. What is going on? A whole clan, over 1,000 individuals. How could they vanish so suddenly? My subordinates have scoured the entirety of Konoha. Yet not a single member of the Huga clan can be found, including active ninjas. It is as if the entire clan has evaporated from existence. Deploy personnel immediately. We must uncover the reason behind the Huga clan's disappearance. Yes, the Anbu ninja vanished in an instant. What could have transpired? How could they simply disappear? Tsunade's expression darkened. The sudden vanishing of the Huga clan left her bewildered and under immense pressure. Fifth Hokage, perhaps I can shed light on your concerns. Uchiha Fugaku entered the room, speaking slowly. Fugaku, do you know the reason behind the Huga clan's disappearance? Tsunade inquired with a stern gaze. Is it possible that your Uchiha clan is involved? Fugaku chuckled lightly and replied, Fifth Hokage, while we Uchiha were once the foremost clan in Konoha, To act against the Huga clan under your governance would be an overestimation of our capabilities. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Then what is the truth? Fugaku continued. It is Lord Shinya. All members of the Huga clan have followed him away. Followed him? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Hinata's family been treated as mere dowry by this man? Upon hearing this, Fugaku smiled and remarked, Fifth Hokage, if you possess the ability to resurrect the deceased, I believe our Uchiha clan would follow you without hesitation. Then why did your Uchiha clan not accompany them? Tsunade asked, her tone steady. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, We Uchiha have some matters to attend to in Konoha. Revenge? Tsunade frowned in response. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, acknowledging that the newly established Konoha guard still had pressing tasks. I shall excuse myself, Fifth Hokage. Fugaku, Konoha is my Konoha. I will not permit anyone to undermine it. Those who dare to do so, I shall ruthlessly obliterate. Tsunade declared sternly as Fugaku approached the entrance. Fifth Hokage, Konoha was also jointly established by our Uchiha clan. We have no reason to destroy it, so rest assured. There is no need to issue warnings to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku replied, pausing to turn and smile at Tsunade. At the Yuhi household, here are some sweet red bean dumplings for you, and I shall claim these sauerkraut ribs. Yuhi Kirin pushed a plate of sweet red bean dumplings toward Mitarashi Anko while pulling a dish of sauerkraut ribs closer to herself. Once the meal was arranged, Yuhi Kirin savored a piece of rib, relishing its delightful flavor. The ribs cooked with sauerkraut were tangy and truly delectable. Looking at her favorite red bean dumplings, Mitarashi Anko picked one up and took a bite, but found it somewhat difficult to swallow. The taste remained unchanged, yet today it lacked the usual appeal. Instead, it seemed rather unpalatable. What's wrong? Not tasty? Yuhi Kirin asked, enjoying a mouthful of sauerkraut. I want to try the sauerkraut, Mitarashi Anko confessed, feeling an inexplicable allure toward Yuhi Kirin's dish. Aren't you the one who disliked sour flavors? Sweet treats are your true love. Yuhi Kirin gazed at Mitarashi Anko in confusion, sensing something was amiss. Anko had never been one to indulge in sour foods, always favoring sweetness, often adding sugar to her soups. Let me have a taste. Mitarashi Anko, unable to explain her sudden aversion to sweetness, felt an unexpected desire to sample the sour dish. Haven't you also started to enjoy sour flavors lately? Is it perhaps due to your little lover taking another woman away, leaving you feeling sour as well? Yuhi Kirin teased. Oh, how sour it is. Aside from my sweet red bean dumplings, all the dishes are tangy. As she spoke, Mitarashi Anko picked up a piece of sauerkraut and tasted it. To her astonishment, she found it surprisingly delightful, despite her previous aversion to sour tastes. Oh no, my taste buds may be malfunctioning. I actually find this sauerkraut delicious. Anko exclaimed, her face displaying shock, as she had once despised sour food, and now she found the tangy dish more appealing than the sweet red bean dumplings. Should we visit a doctor? Yuhi Kirin inquired with concern. No need, Anko replied. Yukitama Akane waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of nonchalance as she remarked, whatever one likes is fine, as long as there's food, that's all that matters. With her carefree demeanor, Akane paid little heed to such trivial matters. Let's eat. After satisfying their appetites, we plan to indulge in a hot spring experience, while also comparing buoyancy to see whose was superior. Must we still compete? Why, hi, Akane commented. Somewhat exasperated, at this age, what's the point of such comparisons? Even if one is larger, the one we admire cannot behold it. Why not compare? Akane shook herself, asserting, I feel like I've grown even larger. This time I shall outshine you, Little Red. Outshine me. Why, hi, Akane widened her eyes. Who will outshine whom remains uncertain. Provoked by Akane's competitive spirit, Why, hi, Akane also shook herself and stood tall, clearly indicating her intent to eclipse her rival. Humph, it is I who shall outshine you. Yukitama Akane straightened her posture defiantly. Just as Why, hi, Akane was about to retort, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea and hurried to the restroom, where she succumbed to vomiting. Chapter 176. The allure of Makimaru. Recently, a sense of unease has permeated various villages, as majestic mountains or entire lakes have inexplicably vanished without a trace. This recurring phenomenon has left the ninja villages perplexed, unable to fathom how such colossal mountains and beautiful lakes could simply disappear. Who is responsible? And what means have they employed to stealthily abscond with these grand features of nature? As the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive, and with time passing without further incidents, the matter gradually faded from public consciousness. Time flew by, and it has been 9 months since the great mountain theft incident in the ninja villages. At Konoha Hospital, 2 expectant mothers sat serenely in the corridor, gazing at the azure sky. "Good morning, Akane," a slender, fashionable woman clad in a cloak emblazoned with the character for Gamble greeted the 2 pregnant women warmly. "Good morning, Lady Tsunade," Akane and Wai-Hai Akane responded with nods of acknowledgement. "How are the little ones?" Tsunade leaned down with a smile, listening for fetal movements. "They seem healthy," Wai-Hai Akane replied, her face radiating joy. After listening for a while, Tsunade stood up with a grin and said, "Both little ones are quite lively. They've been kicking me in the face." In the background, Shizen was also eager to listen as she leaned in closer. "The babies are due in a month. Where on earth has Shikiya gone?" Tsunade pondered, having searched the entire ninja realm for any sign of him. Since learning that both Wai-Hai Akane and Yukitama Akane were pregnant, she had dispatched individuals to seek out Shikiya, but after more than 9 months, there remained no trace of him, as if he had vanished entirely. Even the Hinata clan, who followed Yuki Shia, left no trace behind, as if they had vanished from the earthly realm alongside him. "Lady Tsunade, there is no need to search for Brother Shia. It would only burden him." "This is perfectly fine," Yuhi Kurenai softly remarked. She felt immense satisfaction with the love child she bore with Yuki Shia, finding happiness even in solitude. "Indeed, Lady Tsunade, with myself, Kurenai, and the 2 little ones, there is no need to bring Brother Shia back," Mitarashi Anko added with a smile, her typically boisterous demeanor now radiating maternal warmth. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of her child, longing for companionship in this world. "A child cannot grow without a father," she reassured. "Rest assured, Kurenai, Anko, no matter how far, I shall certainly find that rascal Shia," came the determined response from the 2 figures approaching the gates of Konoha. As they entered, 2 gatekeepers immediately recognized them, their faces lighting up with joy. "It's Jeriah-sama and Naruto. It can't be mistaken. It's them," they exclaimed. "Have they finally returned after 3 years?" The gatekeepers looked at the departing figures with astonished expressions, realizing that Konoha would soon buzz with excitement once more. Without Naruto, these years have felt devoid of unexpected joy, they mused. Amidst their joyful reflections, a girl with pink hair approached. "Zutetsu-senpai, my master sent me to collect today as entry and exit logs." Zutetsu, pleased, handed her a document. "Sakura, here you go." "Thank you." Haruno Sakura nodded, taking the document and preparing to report back. "Sakura, there are some interesting folks over there. You might want to take a look," Izumo suggested, pointing towards the street where Jeriah and Naruto had walked. "Interesting folks?" Sakura paused, then curiously gazed in the direction Izumo indicated, realizing it was Naruto's home. "Could it be that Naruto has returned?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked back at Izumo and Zutetsu. They nodded with smiles. Without hesitation, Sakura rushed off to follow them. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto could hardly contain his excitement as he climbed atop a tall pillar, surveying Konoha. The village looks just the same. Not much has changed. His face beamed with exhilaration. "Wait, why has such a grand house been built on the vacant land behind my home?" Naruto was astonished to see the luxurious residence of Yuki Shia nearby. "Is that Naruto?" Sakura reached the base of the pillar, gazing up at the figure atop it in disbelief. Naruto excitedly leaped down, landing before Sakura. You are Sakura?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. "You look absolutely stunning." Sakura Haruno nodded, gazing at Naruto Uzumaki, reflecting to herself. After 3 years apart, the once diminutive boy had grown taller than her. The transformation over these 3 years was truly remarkable. Sakura silently marveled at the change. Naruto, with his eyes sparkling, looked at Sakura. She was his goddess. Compared to before, she had become even more beautiful. "Sakura, may I invite you?" Naruto began with hopeful anticipation. "Are you Naruto and I?" Before he could finish, an excited voice rang out as 2 figures rushed towards him, their faces beaming with joy. Trailing behind was a tall figure moving at a leisurely pace. "Is that Konohamaru?" Seeing him, Naruto's excitement was palpable. "It's me, Naruto and I. I've missed you so much," Konohamaru exclaimed, embracing Naruto and bursting into tears. "I've missed you too, Konohamaru." Naruto comforted him. "Naruto and I've completed and improved that jutsu." Konohamaru released Naruto, wiped his tears, and stood before him with an exuberant expression. "What jutsu?" Naruto inquired. He. Konohamaru stepped back, wearing a smug grin. He began to form hand seals and shouted, Seduction Jutsu. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted. As it slowly dispersed, a long, slender leg emerged. A stunning figure appeared amidst the white haze, only to vanish and revert back to Konohamaru. How about that, Naruto and I? ISNT my seduction jutsu explosive? Konohamaru boasted with pride. Konohamaru, I am no longer a child. Such rudimentary techniques have been cast aside. Naruto replied with a serious demeanor as he approached Konohamaru. Not only had Naruto grown taller, but his mindset had matured as well. Hearing his words, Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Naruto and I. Konohamaru was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's statement. Did my face change? He asked, elongating his voice. Indeed. Naruto's expression shifted once more. It was evident that Konohamaru truly understood him. Konohamaru gazed at Naruto with excitement and surprise. Naruto, equally thrilled, began to form hand seals, declaring, "This is my latest research on the seduction jutsu. Watch closely, Konohamaru." With great enthusiasm, Naruto was poised to unleash a more powerful and explosive version of the technique. However, before he could complete his seals, a fist struck his face. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, sending dust into the air. "You fool. You're still the same idiot. I thought you might have matured a bit." Sakura huffed angrily, turning away. Witnessing Sakura's fierce demeanor, Jeriah couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Her strength was eerily reminiscent of Tsunade. Jeriah could not help but reminisce about his youthful days when he attempted to sneak a glance at Tsunade, only to be discovered before he could catch a glimpse, nearly losing his life to a single punch. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed through the air. Nearby, Konohamaru was sent flying by a swift kick. "You little brat. How dare you practice the seduction technique behind my back?" The previously following Kazekage Mogane approached and kicked Konohamaru away as well. "Mogane, you are utterly lacking in loyalty." Udon, watching Mogane's fury, took a few fearful steps back. "Do you understand the significance of calling me big sister?" With a swift motion, Kazekage Mogane appeared behind Udon, resting her right hand on his shoulder, delivering a cold warning. "Big sister." Udon promptly and decisively acknowledged her. "Now go. If I hear you are still training that seduction technique with Konohamaru, I will not hesitate to take you down too." After releasing Udon, Mogane allowed him to depart. "Farewell, big sister." Udon respectfully bowed and then swiftly vanished from sight. Jeriah, astonished, observed Kazekage Mogane. This girl with a ponytail possessed remarkable speed. Who could she possibly be a disciple of? In that fleeting moment, even he had barely managed to keep up. Naruto, cradling his swollen face, approached Jeriah, lamenting softly, "Perverted sage, how has Sakura's punch become so formidable? It hurts so much." "Ha ha ha." Jeriah chuckled. "Watching Sakura's punches, I am reminded of Tsunade. Her stance and strength resemble Tsunade's so closely." "Tsunade granny?" Naruto pondered, recalling the scene of Tsunade's fierce battle against Orochimaru, indeed reminiscent of her. "Naruto, when you meet Tsunade later, if you continue to call her Granny Tsunade, you might just get hit." Jeriah laughed. "But I have always called her Granny Tsunade," Naruto exclaimed, his mind befuddled. "See, you are completely oblivious to women," Jeriah remarked. "Fortunately, you can take a beating. You should be fine." As he spoke, he chuckled, gradually leading Naruto towards the Hokage building. With a smile, Jeriah reflected on their recent outing, which had been delayed considerably due to the great sage's new prophecy concerning the so-called child of destruction. "Naruto, upon your return, you must continue practicing and attempting to control the chakra of the Nine Tails. Do not forget." "I know, perverted sage," Naruto replied, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Due to Jeriah's frequent quests for the child of destruction, the time available for his training had significantly diminished, causing his progress to lag behind. "Perverted sage, are you going to leave again so soon?" "This time, I plan to stay in Konoha and observe closely until you master the new form of the Rasengan before departing." Jeriah believes that Naruto is the prophesied child, and thus, the son of destruction must be intricately connected to him. Consequently, he focuses his attention on Uchiha Sasuke, who shares a profound bond with Naruto and has defected from Konoha. However, with no information regarding Sasuke available, he decides to return to Konoha to seek intel about Orochimaru and Sasuke. ISNT the new form, the Big Ball Rasengan, considered a new transformation? Naruto inquires curiously. That merely represents an enlarged version built upon the original. It hardly qualifies as a new form, Jeriah replies with a smile. What then must I do to achieve this new form? Naruto persists with his questioning. That depends on what your most compatible nature affinity is. The affinity that resonates most closely with you will be the easiest power for you to master next. By integrating this affinity into your Rasengan, you shall attain the new form. At that point, your strength will be significantly enhanced. Is that true? Please, pervy sage, teach me. I can hardly wait to learn. Naruto exclaims, his excitement causing him to forget the pain on his face. Regrettably, if only I had been able to help you harness the power of the Nine Tails. Integrating that power while learning this new form would yield even greater potency, Jeriah reflects, slightly melancholic. Initially, he had taken Naruto out for training to help him control the Nine Tails power, but he had failed and nearly paid with his life. The memory of Naruto's rampage still haunts him, leaving him shaken. I'm sorry, pervy sage, it's all my fault for being so inept, Naruto apologizes. Feeling immense guilt as Jeriah nearly lost his life while trying to assist him in mastering the Nine Tails power. The power of tailed beasts has historically been difficult for most to control, let alone utilize, so you need not feel so despondent. I have faith that you will ultimately succeed. Chapter 178. The two artists begin their mission in the Sand Village. Two figures approach the entrance. Lady Scorpion. One figure respectfully kneels, having waited patiently. Well done. You have proven yourself a loyal subordinate, replies Chio, her voice calm. Scorpion. Allow me to infiltrate the Sand Village and locate the One Tail. Deidara volunteers, summoning a great bird made of clay to soar into the sky, beginning his search for Gar's whereabouts. Deidara's miniature camera meticulously records the positions of the Sand Village guards as he stealthily releases clay spiders. With several swift strikes, he eliminates a few guards who were gazing skyward. Inside a room, Gaara gazes at the great bird flying overhead, stepping outside with a furrowed brow. What is this colossal bird that has never been seen in the desert? Gaara contemplates, recalling a warning from Shikamaru in Konoha. Beware of the great bird in the sky. Has this day finally arrived? Gaara conjures a mound of sand to cushion his feet and slowly ascends into the air. Brother Chia once proclaimed that I would perish, only to be revived through an exchange of lives. I am determined to alter this fate. I cannot allow the villagers to suffer due to my existence any longer. Without adhering to conventional methods, Gaara summoned the sands to propel himself away from the village. Do you seek to escape? Deidara, commanding his avian creation, pursued him relentlessly. Gaara furrowed his brows as he beheld the approaching Deidara. Was he truly targeting me? As expected, the adversary was indeed focused on him. Brother Chia, I shall reshape my destiny. I firmly believe that fate is something one can forge for oneself. Do not even think about fleeing. Deidara conjured two small flying creatures from clay, unleashing them to swiftly assail Gaara. Observing the oncoming assailants, Gaara frowned but remained undeterred, continuing his flight towards the distance, intent on leading this perilous target away from Tsunade. What is Deidara up to? How could he allow the target to escape? The scorpion of the red sand watched as Deidara and Gaara ventured farther away, his brow furrowed. What is this notion of explosions being art? He is simply an unreliable fool. How can he keep up with something soaring through the skies? Soon enough, Tsunade will awaken to the commotion. I should create a bit of trouble for them first. The scorpion glanced at the retreating Deidara, opting not to pursue him immediately, and instead began to set traps, preparing to ambush the ninjas from Tsunade when they inevitably reacted and pursued. Boom. After distancing himself from Tsunade, Gaara engaged in battle with Deidara. A cacophony of explosions erupted. Finally, Tsunade reacted. The guards had fallen, and the fifth Hokage had vanished. With the sounds of explosions echoing, they quickly dispatched personnel to investigate. Kankuro sought Gaara, only to find him missing, and the sand ninjas on the rooftops eliminated. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting an immediate mobilization towards the village's outskirts. At the entrance of Tsunade, several sand ninjas had already sensed the anomaly and approached cautiously to investigate. What on earth transpired? They carefully examined the disarray of bodies strewn across the ground. Cough. A voice emerged from the rubble. Subsequently, a hand burst forth from the sand, revealing a disheveled figure. It was Yura. Yura, are you unscathed? What transpired? Gaara is in danger. Enemies have infiltrated the village, slain the guards, and lured Gaara away, intending to seize Shikaku. The battered Yura spat out blood. You must hasten to assist Gaara, or Shikaku may rampage, and that would spell disaster. Yura urged. And what of you, Yura? I am fine. You must go and support Gaara. Understood, Yura. Several ninjas turned to rush to his aid. At that moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Yura's eyes as he rose, brandished a kunai, and unexpectedly ambushed, swiftly dispatching the few comrades from his village. Ha ha ha. Well done, Yu Liang. You truly live up to being my loyal subordinate. The scorpion emerged slowly from the shadows. I leave the rest to you, Yu Liang. I understand. Rest assured, Lord Scorpion, I will deal with the pursuers. I trust you, Yu Liang. With that, the scorpion retreated into the dark recesses of the wall, vanishing from sight as he moved toward Deidara and Gaara. Boom. In the sky, Deidara and Gaara were engaged in a fierce battle. Deidara took the offensive while Gaara focused on defense. While Gaara defended, he also controlled the sand to launch counterattacks. The two combatants clashed evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. As expected of a one-tailed Jinchuriki, quite impressive. Deidara observed Gaara closely. In this desert, Gaara held a significant advantage. The endless sand was at his command. It seemed I would need to employ faster techniques. While maneuvering his giant bird to evade Gaara's sand attacks, Deidara began to mold clay with both hands, crafting swifter flying creatures, intending to rely on speed to breach Gaara's formidable defense. The giant bird flitted about, making it difficult to strike. I must first eliminate this bird, Gaara shouted, sand rain technique. With a wave of his hand, countless grains of sand cascaded from the sky, raining down upon Deidara like bullets. What? Deidara gasped in shock at the dense barrage of sand descending from above. When did he manage to elevate the sand into the air? Deidara piloted his bird to fly rapidly, attempting to evade the sand, but the area of coverage was too vast, despite his speed. He could not escape the range of attack before the sand reached him. Desperate, Deidara released the two newly formed swift birds he had just crafted. Boom. Two explosive sounds resounded, generating a powerful shockwave that created a hole in the sand's encompassing reach. Seizing the moment, Deidara guided his bird to fly through the newly formed gap, escaping the overwhelming assault. You think you can hit me? You're still quite lacking. Deidara emerged from the hole with a disdainful smirk directed at Gaara. Chapter 179. Successful capture, Naruto's reckless salutation. What is this? Poison. Gaara reluctantly collapsed to the ground. His focus was entirely on Deidara, completely unaware of the hidden ambush. Scorpion, what are you doing? This is my prey. Deidara expressed his dissatisfaction with the scorpion's intervention. If I do not act soon, you will be eliminated. The scorpion slowly retracted his poisoned tail. The pursuing sand shinobi were nearing, and we must hasten to take the person away. Deidara snorted coldly as he carefully collected the unconscious Gaara, although the two vanished into the desert. By the time a large number of sand shinobi arrived, they had completely disappeared without a trace. Tracking team, split up and search. We must retrieve Gaara. Temari shouted urgently. Hokage building. Oh, Tsunade, you appear to have regained your youth once more. Upon encountering Tsunade again, Jeriah was utterly astonished. Previously, Tsunade had employed chakra to maintain her youthful appearance, which allowed her to retain a semblance of youthfulness. However, those familiar with her could still discern subtle traces of age. Yet now, the marks of time had entirely vanished from Tsunade's visage, rendering her akin to a girl who had just blossomed into 18. Jeriah, filled with amazement, marveled at the advancements in Tsunade's techniques. Ha ha ha. Tsunade chuckled, welcoming Jeriah back. After exchanging pleasantries, Jeriah began to report the intelligence he had gathered. What? The child of destruction? What sort of prophecy is this? Tsunade was taken aback upon hearing that Jeriah was currently in search of this so-called child of destruction. Previously, there had been talk of a child of prophecy. Now another child was introduced. What on earth was that great toad sage scheming? I plan to venture to the land of rain, where I hear there exists an individual who claims to be a god. I intend to investigate whether this god is indeed the so-called child of destruction. If possible, I will eliminate him before he has a chance to pose a threat. A fierce glint appeared in Jeriah's eyes. The land of rain is shrouded in mystery and has been isolated for quite some time. It will be exceedingly perilous for you to go there, Tsunade cautioned softly. You needn't worry, Tsunade. With my prowess, a mere land of rain holds no fear for me, Jeriah replied confidently. Keep boasting, Tsunade retorted dismissively. But let us set this matter aside for now and discuss Naruto. How has he fared over the past 3 years? Tsunade inquired with curiosity. Though Naruto may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he has developed a unique training regimen. After 3 years of diligent training, He has become capable of standing on his own. Should he master a new technique, you might find yourself outmatched by him, Tsunade, Jeriah asserted with unwavering confidence. Oh, is that so? I shall await the opportunity to see for myself, Tsunade smiled. Although Jeriah's thoughts were often unsteady, he was nonetheless a reliable mentor, having trained exceptional disciples such as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Where is Naruto? I wish to see him, Tsunade declared. He is likely with that girl, Sakura. When I entered, I saw her, and he dashed off after her, Jeriah explained. Initially, he had intended to bring Naruto to see Tsunade, but upon entering the Hokage's office, he encountered Haruno Sakura, prompting Naruto to forget entirely about the recent beating he had received. It seems he has quickly forgotten his pain, Jeriah mused. Could it be that Naruto has feelings for my Sakura? Tsunade scoffed. My Sakura? Jeriah paused momentarily at Tsunade's words before realizing, have you taken Sakura as your disciple? Indeed, Sakura has been under my tutelage for nearly 3 years now, Tsunade remarked with a smile. No wonder, Jeriah exclaimed, finally realizing why he saw Tsunade's shadow in Sakura. It turned out she had become Tsunade's disciple. What is it? Why the surprise? Tsunade inquired, intrigued by Jeriah's exclamation. Oh, it's nothing. While wandering the streets, I encountered Sakura, and when she confronted Naruto, I discerned your influence in her demeanor. Now that you mention it, it all makes sense, Jeriah replied. Sakura confronted Naruto? What transpired? Tsunade asked, curious about the sudden altercation. Logically, Sakura harbored no affections for Naruto, so his prolonged absence should not have incited her ire. What could have possibly happened? It appears Naruto and Konohamaru were competing to see whose seductive techniques were more effective, which enraged Sakura and led her to deliver a punch to him, Jeriah explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph, you are indeed cut from the same cloth as Jeriah. Tsunade scoffed. Ha ha ha, Jeriah, understanding Tsunade's implication, could only manage a sheepish grin. Tsunade, I have arrived. Did you miss me, Tsunade? Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he burst in, having been dispatched by Tsunade's Anbu ninjas. Tsunade? Upon hearing this address, Tsunade's expression darkened. Jeriah covered his face, lamenting the hopelessness of his foolish disciple. Just moments ago, he had cautioned Naruto not to call Tsunade Granny, yet here he was, completely disregarding his advice. Naruto, may you find solace in your fate. Jeriah closed his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending tragedy. What did you say, Naruto? Tsunade's countenance darkened as she stood, her fists clenched, making a cracking sound. What is the matter, Tsunade? After 3 years, why have you become so harsh? Naruto continued his reckless banter. May fate be unkind to you, Naruto. Tsunade's iron fist soared toward the bewildered Naruto. Where am I? What am I doing? Why am I being struck without cause? These were the last thoughts of Naruto as he was sent flying. Thank you to my loyal supporters. You are the best. Even when the book was struggling upon its release, I promised to continue writing because of your generous support. Thank you. You are the true motivation for the author. The style has shifted, and my writing feels somewhat unsteady. I will conclude this chapter at the end of the month. Chapter 180. Jeriah's shock. Is that you, Naruto? What happened to your face? Kakashi entered, bewildered at the sight of Naruto, who resembled a pig's head. If it weren't for that blonde hair and Jeriah's presence, Kakashi would hardly recognize him as Naruto. Sakura and Hinata gazed curiously at Naruto Uzumaki. She merely threw a punch. It shouldn't have resulted in such swelling. Sakura exclaimed. I accidentally fell, Naruto stammered, cautious after receiving a thorough beating from Tsunade. Due to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, even though Naruto's face was bruised by Tsunade's blows, the swelling faded rapidly. Kakashi, it is your turn to assess the training results of Naruto and Sakura, Tsunade commanded. You understand Naruto's uniqueness. Do not take it lightly. And be sure to conduct a thorough evaluation. Understood, Kakashi nodded. Kakashi-sensei, I have a gift for you, Naruto declared mysteriously as he approached Kakashi. What gift? Kakashi asked, intrigued by Naruto's enigmatic demeanor. The others also looked on with curiosity, while Jeriah wore a knowing smirk, already aware of the surprise Naruto had for Kakashi. Ding ding ding. Naruto produced a book. The others regarded it as unremarkable, yet Kakashi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing it, leaving him momentarily stunned. Kakashi-sensei, this is a new storyline from the perverted sage that hasn't been published yet. Naruto beamed. A storyline that hasn't been released? Kakashi's eyes gleamed brighter as he eagerly seized the book and tucked it away. The third training ground at 3 o'clock. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Kakashi hastily leaped through the window and disappeared. What could Kakashi-sensei be in such a hurry for? Naruto pondered suspiciously. Perhaps he is eager to read that book. Sakura suggested. Humph. After all, it's my latest sequel, not yet available in stores. Jeriah grinned, proud to have Kakashi as a devoted reader. I fail to see the appeal of such mundane material. Naruto lamented. Hee. When you reach this age, you will discover its extraordinary allure, Jeriah chuckled. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps approached as Fugaku Uchiha entered. Fifth Hokage. I believe the safety of Yuga and Anko should be entrusted to us, the Uchiha, Fugaku stated, pausing when he noticed Jeriah. Jeriah regarded Fugaku with wide eyes, astonished. The two locked eyes, both feeling a sense of shock. Fugaku was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Jeriah, while Jeriah was astonished to see the long-deceased Fugaku standing before him. Jeriah, it has been a long time, Fugaku greeted first. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Jeriah exclaimed in disbelief. I did die, but then I was revived, Fugaku replied playfully. Revived? Could it be the work of Orochimaru? Jeriah gasped. Orochimaru. The three words struck a sensitive chord within Naruto Uzumaki, as his dear friend Sasuke remained with Orochimaru. Humph. What is Orochimaru anyway? Uchiha Fugaku scoffed. If it's not Orochimaru, then who resurrected you? Jeriah inquired. It was Lord Y, Jeriah. Do not dare to compare the detestable Orochimaru to the illustrious Lord Y. Do you understand? Uchiha subtly warned. Lord Y? Jeriah queried, perplexed, for he had never heard of such a figure. Who is Lord Y? How come I have never encountered anyone capable of resurrecting the dead? Jeriah, who prided himself on his extensive travels and acquaintances, was filled with curiosity and skepticism. The Uchiha clan? Upon hearing the mention of the Uchiha name, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment, for indeed, the pattern etched upon the elder man's clothing was the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Was this elder a resurrected member of the Uchiha? The more he listened, the more Naruto's eyes grew wide with disbelief. Humph. It seems there are indeed individuals you are unfamiliar with, Jeriah. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a faint smile. All right, Jeriah, I will explain everything to you shortly. Tsunade interjected. Fugaku, I understand your desire to protect your master, but I cannot allow any harm to befall either Kurenai Yuhi or Anko Mitarashi. It would be far better for me to safeguard them. Tsunade stated, her concern for Kurenai and Anko's safety evident, not only because they belonged to Konoha, but more importantly, because they were carrying the children of that troublesome brat, Naruto. Should anything happen to those two children in Konoha, and that brat finds out, who knows what reckless actions he might take. That brat possesses an uncanny strength and abilities that are equally perplexing. He must not be trifled with. No. We of the Uchiha clan must also send personnel to protect Kurenai and Anko, Fugaku declared emphatically, whether out of gratitude or other reasons. He was resolute in his commitment to safeguard Nato's children. If you are so insistent, then bring a small team to watch over them. Tsunade, recognizing Fugaku's steadfastness, conceded, knowing that his intentions to protect Kurenai and Anko were genuine, especially since these two bore the children of that troublesome brat. Having achieved his objective, Fugaku took his leave. Tsunade pondered the implications of Fugaku's resurrection and the identity of Lord Y. As soon as Fugaku departed, Jeriah eagerly turned to Tsunade for answers. This is a long story. Tsunade sighed softly, beginning to recount the tale. Chapter 181. A plea for help from Tsunade after listening to Tsunade's account. Both Jeriah and Naruto were left in a state of shock, utterly incredulous. The ability to resurrect the deceased, seemingly without the need for a living sacrifice, was simply astounding. Naruto Uzumaki's expression was one of fervent excitement as he urgently inquired, Tsunade, where's Lord Y? Please introduce me to him. He narrowly avoided referring to Tsunade as Granny Tsunade once more, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Just moments ago, he had been reprimanded for calling her that. The source of Naruto's fervor lay in his desire to implore this esteemed figure to resurrect his parents. You have returned too late. He has long since departed from Konoha, and in all this time, there has been not a trace of him, Tsunade sighed. Shikiya had vanished alongside Hinata and her sisters, ascending on the seven-colored clouds, as if they had simply disappeared from the realm of mortals, never to be seen again. Utilizing forbidden techniques is fraught with peril. The ability to revive the entire Uchiha clan, annihilated by Itachi Uchiha, undoubtedly came at a tremendous cost. Jeriah speculated, at that time, he must have faced dire straits. opting to resurrect the Uchiha clan primarily to shield himself from calamity. His strength then was insufficient to withstand the pressures of Konoha. Now, with the support of both the Hiashi and Uchiha clans, his power has significantly augmented. Why, then, would he choose to leave Konoha? I suspect it has to do with Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi, Tsunade mused softly. But why? Jeriah questioned, perplexed by the connection to Kurenai and Anko. Kurenai did not wish to compete with Hinata. She willingly relinquished her feelings for why. Likewise, Anko made a similar choice, which left him disheartened. Prompting his decision to depart this place of sorrow, Tsunade reflected. However, that rascal did not even attempt to salvage the situation. He simply left in a huff. Such a temper, Jeriah remarked. Perhaps I can understand this. Having been wounded in the heart, it is better to sever ties cleanly for the benefit of both parties. Lingering attachments only serve to exacerbate the wounds, compounding the pain. Jeriah, having penned works on such matters, felt a surge of emotion, while simultaneously admiring Waishikia, who had audaciously pursued multiple affections, wresting Kurenai from Asuma's side. To think he has also managed to win over Anko, a woman known for her boldness, is truly remarkable, Jeriah exclaimed. This is akin to a protagonist in a novel wielding extraordinary luck. Waishikia, apologies, but I am indeed that protagonist. By the way, why did Fugaku request to protect Kurenai and Anko together? Jeriah suddenly recalled Fugaku's earlier mention of safeguarding them. Because they are both pregnant, and they are due to give birth in a month's time, Tsunade explained. What? Both Jeriah and Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Kurenai-sensei and Anko are both expecting? Naruto gasped, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. While Kurenai's situation was somewhat understandable, he found it astonishing that the fearsome examiner, Anko Mitarashi, was also with child. Who could possibly have won the heart of such an intimidating figure? It was clear that Naruto had yet to realize that the one responsible for their condition was the very man Tsunade and Jeriah had been discussing. Thus, by disseminating the news of their pregnancies, one could lure him out. Jeriah's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After hearing so much, he began to harbor doubts that the prophesied child spoken of by the great toad sage was indeed this Waishikia. The techniques he wielded were astonishingly formidable, perhaps requiring an immense price to resurrect the dead, yet they approached an invincible skill. No matter how many of their comrades fell to the enemy, as long as Waishikia remained alive, he could continuously revive them to rejoin the fray. Consequently, if they could safeguard Waishikia, there was a possibility to bring an end to this chaotic era, ushering peace into this tumultuous world. The more he contemplated this, the more Jeriah's eyes gleamed with conviction that Waishikia was the prophesied one. As for Naruto, it might merely be his illusion. This plan, however, was met with disapproval from both Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, and the Uchiha clan also opposed the proactive release of the news regarding Kurenai and Anko's pregnancies. The Uchiha clan sought to maintain secrecy, while Kurenai and Anko wished to avoid placing unnecessary burdens upon Waishikia. Tsunade interjected softly. Lady 5th Hokage, urgent news from Tsunade. A female ninja from the communications department hurriedly entered. What is it? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing. The newly appointed 5th Kazekage, Gaara, has been captured by two individuals clad in black cloaks resembling those from the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade has sent a plea for assistance in rescuing Gaara. The female ninja relayed urgently. What? Tsunade suddenly rose, snatching the intelligence scroll from the ninja's hands. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara? Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the female ninja, incredulous. Gaara has become the 5th Kazekage? Naruto's expression reflected shock as he questioned whether he had misheard. Haruno Sakura, noticing Naruto's astonishment, confirmed gently, Gaara has indeed become the 5th Kazekage. Is that so? A smile emerged in Naruto's eyes. That guy had finally achieved it. Truly remarkable. Wait for me, Gaara. I will also become Hokage. Inspired by Gaara's accomplishment, Naruto's resolve to become Hokage intensified. With friends attaining such esteemed ranks, he could not afford to lag behind. Let me go, Granny Tsunade. I will surely rescue Gaara. Naruto eagerly volunteered to embark on the mission. Tsunade, after perusing the intelligence report, took a deep breath and gradually sat down, remaining unresponsive even as Naruto called her Granny Tsunade once more. For those who do not pay attention to the narrative, they might claim that the timeline is inconsistent. Naruto has just returned, and Gaara is already in trouble. Earlier, someone mentioned Tsunade's ascension. How could there be a Chunin exam? The timeline is flawed, haha. I am merely filling space, but I won't disclose that. Haha. Have those individuals begun their actions? Jeriah furrowed his brow. He had already detected traces of that group preparing for something, and he had not anticipated their readiness to commence so swiftly. Is the first target the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Chapter 182. The Supreme Divine Realm Expedition. I shall refrain from elaborating on the support details, as they largely mirror the original storyline, with the notable addition of Jeriah. The protagonist's arrival has instigated a butterfly effect, causing time to swiftly elapse. The Temple of Fire comes under siege, prompting Asuma's team to offer their assistance. Tragically, Asuma meets his demise, plunging his team into profound grief. In the mountainous terrain, Ino frantically searches for the whereabouts of Shikiya, fervently hoping he can resurrect Asuma. Nara Shikamaru devises a plan for vengeance, entombing Haiden alive. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki successfully masters a new technique, utilizing the Raisin Shuriken to eliminate Kakazu. Everything seemingly returns to a state of tranquility as time progresses. Soon after, both Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi experience the rupture of their amniotic sacs and are ushered into the delivery room. At that moment, Nagato, controlling the 6 paths of pain, arrives at Konohagakure. Due to the butterfly effect instigated by Shikiya's presence, Jeriah and Naruto are delayed by half a year in their return to the village. Consequently, Jeriah is unprepared to investigate the Rain Village, allowing Nagato to send the 6 paths of pain to Konohagakure unimpeded. Furthermore, Naruto has yet to master Sage Mode before Nagato's arrival. Fortunately, Jeriah is present this time. He will not be fighting alone. Moreover, they have received intelligence indicating that the assailants are mere puppets, not their true selves. As the Rinnegan manifests, Uchiha Fugaku observes the attacker's eyes, his pupils narrowing as he recalls Shikiya's directive. If an individual clad in a black cloak with the Rinnegan attacks Konohagakure, he must immediately relocate his clan and temporarily vacate the village. May, gather a few female clan members, quickly escort Kurenai and Anko, along with the others, away from Konohagakure. I will remain behind with the village's police force to cover our retreat, Uchiha Fugaku urgently instructs, unwavering in his belief in Shikiya's words. I understand. Uchiha May replies with a serious nod. They stand vigil outside the hospital, awaiting the births of Kurenai and Anko, but now face an urgent crisis that leaves no room for hesitation. What are you doing? A female doctor intervenes, blocking Uchiha May's entrance to the delivery room. Danger is imminent. I must evacuate them. Uchiha May asserts with determination. But their water has broken. They are about to give birth. Moving them now is precarious. The doctor responds, her expression mirroring the tension and concern of the explosive sounds echoing from the village, indicating an invasion is underway. Fear not. We only need to hold out for half an hour to escape the village's vicinity. After that, we will be safe. Our Uchiha camp lies in the rear mountains. Once we reach there, you can comfortably assist with their deliveries, May reassures her. Trust in May, Kurenai softly interjects. Thank you for your trust, Uchiha May replies, signaling to several female Uchiha clan members to transport Kurenai and Anko on a stretcher, along with essential equipment, as they hastily evacuate the hospital. The 3 Anbu shinobi station there exchange glances, but do not intervene. They, too, comprehend that with an invasion occurring, evacuation is the wisest course of action. A significant number of personnel are being relocated, while some shinobi prepare for combat. In the Hokage building. After a long absence, Jiraiya-sensei, the Deva Path of Pain, gazed at Jeriah and spoke in a detached manner. You are Yahiko. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to fathom that his former disciple would attack Konoha today. Just consider me as Yahiko. The Deva Path of Pain slowly articulated. Why have you come here, Yahiko? Jeriah inquired. I have come to retrieve something. The Deva Path of Pain regarded Jeriah calmly and stated. Is it Naruto? Jeriah fixed a fierce gaze upon the Deva Path of Pain, deducing from the information he had received that the Akatsuki's objective was to collect the tailed beasts from various ninja villages. Indeed, my target is the 9-tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. The Deva Path of Pain did not conceal his intentions, directly revealing his goal. In the face of absolute power, he feared no deception. He bore the weight of his burden higher than anyone else, unyielding. Jiraiya-sensei, hand over Uzumaki Naruto, and I will leave Konoha immediately. Confronted by his former teacher, Nagato felt a twinge of apprehension, He understood Jeriah's strength far surpassed that of Tsunade beside him, instilling a modicum of caution within him. It is impossible. I will not surrender Naruto to you. Jeriah shook his head. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Jeriah-sensei, our reminiscence ends here. The Deva path of pain ascended into the air. With Jeriah present, he needed to eliminate the limited combatants who could assist Jeriah. Against Jeriah, he could not afford to allow anyone else to aid him. Otherwise, even he could easily fall into a disadvantageous position. What do you intend to do, Yahiko? Jeriah shouted. Let this world feel the weight of my burden. The Deva path of pain raised his hands high. Stop, Nagato. Jeriah called out loudly. Upon hearing the name Nagato, the Deva path of pain froze, his expression revealing surprise as he turned to Jeriah. Jeriah-sensei, have you figured it out? The Deva path of pain murmured softly. On a nearby open space, Konan addressed one of the pains. Nagato, stop. That is our Jeriah-sensei. Do not counsel me, Konan. Even if it is Jeriah-sensei, my resolve cannot be swayed. For Yahiko's dream, for our dream, there is no turning back. Let Konoha feel my pain. With that, the 5 pains surrounding Konan collapsed, rendered motionless as all their chakra was siphoned away, converging upon the Deva path of pain. Stop, Nagato. I know you are watching everything from the shadows and controlling it all. This is the wrong path. Pain will only amplify hatred and will never truly resolve issues. Jeriah shouted. Pain, what do you intend to do? Tsunade, beside him, looked anxiously at the Deva path of pain high above. Jeriah-sensei, it is too late. I have no path to retreat. If only you had not left us back then. Nagato lamented, wishing Jeriah had been with them during those days, believing it would have prevented the turmoil that followed. Yahiko would not perish in such a manner. He would not summon forth the malevolent statue, leaving him in a state that is neither human nor ghostly, nearly drained of life. His form has become emaciated, resembling a mere twig. My apologies, Jeriah-sensei. The Deva path pain closed his eyes, only to open them abruptly once more. Almighty push. In a swift motion, an overwhelming force surged forth. Chapter 183. The Birth of a Child Boom. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entirety of Konoha. In an instant, the village was reduced to rubble, transformed into mere ruins. The shadow clone vanished. Atop a distant mountain, Jeriah gazed blankly towards Konoha. As the dust settled, the once thriving village lay in ruins. Is this the power of Nagato's Rinnegan? Jeriah had previously learned from Tsunade that the incoming adversaries were merely puppets. He had left a shadow clone in Konoha while his true self ventured outside the village to investigate. To control the puppets, their true form must be nearby Konoha. Bang! Naruto Uzumaki emerged from the debris. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. The Deva path pain descended from above, landing before him. Shortly thereafter, the other 5 pains followed suit. Surrounding Naruto. Come with me willingly, Naruto Uzumaki. The Deva path pain stated coldly, devoid of any emotion, his gaze filled with indifference. At this moment, Naruto had mastered the wind release, Rasengan, but had yet to learn sage techniques. Why did you destroy Konoha, obliterate my home, and kill Kakashi-sensei? Naruto demanded angrily. I will never forgive you. I will defeat you. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto unleashed his shadow clones, charging at the Deva path pain. A futile struggle. The Deva path pain did not even need to intervene. The Azura path pain summoned an array of missiles, which instantly obliterated the shadow clones Naruto had summoned. Summoning technique. The animal path pain slapped the ground, summoning a colossal 3-headed hellhound. As the hellhound appeared, it lunged at Naruto. Dodging. Naruto bit his finger and performed the summoning technique as well. Boom. A massive toad emerged in a cloud of smoke. Why have you summoned me again, you brat? Toad Gamabunta grumbled, somewhat displeased with Naruto's call. Great Toad, please take down that foul beast. Naruto implored, ingratiating himself with the toad. However, Naruto had yet to train at Mount Mayaboku and had not gained the recognition of the 2 toad sages, leading to Gamabunta's somewhat condescending attitude towards him. Goodness, that is a hellhound. How on earth did it get summoned here? Gamabunta exclaimed, realizing the troublesome nature of the creature. Don't involve me in this. I have a hot spring to enjoy. You handle it yourself. Gamabunta contemplated an escape. Master Toad, I implore you. Just moments ago, that wretched individual slaughtered the lecherous sage. You must avenge him, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki. There seems to be no other option. We must feign the death of the lecherous sage to incite Toad went his wrath against these scoundrels. What? Jeriah is dead? Toad went aghast, struggling to fathom the shocking news. Could it be true that Jeriah, that man, has met his end? Yes, Master Toad. It was indeed that villain who dispatched Jeriah. Moreover, he has laid waste to the entire Hidden Leaf village. You must assist us in avenging our village. What? The Hidden Leaf has been destroyed? Toad went to leapt in disbelief, scanning his surroundings. That is the Hokage rock. Hence, this must be the Hidden Leaf. In utter shock, Toad went to soared high into the air, gazing down at a vast chasm. Surrounding the pit were dilapidated structures, reduced to mere ruins. For the sake of the Hidden Leaf, if you misled me, I shall forgive you this time. But where on earth has Jeriah vanished? The enemy has obliterated everything, yet he is nowhere to be found. Toad Winter refuses to believe that Jeriah has been defeated. Jeriah would never summon their clan to face the enemy if he were truly dead. Master Toad, you have seen through it all, Naruto said awkwardly. Naturally. Is Jeriah the sort to perish so easily? Toad Winter retorted. The lecherous sage must be out seeking the true form of the enemy. The beings before us are mere puppets. Only by vanquishing the enemy's true self can we secure victory, Naruto stated thoughtfully. Prepare yourself, little one. Let us slay this three-headed hellhound and feast upon its flesh. Toad Winter unsheathed his short sword and dove toward the Cerberus. Meanwhile, at a Uchiha camp outside the Hidden Leaf, a house echoed with two loud cries. Hurry, push. The child is about to arrive. In the room, a cadre of doctors and nurses surrounded two delivery beds, anxiously attending to the two women who were wailing. Surprisingly, both were in labor simultaneously, so they were arranged to give birth in the same room. Kurenai, the child's head, is emerging. Push harder. Hanabi, the baby is coming. Push. Both women shrieked. Outside, Mikoto Uchiha felt a wave of anxiety. Will the child's father manage to contact Lord Y? The baby is about to be born. And if Lord Y knows, he will surely be overjoyed. Mikoto said, glancing at Fugaku Uchiha beside her. Mikoto, Lord Y has ascended. Even I cannot reach him. We can only wait for his summons. Fugaku sighed, knowing they must care for and protect his child until Y Shikiya finds them. Suddenly, two cries rang out from the delivery room. The child has been born. Wonderful. Mikoto exclaimed joyfully, rising on her toes to look into the room. I hope the child's mother is safe and sound. Uchiha Fugaku also rose to his feet, gazing around the room. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Two nurses emerged, cradling two infants in their arms. Both mothers are safe. There is no need for Captain Fugaku to worry, one of the nurses said with a smile. May I see the children? Uchiha Mikoto asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Had it not been for the unfortunate events that transpired, she might have been a grandmother by now. Of course, Uchiha Mikoto joyfully accepted one of the infants, cradling the little one tenderly. What a delightful little creature. Mikoto, let me hold him too, Uchiha Fugaku added, his face alight with joy as he admired the children. They truly were adorable. Chapter 184. The return at the moment of the children's birth. Far above in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Yagami Yu, lying beside Hinata Hanabi, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What is it, big brother? Hinata Hanabi blinked, looking curiously at Yagami Yu. His heart raced suddenly, a profound feeling of kinship washing over him. Kinship? Yagami Yu murmured. Could it be that a relative of mine has appeared? Hinata Hanabi inquired. Yagami Yu shook his head. In the world of Hokage, he had no relatives. Thud. Another wave of heart palpitations surged through him, accompanied by the sensation of a blood bond. What is happening? Why have I felt this twice in succession? Yagami Yu pondered, filled with confusion. System, what is going on with me? He asked, bewildered. Ding, host. A relative of yours has arrived in this world, creating a connection with you at this very moment. My relative has come to this world? Yagami Yu was taken aback. Could it be that someone from his past life has also traversed into this realm? Where is my relative? Is it possible to know? He continued to inquire. Ding, your two relatives are at the Uchiha Rear Mountain Camp. The Uchiha Rear Mountain Camp? Yagami Yu furrowed his brow. Hanabi, I must go down for a while. It may take some time, so please return on your own and inform your sister. Understood, big brother. Don't worry. I will wait for your return. Yagami Yu often descended to fetch various items, and Hinata Hanabi had long since grown accustomed to it. With a swift leap, Yagami Yu soared through the clouds, flying downward. This direction should be over here. He glanced towards the general direction of Konoha and sped off, having consumed the float fruit. Yagami Yu had frequently descended to various countries in search of picturesque mountains and beautiful lakes, packing them up to bring to the skies. This had led to rumors in various ninja villages about certain mountains and lakes mysteriously vanishing. All of it was the result of Yagami Yu secretly transporting them to the heavens. Simply having floating islands in the sky would not suffice. There had to be land, mountains, waters, trees, and animals to truly create a paradise above. Yagami Yu swiftly arrived above Konoha. Upon seeing a dented leaf from the village, Uchiha began to comprehend the situation. Nagato had come to carry rice. Ultimately, Naruto would rally to the cause, and Uchiha need not be concerned. Utilizing the power of the sound thunder fruit, he activated his mental network to assess the circumstances throughout the village. A cacophony of weeping, an unceasing stream of cries, flooded Uchiha's ears. What is this? Perhaps it was a form of telepathy. He immediately sensed the presence of two infant voices. Two? Could it be that their parents had traversed dimensions alongside him? With a look of bewilderment, Uchiha transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from the air. Zizizizi. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sudden flash of lightning, and a figure abruptly appeared before him. Lord Yu? Uchiha Fugaku blinked, recognizing Uchiha's form, and was instantly filled with joy. Lord Yu, you have returned. Uchiha nodded, his gaze shifting to the children in Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto's arms. As he approached, he felt an undeniable connection of bloodline. My lord, these are all your children. Uchiha Fugaku placed the child into Uchiha's hands. What? My children? Uchiha's eyes widened, realizing that it was not his relatives who had crossed over, but his own offspring. My lord, this is the child of Yuhi Kurenai. The one in your hands is the child of Mitarashi Anko. Uchiha Makoto also offered another child. Uchiha was utterly stunned. After his departure, Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko had both become pregnant. He stood momentarily dazed, but soon regained his composure, cradling the two infants while gazing at them with a face full of tenderness. Wai. The two children nestled in Uchiha's embrace were quite well behaved, their large eyes curiously observing him, giggling softly. Are Sister Kurenai and Sister Anko all right? Uchiha inquired with concern, feeling a deep sense of guilt for not being by their side. Rest assured, my lord, both Kurenai and Anko are well. They should be coming out shortly. Uchiha Fugaku reassured him. Crack. Just as Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, the door swung open. Several nurses wheeled out Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. Sister Kurenai, Sister Anko. Uchiha hastened towards them, his face etched with remorse. He should never have left so resolutely. He ought to have been more insistent, disregarding their objections, and taken them along with him. Brother Chia. Upon seeing Uchiha, Yuhi Kurenai was instantly overcome with tears, an overwhelming tide of longing welling up within her. Brother Chia. Mitarashi Anko, however, did not cry. She simply gazed at Uchiha with a gentle smile. I'm sorry, I should not have abandoned you. Uchiha expressed his remorse. What are you saying, Brother Chia? It is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is I for refusing to leave with you, for suggesting we part ways, causing you such heartache. I should be the one apologizing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the feelings of guilt weighed heavily upon Shiri Hong. Had she not refused, Uchiha would undoubtedly have taken her along. Yet, the past is past. There is no need for further resentment. Please, show me my child, urged Yushosai Hondo, her anticipation palpable. With tenderness, Uchiha placed one child into Yushosai Hondo's arms and the other into Shiri Hong's embrace. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, sending a mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. The immense noise startled the two infants, causing them to wail inconsolably. With a swift motion, Uchiha summoned his innate weapon, creating a protective barrier to shield Yushosai Hondo, Shiri Hong, and their two children. Stepping outside the barrier, he brandished Kanji Yunya with an icy demeanor. Ensure their safety, he commanded. Understood, Master, Kanji Yunya replied, unsheathing into a humanoid form wielding a curved blade. Sister Hong, Sister Hondo, stay within the barrier with the babies. I shall return shortly after resolving this matter, Uchiha assured the two women gently. Do you require my assistance, Lord Yu? Inquired Uchiha Fugaku. No. You Uchiha must remain here and protect them. Even at the cost of your lives, I cannot allow them to be harmed in the slightest, Uchiha insisted. Understood. Lord Yu, I vow to protect the two young ladies with my life, Uchiha Fugaku stated solemnly. I shall return momentarily, Uchiha smiled, winking at the children and the two women before transforming into a bolt of lightning, speeding away. Chapter 185, Despair. The call of Haruno Sakura has Lord Yu's power increased? Uchiha Fugaku pondered, watching as Uchiha morphed into a streak of lightning. The terrifying force of thunder radiated, brimming with unfathomable energy. Will little brother Chiya be in danger? Shiri Hong expressed her concerns, sensing the overwhelming strength of the approaching foe. Do not worry, Hong. Our little brother is not one to be easily defeated. It is others who should be concerned, Yusho Sai Hongdo reassured her. Let us hope so. Shiri Hong replied softly, having longed to see Uchiha again. She could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling him, especially with the children awaiting their father's affection. The little one in her arms gazed towards the direction Uchiha had vanished, crying out in distress. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the tremendous force of Pain's almighty push had reduced it to ruins. Naruto Uzumaki lay pinned to the ground by 6 Pains, rendered immobile. The Nine Tails has been successfully captured. Pain observed Naruto with indifference, his eyes devoid of warmth. Jeriah, have you found the true body? If not, Naruto will be taken away, Tsunade gasped, kneeling on the ground. Having expended vast amounts of chakra to protect the villagers, she was now devoid of any combat strength, helplessly watching as Naruto succumbed to the 6 Pains. Despair filled Tsunade's eyes. This strike had utterly devastated the Hidden Leaf, resulting in countless casualties among its citizens. After this battle, it seemed there would be no Hidden Leaf Village left. Tsunade found herself engulfed in profound despair. At this moment, who could possibly save Konoha? Jeriah, you must hurry. If you do not come swiftly, our village will perish. Presently, Tsunade could only place her hopes upon Jeriah. Who could rescue us? In the mountains. Ino gazed helplessly at the subdued Naruto, kneeling on the ground and crying out in anguish. Asuma-sensei is gone, and now Kakashi-sensei has also fallen. Oh heavens! Why must you treat us this way? CHG knelt, powerless and howling in grief, tears streaming down his face. Beside him, Shikamaru sat in a state of utter desolation, staring at the godlike figure of Pain, filled with despair. Against such a formidable foe, who could possibly save Konoha? Is this truly the end for our village? Gazing at the vanquished Naruto, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped everyone. The enemy was simply too powerful. With a single strike, they had utterly obliterated the village that had been their sanctuary. Countless friends and family lay dead or wounded. Even those who survived were gravely injured and lacked the strength to fight. Brother Shinya, return. Come back to save Konoha. Sakura cried out in heart-wrenching sorrow, kneeling amidst the ruins. Only Shinya, possessing mysterious powers, could possibly rescue their village. Where are you, Brother Shinya? Please return. The village needs you. And so do teachers Kurenai and Anko. Your children need you. Come back, Brother Shinya. Sakura wept, kneeling on the ground, her voice a desperate plea as she called for Shinya. At that moment, through her tear-filled eyes, a flash of lightning illuminated the azure sky. Chapter 186. The Ray of Light in Despair. Tsunade was consumed by despair, and the image of Shinya surfaced in her mind, bold and enigmatic, audacious enough to challenge her. Had he foreseen this outcome, which prompted him to lead the Huga clan away from Konoha? How cruel of you, Shinya, to abandon your sister, leaving her to shoulder this burden alone. Memories of Shinya filled Tsunade with bitterness. He had warned her, providing intelligence that the approaching enemy was a puppet, not the true body. Yet this puppet possessed terrifying power, having crushed Konoha with a single blow, resulting in countless casualties among the ninjas. Even she, having exhausted all her chakra to summon the slug, found herself devoid of fighting spirit, helplessly witnessing Naruto being pinned to the ground by the enemy. Tsunade stared vacantly at the ruins of Konoha, engulfed in despair, as if transported back to the moment her brother had died before her eyes, feeling utterly powerless. Just as Tsunade despaired and Sakura cried out, a golden light appeared behind them. As the light converged, a figure began to materialize. Sakura Haruno suddenly turned her head. Upon hearing the sound of golden light gathering, a look of surprise flickered across her sorrowful face as she gazed in disbelief at the figure emerging from the radiance. Yushikia? Is that truly you? Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes as she exclaimed. The man she had called out to had returned. Upon hearing Sakura's voice, Tsunade also turned abruptly. And upon seeing Yushikia, tears streamed down her cheeks as she stammered, You little brat, have you finally chosen to return? Sister Tsunade, you murmured, taken aback to see tears in her eyes. Please, Brother Shikia, save Kakashi-sensei and the others. Save the Hidden Leaf Village. Sakura implored as she threw herself into Yu's embrace. Crying desperately, The ability to resurrect the deceased was the most formidable power for them. Tsunade, caught off guard by Sakura's embrace of Yu, felt an unexpected surge of jealousy and a longing to also seek solace in Yu's arms. Though she was the Hokage, she was still a woman who, at times, yearned for a dependable shoulder to lean on when weary. Gently patting Sakura's back, Yu smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I shall not let those who destroyed my family go unpunished." He tenderly wiped Sakura's tears away, exuding confidence as he added, "You all should rest well. I will return shortly. Be safe, Brother Shikiya," Tsunade said with concern as she watched him prepare to leave. "Fear not, my esteemed sister Tsunade," Yu teased, glancing playfully at her. "How can you still jest at a time like this?" Tsunade understood the jest behind his affectionate title for her, knowing it was a playful jab at her stature. However, she found no offense, especially since he was an incredibly handsome young man. Sakura glanced at Tsunade and then at herself, feeling a twinge of annoyance. When would Brother Shikiya ever refer to her as Sakura the Great? In Chapter 187, the true culprit behind the scenes, Yu winked at Tsunade, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, my esteemed sister Tsunade, and little Sakura, your charming hero shall flawlessly resolve this battle." "I'm not little anymore, Brother Shikiya," Sakura said, blushing as she straightened her posture, asserting her growth. Seeing Yu in such high spirits eased Tsunade considerably. She knew well that he would never undertake a task without assurance of success. "Oh, upon closer inspection, you have indeed grown quite a bit," Yu said, bending down to observe Sakura earnestly. "Stop it, Brother Shikiya. You're making me shy." Sakura's face flushed crimson as his serious gaze set her heart aflame, dissipating the despair that had weighed upon her, leaving only a sweet shyness in its wake. "Wait for my return. Allow me to behold it properly." Uchiha winked at Haruno Sakura, then transformed into a golden lightning bolt, gradually vanishing from sight. As long as it's Brother Chia's words, Sakura has no worries, she murmured shyly, gazing at the spot where Uchiha had just been. Beside her, Tsunade couldn't help but internally scoff at such shamelessness. She added, "You scoundrel, return safely. If you wish to see, I too shall grant you ample opportunity." Tsunade and Haruno Sakura watched in anticipation as Uchiha became a flash of golden light, their faces adorned with a rosy hue and expressions of joy. With Chieko around, Konoha was secure. Those fallen comrades could be revived, much like the Uchiha clan. Surely, Chieko would not deny their plea. Meanwhile, Nagato gathered the chakra from other pain bodies and channeled it into the Deva path, unleashing Shinra Tensei. Konan then departed from the 6 paths of pain, transforming into paper and drifting towards Nagato's concealed location. In the jungle, Jeriah, having activated Sage Mode to search for Nagato, sensed Konan's chakra. He followed her trail and eventually glimpsed the great tree where Nagato lay hidden. "Konan, you've brought a tale with you." From within the disguised tree, the emaciated figure of Nagato immediately sensed Jeriah's arrival. "What? Konoha is currently in disarray, devoid of combat strength. How could anyone still track me here?" At Nagato's words, Konan's expression flickered with surprise. In the midst of her astonishment, Jeriah broke through the tree's disguise, creating an opening to enter. "So it is you, Master Jeriah. No wonder you were able to track me down." Realizing that it was Jeriah who had followed, Nagato's understanding dawned, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. After all, this was Konoha's territory, and the presence of a ninja of Jeriah's caliber here was hardly unexpected. "It truly is you, Nagato, and Konan," Jeriah exclaimed, his composure wavering with shock. Though he had suspected the mastermind behind everything to be the child with the Rinnegan from his youth, seeing the true orchestrator before him left him momentarily speechless. Chapter 188. The Confrontation of Master and Disciple. The fated duel stand down. "Nagato, I do not wish to kill you at this moment," Jeriah stated, taking a deep breath, his expression stern. "Master Jeriah, you must feel our pain. Join us, and together we can forge a better world." Nagato extended an invitation, believing that if Jeriah could comprehend his vision and lend his strength, his aspirations would draw ever closer to fruition. "Nagato, your path is misguided. Sorrow will only breed greater sorrow and hatred, a hatred that will entangle endlessly, never ceasing. Only through mutual understanding, tolerance, and compassion can we truly forge a peaceful world. This has long been the answer I sought. Once, I believed you to be the prophesied one destined to lead the world towards peace, yet now it appears I was mistaken. You are not that person. Perhaps you embody the alternate figure spoken of by the sage of the 6 paths, the child of destruction." Years have passed without reunion or excitement. And now we stand face to face. Jeriah laments, having now come to the conclusion that Nagato is indeed the child of destruction foretold by the sage. Since guidance is no longer an option, destruction seems the only recourse. Conan, step aside. In this state, Jiraiya-sensei could eliminate you in an instant. Nagato begins to form hand signs, his gaze fixed warily on Jeriah, signaling Conan to retreat to safety. Meanwhile, Pain coldly observes Naruto, pinned to the ground. Feel the pain. Naruto Uzumaki. Only by experiencing suffering will you come to understand the necessity of establishing a peaceful world. Pain, release me. Naruto roars, struggling in vain. His limbs immobilized by the pins that hold him down. Someone like you will never bring peace. Look at the devastation you wrought upon Konoha. What kind of peace is this? You have only brought calamity and sorrow. Naruto bellows. Humph. Do you feel the pain now? This is the suffering your 5 great nations have inflicted upon us, smaller nations, for years. Experience this pain fully. Pain declares coldly. Now, you are as helpless as we once were, engulfed in despair, fear, and all manner of negativity, shrouding us completely. At that moment, the hungry ghost path lifts Naruto, binding him tightly at the waist. Meanwhile, concealed within the great tree, Nagato strikes the ground forcefully, shouting, summoning jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 paths of pain dissolve into smoke, taking Naruto with them, vanishing from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke of the 6 paths rises. In the next instant, the 6 paths appear before Jeriah, bearing an immobile Naruto. Conan, I leave this one in your care. The hungry ghost path tosses Naruto towards Conan, who deftly catches him with her paper, keeping him close. Naruto, Jeriah exclaims, startled by the sudden appearance of Naruto, launching himself towards him. He never anticipated that Naruto would be captured. This disruption throws him entirely off balance. Jiraiya-sensei, this path is blocked. The Deva path stands firmly before Jeriah, preventing him from rescuing Naruto. Nagato, release Naruto. Jeriah commands fiercely. High above the world, amidst a resplendent canopy of rainbow-hued clouds, a pair of eyes gazed with keen interest upon the unfolding scene. In this realm of shinobi, where the butterfly effect was set into motion by my very existence, I pondered whether Jeriah would succeed in vanquishing pain this time. Chapter 189. Eliminate 1. First, Yashiro did not immediately engage. He was eager to observe whether Jeriah, armed with intelligence, could indeed overcome pain. The 5 pains subtly encircled Jeriah, while the Deva path stood beside Nagato's true form. Lord Jeriah. Each of these 6 pains possesses unique abilities. A small slug emerged from Jeriah's pocket, relaying the information. This little creature was a means of communication that Tsunade had entrusted to him for the purpose of intelligence gathering. Jeriah furrowed his brow, surveying the 6 pains with a somber expression. The capture of Naruto weighed heavily on him, complicating his ability to act freely. He had to balance the demands of battle with the urgent need to rescue Naruto. Teacher Jeriah, let us sever all ties once and for all today, Pain declared, as the 4 pains launched their assault. Here comes little Jeriah. Be careful, cried Fukasaku, perched upon Jeriah's shoulder. Sage art. 5 elements, unseal. Jeriah unleashed a powerful technique, combining his oil with Fukasaku's wind release and Shima's fire release, creating a conflagration as vast as an ocean of flames. The 4 pains quickly evaded the overwhelming inferno. But Jeriah did not pause. He formed hand seals, drawing blood as he struck the ground, shouting, summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing 3 colossal figures before Jeriah. Upon witnessing Jeriah summon 3 gigantic toads, the animal path promptly conjured several massive summoning beasts of its own. Among them were 3-headed hellhounds that multiplied with each strike, a lizard capable of invisibility, and a rhinoceros slug peeking from Jeriah's pocket, relaying crucial intelligence. Please assist me, Gamabunta, Jeriah urged, standing atop the great toad's head. Rest assured, Jeriah, dealing with these pests will be a mere trifle, Gamabunta replied confidently. With a leap, he drew his short sword and charged at the lizard. Master Jeriah, their vision is shared. Exercise caution. Understood, Jeriah acknowledged as he closed in on the animal path, poised for a direct confrontation. Suddenly, the lizard became translucent, and the animal path slipped into its mouth, vanishing from sight. Trying to hide, are we? It won't be that easy, Jeriah bellowed. Sage art, needle jutsu. In an instant, Jeriah's white hair transformed into steel-like needles, launching forth with the ferocity of a tempest, enveloping a vast expanse of space. Under the relentless and overwhelming assault, the elusive lizard found no refuge, sustaining several hits that drew forth its crimson essence. Here it comes. Fukasaku seized the moment, thrusting his short sword decisively into the lizard's head, pinning it firmly to the ground. In an instant, the creature struggled a few times before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, the animal path pain plummeted to the earth, half of its body obliterated. Lying motionless, a lifeless husk, it was evident that the animal path pain, hidden within the lizard's maw, had also fallen victim to Fukasaku's blade, a stroke of unfortunate fate. With the demise of the animal path pain, the summoned beasts entangled with the other two toads likewise transformed into white smoke, vanishing from sight. Chapter 190. The grand finale indeed. The art of ninjutsu proved exceedingly formidable. As expected of Master Jeriah, Nagato gazed at the defeated animal path pain, his brow furrowed in concern. Originally intended for the Nine Tails, it now seems it shall be utilized against you, Master Jeriah. The four pains encircling Jeriah retreated to Nagato's side, while the Deva path pain slowly descended before Jeriah. Master Jeriah, your technique is exceedingly perilous. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, slumber now, the Deva path pain declared, releasing a dark sphere that ascended into the sky. Planetary devastation. The Deva path pain bellowed, and in an instant, Jeriah felt an immense gravitational force enveloping him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. What manner of ninjutsu was this? The very earth trembled, threatening to draw him into the void. By the heavens! Jeriah exclaimed, witnessing the Deva path pain unleash planetary devastation. Yuki Shikiya, observing from above, could not help but curse. Nagato has truly escalated this. How is Jeriah supposed to contend with this? I was hoping for a splendid spectacle. Even the Nine Tails struggled to escape planetary devastation, and for Jeriah to break free would indeed prove quite challenging. Good heavens, even I am being drawn into this. Fukasaku's feet lifted off the ground, slowly ascending. Ah well, best to resolve this swiftly and return home to tend to the children. Yuki Shikiya sighed lightly, raising his hand. Crackling, a torrent of limitless lightning power converged. With a whoosh, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the core of planetary devastation, causing it to erupt. As the technique was obliterated, Jeriah and several toads who had been lifted into the air returned to the ground. Who was it? Who dismantled that jutsu? Jeriah inquired, perplexed. Beautiful lady, soaring so high. It would be unfortunate if you were to fall. Suddenly, a jovial voice whispered in Conan's ear. Before she could react, a hand had already clasped around her neck. The hand of God, extraction, Yuki Shikiya intoned softly. As his words echoed, Conan felt her chakra evaporate in an instant, her paper wings falling away. And the ninjutsu she had mastered became a blur in her memory, utterly inaccessible. What? Conan's pupils dilated. Had everything she learned truly vanished? Having lost control of Conan, the paper binding Naruto Uzumaki began to descend, causing Naruto to plummet from the sky. Conan and Nagato noticed the anomaly above, astonished to discover that someone remained, not only disrupting his technique, but also capturing Conan. Jeriah and Fukasaku also recognized the disturbance in the heavens, although they were unaware of the identity of the individual. They presumed it to be reinforcements. Understanding the implication, Fukasaku leapt into action, extending his tongue to catch the falling Naruto. Yushikiya gently descended, clutching Conan. Who are you? The perplexed Fukasaku inquired, gazing at Yushikiya. Lord Yushikiya, the little slug responded. Release Conan at once. Nagato glared at Yushikiya, commanding the 6 paths of pain to encircle him. Nagato, run. Conan attempted to warn, but Yushikiya swiftly silenced her, covering her mouth and delivering a blow that rendered her unconscious. So it's Nagato, is it? Not only have you destroyed my home, but you've also frightened my child. How do you propose we resolve this? Yushikiya spoke coolly. Perhaps you should compensate me, though judging by your frail appearance, you seem to be a pauper, unable to pay. Perhaps I shall accept another form of interest instead. With that, Yushikiya tossed Conan into the sky. Distracted, Nagato commanded the Deva path to fly towards her. In that instant, Yushikiya transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly before Nagato, his hand firmly gripping Nagato's throat. This ends now, Nagato. Divine hand, plunder. With a flash of blue light, Nagato felt as though his entire being was being hollowed out. All of his chakra vanished, and the ninja techniques he had mastered began to fade, ultimately disappearing entirely from his mind. Nagato gazed at Yushikiya in terror, realizing that the warning Conan had attempted to convey was precisely this information. Unfortunately, Yushikiya had intervened. The power of the Rinnegan was gone. Though the eyes remained, their inherent strength had dissipated. As Nagato's Rinnegan power diminished, the 6 paths of pain collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Conan began to fall towards the earth. Jeriah, quick on his feet, caught her. Having concluded my business here, I leave the aftermath to you, Yushikiya remarked with a smile at Jeriah before vanishing like lightning. Is that it? Jeriah mused, holding Conan as he stared in bewilderment at Yushikiya's vanishing form. Yushikiya reappeared beside Tsunade. Brother Shikiya, Tsunade exclaimed joyfully. Brother Shikiya. Sakura also looked at him with delight. Rest assured, Tsunade-san, the enemies have been dealt with, Yushikiya assured with a smile, his hands forming seals for the outer path, samsara technique. In the original tale, Nagato utilized this technique at the cost of his life. However, for Yushikiya, it was merely a stored skill. As long as he possessed chakra, he could unleash it freely without any sacrifice or cooldown. One by one, the deceased have returned to life. Yuki became the great hero who saved Konoha. Brother Yuki, please name the baby, urged Azuki, bringing her child for Yuki to name. Just as Yuki was about to speak, a sudden pain surged through his chest, followed by a cacophony of indistinct voices. Quickly, perform CPR. Compress the chest. We must save this person. The story concludes with a flourish. Hints of the ending were scattered throughout the narrative. It seems a reader had already guessed it. This book has been closed today. Many sections have been revised, yet it still faced closure. An unexpected turn of events. After so many revisions, the abrupt closure without any notice has left me bewildered. Farewell, the book is sealed, and I shall not continue. Yuki's tale ends here. As for whether Yuki's experiences in the Naruto world are reality or a mere dream, that is for you to decide. Farewell, everyone. May our paths cross again in the realm of adventures.